Family, who understands? I have crossed over to become Ma Hongjun from Douluo continent. I thought my life was over, but at 3 years old, I suddenly grew grass on my hand, a one-leaf DualSpirit ring, and I can even unleash 8 gates of Douluo and grass character sword technique. I awakened my martial soul at 3 years old, and today I officially awakened my martial soul. I don't know how amazing this spectacle will be. Family, who understands? I crossed over to become Ma Hongjun from Douluo continent, thinking my life was doomed. But on my 3rd birthday, grass suddenly grew on my hand. Guess what this grass is for? A one-leaf DualSpirit ring. One leaf, one world. I can also unleash 8 gates of Douluo and grass character sword technique. Goodness, I directly took off in the spot. This configuration is simply far ahead. But this story needs to start from the beginning. I, a well-educated young man from the 21st century, closed my eyes and opened them again. Goodness. I was reborn in Douluo continent and became the unfortunate fat guy Ma Hongjun among the future 7 monsters. I was dumbfounded, really. Just thinking about his broken martial soul in the original story, being tormented by desire with evil fire burning his body, barely pursuing by Qinxiang, and ultimately becoming a god without being able to take her with him, leaving her to live a lonely life in Douluo continent, while he remained a single dog in the divine realm for 10,000 years. Damn, this script is worse than being an ordinary person in my previous life. It's a big tragedy. When I first crossed over, I was still a baby, thrown at the entrance of Wudong village by my phoenix mother, but luckily I was picked up by the village chief. I had resigned myself, thinking I would live this life without a golden finger or martial arts, just muddling through. Then, the turning point came. On my 3rd birthday, while bathing alone in a wooden tub, I had a sudden idea. They say that martial souls can only awaken at 6 years old. Can I look for it in advance? So, I used the little mental power I had from my crossover to roam around my body, searching inch by inch like a mind clearance operation. Guess what happened? Duong. I felt my mental power collide with a green light. That light crazily drilled into my brain along my mental power. I felt like my soul was being torn apart. My vision went black, and I fainted right in the bathtub. Goodness, I almost became the first crossover person to drown while bathing. Fortunately, the village chief appeared just in time and pulled me out of the water. I was unconscious for a whole week before waking up. When I woke up, I was about to go back inside and give the heavens the middle finger, cursing how unfair this was, but when I stretched out my hand, I was stunned. My right hand felt itchy, and a small black grass tattoo slowly appeared on my palm. Then a warm current emerged in my body. Let me tell you, that was soul power. I was only 3 years old. I awakened my martial soul at 3. This is not scientific. I quickly concentrated, and that small grass whoosh shot out from my palm. It was an ordinary green 3-leaf clover, looking unremarkable. Just as I was in a daze, the green light in my mind suddenly turned into a panel, clearly displaying Chinese characters. I leaned closer and goodness. Martial soul. 3-leaf clover growth type martial soul function. 1 leaf equals 10 levels. 1 leaf DualSpirit ring. 1 leaf, 1 world. Note, each leaf represents a major level, and each leaf has a position for an additional hidden spirit ring. Each leaf connects to an unknown world. My eyes almost popped out. What does 1 leaf DualSpirit ring mean? While others work hard to cultivate a spirit ring, I get to buy 1 get 1 free. If I grow to 9 leaves, that's 18 spirit rings. 18. Even Tang-san would have to call me brother. Just as I was excited, the panel refreshed again, and the information became more detailed. Martial soul. Lucky clover weapon, martial soul innate level. Level 3. Martial soul status. Innately insufficient. Not fully awakened. Tip. Each leaf has a hidden spirit ring position. The conditions for release must be met to apply successfully. The skills obtained are not traditional skills, but gift from the lucky clover. Randomly acquiring the methods or skill items connected to each leaf could be Demon Slayer breathing techniques. 8 gates of Douluo. Using chi to control a sword. 10 fiend treasures weakened version. Grass character sword technique, etc. Seeing this, I was completely fired up. 8 gates of Douluo. Grass character sword technique. This is going to let me cut through Douluo with 1 sword. But then, the words innate level 3 and innately insufficient poured cold water on me. I was instantly deflated. Such an amazing martial soul, but it turns out to be a level 3 innate soul power? What the hell? At that moment, I thought, level 3 is level 3, I've got to cheat. What's there to be afraid of? I quickly crossed my legs and began to cultivate according to the meditation method on the panel. However, after just 10 minutes, my little 3-year-old body felt like its meridians were about to explode from the pain. Well, it seems this can't be rushed. My body is too weak to bear it. Just when I was lying on the bed, doubting life, knock, 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 my nominal sister Ma Xiaodai came to see me. This sister is the village chief's granddaughter, about 10 years older than me, studying at Soto City Intermediate Academy, and is a level 21 Great Soul Master. As soon as she entered, she hugged me and started rubbing me, teasing, "Little Hong, I heard you almost drowned in the bathtub. Sister specially took leave to come and see you." I was instantly black-faced. Let me tell you, this is definitely a stain on my life. Don't I have any face? I fainted. I was too lazy to argue with her about this and directly asked if she knew where Shrek Academy was. I thought, since I would have to go there eventually, it would be better to inquire in advance. When she heard this, her eyes dimmed, and she sighed. "Of course, sister knows, it's just south of Soto City. I almost got in once, but I was eliminated due to insufficient talent and strength." Even though the dean of Shrek Academy is an old acquaintance of Grandpa, there was no exception. I was taken aback. Wait, the village chief knows Flender? How come I didn't know about this plot twist? I quickly asked her, and she leaned closer to my ear, lowering her voice, and quietly said, "Let me tell you a secret, but you mustn't tell anyone. The dean of Shrek, Flender, is the only soul sage who has gone out from our village in nearly 100 years. I was stunned. Why doesn't he return to the village? I feel like I've never heard anyone mention it before. Shoo. Xiaodai quickly made a shushing gesture. That's because he and Grandpa Dima have mostly communicated through letters, and it's very confidential. It said that Dean Flender was raised by Grandpa when he was young. But because he made many enemies on the path of cultivation, he himself is strong and not afraid, but he fears that his enemies will retaliate against our village. So his relationship with Grandpa has always been a secret. You must not let this leak out. After going out, let me tell you, my little brain started spinning rapidly. Now this situation is definitely a grassroots start. Without a big leg to lean on, I could be killed in seconds. I must find a master. Hang out with Tang-san? Go flatter that master? Forget it. Family. I'm a crossover person, not a sycophant, okay? The theories of that master. I've read them all in web novels in my previous life. They are useless to me and his combat power. And it's hard to say. Looking for the poison Douluo. I'm not a medical student. I don't play with all those bottles and jars every day. That's not my path. Going to the spirit hall? Goodness, the waters there are as deep as the Mariana Trench. If I go in with such a big secret, I might just be done for the next day. So, after thinking it over, I still have to rely on our cheap Dean Flander. A soul sage is enough. At least it can protect me in the early stages. But let me tell you, plans can't keep up with changes. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed, and I've been at Shrek Academy for 2 years. Why? It's all because of my damn physique. As my soul power slowly increased, my Phoenix martial soul also started getting restless, and the result is I'm hungry. I'm starving. My appetite is so big that even Grandpa Dima is about to go bankrupt from feeding me. What's worse is that the evil fire also started to rise. Does anyone understand? I'm only 4 years old. Facing such life challenges at 4, is this reasonable? In the end, with no other way, Grandpa Dima sent a letter that brought Flander over. When Flander saw me, he probably remembered his own experience of being adopted as a child. And since I could really eat, he packed me up and took me back to Shrek Academy. Just when I was worried, my cheap teacher Flander kicked the door open with a bang, his loud voice sounding like it was amplified. "Little fatso, sleep, sleep, sleep. All you know is sleep. Today is the awakening of your martial soul. If you don't make a name for yourself, you'll spend the rest of your life in the academy cleaning toilets to pay off your debt." Let me tell you, his face looks like a shoe sole, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with the words calculation all over the lenses. He's a real penny pincher, the king of stingy. He probably kept a record of every piece of soul beast meat I've eaten in the past 2 years. I lazily got up and said, I know, don't worry, he'll definitely pay you back with interest in the future." As soon as this old miser heard I'd pay him back, his eyes lit up instantly. To motivate me, he even painfully promised, "If you can awaken a full innate soul power, it'll wipe out your debt." Wow, that's what you said. I was almost laughing inside, but I had to put on a confident face. Then, teacher, you better not regret it. Seeing me so confident, he actually felt a bit uneasy, cleared his throat, grabbed me by the collar, and whoosh, we shot out of there. Goodness, a pair of owl wings opened up behind him, and he took off with me. That feeling was pure low-altitude flying, and it was the convertible version. About 10 minutes later, we landed at the Soto City Spirit Branch. As soon as I entered, the place was crowded with parents bringing their children. I immediately noticed that the awakening was divided into 2 teams. On the left side, the team consists of children clad in sleek attire, while the awakening master, a man with an unappealing demeanor, exudes an aura that invites disdain. On the right, however, stands a group of children from ordinary families, led by an exceptionally beautiful older sister who radiates warmth and kindness. It is an obvious choice. I may not possess many virtues, but my discerning taste in aesthetics is undeniable. Without hesitation, I align myself with the enchanting older sister. Just as I settle in, I overhear the greasy man next door beginning to mock us. It turns out these two have placed a wager, betting on who can awaken more talents today. The loser must endure a date with the beautiful older sister. Upon hearing this, my indignation flares. This is nothing short of workplace bullying in 2025. The older sister, likely disgusted by his behavior, quickly spots my distinguished presence amidst the crowd and calls me and a rather plump boy in front of me, hoping to bolster her numbers. The plump boy, known as Pang Hu, steps up and awakens a mutated martial soul, the Diamond Hammer, with innate soul power at level 7. The older sister's eyes sparkle with excitement. The greasy man realizes the tide is turning and frantically begins to rally parents to have their children queue for him instead. How shameless! If you cannot play fair, then do not play at all. The beautiful older sister turns pale with anger. I realize it is time for me to intervene. I turn to the older sister and assure her, do not worry. With me here, victory in this wager is guaranteed. My words elicit a smile from her. Her eyes filled with hope. Upon stepping into the awakening circle, I felt an immediate shift in energy. My internal soul power surged forth like a torrential flood, exploding into a brilliant red light that engulfed me, eclipsing Pang Hu's display by tenfold. The entirety of the hall fell into stunned silence. In the next moment, a melodious cry of a phoenix resonated throughout the hall, and a magnificent spectral figure erupted behind me. What a sight! A phoenix! Yet it appeared somewhat portly, its belly round and plump. If one were to mistake it for a chicken, the wings were undeniably majestic, adorned in a fiery, golden-red hue. But if it were indeed a phoenix, its robust size resembled a top-tier version, exuding immense strength. As I turned to gaze at it, it mirrored my movements, its little eyes sparkling with mischief. I mused internally. This martial soul far surpasses the paltry fowl in the original tale. Just then, the registrar, Sister Mayana, stood agape, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg, and uttered in disbelief, "Is this a phoenix chicken?" I nearly choked. My face flushed crimson as I quickly retracted my martial soul. It was not out of embarrassment, but rather because the moment it manifested, the infernal energy within me surged like a rocket, making everyone seem exceptionally handsome. I feared that if I stared too long, my 6-year-old frame might not withstand it. I swiftly diverted the conversation. "Sister, let's not dwell on chickens. Hurry and assess my soul power." Only then did she snap back to reality. Though her gaze remained somewhat peculiar, the imposing aura undeniably present. I placed my hand upon the crystal ball, and to my astonishment, it absorbed my soul power like a high-capacity pump. In the next moment, the crystal ball erupted in blinding golden light, illuminating the entire space without a hint of darkness. Seeing this, I sensed something amiss. If I did not release my hold, the ball would surely shatter. I quickly severed my soul power. Meanwhile, a boy named Fei Dong stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded, trembling as he pointed at the crystal ball, exclaiming, "Innate full soul power. How is this possible?" "Huh, I have one." Sister Mayana, regaining her composure, was so elated that she scooped me into her arms, her noble demeanor instantly vanishing as she planted enthusiastic kisses on my face, leaving me drenched in saliva. At that moment, Fei Dong approached with a sullen expression, adopting a tone he believed to be cordial, yet it resembled a command. "You're Ma Hongjun, correct? Young man, if you join our spirit hall, I will offer you 1,000 gold soul coins." I furrowed my brow. This fellow had just frightened a little girl, and now comes with this proposition? I retorted, "Clean up your language. I am not your young man. Additionally, your tone. Are you offering me money or a threat?" He seemed momentarily taken aback, his face paling as he attempted to intimidate me further. "Young man, think carefully. Without our spirit hall, I have seen many talents like you fall by the wayside." Before I could respond, Sister Mayana stepped forward, pulling me behind her, and retorted, "Oh, you have seen many? What an audacious claim. Is innate full soul power as plentiful as cabbage in your household?" Angered, Fei Dong's facade crumbled as he lashed out. "Mayana, you are obstructing our spirit hall from recruiting talent. Do you wish for me to report this to the elders? Go ahead. I have long wished to leave this wretched place." Sister Mayana was equally fiery, showing no mercy. I wriggled out from behind her and pointed at Fei Dong. Speaking in an innocent tone, "Sister Anna, do not waste your breath on him. He looks like a pathetic wretch, yet he dares to call me small. I think he is smaller than I." This statement struck a nerve. He erupted in fury, his face contorting as he retorted, "You little wretch. What did you say? Do you believe I won't end you right now? A dead genius is worth nothing. The moment those words left his lips, my mind exploded. I loathed being insulted in such a manner. My expression turned icy as I fixed my gaze upon him, enunciating each word. Wretch, what are you referring to? Without hesitation, he shouted back. Wretch refers to you. I could not help but chuckle. His lack of intellect was astonishing, completely devoid of cunning. I taunted, you little fool. Your intellect is clearly lacking. You so quickly admit to being a wretch. Have I struck a nerve? You have thoroughly enraged me. He snarled, summoning his martial soul. Block the doors. No one leaves today. As his command echoed, the staff in the hall sprang into action, revealing their martial souls and encircling us. How shocking. It appeared the entire branch was under his command. Fei Dong, you dare. Sister Mei Anna scooped me up, summoning her martial soul to protect me. Fei Dong was beyond reason, grinning maniacally. What does it matter? My family has entirely joined the spirit hall. Does he dare to offend them for you? Attack. With that, he manifested a pair of black tiger claws, his second soul skill, black tiger prowl, lunging directly for my heart. In response, Sister Mei Anna reacted swiftly, erecting a wall of thorny energy before me. Fei Dong's claws collided with the wall, causing him to howl in pain. Enraged, he activated his third soul ring. A purple one, an ancient soul ring. The overwhelming pressure of a soul sovereign surged forth, causing the surrounding minions to display their soul rings as well, the atmosphere growing suffocating. Realizing the urgency of the situation, I shouted towards the entrance, Flandra, if you do not appear now, I shall join the spirit hall. No response. I cursed. That old man was probably daydreaming about counting money. Desperate, I changed my plea, summoning all my strength to yell, Dean, your gold soul coins have been stolen. Believe me, those words were more effective than anything. No sooner had I spoken than an overwhelming force erupted from the entrance. Who dares to steal my gold soul coins? Flandra's furious voice boomed, and in the next instant, a shadow swooped in front of me. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 7 soul rings burst forth. The terrifying pressure of a soul sage, causing the very decor of the spirit hall to crumble like paper in the face of Fei Dong and his minions. Their momentum was akin to a mere stream encountering a cataclysmic tidal wave, swiftly crushed into oblivion. The lackeys fell to their knees, stammering in fear. Your Excellency, please spare us. Fei Dong himself was rendered speechless, his complexion as pale as parchment, not daring to utter a word. Flender, however, paid no heed to the insignificant fish. Pointing at Fei Dong, and with a nudge of his glasses, he exclaimed with an air of confidence, Little Chubby, well done. You have spirit. Remember, a soul master who does not dare to stir trouble is not a worthy soul master. Go, let him experience the power of your martial soul. Upon hearing this, my spine straightened instantly. Understood, master. I conjured a small fireball in my hands and advanced step by step toward the petrified Fei Dong. His relatively loyal subordinates attempted to intervene, but I dismissed them without hesitation. They were clever enough to flee, sensing Flender's murderous glare. I was puzzled at that moment, but later learned that these ungrateful souls ran off to report back. Seeing his subordinates abandon him, Fei Dong grew defiant. You cannot harm me. This is the martial soul hall. Even a soul sage cannot bully the weak. He attempted to negotiate, spouting nonsense about keeping our waters separate. Flender, growing impatient from behind, urged, Little Chubby, stop the chatter and get on with it. Trouble will come if you delay. It dawned on me that those who had fled were surely fetching reinforcements. I shamelessly shouted to Flender, Master, you must protect me. With that, I hurled the fireball with great speed. Fei Dong tried to resist with his soul power, but Flender's fierce glare held him immobile, unable to move an inch. The small fireball landed squarely on his meticulously groomed hair. The sizzling sound was akin to a live broadcast of grilled squid. A pungent odor of burning flesh filled the air as his hair and eyebrows vanished in an instant. His scalp charred, rolling on the ground in agony, cursing incoherently. Flender casually extinguished the flames with a flick of his hand, and Fei Dong promptly fainted from the pain. Well done, that was impressive. Let us depart, Flender stated, preparing to make our escape. I quickly beckoned to Sister Mei Anna. Sister, come with us. Without hesitation. She shielded me, and I had long regarded her as family. Sister Mei Anna nodded and even rushed back to retrieve the martial soul certificate of the stout tiger from the counter, claiming she wanted to present it to him personally. Emphasizing her dedication. Embracing me, we followed Flender out of the martial soul hall. Along the way, Flender, ever the miser, brightened at the prospect of Sister Mayana treating us to foster a closer bond between us. He took it upon himself to explain to her that my martial soul had side effects, with desires tenfold that of an ordinary person, and that I was an orphan, which was quite pitiful. Goodness, he was truly playing the tragic card. Upon hearing this, Sister Mayana's heart ached, and she gently patted my head, apologizing for calling me a little lecher. The three of us chatted as we walked, and soon arrived at a striking establishment. I looked up in awe. It was the Rose Hotel. The neon lights at the entrance clearly indicated it was a couple's haven. Flinder's face turned green, likely pondering the exorbitant costs. To our surprise, Sister Mayana generously declared, "This is my family's property. Henceforth, your accommodations and meals in Soto City are all complimentary." In an instant, Flinder's expression transformed from green to a vibrant red, beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, and he dashed inside, fearing she might retract her offer. Once inside, we requested the finest private room. Sister Mayana, feeling guilty for being a burden, was quickly reassured by Flinder and me, stating that even without her, Fei Dong's nature would certainly not have spared me, given my innate full soul power. Just as we were about to indulge in a lavish feast, unbeknownst to us, chaos was erupting at the martial soul branch. Fei Dong's father, Fei Long, along with his uncle, the Deputy Hall Master Fei, who, accompanied by two formidable soul emperors, had arrived. Those ungrateful subordinates I had released eagerly divulged every detail about Flinder. The Fei family was seething, plotting how to usurp Sister Mayana's family business and seek revenge against us. Little did they know, we were savoring our feast without a care in the world. I must tell you, Sister Mayana's Rose Hotel was truly magnificent. Ma Hongjun, lacking worldly experience, pointed to a small grove outside and asked how much it would cost to create such a forest in Soto City. Sister Mayana smiled slightly, explaining that it was her rose garden, home to rare soul beasts, making it convenient to procure the freshest ingredients for guests. It's only 2,000 square meters. Not too large. Such a statement was utterly astounding. At that moment, I thought to myself, "Sister, you have truly mastered the art of humble bragging." However, Ma Hongjun took it further, lamenting, "What a pity, such a waste." Sister Mayana, confused, inquired what he found regrettable. He stammered for a while before expressing how many golden soul coins could have been spent on chicken if used for food. I nearly spat out my drink. Who could possibly understand that this fellow's mind revolved solely around food and poultry? Yet, to be fair, it was not entirely his fault. He sighed and confided in us that his martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, sounded impressive, yet had deadly side effects. The insatiable evil fire could only be quelled through indulgence, particularly with ice attribute soul beast meat, which proved most effective. Upon hearing this, I realized, so he is but a walking volcano. Sister Mayana, her nurturing heart overflowing, gazed at Ma Hongjun with compassion, gently patting his head and assuring him, "Hongjun, do not worry. I will take care of this matter in the future." I must say, at that moment, Flinder and I were utterly flabbergasted. We exchanged glances, our expressions nothing short of comical. "Take care of this matter? Sister, that's not how it works." Upon noticing our mischievous expressions, Sister Mayana's face flushed crimson, her embarrassment and annoyance evident as she stamped her foot. "You two are incorrigible. What I meant was, I will have a mercenary group hunt more ice attribute soul beasts for you." "Oh, now I see." Flinder, ever quick-witted, instantly assumed an apologetic demeanor, exclaiming, "It is all this brat's fault. His impure thoughts have led me astray." Then, shifting the conversation, he began to lament, "To be honest, our Shrek Academy is quite impoverished at the moment. We can barely afford soul beast meat for him." I nearly choked on my laughter, thinking, "Principal, can we maintain some dignity? Where's your pride as a soul sage?" Sister Mayana, ever the clever one, aiming to maintain harmony and protect Flinder's pride, said, "Do not worry about the money. Consider a loan to Hongjun. When he achieves success in the future, he can repay me." I must say, Flinder's expression management completely unraveled at that moment. Upon hearing he wouldn't have to pay, his eyebrows shot up. When he realized it was a loan, his face became stiff. Upon learning that Ma Hongjun would repay in the future, his expression bloomed into a radiant smile, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh, how kind. Hongjun, hurry, and thanks Sister Mayana." Ma Hongjun, quick-witted as ever, mumbled something about being a miser before immediately donning an innocent smile. "Thank you, Sister Mayana. You are truly wonderful. Whenever I cannot control myself, I will be sure to seek you out first." Such words were rife with ambiguity. Yet Flinder and Sister Mayana, perhaps accustomed to this little lecher's manner of speaking, failed to catch on. Soon, the dishes arrived. My goodness! A feast of dragon snake soup made from the century-old blazing serpent, along with braised wild bull hooves, filled the table, all exuding the aroma of golden soul coins. Flinder's eyes glazed over, completely shedding any semblance of a soul sage, as he grabbed his chopsticks and dug in, exclaiming, "Don't be polite. Eat. This is not merely food. It is gold in the form of soul coins." Watching him devour the food with the fervor of a famished ghost, I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Ma Hongjun, in a similar frenzy, climbed onto his chair to join the fray for food. The scene was simply too chaotic to behold. After finishing this meal, 10 more days passed. Flandra and I had arrived at the hunting soul forest, ready to add the first soul ring to my phoenix martial soul. Just as we set up camp on the outskirts of the forest and prepared to spend the night, trouble struck. A strange rustling noise pierced the air, causing Flandra to abruptly open his eyes and sternly command, "Stay in the tent and do not move." He darted out in a flash. Could I remain still? I was a witness. I quietly parted the tent flap to take a look outside, and to my astonishment, a massive snake, entirely black with poisonous horns and exuding dark soul power, was facing off against Flandra. A 10,000-year soul beast. Yomingdu Jiao, Sha. At that moment, I couldn't help but question the worth of my lucky grass martial soul. I had barely stepped outside when I encountered a boss of such caliber. Flandre, with all 7 of his soul rings activated, fixed his gaze on the serpent, anxious that it might harm me. He even attempted to reason with the snake, saying, "Brother Snake, I know you can understand. We are merely passing through, seeking a soul ring, and we hope you can grant us this favor." I nearly burst out laughing. However, upon closer inspection, something was amiss. The snake bore wounds upon its belly, and its eyes were filled with fear and desperation. It was not looking for a fight, it was fleeing. Moreover, Flandra had unwittingly blocked its escape route. I panicked and shouted, "Teacher, move aside, you are blocking its path." Flandra was taken aback and noticed the snake's injuries, his eyes widening in realization, and he quickly pulled me aside. The Yoming Dujiao cast a grateful glance my way, circumvented our tent, and desperately fled into the distance. Flandra felt a bit embarrassed, remarking, "Ahem, it seems this was indeed my oversight." But that was not the end of our troubles. Just as we finished packing up the tent and had yet to make our escape, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. The intensity was such that even Flandra, a soul sage, turned red in the face. He hastily enveloped me in his soul power. Yet I still felt as though my heart were about to explode. When we turned around, we found an exquisitely beautiful woman with an air of cold nobility standing behind us, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. "Have you seen a 10,000-year soul beast pass by here?" she asked in a detached tone. Upon seeing her, Flandra's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he gasped, "Bibi Dong." My heart sank. The Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. What was she doing here? Bibi Dong evidently recognized Flandra as well. Feixiang Ji Jiu Flandra? Perfect. Quickly tell me, where did that soul beast go? My mind raced. This woman was terrifying. That pressure nearly cost me my life. I mentally noted that I would remember this offense. I immediately interjected before Flandra could speak, adopting the most innocent tone I could muster. "Pretty big sister, your aura is so powerful, more so than my teacher. I just saw a large snake emitting black gas, which my teacher scared away." Bibi Dong glanced at me and then at Flandra, her expression momentarily shifting to one of complexity before quickly reverting to her icy demeanor. "Little one, tell your sister." "In which direction did it flee?" I blinked my large eyes, raising my small hand to seriously indicate the completely opposite direction. "That way." It ran away super fast. To my surprise, she believed me. Without a second glance, she dashed off in the direction I indicated. Who would suspect a 6-year-old child? Once her presence had completely faded, Flandra plopped down on the ground, breathless and clutching his chest. "You little rascal, do you have any idea who she is? How dare you deceive her? If she finds out, we're done for." At that moment, I realized this old man truly took advice to heart. He warned me not to stir up trouble. Yet I had directly deceived the most formidable woman on the continent. I shrugged, saying, "I only mentioned a snake. I never specified which one. Besides, even if she pursued the right direction, she wouldn't catch it. What does that have to do with us?" Flandra was left speechless, ultimately sighing in a mix of admiration and helplessness. 2 days later, we finally ventured deeper into the forest and discovered a 420-year-old plant-type soul beast, Goading. Flandra was beside himself, exclaiming You, a fire-type beast martial soul. What do you need a plant-type soul ring for? I smiled slightly. It was time. I revealed my second martial soul, Sanyet Sao. Flandra was left utterly stunned, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Dual martial souls. My goodness. This is the surprise you have for me? An unprecedented combination of instrument and beast martial souls. It was not surprise, but shock. His expression grew grave as he informed me that dual martial souls were considered a curse. The last individual who attempted to add a third ring to their second martial soul perished in the attempt. The only successful case was the woman we encountered a few days prior, Bibi Dong. However, she possessed dual beast martial souls, while my situation was without precedent. Whether it was a blessing or a curse was uncertain. I was well aware of these risks, but could I disclose the secret of my martial soul to him? No. I could only reassure him that I would first cultivate one. Flandra reluctantly agreed, allowing me to hastily absorb the Guiding Soul Ring. I sat cross-legged, gazing at the deep yellow soul ring, and let out a cold chuckle. The true surprise was only just beginning. I channeled my soul power, starting to draw the ring towards me. However, instead of allowing it to float towards the leaves of Sanyet Sao, I, under Flandra's astonished gaze, gradually pulled it towards the first circle of mysterious patterns on the root of my martial soul. I must tell you, this left Flandra utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers, likely having never witnessed such a bold maneuver in his life. But the arrow was already on the string. There was no turning back. The soul ring began to be fervently drawn towards the mysterious patterns, giving me no chance to reconsider. In just over half an hour, I managed to completely absorb the energy of the Guiding Soul Ring before it began to dissipate. As soon as I finished absorbing it, I felt an immediate difference. My entire being surged with vitality, filled with a sense of power, and my soul power skyrocketed to level 11. Yet before I could revel in my newfound strength, my first leaf of Sanya Sao suddenly emitted a beam of silver light, akin to a laser cannon, and shot straight into my brain. Ouch. The pain was excruciating. I immediately curled up, clutching my head, feeling as though someone were drilling into my skull with a power tool. Flandra, terrified, rushed over to hold me, exclaiming, Hongjun, don't scare me. Did your martial soul backlash? His grip was so strong, I nearly passed out. Stop shaking me. I weakly protested. If you keep this up, I might really be done for. I'm fine, just feeling a bit weak. The silver light was fleeting, coming quickly and leaving just as fast. After a moment of intense pain, I returned to normal. Flandra, still concerned, ushered me into the tent while he stood guard outside like a sentinel. Lying in the tent, I hurriedly examined what new knowledge had been bestowed upon me. To my amazement, my first soul ring skill was called parasitism, similar to Tang San's Lanin Sao. But that was not the crux of the matter. The highlight was that the silver light had bestowed upon me an entire set of techniques from Kimetsu no Yaiba, specifically the most formidable one, Breath of the Sun. Let me tell you, the wheel of fortune had finally turned in my favor. This ability would allow me to cultivate tirelessly without fatigue, and the moment I began, my physical attributes, speed and strength doubled. Family, who understands? This was merely the first soul ring, and it granted me such immense advantages. If I were to evolve into a 9-leaf clover in the future, I would ascend to the heavens. I promptly named the soul ring upon the mysterious pattern's Faith Soul Ring. The next morning, as soon as I awoke, I was greeted by the enticing aroma of chicken soup. Flandra, that miser, was astonishingly cooking soup for me. When he saw me emerge, he feigned nonchalance while handing me a bowl. You're awake, feel free to have some. I gathered it from the forest. It didn't cost anything. I grinned and accepted the bowl, drinking it down in one go. Do not speak. This soup has been infused with a potion of ice attributes, which upon consumption, envelopes me in a warm sensation, subduing the malevolent fire within me. This old man claims there is no charge, yet I suspect his heart is bleeding. A single herb must be worth at least 100 gold soul coins. I feel warm inside and say little, yet I shall remember this kindness. After tidying up, Fulland urged me to leave quickly, fearing another encounter with that madwoman, Bibi Dong. However, I stopped him, blinking my eyes and saying, Teacher, I fear we cannot depart just yet. I sense that I can absorb another soul ring. What? Fulland exploded. No way. You are only at level 11. To absorb a second soul ring? Are you courting death? It's not for the Phoenix martial soul. I hastily summoned the 3-leaf clover and pointed at its bare leaves. It is for it. Fulland was utterly bewildered, staring at me in confusion. Are you level 20? No, you are not. Get out. He scolded as he lightly tapped my head. How can you absorb a second soul ring if you haven't reached level 20? Have you forgotten what I taught you? I haven't forgotten. I quickly recited the theories of soul masters, then added, but my martial soul is unique. Upon absorbing the first soul ring, my physical attributes doubled. Fulland regarded me with an expression of disbelief. I refrained from further debate, stepping back a few paces, gathering my strength, and with a swift motion, propelled myself forward several meters, unexpectedly plucking a hair from his chin. Fulland was genuinely startled. He, a soul saint, could not evade me. He stroked his chin, deep in thought, before gravely asking, "Are you certain that absorbing another soul ring poses no risk?" "No problem," I assured him, and I felt that this soul ring could help suppress the conflict of the Phoenix martial soul, potentially allowing me to absorb a soul ring close to 764 years. Fulland rolled his eyes. 764 years? Finding one of 700 would be commendable. Fine, I shall trust you this once. Consequently, we searched for the entire day, but found nothing. Fulland began to lament, wishing his brother, Master, were present. As he specialized in studying martial souls, I inwardly scoffed at Master's theories, which only served to deceive novices. As a transmigrator, did I require his guidance? Yet, I sweetly replied, "Teacher, you surpass him by far. Not only do you possess strength, but you're also handsome." Fulland was flattered by my compliments, his modesty failing to mask his burgeoning pride. As night approached, I could no longer delay. With a cunning glint in my eye, I began to concoct a serious yet whimsical tale. "Teacher, I once read in an ancient book at the village chief's home that our herbal martial souls absorb soul rings from serpents or spiders exceptionally well." Fulland paused, intrigued. Is there such a claim? Similar to Xiao Gang's theory? Indeed, I read it at Grandpa Demas. What's the matter, teacher? Is it unfeasible? I feigned innocence. Fulland pondered for a moment before resolving that if we did not find a plant-type soul ring by tomorrow, we would proceed as I suggested. That night, we rested on a branch of a large tree. Fulland, exhausted from 2 days of searching, fell asleep first, allowing me to keep watch. As I idly observed the creatures below, I pondered what a spicy rabbit head made from the rabbit transformed by Xiao would taste like. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the night. A massive black serpent, over 7 meters long, erupted from the underbrush, devouring a small squirrel hole. What? Fulland jolted awake, pulling me down from the tree. Upon inspection, we found a 700-year-old Bailin snake. Just moments ago, Fulland had been lamenting, but now his eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not a soul ring delivered unto us? He unleashed his soul power, summoning his martial soul, the four-eyed cat eagle, the natural enemy of serpents. Within a minute, the formidable Bailin snake was left gasping for breath. Without hesitation, I ensnared the snake with my 3-leaf Clover martial soul, unleashing the flames of the malevolent fire phoenix in a furious blaze, ultimately revealing a yellowish-purple soul ring. Remember, young one, this is a serpent soul ring. If it becomes dangerous, I shall interrupt you immediately. Your life is paramount. Fulland reiterated sternly. I nodded earnestly, settling down to absorb the ring. As I commenced the absorption, I quickly realized the dire situation. The Bailin snake's venom was too potent. It surged through the soul ring into my martial soul, causing my face to alternate between pale and green. Though the breath of the sun was powerful, it primarily strengthened the body and could not neutralize such a formidable poison. Just as I neared my limit, an epiphany struck me. If the breath of the sun was ineffective, I could shift my approach. After all, I possessed a fire attribute. With a focused thought, my breathing technique began to evolve into the breath of flames. This transformation was nothing short of miraculous. The newly adapted breath of flames could incinerate the venom as if it were fuel, assimilating it into my soul power. Once I perfectly absorbed the entire soul ring, I sensed my soul power had transformed into a blazing crimson hue, indicating a significant increase in attack power. Slowly opening my eyes, Fulland rushed over, visibly anxious. How did it go? Did you succeed? What is the soul skill? Little Ma has arrived, and success follows. My chest swelled with pride as my soul power surged to level 12.5. Ha! I could hardly contain my glee, already envisioning a future where I was invincible among my peers, receiving admiring gazes from various young ladies. Yet, Fulland's expression soured, filled with guilt and concern, alas. Is your soul skill subpar? It's all my fault for believing in you, Xiao Gang's absurd theory. But do not despair. We shall have future opportunities. I was left speechless by his words, looking at him in confusion. Have you finished? Who told you my soul skill was inadequate? Teacher, are you overacting? I am genuinely elated today. I felt so joyful that I nearly burst into laughter. Fulland, however, remained skeptical, convinced I was merely putting on a facade of cheer. Frustrated, I promptly demonstrated my first soul skill right before him. Behold, I extended my right hand, revealing my three-leaf Clover martial soul. My first soul skill, which bears a magnificent name, is called by Lin Yin Du. Its effects are astonishing. With a mere thought, I can create a 5-meter-wide domain of flames. I explained to Fulland, within this realm, I reign supreme. Should I desire to poison anyone, they shall foam at the mouth instantly. Conversely, if I choose not to harm them, it simply becomes a large sauna, warm yet utterly safe, designed for precise targeting. Fulland was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, exclaiming that domain-type soul skills were essential for ambushes, and that my technique could catch even soul masters several levels above me off guard. I humbly remarked that it was merely acceptable, as the range was somewhat limited, while internally I was elated. After all, a century-old soul ring granting a domain skill was undeniably the hallmark of a protagonist. Having secured the soul ring, Fulland hurriedly brought me back to Shrek Academy. To my surprise, he informed me that my situation was too unique, prompting him to seek assistance from his brother, Yu Xiao Gang, who specialized in theoretical research. I thought to myself, go ahead, hurry. This will conveniently bring my future teammates closer to me. Moreover, I dared not practice with my malevolent Fire Phoenix martial soul just yet. The more I trained, the fiercer the flames became, and lacking a girlfriend, I feared I might explode from the intensity. As soon as Fulland departed, he entrusted me to Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, a stout and robust man who approached me with a hearty laugh, enthusiastically patting my shoulder and exclaiming, "What a fine lad. No wonder this frugal dean is willing to invest in you. It appears you are cultivating angelic investments." I was momentarily taken aback. I cannot be bothered with pleasantries and directly inquired, "Teacher Zhao, when does our academy recruit new students?" As the sole student, I find myself utterly bored, as if I were sprouting mushrooms. Eventually, he informed me that it would take another 3 months to recruit new students, and it was doubtful whether anyone would show up. However, he did share some good news. The college's funding issue had been resolved. The wealthiest individual in Suatuching, the Mei family, unexpectedly came forward a few days ago and generously donated a substantial sum of gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, I thought, now I understand. My beautiful sister is truly impressive. Before I knew it, 3 months had flown by. The Flanders people were still nowhere to be seen. While I had gained a solid 60 pounds, skyrocketing from 100 to 160, who among my family understands this feeling of despair? Each day, gazing into the mirror, I wished to punch myself on the spot. This infernal fire was truly overwhelming, and I found myself frequently needing Zhao Wujin to carry me to the Rose Hotel to find Sister Anna and consume something with Een attribute to quell the flames. Speaking of Sister Anna, there was one particularly awkward incident. One day, the infernal fire had struck again, and even after eating, I still couldn't contain it. She suggested that I take a cold shower. Upon entering the bathroom, I was taken aback by what I saw. Purple? Lace? Oh no, this was scandalous. I quickly turned my head, silently reciting the principles of prosperity and democracy. When I emerged, my foolishness got the better of me, and I candidly told her, Sister Anna, I accidentally got your clothes wet. You would mind, would you? She gasped, her face reddening like a monkey's rear, stammering, "Well, when you grow up, you must be responsible for me." I was utterly bewildered, akin to an old man on the subway, staring at his phone. "Sister, what are you thinking? I merely splashed a bit of water while showering. Do you truly see me as someone desperate enough to seize any opportunity?" I felt wronged. Only after I clarified did she breathe a sigh of relief, equally embarrassed. To break the tension, she mentioned wanting to recommend a child to our academy. Specifically, the chubby boy who awakened his martial soul alongside me, named Peng Hu. I thought, why not? Let us go see him. I was bored anyway, and it would provide some companionship during training. We made our way to Peng Hu's father's blacksmith shop. As soon as Peng Hu's father saw me, he reacted as though he had encountered the god of wealth, urgently inquiring how to gain admission to Shrek Academy. I laid down the conditions. Reach level 20 by the age of 12. Considering Sister Anna's reputation, if he obtained his first soul ring before the age of 7.5, I would plead with the teachers on his behalf. They both considered this quite challenging. Without hesitation, I placed my Soul Master notebook on the table, revealing my status as a level 14 Soul Master. Their expressions were akin to witnessing a ghost. I felt a rush of satisfaction and calmly informed them, "At Shrek, we only accept prodigies, not ordinary individuals." The chubby boy, Pang Hu, immediately lit up with admiration, and once his father agreed, he rushed over to embrace me, excitedly declaring, "Brother Xiao Ma, from now on, if you point me east, I will not go west. If you tell me to catch a chicken, I will not steal a dog." What a bold proclamation. His father, infuriated, smacked him on the back of the head, and I quickly intervened. "This lad has potential. I like him." I took Pang Hu back to the academy and promptly reported to Zhao Wujin. Initially, Zhao Wujin was reluctant, frowning and stating that this was not a children's shelter. I silenced him with 2 points. First, he was recommended by our major benefactor, the Mei family, and second, he possessed innate soul power of level 7. Zhao Wujin's expression shifted rapidly, and he stroked his chin, acknowledging, innate level 7 is quite impressive, with diligent training. He should meet the standards. It was amusing. These teachers were all so pragmatic. Meanwhile, I had just convinced the chubby boy when Zhao Wujin could no longer contain himself. It's amusing how these old fellows who claim to be weary of fighting and wish to retire at Shrek suddenly become enthusiastic upon hearing about a talented newcomer. I casually mentioned to Zhao Wujin, "Teacher Zhao, this Pang Hu also has innate level 7, just like you. His talent is exceptional." Upon hearing the words, innate level 7, Zhao Wujin's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a hungry wolf spotting meat. I immediately added, "However, talent alone is insufficient. He needs someone to train him. I've laid down a strict order. If he does not reach the Soul Master realm within 6 months, he must pack his bags and leave." Just as I finished speaking, Zhao Wujin slapped his thigh, his face beaming with excitement. "All right, it's settled. Let us go see that boy. Who among my family understands?" The moment this old fellow heard the word training, he was revitalized, as if he had just been injected with enthusiasm. This was no retirement. He had clearly found a new toy. We hurried to the dormitory. As Pang Hu had just settled in, he genuinely perceived this shabby place as some kind of paradise. When I knocked on the door and entered, he wore a distressed expression and asked, "Brother Xiao Ma, you're not going to start training at this late hour, are you?" Little did he know that an even greater devil awaited outside. I called out to the door, "Teacher Zhao, come in." Once Zhao Wujin entered, his wide eyes began scanning Pang Hu like a searchlight. He didn't even bother assessing his talent or martial soul. He immediately started praising Pang Hu's physique. "Not bad, not bad. This build, this stature, reminds me of my youthful days." I was at a loss for words. Was he truly admiring his physique? Was I that kind of person? I was looking at potential. Pang Hu, though a bit foolish, was quite astute in manners. He immediately bowed and introduced himself. "Hello, Teacher Zhao. My name is Pang Hu. My martial soul is the Diamond Hammer, and I am 7 years old with level 8 soul power." His father had taught him well, as he knew that the teachers at Shrek were significant figures deserving of utmost respect. Upon hearing about the Diamond Hammer, Zhao Wujin became even more animated. This martial soul was a perfect match for his own great power Diamond Bear, both being mutated martial souls focused on strength and defense. He requested Pang Hu to display his martial soul, and the satisfaction on his face was palpable. Then came the astonishing moment. Zhao Wujin pondered for less than 3 seconds before making a stunning proposition. "Boy, do you wish to inherit my legacy and become my disciple?" I was dumbfounded, and Pang Hu was equally stunned, frozen in place. I quickly nudged him. "What are you waiting for? A soul sage is offering to take you as a disciple. You're in for a stroke of luck. Quick, kneel and pay your respects." At that moment, Pang Hu snapped out of it, grinning widely and without hesitation. He dropped to his knees, knocking his head 3 times. "Teacher, please accept me as your disciple." What a swift reaction and remarkable execution. I'd said it before. This boy undoubtedly possessed something special within him. Zhao Wujin laughed heartily, swiftly helping Pang Hu to his feet, his heart filled with joy. However, amidst the merriment, he had to deliver a stern warning. "Boy, do not rejoice too soon. Being a disciple means the training will be even more intense. The goals set by Hongjun must be met, or you will still be sent away." Pang Hu's smile immediately faltered. As I stood there, reveling in his misfortune and preparing to deliver some sarcastic remarks, Zhao Wujin's gaze suddenly shifted to me. "You too, do not laugh. Look at how much weight you've gained in the past 6 months. Starting tomorrow, you both will train together. Rise at 5. run 10 laps around the academy every day, without exception. At that moment, I felt utterly despondent. Who among my family understands? I simply wanted someone to share in my suffering, only to find myself ensnared in the same predicament. This maneuver had indeed backfired. Thus commenced a grueling 6-month training regimen for Pang Hu and me. Those days were hardly bearable. However, the results were undeniably remarkable. After half a year, Pang Hu, albeit with some struggles, reached the realm of Soul Master and officially remained at the academy. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed, and I turned 10, my soul power soaring to level 24. Strangely, the condition to unlock the second hidden soul ring of my 3-leaf Clover martial soul turned out to be kindness, which seemed absurd. During these 3 years, helping elderly women cross the street had nearly become my KPI, and the villagers would commend me as a good child. Yet the soul ring remained silent. My dear friend, are you truly serious? Is my kindness not pure enough? Never mind, let fate take its course. On this day, the annual enrollment event has arrived once more, and I find myself seated beside Pang Hu at the registration desk, observing teacher Li Yusong as he sifts through prospective students. Boredom nearly lulling us into slumber. At that moment, a golden-haired gentleman makes a dazzling entrance. Standing at 6 feet tall, with flowing golden locks and strikingly captivating eyes. He possesses an appearance that is undeniably charismatic. Yet he chooses to skip the line, flaunting his soul ring with a haughty demeanor. Yellow, purple, a 30-something soul master. He seems desperate for everyone to recognize his prowess. I was instantly incensed. Who does this fellow think he is, acting arrogant on my Shrek Academy turf? And looking more dashing than I? This I cannot tolerate. I must confront him. It's time for some on-the-spot education. I rose from my seat, taking 1 step, 2 steps, 3, each step accompanied by the display of my own soul rings. Yellow, purple. My 3 rings shone even brighter than his, rendering him momentarily speechless. I approached him, gazing down my nose at him, mimicking his arrogant pose as I proclaimed, "Is the Baihu martial soul truly remarkable? I, too, possess a phoenix martial soul. As a newcomer, do you not know the rules? You should address your senior as big brother." Pang Hu, in a state of mild panic, whispered urgently from behind, "Xiao Ma Ge. Xiao Ma Ge, don't scare away the god of wealth. The dean will have our heads." Without turning back, I retorted, "Silence. This newcomer dares to flaunt his soul ring before us seniors. This is a sign of disrespect. I am merely reclaiming my dignity, understand?" The golden-haired gentleman, known as Dai Mubai, surprisingly did not take offense. Rather, he appeared somewhat astonished. "I did not expect to find a soul master of your age at Shrek Academy." I nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Leaning closer, I whispered in a tone only we could hear, "My apologies, but you might be mistaken. To me, you seem rather old. I am merely 10 years old this year." Dai Mubai's expression froze instantly. I reveled in his bewilderment and boldly issued a challenge. "Enough of this chatter. How about a wager? Let us spar, and the loser shall refer to the winner as big brother from now on." His eyes glinted with intrigue as he replied, "Very well. However, if I win, along with every student in the academy, must address me as Dai Lauda." "Agreed," exclaimed Teacher Li, who seemed even more excited than we were. I smirked. "Deal." Pang Hu, inform him that in Shrek, my word holds weight. Pang Hu, grinning foolishly, confirmed, "Of course. Apart from my father and teachers, I only heed Xiao Ma Ge." Naturally, in this academy, it was just the 2 of us. How could he not listen to me? I waved my hand, signaling Pang Hu to clear the area. Dai Mubai assumed his stance, a smirk on his face. "All right then, I am eager to witness just how formidable a student from the Monster Academy truly is. Cool me." I beckoned him with a finger. "Be cautious," Dai Mubai shouted, summoning his Baihu martial soul in an instant. His claws, accompanied by a fierce wind, lunged straight for my chest. I could not help but laugh. Was that all? With a light spring of my feet, I vanished like a wraith, his powerful strike passing through my afterimage and grasping only emptiness. Dai Mubai was momentarily dazed. His expression resembled that of a person whose phone had suddenly lost connection mid-scroll, shock intertwined with confusion. He muttered a curse, but the astonishment in his eyes was undeniable. Quick to recover, he realized he couldn't reach me in close combat and quickly distanced himself, unleashing his second soul skill, Baihu Lai Guang Bo. A massive beam of white light surged toward me. Could I allow him to hit me? Absolutely not. With a thought, my San Yi Chao martial soul erupted forth, growing wildly before me, forming a thick and dense wall of vines. The light wave collided with it, exploding upon impact. While many vines were severed, they could not penetrate. Then the real magic happened. I shouted, Wuhuan Jai Sai. This was the hidden skill of my San, Yi Chao martial soul. Those severed vines and leaves instantly regrew. The speed at which he destroyed was perfectly countered by my regeneration. For those who understand, it was like he was futilely scratching at my back. His efforts were utterly wasted. Unable to contain my taunting, I remarked, "Is that it? Such a meager display? You talk a big game, yet strike like a water gun?" In truth, I was elated. I had always wondered how much strength my ghost slayer breathing technique had bestowed upon me. Now, testing it against Dai Mubai, I was gaining clarity. My speed was undoubtedly at the level of a swift attack soul master. My soul power purity was also comparable to his in direct confrontation. Delightful. Dai Mubai's face turned shade of blue, but instead of becoming reckless, he chuckled coldly. "Is that so? Do you believe it is all I possess?" No sooner had he spoken when his third soul ring, the purple thousand-year ring, illuminated. Baihu Jinangbian. In an instant, he radiated golden light, his muscles swelling as if inflated, making him nearly as tall as I. A notification chimed in my mind, akin to an embedded AI. Baihu Jinangbian, attack defense. Strength increased by 100. I finally took him seriously. To be honest, this was the first time I felt genuine danger since my arrival. After his transformation, his power and defense surely surpassed mine. I could only seek opportunities through speed and attack. Once transformed, he pounded his chest like a gorilla, roaring as he charged toward me. He wished to engage in hand-to-hand combat. I would not oblige. The breathing technique within me shifted instantly to the fire-breathing technique, causing my soul power to erupt. As he swung a punch, I stood my ground, clenching my fist to meet his. With a resounding crash, our fists collided, sending shockwaves that lifted the dust from the ground. We both staggered back, but while I retreated 5 steps, he only took 3. His strength was indeed impressive. My hand tingled slightly from the impact, but mere strength would not secure a victory. Third soul skill, Imoyu Kongun. My San Yi Chao martial soul shone brilliantly, and as the light faded, it transformed into a long staff, entirely emerald and radiating a precious glow. Teacher Li, observing from the sidelines, was utterly captivated. Let me tell you, this staff was designed specifically for combating tigers. Dai Mubai appeared stunned. What soul skill is this? It can change forms? I reveled in my triumph, loudly declaring, "This is a special soul skill. Do you understand? You've already used your third soul ring, and I'm just getting started. Surrender now." I spoke deliberately for the audience's benefit, hoping they would believe this was also my third soul skill. Dai Mubai, unwilling to concede, scoffed. "Dream on." He took his stance, waiting for me to make the first move. Would I grant him that wish? I bellowed, "Dahu Gun Fa, first style, bang to go 2. Then, I began to twirl the staff in a flamboyant display. Just as Dai Mubai prepared to mock me, the staff suddenly glowed brightly, my speed reaching its zenith as I brought it crashing down toward his forehead. Though the staff appeared to be made of jade, it was as light as a feather, not hindering my speed in the least. Dai Mubai's face drained of color as he quickly summoned a Baihu protective shield. With a sharp crack, my staff met his shield. Though the power was absorbed, the staff itself was substantial. It left a significant bump on his forehead. He winced and pointed at me, exclaiming, "You little rascal. That was a sneak attack. It doesn't count. Let us start over." Did I care? I was laughing internally. Yet I feigned a mispronunciation of my technique. To go gun, Fa, 36 style, Tian Xiao Wu Go. Without hesitation, I poured all my remaining soul power into the staff, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful downward strike aimed right at the bump on his forehead. "Baihu Hushinjiao," Dai Mubai shouted once more. But his soul power was only sufficient to absorb energy. It could not withstand the physical impact of the staff. Once again, the same spot echoed with the sound, and that bag had doubled in size. Dai Mubai's handsome face contorted with fury, his sleeves rolled up, ready to engage in a fierce battle with me. "Enough." Teacher Li, unable to bear the sight any longer, declared draw. He was aware that I still had toxins left in my arsenal. Had we truly fought, Dai Mubai would have been laid out flat. He then turned to Dai Mubai and said, "Congratulations, you have successfully joined Shrek Academy." Dai Mubai, a straightforward man, gasped for breath and admitted, "I lost, but I'm not one to shy away from defeat." Seeing his candidness, I quickly patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right from now on, we are classmates. We must fight to truly know one another." Of course, had I been nursing 2 lumps on my head, I wouldn't have been so gracious. This incident was soon behind us. Accompanied by my little brother Fat Tiger and the newly arrived Dai Mubai, we commenced a tour of our magnificent academy. Dai Mubai gazed at the dilapidated entrance with confusion until his eyes fell upon the wooden plaques hanging on either side of the door. One read, "The mountain need not be high. A spirit makes it renowned," while the other displayed our motto, "Only monsters are admitted. Ordinary people need not apply." I must say, the transformation in his gaze was instantaneous, morphing from confusion to admiration. He was thoroughly captivated by my portrayal of a master among common folk. Just as we were wandering, a cleaning lady, Jean de Ma, spotted me and greeted me with exuberance. "Ah, Hongjun, is this the new student? Have you eaten yet? My daughter Tsuehua has prepared your favorite braised pork. Come over to my place for a meal. I froze in place." Tsuehua. Once again, Tsuehua. I quickly signaled to Dai Mubai, who, being astute, immediately responded, "Yes, I just arrived and am unfamiliar with the surroundings. I need help getting acquainted." Once Zhang de Ma left with a sigh, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "Brother, who is Tsuehua?" I sighed. "Don't mention it. The village aunties are overly enthusiastic and always want to introduce their daughters to me. Alas, being handsome comes with its own burdens." I led them to the dormitory and then to the dining hall. As we reached the entrance of the dining hall, we spotted Fat Tiger waiting there, accompanied by a handsome boy with silver hair and enchanting peach blossom eyes. Upon seeing me, Fat Tiger exclaimed as if he had spotted a long-lost father. "Little Ma, you finally made it. This is Oscar, brought by Teacher Xiao." The handsome lad was quite polite, introducing himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Oscar. We shall be classmates from now on." Looking at his pristine face, a mischievous thought crossed my mind, and I feigned an air of inscrutability. "I am Ma Hongjun. In the academy, you may call me Little Ma. If you require anything, I shall look after you." Oscar, being rather earnest, immediately looked up at me with admiration and called out, "Little Ma." Dai Mubai and Fat Tiger struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning purple. They knew full well that there were hardly any people in this academy, including the teachers. I nodded in satisfaction, thinking to myself, this one is teachable. "Kulme, let us dine." However, that meal was nothing short of a bitter reminder of hardship. The meat in the dishes was so scarce, it could only be found with a microscope. The four of us, grown men, surrounded a table laden with vegetarian dishes, our grievances nearly reaching the ceiling. Dai Mubai and Oscar gained a new and profound understanding of our frugal principal, Flandra. And guess what? The miserly principal decided to surprise us the very next day. Early the following morning, we were summoned to the small square. I rushed and was the last to arrive. Just as I took my place, that old fox, Flandra, launched into a tirade, questioning, "Hongjun, why arrive so late? Is your martial soul acting up again?" I tell you, his tone was not one of reprimand, but rather an offering of a hand. I seized the opportunity and replied, "The daughter of the Duke is rather clingy. What can I do?" Goodness! Oscar's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He likely felt he had found a kindred spirit, gazing at me with an understanding glimmer. Then Flandra commenced his his opening speech for the new semester. It was filled with trivialities, but in summary, he emphasized 2 points: unite his classmates and refrain from arson and homicide. Then came the crucial moment when Oscar inquired about our classes. Flandra, in a couple of sentences, revealed his true nature. The curriculum will focus on practical combat. However, before that, tuition fees must be paid. 100 gold soul coins per person. 100 gold soul coins. The faces of Dai Mubai and Oscar turned pale. But I, Ma Hongjun, Flandra's cherished disciple, was exempted. Witnessing their envious and resentful expressions was an absolute delight. Once they begrudgingly paid their dues, Flandra's demeanor shifted dramatically. He promptly announced today's training regimen: run from the academy to Soto City and back 5 times. Without utilizing soul power, Oscar was left utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. He nearly ascended to the heavens right there. As a support type, how could he manage to run a marathon relying solely on his physical strength? That would surely be a matter of life and death. Although Dai Mubai belonged to the assault type, he looked equally grave. What did that old coot Flandre do? After making his announcement, he vanished, heading in the direction of his office, undoubtedly to count his money. Dai Mubai, still bewildered, asked me, "Is the principal just leaving like that? Isn't he worried we'll slack off?" I directed him to inquire with Fat Tiger, who had previously been caught slacking by teacher Zhao Wujia and had faced quite the punishment. He was seasoned in such matters. I patted Oscar on the shoulder, offering him some encouraging words, With many rings, there are many bones. With few rings, there are few bones. Running is a life-saving skill. It must be practiced. Then I dashed ahead. Only while running did I realize how arduous this task was. Before long, Oscar's small frame could no longer keep up. His face turned as pale as a sheet. Unable to watch him struggle, I instructed him to stick close behind me to break the wind. He looked puzzled and asked why. I pondered how to explain the principles of aerodynamics to him and simply replied, "Don't ask. It's metaphysics. Just stay close to me." After enduring the training, I swiftly teleported to the Rose Hotel in Soto City, my personal supply station. Sister Mayana had long prepared a lavish spread of ice attribute soul beast meat, and I devoured it with great enthusiasm. Once sated, I informed her that I might not require this meal to suppress my evil fire anymore. She immediately grew anxious, inquiring quietly if I intended to resolve the matter in a particular way. Who among my family would understand? She actually thought I was planning to visit a brothel. I hurried to clarify that I, Ma Hongjun, was a respectable individual. Although society may laugh at the poor while not at the prostitutes, I too have my principles. Sensing the atmosphere had turned awkward, I attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, saying, "Sister, I no longer wish to strive. Please support me." To my surprise, she turned the tables on me, half jokingly and half seriously asking if I could still pursue other women if I were with her. In a moment of impulsiveness, I blurted out, "I, Ma Hongjun, aspire to be a godlike man. How could I forsake an entire forest for a single tree?" Immediately after speaking, I regretted it. Sister May Anna's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, she retreated to her room, leaving me with only the back of her head to contemplate. I was left utterly bewildered. It was merely a jest. The complexities of a woman's heart are far more intricate than our soul skills. Thus began 3 days of Cold War. 3 days later, Flanders summoned us to the square, announcing good news. For the next month, there will be no running. Oscar nearly erupted with joy, ready to pop champagne. Yet, Flanders' next words dashed his spirits, because we shall be heading to the Stardow Forest for a month of practical training. Oscar's joyous expression instantly froze. Before we could process this news, Flander mentioned he would introduce us to 2 new sisters. Just as he finished speaking, 2 beautiful women emerged from behind the teaching building. One exuded a heroic aura, while the other radiated an air of nobility. Upon closer inspection, I recognized one as my long-lost sister, Ma Xiao Dai, and the other as Mayana, who was still upset with me. The journey to the forest was dreadfully dull, so I began recounting the tale of Journey to the West, starting from the segment involving the Kingdom of Women. I tell you, the impact of that story was monumental. Everyone was captivated. Even that old coot Flandra was eavesdropping with perked ears. When the king of the Kingdom of Daughters asked Tang Sung whether he would marry or not, I intentionally left them in suspense. Mayana guessed that Tang Sung had left, while Sister Xiao Dai speculated that he had stayed. I chuckled and said, "You are both mistaken. Tang Sung did say he would marry, but his steed, the white dragon horse, misheard it as drive and took off at full speed." Fat Tiger rolled on the ground in laughter, while the faces of the 2 sisters turned green with anger, insisting that I change the ending. How could I possibly alter it? Instead, I broke into song and serenaded them with Daughter's Heart. To my surprise, the effect was remarkable, and the atmosphere was instantly elevated. As I sang passionately, I suddenly felt a transformation in my breathing technique, as if a new ability had awakened within me. I pondered the utility of this newly unlocked sound breathing, concluding that aside from enhancing my singing, it was merely a companion to my artistry. Just then, Mayana interjected, "Why did you suddenly stop your beautiful singing? Can you not make it longer?" My temper flared. "Short?" I retorted, "This is what I call a strategic intermission. Do you understand the essence of art? Moreover, my golden voice must be preserved." Yet, I must admit, once I began singing, the results were indeed impressive. Mayana and Sister Xiao Dai immediately declared their desire to become my disciples to learn Daughter's Heart. Dai Mubai and Oscar looked on with eager expressions, their eyes glued to me. Naturally, I readily agreed and generously offered to teach them together. Little did they know my ulterior motives. With their off-key croaking, they would serve as my backup singers. When Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong joined us later, the contrast would be striking, their shrill voices contrasting with my celestial tones. This operation was a clever reverse marketing strategy, using their mediocrity to highlight my brilliance. Thus, our group set forth into the Xingdou Great Forest. Let me tell you, this place is truly impressive, with trees towering like skyscrapers, casting an eerie shadow. Old Flander, acting as our guide, informed us that the forest is divided into 5 zones. We were currently at the edge, aiming for the outer ring. Beyond that lay the mix zone, the core zone, and finally the infamous riddle zone, said to be a land of great peril. Daimu Bai, ever the curious one, began to ask questions. Flander coolly replied, I don't know. I read about it in ancient texts. You are too inexperienced to be asking foolish questions. With that, he continued on, leaving our curiosity piqued. As we entered the outer ring, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Flander's demeanor became serious as he declared that from now on, unless we were on the brink of death, he would not intervene, insisting we form our own teams. It was then that he revealed to everyone that I, Ma Hongjun, possessed a twin martial soul and had come to find a good first soul ring for my second martial soul. Of course, he did not mention the secret of my hidden soul ring or the ability to unlock breathing techniques. We had all sworn to keep this confidential, not out of distrust, but because my secret was simply too significant. Until I had grown stronger, discretion was essential. If anyone learned of my treasure, they might well seize me for research. After a long journey, night fell, and Flander finally called for a halt, instructing us to set up camp. To our astonishment, he suggested that we all squeeze into one large tent for safety. The most ridiculous part was that I was assigned to sleep between Mate Anna and Sister Xiao Dai. I felt a chill run down my spine, and Oscar, with a lecherous grin, suggested, Hey, Brother Ma, why don't we switch places? I have better self-control than you. Before I could respond, two fierce glares shot in our direction. Following the gaze, I saw Mei Anna making a cutting motion towards Oscar, her eyes darting between us. Oscar immediately backed down, chuckling nervously. No, I trust you can control yourself. I'll stick with Fat Tiger, he S-warm. A coward with ulterior motives. Later that night, as I drifted in and out of sleep, a sudden loud crash echoed from outside the tent, shaking the ground. I sprang up, flinging open the tent flap, only to be greeted by the sight of Flander engaged in a fierce battle with a giant scorpion the size of a small car. The creature was snow white with a fiery red stinger, clearly no ordinary foe. Yet, Flander was fierce, holding his own against it without even unleashing his martial soul. Daimu Bai and the others emerged, astonished and questioning what was happening. At that moment, it was my turn to impress. Clearing my throat, I calmly explained, It's the king of the earth. Look at its aura of menace. It is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. However, before a teacher, it is but a child. I felt a surge of satisfaction. These companions had clearly let their guards down. Had Flander not been present, we would have faced annihilation. Mayana recognized it too, adding that this scorpion was at least a millennium old, a true rarity. While we were conversing, Flander finished his battle, dusting off his hands and calling out to me. Hongjun, come inspect the spoils. A 4,000-year-old king of the earth, a fire attribute gem, perfectly suited for your martial soul. What could I do but enthusiastically comply? I instantly donned an expression of fervent admiration, exclaiming, Teacher, you are incredible. Such a powerful soul beast is like child's play in your hands. The might of a soul saint is truly terrifying. Flander feigned modesty, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his pride. I approached, pointing at the scorpion's tail, continuing my educational monologue. You see, its tail has 9 segments, each representing 500 years of cultivation. This one certainly has 4,500 years. It will serve as the first soul ring for my second martial soul. Though it presents a challenge, it is manageable. Daimu Bai and the others looked utterly astonished, their expressions conveying their admiration for my vast knowledge. After my display, I didn't hesitate to draw my dagger and swiftly dispatch the king of the earth, ensuring a peaceful passage for it. As my final blow landed, a deep purple soul ring materialized with a hum. I immediately sat cross-legged, summoned my evil fire phoenix martial soul, and began the absorption process. Let me tell you, the sensation was extraordinary. At first, the energy felt gentle, akin to soaking in a hot spring. But within moments, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A torrent of violent energy surged into my body, as if it aimed to tear me apart, causing my face to pale and nearly pushing me to the brink of unconsciousness. I realized I had underestimated the 4,500-year soul ring. I steeled my resolve, refusing to succumb, and activated my external breathing technique, sun breathing. Instantly, my physical abilities doubled. The excruciating pain eased slightly as I gritted my teeth, methodically digesting the raging energy. However, just as I completed the soul ring absorption and thought I could finally relax, an unexpected turn of events occurred. I realized I was still in a daze, as a peculiar energy began to emanate from the king of the earth's corpse. surging towards me. To my astonishment, this was an external soul bone. Yet, this energy was laced with the scorpion's overwhelming resentment, bombarding my mind like a wave of spiritual pollution. Though the sun breathing could gradually dissipate it, the process was too slow. I decided to take a gamble. Instantly, I switched my breathing technique to flame breathing. With a thunderous roar, a wave of searing pain engulfed my entire body, and the enhancement from sun breathing vanished, causing the agony to multiply. Yet, the effect was remarkable. The domineering absorption characteristic of flame breathing transformed the resentment into fuel, incinerating it in an instant, converting it into pure energy which I absorbed. By the time I finally digested all the energy, dawn was approaching. As I opened my eyes, I was met with the bewildered stares of Flander and the others, as if I were some sort of monster. Flander's eyes were still red, indicating he had shed tears. Rising to my feet, I asked in utter confusion, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face?" Dai Mubai stifled a laugh, his expression oddly playful as he winked at me. "Brother, do you not feel that the breeze today is rather boisterous?" "Breeze?" I lowered my gaze and was struck with horror. My family, who understands, knows that I was utterly bare. My clothes had been obliterated by energy, leaving not even a shred to cover myself. The cool air swept past, and I was instantly petrified, my face turning as red as a monkey's backside. I dashed into the nearby bushes, exposing only my head, and shouted at Fat Tiger, "Hurry, lend me some clothes." That rascal Fat Tiger intentionally teased me, chuckling, "The boss is indeed the boss. You are quite large." When I finally managed to clothe myself and emerged pretending as if nothing had happened, Flander rushed over, patting my shoulder excitedly, inquiring about my well-being. I checked my body. The base of my spine was itching, and I immediately understood. I suppressed my excitement and said, "Teacher, it seems that besides my soul skill, I have acquired something wonderful. My first soul skill is called Phoenix's Crying Sky Strike, which can stun opponents within a 5-meter radius and comes with a magma burning effect. It is a powerful control burst technique." As soon as I finished speaking, everyone gasped in awe. Flander nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Not bad. The first soul ring is a super-limited 4,500-year soul ring. You, my boy, will henceforth be the sharpest blade in our team." I feigned a sigh. Alas, the blue consumption is too high. I feel that my current soul power is only sufficient for one use. Flander rolled his eyes at me. "You should count your blessings. While others struggle with yellow and white soul rings, you have jumped straight to the top. What more could you wish for?" I must say, the look in the eyes of the nearby Xiao Ao was almost envious to the point of tears as he exclaimed, "Brother, this is excessive. You're complaining about such a powerful skill? If it were me, I would be content with a dozen." Seeing the fervent gazes of everyone, I felt a bit guilty. Thus, I decided to push the boundaries a little further. I must tell you at that moment, I felt a sudden intense itch in my lower back that was utterly unbearable. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, my newly changed pants tore a hole. A completely white, scorpion-like tail, resembling jade, shot out from my tailbone. The tip of the tail bore a fiery red barbed hook, sharp as could be. It was my first time revealing it, and controlling it proved immensely challenging. My body trembled, and sweat poured down as I barely managed to stand, awkwardly smiling at everyone. "Ahem, sorry everyone, it's a bit itchy, I couldn't control it." In truth, this was my greatest harvest this time. Flander's face turned pale in an instant. He dashed over, lowering his voice to shout at me, "You fool. This is an external soul bone. Quickly retract it. Do you want to die?" I was somewhat indignant at the time, muttering, "There are no outsiders here. Why the urgency? I'm just getting familiar. My family knows that this external soul bone is as precious as 100,000-year soul ring. When first acquired, if not properly bonded with the body, it could be forcibly removed." Flander feared that some wandering expert might develop malicious intent and take me away for experimentation. Dai Mubai and the others were utterly baffled. Completely unaware of the riddle Flander and I were unraveling. It was Dai Mubai, with his vast experience, who pondered and asked Flander, "Director, seeing you so anxious, could this be the soul bone of the Earth King?" Soul bone. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others nearly popped out, their envious gazes practically piercing through me. Flander confirmed that there were no outsiders around and finally relaxed, explaining, "Indeed, it is a soul bone. More precious than ordinary soul bones, an external soul bone. The most remarkable aspect is that it can grow and level up alongside the Soul Master." Meanwhile, I secretly activated the breath of the sun, instantly doubling my physical prowess. and finally managed to retract that disobedient tail. Then I turned to Dai Mubai, playfully patting his shoulder. Dai, are you not envious of my fortune? No need to be jealous. You shall never have it. Dai Mubai's face darkened, as if he were a pot bottom. Had he not been unable to defeat me, he might have challenged me right then and there. With a forced smile, he pulled Oscar closer. Well, who can say what the future holds, right, Xiao Ao? Xiao Ao chimed in. Exactly. What if I also stumble upon good luck in the future? Flander, unable to watch any longer, doused us with cold water. Do you think external soul bones grow on trees? Instead of dreaming, you might as well train hard. Seeing the atmosphere shift, I quickly tried to lighten the mood, all right, just a joke. Come, let us brainstorm and give my new treasure a magnificent name. Oscar was the first to respond. How about calling it Earth's Tail? What do you think? I shot him a disdainful look. That sounds terrible. I'm not a monkey. Dai Mubai also joined in with suggestions. Why not call it the Emperor's Whip? I shuddered at the name. It sounded suspiciously like a certain health supplement. Quite odd indeed. Thankfully, Sister Mayana proposed. It resembles a whip and is derived from the Earth King. Why not combine a character from each and call it Earth Whip? Excellent. We shall call it Earth Whip, I decisively declared, eager to prevent them from concocting any more peculiar names. With that settled, Flander urged us to continue our journey to find soul rings for Mayana and Ma Xiaoyao. By the way, along the way, Flander mentioned that Master Yu Xiaojiang would be coming to the academy in 2 years to teach. I couldn't help but chuckle. That fellow is quite adept in theory, but I truly cannot commend his character. He is merely leveraging the connections of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I was essentially preparing a nest egg for him in advance. Over the next several days, everything went exceptionally smoothly. Both Mayana and Xiaoyao acquired suitable third soul rings. I too kept busy, absorbing my second soul ring, an 8,000-year flame phoenix. My new skill is called Sunfire Charge. Let me tell you, it is practically a lock-on attack. A fiery spear shoots out with a whoosh, automatically homing in on the target, leaving them no choice but to take it head-on, truly domineering. Moreover, the blue consumption is manageable, so I no longer have to worry about depleting my energy after a single strike. We returned to Shrek Academy safely, and even Flander remarked on our good fortune. Little did he know, this was all thanks to my lucky Clover spirit. Upon returning to the academy, I found that I could now control my external soul bone with ease. However, I was still preoccupied with another crucial matter. My 3-leaf Clover spirit's second hidden soul ring had yet to materialize. Thus, I set my sights on the legendary ice and fire yin-yang in Tiando City. I approached Flander directly, stating, Teacher, I have found a solution to the Phoenix spirit's flaw. You must accompany me to Tiando City. He was happily counting money, not bothering to look up to Tiando City. How expensive. You might as well find a girlfriend in Soto City. Mayana would be a fine choice. I interrupted him. This matter requires the assistance of the Blue Tyrant Academy's director, Lu Erlong. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's name, his hand froze mid-motion. Seizing the opportunity, I emphasized, I need the help of the wife of my teacher to introduce me to Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Flander feigned annoyance, insisting, Do not speak nonsense. She is not your teacher's wife. Yet his grin widened, betraying his excitement. Without further ado, he entrusted Academy Affairs to Zhao Wujin and hurriedly whisked me off to Tiando City. His impatience was palpable. It was clear he was eager to reunite with an old flame. 10 days later, we finally arrived in Tiando City. The grandeur was astonishing. The city walls were exceedingly high. As we entered the city gates, we immediately spotted a recruitment notice for Lamba Academy posted on the adjacent wall, clearly indicating their pressing need for teachers. Flander intended to meet an old flame, and thus needed to enhance his appearance. I encouraged him to purchase a sharp new suit from a clothing store, and of course I treated myself to a new outfit as well, with him graciously covering the expenses. After our transformations, we arrived at the gates of Lamba Academy. Upon seeing the sprawling campus nestled within the forest, which was 10 times larger than that of Shrek Academy, Flander momentarily faltered, contemplating retreat. I quickly rallied his spirits, exclaiming, What are you afraid of, teacher? We've come this far. Aunt Erlong and the master are merely cousins. There's no future there. Your opportunity awaits. Display your confidence. And do not be a sycophant. Happiness is something one must strive for. With my encouragement, Flander finally mustered the courage to approach the entrance, only to be halted by the gatekeeper. I promptly stepped forward, politely introducing Flander as a prominent figure within the golden iron triangle of Feixiang. However, the gatekeeper, displaying a professional demeanor, insisted on proof of identity. With no alternative, Flander activated his martial spirit, showcasing 7 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black. The aura of a soul sage overwhelming the gatekeeper. The guard, visibly intimidated, bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "Esteemed soul sage, please enter. I shall notify the dean immediately." Under the guidance of the gatekeeper, we made our way toward the back mountain of the academy. I whispered to Flander, "Remember, maintain an air of aloofness. Be serious. Exude the charm of a powerful CEO. Do not fawn." He agreed verbally, but then playfully threatened me, stating that if this endeavor failed, I would owe him a debt of gold soul coins with interest. I was astounded. Even in such a moment, he was preoccupied with money. Arriving at a serene courtyard at the back mountain, the gatekeeper called out inside. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman clad in a blue skirt emerged from a wooden cabin. I must say, her hair was slightly damp, and her cheeks bore a rosy hue, clearly having just bathed. She was the epitome of allure, leaving me momentarily entranced. This was Lu Erlong. Upon spotting Flander, she exclaimed with delight, "Fla, how did you know I was here? You look quite dapper today." Just as Flander was about to smile broadly, I shot him a warning glance, prompting him to adopt a serious expression and mimic my earlier advice, saying, "Ahem. It's acceptable, I suppose. I've come for a serious matter that requires your assistance." Lu Erlong, intrigued yet accommodating, replied, "What could possibly bring the esteemed Fla to seek my help? Let us speak inside. I shall not refuse anything within my capability." Once inside, Flander explained his purpose. Upon hearing his request, Lu Erlong agreed to facilitate an introduction to Yu Tianheng. Realizing this was a promising development, I quickly sweetened the moment, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sister Erlong. You are truly beautiful. No wonder our teacher speaks of you so often." Flander's face flushed, yet he restrained himself from revealing my playful teasing. Lu Erlong chuckled, her smile brightening, but corrected me. "Such flattery. You should refer to me as Auntie." With newfound boldness, I directly flirted, "Aunt Erlong, have you ever considered having a gifted child like me? Our teacher has long desired children, yet he remains fixated on one woman, preventing him from marrying and starting a family." Ahem. Flander could no longer contain himself and coughed, attempting to redirect the conversation according to our earlier plan. All right. Erlong, it has been years since we last met. Let us go out for a meal, my treat." Upon hearing Flander's invitation, Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grinned. "Oh, Fla, have you struck it rich? I've never seen you this generous. Let's head to Zue Chun Lu. Today, I plan to extract a hefty sum from you." Flander, typically frugal, appeared visibly distressed at the prospect of spending money. Coughing lightly as he feigned, "Ahem, I may be stingy with others, but never with you, Erlong." His expression was one of barely contained agony, almost as though my heart were bleeding for him. Meanwhile, Aunt Erlong, perceptive as ever, was well aware of Flander's feelings, likely believing he was concealing them adeptly. She chose not to confront him, feigning ignorance of the underlying tension as she urged us to depart. The atmosphere between these two was rife with unspoken currents, akin to a contemporary drama unfolding. Just as we were about to exit, I noticed freshly sliced cucumber on the table and cheekily inquired, "Aunt Erlong, your skin is so well maintained. You don't rely solely on this, do you?" Upon hearing, her eyes narrowed with a hint of jealousy as she replied, "These are my specially cultivated spiritual cucumbers, excellent for beauty and skin health." Then, glancing at my smooth complexion, she suddenly found the cucumbers unappealing. Understanding the moment, I immediately sought to extend benefits to my teacher Flander, exclaiming, "You must provide some for my teacher as well. If he could possess even a fraction of your radiance, he would be as handsome as Wu Yinzu." Aunt Erlong merely chuckled, yet Flander, upon hearing this, grew somber and began to impart wisdom about cherishing what one has before it's too late. I thought to myself, wouldn't it be simpler just to go for it? However, he swiftly transitioned back to his usual generous self, exclaiming, "Let us go. Zue Chun Lu. We shall not return until we are inebriated." Upon arrival, my mind was racing with calculations. Aunt Erlong had already sent someone to summon Yu Tianheng, and my objective was clear, his girlfriend, Du Guyan. However, I couldn't directly state that I could cure her poison, lest I be labeled a fraud. The script had to unfold like this. First, I would become acquainted with Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, then casually discover her affliction, before stepping in to save her. This was the perfect plan, you see. Entering the private room, Aunt Erlong teased Flander, This meal will cost over 100 gold soul coins. Shall I cover it instead? Just as Flander boasted that money was no object, I seized the menu, exclaiming, Teacher, Aunt Erlong has called for you Tianheng. We must order more dishes. Flander's expression was priceless, as if his heart were breaking. Yet he insisted. Order whatever you wish, don't hold back. Could I possibly hold back? I pointed to the fabled fried rice priced at 10 gold soul coins per serving. This one for Aunt Erlong and one for me. Teacher, you don't enjoy rice, do you? Aren't I thoughtful? Flander's face turned pale. Yet he nodded in agreement, saying he didn't need any. Then I ordered a variety of expensive dishes, feeling as though Flander's soul power was draining alongside his wallet. After several rounds of drinks, the dishes had yet to arrive, and Aunt Erlong was already feeling the effects of the alcohol. At that moment, the door swung open, and lo and behold, the main characters arrived. Yu Qianheng entered with a group of handsome men and beautiful women, instantly captivating the atmosphere. Aunt Erlong, now alert, introduced us with flair. Could I let them slip away? Without waiting for others to speak, I dashed forward, enthusiastically shaking Yu Tianheng's hand. Brother Tianheng, hello, I'm a Hongjun. Come, take a seat. No need to be shy. Today, my teacher is treating, and you all are gathering for a meal, right? What a coincidence. Yu Qianheng was momentarily bewildered by my exuberance, while a stunning beauty with purple hair and blue eyes behind him burst into laughter. I realized this was none other than my target, Du Guyan. With renewed determination, I ensured that everyone in their group was seated, declaring that today they would accompany my teacher to reclaim the cost of the meal. After tasting the exorbitantly priced fried rice, I found it indeed exquisite and shouted to the waiter, another 8 servings of bo tu zhai fried rice. Facing Flander from across the table, I could sense that he was utterly petrified. To my delight, Du Guyan, seemingly impressed by me, declared, I would like a serving as well. Then she smiled and introduced herself. I am Du Guyan, Tianheng's girlfriend. This is my best friend, Yi Lingling, the ice beauty of our academy, who is still single. As she spoke, she pushed a frosty young lady in white beside her forward. Upon seeing this unexpected assist, I immediately sweetly exclaimed, Both of you sisters are so beautiful. I then introduced myself along with my rank, casually adding, I'm almost 11 years old this year. The entire room fell silent in an instant, and everyone looked at me as if to say, Are you kidding me? Flander quickly stepped in to rescue me, explaining that my unusual martial soul was the reason for my early development and that I possessed innate full soul power. This shifted their gazes from that of a con artist to that of a rare phenomenon. Du Guyan suddenly understood, laughing as she said, Oh, so you're the younger brother. That is quite young. I was thinking of introducing Lingling to you. Can I back down? I straightened my chest and declared, No, I can do this. Age is not a problem. However, my words did not amuse Yi Lingling, and the atmosphere grew a bit chilly. Realizing this would not do, I quickly thought of a brilliant line. A good-looking face is commonplace, but an interesting soul is 1 in a million. A person as exceptional as I can not only make you laugh but also protect you. How about that for a statement? Do you think it qualifies me to be a top influencer in 2025? You won't believe it, but the ice beauty, Yi Lingling, actually chuckled at my words. When she smiled, it was as if the ice melted and spring blossomed, simply stunning. Even more astonishing, her soul power surged, and due to her good mood, she broke through right on the spot. My goodness, has my charm become powerful enough to help others level up? Everyone stared in disbelief. Only then did Yu Tianheng react. Gravely introducing, Yi Lingling's martial soul is the only second healing divine skill, Jiu Xian Haitang, on the continent. I understood clearly. While this martial soul was indeed formidable, it was cursed, passed down through a singular lineage, meaning one must die for another to live. Alas, yet another beautiful yet tragic soul. Aunt Erlong was also a great help, directly asking Yi Lingling, What do you think of our Hongjun? I have heard that those from the Jiu Xian Haitang clan must find a gifted husband to break the curse. Goodness, that question was too direct. Instantly, 2 blushes appeared on Yi Lingling's frosty face as she stammered, I'm just a bit interested in him, glancing secretly at me. Flander, watching from the side, was clearly amused, his expression as if to say, Boy, your romantic fortune has arrived. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn awkward again, I quickly stepped in to ease the tension, narcissistically redirecting everyone's attention to myself. Oh, everyone, please don't be like this. While I admit I am quite handsome, Lingling is not such a superficial girl. Du Guyan could hardly contain her laughter, pointing at me. You think you are handsome? You are at most charming. Let's talk when you slim down. I immediately climbed aboard her bandwagon. Sister Yin Yin, you truly have an eye for talent. I believe I will definitely become a great handsome man in the future. Bursting into laughter, Yin exclaimed, Hongjun, you are too entertaining. All right, from now on in Tiando City, I will recognize you as my younger brother, and I will look after you. Inside, I was elated. The plan was a success. Had I not infiltrated the enemy's ranks? This drinking party was truly a divine assist. I tell you, the old man Flander, upon seeing Aunt Erlong, was utterly captivated, immediately suggesting they reminisce privately in a separate room, leaving me alone with the Tiando Royal Battle Team. My heart sank. Was this not an excellent opportunity for a solo mission? Initially, I wanted to maintain my composure and wait for the right moment to reveal my true intentions. However, to my surprise, Yin and Yi Lingling, seemingly demure beauties, could drink like champions. Claims of not having drunk before and having a low tolerance were merely a smokescreen. In the end, even the largest member of the Tiando team, Brother Shimo, was knocked down by Yin alone, which was simply absurd. Especially Yi Lingling, who kept toasting me, drinking more than I did. I realized I could not continue this way. If I drank any more, my slight frame would surely succumb. Unable to confront it directly, I resorted to my plan B, strategically feigning drunkenness. I assure you, this tactic is infallible. I collapsed onto the table, becoming completely unresponsive. Sure enough, upon seeing me passed out, Yi Lingling kindly arranged a room for me, personally assisting me to bed and tucking me in. Who among my family understands this maneuver? I had smoothly slid into a comfortable zone. The next day, I awoke to the lingering scent of her fragrance and felt utterly content. When I went to settle the bill at the front desk, the charming waitress informed me that a silver-haired beauty had already paid for me and left a letter. Upon opening it, lo and behold, it was from Yi Lingling, her handwriting exquisite, praising my wit and mentioning how she hadn't felt this happy in a long while. She also stated that if I needed anything, I could find her and Yin at the Tiando Royal Academy. At that moment, I felt somewhat euphoric, wondering if this was love. Could it really be happening so quickly? Was happiness arriving so unexpectedly? Meanwhile, while I was lost in dreams, the reality on their side was far from what I imagined. I later learned that after I left, Yin and Yi Lingling held a small meeting in the classroom. Yin directly asked Yi Lingling, so, what do you think of that Ma Hongjun? Not yet 11 and already at level 27, an explosive talent. Does he meet the standards for a son-in-law in your family? Goodness. I felt like a subway elder staring at a phone. All along, they were planning to give me a son-in-law script. Yi Lingling's face turned crimson as she replied. His talent is indeed remarkable, and he is interesting, but he is just too young. It's not suitable. Only then did I realize that Yi Lingling's family had imposed a strict order on her. Within 3 years, she must find a gifted partner, or she would be forced to marry someone she did not like. Thus, their enthusiasm towards me was purely based on my talent, viewing me as a potential tool for future escape. Furthermore, I must tell you that Yin had already thoroughly investigated me through Tiansheng, even knowing which village I came from. To me, it was a secret, but to their powerful faction, I was as transparent as glass. Thankfully, the secret of my martial soul had not been exposed. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. In the following 3 months, I remained at Lamba Academy. Meanwhile, my unreliable master, Flander, daily pestered me with his seduction handbook, imparting the principles of the heavens to Dean Liu Erlong, employing a relentless approach. Although he faced daily beatings, their relationship surprisingly softened. As for me, I frequently traveled to Tiando City, becoming quite familiar with Yin and Yi Lingling. Finally, the opportunity arose. Yin informed me that their team was about to go on a training expedition. Upon hearing this, I realized I could not wait any longer. The time had come for me to lay my cards on the table. I approached Yin, my expression serious, and said, Sister Yin Yin, your purple hair and blue eyes are not natural. They're the result of the poisonous backlash from your family's martial soul, the Bai Lin Shi. Initially, Yin did not believe me, thinking I was joking. However, my expression was Oscar-worthy serious. Half convinced, she went home to consult her grandfather, the poisoned Douluo. To my astonishment, this inquiry confirmed everything. She rushed to Lamba Academy to find me, asking me to treat her first. She mentioned that her grandfather had a peculiar temperament and was afraid I might blurt out something and get slapped to death. So she needed to see if I had genuine skills. At that moment, we had finally clarified our intentions. Yin realized that my initial enthusiasm had a purpose. I immediately played the honesty card, stating, Sister Yin Yin, I will be straightforward. I can cure your poison, but I will need some rare medicinal materials to assist. My goal is to obtain some herbs from your grandfather. I figured that referring to them as rare herbs would not be an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Duguyen readily agreed. She also understood that her initial approach towards me was purposeful. We were both seeking mutual benefit, a reciprocal endeavor. She readily agreed, promising to take me to meet her grandfather if I could alleviate her poison. We entered my modest dormitory in the back mountain. Without hesitation, I began to remove my shirt, preparing to act. Duguyen was taken aback. Ah? What are you doing? Didn't you say I didn't need to take off my clothes? I rolled my eyes. Sister, you don't need to, but I must channel my energy. Of course, if you do remove it, the effect will be even better. To my surprise, she hesitated for a moment and actually took off her outer coat, leaving only a white belly band. The scene was quite something, but my mind was solely focused on the Xian Chao. Steady, I told myself. I absolutely must not falter. We sat cross-legged, palms facing each other. I directly activated my Yin Ji Hu Shi, and a wave of scorching soul power flowed into her body through my arms. I specifically informed her that this was a special effect on my mutated martial soul, keeping my trump card hidden. Then came some rather suggestive dialogues, such as I'm going in, are you ready? And Duguyen responding with it's so hot, are you done yet? It was quite absurd. I was drenched in sweat, completely focused on controlling the soul power to devour the toxins within her. This task was far more exhausting than I had anticipated. Moreover, I held back a little, not completely cleansing her, as one must always be wary of others. After approximately 20 minutes, I finally succeeded. I retrieved the toxic soul power and quickly began to digest it. Remarkably, this single operation propelled me to a breakthrough, elevating me to level 28. My cultivation speed was simply astounding. At that moment, Duguyen emerged from the bathroom. Her purple hair transformed into long, straight black locks, her beauty enhanced severalfold. She was ecstatic, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Thank you. My hair has turned black. Let us go find my grandfather now." I hurriedly put on my clothes, exchanged greetings with Flandra and the others, and followed her to the Dugu residence. Upon encountering the true form of the poisoned Douluo, the aura was so overwhelming that it almost sent me reeling. He was tall and slender with green hair, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed intently on me. Had it not been for Duguyen by my side, I would have likely wobbled in fear. I respectfully bowed and introduced myself as Yin Yan's younger brother, seeking a discussion. The old man initially seemed indifferent, likely disinterested without the favor of his granddaughter. However, Duguyen came to my aid, protesting with a charming whine in response to her grandfather's grim demeanor. The poisoned Douluo softened slightly, agreeing to grant me one request out of consideration for his granddaughter. I took a deep breath and boldly declared, "Your Excellency, I am not here to repay a favor. I am here to cure you." The moment those words left my lips, the air in the room seemed to freeze. The poisoned Douluo's dark green hair stood on end, and the murderous intent in his gaze sent chills down my spine, as if I were about to be taken down in an instant. I felt my legs tremble, but I couldn't lose face. I activated the characteristic of the Riji Hushi, doubling my physical capabilities, barely managing to stand, though I pretended to sway precariously, deserving of an Oscar for my performance. And then, to my astonishment, the old man's demeanor shifted, the murderous glare dissipating as he smiled at me instead. Remarkably, he seemed to appreciate my audacity, stating that his previous promise still stood, allowing me to make my demands. Feeling emboldened, I replied defiantly, "I've already stated that I do not seek rewards. I am here to heal you." The old man chuckled, "Young man, you're interesting. The poison I bear is hundreds of times more severe than my granddaughter's. Do you think curing the minor ailment means you can cure the major one? What a fanciful thought." Though he spoke dismissively, the admiration in his eyes was unmistakable. It became clear to me that he was drawn to my earnestness. Having broached the subject, I proceeded with confidence. Clearing my throat, I began to enumerate his symptoms. Do you not experience numbness and itchiness in your ribs during rainy days? Do you not suffer from sharp pains in your head and soles at noon and midnight? I laid out his ailments with precision. To my surprise, the old man's jaw nearly dropped at my insight, staring at me as if I were a ghost, stammering, "How do you know?" I smiled enigmatically. "I have a slight understanding." Now thoroughly intrigued, he dismissed his granddaughter from the room, stating that he wished to discuss matters with me in earnest. Duguyen, ever considerate, shot her grandfather a stern look as she left, warning, "If you dare to harm him, I will never speak to you again." Once the door closed, The old poison awe began to probe into my background, questioning if I had known about his granddaughter's martial soul issues all along and had approached him with ulterior motives. Could I be honest? Of course not. I launched into a tale of woe, claiming to be a powerless child without influence, unaware of such matters. He then inquired, "How old are you? What level of soul power do you possess?" Realizing I could no longer feign ignorance, I revealed my true self. I am just under 11 years old, a level 28 soul master, soon to become a soul Zune. And behold, I possess a top-tier phoenix martial soul with innate full soul power. The old man gasped in astonishment, his eyes reflecting disbelief as if he had encountered a ghost. Then, in the next moment, he suggested matchmaking, offering to betroth his granddaughter to me. I quickly declined, joking that Douluo was 5 years my senior. Seeing the opportunity ripe, I laid out my terms. I have a 50% chance of healing you. However, if aided by rare spiritual herbs, that chance can rise to over 90%. Upon hearing the mention of spiritual herbs, the old man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He patted his chest, assuring me that he had plenty of spiritual herbs. Without further ado, he seized me by the collar and whisked me away. The speed was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to flying just above the ground. In a flash, we arrived at a place known as the Sunset Forest. He led me through a series of twists and turns before stopping at the edge of a cliff. Proudly, he showcased the poison array he had set up. Then, astonishingly, he suggested we jump off the cliff together. I thought to myself, is he testing my trust? Has he forgotten I am a Phoenix martial soul user? With a flap of my wings, I followed him into the void. Upon landing, I was greeted with a breathtaking sight. A hot spring, one half milky white and the other half crimson, resembling a colossal Tai Chi diagram, steaming with heat. My goodness, it was the ice and fire yin-yang well. Tang San's greatest advantage in his previous life was now within my grasp. I nearly burst into laughter at the sheer excitement. Seeing my enthusiasm, the old man encouraged me, and I seized the moment to perform. I proclaimed, "Not only do I recognize this marvel, but I also know of divine beings, for I am the heir of the fire god." I must admit, I was impressed with my own acting skills. I convinced even myself with that ruse. The old man was utterly captivated, believing wholeheartedly in my identity as a divine heir, his demeanor becoming exceedingly affable. Seizing the opportunity, I laid out my conditions. First, access to the medicinal garden as an all-you-can-eat buffet, allowing me to come and go as I please. Second, I required his assistance in establishing a faction, and he would serve as an honorary elder for 5 years without charge. Third, whenever I summoned aid, he must respond without delay. I anticipated he might bargain. Yet to my surprise, the old man felt I was shortchanging myself and promptly handed me a top-tier spatial item called a Rui Baibao bag. I was utterly astounded by my windfall. Feeling a bit bashful, I decided to treat him with a first-class healing session. The two of us, bare-chested and sitting cross-legged, created a rather awkward atmosphere. He glanced at my well-defined physique and then at his own lean frame, muttering something about a silver lining on a lead pipe. I paid him no mind and got straight to work, channeling my soul power into his body to begin devouring the long-standing poison. The process was exhausting, and within mere minutes, I was drenched in sweat, my soul power nearly depleted. Yet, the results were extraordinary. Upon concluding my cultivation, the venerable old poison stood up, stretching his limbs, exuding an invigorating aura. My waist felt liberated from the ache, my legs no longer bore any pain, and even the gaze with which he regarded me had transformed. I too felt exhilarated, having absorbed a modicum of his toxins. My soul power had notably advanced. A veritable win-win situation. Old Poison declared that we would resume tomorrow, and my heart raced with anticipation, for the ground was strewn with celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. Yet, I had no choice but to remain patient and endure, awaiting the morrow to procure my treasures. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight had passed. Throughout these days, I had met with Old Poison daily at the Ice-Fire Duality, cleansing his toxins with meticulous care. My own soul power surged like a rocket, soaring to the impressive level of 29. Alas, who among my family could comprehend? In the midst of this, his precious granddaughter, Douluo, approached me seeking a detoxification. And lo, upon witnessing his granddaughter's restoration, Old Poison immediately began matchmaking, insisting that I assume long-term responsibility on the pretext of her future relapses without soul bones. I was utterly astounded. This old man would sacrifice his dignity for his granddaughter's happiness. Naturally, I did not remain idle during these weeks, assisting him in detoxification while my eyes remained keenly attuned to the nearby medicinal garden, nearly glistening with anticipation. Among the treasures, the Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao and the Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu danced in a captivating display, one exuding cold, the other spewing fire. Ikan assure you, should I consume them, my wicked phoenix martial spirit would undergo a second evolution, taking flight on the spot. In the original tale, this was a boon granted to Tang San, and now, apologies, it has become my fortune. Furthermore, the Qirong Tong Tianju and Xiang Si Duan Changhong were all invaluable treasures. I could hardly contain my drool, yet I was powerless to act. Without the proper techniques, plucking them would render them ineffective, and I could only gaze longingly. At last, today, the last remnants of old poison's backlash toxin were completely absorbed by me. He appeared rejuvenated, and I sensed the moment had arrived to make my declaration. Clear in my throat, I solemnly proclaimed, my organization, Tianluo Di Wang, is hereby established today. Old Poison was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, expressing his admiration for my youthful vigor and promptly agreeing to serve as a guest elder of Tianluo Di Wang, as previously discussed. Just as I was about to utter some courteous remarks, the old man, having praised my youthful promise only moments before, revealed his true intentions, leaning in to suggest, while I can serve as your anchor, do not expect me to engage in other matters unless you and Yin Yin become a couple. Calling me grandfather would surpass all else. I was left utterly flabbergasted. Once again, I felt tears welling up. I protested, dear sir, your granddaughter is 7 years my senior and is already involved with a member of the Lan Dianbaowang clan. Why must you pursue me? In response, this old curmudgeon, embarrassed yet furious, boldly declared his intent to concoct some potent elixir to hasten our union. Folks, is there truly a predecessor in 2025 still attempting to enforce love? I hastily explained that my little wicked fire was unbearable for ordinary individuals. Pushing your own granddaughter into the flames is madness. This old man was relentless, shifting from gentle persuasion to forceful tactics, and when that failed, he resorted to enticements. Observing my steadfastness, he huffed and tossed me a set of keys to a grand estate in Tiando City, proclaiming it a gift from Prince Shuisheng, now mine to claim as the organization's stronghold. While I feigned modesty, my thoughts were racing. Generous benefactor, do continue. Once we acquired the residence, we made our way outside. Being someone who relishes a bargain, I playfully teased him, Old Poison, with your generosity. Why not designate the ice-fire duality I as the back garden for our Tian Luo Di Wang? To my surprise, he deftly redirected the conversation. Well, that's not out of the question, but have you seen how beautiful my granddaughter is? Stop. I abruptly halted. Upon hearing that, my hair stood on end. Instinctively, my martial spirit manifested, and with a flap of my wings, I soared away, knowing my purity was at stake. Upon returning to Lan Ba Academy, I fortuitously encountered Dean Fran, engaged in a game of Go with Aunt Lu Long, attempting to cultivate their relationship. Seizing the opportunity, I interjected, merely playing Go is rather mundane. Shall we wager a bet? Aunt Lu readily agreed. Very well, what shall we wager? I raised the stakes dramatically. If I lose, I shall heed your every command, even if you demand that I oust Dean Fran. Her eyes sparkled at the proposition. I secretly chuckled, thinking you wish to challenge me? In my past life, I was known as the chessboard king for a reason. I allowed her to take the first move, and within an hour, employing formations like the snake formation and the bagua formation, I integrated battle strategies into the board, leaving her utterly defeated. Aunt Lu, humbled in defeat, inquired about my desires. I smiled subtly, revealing my true intentions. I have established a faction with the poison Doa named Tian Luo Di Wang, and I would like to invite you and Dean Fran to be the chief elders of our organization. They were taken aback, astonished that an 11-year-old had not only founded a faction, but had also pulled a titled Douluo into the fold. Dean Fran, filled with excitement, slammed the table, exclaiming, "Look, ere long, this is my disciple. Isn't he impressive?" Aunt Lu, regaining her composure, questioned my intended path. I articulated our vision. We shall not engage in sectarian strife nor seek religious dominion. Our aim is to pursue commerce and intelligence. My goal is to establish a commercial empire and an intelligence network that spans the entirety of Douluo continent. Aunt Lu, impressed by my ambition, promptly concurred. Dean Fran, too, wore a proud expression, reveling in his disciple's brilliance. However, when they inquired whether I possessed over 1,000 gold soul coins. I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my back. Fortunately, my ability to weave grand visions is unparalleled, and I promptly laid out a magnificent blueprint. I informed Aunt Lu, as the chief elder of our organization, your role will primarily involve intelligence management, while Dean Fran will serve as the chief elder overseeing commerce, an impeccable balance of internal and external affairs. Aunt Lu furrowed her brow, expressing her reluctance to manage such a vast undertaking, suggesting I seek someone more suitable. I quickly clarified, "Oh, dear Aunt, how could I impose such a burden on you? The title of Chief Elder is merely ceremonial. During the initial phase, you shall serve as a figurehead, and once our enterprise flourishes, we shall recruit professional leaders to take the reins, allowing you both to enjoy a life of leisure." Dean Fran, sensing a scheme, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "You aren't planning to become a hands-off manager, are you?" Indeed, he was a master in that regard. I feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Dear teacher, Andy, with regard to commerce, I require a personal touch for the startup capital. If I were to juggle all responsibilities alone, would you truly have the heart to let me struggle? Moreover, the poison Douluo has already committed to being a guest elder. Should we abandon him? Who knows how he might react?" Aunt Lu, soft-hearted and typically stern on the outside, yet gentle on the inside, relented upon hearing my plea. "All right, but if the numbers grow, I will not be accountable." Seizing the moment, I exclaimed, "Andy, you are truly wonderful. If you wish to step back from Lanba Academy, we could simply merge with Shrek. My teacher's lifelong dream is to elevate Shrek, and he would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to take charge." Dean Fran, buoyed by the prospect, chuckled and remarked, "Well, we can discuss this once your Aunt Lu becomes your teacher's wife." Before he could finish, I noticed Aunt Lu's hands were already working deftly, preparing a ball of dough with remarkable proficiency. Cold sweat cascaded down Dean Fran's back, and he quickly corrected himself. "I was merely joking. Ere long, forgive me. The child is watching." Remarkably, Aunt Lu did not strike with full force, merely huffing in response, asserting that even if she had forgotten Shao Gang, she was not someone Dean Fran could easily win over. Flandra was rather sycophantic, exclaiming that even his angry expression was adorable, which made my skin crawl as I stood nearby. The next moment, a colossal fire dragon whisked him away into the sky, where he was mercilessly tossed about. Those who understand this predicament know the discomfort of witnessing middle-aged flirtation up close. As a single individual, I was subjected to an overwhelming barrage of emotional turmoil. However, it became apparent that Aunt Erlong's display was merely theatrical, utilizing minimal soul power, purely a manifestation of marital affection. I must admit, it was somewhat endearing. A week later, we found ourselves in Tiando City seeking opportunities, yet it was a fruitless endeavor. This place was too deeply entrenched in aristocracy, completely disregarding our humble troop. Thus, I resolved to change our locale and head to Suatawa City. Consequently, Flandra, the cunning old man, and the toxic Douluo I had persuaded to join us set off in a carriage towards Suatawa City. During the journey, the old toxic one inquired why we were heading to Suatawa City when there were many superior locations. Flandra, ever astute, promptly explained that the Mei family, a wealthy commercial lineage in Suatawa City, had recently fallen into decline. The most crucial aspect was that they had a single daughter, whom I recognized as my sister. He surmised that I intended to ally with the Mei family. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere within the carriage shifted dramatically. The old toxic one as jealousy flared as he glared at me, accusingly asking if I thought little of his granddaughter. Evidently, he believed I was seeking a wealthy patroness. I was rendered speechless, questioning why he felt the need to meddle in my friendships. He persisted, arguing that the Mei family daughter was older than his granddaughter and that I had previously expressed a disdain for older women, implying that I looked down upon his solitary clan. With that, he unleashed his pressure upon me. I too was incensed and stood my ground, reminding him of our pact. After all, I was the sect master. If he continued this unreasonable behavior, he would find himself devoid of assistance should he ascend to divinity. To my surprise, the old man resorted to petty tactics, declaring that he had forbidden his granddaughter from associating with that lad from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and if she remained unmarried, I would be held accountable. I rolled my eyes, realizing this old fellow had latched onto me. Flandra, sensing the tension, quickly intervened, assuring the old toxic one that he would persuade me. The two old men soon bonded over trivialities, referring to each other as Brother Dugu and Old Brother Flandra. Leaving me in utter dismay, I donned a mask of anguish and retreated into meditation. Upon our arrival in Suotawa City, an unsettling atmosphere engulfed me. The Mei residence, my wealthy sister's abode, was besieged with onlookers, including members of the Wuhuan Temple. Inside, a menacing middle-aged man with a brutish visage shouted demands. Maijin, give your daughter to my son Fei Dong today, or I will raze your family to the ground. Upon closer inspection, I recognized Fei Dong. The insipid youth I had previously chastised. His father, Fei Long, had surprisingly reached the rank of Soul Saint. These ruffians had the audacity to force a marriage proposal. Within the courtyard, my sister Anna's father, Uncle Meijin, along with several elders, resolutely refused to yield. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, two elders from their own family suddenly knelt before Fei Long, surrendering. Fei Long reveled in his triumph, laughing heartily. An elderly gentleman from the Mei family could no longer bear to watch and initiated a battle, unleashing a cloud of poison. However, Fei Long merely sneered, commanding, all soul masters above the soul sect, breach the walls. Instantly, over 30 skilled fighters scaled the walls like dumplings, overwhelming the Mei family's guards, who could only cry out in despair. My anxiety peaked as I rushed in, witnessing the most perilous scene. My sister Anna was cornered by that wretched Fei Dong, her soul power depleted, on the brink of defeat. With a resolute expression, she prepared for self-detonation to take him down with her. In that critical moment, I teleported forward, conjuring a fiery attack that pierced Fei Dong's heart. I swiftly embraced Anna, who was on the verge of collapse. Sister Anna, it's all right, I'm here. I comforted her, feeling her body go limp in my arms as tears streamed down her face. Uncle Meijin, seeing my arrival with teacher Zhao Wujia and the old toxic one, regained his composure, the previous desperation dissipating. The old toxic one immediately assisted Anna in stabilizing her unstable soul power. Upon noticing teacher Zhao's presence, Fei Long's expression shifted, although he seemed prepared, pulling out a signal flare and launching it into the sky. What does it matter if you're Soul Saint? Today, I ensure you will not leave. Teacher Zhao remained unfazed, even amused, watching the unfolding drama. Before long, a crimson light descended, revealing a hawkish, shadowy middle-aged man landing before Fei Long. Fei Long quickly donned a sycophantic demeanor. This man bore 8 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. An 84th level soul Duo, a cardinal from the Wuhuan Temple. He arrogantly declared, "Dare to oppose the Wuhuan Temple? You seek death. End it yourselves. I wish not to spill unnecessary blood." Teacher Zhao merely chuckled coldly before respectfully turning to the old toxic one, ingratiatingly suggesting, "Senior Dugu, how shall we deal with this lot? Shall we eradicate them entirely?" Upon hearing the name Dugu, the cardinal's face paled, stammering, "Why, you are the poisoned Douluo." At that moment, having just stabilized Anna's injuries, the old toxic one leisurely approached, casually stating, "I believe I just heard someone demand our demise." In an instant, the once arrogant cardinal collapsed to his knees, weeping and pleading for mercy, claiming the Fei family had instigated the conflict. The old toxic one, disinterested in further discourse, instructed him to relay a message back to the temple. The cardinal, relieved, scurried away with his entourage, fleeing faster than a rabbit. The scene was surreal. Fei Long's expression transformed from arrogant red to shocked white, and finally to despairing green. Fei Long, however, was no fool. Witnessing the Wuhuan Temple's retreat, he attempted a last-ditch effort, shouting, "Senior, spare me, and I shall offer half of our family's wealth." I thought to myself, do you truly misunderstand the expenditure expectations of a titled Douluo? Do you think they would covet your meager fortune? Ignoring him, the old toxic one glanced back at me. I nodded, signaling him to proceed. In the next moment, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, illuminated, and I could only imagine Fei Long's trousers growing damp in that instant. Suddenly, he comprehended why the Wuhuan Temple had fled in haste. This was not merely a soul Douluo. This was akin to a mobile nuclear weapon. The old toxic one, a man of few words, unleashed his 6th soul skill, the Biphosphor Divine Light, sending forth 2 beams of green light. Fei Long, remarkably resilient, endured the attack but spewed a mouthful of blood, abandoning his unconscious son as he fled like a rabbit. I was frantic, urging the old toxic one, "Don't let him escape. Finish him off quickly. We must not let this linger." To my astonishment, the old toxic one, in a moment of mischief, replied nonchalantly, "What's the rush? Let him have a 3-second head start. Otherwise, it would appear I'm bullying him." I was utterly speechless, thinking, what time is it? And you still wish to play the expert? Indeed. As predicted, the moment lingered for but 3 seconds, and just as Fai Long was about to escape the courtyard, the old poison master leisurely intoned, 8th spirit skill, time freeze. I must say, the sensation was extraordinary. It felt as if the entire space had momentarily stuttered. Freezing in time, with Fai Long striking a running pose mid-air, utterly motionless. Then, with a flash, the old poison master appeared before Fai Long, as if by teleportation, unleashing a devastating punch infused with terrifying spirit power directly to his head. The impact was akin to that of a rotten watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. It was quite the spectacle. His brother, Fei Hu, was no less a performer. Upon witnessing his brother's demise, he let out a ferocious roar, declaring he would fight us, before turning to unleash his skills towards Anna and me. A classic misdirection. Teacher Zhao Wujia reacted swiftly, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Fei Hu attempted to leap against the wall to escape. Could I allow him to flee? Certainly not. With my second spirit skill, the solar spike, a fiery cone propelled by its own GPS navigation, I swiftly pursued him. He attempted to evade with serpentine movements, but the cone curved sharply, striking him with a chilling blow. To my astonishment, as a mere 20-something level spirit master, I had single-handedly slain a spirit emperor. Though he was critically injured, my hands trembled with exhilaration. After all, it was my first act of killing, and who among my family could understand the unease that stirred within me? Subsequently, matters simplified as the Mei family eliminated the remaining lackeys of the Fei family, while the Spirit Hall refrained from retaliating, knowing that offending the old poison master over a minor pawn was not worth the risk. The Mei family, recognizing the tides of fortune, promptly transferred all their assets and their entire clan to align with me. In a single night, my humble beginnings transformed into newfound wealth within Suatawa City. Teacher Flinder also rallied all the faculty of Shrek Academy into our alliance, elevating my ragtag team into a formidable force almost overnight. About 10 days later, Oscar approached me, his demeanor ingratiating as he offered to massage my shoulders, inquiring whether I was still recruiting for my burgeoning force. I told him that we could discuss it once he achieved the rank of Spirit Master. To my surprise, he began lamenting about his food-based spirit, bemoaning his lack of combat prowess while envying my strong attack-type spirit. I thought to myself, my friend, you are oblivious to the envy your innate, full spirit power inspires in many. I chose to disregard him and sought out the old poison master, who was comfortably perched in Flinder's chair, leisurely shaking his legs. Upon seeing me, he announced he had both good news and bad news. The good news was that the Mei family had officially joined forces, strengthening my influence. The bad news was that the Spirit Hall's Douluo had issued a challenge for a duel in 1 year. I felt a twinge of concern, but the old poison master radiated confidence, proclaiming that his mastery of poison techniques had reached its zenith, and he would elevate to level 92 within 6 months. He assured me that even if he could not defeat that effeminate opponent, he could certainly evade him. As we conversed, he mentioned an old acquaintance, Jack. Intrigued, I inquired further, and what an astonishing revelation it was. This Jack was, in fact, the old poison master's sworn brother from his youth, a titled Douluo at level 91, renowned for his unrivaled dueling skills in the continent. The old poison master claimed that even the Hao might struggle against him at the same level. Currently, he resided in Holy Soul Village, living a life of leisure as the village chief. At that moment, a singular thought struck me. I must enlist this formidable figure, the only condition being that he must heal the hidden injuries afflicting his martial spirit. I made a mental note of this. Setting that aside, the following day, during training, Zhao Wujia and I decided to introduce some novel exercises, resulting in a slight delay in our arrival. Upon reaching the plaza, we overheard Oscar mockingly speculating about whether we were a couple. My expression darkened at once. Zhao, with a cold snort, declared that from that day forth, they would no longer be required to run around Suatawa City. Just as Oscar and the others began to cheer, we unveiled an assortment of peculiar iron objects. I picked up a sturdy spring stick and introduced it as an arm strength training tool. Dai Mu Bai, with a weight of 240 kilograms, struggled valiantly, completing 30 repetitions, his face turning crimson and his arms quivering. When it was Oscar's turn, he was horrified to discover his own stick weighed 130 kilograms, collapsing to the ground in despair, exclaiming he was about to perish. I retorted, "Look at you. This was specifically tailored to your limits. Now, get to work." That day, their training was nothing short of excruciating. After 4 months of this grueling regimen, the results were evident. Their physical prowess visibly improved. Meanwhile, I finally pushed my spirit power to the peak of level 29, just one spirit ring away from officially entering the Spirit Master realm. Once I reached level 30, I immediately had old Douluo escort me to the Stardew Forest. I was filled with youthful exuberance, determined to obtain a 10,000-year spirit ring, propelling myself to new heights in one fell swoop. However, fortune seemed to elude me, and I felt as though I had exhausted all my luck on drawing cards. For reality was decidedly unkind. As a dual spirit wielder, I needed 2 spirit rings. For the first, with my Clover spirit, I encountered a 9,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. I thought to myself, this is acceptable. Perhaps I might even obtain the 8 spider lances. After the battle, however, I was left empty-handed. It was akin to opening a blind box and receiving nothing but a polite thank you note. For the second, with my evil fire phoenix, I faced a 9,000-year-old blazing tailbird. While I could indeed fly, it still fell short of 10,000 years. The main concern was my uncertainty. I feared that the soul shock from a 10,000-year-old beast would overwhelm me, potentially leaving me dazed and incapacitated. To be honest, I was feeling the pressure, particularly as I watched Tang San's progress. My heart raced with anxiety, constantly reminding myself that I needed to surpass him. In this otherworldly realm, security felt like a fleeting illusion. Upon returning to the academy after absorbing the spirit rings, I found myself at level 32, feeling utterly drained, and I decided to grant myself a reprieve. Training? Not today. I intended to embrace a day of leisure in Suatawa City, indulging in the creation of a unique kite to recapture the joys of my childhood. Just a few steps into the city, I stumbled upon quite the spectacle. A matronly figure, with makeup as thick as the city walls, was obstinately clutching a young woman, insisting that she was there to audition for their brothel. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. The young lady was clad in a dark purple bodysuit, her figure striking, yet her expression radiated an unmistakable chill, as if to say, "Do not approach me." She explained to the matron that she was merely 12 years old and had taken a wrong turn. The matron, however, was unconvinced, spitting forth a tirade of disbelief. 12 years old? My dear, with that physique, you must be at least 16. Come to us, and I assure you, you will be our star attraction. Seeing this unfold, I could not stand idly by. I swiftly approached, clearing my throat, and said, "Excuse me, madam. She has stated she is lost. Is your KPI not being met? This young lady is a spirit master. Be cautious, lest she unleash her power upon you." Upon hearing the term spirit master, the matron's face drained of color as she stammered apologies before fleeing as swiftly as a rabbit. The cold-faced beauty offered me a fleeting glance, murmuring a quiet thank you before turning to leave, not a word more spoken. I mused to myself that this must be Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 spirit master with remarkable talent. I did not dwell on it long, and proceeded to a shop to commission my unique kite. And would you believe it? Fate has a way of surprising us. Just as I emerged from the shop, having spent 5 silver spirit coins and feeling a pinch in my heart, I heard that familiar, cool voice. "Excuse me, do you know of any vacants?" Ah, it was her again. In a moment of goodwill, I responded, "What a coincidence." In recent days, the enrollment at Shrek Academy has reached a fever pitch, causing hotels to be fully booked. If you find yourself struggling to secure accommodation, I recommend the Megue Judian. Just mention my name, Ma Hongjun, and say that you are a friend of mine. I have reserved a suite there for you. I assure you, my intentions were purely altruistic, as I believe it was only natural for classmates to help one another. To my surprise, she responded with unexpected warmth, inquiring about directions and introducing herself as Zhu Zhuqing. After I directed her, I casually carried my oversized kite and strolled off. Little did I know that my moment of kindness would nearly lead to a debacle for our leader Dai Mubai. This tale is rather lengthy. After flying my kite for a while, I grew bored and retreated indoors to meditate, glancing at the system panel I hadn't checked in ages. To my astonishment, my skills list was extensive, surpassing even my own visage. With 6 soul skills from dual martial souls, coupled with an external soul bone, I realized that my soul power was insufficient. If a battle ensued, I would barely manage to use all my skills. It became evident that I must procure some celestial herbs promptly. Otherwise, I would be a hapless soul unable to unleash my potential. 2 days later, the formal enrollment at the academy commenced. I eagerly volunteered to take over Dai Mubai's duties at the entrance. Why? I could hardly contain my excitement to meet Tang San and Xiao Wu. After all, traversing to this world without encountering the protagonist would be a wasted opportunity. As I approached the entrance, I unexpectedly bumped into Dai Mubai, whose expression was as dark as a pot's bottom, cursing under his breath. Upon seeing me, he forced a smile, asking if I was there to help. Noticing his unusual demeanor, I casually inquired, Dai, what troubles you? He immediately vented his frustrations, recounting how he had encountered his childhood betrothed while searching for the twin sisters in Suatawa City. My heart sank as a sense of foreboding washed over me. Where did this happen? I asked. At the Meiguei Jiudian, he exclaimed, leading to an inescapable predicament. I was left speechless. Meiguei Jiudian? His fiancée? Was I the culprit? This was an outrageous twist of fate that had unexpectedly fallen upon me. I quickly patted his shoulder, feigning calmness as I offered consolation. Ah, Dai, may you find solace in the vast world, where there are other flowers to discover. You still have the twins, right? I must head to the entrance. There are many new students awaiting. With that, I hurriedly made my exit, fearing that he might uncover the truth behind my involvement. Upon reaching the academy entrance, I was met with a throng of eager applicants, the lines stretching almost to the village outskirts. However, most faces reflected disappointment, as Shrek Academy bore a striking resemblance to a humble village. At that moment, I overheard a familiar yet unfamiliar conversation. A charming girl with scorpion braids clung to an ordinary-looking boy, complaining, Sangu, is the master truly deceived? This place doesn't resemble an academy. It's merely a village. The boy gently ruffled her hair, responding, let us observe before jumping to conclusions. I perched upon a tree, grinning widely. They had arrived. At last, I had the opportunity to meet Tang San and Xiao Wu, my treasured companions. Subsequently, Teacher Li Yusong, responsible for enrollment, began announcing the rules, stating the age limit of 13 and a minimum soul power of 20. His words effectively disqualified 1/3 of the applicants. One parent protested, claiming his son had just turned 13 and possessed a soul power of 21. Teacher Li, unperturbed, did not bother to explain. Instead, I leapt from the tree, addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, what is Shrek? It is a haven for monsters. Our academy seeks not mere talents, but true monsters. Do you understand? To bolster my claim, I exchanged glances with Teacher Li and unleashed my martial soul. The combined aura of a 6-ring soul emperor and a 3-ring soul venerable rendered the crowd speechless. The defiant parent turned green with embarrassment and left in defeat. The remaining applicants continued the assessment. Teacher Li, observing the next registrant, a girl in a white dress, suddenly furrowed his brow and gravely inquired, Ning Rongrong, a level 26 auxiliary soul master. Do your family members know you are here? Upon hearing this, the girl named Ning Rongrong immediately bristled, pouting her lips. Her sweet voice laced with barbs. What is this? Must your monster academy conduct a household check? Are you afraid my family will come looking for me? Just then, the quiet boy, Ma Hongjun, broke into laughter, scrutinizing Ning Rongrong and revealing her background. The princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school has graced us with her presence. How could Shrek refuse her? Proceed to the 4th round without delay. I was taken aback by his audacity. Who is this person? To my astonishment, Teacher Li nodded in agreement, explaining, he speaks with authority. He is the principal's disciple. Ma Hongjun then added, all those with soul power exceeding 25. Please step forward to the 4th round directly. This proclamation sent ripples through the crowd. Ning Rongrong, initially eager to inquire how Ma Hongjun recognized her, found herself dismissed as he told her to stand aside and not obstruct others. Infuriated, the little princess puffed up her cheeks but restrained herself, obediently moving to the side. Families could hardly fathom the gravity of the situation. This was a demonstration of sheer presence. At that moment, an adorably petite girl adorned with bunny ears dashed forward, tugging along a seemingly honest boy, exclaiming, me, we both exceed 25. Teacher Li finally lifted his gaze, inquiring about her name. The lively girl chirped, I am Xiao Wu. Dancing is my forte. A level 29 assault-type soul master with a jade rabbit martial soul. And I'm not yet 12. To say that Teacher Li was astonished would be an understatement. A level 29 at such a young age? He hurriedly checked her bone age and confirmed her soul power. The crystal orb glowing almost entirely. Remarkable. An absolute prodigy. Teacher Li, brimming with excitement, instructed her to join Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, displaying her loyalty, pulled the boy beside her, declaring, wait. We are a team. The boy, equally self-aware, introduced himself, Tang San. a level 29 control-type soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul. This revelation left not only Teacher Lee, but all of us utterly flabbergasted. Blue-silver grass? The common weed found by the roadside? Could it truly be cultivated to level 29? Tang San, brimming with confidence, inquired, Teacher, does this qualify as monstrous? Teacher Lee, utterly astounded, struggled to articulate a response, hastily checking Tang San's bone age. After a prolonged examination, he appeared bewildered, stating, your hands seem trained in some soul skill. I cannot ascertain your bone age. Tang San nodded earnestly. Teacher Lee chuckled. Surely your legs have not undergone any training? He then proceeded to inspect Tang San's calves, thoroughly pleased with the muscular development, remarking, you are one of the finest specimens I have encountered, second only to the individual before you. He was referring to Ma Hongjun. Tang San and Xiao Wu promptly greeted Ma Hongjun with politeness, to which he waved his hand dismissively, suggesting they simply address him by name. To silence any further doubts, he prompted them to display their martial souls and soul rings. What a spectacle it was! 2 beams of light, one blue and one red, soared into the sky, each adorned with 2 golden 100-year soul rings. Tang San's blue-silver grass transformed into a vine-like form, while Xiao Wu manifested her martial spirit, her ears morphing into fluffy rabbit ears. At that moment, who would dare utter a word of dissent? As Ma Hongjun was preparing to lead the 3 of them away, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the back of the group. Wait, I have also surpassed level 25. Turning around, we were taken aback to see a strikingly beautiful ice princess striding toward us. Her demeanor was so chilling that it felt as if the temperature around us had dropped several degrees. Upon catching sight of Ma Hongjun, her gaze turned venomous, and she spat out 2 words through clenched teeth, rogue. After that, she ignored him entirely and proceeded to the table, executing a series of actions with fluid grace, reporting her information, summoning her martial spirit, testing her soul power, and verifying her bone age. It was all so precise and efficient. Ma Hongjun, standing by, could only rub his nose and smile wryly, feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was excitedly gossiping, leaning in to ask, hey, why did she call you a rogue? Did you do something to her? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. How would I know? A woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. The 4 of us, exempted from the exam, followed Ma Hongjun deeper into the academy. Along the way, we discovered that this so-called academy charged a gold soul coin for a mere student handbook consisting of just a few sheets of paper. What a blatant ripoff. Xiao Wu turned pale upon hearing this. Just then, we heard a vendor shouting from a nearby path. Sausages for sale? Oscar brand sausages. We turned to see a scruffy old man pushing a small cart. Xiao Wu, feeling hungry, insisted that Tang San buy some. Ma Hongjun, in a generous mood, tossed a gold soul coin and declared, 10 of them. It's on me. Later, we learned that the sausage vendor was only 14 years old. He was also a student here. I was astounded. Were the students of Shrek Academy all raised on fertilizer? Each one seemed more precocious than the last. Ning Rongrong even cast a knowing glance at Zhu Zhuqing's figure. Ma Hongjun distributed the grilled sausages among us and pointedly remarked, eat up. Sooner or later, you'll have to. Just savor the taste. At the time, we didn't fully grasp his meaning, but we relished every bite. Along the way, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun playfully bickered, each vying for the title of Big Sister. Ma Hongjun was just shy of 12 years old, while Xiao Wu was a little over a month younger, which infuriated her. As we neared our destination, Ma Hongjun's expression suddenly turned serious. He stopped and addressed us, saying, the 4th trial is a real battle. The examiner will likely be Teacher Zhao himself, so you must prepare yourselves mentally. Ning Rongrong inquired, who is Teacher Zhao? Ma Hongjun took a deep breath and said, have you heard the name unmoving King Zhao Wujia? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's face paled dramatically. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, not the unmoving King Zhao Wujia? The one who allegedly fought off 16 bishops from the Spirit Hall and emerged unscathed? We all gasped in shock. Were we really expected to face a soul sage? This was no laughing matter. Zhao Wujia sat in the open area ahead, resembling a mountain of muscle, and his mere presence was intimidating. His rules were straightforward. The 4 of us must endure under his scrutiny for the duration of a single incense stick. Just as our legs began to weaken, Ma Hongjun suddenly stepped forward, smiling at Zhao Wujia, and said, Teacher Zhao, I have high hopes for them. Why not let me join in and train together? To our astonishment, Zhao Wujia merely gave him a sidelong glance and actually agreed. I was taken aback. This guy was surprisingly magnanimous. Zhu Zhuqing, the Ice Princess, even offered a rare thank you. Ma Hongjun waved his hand, claiming he was merely feeling restless, and swiftly began strategizing with us. Teacher Zhao specializes in offensive capabilities with maximum defense and attack, but his speed is relatively lacking. We need to coordinate well. Tang San quickly took the lead, saying, "All right, let's share our abilities. I am Tang San, level 29 control type, with a martial spirit blue silvergrass." Xiao Wu followed suit. "I'm Xiao Wu, level 29 offensive type, with a martial spirit jade rabbit." Ning Rongrong chimed in. "I'm Ning Rongrong, level 26 support type, with a martial spirit 7 treasure glazed tile." Lastly, all eyes turned to the Ice Princess. She coolly stated, "I am Zhu Zhuqing, level 27 agility type, with a martial spirit phantom cat. My martial spirit is an offensive beast type called the Evil Fire Phoenix, which possesses great explosive power but lacks endurance. I plan to collaborate with Xiao Wu in our assault, while Zhu Qing would utilize her speed to support us from the flank." Tang San, despite his blue-silver grass martial spirit, must have unique strengths to have cultivated to this level. I believe he could effectively limit teacher Zhao's movements and protect his teammates. Ma Hongjun refrained from disclosing his own level, primarily to avoid discouraging his future companions. Although he had initially harbored some resentment toward Tang San and contemplated teaching him a lesson, he realized that Tang San had not offended him in any way. In fact, he had been quite polite, leaving Ma Hongjun with no justification to chastise him. He could only wait for another opportunity to assert his dominance over Tang San, silently hoping that he wouldn't fall too soon into his clutches. As for Ma Hongjun's motivations to assist the others in the assessment, there were several underlying reasons. Firstly, he aimed to establish authority among the 4 newcomers, as their talents were undoubtedly among the best on the continent, which would benefit him in the long run. He also recognized that regardless of whether he helped them or not, they would likely pass the assessment, so why not do a good deed for the sake of camaraderie? Secondly, Ma Hongjun sought to foster unity within the Shrek students, enhancing their relationships, as Shrek was his home. Lastly, he felt a bit restless and was eager to gauge the extent of his own strength, curious if he could withstand the might of a soul sage like Zhao Wujia. Of course, these were not the only reasons. There were other, more personal motivations that should remain undisclosed. Do not inquire further. The answer lies in his inherent kindness and desire to assist others. What about me? Why haven't you assigned me a task? My 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit has powerful support capabilities. Ning Rongrong interjected with a look of dissatisfaction, eager to assert her presence. You will naturally assist me and Tang San. Do you need me to instruct you? Tang San's role as a control type needs no elaboration. He is the soul of the team, while as the main attacker, I am undoubtedly at the core. You can probably assist no more than 3 people at once. Just focus on supporting the 2 of us. Ma Hongjun glanced at the young lady from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, regarding her as if she were somewhat naive. All right, fine, Ning Rongrong replied, somewhat disappointed, yet she did not let her true nature show, which was quite rare for someone of her stature. This was largely due to the inexplicable air of mystery that Ma Hongjun had exuded since his arrival. Though his words could be irksome, he consistently provided support. The others nodded in agreement, showing no objections to Ma Hongjun's plans. First, grant me a support boost so I can assess the effects. You need not explain your martial spirit's support capabilities. I am aware that yours is the continent's premier support type. I wish to observe the actual enhancement effect on my body, Ma Hongjun instructed, activating the characteristic of his sun-breathing technique as he looked at Ning Rongrong. He wanted to determine if her enhancement was applied to his inherent physical attributes or if it amplified the double characteristics of his physique. Ning Rongrong, pleased by Ma Hongjun's compliment, happily applied the power enhancement of her second soul skill. However, it is evident that Ma Hongjun has overthought the situation. The auxiliary power of Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the light of support, did not yield the anticipated 30% increase in strength. Upon estimation, Ma Hongjun deduced that the enhancement was approximately around 15%. It appears that the characteristics of the sun's breath cannot be counted as part of his physical prowess. Although the application of soul rings can augment physical strength, eliminating any inadequacy in corporeal power, it does not represent his true capabilities, thus causing a sense of discomfort in its usage. This is precisely why Ma Hongjun refrains from employing the attributes of the sun's breath under normal circumstances. How does it feel? Does it seem like your strength has increased by around 30%? My martial soul is impartial, and the current enhancement effect truly approximates 30%, which should last for the duration of a jaw stick, Ning Rongrong remarked confidently, casting a puzzled glance at Ma Hongjun. Yes, no issues here. Time is running short. Do you have any tactical additions? Ma Hongjun responded nonchalantly. He withheld the truth from Ning Rongrong, not wishing to dampen her spirits. As he recognized the formidable auxiliary capabilities of the Seven Treasures' glazed tile, martial soul. Each elevation of 10 levels not only enhances an attribute, but also increases the effects of all previously enhanced attributes by 10%. A soul master of the Seven Treasures' glazed tile is undoubtedly the finest companion for any battle soul master. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun would not have invited her to Shrek Academy. Fully aware of her pampered disposition. No, Brother Ma, your strategy is flawless, without any issues. You accurately deduced our martial soul capabilities based solely on our souls. That is truly impressive, a feat I would humbly admit I could not achieve. You must possess profound knowledge of martial souls, Tang San stated earnestly, regarding Ma Hongjun with admiration. Yes, I have conducted some research, albeit trivial. Teacher Zhao is arriving. Rongrong, please restore your soul power quickly. Ma Hongjun urged the group as he noticed Zhao Wujia's sudden awakening from his slumber. How is it, little rascals? Time is up. How have your discussions fared? If you have reached an agreement, it has been a while since I stretched my limbs. Allow me to give you a thorough workout, Zhao Wujia declared, intertwining his fingers and rolling his neck, emitting crackling sounds as he approached with a menacing grin. Simultaneously, the time of the jaw stick had elapsed. Its incense stick fully burnt down. Chapter 73. Confrontation with Zhao Wujia 3. Why does teacher Zhao always refer to us as little rascals instead of little bear cubs? Xiao Wu expressed her displeasure, whispering to Tang San beside her. Cough, perhaps because rabbits are cuter, Tang San replied, a slight smile breaking his previously serious demeanor. Teacher Zhao, we have reached an agreement. However, I must remind you that you cannot use your seventh soul skill. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly be no match for you. Ma Hongjun said with a slight smile. Rest assured, even my sixth soul skill will remain unused, as long as you can endure for the duration of a jaw stick. You shall gain entry into Shrek Academy. As for you, Ma Hongjun, if they fail to complete the assessment, you will have to run 20 laps around Soto City while bearing weight within a single day, Zhao Wujia proclaimed with confidence. Yes, no problem, Ma Hongjun replied indifferently. My good brother, I sincerely apologize for the burden I have placed upon you. Rest assured, we will certainly endure for the duration of a jaw stick, Tang San said, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder apologetically. No worries, Teacher Zhao, we can begin, Ma Hongjun said, unfazed by Tang San's familiarity, though internally conflicted about how to best challenge him. Zhao Wujia conjured another jaw stick, and before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already commenced the release of her martial soul. The Seven Treasures glazed tile rotates. One signifies speed, the other signifies strength. Ning Rongrong spun in place, the Seven Treasures glazed tile emanating a dazzling array of 7 colors. The Seven Treasures glazed tile is a resplendent tower over a foot tall, shimmering with a regal glow, and combined with the ethereal presence of Ning Rongrong, she appeared akin to a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. Goodness! A soul master from the Seven Treasures glazed tile family. Old Fu will surely be overjoyed, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, astonished, as he gently ignited the incense stick and placed it securely on the nearby table. As Ning Rongrong's martial skill took effect, Ma Hongjun sensed a substantial increase in both strength and speed, approximately by 15%, while Tang San's enhancement was visibly greater, with increases of at least 30% in both attributes. Before Ma Hongjun could further assess his physical transformation, Zhao Wujia crouched low, his fists crashing down towards the ground with tremendous force, attempting to disrupt the support of the Seven Treasures glazed tile martial soul with an area attack. Not so easily done. With doubled physical prowess and Ning Rongrong's assistance, Ma Hongjun moved like a wraith, preemptively appearing beside Ning Rongrong, grasping her slender hand. With Ning Rongrong's delicate hand in his, he leaped skyward, his feet propelling him high above the ground, reaching a height of 6 or 7 meters. A resounding boom echoed as the earth trembled violently, sending a wave of earthy soul power energy towards the spot where Ning Rongrong had just stood. Tang San now. It was only then that Ma Hongjun descended, paying no heed to the flustered and startled Ning Rongrong. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul transformed into a long vine bristling with thorns, darting toward Zhao Wujia like a bolt of lightning. However, while the blue silver grass encircled Zhao Wujia, it did not advance to ensnare him further. Leave it to me. First soul skill, Phoenix Crying Sky Strike. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix martial soul instantly enveloped him, as a torrent of blazing phoenix flames surged towards Tang San's blue silver grass. With a crackling sound, the blue silver grass ignited like a sea of flames, wrapping around Zhao Wujia. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujia found his garments tattered and charred by the flames of the blue silver grass. Well done, you little rascals. If you wish to play tricks, I shall take this seriously. Zhao Wujia's face flushed red, unsure whether it was from the flames or the embarrassment of being scorched by his students. Although Ma Hongjuan's flames were formidable, Zhao Wujia's defenses were even more impressive. He sustained only minor abrasions while reacting swiftly to the assault. However, his attire was far less fortunate, bearing numerous singed holes despite the protection of his soul power. Isn't that Teacher Zhao? Is he trying to keep up with the trend of ripped pants? Oscar, having just finished his task, stumbled upon the commotion and shouted, witnessing the scene unfold. Shut your mouth. Do you want to practice as well? Make sure to stay after school tomorrow. I want to give you a proper workout. Zhao Wujia glared ominously at Oscar, who promptly fell silent, not daring to mutter another word. He inwardly cursed himself for his indiscretion, realizing he had invited trouble upon himself. Though every session with Zhao Wujia resulted in improvement, the experience of pain mingled with pleasure was far from pleasant, causing those who had endured such training to flee in terror. And Ma Hongjun was no exception. Cough, Teacher Zhao. This incense is almost burned halfway. You wouldn't be considering going easy on us, would you? Ma Hongjun, observing Zhao Wujia's somber expression, jested in an attempt to buy some extra time. Oomph. Do not jest with me. I will make you realize the might of the immovable king, Zhao Wujis. Otherwise, you insolent brats will find it impossible to ascend in the future. Zhao Wujis, not foolish, turned to Ma Hongjun and Tang San. No sooner had he spoken than his hands erupted with golden light, accelerating rapidly to stand before Tang San. His palm, augmented by soul power, swelled to twice its size, aimed directly at Tang San. The reason he refrained from targeting Ma Hongjun was that Zhao Wujis understood the cunning of the boy, if he truly wished to flee. Capturing him would prove difficult. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix martial spirit, being a flight-type beast spirit, allowed him to soar briefly without relying on soul techniques. Unlike the original character, who could only achieve temporary flight through soul skills, Ma Hongjuan's spirit was of a superior quality, enabling him to fly freely as long as he did not exhaust his soul power. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically as he activated the Ghost Shadow Phantom, narrowly evading Zhao Wujis' overwhelming strike. However, Zhao Wujis relentlessly pursued him, continuing his assault. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Wu activated her second soul ring. Her second soul skill, Bewitchment, transformed her eyes into a blood-red hue, locking onto Zhao Wujis. As anticipated, Zhao Wujis' attack faltered, his gaze becoming slightly dazed. Watch out! Ma Hongjun urgently shouted. Yet it was too late. Zhao Wujis' eyes suddenly erupted with golden light as he met Xiao Wu's gaze. Instantly, Xiao Wu was struck by her own soul skill, collapsing unconscious. Before Ma Hongjun could reach her, Tang San surged forward, moving with a frenzied speed to support Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Tang San looked up at Zhao Wujis, his black eyes devoid of any emotion. Chapter 74. Battle against Zhao Wujis 4. Ma Hongjun, witnessing this, wore a slightly displeased expression, not directed at Zhao Wujis but at Tang San. Regardless of Zhao Wujis' demeanor, he would never intentionally harm them. To regard his future teacher with such disdain was indeed excessive. If it were any other teacher, Ma Hongjun might have remained silent. But Zhao Wujis had always treated his students well and was fiercely protective of them. Reflecting on this, the irritation he felt towards Tang San dissipated. Although he had harbored some reservations about Tang San, he held no ill will towards Xiao Wu. On the contrary, aside from Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu was undoubtedly the Douluo goddess Ma Hongjun admired most. Her unwavering devotion to love had touched his heart on numerous occasions, fostering a desire to preserve the friendship between himself, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. As concern for Xiao Wu's injury creased Ma Hongjuan's brow, he declared, Teacher Zhao, your time is up. I assure you, today, you are finished. No one can save you now. Ma Hongjun spoke with a serious and domineering gaze directed at Zhao Wujis. Having confirmed that his ordinary attacks posed little threat to the prepared Zhao Wujis, he began to alter his strategy, opting to buy time. He planned to unleash a full-force strike at the last moment, ensuring that even if he exhausted his soul power, he would not fall victim to Zhao Wuji's grasp. He was confident that his complete soul power's Phoenix Cry could indeed inflict harm upon Zhao Wuji's, although it would likely leave him drained. Without utilizing external soul bones or the three-leaf clover, only a full release of his soul power through Phoenix Cry had the potential to wound Zhao Wuji's. Observing the formidable Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with admiration. The recent display of Ma Hongjun's prowess, as he leaped 5 or 6 meters high using the principle of the cloud ladder, had left her deeply impressed. Now, Ma Hongjun's commanding presence captivated her youthful attention, even catching the eye of Zhu Zhuqing, who had yet to find an opportune moment to strike. I will not fall for your tricks. If you can evade, then I shall demonstrate my fourth soul ring skill, locking pursuit. Zhao Wuji's bellowed, activating his fourth soul ring, which shone with a purple radiance. The fourth soul ring appeared as if it possessed a will of its own, darting toward Ma Hongjun and ensnaring him. Caught off guard, Ma Hongjun gasped, swiftly turning to face Zhao Wuji's, who charged at him like a cannonball. Ma Hongjun hurriedly shifted his position, only to be astonished as Zhao Wuji's adjusted his trajectory accordingly, relentlessly pursuing him. Oh no, I've been locked on. I almost forgot that teacher Zhao still wields a tracking soul skill. With no other choice, Ma Hongjun activated his third soul skill, soaring into the air, hovering several meters above the ground. It was not that Ma Hongjun did not wish to ascend higher, but the increasing air resistance and gravity at greater heights demanded more soul power. Though he could maintain flight for 2 or 3 incense sticks worth of time, he had no intention of fleeing too far, as he needed to safeguard the others. Indeed, upon witnessing Ma Hongjun ascend, Zhao Wuji's immediately redirected his attack, launching a punch toward Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang San finally abandoned his passive observation. After entrusting Xiao Wu's care to Ning Rongrong, he transformed his blue-silver grass into tendrils, momentarily ensnaring Zhao Wuji's, granting Zhu Zhuqing a brief window to evade the oncoming strike. At this juncture, only half an incense stick had burned away. Impressive. To have compelled me to utilize so many soul skills, you have earned your place in the Shrek Academy. However, this is where your journey ends. Gravity enhancement. Zhao Wuji's face displayed a look of appreciation. He was quite satisfied with the teamwork displayed among them. The synergy between Tang San and Ma Hongjun had particularly managed to inflict a wound upon him. Just then, Xiao Wu regained consciousness, shaking off her lingering fatigue to re-enter the fray. Yet she faced Zhao Wuji's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, which not only caused Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's movements to falter, but also forced Ma Hongjun, who was hovering in the air, to drop several meters before he could regain control. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Upon seeing Xiao Wu awaken, Tang San, who had been struggling to act, turned to her with concern. I'm fine, be careful. Xiao Wu attempted to assure him, but was cut short as Zhao Wuji's charged toward Tang San. Caught off guard, Tang San was struck by Zhao Wuji's S-punch, sending him flying several meters away with an exclamation of surprise. At this moment, less than half an incense stick remained. Just as they anticipated completing the assessment, Tang San, due to carelessness, sustained significant injuries. This was still a result of Zhao Wuji's holding back, utilizing only soul power at the soul sovereign level. Still too inexperienced to be distracted in battle. Who taught you soul power cultivation? Have I not imparted these lessons to you? You're truly leading students astray. Zhao Wuji's remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. However, his words inadvertently struck another sore spot for Tang San. In a brief span, Zhao Wuji had provoked 2 of Tang San's sensitive points, prompting Ma Hongjun to silently marvel at the inevitable calamity that awaited teacher Zhao. Even if he summoned Douluo, it would be of no avail. The most he could hope for was to salvage some dignity, but a sound beating was undoubtedly on the horizon. Enough. You shall not speak ill of my teacher. It is my own carelessness that has led to this, and it has nothing to do with him. From now on, I will take this seriously. Teacher Zhao, you must be careful, Tang San warned sharply. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly raised both hands, producing a series of crisp sounds as 6 glimmers of cold light erupted from his sleeves, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound that surged towards Zhao Wuji's face. Well then, allow me to add some flair to this second soul skill. Liang Tusi. Ma Hongjun promptly unleashed his second soul skill, forming an energy cone aimed directly at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was evidently caught off guard, underestimating Tang San and the lurking Ma Hongjun above. The sounds of impact echoed as Tong San's 5 attacks were narrowly evaded. Yet the last redirected strike struck his left arm, while Ma Hongjun's second soul skill found its mark at the base of Zhao Wuji's thigh. Chapter 75. The battle against Zhao Wuji. A surge of pain accompanied a wave of dizziness. It's poison. Both the toxic needles from Tong San and the venom from Ma Hongjun's soul skill afflicted Zhao Wuji, the latter carrying the uniquely mutated Beilin Yin poison. Zhao Wuji's face fluctuated between shades of green and purple, ultimately managing to suppress the toxins within him by forcefully channeling soul power above the soul emperor level. Before he could regain his composure, 2 more attacks approached. Yoming by Zhao. This was Yu Zhuqing's soul skill, unleashing hundreds of attacks upon Zhao Wuji. While not overwhelmingly powerful, they nonetheless exacerbated his existing wounds, as Yu Zhuqing seized the opportunity with remarkable precision. 8 Dawn Soi. Although Xiao was somewhat mentally fatigued, her soul power was robust, and she swiftly appeared beside Zhao Wuji, launching a ferocious assault. The 8 Dawn Soi consisted of various stages, a waist bow to initiate, followed by upward, downward lateral movements of break, a decisive kick, and a final aerial assault. The objective of the waist bow was to utilize core strength to propel the upper body, delivering a kick that sent the opponent soaring, marking the beginning of the first stage, which I refer to as the ascending phase. One stage flowed seamlessly into the next, as Xiao Wu identified the spot where Zhao Wuji's soul power was most vulnerable, executing her self-created soul skill, the 8 Dawn Soi. The aesthetic of her brutal elegance left the onlookers in stunned silence, with poor Zhao Wuji being tossed about like a mere ball in midair. Once the first segment of the 8 Dawn Soi was successfully executed, the remaining 7 stages became nearly impossible to evade for any soul master, and Zhao Wuji was evidently no exception. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wuji crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze settled, he emerged, clutching his aching back, limping as he muttered, "Damn it, that hurt. My poor back. You little rascals have truly infuriated me." 5th soul skill, gravity compression. 6th soul skill, great strength diamond roar. Glancing at the dwindling incense, Zhao Wuji unabashedly activated his 6th soul skill, entirely disregarding his earlier bravado. Roar. The powerful sound wave attack radiated outward, causing Ma Hongjun to plummet to the ground, while Tong San, Yu Zhuqing, and the retreating Xiao Wu and Ning Rong all knelt on one knee, hands clasped over their ears, enduring the agony. Outside the fray, Ao Si Ka, the observer, fled several meters away before halting. This is it. Teacher Zhao is truly about to lose his temper. Hongjun is bound to suffer. Should I inform the dean? Oh, never mind. Teacher Zhao should have a sense of moderation and won't genuinely harm them. I ought not to meddle further, but that support-type female soul master is indeed striking. I hope she isn't injured. Ao Si Ka pondered with concern. The overwhelming sound wave attack left everyone in discomfort. Ma Hongjun, glancing at the incense nearing its end, felt a spark of inspiration and summoned all his soul power, shouting, "Phoenix Xiao Tianji!" Another wave of sound energy surged forth, intermingled with a potent fiery essence, enveloping a radius of 50 meters in flames, with the focal point forming a radiant beam directed straight at Zhao Wuji. "Damn it, you little brat! Are you attempting murder? I have treated you well." With no time to evade, Zhao Wuji could only resort to his first defensive soul skill, preparing to withstand Ma Hongjun's full-force strike. The resounding clash reverberated as Zhao Wuji's unmoving king body shattered under the immense impact, sending him staggering back 5 or 6 meters. His already thinning hair became akin to a straw nest, emitting wisps of smoke. Zhao Wuji stood momentarily dazed before rushing forward to administer a thorough reprimand to Ma Hongjun. However, Ma Hongjun mustered the last remnants of his strength and shouted, "The time is up, Teacher Zhao." As he fell, Tong San, still possessing a sliver of soul power, prepared to support Ma Hongjun, but someone faster intervened, grasping Ma Hongjun's arm to prevent his fall. A faint blush crossed Yu Zhuqing's face as she calmly stated, "Thank you. We won. How are you? Are you injured?" Ma Hongjun, taken aback, found it hard to reconcile this warmth with the typically aloof Yu Zhuqing, who now seemed concerned for his well-being. Feeling the warmth of her grip, the suppressed chihuahua from the top-tier ice attribute spirit medicine within his Binghuo Liang Yin began to stir. His gaze towards Yu Zhuqing underwent an inexplicable shift, entirely subconscious and not reflective of Ma Hongjun's true intentions. "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance. There is no ulterior motive. You should be recovering well now, Zhu Zhuqing, sensing Ma Hongjun's peculiar gaze, hastily released his arm and retreated to Ning Rongrong's side, slightly flustered. Ma Hongjun stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but the brief pause allowed him to regain some clarity. Thankfully, after a moment of rest, he had managed to recover a modicum of soul power, enabling him to stand. He mused inwardly about Zhu Zhuqing's typically cold demeanor, realizing that her assistance was likely a reflection of his past efforts to aid her. And hoping for more was sheer folly. You all have triumphed. Alas, it seems I have aged and become ineffective, unable to even handle a group of youngsters. Zhao Wuji lamented, bruised and limping away, sighing as he muttered to himself. It appears that my impact on teacher, Zhao, may have been rather profound. Nevertheless, he must still possess a fair amount of soul power. After all, he hasn't even utilized his 7th soul skill. If he did, we would undoubtedly be no match for him. As Ma Hongjun observed the situation, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward as he glanced at the crowd and said, "Ahem, well, I know." Tang San, who was also somewhat weakened, clutched his chest and added, having taken a palm strike from Zhao Wujia, "I have sustained considerable injuries. If it weren't for my determination, I would have already lost my fighting capacity." Xiao Wu quickly rushed to support Tang San, her eyes wide with astonishment as she turned to Ma Hongjun and exclaimed, "I never expected that despite your average appearance, your martial soul is so powerful. You are already a soul master with a Millennium Soul Ring. The soul ring you just released, dark purple, must be at least 8,000 years old, right?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the others began to recall the earlier events, staring at Ma Hongjun in surprise, eager to see how he would respond. "Indeed, your discernment is quite impressive. My 3rd soul ring is indeed over 8,000 years old," Ma Hongjun explained. During their time at the academy, Ma Hongjun had released soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple, showcasing the soul ring of the 3-leaf clover along with a hidden soul ring. It was a classic tactic to impress others. His true soul ring configuration should be 2 yellow and 2 purple for the 3-leaf clover, with one of the yellow rings being a hidden soul ring, quite intricate. The first soul skill, by Lin Yindu, and the first hidden soul skill, Gui Tang Ji Sheng, were complemented by the 2nd soul skill, Mo Yukongan. Although he did not use his 3rd soul skill, it was well known and derived from the Ren Mian Mo Zhu. His evil fire phoenix martial soul comprised 3 purple rings, corresponding to the soul beasts, the Earth King, the Flame Bird, and the Fiery Tail Bird. Chapter 76. I have a big sausage. Congratulations. You have successfully joined Shrek Academy. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar. Observing the situation from afar, Oscar hurried over, his face brimming with congratulations as he addressed the group. "Hongjun, you are truly remarkable. To have caused such a significant setback to teacher Zhao, my admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river." Oscar, having witnessed Ma Hongjun unleash his 3rd soul skill for the first time, initially believed that while Ma Hongjun possessed great talent, his strength was on par with Dai Lauda. Although he had heard tales of Ma Hongjun's victory over Dai Mubai, he was unaware of the details, assuming it was merely a matter of martial soul advantage. However, witnessing Ma Hongjun unleash such formidable power using just 1 martial soul left him utterly astonished, prompting his unrestrained praise. While Tang San and the others also recognized Ma Hongjun's strength, they were unaware that he still retained another martial soul and had many untapped abilities. Thus, they did not share Oscar's level of astonishment, having been impressed by Ma Hongjun's soul power even at the academy's entrance and knowing his age. They were somewhat prepared and did not exhibit excessive surprise. "Ma Hongjun, you are truly impressive. This is the first time I've encountered a young soul master with such extraordinary talent." Ning Rongrong stepped forward and offered her compliments without reservation. Yet, Ma Hongjun paid little heed to the praise, forcing a bitter smile as he weakly looked at Oscar and said, "Oscar, could you refrain from flattering me for a moment and hand me a recovery sausage?" Although Tang San's performance was commendable, even outstanding, the others unconsciously overlooked it due to Ma Hongjun's brilliance. While Ma Hongjun had overshadowed Tang San, he remained humble, believing that awakening his martial soul 3 years earlier justified his achievements. However, he overlooked the fact that Tang San's talent was equally remarkable, and his accomplishments had, to some extent, surpassed Tang San's. For a moment, he felt a sense of secret delight in temporarily surpassing Tang San. For an extended period, he had maintained a humble heart as he subconsciously regarded Tang San as the prodigy, the child of destiny. Here? This might not be appropriate," Oscar said, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As for why he did not look at Xiao Wu, one could easily infer from her proximity to Tang San that he considered Tang San someone he could not provoke, judging by the latter's earlier performance. He was undoubtedly a formidable presence in the academy. Enough chatter, just transform already. They have completed the assessment and joined the academy. They will find out sooner or later. So what is there to be shy about? Ma Hongjun said somewhat impatiently. The others looked on, puzzled, unsure of what riddle the two were engaged in. All right then, but let's agree that you're not allowed to laugh, Oscar said in a somewhat soft voice, contrasting sharply with his bushy beard. Before Ma Hongjun could respond, Ning Rongrong, unable to bear it any longer, glared at Oscar and said, "Why are you so verbose?" From what Ma Hongjun implied, you must be a food-type soul master. Quickly conjure some recovery sausages for everyone to eat. Hearing Ning Rongrong's somewhat blunt remarks, Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow but said nothing further, understanding that she meant well for him. Fine then, I have a big sausage. Oscar reluctantly recited his rather peculiar soul incantation. In an instant, he conjured 5 large sausages, handing one to Ma Hongjun and then distributing the rest to the 4 others scattered in the wind. Indeed, no one laughed at him. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they simply couldn't. The expressions on their faces were highly peculiar, as if they were quite nauseated. The first to succumb was Ning Rongrong, who crouched down, retching. Then Xiao Wu followed suit, and soon Zhu Zhuqing joined in. Even Tang San's complexion grew paler, while only Ma Hongjun remained unfazed as he consumed the large sausage Oscar had handed him. What is the big deal? It's just a slightly peculiar soul incantation. How old are you? Why overthink it? The world has changed, Ma Hongjun said as he devoured the sausage, regaining his strength and soul power, casting a disdainful glance at the others. Brother, I admire your tenacity, but I can't eat anymore. If I had known where his sausages came from, I would have refused to eat, Tang San said with a bitter smile, his face looking rather pale. He then began to meditate on the ground to recover his soul power. Ma Hongjun, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Wu stood up in a fit of anger, charging toward Ma Hongjun. Stop. I didn't mean it. Who knew you would react so strongly? You're not my match. Cough. Actually, I did it for your sake. Otherwise, in a couple of days, the teacher would force you to eat it too. Ma Hongjun hurriedly retreated a few steps, awkwardly trying to explain. You did it on purpose. I knew there was no way you were being kind by serving us that. That. Xiao Wu halted, her face turning an angry shade of green, her tone filled with a sense of grievance and indignation, her beautiful large eyes nearly brimming with tears. It was a big sausage, Oscar weakly added. Get lost. You're no good either. Ma Hongjun, I never expected you to have such a twisted sense of humor. You have truly disappointed me. Ning Rongrong pushed Oscar away and turned to Ma Hongjun, her expression tinged with disappointment. Men, indeed, are all unreliable. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice echoed, and the 3 women looked at Ma Hongjun with a shared sense of indignation. Their bond strengthened in that moment. Sigh, say whatever you wish in a few days. You will comprehend my heartfelt intentions. After all, I have endured this myself. It is not as if I am pregnant, is it? Oscar, please watch over Tang San here. And when he awakens, escort him to the boys' dormitory. If the 3 of you still wish to go to the dormitory, then follow me. Ma Hongjun glanced at the 3 girls with a hint of helplessness. All right, Oscar said, a touch of sadness in his voice. Lead the way quickly. Do not think that if you take us to the dormitory, we will easily forgive you, unless... Xiao Wu coldly snorted, fixing her gaze on Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun suddenly halted his steps and, with a hint of irritation, interrupted Xiao Wu, saying, Unless I apologize and present you with a large basket of carrots. Is that it? Yes. That sounds splendid. I have decided to forgive you. Remember to prepare the carrot for me tomorrow. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. The mention of carrots even made Tang San, who was seated cross-legged, recovering his soul power, forget his predicament as he bounced along with Ma Hongjun toward the girls' dormitory. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged astonished glances at Xiao Wu, finding her easily satisfied disposition quite perplexing. Wasn't there supposed to be a united front? Chapter 77. The Value of Kindness. Xiao Wu, you are far too easily satisfied. I would never forgive him so readily. Ning Rongrong could not help but respond with a hint of pride. I do not require your forgiveness. Let us move quickly. I have matters to attend to, and no time to waste on you. Tang San is with Oscar, and there will be no issues, so rest assured, Xiao Wu, do not look back. Ma Hongjun said calmly, then turned to Xiao Wu with a different demeanor. Why are you so harsh with him? yet so kind to Xiao Wu. Have I offended you in some way? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot in dismay. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly trailing at the back of the group. No, we have arrived at the dormitory. Although it may be a bit rudimentary, it is clean. The girls' dormitory consists of 2 rooms. You may decide whether to share a room or how to arrange your stay. Ma Hongjun pointed to the rather ancient wooden building before them. Let us stay together. Rongrong, Zhuqing, what do you think? All right, Ma Hongjun. This is a matter for us girls. You may leave now. Xiao Wu stated, clearly considering the situation thoroughly. Having any one of them alone in a room would be awkward. I have no objections, the more the merrier. It would be quite lonely for one person to reside in a room at night, especially if an unsavory character were to appear. It is better to stay together for mutual protection. Ning Rongrong agreed, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Hongjun as she spoke her final words. Then I shall take my leave. You 3 get along well. Living together is indeed more convenient. Should anything arise at the academy, feel free to seek my assistance. Farewell. Ma Hongjun said, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing before departing with a nonchalant tone. Due to concealing the second soul ring, Ma Hongjun's demeanor had gradually transformed into one of increasing helpfulness, to the point where it seemed almost foolish. He mused silently about whether he must become a demon himself to gain the hidden soul ring concealed within a leaf harboring malevolent forces. Though kindness had cost Ma Hongjun much, it had simultaneously granted him numerous blessings. For instance, at present, the expressions of the 3 girls toward him had noticeably softened. Weren't you supposed to be busy? You ought to leave now. Xiao Wu's attitude had improved considerably, clearly influenced by Ma Hongjun's amiable disposition, which rendered her unable to maintain her anger. Ma Hongjun nodded and walked toward the boys' dormitory in the distance. After Ma Hongjun departed, Ning Rongrong gazed at his retreating figure and curiously asked Xiao Wu, have you noticed that if this Ma Hongjun is not infuriating, he actually seems like quite a decent person? He is rather nice, but still not as good as Tang San. Tang San never annoys me. Xiao Wu affirmed, nodding her head with a hint of pride. Zhu Zhuqing, however, found this conversation rather trivial. She opened one of the dormitory doors and stepped inside, beginning to tidy her bed. Upon returning to his own room, Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged and began his training, his consciousness delving into his mind. At this moment, the green light panel in his mind revealed no significant changes apart from a few additional soul skills, yet behind the first 2 leaves, entries for faith points and kindness points had emerged. Currently, Ma Hongjun had yet to discern their practical applications, only knowing that they were related to unlocking the hidden soul ring. Host, Ma Hongjun Martial Spirit. 3-leaf clover first leaf activated faith value. 102nd leaf activating kindness value. 485. This transformation had only appeared after Ma Hongjun had ascended to Soul Master. He had recently discovered that performing good deeds would increase his kindness value by 1 to 3 points. Hence, he had allowed a few individuals to unknowingly experience Oscar's sausages, certain they would be grateful to him later. However, these effects would only manifest after a few days. While truly assisting the 4 in passing, Zhao Wuji's assessment had granted him a total of 5 kindness points, raising his total from 48 to 53. Ma Hongjun found himself eagerly anticipating when Flinder would allow them to commence adaptive training. Perhaps then, he could increase his kindness value further, estimating that if his kindness value reached 100 akin to his faith value, he would successfully activate the 2nd hidden soul ring, thereby gaining new special abilities or treasures from other realms. Opening his all-purpose treasure bag, he consumed an Isa-tribute spiritual herb, feeling the trace of malevolent fire within his soul power gradually subside. Over the past year, Ma Hongjun had ingested around 15 top-tier Isa-tribute spiritual herbs, equivalent to a value of 50,000 gold soul coins. Fortunately, these herbs had not been wasted. Ma Hongjun's robust physique allowed him to neutralize the malevolent fire, while also fortifying the foundation of his soul power within, strengthening it further. Though these herbs could not compare to celestial grasses, they were still beneficial. Currently, apart from acquiring kindness value, only the method of harvesting celestial grasses intrigued Ma Hongjun. Suddenly, a faint scream echoed in Ma Hongjun's ears. Ah, please, I can't take it anymore. Senior, spare me. Upon careful listening, he recognized it as Zhao Wuji's voice. The sky had long since darkened, the moonlight casting a silver glow. With a growing suspicion, Ma Hongjun felt no fear. After a quick wash, he donned a black outfit and made his way toward the source of the sound, deep within the small forest at the back of Shrek Academy. Utilizing the unique concealment of the three-leaf clover martial spirit, Ma Hongjun stealthily approached the heart of the small forest, where a large tree stood. His courage stemmed from knowing that Zhao Wujia was likely retaliating against Tang San and Tang Hao, and he was aware that the poison Douluo was present in the academy, ready to intervene should the need arise. Moreover, he was keen to join in the excitement, hoping to earn some kindness value. Although the poison Douluo might not be capable of facing Tang Hao, he could still ensure his safety against Tang San, knowing that the latter would not dare to act recklessly in this situation. In an open space ahead, a middle-aged man clad in tattered robes was violently striking Zhao Wujuan with a flurry of punches and kicks. In contrast, Zhao Wujuan emitted a series of anguished cries. However, what puzzled Ma Hongjun was that Tang Hao did not target Zhao Wujuan's face with his blows. He then glanced at the proud and upright Douluo standing nearby, resembling a javelin, and the grim-faced Flander. Ma Hongjuan's heart suddenly understood. It was likely that Tang Hao was sparing Zhao Wujuan a final shred of dignity for the sake of these two individuals. The one-sided battle persisted for nearly the duration of an incense stick before finally coming to a halt. Remember, Tang San is my son. From now on, I entrust him to your academy. Should any issues arise, even the poisoned law cannot shield you from the consequences faced by Shrek Academy, Tang Hao declared, his disheveled hair adding to his domineering tone. Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of displeasure, but found himself powerless to act. Tang Hao cast a fleeting glance at the tree where Ma Hongjun stood, but chose not to say anything further, instead addressing Zhao Wujuan and Flander. Flander's expression was not favorable, while Zhao Wujuan appeared as if in a stupor. Thank you, senior. I appreciate your blessing for my breakthrough. Wujuan expresses his gratitude here, Zhao Wujuan said, suddenly cupping his fists in a gesture of respect toward Tang Hao. This is merely a reward for watching over Tang San. Your breakthrough is due to your own efforts. You were already on the verge of it. I merely facilitated the flow of your meridians to expedite the process. There is no need for thanks, Tang Hao replied, his imposing presence evident in his stature, rivaled only by Ma Hongjun. Rest assured, Your Excellency, even without your directive, Shrek Academy would not allow its students to come to harm. We will do our utmost to protect them. However, the path of Soul Masters is fraught with peril, and thus we cannot offer absolute assurances, Flander interjected earnestly before Zhao Wujuan could speak. He met Tang Hao's gaze without a hint of fear, prompting Ma Hongjun, perched in the tree, to break into a cold sweat at Flander's unexpected boldness. In truth, Flander's character had been somewhat influenced by spending time with Ma Hongjun, coupled with his own changes in pursuit of Lu Erlong. At this moment, Flander was characterized by his courage, firmness, and an unwillingness to bend, aligning himself with the traits that Lu Erlong admired. While he still preferred to be meticulous, he had become less miserly, a transformation evident to the other members of Shrek Academy. Is that so? Tang Hao was never one to engage in reasoned discourse. His expression darkened as he unleashed a powerful aura, pressing down on Flander. The leaves around them began to tremble and fall, and under the immense pressure, even Ma Hongjun lost his balance and fell from the tree. Do not overstep your bounds, Your Excellency. Though I may not be your match, I will not allow you to act with impunity. You must have hidden injuries, yet I still possess the means to protect myself. If you dare harm a teacher from Shrek Academy, I assure you that your son, Tang San, will not see the dawn of tomorrow. Douluo, standing proudly, let out a cold snort, his 9 soul rings manifesting to shield Ma Hongjun from Tang Hao's oppressive force. Threatening me? Huh, no wonder you, the poisoned Douluo, dare to use little San as leverage. I presume he is also one of your students? If you threaten me with him, shall I not threaten you with other students? Tang Hao stepped forward, his own 9 soul rings appearing, clearly demonstrating that Douluo's aura was inferior to his own. Zhao Wujuan and Flander exchanged glances, their 7 soul rings also materializing as they regarded Tang Hao with grave expressions. Your Excellency, I find it hard to believe you would say such things. Given your character, you would not stoop to such petty actions. You are not unreasonable, and moreover, the other students from our academy are all of remarkable lineage. Even the Haoyan clan would not dare provoke them lightly, Ma Hongjun said, his youthful bravado shining through despite his somewhat pale complexion, as he sought to defend Shrek Academy's honor. Oh, impressive, maintaining your composure in my presence. Truly a testament to the Monster Academy. At such a tender age, you are aware of my Haoyan clan. You certainly possess remarkable insight. You claim that all students from Shrek Academy have extraordinary backgrounds. I would be keen to hear more about these illustrious lineages, Tang Hao said, his imposing aura dissipating as curiosity glimmered in his eyes. Perhaps considering the relationship between Tang San and his classmates, or for other reasons, Tang Hao's demeanor softened somewhat after Ma Hongjun spoke. Firstly, Ning Rongrong, the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the daughter of the sect master, supported by the twin Douluo of Swordbone, accompanied by the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master. I wonder if this would garner your excellency's attention, Ma Hongjun remarked with a faint smile, gazing at Tang Hao. I am aware of this. I had suspected as much during the day, but I did not expect her to be the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is formidable, I am no longer a disciple of the Haotian clan, and thus harbor no fear, Tang Hao replied with amusement. His regard for this gifted talent evident. He had observed Ma Hongjun's assistance to Tang San and his companions throughout the day, as well as Ma Hongjun's emerging talents, which contributed to Tang Hao's change of attitude. However, Ma Hongjun held little fondness for him, and his willingness to converse amicably stemmed merely from the disparity in their strengths. While the other academy student, Dai Mubai, his martial soul is the direct lineage of the imperial family of the Xing Luo Empire. I believe a powerful empire would give your excellency pause. Moreover, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has significant ties to Shrek Academy. And with the recent rise of the new power Tian Luo Di Wang, I wonder if that might be enough to warrant your concern, Senior, Ma Hongjun continued. Unfazed and composed, Tang Hao's deep-set eyes suddenly narrowed, astonished as he regarded Ma Hongjun, not doubting the truth of his words. In his view, every genius possessed their own pride and would not lie about such matters. Very well. As long as your academy does not pose a threat to my son, I shall refrain from causing trouble for you. However, I have one condition. If you do not agree, I can only take Tang San away. Though I must admit, I am quite satisfied with the teaching capabilities of your academy. Tang Hao mused, surprisingly conceding after a moment of contemplation. That is acceptable. Douluo replied calmly, yet his soul rings remained visible, revealing his underlying apprehension toward Tang Hao. Meanwhile, Flander and Zhao Wujuan gradually withdrew their martial souls, appearing as though they would defer entirely to Douluo, the young lady accompanying Tang San. Regardless of her identity, you must not let any information slip, nor should you harbor any ulterior motives toward her. Can you manage that? This statement was evidently directed at Douluo. Aside from Ma Hongjun, the others present did not comprehend Tang Hao's intent, yet Ma Hongjun naturally refrained from offering any explanation, deliberately feigning ignorance. No problem. Although I, Douluo, have led a solitary life and possess an eccentric disposition, I remain a man of my word, deeply valuing commitments. Since she is also a member of Shrek Academy, I assure you, Tang Hao, that I harbor no ulterior motives. You may rest easy on this matter. Douluo did not wish to be adversarial with Tang Hao and spoke in a softened tone. Despite having withdrawn from the Soul Master realm for many years, I am still aware of the character of the poisoned law. I hope you do not come to regret this. For the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's possession is not to be trifled with. After Tang Hao spoke, he retracted his martial soul and vanished from sight in a matter of moments. Once Tang Hao had departed, Douluo chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere, saying, "Ah, little monster, I did not expect your temperament to be so singularly inherited. Your teacher is quite commendable, steadfast, and unyielding, which greatly pleases this old man." Chapter 79. Thoughts on the concert. Senior Douluo, please refrain from mocking your junior. I held confidence that the Haotian law would not dare to truly offend us at Shrek Academy, as he has much to gain from us. Hence my boldness in opposing his views. I hope I did not embarrass you. Frando adjusted his vintage glasses, expressing a touch of helplessness. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate in order to recover his soul power and heal his physical injuries. How many times do I have to say this? Do not call me senior. I am merely a few years older. Just call me brother. The Haotian Douluo has indeed been a bit too overbearing. If I had not been here today, my brother Zhao Wujia might have faced a worse fate. Nevertheless, it seems that through misfortune comes fortune, enabling him to break through the 76th level barrier. Douluo remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Although he had made progress in both his soul power and abilities after encountering the backlash from toxins, he still found himself somewhat overshadowed by Tang Hao's strength. Indeed, Brother Douluo, Brother Fran, the two shared a moment of camaraderie, even pledging brotherhood. Ahem. Could you two refrain from being so exuberant? Ah, forget it. I shall take my leave for now. I have classes to attend in the morning. The development of our forces is in your capable hands. By the way, how is the concert venue preparation coming along? Ma Hongjun asked, a hint of awkwardness in his voice as he prepared to depart. It won't be ready that quickly. While the venue itself does not require much time for preparation, persuading the beautiful students from Tianshui Academy is rather challenging, Franda replied with a touch of exasperation. How about this? Do not approach them under the guise of Tianluotuang. Instead, use the name of Shrek Academy to invite them. It will be prudent to showcase some of our academy's strengths. If it comes to it, I can personally go and check things out. The concert is a primary source of income for Tianluotuang, and the first performance is particularly critical. It must create a sensation throughout the Balak Kingdom. Ma Hongjun paused, pondering for a moment before speaking earnestly. He had invested significantly in the development of Tianluotuang. Although the Mei family was wealthy, it was their wealth sufficient for immediate needs, but not for the long term. The world is bustling, all for profit. This principle was clear to Ma Hongjun. Thus, the issue of income for Tianluotuang needed urgent resolution. Indeed, money can move mountains. Currently, even the expenses for a mere 100 soul masters require support from the Mei family. Our strength remains too feeble. The concert is imminent, and Hongjun, as the mastermind, you must devise a plan soon. I certainly do not wish to confront a peak-titled Douluo unprepared, Franda said with a wry smile. Brother Fran, little monster, leave this trivial matter to me. Tianshui Academy. Is it? I shall personally handle it with ease, Douluo declared confidently. The students of Tianshui Academy were renowned in the Soul Master realm for their exceptional singing and dancing skills, possessing numerous supporters, essentially fans. This was precisely why Ma Hongjun sought to invite Tianshui Academy students to participate in the concert. In the Douluo continent, there was no concept of an entertainment industry. Yet the realm of entertainment was undoubtedly the most lucrative. Thus, Ma Hongjun conceived the idea of building an entertainment industry. Having lived 2 lives, he understood that once established, the income for Tianluotuang would be perfectly resolved. At that time, the daily earnings in gold soul coins might be measured by sheer delight. Once the financial issues were resolved, Tianluotuang would experience rapid growth. The first step for any force's development is to address financial concerns, without exception. Ma Hongjun even contemplated participating in the concert himself, as Tianluotuang had already begun searching for soul masters with singing talents. The aim was to achieve instant success, and inviting Tianshui Academy students with an established fan base was merely the first step. Ma Hongjun had prepared dozens of classic songs, and with the accompaniment of Tianshui Academy's beautiful students' dances, he felt confident that he could reap significant rewards. I've been waiting for you to say that. Old Buizun. I shall take my leave now. Teacher, make sure to rest early. Do not forget that you are responsible for training the new students tomorrow. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily. Douluo rolled his eyes. Internally, he felt quite pleased with Ma Hongjun. Alas, I am burdened with labor. Very well, I understand. You should return and rest as well. After Zhao Wujie awakens, I shall return and rest properly. With Xiao Xin managing the affairs of Tianluotuang in Suotawa City, there should be no issues, Franda said lazily, stretching. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly discovered that his kindness points had increased by 1, reaching a total of 54. He mused inwardly, is this possible? Could it be due to my persuading Tang Hao, allowing Zhao Wujie and the teacher to escape misfortune? Ma Hongjun thought to himself, wishing that the system could announce such matters, eliminating the need for him to check so painstakingly. He wondered if there would be any new changes once the 3-leaf clover evolved into a 4-leaf clover. The following day marked the official start of the school year. During breakfast, Ma Hongjun introduced Dai Mubai, along with the newcomer who had taken his place, Fat Tiger, to Tang San and the others. To Ma Hongjun's surprise, aside from Ning Rongrong, the other 3 newcomers had already met Dai Mubai. Upon inquiry, he learned that Tang San had previously encountered Dai Mubai just a day before the assessment, where they had already engaged in friendly sparring. The history was astonishingly similar, as even with Ma Hongjun's butterfly effect, Tang San and Dai Mubai had established a friendship through their earlier meeting. The schedule at our academy is flexible, as we have more teachers than students. The academy adjusts courses according to our circumstances. Today's most important course, if I am not mistaken, will incur a fee of a total of 101 gold soul coins, Ma Hongjun stated, wiping the white soy milk from the corner of his mouth and addressing all the students nearby. Dai Mubai's expression was not particularly pleasant. He maintained a forced smile, lacking the desire to speak, and thus he introduced the others. Fat Tiger and Oscar, oblivious to this matter, were engrossed in admiring the beautiful ladies before them. Since Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna began to toil on behalf of Ma Hongjun regarding the affairs of Tianluo Diwan, the two had not encountered any other women within the academy, let alone those who could rival Zhu Zhuqing in beauty. How expensive? Xiao-san, do we have enough funds? Xiao Wu inquired with a pained expression, contemplating how many carats could be purchased with such a multitude of gold soul coins. We have enough, Xiao Wu. Rest assured, our teacher provided us with 1,000 gold soul coins for our expenditures, Tang San reassured her. Ning Rongrong remained silent, while Zhu Zhuqing displayed a troubled countenance. Observing this, Ma Hongjun contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a pouch of gold soul coins from his Rui Bao Bao now, stating, "Here are 200 gold soul coins. You must have incurred considerable expenses for your lodging. I assume your funds are running low. Although I am unaware of your grievances with Dai Lauda from now on. We are classmates and a collective. It is only right that we assist one another. You may return it to me when you can." "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun, but choosing not to refuse his offer. Dai Mu Bai, standing nearby, remained silent. He had surmised Zhu Zhuqing's purpose upon seeing her 2 days prior. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's significant transformation in appearance, he recognized her as his fiancée through their soul connection. However, their relationship was not particularly profound. It was merely a matter of fulfilling familial obligations. A familiar bell chimed. Pang Hu Dai Mu Bai and Oscar immediately abandoned their meals and instinctively rushed towards the small square. "What is happening with them?" Tang Sin asked with curiosity, glancing at Ma Hongjun, who remained behind. "It is nothing. The academy does not permit students to be late. After the bell rings, if one does not gather in the small square within 3 minutes, their training load is doubled. As new students, you need not concern yourselves with this today, but the older students ought to pay heed," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. "But you're also an older student, yet you seem unconcerned," Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also stood up, preparing to assemble on the training ground. "My training load is typically more than double, so I naturally need not worry," Ma Hongjun replied lightly, though his thoughts were focused on how to extract the methods for harvesting and preserving the celestial herbs from Tang San. As he considered the curriculum, an idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to stride quickly out, saying to Tang San and the others, "You should hasten to the training ground. I have matters to discuss with the dean." In the dean's office, Ma Hongjun addressed the teacher. "I require your assistance with a matter. You are aware of Tang San's background, correct? I have something of utmost importance that I need his help with, but I am uncertain how to approach it. Let us modify today's lesson to focus on imparting knowledge about soul masters." The two then deliberated in detail on the specifics of the plan, which was straightforward yet remarkably effective. Once Flender meticulously noted it down, Ma Hongjun sketched the appearance of the celestial herbs he had encountered and annotated their effects while deliberately leaving the harvesting and preservation methods in parentheses. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Utilizing an assignment to extract knowledge about celestial herbs was undoubtedly a brilliant strategy, sparing him from incurring too great a debt of gratitude to Tang San. This method is indeed feasible, but requires some cooperation. How about this? You go summon Pang Hu and Oscar. I will add further details. Flender responded without a hint of guilt, even exhibiting a slight excitement, believing Ma Hongjun's actions were a means for Tang Hao's debts to be settled by his son. Moreover, the plan would not adversely affect Tang San. Once the harvesting method for the celestial herbs was acquired, he could obtain as many as he desired. "All right, I shall go call them," Ma Hongjun said, unable to mask his excitement, swiftly making his way to the training ground. Upon his arrival, Zhao Wujie was already explaining the academy's rules to Tang San and the other new students. "Since you are here, quickly fall in line. Although there will be no training today, tomorrow your training content will be doubled," Zhao Wujie stated sternly, appearing quite uncompromising. "Yes. Report, Teacher Zhao. The dean has summoned Pang Hu and Oscar to the dean's office." Ma Hongjun promptly responded with seriousness. He held Zhao Wujie and the others in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to investigate the situation in the small woods the previous night. "What is the matter?" Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat perplexed, displeased that the dean had not notified him in advance. "I am unsure. The dean merely requested their presence. It should be related to them being the direct disciples of our Shrek Academy teachers. Hence the need for an announcement," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. "Very well, you may go. See what Flender has to say," Zhao Wujie reluctantly told Pang Hu and Oscar. In the past, he would have referred to Flinder as Old Ghost. But since Flinder became the chief elder of Tianluo Di Wang, his status had risen considerably, transforming what was once a friendship among colleagues into a hierarchical relationship, thus diminishing the informality. Yes, Peng Hu and Oscar responded, hastily making their way to the dean's office. Report, Dean. Hee. What is the matter that you have summoned us? Oscar knocked on the wooden door of the office, which opened in response, and he asked with anticipation. For now, nothing. I merely wish to inquire if you both desire to enhance your innate talents in soul cultivation. Flinder asked directly. Enhance soul talent? Why do you suddenly ask this, Dean? ISNT, soul, talent inherent? If it were truly possible to enhance it, I believe no one would refuse, Oscar questioned, looking puzzled at Flinder. Indeed, Peng Hu echoed enthusiastically. While the soul is inherent, the quality of the soul can indeed be improved through diligent effort and fortunate opportunities. I have acquired a method to enhance the quality of your soul and soul power. Take a look at this. In the future, should you encounter it, do not miss out. Tomorrow's lesson will pertain to this content. Flinder handed each of them a sheet of paper. The writing was evidently still damp, indicating that it had just been annotated by Flinder. He proceeded to explain to them the general concept of the celestial herbs, intentionally creating a sense of intrigue among the students, especially Tang San. The sheet contained several types of herbs, with annotations beside, each detailing their effects and functions. Only the harvesting and storage methods were left blank. Shortly thereafter, Flinder led Peng Hu and Oscar to the training ground. Upon arrival, Peng Hu quickly rejoined the ranks, standing beside Ma Hongjun, remaining silent. Although he appeared simple-minded, he was quite astute. Oscar, following closely behind Peng Hu, seemed somewhat distracted, evidently still processing Flinder's earlier words in the office. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am the esteemed Dean Flander of Shrek Academy, a level 78 battle soul master specializing in agility. I shall oversee your courses henceforth, and in my absence, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji will take charge. To commence our first lesson, you are required to complete the task of paying your tuition fee of 101 gold soul coins within 10 minutes. Dai Mubai will lead you to the administrative office to settle the payment. Flander proclaimed loudly from the steps of the small square. Yes, Dai Mubai took the lead, heading to the administrative office to pay the tuition. Xiao Wu, trailing beside Tang San, murmured to him, seemingly familiar with Dean Flander. 10 minutes later, the students returned to the line after paying their fees, awaiting the dean's next instruction. Even Ning Rongrong was intrigued by the happenings at Shrek Academy, let alone the others. The second task I have prepared for you on this first day is an assignment with a 3-day deadline. You may consult the library or utilize any means necessary to complete it. Those who finish will not only receive a refund of their tuition, but will also be exempt from future fees. Flander, in a rare display of generosity, noted that the 6 years of tuition amounted to over 600 gold soul coins, a significant sum, even for the relatively affluent Ma Hongjun, representing more than half of his assets. Upon concluding his announcement, Flander distributed a slip of paper, revealing the assignment regarding the mystical herbs he had shown to Oscar and others in the office. Tang San opened the paper, his eyes lighting up as he recognized the content. Casually scanning the group, he observed that only Dai Mubai and a few new students looked bewildered, while the remaining 3 appeared informed. With lingering doubts dissipated, he asked, Dean, if everyone completes the fill-in-the-blank exercise, will we all be exempt from tuition? Indeed, however, there should be no collusion among you. If discovered, all rewards will be forfeited, Flander replied calmly. Although he maintained a serene exterior, internally he was elated. Very well, Tang San said, casting a disappointed glance at Xiao Wu. Beside him, Ma Hongjun silently mused that it was evident Tang San was unaware that knowledge of such mystical herbs was exceedingly rare even on Douluo continent. Despite Tang San's cunning nature, he could not fathom that Ma Hongjun had devised a strategy to extract knowledge regarding the herbs from him. Chapter 81. The Extraordinary Mystical Herb in the Teaching Building. Flander used his soul power to conjure an illustration of the first mystical herb on the blackboard. The Coke Dian Phoenix Sunflower. The illustration depicted a vibrant, tender herb, seemingly simple with its red leaves. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern its uniqueness. The leaf veins were of a resplendent golden hue. Effect: an exceptional herb that greatly replenishes pure yang energy, significantly enhancing the consumer's soul power and purifying soul power impurities. The 8-petal orchid, a snow-white orchid with a crystalline appearance, exuding an ethereal grace. Effect: mild and rich in medicinal properties, easily absorbed. It reinforces the foundation and expels internal impurities. The water immortal jade bone effect nourishes tendons and bones, facilitating the flow of energy through the meridians, solidifying the foundation. The colorful tulip, a stunning flower adorned in a spectrum of colors. Effect absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, basking in the radiance of the sun and moon. The heart-wrenching red, a treasure among treasures, the king of flowers, resembling a peony with sanguine veins. This extraordinary flower requires the collector to think of their beloved while harvesting, sincerely and devotedly, sprinkling their blood upon the petals. Once plucked, it will never wilt as long as it is near its master. The enigmatic celestial herb, the eight-pointed mystic ice grass, and the fiery apricot blossom all possess their own unique characteristics. Teacher, I have heard of the consumption method for the colorful tulip. It should not be swallowed whole, but rather gently inhaled to absorb its essence, followed by a slow cultivation of soul power to disseminate the effects throughout the body. However, I am uncertain about the harvesting method. Ma Hongjun stood up from his seat to speak first. Well done. It seems you have not only practiced diligently, but have also engaged with this knowledge extensively. You are correct. Yet these are your assignments to be completed outside of class and not to be discussed further. Today's lesson concludes here. Do not rush. I grant you 3 days for this assignment, with each mystical herb counting as 10 points. Only the top-performing student will be exempt from tuition, Flanders stated calmly. He had previously discussed the effects of mystical herbs with Ma Hongjun, and while he felt a tinge of envy, he would not infringe upon his disciple's discoveries. The students felt a sense of anticipation, nodding eagerly. It was their first encounter with such extraordinary herbs. Only Ma Hongjun, Fat Tiger, and Oscar exhibited a slightly better understanding of the subject. The assignments I have set for you are designed to familiarize you with these mystical herbs so that should you encounter them in the future, you will not overlook them. However, the methods of harvesting and preserving these herbs are exceedingly intricate, requiring you to explore independently. Even the teachers at our academy do not possess complete knowledge, and this task is left for you to investigate, utilizing your family resources or any means at your disposal. With a 3-day deadline, Flanders declared with an air of authority. Meanwhile, Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that this was a clever ploy devised by Ma Hongjun for his benefit. Observing Ma Hongjun and the others who seemed knowledgeable about the mystical herbs, Tang San's eyes brightened, and he discreetly inquired, "Have you brothers encountered these mystical herbs before? You seem less surprised than the rest of us. How could that be? Mystical herbs are rare and sought after. My knowledge comes from casual conversations with the poison Douluo, who occasionally shares insights about herbs. I believe the Academy's teachers learned of them through him as well." Ma Hongjun attributed his knowledge to Douluo, wary of drawing the attention of the Academy's influential factions. The poison Douluo? No wonder. It seems joining Shrek Academy was indeed a wise decision, Tang San mused, his doubts dissipating as he spoke softly to himself, somewhat disappointed. Ma Hongjun smiled faintly, secretly pleased that he had successfully hooked Tang San's curiosity. All right, if there are any matters to discuss, we shall do so after class. Remember, do not collaborate on the mystical herb questions. Even if one person fails to complete it, there will be no punishment. However, if collusion is discovered, prepare to face the consequences, Flanders warned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression soured. She had hoped for Tang San's assistance with her assignment, but it seemed that the prospect of tuition exemption was now out of reach. The other students also showed signs of distress, with only Zhu Zhuqing maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Later, Ma Hongjun did not immediately meditate to cultivate his soul power. Occupying a solitary dormitory, he felt secure in keeping his secrets hidden. After donning a black outfit, he summoned his phoenix martial soul and departed Shrek for Swoto City, intending to personally oversee the arrangements for the concert. He needed to return to Shrek before dawn, for he anticipated that Flanders would address the students' attitudes the following day, especially concerning a certain willful and capricious young lady from a prominent sect. Ning Fengji's letter has reached the hands of Flanders. This was subtly hinted at by Flanders during his discussions with Ma Hongjun regarding the matter of celestial herbs. He urged Ma Hongjun to cooperate, emphasizing that it is preferable to avoid offending the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, as the Tianluo network is still in its nascent stages and its strength pales in comparison to that of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. In Soto City, the base of the Tianluo network stands the remnants of the once mighty Fei family estate, which has now been transformed into the organizational headquarters of the Tianluo network. The Tianluo network is now comprised of over 1,000 members, including hundreds of soul masters. While it boasts formidable individuals capable of standing alone, it lacks the pivotal strength of those at the Soul Emperor level and above. Consequently, Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna have been enlisted by Ma Hongjun to assist Xiao Xian and Flander in managing the affairs of the Tianluo network. Brother Jun, you have finally arrived. It has been such a long time since you last visited your sister. I thought this ungrateful little brother had forgotten about me. As Ma Hongjun approached the Tianluo network's headquarters, he did not enter directly, but instead had someone notify Mei Anna. His official status was merely that of a senior disciple within the Tianluo network, thus making it inappropriate for him to enter without proper protocol. Upon seeing Mei Anna come to greet him personally, he could not help but display a wry smile. Since he saved her a year ago, this nearly flawless beauty has unabashedly expressed her affection towards him, which he has consistently rebuffed, citing his youth and reluctance to engage in romantic relationships. If Ma Hongjun were to claim that he felt no inclination towards Mei Anna's affections, it would be disingenuous. However, he is not someone who is easily swayed. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to suppress the malevolent fire within him using priceless ice attribute medicinal herbs. Having endured the trials of the malevolent fire for an extended period, his self-control in matters of romance far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. His willpower is also remarkably superior to that of typical soul emperors, even rivaling that of soul kings. Anna, I have pressing matters to attend to, so please refrain from teasing. Take me to the concert venue, and after we finalize the arrangements, I must return to the academy before dawn, Ma Hongjun stated directly. I knew you would only come to me with ulterior motives, whether it be concerning the malevolent fire or something else. Do you still have sufficient ice attribute medicinal herbs? Should I arrange for the Mei family to procure more? Mei Anna inquired with a hint of concern, despite her tone carrying an undertone of dissatisfaction. I have a few remaining, and they should suffice for the next 6 months. I have found a solution to the malevolent fire issue, so there is no need to waste golden soul coins on further purchases, Ma Hongjun replied candidly. Very well. Follow me. Xiaodai has gone to recruit soul masters in other cities, so you need not enter the headquarters. I will take you directly to the concert venue, Mei Anna said, her expression revealing a slight disappointment that Ma Hongjun had found a solution to his problem. Two beautiful middle-aged female soul masters, both at the Soul Emperor level, accompanied Mei Anna, as she held a unique position within the Tianluo network as the only daughter of the Mei family head. The Mei family is currently an essential component of the Tianluo network's power, making the presence of 2 soul emperors as personal guards quite normal. You do not need to accompany us. I will be with Brother Hongjun, and there will be no incidents, Mei Anna stated firmly as they made their way to the concert venue, feeling that her usual close companions were somewhat in the way. The 2 female guards hesitated, as they were familiar with Ma Hongjun, but were unaware of his true identity or strength. Rest assured, my sisters, Brother Hongjun is also a soul emperor. Although my martial soul has been injured, he remains a soul emperor nonetheless. Furthermore, while we are in Soto City, no one would dare to challenge the Tianluo network. Mei Anna reassured them in a calming tone. Indeed, but Mei Anna must return promptly. Otherwise, we will have no explanation for the elders. The 2 female soul masters conceded and returned to the headquarters. The concert venue was situated opposite the Soto Great Soul Arena, not in the central area of Soto City, but rather in the southwestern direction. Upon reaching the concert site, Ma Hongjun marveled at its vastness, noting that it rivaled the Soto Great Soul Arena, if not surpassing it. Upon entering the star-studded concert venue, Ma Hongjun was surprised to find it surprisingly compact. However, it could accommodate a considerable number of attendees, reaching the limits of its spatial capacity. While the Soto Great Soul Arena could host tens of thousands of spectators, the concert venue, occupying a similar area, could hold 50,000 attendees. This was due to the seating being closely arranged, making it quite crowded, with the exception of the stage area, which was relatively spacious. However, the seats in front of the stage were notably more spacious. The concert venue was divided into 4 sections: the VIP section for Soul Masters, the Soul Master section, the Affluent section, and the General section. The VIP section for Soul Masters was the most spacious and closest to the stage, allowing attendees to see the performers clearly without the aid of any soul-guiding devices. Following this were the Soul Master, Affluent, and General sections, all designed based on the requirements of Flander. After displaying her credentials, Mei Anna guided Ma Hongjun into the concert venue, where she stood at the edge of the stage explaining the layout to him. Indeed, It seems that entrusting the management of the Tianluo network to our teacher was an exceedingly wise decision. I cannot believe I had not noticed his keen business acumen before. Ma Hongjun remarked with satisfaction. Director Flander is indeed quite astute. Even my father, Mei Jin, praises his economic insight. Although the concept of different sections with varying ticket prices appears straightforward, it is, in fact, the most lucrative approach, Mei Anna agreed with a chuckle. It turned out that Flander's division of sections was not merely superficial. Even the VIP section for Soul Masters was meticulously numbered, ranging from number 1 to number 10, each corresponding to different ticket prices, with subsequent rooms sharing the same price category. This could be deemed exceedingly shrewd, yet Ma Hongjun found himself nodding in approval. I have another suggestion. Let us extend an invitation to renowned academies of the Tiando Empire in the name of Shrek Academy and the Tianluo Network, inviting them to attend this concert as a means of fostering exchanges among Soul Master academies. I believe the presence of those talented Soul Masters will create enough buzz to make this star-studded event renowned across the Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun proposed after thoughtful consideration. But how shall we arrange the seating for those academies? The Soul Masters from the prestigious academies are notoriously proud, and security will pose a challenge unless we mobilize the full strength of the Tianluo network. Otherwise, maintaining order will be impossible. Mei Anna raised the core issue, her brow furrowing with concern. She understood that Ma Hongjun was not speaking on a whim and that he had likely devised a comprehensive strategy in advance, prompting her inquiry. I have also contemplated that it would not be feasible to invite everyone. We shall extend invitations solely to those esteemed academies that truly represent our ideals. For the time being, let us invite 10 prestigious institutions, thus alleviating potential security concerns. We shall construct 10 luxurious suites on the second floor of the viewing platform, each named after the 10 distinguished academies of Tiando, providing them complimentary usage. The 10 institutions will tentatively include Wu Yuansu Academy and the Botany Academy, along with Tiando Royal Academy, among others. Ma Hongjun remarked with a subtle confidence. His ambitions extend far beyond this. Through the concert, not only can he amass substantial profits, but he can also elevate Shalake Academy into the public eye, enhancing its status significantly. There exists a possibility that Shalake could ascend to the ranks of advanced academies. If the plan unfolds smoothly, the star-studded concert might become a principal source of income for Tianluo. Although subsequent events may not achieve the same sensational impact as the inaugural one, they could very well establish a new norm. He envisioned transforming the concert into an annual gathering for advanced Soul Master academies across the continent, rivaling the prestigious competitions for advanced Soul Masters, hosted by Shalake and Tianluo. However, this plan remains in its infancy, requiring the continued strengthening of Tianluo to reach a status that can rival the 3 great sections. Ah, splendid. Why didn't I think of this sooner? With the toxic Douluo presiding, your proposals are entirely feasible. While it may seem we are at a disadvantage, the star power brought by these academies' Soul Masters will undoubtedly yield bountiful rewards for us. Compared to Dean Fulande's more opportunistic approach, your vision is decidedly more far-sighted, Mei Anna remarked, her eyes lighting up with surprise at Ma Hongjun's commercial acumen, which had surpassed even her expectations. She, being the most talented in business within the Mei family for nearly a century, surpassed even her father Mei Jin in financial prowess. It is merely a difference in perspective. What does long-term vision even mean? Just moments ago, you were praising our teacher, and now you accuse him of taking advantage of others. Surely, you are not in the habit of flattering him to the point of becoming accustomed to it. Ma Hongjun retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Ah, this is quite normal. In Tianluo, aside from the nonchalant toxic Douluo, your teacher holds sway. While Dean Fulande is indeed astute in business matters, he tends to focus excessively on immediate gains. Mei Anna explained with a hint of embarrassment. Now, I entrust the specifics to you. Sister, although you serve as the assistant to our teacher, I am well aware of your capabilities. Remember, our ancient-style clothing produced by Tianluo must achieve remarkable success at the concert, as it will be a significant source of revenue moving forward, Ma Hongjun reiterated. I can hardly fathom the workings of your mind. Everything is interconnected. Not pursuing a business path would be a disservice to your talents. Rest assured, Tianluo shall undoubtedly lead the fashion industry across the continent, Mei Anna exclaimed with excitement. Ma Hongjun's designs had captivated her, and she longed to don the garments, particularly the flowing sleeves and ethereal skirts. However, in the interest of confidentiality, she refrained from wearing them except in solitude. The designs Ma Hongjun provided were inspired by ancient Chinese attire, both male and female, which he termed goofing decorations. The term goofing has been trademarked by him, ensuring exclusivity. Should imitation occur, it would invite substantial penalties from the empire. Yet, before it becomes mainstream, maintaining an element of novelty is essential. After all, the initial appearance of anything is what leaves a lasting impression. His aim is to lead a wave of ancient-style fashion across the Douluo continent without any missteps. He envisioned individuals from Tianshui Academy adorned in these exquisite garments, while handsome representatives like Ao Si Ka and Dai Mubai advocate for the male attire. This idea was sparked by a recollection of the Shalake Academy's participation in the Advanced Soul Master competition, where the green attire caused a fashion trend. At that point, promotion would be unnecessary. The celebrity effect would ensure that the masses would flock to purchase ancient-style clothing, influencing a portion of the populace's aesthetic sensibilities. If these individuals donned the ancient attire and secured victories in the Advanced Soul Master competition, the resultant celebrity effect could potentially resonate across much of the continent. After discussing various specifics with Mei Anna, Ma Hongjun prepared to return to Shalake Academy, only to be forcibly escorted by Mei Anna to the Rose Hotel. Fortunately, despite her affections, Mei Anna maintained decorum, and they merely enjoyed a candlelit dinner. The streets were quiet at night, and after their late-night meal, Mei Anna was reluctant to let Ma Hongjun depart. Their conversation extended deep into the night before she finally allowed him to return. Upon arriving at his residence in Shalake Academy, Ma Hongjun wasted no time collapsing onto his bed and drifting into slumber. The following morning, the ringing of a bell echoed. Yet Ma Hongjun remained unperturbed, burying his head beneath the covers to continue his deep sleep. Half an hour later, a striking young man with silver hair and charming peach blossom eyes entered Ma Hongjun's room, almost dragging him to the training grounds. This individual was, of course, Ao Si Ka, who had cleanly shaved off his previously dense facial hair. What a disgrace. As the Academy's most outstanding student, you failed to set a proper example by arriving late on the second day of school. I must impose strict penalties for such conduct. Fulan Day scolded with a stern expression. Ma Hongjun, startled awake, understood the gravity of his situation. Although, as a soul master of the soul sage rank, he could forego sleep for days without consequence. The phenomenon of morning grumpiness is not contingent upon one's cultivation. I acknowledge my fault, teacher. I accept my punishment. Ma Hongjun admitted, bowing his head in apology. Insufficient. The entire group is accountable. Shalake is a collective, and you 8 are a unit. Henceforth, I declare that one's mistake is a fault of all. From today, you shall run 15 laps around Sawata City. Begin, Fulan Day announced, his demeanor uncharacteristically harsh, leaving Ma Hongjun perplexed regarding his teacher's sudden shift in temperament. 15 laps. No way. You can do as you please. But I am a support-type soul master and cannot accomplish such a task. Moreover, I committed no offense. Why must I be penalized? A shocked voice interjected. The group turned to see that it was Ning Rongrong, who had always behaved impeccably. Defiance against the teacher warrants additional punishment. All shall run 20 laps. Without utilizing soul power. Failure to complete the task means no meals for today, Fulan Day responded, ignoring Ning Rongrong's protests and escalating the penalty further. Dean, 20 laps is already the limit of our physical capabilities, especially for us upperclassmen. They are but freshmen. Surely we can show some leniency, Ma Hongjun interjected, though he remained uncertain of Fulan Day's intentions. Indeed, there is some merit in what has been said. Each newcomer must complete 10 laps, while Ning Rongrong is required to run 15 laps without utilizing her soul power. As they set off, Flinder's expression visibly softened, and he exchanged a glance with Ma Hongjun. Understanding Flinder's unspoken message, leave it to you. Ma Hongjun questioned, Ning Rongrong, do you intend to jeopardize us all? Hurry up and catch up. With that, he took the lead and dashed forward. Following him were Dai Mubai and Fat Tiger, while Oscar cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, shaking his head in resignation as he joined them. Rongrong, let us not provoke the dean. Let us follow behind for now, Xiao Wu urged, hastily joining Tang, San, and dashing off, with Zhu Zhuqing naturally trailing behind. Finding herself alone, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled mischievously, and she too began to run. You all mustn't blame Hongjun. Even if he had not been late today, knowing the dean, you would still have to run those 10 laps. They are merely part of our training routine. As they ran in a line, Dai Mubai turned to explain to Tang San and the others. I see. However, We had no intention of placing blame. Since the dean has stated we are a collective, we should share both glory and shame. 10 laps are but a trivial matter. For Xiao Wu and me, it poses no challenge, Tang San responded confidently. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, expressing no resentment towards Ma Hongjun. Though refraining from using soul power may tire me a bit, it should be manageable. Zhu Zhuqing, keeping pace with the group, remarked lightly as she observed the fluctuating scenery ahead. However, just as everyone was expressing their lack of blame towards Ma Hongjun, an ill-timed huff broke the air. I have no intention of completing 10 laps. If you want to run, you may do so. The Academy's food is terrible, and I intend to head to Soto City for a decent meal. Ning Rongrong scoffed, her previously delicate demeanor evaporating as she quickened her pace to leave the group. The others exchanged glances in bewilderment. Was this truly the same, seemingly fragile fairy from yesterday? Everyone, do not concern yourselves with her. I can assure you, she will not escape those 10 laps unless she decides to leave Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun remarked indifferently, chuckling as he addressed the group with certainty. Since she has exited the team, we may accelerate our pace. Among us, only Oscar is a support-type food system soul master, possessing the weakest physique and thus the slowest speed. We shall run at his regular pace, Tang San suggested, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, unwilling to leave anyone behind. Indeed, Tang San is correct. Although Oscar's endurance may not be inferior to yours, speed is undoubtedly his weakness, Dai Mubai added, helping to alleviate the tension that had arisen due to Ning Rongrong's departure. Ultimately, I feel responsible for dragging you all down. By the time we finish those 10 laps, it will likely be afternoon. How about this? To express my apologies, I will treat everyone to a grand meal at the Penglai restaurant in Soto City after we complete our laps, Ma Hongjun announced jovially, encouraged by the group's good-natured attitude. Speaking of the Penglai restaurant, it is necessary to mention the Tianlada Wang, whose business model has undoubtedly shifted towards entertainment and fashion, although its primary industry remains the restaurant sector. The Penglai restaurant operates under the auspices of Tianlada Wang, and Ma Hongjun's invitation to dine there would not cost him much, even if he did spend. It would merely be a transfer from one pocket to the other. Awesome. Little Ma, you're amazing. The Penglai restaurant is currently the largest in Soto City. However, I heard from my father that it serves everything from sky-dwelling creatures to those that roam the earth and swim in water. A single meal there would cost at least 100 gold soul coins, far beyond what soul masters of our level can afford, Fat Tiger exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, though he quickly hesitated upon realizing the implications. Rest assured, Hongjun has plenty of money. I suspect he is not particularly interested in it. Oscar replied with a mysterious smile. While he was unaware that the Penglai restaurant was part of Tianlada Wang, he did know that Ma Hongjun was its founder, thus believing he had the means to treat them all. Is there any carrot? Xiao Wu interjected, seemingly indifferent to the conversation, as she turned to look at Ma Hongjun with a serious expression. The group continued to converse and run, showing no signs of slowing down. For as soul masters, their stamina far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Yes, there are plenty, whether steamed or fried. Haha, Xiao Wu, I've noticed your fondness for carrots. Can't your mind accommodate anything other than carrots? Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, prompting amused smiles from the others. You're the one with carrots on the brain. Who says my mind is only filled with carrots? I also have Tang San. Xiao Wu retorted playfully, maintaining her pace while linking arms with Tang San, playfully challenging Ma Hongjun's assertion. The atmosphere lightened, and laughter ensued, with a hint of envy directed towards Ma Hongjun from those who were single. After completing their 10 laps, the sun had already passed its zenith. Tang San and the other 3 newcomers were sent ahead to reserve a table at the Penglai restaurant, while Ma Hongjun led the 3 senior students to finish their remaining tasks. As they watched Tang San and the others complete their task and head to the restaurant, Oscar suddenly seemed to gain a burst of energy, sprinting ahead as if fueled by adrenaline. Ma Hongjun, noticing this, sprinted in front to shield him from the wind, while Dai Mubai and Fat Tiger fell into line, ramping up their pace as well. Finally, after nearly an hour, they completed their tasks, entering the ancient and elegant Penglai restaurant, where they quickly found Tang San and the others. Once settled, Ma Hongjun raised his cup towards the group, proclaiming, "Let us toast to everyone, and congratulations to the 3 newcomers for joining the Shrek Academy family." The 7 of them exchanged drinks, gradually bonding over the shared experience. Except for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who did not toast with one another, the others had lost count of how many toasts they had shared in a short span. As night fell and the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, none having used their soul power to dispel its influence. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were slightly intoxicated. Just as Ma Hongjun intended to continue toasting Tang San, who could drink no more, he found an opportunity to inquire, "How is everyone's homework coming along?" "Here. I suppose the dean will not be observing our conversation?" Tang San's mood was evidently buoyant, prompting his question. The camaraderie among the Shrek Academy students filled him with a sense of warmth and familiarity. Having lived 2 lives, he valued this pure friendship among classmates more than anyone else. However, while he maintained a pristine image, Ma Hongjun had a far more complicated inner world. The only reason he did not express it was due to the suppressive effect of the ice attribute elixir and his formidable willpower. Otherwise, with his tenfold desires, it would have been a chilling thought. Nothing significant has progressed. How about you? Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. In truth, I possess a certain understanding of the herbs mentioned by the dean. It would do no harm to share this knowledge, as Hongjun aptly stated. Celestial herbs are elusive treasures that one may never encounter in a lifetime. You need only agree to transcribe a single copy for your assignments, and I shall impart this knowledge to you. Tang San began. Of course, that poses no problem. Xiao San, please share your insights regarding these herbs to enlighten everyone, Oscar eagerly inquired. Before I delve into the methods of harvesting and preserving these celestial herbs, allow me to narrate a poignant love story about Xiangxi Duan Changhong, Tang San remarked, glancing at Xiao Wu, who was already prepared to listen to the tale. And he felt a touch of reluctance. Chapter 85. The Tale of Xiangxi Duan Changhong. Xiangxi Duan Changhong is the finest of the celestial herbs mentioned by the dean. They are not merely herbs, but transcendental divine herbs. Hence I refer to them as celestial treasures. Tang San did not immediately commence his narration, but instead elucidated what constitutes a celestial herb. Xiao San, you promised to tell a story. I wish to hear a love story, not your introduction, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed from the wine, making her appear like a ripe red apple, exceedingly enticing. Even Zhu Zhuqing, seated beside Xiao Wu, cast a curious glance at Tang San. Regardless of the world, young maidens invariably harbor a distinct fascination for love. All right, you leave me no choice. Legend has it that Xiangxi Duan Changhong was once an ordinary peony, which transformed due to the heartfelt blood of a passionate individual. The tale unfolds thus. There existed a common peony, the embodiment of the flower goddess from the heavens, which sparked a series of romantic events upon encountering a man who adored flowers. This man cherished Flora dearly, cultivating a myriad of blossoms throughout his courtyard. With the flower goddess's incarnation at its heart, his favorite pastime was to compose poetry and express his sentiments to the blooming flowers. Whenever a flower wilted, he would feel profound sorrow. His genuine affection for nature deeply moved the flower goddess, who oversaw all flora. Each time the man conveyed his love through poetry, the goddess felt immense joy. Gradually, the goddess became enamored by the man, and during an unexpected encounter, she descended to meet him. United by their shared passion, they fell in love and wed, spending their days admiring the moon and enjoying each other as company. Tang San paused for a moment, taking a sip from his cup. What is the heavenly realm? Fat Tiger inquired, voicing the collective curiosity of the group. Observing their rapt attention, Tang San's mood brightened. You may envision it as a realm of higher existence, akin to that of deities. However, love between gods and mortals appears blissful. Yet the heavenly realm enforces strict laws forbidding such unions. The romance between the flower goddess and the man evidently transgressed these divine regulations. Tang San explained with a smile. Hold on, Xiao San, I have a question. What does ear bumping mean? Ma Hongjun interjected at an opportune moment. Unlike others who were intrigued by the story, he had heard it thrice before, thus his focus was distinctly different. That is, well, it's when Tang San, already slightly flushed from the wine, grew even more embarrassed at Ma Hongjun's query. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously scoffed, silently deeming him a rogue. However, Xiao Wu, more assertively, declared, ear bumping naturally refers to the exchange of words, especially between adults, when they prefer to share intimate moments with their beloved. I see. If we could simply refer to it as blissful union, why the euphemism? Ma Hongjun awkwardly chuckled, realizing Xiao Wu's directness. Observing the bemused gazes directed at him, he hastily urged Tang San to continue with his romantic tale. The affair between the goddess and the mortal violated the heavenly edicts. resulting in the goddess being taken by the celestial beings, leaving the man bereft of his beloved. Helpless in the face of his lover's departure, he gradually descended into despair, neglecting the flowers in his garden. By chance, he discovered that his wife was the peony in his courtyard. By burning the peony, the goddess would descend as a mortal. This revelation spurred him to tend to the garden once more. Being an individual who cherished flowers, he could not bear to destroy the pure peony, nor would he allow his selfishness to condemn the goddess to mortality. Thus, he poured out his longing to the peony daily. Over time, his yearning became a malady, leading him to spill his heartfelt blood upon the flower, resulting in his demise. The tale of Xiangxi Duan Changhong is one of tragic love, signifying that only the truest and most sincere love can claim it as its own. So, is the story of Duan Changhong a narrative of celestial beings descending to the mortal realm to embrace love? Indeed, it is quite a touching tale. Xiao Wu, after hearing the story, appeared entranced, as if she had stepped into the role of the flower goddess, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Flowers are not merely extraordinary. They choose their masters. As for celestial herbs, do not harbor excessive expectations. Tang San interjected, noticing the dreamy expressions on their faces. Ma Hongjun merely smiled softly, opting for silence. Subsequently, Tang San elucidated the methods of harvesting celestial herbs. Although Ma Hongjun was familiar with much of the original story, he lacked specific details. Through Tang San's explanation, he learned that Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao required golden iron to be harvested, while the contrasting Li Hua Xing Jiao Shu demanded jade to preserve its efficacy. Other celestial herbs necessitated unique methods of harvesting and preservation. Some required wooden boxes, while others needed stone or jade containers. After diligently noting down each detail, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of delight. Even his gaze towards Tang San softened considerably. He nearly felt the urge to express gratitude to Tang San's ancestors. Thankfully, I did not recklessly harvest them. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly, Ma Hongjun mused inwardly. Among the best-suited celestial herbs for Douluo were Qi Rong Tong Tianju, while Hongjun was likely to benefit from Jiguan Feng Huang Kuei, as well as Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao and Li Hua Xing Jiao Shu. The Ba Ban Xianlan was a milder celestial herb, suitable for assisting Oscar. Yet all this discussion was somewhat futile, as each celestial herb is a unique treasure, and the likelihood of everyone encountering them is exceedingly slim. Otherwise, the titled Douluos on the continent would not be so scarce. Concerned that his companions might aspire too high, Tang San ceased his introduction and shifted to a more sobering tone. Well, I suppose my luck shall not grace me with such exceptional herbs. I shall rely on you all. You must strive diligently. Ma Hongjun jested, while secretly reveling in his good fortune. After indulging in a hearty meal and drink, the group returned to Shrek Academy, only to be met by the dark scowl of Flinder. Did you finish your run? Flinder inquired in a low tone. Yes, teacher. We completed the run, Ma Hongjun replied with a hint of curiosity. I am referring to you all. Flander emphasized with renewed conviction. Chapter 86. Taking a day off today. I shall take a day off. Perhaps I will post another chapter tonight. I'm suffering from a toothache and feeling rather fatigued from work. Thus, I apologize sincerely. Let us reconvene tomorrow, and there is no need to await updates today. Upon reviewing the previous text, I may indeed post an additional chapter, albeit it will be quite late. I hope everyone can extend their support with a recommendation vote. Thank you immensely. Chapter 87. Preparing for the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition. Seeking monthly votes. Indeed. Is it us? Oh, teacher, are you referring to Ning Rongrong? We are unaware of her whereabouts. After completing our run, we dined together at the Penglai Hotel, now reeking of alcohol, which is quite unpleasant. If there is nothing pressing, we shall return to rest and freshen up. Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly, realizing that Flander was indeed speaking of Ning Rongrong. Yet he showed no intention of reporting or concealing anything. Well, if that is the case, you should return to rest early. We shall discuss today's matters tomorrow. Although Flander's tone was gentle, it sent a chill down the spines of those present, making Dai Mubai and the others feel that tomorrow might not be particularly pleasant. After everyone had finished bathing and retired for the night, the lights in the dean's office remained bright. Flander, seated at his desk, was deep in thought, rhythmically tapping his fingers upon the table. Who is it? Flander suddenly exclaimed, raising his head to gaze out the window. It is I, teacher. Ma Hongjun swiftly leaped through the window, announcing his presence. You rascal, speak. What brings you here? Could it be news regarding the celestial herb? Flander speculated, noticing the uncontainable joy on Ma Hongjun's face. Teacher, how did you know? You're not following us, are you? Ma Hongjun inquired suspiciously, eyeing Flander. Do I have the leisure to follow you? Your joyful expression is quite telling. It is evidently something that brings you delight. And since you were out with Tang San and the others, it is not difficult for me to deduce what you may be up to. Flander retorted with a hint of annoyance. His blunt words held an undeniable truth. He was indeed the one who understood Ma Hongjun best in this world. Is there something troubling you, teacher? You do not appear particularly happy. Ma Hongjun observed a trace of melancholy on Flander's face and inquired. It is nothing of great consequence. You have seen Ning Rongrong's behavior today. The sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, has sent another letter requesting that I discipline his little girl. And he has agreed to cooperate with our Tianluo Di Wang. Flander explained with a hint of detachment. Is that not a good thing? Why do you still look so worried? Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. If Tianluo Di Wang could form an alliance with the wealthiest sect, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, at the onset of its power, the benefits would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. It would be akin to a previously unnoticed trinket suddenly endorsed by the richest individuals, proclaiming its excellence. Furthermore, Tianluo Di Wang is not without its own merits. It is a rising star. The letter also detailed Ning Rongrong's true character. Based on the description and her actions today, she undoubtedly embodies the persona of a little witch. If she were not the auxiliary soul master most desperately needed by our academy and the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, I would sincerely prefer not to involve myself in her upbringing. As an elder, I cannot scold her, nor can I strike her. Alas, there are numerous matters awaiting my attention at Tianluo Di Wang. Flander lamented. Teacher, you do not intend for me to discipline her, do you? If I were to strike her, the sword Bone Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect would come after me. Even the poisoned Douluo would not be able to protect me. No. Ma Hongjun initially appeared taken aback, but quickly shook his head in refusal. Flander knew Ma Hongjun's character, and Ma Hongjun was equally aware of Flander's intentions. He was clearly attempting to shirk responsibility and foist this thankless task upon him. Ahem, you could adopt some appropriate measures. It need not resort to violence. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your hands. Flander, having been seen through by Ma Hongjun, ceased to hide his thoughts and cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. All right, but teacher, you must cooperate with me. Anna will handle matters concerning Tianluo Di Wang, so do not worry excessively. I can tell you do not wish to play the villain and are merely trying to burden your precious disciple. Should any complications arise, I might very well make a hasty retreat. Ma Hongjun replied with exasperation. Though he voiced his discontent, he would never abandon the teachers of Shrek Academy if a crisis were to occur. Despite his dissatisfaction with Flander's arrangement, Ma Hongjun acquiesced. As Flander's student, he understood the tireless efforts his teacher devoted to the cause and could not refuse his requests. Well done, my dear disciple. You are aware of the importance of sharing burdens. However, when you discipline her, please be mindful of maintaining unity within the team. While Shrek Academy encourages competition, unity is equally paramount. Flander smiled with satisfaction, reminding him, indeed, a single arrow is easily broken, while 10 arrows are hard to sever. 5 individuals united are as fierce as a tiger, while 10 individuals united are as formidable as a dragon. I grasp this principle, teacher. Rest assured, I will address the issue of team unity. When Master arrives, you should emphasize this to him as well. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Gang should be arriving at Shrek Academy in the coming days. If I have not managed to discipline that young lady by then, I shall leave that villainous task to him. With his resolute character, he will not shy away from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Flander mused nostalgically, reminiscing about the bond he shared with Lu Erlong and Master. Though they were not brothers, their closeness was akin to that of kin. The memories of their youthful adventures together, supporting one another throughout the continent, were particularly unforgettable. Should the stir caused by the celebrity concert be sufficiently grand, Shrek Academy might very well catch the attention of the upper echelons of the Tiando Empire. At that point, advancing to a higher academy could become a possibility. However, the number of students remains a concern. Speaking of elevating to a higher academy, I have a bold idea that I wonder if it is feasible. I wish to lead this cohort of Shrek Academy students to participate in next year's Continental Senior Soul Master Competition and secure the championship. Ma Hongjun declared with confidence and optimism. He had already resolved that once Oscar reached the 30th level of Soul Master and ventured into the Stardow Forest to obtain his soul ring, he would independently journey to the nearby Sunset Forest to absorb the celestial herb found within the ice and fiery Yang, enhancing his qualifications and strength. He was determined to claim victory in next year's Continental Senior Soul Master Competition without a single defeat. Although your celebrity concert may draw attention to our Soto City, it is merely a first-time event. While many factions would likely show respect to the Poison Douluo by attending, it would undoubtedly lack the influence of the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition. Our students at Shrek Academy are certainly capable of forming a formidable team, and given your talents, winning the championship should not be overly difficult. However, is it not a bit premature to participate in next year's competition? Although the influence gained by Shrek Academy through winning the championship cannot be compared to the prestige obtained from a star-studded concert, relying solely on one's own strength proves to be quite challenging. Unless, of course, you are willing to part with some of your precious Xianqiao for the benefit of the other students, Flinder remarked with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He had often contemplated winning the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, but previously, his limited strength and the insufficient number of students to form a team had kept him from voicing such ambitions. Now that hope was within reach, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition is a dream cherished by all the teachers of the Academy, as it serves as the best showcase for their educational achievements. I have yet to consider this matter thoroughly. Let's take it one step at a time. As long as Shrek Academy can grow stronger, it is not out of the question to sacrifice certain things when necessary. Ma Hongjun replied with a gentle shake of his head, his tone resolute. If the effects of the Xianqiao are indeed as you described, it is exceedingly precious and warrants serious consideration. Even if an ordinary person possesses surplus Xianqiao, they would not easily part with it. Your willingness to share is commendable. But do not feel overly burdened. You must prioritize your own usage, and any excess can certainly be utilized to enhance Oscar and the other soul power. Flinder nodded appreciatively. Well, teacher, you should rest early. I shall take my leave now. It would be difficult to explain myself if discovered by the other students. Ma Hongjun stated before vanishing from the dean's office in a flash. The dean's office served as a significant venue for discussions between Ma Hongjun and Flinder, as well as a primary location for Ma Hongjun to gather news from the outside world. Go ahead, Flinder replied casually, preparing to rest himself. For the dean's office was essentially his residence. Everything transpired as if nothing had occurred, and their conversation remained unknown to others. However, the future altered by this dialogue would profoundly influence the trajectory of the entire Douluo continent. The following day, early in the morning, after a half-hour of morning self-study, the students were led by Flinder to a small practice ground. Nowadays, Shrek Academy occasionally allows students to relax and does not require them to run back and forth between Soto City and the Academy every day. Instead, they incorporate short self-study sessions for students to gather and discuss their cultivation challenges. Nevertheless, Flinder still preferred to announce significant matters on the small practice ground. Today marks your third day in the Academy, and you should now have some understanding of Shrek Academy's rules. I have reviewed the assignments you submitted, and among them, Tangsan's performance stands out the most, as he noted the methods for harvesting and preserving Xianqiao. Following closely is Ma Hongjun, who, while lacking the preservation details, provided thorough explanations regarding the efficacy of the herb. This did not surprise me. What did surprise me was that no one else submitted blank papers, which I find quite gratifying. However, there remains one audacious individual who failed to submit their assignment. Ning Rongrong stepped forward. Flinder called out. Ning Rongrong's expression darkened immediately, especially as the gazes of her classmates turned toward her, igniting feelings of shame and anger. She was not embarrassed about her own actions, but rather felt humiliated by Flinder's public summons, compounded by the disapproving looks from her peers. Seeing that Ning Rongrong did not move, Ma Hongjun instinctively stepped back, followed by others imitating his actions. Only then did Ning Rongrong lift her head and glare fiercely at Ma Hongjun before stepping forward and defiantly addressing Flinder. I won't. I haven't completed the assignment yet, and I didn't have time to research the materials. You never specified when it was due today, so is it a problem if I submit it later? Is not completing your assignment something to be proud of? Very well. Even if I did not specify, may I ask, Miss Ning, what were you doing while the others completed their tasks yesterday? Flinder replied, casting a faintly mocking glance at Ning Rongrong. You were following me. Flinder. Who do you think you are? You are merely a lowly soul sage. What makes you so special? The food at the academy is terrible. So I went to Soto City for a delicious meal, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her emotions flaring as she looked at Flinder and then cast a knowing glance at Ma Hongjun. As if recalling something, she spoke the unvarnished truth. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were taken aback, their faces displaying shock as they gazed at Ning Rongrong, unable to fathom that such a beautiful young girl would utter such brazen words. At this moment, any semblance of the gentleness she exhibited upon entering the academy had vanished. Her disdainful tone conveyed an air of superiority. Flinder chuckled, yet he remained unperturbed, calmly responding, "Your father, Ning Fengji, is merely a lowly soul sage in your eyes. Even if you were the most outstanding genius of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you're still just a great soul master. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the highest-ranking soul masters of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have only reached the level of a lowly soul sage, which is indeed nothing remarkable. What do you know? Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the foremost auxiliary sect in the world. Unlike you," Ning Rongrong retorted, her anger palpable. Yet she felt at a loss for words. While the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is undeniably formidable, it is not due to individual prowess, but rather the collective strength of the sect and its supporting members. Her assertion that Flinder was merely a lowly soul sage was nothing more than a moment of anger. She could not have anticipated that Flinder would respond in such a manner. In terms of verbal sparring, she was still leagues behind Flinder, separated by the vast expanse of the Stardow Forest. The disparity between us is an insurmountable chasm. If you find this place unworthy, then please take your leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome students who disregard the rules, Flinder said with a slight smile, maintaining his composure. You think you can expel me? It won't be that easy. I have no intention of leaving Shrek Academy anytime soon. Flinder, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences may be more than you can bear, Ning Rongrong retorted with a cold laugh. Hongjun, I leave her to you. If she fails to fulfill your requirements, you have the authority to expel her outright. Prepare her belongings and have her leave, Flinder stated, not even glancing at Ning Rongrong as he exited the small practice ground. What a farce. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is powerful, it would never resort to open conflict over such trivial matters. At most, it would merely slow the development of the Heavenly Luo Network. Let us not forget that the Heavenly Luo Network also boasts title Douluo among its ranks. It can be said that the top-tier combat strength of the Heavenly Luo Network is not inferior to that of the lower four sects, and may even surpass them. The only difference lies in the overall strength of the sections. Furthermore, Ning Fengji's letter had already clearly instructed him to exert his full efforts without concern for the dignity of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Unlike the circumstances depicted in the original text, Flinder's status has risen significantly. Should the strength of the Heavenly Luo Network increase by another tier, Flinder's standing could very well rival that of Ning Fengji. Very well, Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, within the Grand Assembly Hall, the opulent chamber features a prominent seat facing south, adorned with a large chair intricately carved from rosewood. Its backrest embedded with an exquisite jade stone. The jade, a rich green hue, emanates a gentle warmth, embodying a piece of exceptional warm jade. Seated upon the grand chair is a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor, his refined features reminiscent of jade, exuding a gentle and amiable presence. Before him, a young man clad in a white uniform was kneeling respectfully on the ground, speaking with a tone of reverence, reporting to the sect master. The young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy, and I have personally delivered your letter to Dean Fland. The middle-aged man was none other than Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, renowned as the foremost auxiliary soul master of the continent. Very well, you may leave. Allow this little ancestor to undergo training at Shrek Academy. Whether it is right or wrong remains to be seen. It is said that behind Shrek Academy lies a burgeoning power supported by the heavenly web. Ning Fengji murmured, somewhat anxious. Chapter 89, What is Kindness? A resonant voice, sharp as a sword, echoed throughout the hall, seemingly emanating from all directions. Fengji, it seems you two are concerned about Rongrong being alone at Shrek Academy. I happen to be heading there to visit her. I cannot rest easy knowing she is out there alone. Would you like to accompany me? An elderly man, whose hair and beard were entirely white, emerged from the back hall. He sat down without preamble on a chair next to Ning Fengji. Uncle Jian, Rongrong has grown up. She is at an age where she can train independently. You and Uncle Long have spoiled her excessively. No one in the sect dares to offend her. So it may be beneficial for her to receive some education at Shrek Academy. You and Uncle Long should refrain from interfering. With her character, she will not suffer anywhere. Ning Fengji comforted, feeling somewhat helpless. Little did he know of the treatment Ning Rongrong was currently enduring at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, in the spirit of camaraderie, I will not make things difficult for you. You will run 20 laps starting now, and you are permitted to use your soul power. Oscar, as the only auxiliary food-type soul master at Shrek Academy, besides Ning Rongrong, your stamina is equally important. Accompany her to train and set a good example. Ma Hongjun had no intention of making things difficult for Ning Rongrong. He glanced at Oscar, who was secretly eyeing Ning Rongrong, and spoke. Although Ning Rongrong was beautiful, Ma Hongjun could not simply fall for every attractive girl. He recognized Oscar's potential to rank among the top in Shrek Academy and sought to support him. However, he was unaware that more than one exceptional man stood in Oscar's way, and that Ning Rongrong, a proud young lady, would hardly consider him. If it were only Tang San, she might not have cared, but now, both he and Tang San were performing far better than Oscar. Oof. If running is what you want, then so be it. Seeing Ma Hongjun's earnestness, Ning Rongrong surprisingly did not retort. Perhaps she sensed Ma Hongjun's standing at Shrek Academy, or perhaps she subconsciously wished to avoid offending this talented individual. Brother, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. From now on, I am at your service. Regardless of whether I succeed in winning her over, I will not blame you. You can have my sausages for free. Oscar said, his face lighting up with a grin as he quietly expressed his thanks to Ma Hongjun. Since the arrival of the female students at Shrek Academy, he had kept his face clean-shaven. In terms of appearance, even the dashing Dai Mubai paled in comparison to him. Having been classmates with Ma Hongjun for 2 years, he understood Oscar's intentions all too well, yet he was still willing to support him. I do not need him to accompany me. What I require is not a delicate man, but a true gentleman. If you think I would be bored alone, feel free to join me for a run. I would not mind. Ning Rongrong huffed before turning and sprinting towards Suatawa City. Running 20 laps while using soul power was a novel challenge for her. Pushing her limits, yet she believed that with sufficient determination, she could accomplish it. I mind. Oscar, what are you waiting for? Hurry and catch up. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in exasperation, nudging Oscar and chiding him. Oh, I'm on it. Oscar snapped back to reality, hastily pursuing Ning Rongrong. As he began to chase, he felt disheartened, knowing that Ning Rongrong looked down on him. But he was not one to give up easily, and steeled his resolve to follow her. Hongjun, are you truly foolish or just pretending? That Ning Rongrong clearly shows interest in you. Why give Oscar a chance to pursue her? You're not a child anymore. It is time to find a girlfriend and relieve some tension. How about I treat you to see some twin sisters another day? Dai Mubai seemed to have given up on Zhu Zhuqing, ignoring her increasingly frosty demeanor as he continued unabated. Huh, she has feelings for me? I did not notice. You must be mistaken. Her earlier words were likely a grudge against me for making her run those 20 laps, so she meant to drag me into her punishment. I won't fall for that, Ma Hongjun said, wearing a self-satisfied expression as he analyzed the situation. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Rongrong indeed harbored such thoughts. However, Ma Hongjun's lack of emotional intelligence rendered him unable to grasp a woman's sentiments. Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly, patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder and saying, Brother, you still need to interact more with girls. You could learn a thing or two from me. Unlike certain individuals who have had countless encounters, some people should reflect on their own behavior before leading good people astray. Zhu Zhuqing coldly interjected, casting a disdainful glance at the two before turning away and leaving the small training ground. What do I care about your lessons? A good man does not quarrel with women. Brother, I will take my leave now. Dai Mubai instinctively wanted to retort, but lost interest in the argument upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing quickly departing the training ground. Seeing everyone leave, Fat Tiger also made a swift exit. A good person card? What the? Ma Hongjun said nothing, merely glancing at the green panel in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed that the kindness value had flickered and increased by 3 points, startling him. Can a good person card truly enhance kindness value? Ma Hongjun found himself at a loss regarding the concept of kindness. With this thought, he called out to Tang San, who was preparing to leave with Xiao Wu. Xiao San, wait a moment. May I ask you a question? We are all partners. It is only natural to help each other. There is no need for such formality. Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun, puzzled. Well, I simply wish to inquire about the concept of kindness. Among our Shrek students, you seem to have the most mature perspective. Could you share your understanding with me? Ma Hongjun asked casually, not expecting to gain much insight from Tang San. Good and evil, who can define them? Kindness and malice, you may judge as you wish. I do not know, but my teacher once told me a phrase that resonated deeply with me. Mountains are mountains, and waters are waters. Mountains are not mountains, and waters are not waters. Mountains remain mountains, and waters remain waters. After seeing through everything and understanding the essence, what do all things matter? After seeing through it, what of good and evil? Our actions are merely to survive, living according to what we have seen and understood. Tang Sin spoke earnestly. As Ma Hongjun pondered deeply at that moment, Xiao spoke up. Tang San, what on earth are you saying? I can't comprehend a word. In my view, a truly kind-hearted person must first possess a compassionate heart. One cannot recklessly hunt benevolent soul beasts. Of course, one should also show no mercy towards malevolent soul beasts. With a discontented glance at Tang San, she expressed her thoughts. Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless, gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and, with a wry smile, turned to Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu is a bit mischievous, so please do not take offense. Although her response is succinct, it holds a certain truth. After all, our teacher's words are rather profound. Is it the heart of the Buddha, the art of emperors? The compassion of a bodhisattva, the means of an emperor? Ma Hongjun seemed to have an epiphany, as a violent mental wave surged through his mind, causing a significant increase in his kindness value by 100 points, reaching a total of 156. The three-leaf clover martial soul lock in his sea of consciousness shattered, lifting the restrictions on hidden soul rings. The appearance of the panel underwent a dramatic transformation, and a new function emerged, revealing that there were even remaining kindness points displayed. The information on the panel also changed. Host, Ma Hongjun martial soul, Xiehua Phoenix first soul skill, Phoenix crying sky strikes second soul skill, Fiery sun thrust third soul skill, Phoenix winged sky soar possesses desires tenfold that of an ordinary person, as well as a martial soul quality approaching the pinnacle of fire. Martial soul, three-leaf clover function 1. Kindness point lottery, 1,000 kindness points per draw, 100 base kindness points, 56 kindness points. Function 2. Faith point lottery, 1,000 faith points per draw, 100 base faith points. Others, not yet unlocked. First soul skill, by phosphorus flame, poison domain. First hidden soul skill, parasite, entwine. Second soul skill, ink jade, empty rod. Second hidden soul skill, none. Third soul skill, spiderweb coverage. Special talent skill, demon slayer breathing technique. External soul bone, earth whip. Soul bone, none. Soul guidance device, Rui treasure bag. Is this an upgrade? Ma Hongjun stared in astonishment at the changes in his sea of consciousness, oblivious to what Tang San and Xiao were saying in the outside world. Let us not disturb him. He seems to be comprehending his martial soul. We should leave first. No one in the academy will interrupt his enlightenment, Tang San suggested, noticing Ma Hongjun's deep concentration. Oh fine, let us go then. I need to head to Suatawa City to buy a big basket of carrots. I'll savor them slowly, Xiao said, pulling Tang San along. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but smile at her words, silently vowing that, thanks to Xiao Wu's enlightening words today, he would never stand idly by should she face difficulties in the future. He harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards the female students of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he would not have created opportunities for Ao Si Ka. The same applied to Xiao Wu, while his feelings for Zhu Zhuqing remained a perplexity even to himself. Chapter 90. The kind-hearted Ma Hongjun Ao Si Ka caught up with Ning Rongrong, who looked at him with a haughty expression. Why are you following me? I warn you, it's best not to spy on me, or I shall not be courteous. That is not the case, Rongrong. I simply wish to inform you that completing 20 laps is not as daunting as it seems. With my recovery sausages and your 7 treasures glazed tower, we can cooperate to finish the task with greater ease, Ao Si Ka quickly clarified, insisting he was not there to monitor her. He then added flatteringly, there is no need. Ning Rongrong turned away in disgust, ignoring Ao Si Ka as she summoned her soul power and headed towards Suatawa City. Ao Si Ka could only manage a wry smile as he followed silently behind her. During the first lap, Ning Rongrong could keep up, but by halfway through the second lap, her stamina began to wane due to the continuous use of her soul power. Under the scorching sun, beads of sweat appeared on her brow, enhancing her allure. Rongrong, are you tired? Shall we take a break and have some of my delicious sausage before continuing? I have a big sausage here, Ao Si Ka offered, showcasing his first soul skill. With a flash of light, a sausage appeared in his hand, which he presented to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong cast him a glance, and although still young, Her gaze carried a charm that left Ao Si Ka feeling elated. My sausage martial soul's first soul skill is recovery. It promotes healing and restores stamina. Have some, and you'll complete 20 laps without issue. Ning Rongrong, who had no desire to finish the 20 laps as punishment, felt her irritation rise upon hearing Ao Si Ka's repeated suggestions. At that moment, she shot him a peculiar look and boldly declared, I still have 2 pieces of bread left. Eat it, eat it, eat your head. With that, she unleashed her 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul to enhance her agility and sped ahead, creating distance between herself and Ao Si Ka. Ao Si Ka stood dumbfounded, completely taken aback. Was this still the pure, little fairy he had known? He had thought Ning Rongrong merely possessed a bit of a spoiled temperament. Little did he expect her to speak such ambiguous words. Outsiders could never fathom the role Ning Rongrong played in the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Her current manner of speaking was merely a reflection of her everyday life as she gradually revealed her true nature. In the end, Ning Rongrong could not complete the 20 laps. After running 5 laps, she stopped due to severe soul power depletion, thinking to rest before continuing. However, upon pausing, she realized it was nearing noon. She then proceeded to Suatawa City, intending to eat first before running again. After dining, she got distracted by shopping and ended up completing only a quarter of her punishment. In the dean's office, you truly guessed right. How did you know she wouldn't finish her punishment? Faland remarked to the carefree Ma Hongjun. Well, I've decided not to punish her this time. I'll leave this dilemma to Dashi. I want to experiment with something and refrain from being the villain for now, Ma Hongjun mused, recalling the kindness points on his panel, curious if merely appearing benevolent would lead to an increase. What kind of experiment? This isn't like you. I doubt you fear the little princess of the 7 Treasures glazed sect. What are you planning? Faland questioned, puzzled. It's a secret, one that cannot be disclosed just yet, Ma Hongjun replied with a mysterious smile. Fully aware that the green panel in his mind and the special talent skill gained from the hidden soul rings of the 3-leaf Clover martial soul were his greatest secrets, ones he would not share even with those closest to him. They belonged solely to him. TCH, I don't care to know. When you plan to head to the Sunset Forest, do you need to wait for the poisoned Douluo to return so you can go together? Faland feigned disinterest, though a hint of concern crept into his voice. Ao Si Ka should be on the verge of breaking through in the next few days, when teacher Zhao Wuji takes them to the Start Do Great Forest for training. I shall take some time away to venture into the Sunset Forest. Ma Hongjun was aware of the general storyline and naturally knew that Da Wei was on the verge of breaking through to the Soul Sovereign level. To discuss the differences between the Shrek 7 monsters and the original work, one must note that their physical strength had considerably increased. Both Da Mubai and Da Wei exhibited a level of physical prowess superior to that described in the source material. No need for concern. I am now a level 34 Soul Sovereign, more than capable of self-defense. As long as I do not encounter any formidable opponents above the Soul King realm, I should face no issues, Ma Hongjun confidently stated. This was, in fact, a conservative estimate on his part, given his hidden cards. Even if he could not best the Soul King, he would still manage to escape without difficulty, thanks to his martial soul's ability to fly and the external soul bone. The Earth Whip, both of which served as his trump cards. Though Ma Hongjun had possessed the Earth Whip for quite some time, he had not yet fully mastered it. After his ascension to Soul Sovereign, it underwent new transformations, becoming increasingly difficult to control. However, its basic applications remained viable, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Should an adversary be struck by the Earth Whip, their combat strength would diminish severely, or in more dire cases, they could succumb to poison. The toxic substance contained within it was a potent mixture derived from the Bylin snake venom, the scorpion venom of the Earth King, and the mutated Bylin flame toxin, resulting in a complex array of lethal poisons. The potency of this multi-layered toxin far surpassed that of the Bylin snake venom, and upon evaluation by Dagubwa, even his Bylin snake royal poison could not compare at the same rank. Well, in that case, do take extra precautions. In a few days, I must return to Suatu City to handle matters regarding the concert. This time, we at Shrek Academy must leverage this event to establish ourselves as a prestigious institution on the continent, Faland excitedly proclaimed. Rest assured, teacher, I shall ensure that Shrek Academy secures the championship title at next year's Continental Soul Master Academy Finals, Ma Hongjun replied. A new day dawned. There was no morning self-study, and early in the morning, just as the first light of dawn began to break, Faland awaited the others in the small playground. Ma Hongjun approached the small playground, only to be intercepted by Ning Rongrong, who looked at him with concern and curiously asked, "Did you not monitor me yesterday?" "I did," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. "Will you inform Dean Faland that I did not complete my punishment?" Ning Rongrong inquired, her heart unexpectedly filled with trepidation. "I will not," he assured her. "Ah, thank you. You are truly a good person," she expressed gratefully. In his mind, the green panel indeed flickered, and he experienced an immediate increase of 5 points, bringing his kindness value to 61 points. Ma Hongjun gazed at Ning Rongrong in astonishment. It was remarkable how easily she placed her trust in him. It seemed that his usual benevolent demeanor had played a significant role. At that moment, Ma Hongjun validated a hypothesis. Kindness points could be accrued if others genuinely believed in one's goodness. By extension, did faith points also imply that they could be obtained through others? His speculation was not unfounded. The first 100 foundational points could be garnered through oneself or others. Upon reaching 100 points, one could unlock hidden soul rings, but afterward, further points could only be acquired through external sources, not through personal insight. Indeed, surpassing the 100-point threshold was a challenging endeavor. Only through personal enlightenment could one achieve it. Thus, even upon reaching 99 points, the final point would be difficult to acquire through others, unless one aimed for a significant qualitative change. If not for Ma Hongjun's enlightenment, he might need to convince thousands, if not more, to perceive him as a good person for any chance to break through the limit. No need to thank me. You are good as well. Yet, you must temper your haughty demeanor. Now that you are part of Shrek Academy, we are partners, and your spoiled princess attitude must be adjusted. Those who join Shrek Academy are all exceptionally gifted individuals, and most have remarkable backgrounds. Even the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is not the strongest among them. Ma Hongjun earnestly advised. "You truly know my identity," Ning Rongrong responded, a hint of pride evident in her tone. "I find it hard to believe what you say. On this continent, aside from the two great empires, only the Haotian School, which withdrew from the Soul Master realm years ago, could rival the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. You are aware of these matters. Then you must know the surname of the direct disciples of the Haotian School and the Douluo imperial family," Ma Hongjun said with a subtle smile, observing her prideful expression. "Though the Haotian School has been in seclusion for many years, I am aware of the might of the Tang family's Haotian hammer." "Tang Shina. That cannot be right. Tang San's martial soul is merely the rather useless blue silvergrass. The Douluo Empire's royal family. Wait, is Damubai a prince of the Douluo Empire?" Ning Rongrong speculated, her surprise evident as she turned to Ma Hongjun. Indeed, Damubai is one of the two most talented princes of the Douluo royal family. While he may not yet surpass his elder brother, given his talent and the training from Shrek Academy, it is not difficult to foresee him outshining his sibling. As for Tang San, he is an extraordinary anomaly. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him. You must have heard of the concept of twin martial souls. He possesses them, and one of his martial souls is the Haotian hammer, renowned as the continent's strongest assault-type weapon soul. Ma Hongjun explained candidly, looking intently at Ning Rongrong. "Twin martial souls. No wonder. But is he truly stronger than you? Aren't you a soul sovereign? Even if he is a soul sovereign, he should only be on par with your exceptional phoenix martial soul," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, momentarily astonished, yet quickly masking her surprise for the sake of her pride. "From a purely strength perspective, he may not yet match me. However, the true threat lies in his hidden weapons. You must have witnessed their potency during the entrance assessment. Even a Soul King could be instantaneously defeated if caught off guard. Such power is beyond my capability." Ma Hongjun refrained from elaborating that hidden weapons only proved effective when utilized covertly, capable of slaying a Soul King. If both were to confront a Soul King, Ma Hongjun could ensure his safety through flight, whereas Tang San might have a chance to retaliate. But if Tang San faced Ma Hongjun, it would be Tang San who perished, not Ma Hongjun. For once prepared, with Ma Hongjun's strength, he could easily evade such hidden weapons. Further compounded by his unique ability to devour toxins through his flame-breathing technique, rendering him a natural nemesis to Tang San. Twin martial souls. A prince of the Douluo Empire. How intriguing. I never imagined that such a small institution as Shrek Academy could gather so many of the continent's top talents. It truly deserves to be my Ning Rongrong's academy, Ning Rongrong thought, her face brimming with a peculiar anticipation, silently vowing not to err again, lest she bring shame upon herself by being expelled from Shrek Academy. Now, if you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, you must temper your haughty disposition. The dean is waiting, and we must hurry, Ma Hongjun remarked lightly. Due to Faland's early arrival, time was still somewhat ample. However, being delayed by Ning Rongrong had squandered precious moments. If it had not hastened, they would likely arrive late. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was startled and promptly summoned her 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul, its radiance flashing as she enhanced her speed and dashed toward the small playground. As they took their positions in the small playground, they discovered that all had arrived except for Daowei. As Ning Rongrong appeared alongside Ma Hongjun, the crowd cast puzzled glances in her direction. Her delicate face flushed with shyness. Upon taking her place, she noticed that both Zhu Zhuqing, who was usually reticent, and Xiao Wu, with whom she had recently shared a lively conversation, were ignoring her, seemingly isolating her. This led her to question whether her personality was truly unlikable, and for the first time, a sense of inferiority began to creep into her heart. Where are Tang San and Oscar? Are they still sleeping? Go and summon him. Today's class cannot be completed without him, Flander remarked, his gaze darkening as he noticed that Oscar, a senior student, was late. He turned to Tang San, who shared a dorm with Oscar, with a frown. Principal, when I left, Oscar was already awake. However, he was in the midst of training and must have reached a bottleneck, entering a meditative state. I will go check on him, Tang San explained. Just as Tang San was about to leave the training ground to fetch Oscar, the latter came rushing in, his face alight with joy. Principal, Hongjun, I've broken through. I've finally surpassed the 30-level bottleneck. Once I obtain a spirit ring, I will become a true soul master. Breaking through is breaking through. What is so remarkable about it? You claim to have become a soul master at 14, surpassing level 30 as a food system soul master? Flander initially misheard, but once he comprehended, he looked at Oscar with astonishment. It was worth noting that among the students at Shrek Academy, Oscar was only the second to achieve the soul master rank before the age of 14, following Ma Hongjun. Even on the entire continent, he belonged to the most elite echelon. Furthermore, Oscar's martial spirit was renowned for being the most challenging to cultivate among support-type soul masters. Compared to Hongjun, I still have a long way to go, but I will undoubtedly fare better in the future. Once I obtain my spirit ring, I can become wealthy, as I will receive a stipend of 100 gold soul coins from the Martial Soul Hall each month, Oscar boasted, oblivious to the disdainful looks of his peers. Little Oscar, you need to be so smug. I have been receiving that stipend for a long time. Do you see me flaunting it? Dai Mubai interjected, his tone cutting. Despite not knowing the extent of the previous conflict between him and Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai had reached a point where he could disregard her, treating her as an ordinary classmate, which had improved his mood. Come on, Boss Dai. Can't you let me revel in my moment? After all, I am the first in our Academy's support system to break through level 30 before 14. Oscar replied with a hint of helplessness. All right, enough of the chatter. We can discuss matters after class. Now that everyone is present, we shall commence the lesson. Today's class will be rather unique, focusing on team coordination, which will require Oscar's collaboration. Oscar, please release a sausage for each of them. Flander's calm words struck Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu as chilling as a devil's whisper. They quickly deduced Flander's intentions and instinctively stepped back, while only Fat Tiger, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai remained unfazed. Principal, you can't be suggesting we consume little Oscar's sausages to complete the task, right? Xiao Wu and I can certainly manage without them, Tang Sen said, observing the fear etched on Xiao Wu's face. No, today's task is to consume Oscar's sausages without any psychological barriers. Oscar possesses a rare, innate, full soul power food system martial spirit, making his talent among the finest in your group. It is imperative for you 8 to understand the abilities of each other's martial spirits. Flander stated with an undeniable tone. Ning Rongrong momentarily lost her focus, realizing that Oscar truly was an innate full soul power food system support soul master. Throughout her life, she had been surrounded by adoration, and as a natural genius with innate level 9 talent, she believed herself exceptional. However, to her dismay, her talents were comparatively lacking among Shrek Academy students, with even the least powerful among them, Fat Tiger, standing equal to her. When she encountered Ma Hongjun and Tang San, she instinctively distanced herself from them, as they were not on the same cultivation path. Yet now, Flander had personally affirmed Oscar's innate full soul power and his achievement of level 30, while she herself had only reached level 26 as a great soul master. In the span of 2 years, she had advanced merely 4 levels, leaving her confidence shaken and revealing her insecurities. Flander's glance swept the room. a hint of satisfaction playing on his lips. He intended to remind Ning Rongrong that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. It was essential to understand that achieving level 30 was far more arduous for Oscar than for others. Being a support-type Soul Master is inherently more challenging, and within that realm, the food system is the most difficult to cultivate. Oscar, at 14, had reached level 30, an astonishing feat. The advantages of a food system Soul Master significantly enhanced the team's capabilities, particularly in military contexts. Should Oscar join the army of the Tiendo Empire, his status would undoubtedly surpass that of a captain commanding 1,000 men. Food system Soul Masters were already rare on the continent, and those above level 30 were even more elusive. Achieving level 40 was almost unheard of, and level 50 was a rarity. Yet, in the modest Shrek Academy, not only was there Oscar at level 30, but also Xiao Xin, a soul sage with a level 70 martial spirit. Well then, I shall not hold back. I possess a large sausage and a small sausage, Oscar declared, a triumphant expression on his face as he relished the chance for retribution against those who had belittled him. Must we consume them? Xiao Wu hesitated, stepping back reluctantly. Zhu Zhuqing's expression mirrored her discomfort, and even Ning Rongrong, who had already felt somewhat isolated, took a few fearful steps back. What are you all looking like that for? It's just a sausage. It's not like you've never had one before. Watch me swallow it whole, Ma Hongjun declared, grabbing a sausage from Oscar and swallowing it in one gulp, leaving the others in awe of his boldness. As Ma Hongjun's words echoed in their minds, they recalled how he had once treated them to Oscar's sausages when they first entered Shrek Academy. Realizing his intentions had been well-meaning, Ma Hongjun's kindness points surged to 3,555, and he surmised that the increase was undoubtedly due to the influence of the three girls, reflecting the significant psychological impact they had endured. The second leaf of the San, Yet Sua Wu Huan, symbolizes kindness. The exact role of this kindness point in relation to Ma Hongjun remains somewhat ambiguous. Aside from lottery draws, he knows little else. However, Ma Hongjun is certain that the kindness point lottery is undoubtedly beneficial for him. The more, the better. As for the belief points, which can also be utilized for lottery draws, Ma Hongjun speculates that one must establish a sect akin to the Wu Huan Dian to acquire them, requiring followers to possess such points. He is even aware that the power of faith is the most accessible means to attain divinity in the Douluo. While he is uncertain whether there is a connection between the two, it is highly probable that belief points hold even greater significance for him. The wonders of the San Yetsua may extend far beyond what is currently known. Ma Hongjun finds himself eagerly anticipating the day he can visit the Binghua Liang Yin to consume the celestial herb and advance his Wu Huan to the San Yetsua. Oh, since you have all already partaken, I trust that having another bite will not pose a challenge, he remarked. As soul masters, you may encounter numerous dangers in the future. In situations devoid of sustenance, you may have to resort to consuming even cockroaches, rats, or insects. These could very well serve as your means of survival. Moreover, Ao-Si-Ka sausages are undoubtedly clean. He has not even touched them with his hands. Fulan Day stated, casting a slightly astonished glance at the group. Chapter 93. The 8 monsters of Shrek unite. Pong Hu and Dai Mu Bai stepped forward to receive the large sausages, consuming Ao-Si-Ka sausages without any psychological barriers. All right, hand it over. I shall partake. The first newcomer to step forward was not Tong San, as Ma Hongjun had anticipated, but rather the most unlikely candidate, Ning Rongrong. Indeed, neither Fulan Day nor Ao-Si-Ka had predicted that Ning Rongrong would be the first to overcome her psychological barriers, especially for Ao-Si-Ka, who had contemplated abandoning his pursuit of Ning Rongrong, feeling a lack of confidence to catch up with her. His heart was suddenly filled with hope, believing that her willingness to partake signified a budding affection for him. Ning Rongrong glanced at Ma Hongjun, lifted her chin, approached Ao-Si-Ka, seized his large sausage, and, imitating Ma Hongjun, swallowed the entire sausage in one bite. Her delicate little mouth was instantly filled, with the sausage's end protruding slightly due to her small mouth. Observing Ning Rongrong casually chew a couple of times before swallowing the sausage, Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine and a sudden coolness in his lower body. I have eaten. It is your turn now. I would like to apologize for my previous missteps, and I hope we can be partners moving forward. I look forward to your support, Ning Rongrong stated with poise after finishing her meal, bowing deeply to the others. No need to worry. Just refrain from bringing your young lady temperament into our group. The past is past. No one truly minds. Since we have joined Shrek Academy, We ought to unite as one. I have a suggestion, though I wonder if I should voice it, Ma Hongjun said with a smile, taking the lead in the conversation. Without needing to look, Ma Hongjun was certain that he had once again acquired Ning Rongrong's kindness points in his mind. The others nodded slightly, acknowledging this. Tong San and his companions accepted the large sausage from Ka, but showed no immediate intention of eating it. Feel free to share your suggestion. None of us are stingy. As long as it benefits our strength, I believe everyone would be amenable. Wouldn't you agree, Xiao San? Dai Mubai remarked, as he maintained a good rapport with Ma Hongjun and Tong San. Yes, Hongjun, please express your thoughts. Both I and Xiao will have no objections, Tong San nodded, pulling Xiao closer. Zhu Zhuqing also shifted her gaze from her sausage to Ma Hongjun, signaling him to continue. As for Peng Hu and Ka, they certainly had no objections. Are there any condiments? Ma Hongjun inquired, ignoring the others' expressions and walking over to Ka. Yes, I have various seasonings here. But why do you ask? Is your suggestion related to me? Ka replied, somewhat puzzled. No, I wanted to wait until they had eaten before speaking. Otherwise, the teacher might become anxious. Ma Hongjun glanced at Fulan Day, who was deliberately allowing space for everyone to consume the sausages. Ma Hongjun sometimes referred to his teacher as teacher, while at other times he addressed Fulan Day as dean. The group appeared to come to an understanding. And Tong San glanced at Fulan Day, the first to suppress his discomfort and consume the sausage. Although Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, they too prepared to follow suit. However, Ma Hongjun stopped them, expressing mild discontent. Why the rush? Wait a moment, let me add some seasoning. Xiao, condiments please. Ka quickly retrieved various seasonings from his spatial soul guide, though he was uncertain of Ma Hongjun's intent. Here, I have pepper, cumin powder, spicy powder, and various sauces, Ka said, swiftly presenting the collection. Ma Hongjun adeptly took the grilled sausages from the two girls and produced a barbecue grill from his Ru Ibai Bao Na, placing the sausages directly on it. Using the flames of his phoenix Wu Huan, he skillfully began to prepare the sausages for the two girls. The speed of his actions left the others in awe. After adding the seasonings, the sausages turned a golden hue, appearing crispy and inviting, making one's mouth water. Delicious. Just looking at it makes me want to eat, Ma Hongjun said, handing a sausage to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her tone growing warmer. Ma Hongjun smiled knowingly, feeling the ripple of kindness points increase in his mind. Once the two girls had consumed their sausages without hesitation, Fulan Day finally excused himself, leaving them with some leisure time. In truth, he had invested considerable effort into fostering unity among the Shrek students. To facilitate Ka's quicker integration into the new students, he resorted to such measures. As Fulan Day departed, the group relaxed. Despite Fulan Day's consistently amiable demeanor, his formidable presence as a soul sage made it difficult for the Shrek students to fully unwind. Hongjun, you truly have a way with things. Observing them eat so freely, they seem to have no psychological barriers at all. By the way, what was the suggestion you mentioned earlier? Now that everyone is present, please share it, Dai Mubai said, relieved by Fulan Day's absence and turning his attention to Ma Hongjun. Nothing of great significance. Once they become accustomed to it, such efforts will be unnecessary. After all, Xiao Ao sausages are primarily intended to enhance our endurance, rather than merely for consumption. Ma Hongjun waved his hand dismissively. Others remain oblivious. Yet in the depths of Ma Hongjun's heart, joy blossoms. For him, kindness is an invaluable treasure that cannot be acquired with Jin Han Bai. It allows him to secretly amass wealth while winning the favor of beautiful women. Why not embrace such a delightful opportunity? The suggestion I just made is not of great consequence. Our Shrek Academy, a gathering of extraordinary individuals, consists of merely 8 members, yet we function as a cohesive unit. Since we are a collective, we ought to choose a melodious name. What do you all think? Ma Hongjun proposed. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? Let's name our little group after Shrek itself. With 8 of us, we shall be known as the Shrek 8 Monsters. How's that sound? Dai Mubai exclaimed with delight, looking at everyone in agreement. Very well. Xiao San, Xiao Ao, Peng Hu, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, what do you all think? Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing at each person for their thoughts. No objections here, but I have a suggestion. Since the dean aims to strengthen our bonds, why not establish an age hierarchy among us? Dai Ji is the eldest, ranking first and becoming our big brother. Following him will be Xiao Ao as the second brother, then myself, Peng Hu, Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Rong, and the youngest, Zhu Qing, as the eighth sister. What do you think? Tang San remarked with a gentle smile, exuding warmth. Though only a few days have passed since joining Shrek Academy, he and the others feel as though they have known each other for ages. The reason behind his suggestion remains a mystery. Wonderful. I shall be the elder sister. Hee. From now on, Zhu Qing and Rong must call me Lu Jie. Xiao Wu was the first to clap her hands in joyous agreement. Both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai expressed their approval. Since everyone is in accord, let it be settled. The Shrek 8 monsters shall stand united. We do not seek to be born on the same day, month, or year, but rather to die on the same day, month, and year. Dai Mubai, as the oldest, naturally had no objections. His inherently loyal nature led him to be the first to extend his hand. We do not seek to be born on the same day, month, or year, but rather to die on the same day, month, and year. The others, stirred by emotion, solemnly extended their hands, aligning them in order of age, their hearts swelling with fervor. The scene was undoubtedly influenced by Ma Hongjuan's frequent storytelling about the Three Kingdoms. Chapter 94. The Second Awakening of Martial Spirits. Coming tomorrow. Xiao Wu's delicate hand rested atop Ma Hongjuan's larger one, yet he found himself devoid of any other thoughts, with desires tenfold greater than the average person. He often let his imagination run wild when holding a girl's hand. Now, with Xiao Wu transformed into Xiao Lu and himself the youngest among the boys, he felt a strange sense of camaraderie. One thread alone cannot form a line, nor can a single tree make a forest. Ma Hongjun understood the significance of unity. Individual strength may be formidable, but strength lies in the collective, akin to a pack of wolves. Only through unity can immense energy be harnessed, creating a true team. Each member of the Shrek 7 monsters is a rare talent on the continent, each possessing their own thoughts and pride. Without Shrek Academy, such gifted individuals could never have come together. From this day forth, we do not aspire to achieve fame like Lu, Guan, and Zhang, but rather to forge bonds as close as brothers, sharing life and death together. Dai Mubai passionately declared once more. Who are Lu Guan and Zhang? Xiao Wu and Tang San, along with the others, looked at Ma Hongjun with curiosity, hoping for an explanation. They are characters from a story I dream of, where the world's grand affairs inevitably divide and unite. Lu, Guan, and Zhang formed a brotherhood in the Peach Garden, rising against Dongjua, with Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong. The tales of loyalty and heroism, such as Zhao Zilong's valiant rescue of the young lord amidst chaos, resonate deeply. Ma Hongjun elaborated, settling down on the grass to narrate the epic saga of the Three Kingdoms. The Shrek 7 monsters were captivated by the fervent historical narrative emanating from Ma Hongjun. They gathered around, attentively listening to his recounting. Different individuals derived varied sentiments. Dai Mubai pondered the political intricacies and the brotherly bonds of Lu, Guan, and Zhang. Tang San and Pang who focused on the martial prowess of renowned generals, while Oscar enjoyed the strategic maneuvering of the wise. The three female members, Zhu Qing included, were drawn to the poignant romances set against the backdrop of chaos. Boys reveled in the stirring tales of heroism, while girls were intrigued by the tragic love stories of beautiful women amidst turmoil. Ma Hongjun shared every detail with the seven, and from a distance, Flinder observed the harmonious scene with a faint smile of satisfaction. Zhao Wujing stood beside him, sturdy as a tower. Ah, youth is indeed splendid. These little monsters have united so swiftly. Tomorrow, I shall lead Oscar and the others to the outskirts of Star Doe Forest to acquire the third spirit ring. The Tianluo Diwang's influence is just beginning to develop, and your management is essential, dear leader. Zhao Wujing chuckled, expressing his contentment. The following morning, the other 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters departed Shrek Academy under Zhao Wujing's guidance. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun set forth alone, embarking on a journey to the Sunset Forest, not far from Tiando City. Along the way, Ma Hongjun organized his somewhat disordered skills. Although he was merely a sole master of the Soul Zone realm, his power was undoubtedly on par with that of Soul Zone. The mere fact that he possessed the dual martial spirits of a weapon and beast, which could be utilized simultaneously, placed him well above other dual martial spirits of the same level. While his 3-leaf Clover martial spirit was currently reserved as a trump card, this did not imply that he could not utilize it freely. The abilities of his 3-leaf Clover martial spirit could even surpass the power of Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor after its evolution. Ma Hongjun was also prepared to attach his second hidden spirit ring, Yet he had no intention of acquiring spirit rings alongside Tang San and the others. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, he desired to enhance the quality of his martial spirit with the celestial herb before obtaining the spirit ring. The very thought thrilled him. Once he consumed the celestial grade, Wang Chuan Xiushui Du, he would be ready to acquire the 10,000-year spirit ring. With his extraordinary mental strength, he was confident he could withstand the soul shock of such a formidable spirit ring. Though the second hidden spirit ring was indeed the second spirit ring, its 10,000-year classification stirred great excitement within Ma Hongjun. He had even discovered a method to release both martial spirit rings simultaneously. This meant that even as a mere soul Zun, once he obtained the second hidden spirit ring of the three-leaf Clover martial spirit, he would be able to unleash 7 spirit rings: yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black. Such an achievement would be most fitting for showcasing grandeur. This was made possible due to Ma Hongjun's unique dual martial spirits, allowing for simultaneous release. 5 days later, Ma Hongjun finally arrived outside Tiando City. However, instead of heading directly to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, he intended to enter Tiando City to procure specialized tools for preserving and harvesting celestial products. He promptly sought out Lu Erlong at the Tianluo Di Wang headquarters, explaining his intentions. Lu Erlong, seemingly due to Flinder's influence, extended exceptional care towards Ma Hongjun. I will arrange for someone to procure the items you need right away. Come, let Annie see how much you have progressed. Lu Erlong harbored no reservations regarding Ma Hongjun's status as the master of the Tianluo Di Wang, still perceiving him as a younger generation. After speaking, Lu Erlong pulled Ma Hongjun closer to examine his soul power. Ma Hongjun willingly released his soul power. Otherwise, due to the unique hidden abilities of his San Yi Chao martial spirit, Lu Erlong might not have been able to discern his soul power level. 35. My goodness. It has only been a year since we last met. If I recall correctly, you should only be 12 years old now. To reach such a level at 12, you are on the brink of advancing to the Soul Zone realm. At your current training pace, you could easily achieve the Soul Zone before turning 14. Lu Erlong expressed her astonishment, her small mouth agape. It should take that long. I believe I can reach the Soul Zone realm before I turn 13. Ma Hongjun replied with remarkable calmness and confidence. He thought to himself that after consuming the suitable celestial herbs, even if his soul power was already quite pure, it could be enhanced by 5 levels. Moreover, he still had a 10,000-year soul ring yet to be attached. He felt that his estimate of achieving this before 13 was conservative. It could very well take less than 6 months, perhaps even just 3 months, to fully absorb the herbal essence and advance to Soul Zone. However, to Lu Erlong, this sounded somewhat arrogant. Confidence is commendable, but one must not become overly proud. When you need to acquire a soul ring, come find me. The items you seek will arrive shortly, she remarked, her brows slightly furrowed in skepticism regarding Ma Hongjun's claims. All right, I'll just return to my room now and have it delivered directly there, Ma Hongjun stated without further explanation or hint of dissatisfaction. He understood that Lu Erlong was unaware of his possession of celestial herbs, and that her demeanor stemmed from a desire to prevent his arrogance. Lu Erlong responded with a simple acknowledgement before resuming her meditation on the chair, fearing her impulse to reprimand him. Yet, out of consideration for Ma Hongjun's identity, she chose to exercise restraint. Were it any other junior speaking so boldly in her presence, her temperament would have compelled her to swiftly deliver a lesson, ensuring they understood the reason behind the beauty of flowers. Chapter 95. A delayed announcement. This overdue announcement comes as I take a day off to write. Having risen at 5 in the morning to labor on the construction site. Exhausted, I hope for your understanding. Nonetheless, I shall persevere. This is already my 4th novel. Over half a year of writing has yielded less than 2,000 yuan, yet I remain steadfast in my pursuit, not for any reason other than my dreams. I aspire to one day support my family through writing, freeing myself from the grueling labor of construction. I am profoundly grateful for the support of my readers, whether from QQ Reading or Chidian Reading. Thank you for your continuous encouragement and companionship. I will resolutely continue writing. For those who enjoy my work, please continue to support me. For those who do not, perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Society does not accommodate the incompetent. Reality compels us to grow. Without effort, what can we expect from tomorrow? If someone tosses money at you, kneel and gather it, for when it pertains to your sustenance, a little pride is inconsequential. Each person's journey is fraught with difficulties. Life is not easy. Thank you for your support. I reject Bkuj. For free content, the copyright is on QQ Browser. where it can be viewed. It is more comfortable than Bikuj, and of course, the most pleasant experience is with Chidian reading. Among the various novel apps I have explored, only Chidian reading offers the utmost comfort. Chapter 96, Second Awakening of Martial Spirit in the Setting Sun Forest. Ma Hongjun, brimming with excitement, employed a special technique to harvest various extraordinary celestial herbs. After securing them in his Rui Baobao bag, he turned his gaze to the central position where two celestial herbs, the Bajiao Xianbing Chao and the Liehua Xingjiao Shu, awaited. Ma Hongjun believed there was no need to be concerned about the cold and fiery toxins from consuming these two herbs. The breath of flame possessed the characteristic of being immune to all toxins, making it suitable for countering both cold and fiery poisons. Nevertheless, he had no intention of utilizing the breath of flame. Instead, he planned to emulate Tang San, utilizing the ice and fire yin-yang to refine his body, enhancing his physical strength. The Bajiao Xianbing Chao and the Liehua Xingjiao Shu were undoubtedly the most suitable celestial herbs for him. Approaching their central position, his San Yi Chao martial spirit swiftly emerged, engulfing the two herbs and drawing them into his mouth. His caution proved wise. The left side of his San Yi Chao transformed into ice while the right turned to ash. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun reacted swiftly, severing the roots of the San Yi Chao just as the herbs entered his mouth, preventing the ferocious energies from flooding his body. These two herbs, once harvested, should ideally be consumed within 10 breaths, dissolving instantly in a liquid that would flow down his throat into his abdomen. Ma Hongjun felt an exquisite fragrance envelop him, and the taste was delightful. He maintained his focus, quickly shedding his clothing, and within a breath's time, positioned himself at the heart of the ice and fire yin-yang sitting cross-legged and floating upon the water surface. His body trembled violently, and he appeared to be suffused with the colors of ice and fire, half frozen and half ablaze, with red and blue shifting in a mesmerizing display. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun's spirit was immensely powerful and his will unwavering. The clash of these extreme energies was intensely painful. Thankfully, the ice and fire yin-yang was the only place capable of accommodating the energies from these two extreme celestial herbs, rendering all toxins ineffective within its confines. The milky white and crimson hues were distinctly separate. Even as Ma Hongjun entered, they merely stirred a ripple before returning to tranquility. As vapor enveloped the air, time flowed like water. Night fell, shrouding the earth in darkness. Yet Ma Hongjun's eyes remained bright and resolute, akin to iron. Meanwhile, within the Stardow forest, Tang San sat cross-legged beside a soul beast with 8 spider legs, his expression of pain rivaling that of Ma Hongjun. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that several of the soul beast's spider legs were severely damaged, likely remnants of battles with soul masters. The members of Shrek Academy, including Xiao Wu, watched anxiously as Tang San absorbed the soul ring. Ma Hongjun sensed the tumultuous energies of ice and fire swirling violently within him, coursing through his meridians, shattering them, only to rapidly heal due to the medicinal properties of the energies. The renewed meridians, however, were now more resilient and broader, nearly double their previous size. Should he meditate and train again, he would discover that his cultivation speed had dramatically increased. The energies of ice and fire swirled around Ma Hongjun, which he absorbed using the sun's breath, eventually transferring them to his 2 martial spirits. In the palm of his right hand, a common but entirely green 3-leaf clover materialized, accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a phoenix. At that moment, the robust figure of the phoenix began to transform at a visible pace, taking on a more refined and graceful appearance, embodying nobility. The 3-leaf clover's spirit gradually began to bloom, and the 4th leaf slowly coalesced into shape. At this moment, Tang San in the Stardow Great Forest suddenly opened his sharp eyes, awakening from his illusion, and an indescribable scene unfolded around him. 4 peculiar spider-like legs sprouted from his back. Similarly, Ma Hongjun, who was equally bare, possessed a physique that far surpassed Tang San's. His robust muscles had become even more refined, and his frame had noticeably shrunk, yet his height remained unchanged at over 1.8 meters. It is important to remember that Ma Hongjun was merely a 12-year-old boy. Such a height at this age could only be attributed to extraordinary growth. The earth whip, too, grew out from his tailbone, having absorbed the energies of ice and fire. At this moment, the earth whip had turned a brilliant white, reminiscent of the legendary 10,000-year Earth King, signifying that Ma Hongjun's external spirit bone had ascended to the 10,000-year level. Upon awakening, before he had the chance to examine the changes in himself after leaving the spring, a voice devoid of emotion echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully awakening the four-leaf clover, the quality of your martial spirit has been elevated, and your soul power level is now 1. Ma Hongjun was startled. Who is speaking? Instantly alert, he activated his martial spirit and scanned his surroundings. After confirming that there were no immediate threats, he realized that the voice emanated from a panel in his mind. There is no need for alarm. I am the green panel spirit residing in your mind, also known as the spirit of the four-leaf clover. I came into existence due to your martial spirit's second awakening. My function is to provide you with information about your martial spirit and its capabilities at any time. Ah, you're a system? Ma Hongjun inquired, regaining composure and conversing with the spirit within his consciousness. Not quite. I'm the spirit of the four-leaf clover. The inherent power of the clover is too formidable for the laws of the Douluo world to permit such an existence. Thus, the excess energy evolved into me. The female electronic voice sounded synthesized and devoid of any emotion. Are you alive? Ma Hongjun questioned, perplexed. Not in the traditional sense. I am a spirit, a product evolved from a four-leaf clover based on the desires of the host's mind. I currently lack sentience and can only assist the host in utilizing the martial spirit's functions, the spirit replied. Though Ma Hongjun remained silent, he was already convinced. From a moment the green panel appeared in his consciousness, he sensed that it would likely undergo changes, though he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. It was evident that the green panel was also a product of the excess energy from the four-leaf clover. Having absorbed the powers of the divine eight-angled ice grass and the blazing fire apricot, leading to further transformation. The power of ice and fire acted as a key to unlock the potential of the clover. Otherwise, its effects would not be so profound as to allow the birth of a spirit. After donning his black bodysuit retrieved from his Rui Hunter treasure bag, Ma Hongjun finally had time to examine his current soul power level. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had reached level 38, surpassing the 15-year-old Dai Mubai by a small margin. It is noteworthy that the primary function of the two divine herbs was not to enhance soul power. In the original narrative, Tangsen only increased his level by 4 after consuming them, following 6 months of rigorous training. Although Ma Hongjun had only elevated his level by 3, it was crucial to remember that the purity of his soul power exceeded that of ordinary soul masters by more than double, thereby increasing the difficulty of his advancement significantly. His 3 levels were equivalent to 6 for others. Notification. The 3-leaf clover has upgraded to a 4-leaf clover, granting an increase of 1 level in soul power. The electronic voice echoed again in Ma Hongjun's consciousness, a sound only he could hear, imperceptible even to a titled Douluo. Enlightened, Ma Hongjun eagerly examined the attributes displayed on the panel in his mind. Host, Ma Hongjun Soul Power, Level 38. Assault Control System Battle Soul Master Martial Spirit 1. Evil Fire Phoenix First Soul Skill. Phoenix Cry Sky Strike Second Soul Skill. Fiery Sun Puncture Third Soul Skill. Phoenix Wings Soar Quality. Top Tier. Semi-Perfect Beast Martial Spirit. Possessing ultimate fire, tremendous explosive power, and exceptional speed, with a 1% chance of rebirth upon death. Possesses an exceptionally strong desire, with a craving 20 times that of an ordinary person. Martial Spirit. 4-leaf clover Function 1. Goodness Point Lottery. 1,000 goodness points per draw. 100 base goodness points. Function 2. Faith Point Lottery. 1,000 faith points per draw. 100 base faith points. Function 3. Friendship Point Lottery. Not yet unlocked. Function 4. Luck Point Lottery. Not yet unlocked. Others. Not yet unlocked. First Soul Skill. Biphosphorus Flame Poison Domain. First Hidden Soul Skill. Parasite Entangle. Second Soul Skill. Ink Jade Empty Staff. Second Hidden Soul Skill. None. Third Soul Skill. Web Coverage. Special Talent Skill. Ghostly Annihilation Breathing Technique. External Spirit Bone. Earth Whip. 10,000 years. Spirit Bones. None. Soul Guidance Device. Rui 100 Treasure Bag. If I consume the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower now, will it elevate the Evil Fire Phoenix Martial Spirit to perfection? Ma Hongjun pondered aloud, contemplating the transformations of his Evil Fire Phoenix Martial Spirit. Indeed, but it is advisable for the host to find a girlfriend first before proceeding, came the teasing reply. Ma Hongjun was momentarily speechless, feeling that his martial spirit had an uncharacteristically playful demeanor. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, he prepared to leave the Ice and Fire Tuine Eye and return to Shrek Academy to share his joy with his teachers. 10 days later, strolling through the streets of Soto City, Ma Hongjun was in high spirits. With the sun and moon in hand, there is no one like me in this world. A single leaf can obscure the eye, while another can slice through the stars. Lost in the euphoria of his newfound power, he appeared almost foolish, standing in the bustling streets of Soto City, talking to himself with grandiosity. Big brother, look at that person ahead, he seems so silly. What is he mumbling about all alone? What a pity for such a handsome face, remarked a lively girl with dark green hair to a beautiful girl beside her, who had flowing light blue hair cascading down her back, her fair complexion adorned with exquisite features. At first glance, the girl did not seem particularly breathtaking, but upon closer inspection, her beauty revealed itself as an ethereal allure. Ma Hongjun turned to gaze at her, feeling an inexplicable attraction emanating from her. His fair face inadvertently flushed with a hint of crimson. The girl, sensing a similar essence from Ma Hongjun, quickly admonished her companion, "Be quiet. Do not speak foolishly then." The light blue-haired beauty approached Ma Hongjun, her demeanor shy and apologetic. "I am terribly sorry, dear classmate. My younger sister speaks without thinking. Please do not take offense. If I am not mistaken, you must be a student from the Soul Master Academy here to attend the star-studded concert. My name is Shui Binger from the Tian Shui Academy. At present, Ma Hongjun has transformed to such an extent that even Flinder would hesitate to recognize him. Although the contours of his former appearance remain, the visage characterized by excess flesh has vanished, replaced by a striking young man with sharp brows and bright eyes. One would never guess that Ma Hongjun is merely 12 years of age. His physique, having been tempered by the dual forces of ice and fire, has now become almost ethereal. In his own words, concentrated essence is the true essence. Hello, my name is Ma Hongjun, a student of Shrek Academy. As Ma Hongjun gazed at the outstretched palm of the girl before him, he found himself stammering, a wave of nervousness washing over him, causing his heart to race. When he clasped her slender, delicate hand, which felt like ice, he was momentarily free of any distracting thoughts. They parted almost instantly. Yet he felt a genuine fondness for that chill. This was the first time he felt so pure and untainted in the presence of a female, free from a need to suppress his inner desires. The Soul Master, Shui Binger, emanated a frigid aura that seemed to possess a natural ability to temper the fiery turmoil within him. "Ha ha ha, you're shy. How adorable. Sister, look how fierce you are. You frighten him." Shui wearer couldn't help but laugh at Ma Hongjun's bashfulness. "Ahem. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Ma Hongjun said, feeling utterly embarrassed, overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation at being teased by a young girl. "Be quiet. If you don't behave, you won't be allowed to play next time," Shui Binger admonished, her expression suddenly growing stern as she shot a glance at Shui Yue. "Sister, he is just a soul master. I was merely joking. Who could resist his cuteness? Don't be angry, please." Shui Wearer, clearly surprised by Shui Binger's protective demeanor, quickly began to shake her sister's arm in a playful manner. "All right, let's hurry back. Tomorrow we must attend the opening ceremony of the celebrity concert. Duke Poison personally invited us from Tianshui Academy, and we cannot afford to be absent," Shui Binger said, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Having walked a distance away, Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback by her words, astonished that Duke Poison and Teacher Flinder had moved so swiftly. In just over a month, they had already extended invitations to various academies. With this thought in mind, Ma Hongjun hurried to the headquarters of the Tianluo Diwang to inquire about the concert details. After meeting with Flinder, Ma Hongjun learned that Tang San and the others had returned safely and, like Oscar, had successfully advanced to the rank of Soul Ancestor. This was no surprise to Ma Hongjun, who had made significant gains himself. He decided to wait until he had sufficiently absorbed the powers of the two immortal-grade herbs within him before consuming Wang Chuan Xiao Shui Lu and Ji Guan Feng Huang Kuei, both of which were exceptionally suited to him. As for the other immortal-grade herbs, he resolved to gift them to the lower-ranked members of the Shrek's 7 monsters, such as Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Fat Tiger, who were still at the Great Soul Master level. For the others, Ma Hongjun had prepared top-tier medicinal herbs, including Ji Pin Ziji, Jiu Jiechui Yuzhu, and Tian Shan Bing Dilian. These exquisite herbs, as described by Dugabo, were renowned for enhancing soul power and fortifying one's essence. It was thanks to such a rare treasure that he had ascended to the title of Douluo. Within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, there were merely 2 Ji Pin Ziji, 1 Ji Pin Jiu Jiechui Yuzhu, and 1 Ji Pin Tian Shan Bing Dilian. Although these herbs were precious, after acquiring the Wuhuan Qi Ling, Ma Hongjun's perspective had significantly evolved. Apart from the herbs beneficial to him, he no longer felt a strong desire for others. As the saying goes, 3 parts are determined by destiny, 7 parts depend on effort, and 90 parts rely on golden fingers. Upon arriving at the Tianluo Diwang headquarters, Ma Hongjun presented Douluo's identity token and was swiftly guided to the core area of the base. In a tranquil room, Flinder and Douluo sat facing each other, with a familiar chessboard placed between them. "You're back, little monster. Come, let us see how to make the next move," Douluo said without a hint of embarrassment. Seeking assistance, Ma Hongjun approached, glancing at the board and quickly realizing that Duke Poison was a poor chess player. He had lost both rooks and was left with only 2 knights and a cannon. Meanwhile, Flinder retained a full set of pieces. Ma Hongjun shrugged, saying, "I can only give it a try. No one can guarantee you'll be able to revive this game." With that, Ma Hongjun moved Douluo's Red Knight into his own central 9 palaces, creating a situation of life or death. Flinder's eyes brightened as he moved his cannon forward. Ma Hongjun, unhurried, advanced his general, leading Flinder to ponder deeply, aware that Ma Hongjun's move was laden with significance. Astute as he was, Flinder knew that Ma Hongjun's tactics were not easily dismissed. However, he ultimately found himself outmatched, falling to Ma Hongjun's cunning strategy, leading to a stalemate with no moves left. Flinder, however, did not mind. He smiled calmly, as chess was something Ma Hongjun had taught him, and winning against him was to be expected. "So how was your trip? How many levels did your soul power increase?" Flinder inquired first about Ma Hongjun's achievements. Ma Hongjun, beaming with pride, extended 4 fingers and replied nonchalantly, "It wasn't too much, just a slight increase for small levels. Nothing significant." "What? With the purity of your soul power, you managed to increase by 4 levels? If we give this to Dai Mubai and the others, wouldn't they directly ascend to Soul Master?" Flinder exclaimed, astonished. If that were the case, Shrek Academy would stand a chance at victory in the finals of the Continental Soul Master competition next year. "Little monster, are you speaking sensibly? That is just a small increase," Douluo, unable to restrain his amazement, added. Compared to Flinder, Douluo had a slightly lesser understanding of Ma Hongjun's soul power and martial spirit. "It's just 4 levels. What is the fuss about? Although this is due to the 2 immortal herbs I consumed, the soul power gained is merely supplementary. I still have 1 immortal herb suited for me that I have yet to consume. Just that one alone could elevate me to the Soul Master rank with a surplus." Ma Hongjun reflected on the Ji Guanfeng Huang Kuei in his Rui Baobao Nong. Had it not been for the spirit reminding him to wait until he had a girlfriend before consuming it, he might have already been eager to use it to ascend to the Soul Master rank. Flinder and Douluo were left speechless. Although Ma Hongjun had previously shared the effects of the immortal herbs, they still felt he may be exaggerating. Douluo, still unyielding, stepped forward and seized Ma Hongjun's wrist, channeling his soul power into Ma Hongjun's body to investigate his soul energy. The purity of the soul power is remarkable. Even an average soul king would pale in comparison. As long as there is a support-type soul beast to sustain you, with your soul power's purity and the explosive potential of your soul skills, ordinary soul kings may not stand a chance against you. However, this is contingent upon the condition that after you ascend to the soul sect, the purity of your soul power does not diminish. A glint of excitement flashed in Douluo's eyes as he spoke. He sensed that Ma Hongjun could indeed become an existence surpassing the title Douluo, an immortal being that everyone aspires to become. "Rest assured, my soul power will only grow purer. However, the pace of my cultivation may slow down," Ma Hongjun replied, somewhat dissatisfied. "Do not act coy in front of me. To possess the strength to challenge those beyond your level, one must inevitably pay a price," Douluo retorted with irritation. "Just jesting. Once this star-studded concert concludes, Old Poison, you and I must venture to the Xingdo Great Forest, as my lucky Clover martial soul is now ready to once again add soul rings," Ma Hongjun revealed without reservation. Aware that his DualSpirit beast martial soul was no longer a secret among the higher-ups of the Tianluo Diwang. "It seems I was right to call you a little monster. I can hardly imagine the scene when your full strength erupts, the Phoenix martial soul manifests, and you utilize your control-type martial soul," Douluo marveled. In contrast, Flinder remained composed, having grown accustomed to the myriad of astonishing events surrounding Ma Hongjun. "Whatever extraordinary occurrences happen to you, I will not be surprised. The luckiest moment of my life has been accepting you as my disciple. Flinder reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Ah, your luck has always been remarkable, to the extent that even I, a titled Douluo, envy you for having such a disciple. The poisoned Douluo remarked, their camaraderie nearly rivaling that with Ma Hongjun. Enough of this banter. Do tell me which academies have been invited to attend tomorrow's concert. Ma Hongjun said earnestly. Oh dear, I was so engrossed in our conversation that I completely forgot I had arranged to have tea with Foma yesterday. Curse it. I must take my leave. Douluo abruptly changed his demeanor, recalling an important matter before disappearing. Foma, who is that? Teacher, do you know? Ma Hongjun inquired, now curious about Douluo's affairs. Are you aware of the titled Douluo on the continent? The one who commands Douluo's attention is indeed a titled Douluo, and uniquely the only openly recognized healing-type titled Douluo on the continent. Flinder explained with a smile. A healing-type titled Douluo? What martial soul does she possess? Ma Hongjun asked, puzzled. 9 Hearts Sea Phoenix. You should have encountered a 9 Hearts Sea Phoenix soul master before. I learned of this due to my access to intelligence from Tianluo Diwan. It is said that the lineage of the 9 Hearts Sea Phoenix is passed down solely, with only 2 9 Hearts Sea Phoenix soul masters allowed to exist simultaneously. If a new one appears, one of the existing ones must pass away. Their ability is singular, total healing, with the range depending on the soul power exerted. If supported by 9 Hearts Sea Phoenix soul master, one can fight recklessly. Flinder spoke gravely. What is her relationship with Yi Lingling from the Tiando royal team? Ma Hongjun asked, perplexed. Mother and daughter, Flinder replied succinctly. Is there a possibility of inviting her to join our Tianluo Diwan? Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up at the thought. Ah, that is something to discuss with Douluo. It is said that the two shared a rather extraordinary relationship in their youth. However, the 9 Hearts Sea Phoenix clan has always kept to themselves regarding matters of the Soul Master world. Their presence in Soto City is solely due to Douluo's invitation. Flinder's lips curled into a cunning smile. Ma Hongjun grasped Flinder's implication and chose not to pursue the topic further, mirroring the sly grin. On my way back, I encountered individuals from the Tianshui Academy who informed me that the concert's opening ceremony is set for tomorrow. Why the rush? What if I did not return in time? Wouldn't that jeopardize everything? Ma Hongjun queried, recalling his intentions. You underestimate our Tianluo Diwan's intelligence capabilities. While we may not rival the top 3 sects, we far surpass the bottom 4. You made no effort to conceal your movements on your journey back. Naturally, I knew you would arrive on time. The reason for the early start is that Soto City has recently gathered an overwhelming number of soul masters, and for the sake of order, it is best to hold the event as soon as possible. Otherwise, do you think Douluo would lower himself to invite other titled Douluo to oversee? Flinder said, initially proud, but growing somewhat distressed over the issue of order. If it were not for Douluo and Yi Lingling's mother, as well as the Feng'er mentioned by Douluo, stationed in Soto City, those soul masters arriving from all directions would have caused chaos, leaving no time for chess. I see now. However, I did not fully consider the magnitude of Douluo's arrangements. Please tell me which academies will be present. Ma Hongjun realized. Naturally, Tianshui Academy, being the most eye-catching, would not be absent, along with Chihua Academy, Leitang Academy, Tiando Royal Academy, Jiwu Academy, Tianxing Academy, Sanghui Academy, Xiangjia School, and Xinghua Academy, among others. Flinder recounted proudly. As the head of Shrek Academy, he felt a sense of pride, knowing that half of the academies on the continent were invited under the name of Shrek Academy. Very well, let us commence tomorrow. I'm quite looking forward to it. This time, Tianluo Diwan will undoubtedly reap substantial rewards, and the initiator of the concert, Shrek Academy, will gain immense fame. Ma Hongjun's expression was filled with anticipation. He envisioned showcasing traditional Chinese culture for the first time on the Douluo continent, combining martial arts aesthetics with Hanfu attire, alongside the more than 10 classical ancient-style songs he had prepared. This concert would surely be a resounding success. At that moment, the Shrek 8 monsters gathered on the small playground. After Ma Hongjun and Flinder inquired about the situation, they hurried back to Shrek Academy. Just in time, the others were present, and Ma Hongjun called them together to distribute the celestial herbs and premium spiritual medicines. At this time, the attire of the Shrek students had undergone significant changes, with the boys clad in the martial arts clothing that Ma Hongjun intended to sell. Ning Rongrong wore a wide-sleeve flowing skirt designed by Mei Anna, who was responsible for costumes in Tianluo Diwan, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing donned the 7-colored fairy garb. The 7-colored fairy garb consisted of skirts in 7 different colors, with Zhu Zhuqing in purple and Xiao Wu in pink, looking no less splendid than the wide-sleeved flowing skirt. Their faces radiated joy, clearly satisfied with their school uniforms. Haha, your demeanor has undoubtedly elevated with these uniforms. What about mine? I also wish to don them. Ma Hongjun did not immediately express his intention to unveil the celestial items. Instead, he jestingly addressed the group. Haha, indeed. Your Pang who has already been delivered to your dormitory. Although I must say you have noticeably slimmed down, I can hardly recognize you. Thankfully, this attire accommodates all body types. Daimu Bai, however, chuckled joyfully as the trials in the Xingdou Great Forest had fostered a deeper unity among the members of Shrek. Well, haha, I shall try it on when I return. How about it, Captain Dai? Am I not now the most dashing among our Shrek 8 monsters? Ma Hongjun proclaimed with a look of pride. Enough already. Spare us your vanity. Were it not for your fair complexion and that rather obnoxious voice, I could scarcely believe you were indeed you. Daimu Bai retorted with feigned annoyance. Upon their initial meeting, the two had almost come to blows. But it was Ma Hongjun's timely revelation of his identity that averted conflict. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun's appearance had not changed drastically. Only the excess flesh on his face had vanished, and he had slimmed down considerably. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to explain. Despite his weight loss, he still appeared more robust than Daimu Bai. In simple terms, he had become more handsome. Chapter 100. Equipping the 8 monsters with celestial herbs. As the saying goes, a fair complexion can conceal 3 flaws, while being overweight can ruin all. Now, Ma Hongjun is both fair and handsome, thus it is only natural for his beauty to flourish. This time I have brought back something special for you all. This item is exclusively for the handsome, considering how charming, beautiful, and delightful you are. I shall gift it to you. Ma Hongjun, unconcerned, chuckled as he complimented them. Xiao Ma Ge, you're not making it difficult for my Pang Hu, are you? Pang Hu interjected with a pained expression. Even Tang San, who is of average appearance, surpasses him in looks. Being dark and overweight cannot possibly be associated with handsomeness. Well, you're the exception. Pang Hu, you really ought to lose some weight. Our Shrek 8 monster's overall attractiveness has been significantly diminished by you, Ma Hongjun remarked, somewhat apologetically, as he refrained from excessive flattery. In an effort to earn some goodwill, he had no qualms about praising others. Although Pang Hu was not unattractive, he was certainly not handsome, and Ma Hongjun could not in good conscience speak otherwise. Ooh, even Xiao Ma Ge has become so handsome. It seems I truly need to consider ways to slim down. Pang Hu lamented with tears in his eyes. He was aware of his lack of attractiveness, but was utterly powerless when it came to losing weight. In terms of cultivation, he even worked harder than Ma Hongjun, dedicating more time to both physical training and soul power cultivation. Yet his weight continued to increase, and his soul power level fell further behind that of Ma Hongjun. The disparity in innate talent was vast and could not be compensated for merely through effort. To make up for it would require serendipitous assistance. Currently, there exists a method that may help you shed some pounds. The 9th grade purple Ganoderma, one of the finest varieties of Lingji, known for its ability to strengthen the foundation, enhance vitality, and augment power. Although it may not be truly classified as a celestial herb, it offers assistance to soul masters with insufficient innate soul power that surpasses even that of celestial items. Upon concluding his statement, Ma Hongjun produced a 9th grade purple Ganoderma, radiating a purple glow, much to the bewilderment of those present. During his journey back, Ma Hongjun had conducted a careful analysis and concluded that the 9th grade purple Ganoderma was indeed more suitable for Pang Hu's use. In the original narrative, the Master, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, was ostracized by his clan due to a failed mutation of his martial soul. This led him to delve into the theoretical knowledge of soul masters, yet he remained unable to surpass the 30th level. The 9th grade purple Ganoderma was precisely the solution to the problems that had plagued him for years, allowing him to transcend the limitations imposed by his innate martial soul inadequacies, thus facilitating subsequent progress. Ma Hongjun, of course, would not consider gifting the 9th grade purple Ganoderma to the Master. Undeniably, the Master's research into the theories of soul masters was intriguing, yet Ma Hongjun was not inclined to commend his character. Were it not for the relationship between Flinder and the Master, he would never have permitted the Master to train them at Shrek Academy. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun had not yet encountered the Master, but according to the timeline, he should have arrived at Shrek Academy several days prior. However, due to the recent celebrity concert issues, the Master's training schedule had been postponed. Thus, Ma Hongjun had yet to meet the infamous individual rumored to have nearly seduced the Pope and slept with his own sister. Xiao Ma Gu, do you think everyone is as monstrous as you? I am not innately deficient. I possess innate level 7. In other academies, this is undoubtedly the mark of a genius. Pang, who complained upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words. It is worth noting that among the Shrek Academy, he was the only one with innate level 7 soul power, while the other 7 boasted innate levels of 9 or even 10, each one possessing the potential of a title Douluo, except for him. Absent some fortuitous opportunity, with his innate level 7, he would max out at the rank of soul Douluo, theoretically speaking. However, the gap between theory and reality is substantial. Across the continent in recent decades, there have been dozens of soul masters with full innate soul power, yet the number of titled Douluos does not exceed 30. As for the hidden talents and forces, Ma Hongjun was not privy to that information through the intelligence network of Tian Luoduang. He merely suspected that the hidden force of strength was not inferior to the top 3 sects among the so-called 7 great sects. Yet he remained unaware of the specifics of their power. Do you want it? If not, I shall give it to someone else, Ma Hongjun remarked somewhat irritably. Yes. How could I not want it? If it rivals celestial items, then consuming it will surely grant me the hope of advancing to the level of title Douluo. I need not elaborate on my gratitude. From now on, Xiao Ma Gu, you are my reborn parents. Wherever you guide me, I shall not stray. Should you instruct me to steal chickens, I shall not touch dogs. Pang, who exclaimed excitedly as he eagerly accepted the 9th grade purple Ganoderma from Ma Hongjun's hands. What a jest! Although Pang, who may appear somewhat simple-minded, he is no fool. Who would refuse an herb that could rival celestial items? Upon hearing Pang, whose words, Ma Hongjun could not help but smile, reminiscent of the times when Pang, who was a young fanboy. Ding dong. Kindness points 10, total 110. The system's electronic voice suddenly echoed in Ma Hongjun's mind. A 10-point increase in kindness points felt wholly justified to Ma Hongjun, as this was no less than the value of a celestial item. Thus, giving it away for 10 points of kindness felt entirely appropriate. The others could hardly suppress their amusement, while Pang Hu, unable to contain himself, promptly swallowed the 9th grade purple Ganoderma and began to cultivate his soul power in a cross-legged position. The Shrek members had been assigned a task concerning celestial herbs on the 2nd day of the new students' enrollment. Thus, they were well-versed in the knowledge of celestial herbs and were aware of the method of consumption, so they did not inquire about Ma Hongjun's intentions. Dai Mubai could not help but remark, "Brother, did you strike it rich on your brief outing? Am I handsome?" Ma Hongjun, seeking to tease Dai Mubai, refrained from answering his question and instead countered with a query. "Handsome. Xiao Ma Gu is the most handsome and the wealthiest. Quickly share with your brother what other treasures you brought back," Dai Mubai shamelessly inquired, abandoning all pretense. This was due to the familiarity he had developed with Ma Hongjun over the past 2 years. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, even if they were to drop a celestial item on his head, he would not have acted so shamelessly. The celestial item, Qirong Tong Tianju, is most suited for assault-type beast martial soul masters. As brothers, do not refuse me. This is my gift to you, Ma Hongjun joyfully declared, overflowing with generosity. I love you immensely, brother. I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude further, as everything is laid bare here. Dai Mubai pounded his chest with a serious tone. Well, you do not need me to instruct you on its effects and absorption, right? He said, as Ma Hongjun retrieved a large chrysanthemum from the spatial soul guide and handed it to Dai Mubai. The chrysanthemum displayed a resplendent purple hue, and curiously, each petal appeared fluffy and exceptionally adorable. The entire flower was perfectly cohesive, yet it exuded no fragrance. The central pistil rose over half a foot above the petals, its tip shimmering with a faint golden radiance. Chapter 101. Equipping the 8 monsters with celestial herbal medicines. Haha, no need for that. I have not forgotten the knowledge imparted by the dean, Dai Mubai replied, settling into a cross-legged position to absorb the medicinal power of the celestial herb. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Kindness points 30, total 140. What is the basis for this increased value? Ma Hongjun wondered inwardly, questioning the spirit of the device. It varies by person and degree. Individuals with higher fortunes will yield more kindness points, and the degree of kindness affects the value as well. Ma Hongjun understood at last how to acquire kindness points. Kindness, in essence, is simply that, sometimes perceived as foolishness, yet can still earn 1 kindness points. As expressed in an animated series, One may clearly recognize that love can create everything, yet still refuse to confront it or even deny it. Why is this? Because love can create all, yet can also destroy all. When you protect a flock from wolves with love, that very love translates to destruction for the wolves, as they may starve to death. This world operates on such principles. It is either the death of wolves or the death of sheep. It is a realm where the weaker wolves perish from hunger or the frail sheep fall prey to the strong. Thus, absolute kindness does not exist in this world. Rather, there are only differing stances and perspectives on issues, much like the relationship between soul beasts and humans. Yet, Ma Hongjun firmly believes that there is light in this world. Perhaps it is excessively cruel, but therein lies its beauty. We exist for love. We exist to grow stronger. Seeing Ma Hongjun lost in thought and motionless, the others assumed he was contemplating the distribution of items, their faces filled with anticipation. Even Tang San, known for his composure, gazed intently at Ma Hongjun. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, glancing at the group. Wu Ge, there's nothing on your face. But you are looking exceptionally handsome right now. I can't help but admire you. Are you in need of girlfriend? How about me? Ning Rongrong remarked half-jokingly, her eyes sparkling. Ehem, let wes not yist. The celestial Chilua tulip should elevate your martial soul to the 9-treasure glazed tower, if it truly ascends after consumption. Should you wish to express your gratitude, you may stay by my side as a maid. Having the young master of the 7-treasure glazed sect as a maid would be rather prestigious. Ma Hongjun teased without a hint of embarrassment. Sure, I would love that. But if my martial soul does not advance to the 9-treasure glazed tower, you shall be held accountable. Ning Rongrong responded with a playful wink, her words laden with implications. You should go absorb it quickly, Ma Hongjun stammered, quickly retrieving another tulip, radiating with a 9-color glow and tossing it to Ning Rongrong. This is a celestial herb. Be careful not to drop it. What if it falls? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, receiving it with utmost care, a hint of complaint in her voice. Don't worry about it falling. Even if it does, you will consume it anyway. Enough chatter. Hurry and absorb it, Ma Hongjun chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Hee, thank you, Wu Ge. I truly adore you. Ning Rongrong's words brought a wave of comfort to Ma Hongjun. Muma. Ning Rongrong approached Ma Hongjun with the tulip cradled in her hands and unexpectedly planted a kiss on his fair cheek, blushing as she said, This is to thank you. Do not misunderstand. I must go absorb the medicinal power now. Ding. Congratulations, host. Kindness points 40, total 180. Ma Hongjun dazedly touched the damp imprint on his cheek, still sensing the faint fragrance of the maiden's purity. He barely registered the spirit's hollow announcement in his mind. The others exchanged glances, while only Oscar displayed a fleeting, subtle disappointment in his eyes before it vanished, looking at Ma Hongjun with anticipation. Little Ma, I know you're not interested in money, but only in women. Rongrong is yours. I cannot pursue her anymore. As a brother, do not hold back. While I do have an interest in women, I am not that indiscriminate. What are you saying? Did Rongrong not say not to misunderstand? Ma Hongjun sighed, enough of that. This is another herb I prepared for you, the last one, a 9-grade purple Ganoderma. Since you have ascended to Soul Sovereign, you are now a core member of the Heavenly Net. Ma Hongjun felt utterly at a loss, somewhat helpless in his response. If he had another martial soul, he might have been able to argue his case. But with the evil Fire Phoenix martial soul, no one would believe him if he claimed it held no interest for him. However, he rightly asserted that he was not a promiscuous person. Otherwise, he would not still be a virgin. Heavenly Net? What is that? Is it another great power? Xiaowu could not help but inquire, her desire for celestial herbs being the least among the group. She merely needed to leverage popularity to continuously enhance her strength. Thus her training was somewhat inconsistent. Nothing much. Just a sect I founded, supported by the great tree of Shrek Academy. Thus it is developing quite well. Oscar expressed a desire to join the Heavenly Net some time ago, and I promised him he could join upon ascending to Soul Sovereign. Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Yes, I will absorb it now. Haha, I genuinely hope to ascend directly to Soul Sect. Oscar put aside his previous concerns and cheerfully began refining his herbs. Ding! Congratulations. Host. Kindness points 20, total 200. Xiao-san, this is a mutated top-tier spiritual herb, the exquisite Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary celestial herbs and should be highly suitable for you. Consider it a gift. Ma Hongjun presented a snow lotus radiating red and blue light. Mutated? Tian Shan Snow Lotus? Tang San, unfamiliar with this celestial herb, inquired curiously. Not entirely, but close enough. A double-blooming lotus, if my calculations are correct. This top-tier, mutated spiritual herb may even surpass celestial grade. Ma Hongjun replied candidly. This herb grew alongside the 8-angled xianbing grass, one of the few premium materials. However, due to its proximity to the spring, and coinciding with Ma Hongjun's absorption of celestial herbs, the evil fire phoenix, martial soul, achieved its ultimate fire. The remaining energy from the ultimate fire intermingled with the ice and fire forces, resulting in a mutation that birthed a fire-red, dual-flower snow lotus. In truth, calling it a snow lotus is somewhat inaccurate. It might be more fitting to name it a fire lotus. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun was too lazy to name it, and simply refer to it as such. Hence, he asserted that its medicinal effects were not inferior to celestial herbs and might even exceed them. Thank you. Its efficacy indeed rivals that of celestial herbs and will greatly benefit me. I think I shall name it the Ice-Fire Dual Lotus. Tang Xin took a moment to examine the situation, and a smile of delight broke across his face. Ma Hongjun, having followed Douluo and gained some understanding of medicinal herbs, was also aware of Tang Xin's sentiments and felt reassured. It was precisely because Ma Hongjun had consumed the Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao and the Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu that this particular herb, which possessed overlapping effects, was deemed slightly inferior to the exquisite variant spirit herbs. Consequently, it was bestowed upon Tang San. In the past, he would have rather discarded it than offer it to Tang San, but now, he clearly had a different perspective. He was no longer daunted by Tang San's lack of strength, but rather found his weakness somewhat disdainful. Moreover, he could gain some kindness points, which was an appealing prospect. The potential rewards could even include items akin to the meteor tears, making the kindness points immensely valuable for him. Chapter 102. Equipping the 8 monsters with celestial herbs names are merely codes. What matters is their utility. Come on, Xiao San, among the 8 monsters of Shrek. Only your talent can rival mine. I am on the verge of advancing to the Soul Sect, and if you do not put in the effort, you will be left far behind, Ma Hongjun remarked casually. He felt no guilt for seizing the opportunity that was meant for Tang San. By gifting this herb, which was not inferior to celestial grade herbs, he had already shown great benevolence. Of course, this was also because Ma Hongjun had no use for this exquisite variant spirit herb, as the 2 celestial herbs he had consumed offered overlapping effects and were superior in potency. I will certainly not be left behind by you. Such kindness is appreciated, and this sentiment shall be remembered, Tang San expressed earnestly, clasping his fists in gratitude. With his understanding of medicinal properties, he recognized the preciousness of this fortuitously acquired variant spirit herb, and his gratitude for Ma Hongjun was immeasurable. Ding! Congratulations. Host has gained kindness points 100. Total 300. Ma Hongjun was instantly elated. Indeed, the kindness points offered by Tang San were significantly higher than those from others. The Son of Fortune certainly stood apart from the ordinary. Acquiring kindness points was far easier than obtaining faith points. In truth, Ma Hongjun's concerts held a deeper, latent significance, though he was still uncertain of its feasibility. Upon hearing Tang San's reassuring words, Ma Hongjun joyfully grasped Tang San's hand and exclaimed, "Good brothers for life. In the future, the legacy of Shrek Academy shall rest upon us. Yes, regardless of my future achievements, Shrek Academy will forever remain my home." Tang San nodded solemnly. At that moment, his sense of belonging to Shrek Academy was unprecedentedly profound, far surpassing the 6 years spent at Nodding Academy. Now quickly absorb it. I shall protect you while you cultivate. Once your strength has improved, there are matters I wish to discuss with you, Ma Hongjun said, sharing a knowing smile with Tang San. Before meeting Tang San, he had harbored a dislike for him, a sentiment rooted in his past life's understanding of Tang San. However, the current Tang San had yet to transform into the self-serving individual he had once perceived. Since Tang San could also bring him kindness points, there was no reason to offend him without cause. Even those who were not truly malevolent, such as Hu Laina, Qianren Xue, and Bai Bai Dong, would not be met with hostility from him, provided they did not provoke him. Through the extensive network of information, Ma Hongjun realized that the Douluo continent was far more complex than the superficial narrative of a single empire, 2 emperors, and 7 sects. There were hidden families and sects with unknown strength, but Ma Hongjun had a premonition that their power was likely on par with that of the 7 major sects. Then I must trouble you to protect us. Xiao Wu, I shall begin absorbing the essence now. Hongjun surely has prepared suitable herbs for you. These herbs are celestial grade and will have no adverse effects. You can safely consume them as instructed, Tang San concluded, sitting cross-legged on the grass nearby. For the moment, only Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun remained among the 8 monsters of Shrek. The other 5 were enveloped in a colorful aura, deeply immersed in the absorption of the celestial herb's energy. Noticing the eager gazes of the 2 girls, Ma Hongjun had no intention of teasing them. Instead, he produced the Shui, Xian Yuji Gu, and the Ba Ban Xian Lan, the latter of which was even more potent than the former. Though it was better suited for Oscar, Ma Hongjun decided to utilize it to ensure a more balanced enhancement of the 8 monsters' powers, especially since no other suitable celestial herbs were available. As for the Xiangxi Duan Changhong, Ma Hongjun would not offer it to Xiao Wu. Such a precious item deserved to be given to his beloved. In the original tale, Douluo once declared that the Xiangxi Duan Changhong was a divine treasure among flowers, one that he would devote his life to guarding. He also mentioned that possessing it would allow him to achieve a legendary level of power. Based on Ma Hongjun's conjecture, this legendary level was at least that of a limit Douluo, or even higher. Even the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, which perfectly matched his martial soul, would only elevate him to the limit Douluo level in his estimation. Hence, the rarity of the Xiangxi Duan Changhong was self-evident. The Shui Xian Yuji Gu, which Tang San had originally intended for Xiao Wu, was ultimately picked by Zhu Zhuqing due to the latter's inability to obtain the celestial grade Xiangxi Duan Changhong. Consequently, the 2 had exchanged herbs, yet Xiao Wu had not consumed the Xiangxi Duan Changhong, but carried it with her, a waste indeed. However, in the early stages, the Xiangxi Duan Changhong had helped Xiao Wu evade the scrutiny of tidal Douluos, concealing her identity as a soul beast. Later, after her sacrifice for Tang San, it provided her with a glimmer of hope for revival. Every action and choice is bound by fate. Now, as Ma Hongjun prepared the Shui Xian Yuji Gu to enhance Xiao Wu's strength, it could not be said to be inferior to the original narrative. Xiao Wu's identity was already known to both the poisoned Douluo and Ma Hongjun. Thus, in the early stages, before the Grand Soul Master Tournament commenced, consuming the Shui Xian Yuji Gu was more beneficial than detrimental for Xiao Wu. Since the poisoned Douluo had agreed to Tang Hao's request that night, Xiao Wu could now enjoy relative peace at Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, this flower is called Shui Xian Yuji Gu. Its function is to nourish and strengthen bones. Perfectly suited for a close combat battle soul master like you. I suspect you Haven T paid much attention to the herbal assignments given by the dean, so remember to only consume the petals and savor the bud at the end to absorb its essence. Like everyone else, you must use your soul power to maintain calmness for optimal absorption, Ma Hongjun instructed, appreciating Xiao Wu's character and taking care to elaborate. Despite his heightened desires, now 20-fold compared to the average person, he found himself drawn to any beautiful girl, though his admiration was rooted in their character and personalities. Thank you, 5th brother. Hee. I want to kiss you now, but I promise to repay you when the opportunity arises, Xiao Wu replied. While she was not particularly fond of cultivation, she was unwilling to lag behind her peers, especially now that they were all consuming celestial herbs. The notion of repayment was irrelevant. What mattered was their camaraderie. Was it not? Ma Hongjun smiled with satisfaction. These companions were indeed worth nurturing, as they at least understood the value of gratitude. Chapter 103, Special Soul Master Talent indeed. We are companions. From now on, you shall be known as Xiao Wu's 5th brother. You are the kindest man to me in this world, aside from Xiao San, Xiao Wu said with utmost seriousness. However, the words she uttered struck Ma Hongjun, who hailed from the modern era, as somewhat peculiar. Oh, so you have never regarded me as your 5th brother. How foolish of me to care for you so deeply. I even specially selected the most suitable celestial herb for you. Ma Hongjun feigned an exasperated demeanor, playfully teasing Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, realizing her mistake, quickly replied, 5th brother, please don't be angry. Hee, I knew you would be the best, and wouldn't hold this against me. I shall go absorb it now. She immediately adopted a pitiful expression, smiled mischievously, and ran off to the nearby grass to begin her absorption. Despite her youthful appearance and seemingly harmless demeanor, it was merely a facade. The true essence of her character was bold and open, deeply emotional. Reader, can a 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit not be daring and liberated? Although a soul beast, it surpassed many humans in virtues by countless degrees. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 kindness points from Xiao Wu, totaling 400 kindness points. As Ma Hongjun listened to the electronic sound from the Wuhuan spirit in his mind, his spirits lifted considerably. He was now halfway to acquiring the necessary kindness points for a lottery opportunity. How could he not be delighted? Currently, only Zhu Zhuqing remained, and she was undoubtedly the one among them most eager to enhance her strength. In this regard, even Ma Hongjun felt humbled in comparison. This young girl bore an inordinate amount of pressure for someone her age. After much contemplation, Ma Hongjun concluded that Zhu Zhuqing would likely benefit more from the Ba Ban Xianlan than from the Shui Xianyu Jigu. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing was better suited for another celestial herb, the Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong. Yet Ma Hongjun understood that she could never take it, as she currently lacked a deep love for anyone. Even Dai Mubai, her fiancé, seemed to have changed, much like the relationships among the other seven. In her childhood, Zhu Zhuqing could not possibly have harbored romantic feelings for Dai Mubai. She merely viewed him as an older brother, living in such a familial environment. She did not oppose polygamy, provided it did not manifest in front of her alongside other women. Dai Mubai's previous actions had clearly violated her boundaries, and, even now, he remained unrepentant. Zhu Zhuqing had long since lost hope in him. The pressure she now bore was immense, for if she and Dai Mubai could not be together, according to her family's rules, she would be deemed a failure. A failure equated to death. At the very least, it meant the wastage of her Wuhuan, which for a soul master was scarcely different from death. Zhu Zhuqing silently observed Ma Hongjun, remaining mute, her countenance devoid of significant emotional fluctuation, her cold demeanor exuding an air of distance. Zhuqing, I do not mean to criticize, but please do not maintain that frosty demeanor all the time. If you have anything to say, do not keep it bottled up inside. This is Ba Ban Xianlan, one of the celestial herbs, and among the celestial treasures you possess, is the most easily absorbed. Ba Ban Xianlan must be housed in a jade vessel to remain fresh for a millennium without wilting or losing its efficacy. Among all the celestial herbs I brought back, it possesses the gentlest yet most potent medicinal properties. While it is easy to absorb, it requires a considerable amount of time. Its primary functions are to fortify the foundation and eliminate impurities from within, sufficiently compensating for any deficiencies in your innate Wuhuan talent, and accelerating the cultivation of your soul power. Moreover, the enhancement it offers will not be insignificant, Ma Hongjun explained. Thank you, fifth brother. When I have the time, I will share my story with you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her tone still subdued, yet infused with a hint of warmth. After Ma Hongjun handed the herb to Zhu Zhuqing, she settled down on a vast patch of grass and began her absorption. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 kindness points from Zhu Zhuqing, bringing the total to 500 kindness points. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, realizing that among everyone, Zhu Zhuqing had contributed the most kindness points to him due to this matter. Although not the protagonist, her kindness points equaled those of the main character, and his gratitude towards her surely surpassed that for anyone else. However, it should not be assumed that the character with the least kindness points, Fat Tiger, was lacking. Rather, it was simply that Fat Tiger was not a significant character in the original narrative. I wonder if tomorrow's concert will grant me faith points. If possible, I should include a few songs that resonate with the souls of Douluo world. I cannot merely promote ancient-style music. After all, different strokes for different folks. And garnering more support would be quite advantageous, Ma Hongjun mused to himself. In truth, music did exist in the Douluo continent, albeit at a nascent stage compared to the peak of musical development in his previous life, lacking in creativity. Nonetheless, Douluo continent possessed its unique strengths, with some special Wuhuan enhancing musical capabilities beyond what was imaginable in his past life. Tianluo Di Wang had discreetly recruited 3 beautiful women with microphone Wuhuan. Though their soul power was only at levels 3 or 4, their vocal enhancement was quite impressive. It was said that there was also a drummer with a 23rd level Great Soul Master Wuhuan, whom Tianluo Di Wang had expended considerable resources to procure from a noble family. In terms of stringed instrument Wuhuan, there were not many unique talents, resulting in a total of 9 such special individuals. This was the reason Ma Hongjun had drawn upon so much ancient-style music from his memories. Observing the others engrossed in their cultivation, Ma Hongjun, feeling idle, settled on an empty patch of ground not far from them. The grand momentum of Tashan he should appeal to many soul masters, and adding Ping Fanji Lu, with its soul-stirring melody, would likely yield positive results. The song Zai Jian would also resonate with many young soul masters in the academy. He should include it as well. From his wishful treasure bag, Ma Hongjun retrieved the songbook he had prepared earlier, beginning to jot down the lyrics and melodies of the songs he had mentioned. With his proficiency in musical rhythm, this task posed no challenge for him, particularly after his advancement to Soul Master, which had significantly enhanced both his mental acuity and memory. Time passed from noon, he returned until the afternoon, and then into the evening, with Zhu Zhuqing being the first to awaken from her cultivation. Having consumed the most gentle medicinal herb, upon awakening, Zhu Zhuqing stretched widely, a graceful sight that nearly captivated Ma Hongjun, stirring within him a fervor that was difficult to contain. Chapter 104. Younger sister, Ning Rongrong Zhu Zhuqing, engrossed in her own transformation, remained oblivious to Ma Hongjun's gaze. After stretching, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Unable to restrain herself, she let out a deep sigh of relief. Noticing Ma Hongjun's predatory gaze, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sudden wave of shyness. Zhuqing, you're truly beautiful. How do you feel? How many levels have you ascended? Ma Hongjun, with tremendous willpower, suppressed his inner urges and feigned ignorance as he inquired. Zhu Zhuqing, already aware of Ma Hongjun's martial soul predicament, harbored no resentment. Upon hearing his inquiry, her expression revealed a rare excitement as she remarked, I have ascended 3 levels and am now at level 30. According to the Academy's initial assessments, I believe I still possess a significant reserve of soul power. Once I acquire my 3rd soul ring, I should be able to elevate my level by at least 4 or even 5 more. Thank you. I have regained hope for my future. Congratulations. You are now the youngest soul master in our academy, having ascended to this rank almost simultaneously with me, perhaps even earlier. Should I face any difficulties, I will certainly seek your assistance, Ma Hongjun replied, his joy stemming not solely from Zhu Zhuqing's advancement, which would benefit the Shrek Academy in the Continental Soul Master competition, but also from the happiness of witnessing this tenacious woman emerge from her shadows. Indeed, my progress is entirely due to you, Brother Wu. I feel as if my martial soul has undergone a transformation. It is not merely an enhancement in quality. Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly, a hint of confusion lingering in her expression. Her willingness to share such intimate details about her martial soul, a topic most soul masters strive to conceal, demonstrated the profound trust she held for Ma Hongjun. Let us set this discussion aside for now. Focus on cultivating your soul power while the effects of the elixir are still potent. It is getting late, and I would prefer to avoid any unfortunate scenes later, Ma Hongjun remarked, casting a light-hearted glance at Dai Mubai and Tang San, who were gathering energy. What do you mean by scene? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, puzzled. It's just that the potency of the elixirs Tang, San, and Dai Mubai consumed might be a bit overwhelming. I suspect their clothing may not fare well. Ma Hongjun winked mischievously. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she quickly turned to retreat to her dormitory, eager to mask her embarrassment. Simultaneously, Oscar and Fat Tiger awoke, nearly in unison. Ha! I am now at level 36. I have ascended 5 levels in one go. It feels exhilarating, Oscar exclaimed, laughter spilling forth as if he had completely shed the shadows cast by Ning Rongrong. I only ascended 4 levels. Once I acquire my soul ring, I should reach level 30 as a soul master. If my teacher's theories hold true, I might even hit level 32, Fat Tiger replied, his demeanor deceptively simple yet shrewd. Indeed, there should be no issues. Although Tang San's teacher possesses a lower soul power, he is not without merit. The theoretical perspectives of our academy's instructors align with his, so we should not encounter any problems. Moreover, you have only begun to absorb the elixir. Much of its potency remains within you, awaiting future development. Your cultivation speed is likely to experience a significant leap until the elixir is entirely consumed, Ma Hongjun stated, unperturbed. The 9-tiered purple Ganoderma, while not classified among the celestial herbs, was undoubtedly the finest of its kind, rivaling celestial herbs in potency and potentially exceeding them in the acceleration of soul power cultivation. I feel my martial soul, the diamond hammer, has significantly improved in quality, becoming at least twice as heavy. Perhaps I shall name it the mighty diamond hammer, Fat Tiger remarked, nodding enthusiastically. He then summoned a golden giant hammer, only slightly smaller than his own physique. My martial soul has not undergone drastic changes, but its quality has certainly improved, allowing me to create more sausages, Oscar added. In his mind, the ethereal voice of the martial soul spirit echoed once more, affirming that this day was indeed fortuitous for Ma Hongjun, who had reaped a considerable harvest of goodwill points thanks to the precious celestial herb. He was nearing his first opportunity to draw from the goodwill points. Quickly, take advantage of the elixir's effects and cultivate. This is the optimal time for soul power training. Ma Hongjun encouraged, having anticipated the changes in Fat Tiger's mutated martial soul. The 9-tiered purple Ganoderma had previously allowed Luo Sanpao to evolve and enabled the master to break through his 30-level bottleneck, indicating its immense potential. Oscar and Fat Tiger settled at the periphery to continue their cultivation, striving not to disturb the others still absorbing the elixir. Ning Rongrong was the third to awaken, her excitement almost causing her to shout, but she stifled her voice and approached Ma Hongjun, saying, "Thank you, Brother Wu. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. May I be your sworn sister?" "Me? Your sworn sister? Well, I have no objections," Ma Hongjun responded, displaying no reluctance towards Ning Rongrong's deliberate closeness. He recognized the importance of the support from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and thus welcomed her affection. "Brother, you are truly wonderful," Ning Rongrong said sincerely as she stepped closer and wrapped her arms around Ma Hongjun's. "All right, please refrain from such touches, or I may struggle to contain the primal force within me," Ma Hongjun replied, his face reddening with a hint of annoyance. It was not shyness, but rather the result of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's incessant temptations that stirred a disarray within him. Had it not been for the residual icy medicinal properties suppressing him, he might have transformed into a voracious wolf. All right, I understand. Brother Wu, your martial soul is quite intriguing. It makes you appear rather charming. Ning Rongrong giggled, covering her mouth. Ma Hongjun felt exasperated, thinking, can charm fill one's stomach? Can charm attract a girlfriend? As for masculine allure, that is simply a man's essence. Chapter 105. A melody resonates across the land. Ma Hongjun chose not to engage further with Ning Rongrong's remarks, redirecting his gaze elsewhere. Ning Rongrong, sensing the shift, refrained from provoking him further. Although they were aware of his extraordinary willpower, no one could guarantee that he would not suddenly lose control. Dean Flinder had privately cautioned them about Ma Hongjun, advising the girls to be wary. They admired him for maintaining his composure in such circumstances, but were also apprehensive about his potential for sudden outbursts. Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, naturally ascended to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, reaching level 30. Like others who had not yet acquired their soul rings, her precise level remained uncertain. Next came Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu's aura flickered, giving her an ethereal presence, her skin appearing more translucent and inviting. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai's physique began to swell, becoming incredibly robust, tearing his clothing. As the radiance dimmed, both awakened simultaneously. Ma Hongjun had no intention of prompting Xiao Wu, while Ning Rongrong continued her cultivation nearby. Xiao Wu cast a curious glance at Dai Mubai's powerful form, shyly turning her head away, displaying minimal reaction. If it were Zhu Zhuqing or Ning Rongrong, they would have likely shyly closed their eyes. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu redirected her gaze to Tang San. Dai Mubai, having just awakened, happened to witness this scene, and even his sturdy complexion flushed with embarrassment. He hastily retrieved a spare outfit from his spatial soul guide, relieved that this martial arts-inspired Hanfu was not a singular piece. On Tang San's body, the fiery red and icy blue energies flickered and intertwined, and the extreme energies of ice and fire erupted instantaneously, turning his clothing to ash. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's gaze was fixed intently on Tang San's form. Xiao San has been quite the rogue. You should stop looking. Once he awakens, I will certainly give him a lesson for daring to act so brazenly in front of you. Ma Hongjun pretended to be angry as he approached the trio. Oh no, Xiao San is not a rogue. This is merely the result of the celestial herb's energy, so one cannot blame him. Xiao San is as pure as you, Wu Ge. Xiao Wu hastily replied to Ma Hongjun's teasing. As pure as I? That hardly qualifies as such. While my body may be pure, my heart, will you understand? Ma Hongjun said with a sly grin. He was unsure why he enjoyed bantering with Xiao Wu, perhaps because in his previous life, he had a fondness for small animals. In his past, Ma Hongjun adored pet cats and bunnies, for who could resist the cuteness of a little bunny, especially if transformed into a spicy rabbit dish? How annoying. I don't understand. I am now a level 37 Assault System Soul Master. My octagonal throw will be even more seamless now. Wu Ge, do you want to give it a try? Xiao Wu threatened. Ma Hongjun had witnessed her octagonal throw during their assessment and had no desire to experiment. It was not from fear of being unable to escape, but rather of losing control and injuring Xiao Wu. If Xiao Wu successfully executed her octagonal throw, even if Ma Hongjun were to slip up, he could suffer a significant setback. Currently, Xiao Wu's soul power was only one level below his, meaning he would need to exert his full strength to counter her. But the might of his martial spirit skills was far too overwhelming. Should he unleash his full power, it would inevitably lead to severe consequences. Never mind. I concede to Six Sisters' soft skills. Let us not test it. Ma Hongjun decided against the idea, deeming it too severe. When Tang San finally awoke, his soul power had remarkably surged to level 36. The blue silvergrass, akin to Ma Hongjun's three-leaf clover, had acquired immunity to ice and fire, albeit this immunity had its limits. Compared to Ma Hongjun, Tang San's immunity still exhibited a slight disparity. This also showcased the efficacy of the ice and fire dual lotus, proving no less effective than single-grade celestial herbs. On the following day, the Shrek Academy's 8 monsters prepared for departure, entering the concert venue under the guidance of numerous teachers. Dai Mubai successfully became the first soul master among the 8 monsters of Shrek Academy, though true acknowledgement as a soul master awaited the acquisition of a soul ring. With the concert imminent, there was no time to obtain a soul ring. Even without one, they could continue their training. While the soul power gained might not equate to that obtained post-soul ring acquisition, the foundational benefits were immeasurable. In terms of foundation, while the remaining 7 monsters of Shrek might surpass ordinary soul masters, they still paled in comparison to Ma Hongjun. Even Tang San, possessing the Xiantian skill, could not be measured against him. Upon entering the concert, the Shrek Academy members found themselves amidst a sea of people, the cacophony of noise filling the air. Fortunately, they were escorted to a special passage leading to the backstage area. In one of the rooms, Hongjun, you finally made it. The musical score you provided has been reviewed by those special talents, and they all said it was fine. The beautiful girl group from Tinshui Academy is all set and ready to start, Flinder exclaimed, pulling Ma Hongjun in excitement. Are the amplification and mirroring soul guides adequately prepared? Ma Hongjun inquired. Yes, there are a total of 12 amplification soul guides, with 4 designated for the concert and the remaining 8 distributed across Soto City. Fully covering the entire area, Flinder replied, suppressing his excitement. The tickets for this concert were exceedingly difficult to acquire, with scalpers driving prices up to 10 gold soul coins for a single ticket, and even more coveted tickets were nearly impossible to find. Tianshi and Di Wang had undoubtedly struck gold. In the Douluo continent, soul masters were regarded as the elite, and for them to perform for the common folk was bound to incite fervor. It was akin to celebrities of the past hosting concerts right in one's vicinity. Not just 1 or 2, but a significant portion of the entire entertainment industry. Moreover, the Tianshui Academy already had a fan base, with its members forming a beautiful girl group. Hongjun, what songs have you composed? Are you going to perform on stage today? Dai Mubai asked eagerly. The senior students often pestered Ma Hongjun for singing lessons or stories, well aware of his extraordinary, almost celestial talent. Well, I can't reveal that just yet. You'll all see when the time comes, Ma Hongjun said, unwilling to waste time explaining. This concert was not merely Ma Hongjun's solo performance. Many renowned figures in the music industry from the Douluo continent would participate, which explained the significant buzz surrounding the event. Of course, these individuals volunteered to participate rather than being invited by Tianshi and Di Wang. Regardless of the setting, music serves as a conduit for emotions and relaxation. Thus, both soul masters and ordinary people harbor a unique emotional connection to music. It is the inherent charm of the art form. Brother, I heard this concert gathers the entire music scene, along with a substantial portion of the soul master community's prominent talents. It marks the first collaboration between the music and soul master domains in history, destined to be the grandest musical event on the continent. I've heard the competition will also rank the top 10 participants, each receiving generous rewards, with the champion earning 100,000 gold soul coins. Is that true? Ning Rongrong asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Ma Hongjun. Well, it will likely take no less than 10 days to determine the top 10 of the competition. The number of participants has exceeded my expectations, with over 1,000 entrants. And those possessing special martial spirits related to music make up the majority, Ma Hongjun replied, unaware of these details, as Flinder seamlessly took over the conversation to introduce it to everyone. That is fantastic. Fee, I want to sign up too. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing. Do you want to join as well? Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, looking towards Flinder for his opinion, while Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San. Even though the registration period has passed, as members of Shrek Academy, we can still include you. However, it would be best not to hold too high expectations. Your voices, while lovely, are still amateurish. Aside from Ma Hongjun, it is unlikely any of you will reach the top 10, Flinder stated nonchalantly. No worries. If you want to participate, go ahead. I have a means to ensure you achieve commendable results, Ma Hongjun assured them. Ma Hongjun gazed at the radiant figures of the three girls, his eyes brightening as he spoke. Tang San initially hesitated to allow Xiao Wu to participate, preferring to keep the attention on others. However, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, he felt reluctant to oppose further and simply nodded in silence. Yay! Thank you, fifth brother, you are truly wonderful. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Zhuqing also nodded at that moment, indicating her willingness to join, leaving even Ma Hongjun astonished, not to mention their other companions. Zhuqing, you can sing too? Ma Hongjun inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Of course she can, and her voice is even more enchanting than ours, Ning Rongrong proudly replied, pulling Zhu Zhuqing closer and looking at everyone with a sense of triumph. Over the past few days, the bond among Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had grown so close that they were almost like sisters. Indeed, Zhuqing was in high spirits last night, and hummed a tune I had never heard before going to sleep. It was simply celestial, and even compared to fifth brother, it was not lacking at all, Xiao Wu added. They had heard Ma Hongjun hum a song before. Although he typically refrained from utilizing the characteristic of his soul power in singing, his mastery over his voice due to his high soul power, combined with the inherent beauty of the songs, placed him at the level of a distinguished musician. Oh, that is truly splendid. I have composed a song for our Shrek 8 Monsters team, and I need a girl with a certain musical talent to collaborate. We will perform together on stage. Zhu Qing and I will sing the main part, and then all 8 of us will join in for the climax, Ma Hongjun declared, his expression brightening with excitement. He was genuinely unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's hidden talent. He speculated inwardly. Could it be her feline soul that granted her musical aptitude? Great. Do you have a lyrics? If only you had told us sooner, we could have practiced a bit, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Well, today is certainly not feasible for that, but familiarizing ourselves early is beneficial. The opening ceremony features a dance performance by the popular Tianshui Academy girl group, which will invigorate the audience's emotions. Otherwise, it would be suitable for us to sing this song together. For now, we can only save it for the finale. Teacher, please assist by handing me some paper and a pen. I will recite the lyrics for them to note down, Ma Hongjun explained thoughtfully. All right, this song is titled Pajian. If you open your eyes in a nightmare and confront the cruel world, the wind plucks at someone's heartstrings, longing that comes too late to bid farewell. Taking your hand, we move forward through night and day, never pausing, traversing time and space. It may cause wounds, it may bring heartache, yet we bravely continue to fight. That is what it means to be a hero. Raise your head amidst chaos and battle. Looking back, you are by my side, shattering the curse of fate, allowing the story to become immortal. The soul power surges wildly, guarding your solitary courage. Even if the future flows like a torrent, we shall never retreat. Ma Hongjun's magnetic voice enveloped the ears of the Shrek 7 monsters, and merely reciting the lyrics immersed them in the profound atmosphere of the song. Just the lyrics alone evoked a visceral feeling. Hongjun, you are truly remarkable. I believe the melody of this song must be even more beautiful, Tang San remarked, his eyes shimmering with inspiration, clearly moved by the lyrics penned by Ma Hongjun. Yes, it is indeed very moving. However, I cannot claim full credit for these lyrics. They appeared in a dream of mine, perhaps conveyed to me by another version of myself from a different world, Ma Hongjun inexplicably stated, leaving the others perplexed. Brother, Xiao Ma's abilities are evident. You need not be so humble. We are well aware of your prowess. Fat Tiger chimed in, offering a compliment at the right moment. The others nodded in agreement. Only Tang San's expression shifted, stroking his chin in contemplation. Yet upon glancing at the lyrics he had just written about soul power, he shook his head in disbelief. How could a song from another world resonate so perfectly with the soul powers of this continent? Little did he know that he was merely a character from a book in Ma Hongjun's world, fully aware of what he would become in the future. However, with Ma Hongjun's presence, everything remained uncertain. With him around, Tang San likely would not have the opportunity to act freely in Douluo. Indeed, It suits you well and should add considerable flair to the competition. The concert is about to begin, so I will step out to register your names and then notify the Poison Douluo to commence, Flinder acknowledged, rising as he spoke. The group nodded in unison before following Flinder out of the room, guided by the staff to the VIP box reserved for Shrek Academy. I sincerely thank all the Soul Masters here for granting me this honor. And I also extend a warm welcome to all from the music community for coming to support us. I am immensely grateful to the vast audience for attending this unprecedented musical exchange event throughout history. On behalf of Shrek Academy, I express my heartfelt thanks for your presence. Douluo, adorned in a resplendent traditional robe, appeared scholarly as he bowed deeply in gratitude. Instantly, the atmosphere in the venue erupted. For title Douluo to bow in thanks was an unparalleled honor, particularly for those who had spent considerable resources to attend the concert. Their excitement was palpable, especially among those with inflated egos. Oh ho! Shrek! Shrek! The crowd erupted with enthusiastic shouts and cheers. The energy in the room surging in response to the title Douluo's bow. Flinder couldn't help but smile at the sight, exchanging a knowing glance with Douluo, both sharing a moment of amusement. Silence. Douluo's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the concert venue due to his soul power. The audience fell silent in an instant. The authority and charisma of the title Douluo were indeed formidable. The attending Soul Masters were predominantly young, with few exceeding 50 years of age, aside from the teachers and staff from Shrek. Thus, there was little chance of any title Douluo confronting them. Even a formidable Zhui Yan, the leader of the Elephant Armor Academy, respectfully refrained from speaking further. Do not be anxious. I'm not silencing you to stifle your cheers for the contestants you support. I now officially declare the inaugural Music Star concert hosted by Shrek Academy to commence, Douluo announced with a subtle smile, adding a touch of humor to the moment. The audience erupted into a clamor. Haha, who said title Douluos lack a sense of humor? Come forth and accept the truth. It appeared that the legendary title Douluo was not as stern as he seemed. He was indeed quite humorous. The Poison Douluo is undoubtedly the most approachable title Douluo I have encountered. You really ought to stop. You haven't met many ordinary Soul Masters, have you? I suspect the only title Douluo you've encountered is the Poison Douluo, a familiar pair among the crowd exchange banter. The flattery and various trivial remarks bubbled up once more. Suddenly, the lights within the concert venue dimmed, and the entire audience fell into silence. Before they could react, a dazzling array of colorful lights illuminated the stage. Converging on the central figure of the Poison Douluo, ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome the enchanting ensemble of Tianshui Shuyan, who shall grace us with the inaugural dance and the first melodious song, Tianshui Jiga. As the spotlight fades, it reveals 7 stunning figures gracing the stage. With alabaster skin, striking beauty, and statuesque legs, their attire, spectacularly designed by Tianluo Di Wang, consists of vibrant fairy gowns that leave the audience in awe. The high aesthetic appeal and ethereal charm of their garments captivate the attention of all present, not only the men, but also the envious gazes of women. The ethereal presence of these enchanting ladies instantly seizes the attention of everyone in attendance. Among them stands the central figure, Shui Binger, who has previously met Ma Hongjun. The entry criteria of Tianshui Shuyuan mandates that all students must possess beauty, and the other 6 exquisite women stand behind her, first presenting a captivating opening dance, followed by a vocal performance that is utterly intoxicating. The lead vocalists are none other than Shui Yuerer and Shui Binger, whose voices resonate like celestial melodies, instantly garnering the adoration of nearly all present. A profound silence envelopes the venue as everyone earnestly listens to the enchanting melodies, evoking a sensation akin to basking in a gentle spring breeze. Is it bad news, Hongjun? Do you still hold confidence in securing victory in the competition? These 2 beauties possess voices that rival yours. Do you possess the self-assurance to surpass them? Exclaimed Dai Mubai, glancing at Ma Hongjun. What fuss! I have long known that these 2 would be formidable opponents. Not only do their soul powers rival mine, but their martial souls also provide enhancements in vocal performance. However, your words underestimate my capabilities. My strength is not as simplistic as it appears before you, Ma Hongjun retorted confidently. The characteristic of his soul's resonance allows his voice to evoke a profound connection with the audience's souls, amplified by the quality of the song itself. This is the source of his confidence, as the presence of his spirit enables him to comprehend his abilities with clarity. At this moment, Douluo has taken his place at the head of the judging panel, accompanied by the deans of the top 10 prestigious academies. Invited by the poisoned Douluo, they dare not refuse, eager to seize this opportunity to engage with other schools. While they claim it is for exchange, it is in reality a means to gauge each other's strengths and weaknesses in preparation for the upcoming Continental Soul Master competition. These esteemed deans and vice deans have naturally been invited to serve as judges. At 9:09, the scores were announced. 9 points, culminating in a total of 105 points. All scores were above 9, a commendable achievement for Tianshui Xuan, given that there are 11 judges, including Douluo, with a perfect score of 110. The concert continues to flourish, with various talents from the music industry taking the stage, yet lacking the enhancement of soul power. Their vocal prowess and control fall short, resulting in none exceeding the score of 100. At last, it is Ma Hongjun's turn. He ascends the stage with remarkable ease, yet, under the spotlight, a hint of nervousness flickers within him. As the audience glimpses his fair and handsome visage, a chorus of cheers erupts, predominantly from the voices of young ladies. So handsome. Who is this Ma Hongjun? He seems to be a soul master, truly remarkable. I want to bear your children. Ma Hongjun, Ma Hongjun. The enthusiastic shouts from the audience cause the corners of his mouth to twitch, yet he finds himself less anxious and calmly declares. The first song I present to you is an original piece from my dreams, titled Sung Tu Zai Lai, dedicated to all of you and to my past self. Yesterday's honors have become distant memories. After enduring hardships for half a lifetime, tonight I step once more into the storm. I cannot drift aimlessly. For the sake of my beloved family, I must remain steadfast through all trials. For those who gaze upon me with anticipation, as long as the heart remains, the dream persists. In this world, true love still exists. Successes and failures are merely stepping stones to a new beginning. Ma Hongjun's raspy yet magnetic voice, imbued with a touch of nasal resonance, combined with the simplicity and authenticity of the lyrics, strikes deeply at the hearts of the listeners. Coupled with the resonance of his soul, the heartfelt melody portrays the resilience of those facing adversity, bravely confronting life's challenges. A profound silence envelopes the venue once more. The entire concert hall, including the judging panel, is hushed, as if the entirety of Suatoa City has fallen silent. The magnetic voice, brimming with power and charisma, penetrates the souls of all, leaving an indelible mark. In the adjacent arena of souls, typically filled to capacity, the audience is now diminished by more than tenfold. On stage, a soul master of modest fame, who once achieved a 10-match winning streak, finds himself in an unprecedented crisis. He hails from humble beginnings, having forged his strength and status through sheer determination. However, recently, he inadvertently offended a noble, a confrontation he could not afford. After mediation by friends, he agreed to resolve their conflict through battle, with the stipulation that losing would cost him all his assets. Currently, he faces an opponent summoned by the noble, who has severed one of his arms. Anger surges within him as he gazes at his opponent, realizing that this is not a resolution but a quest for his life. In a moment of reckless desperation, he contemplates using his final trump card in a last-ditch effort. Suddenly, the sound of singing reaches his ears, drawing him into its embrace. As he watches his opponent prepare to strike, he raises his voice and declares, "I concede. I admit defeat. Indeed, money can be earned again, but life is singular." As someone who rose from nothing, he understands that losing is merely a chance for a new beginning. Thus, Ma Hongjun's song salvages the life of a level 32 soul master, who sacrifices all his assets, almost 10,000 gold soul coins, which is no small fortune. As he pays, he asks a witnessing staff member, "Could you spare me 10 gold soul coins? I wish to attend the concert across the way and hear who sang so movingly." Even the aristocrats appreciate such melodies, and I too find that song resonant. However, I cannot make that decision, as you have already signed a contract. Coincidentally, I purchased a ticket yesterday, but could not attend due to a last-minute schedule change at the Arena of Souls. This ticket is of no use to me now. I shall gift it to you before it expires tomorrow. The staff member, recognizing a kindred spirit, promptly hands over a concert ticket adorned with a 5-star red flag. Similar scenes unfold throughout Suatoa City, instilling countless individuals in distress with the courage and hope to start anew. Observing Ma Hongjun on stage, increasingly at ease, while listening to the deep yet soul-stirring melody, the Shrek 7 monsters gaze at him with admiration, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, whose admiration is most evident. As the song concludes, a wave of fervent applause and cheers erupts from the audience, transforming even the self-important Soul Master section into a lively atmosphere. Among the 50,000 spectators, none are left unimpressed, all exclaiming the name of Ma Hongjun in excitement. Too handsome, too charming. This is the true essence of a man's song. I'm utterly smitten. A voice from a wealthy lady resonates. Ma Hongjun, do you need a boyfriend? I'm available, calls out a male admirer. The momentary applause drowned out the voices of the audience below. 10 points. Douluo was the first to raise his card. 10 points. 10 points. 99 points. It is wise for the youth not to be overly proud, though my understanding of music is limited. I can discern that your song lacks perfection. It seems you must have employed a special soul technique to evoke such moving melodies. Thus, I shall deduct 1 point from you, allowing you to retain your original intentions and strive for improvement. Observing the unprecedented popularity of Ma Hongjun due to a single song, Jun, consumed by jealousy, awarded a score of 99. Currently, Ma Hongjun was competing solely under his own name, unbeknownst to the crowd that he was supported by the only titled Douluo present. Thank you, but this is merely the beginning. The Lord Huyin has underestimated my abilities, Ma Hongjun remarked, feeling somewhat disgusted by such a person's arrogance. A person who knows nothing of music has no right to critique the original works of a celestial singer from my previous life. Had he received a perfect score, he would have been guaranteed a place in the finals, thus allowing him ample time for cultivation. But unexpectedly, an obstacle emerged in the form of Chung Yaojin, who could not bear to see him succeed. Sometimes, it is those who feign concern for your well-being, yet secretly wish to see you fail who are the most despicable. No need for courtesy. The youth must learn to temper their pride and impatience, Huyin observed with a smirk, believing Ma Hongjun to be discontent. Indeed, but some elders should refrain from wielding their age as a weapon. Ma Hongjun responded coolly, then turned away to descend the stage. Ma Hongjun's audacity in confronting a judge of the Douluo level once again elicited cheers from the audience, who rallied in his defense. In truth, Ma Hongjun's true frustration lay in his inability to render a classic song from his past life to perfection, which drove him to act so recklessly. Huyin, feeling insulted by the audience's support for Ma Hongjun, snorted and sat back down, secretly marking this reckless youth in his mind. So impressive, truly remarkable. A real man who dares to challenge authority, even the Douluo, exclaimed a voice from a wealthy young lady, followed by a chorus of admirers. Ma Hongjun, however, calmly exited the venue, feeling a slight headache. It seemed that laziness was no longer an option. Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, having registered last, would not perform today and would have to wait until tomorrow. Brother Wu, well done. It seems the championship is secured. Ning Rongrong greeted Ma Hongjun as he entered the private box, with Oscar and Fat Tiger also offering their congratulations. Hongjun, your performance was a bit too forceful. If I am not mistaken, the person you offended is likely more powerful than the dean. I suspect he may already be a Douluo. Are you not worried that he might sabotage you in the next competition? Tang Xin cautioned, concern etched on his face. The others echoed his worry, knowing that the championship held a reward of a significant sum of 100,000 gold soul coins. Losing that would leave Shrek Academy in dire straits. They were aware that this competition was initiated under the name of Shrek, believing it to be overseen by the poisoned Douluo, who had been caring for their academy due to his honorary position. They understood the academy's financial struggles, and thus 100,000 gold soul coins was no trivial matter. While the poisoned Douluo was not afraid of life-threatening danger, there was no guarantee that he would not create obstacles for them on stage. Let them come. I am prepared. I will ensure that we secure the reward of 100,000 gold soul coins for Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun declared with utmost seriousness and confidence. Well then, that is reassuring. With the poisoned Douluo present, our safety is not a concern. Tang San nodded in agreement. Zhu Qing, just in case. You will sing the song I prepared for you tomorrow. I will have someone deliver the sheet music to the Time Lotta Wang staff shortly, so they can practice the accompaniment. Ma Hongjun stated, then proceeded to swiftly compose a song titled Learning to Meow, prompting admiration from those around him. Truly, he was a soul master who had been diverted from his destined path as a singer, effortlessly crafting a new song. Let us learn to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. And sometimes I act coy like a cat. This seems to require a duet, Zhu Zhuqing pointed out. No worries. I will handle the male parts and record them using a recording soul guide to be played during the performance, Ma Hongjun explained. Oh, upon hearing his words, a faint blush appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's fair face. Brother Wu, I am displeased. You cannot be so biased. I want to sing too. Xiao Wu pouted, expressing her frustration. Tang Xin shook his head helplessly. He felt no jealousy, but could not help but experience a sense of defeat. Let me think. Xiao Wu, you are so adorable. Perhaps you should sing a children's song. It would surely yield excellent results for the first round. Little white rabbit, so white, with 2 ears standing upright. Loves to eat carrots and vegetables. Hopping about. So delightful. Ma Hongjun suddenly recalled a children's song from his past life. That sounds great. I love it. Hee hee. Thank you, Brother Wu, but I didn't catch all of it. Could you repeat it? Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. I knew you wouldn't remember. Here, I will write down a sheet music for you. And for Zhu Qing as well. Ma Hongjun swiftly penned the music and handed it to Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu. Not wanting to neglect Ning Rongrong, who remained silent and simply observed, he also composed a piece titled Offering of Love for her. This elicited a wave of admiration from his companions, their reverence for Ma Hongjun cascading like a mighty river. The following day's competition, as expected, saw Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing skyrocketing to fame, with even Xiao Wu gaining some recognition, successfully advancing the rounds. Her adorable appearance, beautiful face, and the fact that her martial soul was a rabbit attracted the attention of numerous admirers. On the third day, during the second round, Ma Hongjun performed stepping through mountains and rivers, again achieving advancement. Even Hu Yinjun, who had intended to score him low, could not help but give him a 9. Autumn winds and setting sun flow into the long river. The southern mist and rain drift as boats sail. Jagged rocks pierce the sky, stirring countless flames of war. The vast mountains and rivers, merging and parting, merely decades of spring and autumn. When I am buried in 100 ambushes and surrounded by songs of sorrow, I raise my cup to the heavens and toast. What does this battle matter? Who has witnessed a volley of arrows, with sparks igniting the night as bright as day? Blades clash and swords cross, while I emerge like a dragon, shaking the universe, a single roar breaking through the firmament. The spear pierces the clouds, releasing a lifetime of attachments. The line emerged like a dragon, shake the universe. A single roar breaking through the firmament ignited the lofty spirits of countless soul masters. The streets of Suodo City were deserted, with those nearby lingering outside, eager to witness Ma Hongjun's extraordinary talent, while others, further away, stood by the soul guide loudspeakers prepared by Tianluo Wang, listening to the stirring melodies. This is the allure of modern music, the formidable power of sound's breath, capable of stirring the depths of human emotion. If one could harness the essence of sound's breath in the heat of battle, it would undoubtedly yield astonishing results. Qiling, does Gue Mies breathing technique possess any moves? Indeed it does, but one must obtain it through the lottery of faith points, and its power pales in comparison to that of soul skills. Ah, well, I shall wait for the opportunity to try the lottery in the future. Having something is better than nothing, and it would certainly be quite impressive to showcase. Notice, the host's first use of the lottery function will earn the favor of lucky clovers, with rewards ranging from intermediate treasures to the highest level. Please strive to meet the conditions for the lottery soon. Upon hearing Qiling's response, Ma Hongjun glanced at his good karma points, which had unknowingly reached 800. It seems this was due to composing songs for the 3 ladies, thus gaining a touch more of good karma. 5 days later, the top 10 emerged. Ma Hongjun, Shui Bing-er, Shui Yuer, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Luo Bing, Zhou Jiejie, Xu Songsong, Mao Yi, and Xue Qianqian. 5 hailed from the music realm, while the other 5 were from the soul master community. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing advanced to the top 10, aided by Ma Hongjun's original song from his dreams. During this journey, they triumphed over numerous musicians and soul masters wielding unique soul weapons. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong both chose to forfeit. Next came the knockout rounds. Xu Songsong defeated Zhou Jiejie. Mao Yi overcame Xue Qianqian, and Shui Bing-er bested Shui Yuer. Ma Hongjun, without question, vanquished Luo Bing with his impressive display. Of course, Ma Hongjun had suitably modified the lyrics that were not fitting for the times. I seclude myself, leaving only a balcony, and each evening, when the darkness falls, I open the window and gaze blankly at the night sky. Reflecting on the past, scene by scene, your love is once again performed. I listen to the dialogues from others' stories. Perhaps these tales may provide me with an explanation. The love you desire, I cannot emulate, helplessly witnessing the decline of affection. One stands in silence, lamenting that I cannot offer you a future. The greatest affection is to let go. After the confrontations, only Xu Songsong and Ma Hongjun remained. One was a newly emerging musical prodigy from the Soul Master realm, while the other was a musical genius from the music industry, indifferent to fame and fortune. Their clash drew significant attention. Upon seeing the name of this musical genius, Ma Hongjun was reminded of a musician from his past life whom he greatly admired, silently contemplating a confrontation between them. Xu Songsong was indeed a soul master, possessing a rather unique body soul and an innate soul power of level 7, marking him as a talent. However, he had always been disinclined towards rigorous training, and now nearing 30, he had only attained the rank of soul master. He cultivated his soul not for strength, but to enhance his musical expression. His abilities in composition and singing were on par with musicians at the pinnacle of the music world in Ma Hongjun's previous life, which explained his victory over the soul master, Shui Bing-er. With that thought, Ma Hongjun decided to temporarily switch to another piece, ultimately choosing Luzhou Yue amidst the mountains and waters. As a child, I secretly borrowed light from others, recalling 10 years of hardship without rest. Now in March, amidst the mist and the songs of orioles, I see my hometown in the fluttering willow catkins. Lovers on the bridge enter and exit as pairs, while the red flowers by the bridge lament the long night. The moon sways and people wander as a song of farewell echoes from the boat. The moonlight of Luzhou falls upon my heart. The you beneath the moon is no longer as you were. The moonlight of Luzhou, like the coolness of pear blossoms, now rests beside someone else. The moonlight of my hometown is deeply etched in my heart, yet I cannot shed tears as I did in those days. In Chapter 110, Yue Xuan Xuanju Tang Yue Hua, countless youths in their prime were immersed in the youthful imagery evoked by the song, and the elder soul masters and judges were reminded of their own youthful encounters. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense with Ma Hongjun singing, as this slightly melancholic song, enhanced by his sound's breath, became even more poignant. In the waiting area, one marveled at such astonishing talent, as every song presented was unprecedented, each melody ahead of its time by centuries. Was this not the pinnacle of music I sought? Xu Songsong listened in shock to the beautiful melody resonating in his ears, muttering to himself, "No, I am Xu Songsong, the musical prodigy of the continent, the representative of the entire music realm. How can I easily concede to someone from the Soul Master community? I shall not yield so readily. I must maintain the dignity of the music world even in defeat." An elegant lady in a silver palace gown slowly emerged from the backstage, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the singing Ma Hongjun, as if discovering a treasure. "I have encountered the esteemed Dugu elder. I heard that an unprecedented musical event is taking place here, and unable to contain my admiration, I hastily concluded my affairs to observe, only to find I have arrived rather late. I sincerely apologize," the silver-gowned lady expressed with great humility, her unintentional aura of nobility revealing her extraordinary identity. The visitor was none other than Tang Yuehua, the head of the Yue Xuan of the Tiando Empire's Court Etiquette Academy, who was also a talented musician. "No need for such courtesy. Please, add a seat for head Tong," Dugu Bo promptly interjected, returning to the present. The staff quickly added another table behind the 11 judges' seats, indicating Dugu Bo's regard for her. The other 10 judges from various academies expressed no dissent, as if it were a matter of course. The lady had not only the support of the Tiando royalty, but also that of the legendary first sect, the Haotian sect. As a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, she was the sister of Tiando Do Tong Xiao and Haotian De La Tong Hao. This was a presence no academy could afford to provoke. Even though the Haotian sect had withdrawn from the public eye for many years, its lingering influence remained formidable. Greetings to all. This musical gala truly lives up to its reputation. Without a doubt, this young man is destined to be the champion. His musical attainments have reached an unparalleled realm, especially his mastery of emotion, which even I cannot compare to. I am rather audacious to serve as a judge," Tang Yuehua said directly after taking her seat and bowing to the crowd. "Aha, head Tang, you are too modest. You are one of the foremost musical masters, not only in our Tiando Empire, but across the continent. If you lack qualification, then what are these elderly gentlemen and ladies who are only partially perceptive?" Shui Wuchang of the Tianshui Academy jested, casting a pointed glance at Hu Yuanjin. She was the only other person present, aside from Tang Yuehua, who excelled in vocal arts and was also an 81st rank soul Douluo. What do you mean by that, Shui Wuchang? As a judge, do you require my approval for the scores I give?" Hu Yuanjin retorted with a cold huff. "Haha. Everyone, please remain calm and do not take it too seriously. This concert is primarily intended to foster communication between the academies. Moreover, music knows no borders. Although we may not be experts in vocal arts, we can still distinguish between what is pleasing and what is not, and there is no need for quarrels. Upon witnessing the situation, Douluo hastily intervened, stating that these formidable soul-level warriors could indeed create a troublesome scenario, even for him. Additionally, he wished to avoid any disruption to the grand event he was spearheading. This was also the reason behind his invitation to Yi Fenghuang to oversee the proceedings. Tensions existed among the various academies, and should a conflict arise, Douluo knew that he alone could not maintain order. However, Yi Fenghuang remained in the shadows, working in tandem with Douluo, ensuring that if any unforeseen incidents occurred, the situation could still be managed effectively. Indeed, Douluo was correct. Ma Hongjun's rendition of Luozhou Yu was nothing short of magnificent, evoking a sense of nostalgia even within the elder. If it were permissible to award more than 10 points, he would certainly bestow an extra mark. The headmaster of the Qihua Academy, known as the Old Fire, quickly joined in to smooth over the atmosphere, brandishing a score of 10 from his desk. Just then, Ma Hongjun concluded his song and turned his gaze towards the judging panel. Initially prepared for a deduction, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the judges unanimously awarded him full marks. Hu Yanjun, despite his reservations, felt compelled to raise his score to 10. Not wishing to appear ignorant, Ma Hongjun achieved a remarkable score of 120, with the inclusion of the esteemed Yu Xian master, who held significant standing in both the soul master and music realms. The perfect score transformed into 120. Truly, Ma Hongjun was a prodigious talent, earning such high praise from the Empire's Yu Xian master. The enchanting female host animatedly introduced the audience to the spectacle unfolding before them. Prince Hongjun, I adore you. I wish to be your princess. The audience erupted in a cacophony of support, for the common folk did not concern themselves with one's status in the music industry. If the performance resonated, it was deemed worthy. Next, they welcomed the musical genius Su Song to the stage, capable of matching Ma Hongjun's brilliance. The host emphasized the advantages of winning the competition, which included a day's exclusive performance at the concert and a generous reward of 100,000 gold soul coins. The competition allowed for a team to challenge an individual or a solo performance, each with its own merits, with Tianshui Academy being a notable example. Su Song, recognizing his own limitations against Ma Hongjun, humbly addressed the judges, requesting an hour to prepare a collaboration for his original song, needing additional voices to fulfill his vision. Douluo furrowed his brow, prepared to decline, yet Ma Hongjun stepped forward. I have no objections. However, to alleviate any anxiety among the audience, I would also like to invite several backup singers to perform another song during this hour, which would also require the judges' scoring. Suddenly inspired, Ma Hongjun considered inviting the Shrek 8 monsters to join him in this shared glory, pondering if it would yield an even greater impact. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. What do you all think? Douluo's demeanor shifted, and he readily consented, turning to the other judges for their approval. Faced with such shamelessness and an abrupt change of heart, the other judges could merely nod in agreement, understanding the futility of opposing a titled Douluo, for to challenge him would be akin to inviting disaster. Even Yanjun dared not voice his discontent, having realized that the audacious young man who dared to confront him had garnered Douluo's favor. Subsequently, the beautiful host explained the circumstances to the audience, who were more than willing to accept the changes, eagerly anticipating more songs from Ma Hongjun that would enchant their ears. Ma Hongjun glanced towards the Shrek Academy's booth and smiled. Brothers, shall we seize this championship together? Absolutely. Good brothers never forget to include us. Dai Mubai was the first to emerge from the booth, followed closely by Oscar, Tang San, and Fat Tiger, with the three girls appearing last. Each donned outfits that fused traditional Hanfu with martial arts attire, while Zhu Zhuqing and the others wore colorful fairy skirts and flowing robes. The audience erupted in excitement, akin to discovering a new continent, as various speculations began to circulate. Meow Meow Fairy, Rabbit Princess, and Little Fairy. My goodness, they're all friends of the prodigious Ma Hongjun. No wonder their singing styles are so similar. I knew it. According to my cousin's aunt's daughter, they hail from a small village outside Shrek City, and they're all geniuses from Shrek Academy, which is known as the Monster Academy, the most renowned Soul Master Academy in Suatawa City. Although Shrek Academy is merely a mid-tier Soul Master institution, its students and teachers possess powers that surpass those of higher-tier academies. I believe it won't be long before Shrek Academy ascends to the ranks of a higher academy. An intelligence officer from Tianluotawang began to sway public opinion. If one were to awaken from a nightmare, confronting a cruel world, Ma Hongjun stood at the center, initiating the song with a voice that was both clear and ethereal, fully harnessing the characteristics of sound. The audience was instantly transported into the song's ambience. The wind stirred someone's heartstrings, yearning yet unable to bid farewell. Zhu Zhuqing seamlessly continued with the next line, leaving the audience entranced by such captivating melodies. If the conclusion were to be one of tragedy, fearlessly breaking through the cocoon amidst the tempest, Ma Hongjun continued to lead the song. Even if the wings were torn asunder, returning to the depths of despair, Ning Rongrong took the next line, taking your hand, we move forward. The night and day do not linger. Followed by Xiao Wu, traversing time and space, encountering wounds and heartache, still bravely fighting on. The three girls harmonized beautifully. That is the essence of a hero, standing tall amidst the chaos of battle, looking back to find you by my side, breaking the curse of fate, allowing the story to become eternal. The five boys joined in unison, their voices filled with fervor. Martial spirits surge with unrestrained vigor. Guarding your solitary courage, even if the future flows like a torrent, we shall not retreat. The entire ensemble sang together, the atmosphere tightly grasped by Ma Hongjun. If one were to awaken from a nightmare, confronting a cruel world, the wind stirred someone's heartstrings, yearning yet unable to bid farewell. If the conclusion were to be one of tragedy, fearlessly breaking through the cocoon amidst the tempest, taking your hand, we move forward, the night and day do not linger. This song had been practiced by the group for an entire week. Even Fat Tiger, with little musical inclination, was able to sing the climactic parts. Under the enchanting melodies and the harmonious voices, his voice added a somber depth to the performance. It must be said that this concert, in terms of accompaniment and overall quality, had reached the pinnacle of excellence in this world, featuring not only instrumental support but also martial spirit assistance. Such a phenomenon was absent in Ma Hongjun's previous life. Martial spirits would always remain the essence of the Douluo continent. Upon hearing this song, Su Song's previously confident demeanor dimmed in an instant. He understood that he had already lost, yet he remained resolute in showcasing the brilliance that belonged to a musician. Despite the certainty of defeat, he stepped onto the stage solely to avoid leaving any regrets in his heart. Su Song invited Xue Qianqian, Mao Yi, and Chen Xuanxuan, who did not participate in the competition. All of them are true luminaries in the realm of music. Together, they performed an anthem of struggle, its melody pulsating with fervor, stirring the hearts of numerous passionate spectators and soul masters alike. However, when it came to emotional resonance, it was evident that the absence of Ma Hongjun and his unique vocal technique, Inji Hushi, rendered their performance less captivating. Ma Hongjun's Inji Hushi was nothing short of a miraculous existence. In a world devoid of the entertainment industry, had he belonged to a parallel universe where such an industry thrived, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of fame and wealth, amassing billions with ease. After all, in that circle, the daily earnings of some individuals are measured by sheer pleasure. Becoming a billionaire is merely a matter of time. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, for Ma Hongjun was not the kind of person to engage in illegal activities. He was a man of integrity. In the end, Ma Hongjun and his companions unsurprisingly received full marks, while Su Song and the others garnered only 118 points, with Tang Yuehua and Xue Wuchang awarding them 9 points. This was understandable, as the older generation of soul masters favored passionate displays, lacking the comprehensive consideration exhibited by Tang Yuehua and her companion. Let's extend our congratulations to Shrek Academy for winning this concert championship. The exciting content concludes here, and tomorrow's champion's solo concert promises to be even more splendid. We look forward to our meeting then. The beautiful host hastily exited after her remarks, making her way backstage to seek an autograph from Ma Hongjun. Once the audience had departed, Ma Hongjun and the members of Shrek remained in the venue, awaiting interactions with other academies. Soon, the ordinary spectators began to leave, leaving only the elite academies of soul masters, their team leaders, and respective deans. Specialized staff brought in lunch, which, unlike the meals provided at Shrek Academy, was entirely catered by the Rose Hotel. Elegant and sophisticated, yet understatedly luxurious. Each academy engaged in activities within their designated areas, utilizing the remaining hours of the day for mutual acquaintance and understanding. Everyone enjoyed the exquisite cuisine generously offered by the Rose Hotel, which included some low-year spirit beast meat. Meanwhile, at the Chihua Academy, Huowu was clamoring to visit the Shrek Academy area to see her idol, Ma Hongjun. Shrek Academy is merely a middle-tier academy. Although it initiated this grand event, it is not our primary destination. We should head over to Tianshui Academy first, Huowu Shuang, the captain of the Chihua Academy team, remarked with a frown. No way. What could those girls possibly have to offer? If you wish to go, go ahead. I must first visit Shrek to see my idol. Huowu rebutted, disregarding her captain's opinion. Alas, I'm truly at a loss with you. After we finish our meal, let us head to Shrek Academy. Huowu Shuang said helplessly, shrugging at his teammates. Naturally, the others had no objections, nodding in agreement, as they too were curious to witness the diverse charms of the three beautiful girls from Shrek Academy. In the Tianshui Academy area, Shui, your tentatively suggested sister. Shall we first visit the Shrek Academy area? I would like to discuss some musical questions with them. Yes, let us go, Shui Binger replied without a moment's hesitation, completely disregarding the astonished expressions of their teammates. She set aside her food and led the way toward the Shrek Academy area. Our Shrek Academy has truly become renowned this time. After tomorrow's solo concert by Hongjun, we shall undoubtedly achieve even greater fame, Dai Mubai remarked with a smile. Indeed. Yet we must be cautious, for the early bird catches the worm, and we should avoid drawing the envy of petty individuals, Tang Sen added, nodding with concern. I laugh with a sword aimed at the heavens. Life and death are but two sides of the same coin. Why fear the petty? Ma Hongjun declared with an air of pride. This confidence stemmed from his formidable strength and the support he had behind him, making him unafraid of malicious plots. Tang San's caution was understandable, as he lacked sufficient strength and was unaware of the powerful backing of Hao Yin's sect. Otherwise, it was impossible to predict how Tang San would react. Strength is both an asset and a source of peril. Those who can swim are often the ones who drown. At that moment, in the Xiangjia Academy, Huyen Zhen spoke sternly to his son, Huyen Li. That Ma Hongjun dares to refute my words simply because he has achieved a modicum of success in music. Since this is an exchange meeting, it is only fitting that we engage in a little sparring. Lier, you possess the potential to become a titled Douluo. You will surely surpass your father in the future. Do you have the confidence to avenge me? Father, do not worry. That Ma Hongjun is merely a minor talent in the field of music. I have investigated. Though he is only 12 years old and possesses some talent, he remains too inexperienced, merely a soul master. I will make him understand the consequences of defying my wishes. Huyen Li said, his eyes flickering with jealousy as he spoke in a cold tone. Huyen Li appeared significantly taller and more robust than Ma Hongjun, and his teammates were similarly impressive, all exceeding 2 meters in height. All were over 20 years of age, with their weakest member being a sole master of the 3rd rank, while the others approached the 40th level. Huyen Zhen, as both the dean of Xiangjia Academy and the master of the Xiangjia sect, wielded great power and was not someone of the Fei family caliber. The 7 members of Xiangjia Academy were all drawn from the Xiangjia sect. Huyen Li, Huyen Ba, Huyen Shan, Huyen Shi, Huyen Shi, Huyen Gai, and Huyen Shi. Had Huyen Zhen not feared the poisonous Douluo, he would have long since erupted. He could hardly endure any longer. With his defensive strength, even other titled Douluos more formidable than the poisonous Douluo would find him challenging. Like him, the 7 members of Xiangjia Academy were all defensive soul masters, possessing not only great defensive capabilities but also considerable offensive strength. At this moment, the Shrek Academy team, still lacking soul rings, would indeed face an uncertain outcome against the Xiangjia Academy team. Of course, this was under the condition that Ma Hongjun did not reveal his twin martial souls, and Tang San refrained from utilizing hidden weapons. Otherwise, even with all members being soul masters, they would not necessarily be able to contend with the Shrek Academy team. Ma Hongjun, oblivious to the fact that he had incurred the ire of the Xiangjia sect, would remain unfazed even if he were aware. After all, if he could not defeat them, he could always enlist the help of Douluo. He was not foolish enough to confront a stronger opponent alone. In the Shrek Academy area, seated among his companions, Ma Hongjun, having just finished his meal, was engaged in conversation within their spectator area, showing no inclination to practice. At this moment, for the Shrek 8 needed to obtain soul rings, having reached a bottleneck. The remaining 3 had made remarkable progress, making a little relaxation quite necessary. Ma Hongjun sat at the center of the group, gazing blankly at the distant arena. contemplating how to best showcase traditional music in its most splendid form on the Douluo continent. Brother, your prowess is truly remarkable. Even I find myself unable to resist the allure of admiration for you. I can only imagine how the women from other academies gaze upon you, as if you were a golden son-in-law. Ning Rongrong playfully leaned closer to Ma Hongjun, jesting. Keep your distance. I am a person of integrity, as you all know. Ma Hongjun quickly composed himself, suppressing any ignoble thoughts, and replied nonchalantly. The others observed Ma Hongjun's expression, barely containing their amusement. A person of integrity, indeed, though his martial spirit is rather unrefined, remarked Zhu Ziqing, who was usually quite vocal. With a relaxed demeanor, chuckling at Ma Hongjun's words. Haha, Zhu Qing, you truly understand our fifth brother. The evil fire phoenix is indeed less respectable than him. Chimed in Xiao Wu, unable to suppress her laughter, which erupted in a pig-like squeal. Xiao Wu, how could you speak of Hongjun in such a manner? After all, his martial spirit is innate. It influences his desires, which he cannot change. Fortunately, Hongjun possesses strong willpower. Otherwise, you all would be in danger and ought to keep your distance from him, Tang Sen stated earnestly. The first half of his sentence was sensible, yet he could not resist teasing Ma Hongjun in the latter half. Alas, the injustice of it all. Hongjun bears such a lewd and despicable martial spirit. Yet you do not disdain him. I merely utter a few inappropriate words, and I am met with disdain and tears of sorrow, lamented Oscar, adding to the jest. You should cease your complaints. Your martial spirit is not only lewd, but you yourself are even more so. Hongjun is merely a product of circumstance, and he only entertains such thoughts internally, never acting upon them, Demingbai retorted, begrudgingly defending Ma Hongjun. The atmosphere was light-hearted, yet at that moment, a derisive voice echoed from behind the group. So our musical prodigy harbors a sordid heart. What a monumental revelation. 7 robust men, akin to 7 iron towers, strode forward through the narrow passageway. The space, initially capable of accommodating 3 side-by-side, now barely allowed for 1. The speaker was none other than their leader, Hu Yanli. Chapter 113. Surrounded by blossoms seeking death. Demingbai's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he propelled himself from the ground with tremendous force, channeling his soul power into his legs and launching a thunderous strike toward Hu Yanli. Hu Yanli, caught off guard by Demingbai's explosive temperament, could only cross his arms defensively before being sent flying, crashing into numerous spectator chairs amidst a cloud of dust, leaving Ma Hongjun shaking his head in disbelief. With such feeble strength, how dare you speak so audaciously? Next time, remember to keep your mouth clean, Demingbai scoffed disdainfully. Oh, is that so? You must be the captain of the Shrek Academy team. Who would have thought such a small academy would yield a soul master nearing level 40? As the dust settled, Hu Yanli rose and scathed, addressing Demingbai coolly. His teammates, resembling iron towers, remained stoic and silent, unaffected by the earlier surge of Demingbai's soul power. What? He is completely unharmed. Such formidable defense. Hongjun, should we inform the dean? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment, discreetly moving closer to Ma Hongjun. Like Ma Hongjun, he was a valiant soul. A true hero never succumbs to immediate losses. Demingbai's near full force strike, albeit devoid of soul techniques, had failed to phase the opponent, indicating that their strength likely surpassed his own. Moreover, the other teammates exuded an intimidating aura, suggesting their power was not far behind that of their leader. Your defense is astonishingly high. No wonder you speak so boldly. If I am not mistaken, you must hail from Xiangjia Academy, Demingbai observed, his pupils narrowing, though his demeanor remained composed. This exchange event hosted by Shrek Academy could not have been undertaken without thorough investigation into other academies. And Demingbai quickly deduced their origins based on their appearance and defensive capabilities. Indeed, we are members of the Xiangjia Academy team. It is common knowledge that Shrek Academy aspires to elevate its status to that of a higher academy through this exchange, and we wish to assess whether Shrek possesses the requisite strength, Hu Yanli replied, unperturbed by Demingbai's apparent ambush, wearing a facade of insincere mirth. Such a hypocritical expression on such a formidable figure was somewhat incongruous. Hu Yanli, informed by his father, Hu Yanjun, was aware that Shrek Academy might have aligned itself with the influential Douluo, and he contemplated finding a suitable pretext to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson, lest they leave a blemish on their reputation before a title de law. Were you to dictate our qualifications? Today, I shall ensure you understand that there are greater powers beyond your comprehension. Deming Bai, who was never one to shy away, felt his ire rise at Hu Yanli's condescending remarks, eager to confront him. A mere cub does not deserve to engage in battle with my brother. If you wish to contest with him, you must first defeat me. Dai Mu Bai stepped forward, his expression devoid of emotion. You, Deming Bai, infuriated, prepared to engage in combat. Eldest brother, do not act rashly. Allow me to handle this, Ma Hongjun interjected calmly, restraining Deming Bai. Fine. Deming Bai, recognizing Ma Hongjun's strength, retreated to provide him space, willingly taking on a supportive role. Although Zhu Zhuqing's attitude toward Ma Hongjun unsettled him, he had never voiced his discomfort regarding Ma Hongjun as a brother, especially after Ma Hongjun gifted him the precious celestial herb, Qirong Tongtianju. He secretly vowed that should Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun develop a mutual affection, he would not oppose it. In fact, he would support it. For after the events of that night, he regarded Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared aloof yet was a fierce tigress, with a respectful distance. Though Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, their interactions had been scant, as she had merely been a child of 8 or 9 years when he was in Xinghua Empire. Even he, despite his base desires, would not entertain any improper thoughts towards her at that age. Fortunately, Deming Bai remained oblivious to the unfolding events that would transpire. For the butterfly effect initiated by Ma Hongjun had dramatically altered the trajectory of their narrative. How do you wish to proceed? We of Shrek Academy shall accept your challenge. Yet whether we qualify as a higher academy is not for you to dictate. Ma Hongjun stated with remarkable composure, his words eliciting nods of agreement from the Shrek 7. To avoid trouble and fear nothing. The reason Shrek Academy expends such effort to become a prestigious institution is twofold: pride and convenience. Indeed, it is merely a matter of convenience. With the formidable presence of the Tian Luo Di Wang, Shrek Academy could easily ascend to a higher status with a mere mention from the poisoned Douluo to the Empire's Shi Emperor. However, influenced by Ma Hongjun, Flander is reluctant to rely on another's assistance, preferring to facilitate Shrek Academy's elevation through its own merits. Moreover, the notion of merging with Lu Erlong's Lamba Academy is equally off the table. At this point, Flander has begun to exhibit a certain machismo akin to Ma Hongjun. Very well, since that is the case, let us proceed to the Soto Great Soul Arena for a 7 versus 7 team soul battle, proposed Huyan Li with a conspiratorial smile. It would be rather inappropriate for everyone to abandon the other academies for a private contest. Perhaps we should wait until the exchange meeting concludes before heading to the arena for a match, suggested Yu Tianheng, leading the Tiando Royal Academy team. As they approached from one direction, trailing behind their team were the Qihua Academy and the Tianshui Academy. It appears that the first teams eager for an exchange have unanimously chosen to engage with Shrek Academy, a mere intermediate institution. Indeed, my handsome idol, you cannot leave us from Qihua Academy to confront this group of barbarians alone, exclaimed Huo Wu as she gracefully leaped from her team and landed beside Ma Hongjun, her enchanting voice captivating. Instantly, what was already a cramped space became even more congested, prompting everyone to find nearby seats. Surrounding Ma Hongjun were a bevy of beauties, including the Shui Binger sisters and Huo Wu. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling also approached Ma Hongjun for a reunion, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had been nearby all along. The expressions of the Shrek members turned peculiar with a hint of discomfort, while Oscar and Fat Tiger, basking in the glow of their companions, found themselves entrapped in a dreamlike state. Have we stumbled into a gathering of goddesses? How could so many beautiful women be drawn to Shrek Academy? Chapter 114. Martial Soul Fusion Technique? Ladies, do we know each other? Ma Hongjun stammered awkwardly under the gaze of the numerous beauties. It felt as though fate was toying with him. Knowing full well the nature of his martial soul, yet allowing so many lovely women to flock around him. Oh, how rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Huo Wu, Vice Captain of the Qihua Academy team. Your singing is truly enchanting, and I admire your voice immensely. May we become friends? Huo Wu gazed intently into Ma Hongjun's eyes, leaning closer with admiration. As she approached, Ma Hongjun could not help but be captivated by her flawless, porcelain-like skin, exquisite features, and alluring figure. A surge of excitement welled up within him. Hello, I am Ning Rongrong. My brother is already fond of someone, so please be mindful of your words and do not attempt to seduce him. Ning Rongrong interjected, sensing Ma Hongjun's discomfort as she pulled him protectively closer. The space between the seats barely accommodated 3 standing, resulting in Ma Hongjun's chest nearly pressing against Ning Rongrong's back. Rong, it's all right. We must be cautious with our words. My apologies, Huowu. I am pleased to make the acquaintance of such a beauty. But I'm currently facing some issues with my martial soul, making it difficult for me to engage with the fairer sex. Rong is merely overly concerned for my well-being. I hope you do not take offense, Ma Hongjun said, suppressing his tumultuous feelings and speaking with grace. Yes, I was indeed presumptuous. I acknowledge my fault, Huowu replied. Her cheeks flushed with shyness at Ma Hongjun's compliment. Since we are all gathered, let us agree to meet tonight at the Soto Great Soul Arena for a contest. Shall we? Huyen Li, realizing he could gain no advantage from the camaraderie between Ma Hongjun and the other academies, made his suggestion. We shall await your invitation. Ma Hongjun replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 30 kindness points from Huowu. Current total, 880 points. Ma Hongjun, it turns out my grandfather was lured to Soto City by you. I wondered why I cannot find him. What kind of potion did you give him? Du Guyan, having waited until the others departed, squeezed in and playfully tugged at Ma Hongjun's ear, feigning indignation. Ouch! Yin Yin, please let go. I acknowledge my transgressions. I shall treat you all, and I apologize. Ma Hongjun's previously cultivated aura of charm evaporated in an instant. That is more like it. Lingling, I believe you need not search for a plant-type genius soul master as a suitor for your Geo-Exine Haidang clan. Hongjun is quite remarkable. The supreme beast martial soul. The phoenix can certainly compensate for his lack of plant-type abilities. Du Guyan teased with a grin, releasing her grip and glancing at Yilingling, who was watching them with a smile. Yin Yin, please refrain from such talk. I will not choose anyone outside of the plant-type soul masters. Although Hongjun sings beautifully, and I admire him, I am not worthy of such fortune, Yilingling replied softly, casting a glance at the beauties surrounding Ma Hongjun, who were no less striking than herself. Alas, what a pity! If only I had met Hongjun sooner, I would not have let others take advantage of him. Du Guyan lamented, her eyes resting on Yu Qianheng, who remained as stoic as a statue, inciting her frustration. She harbored feelings for Yu Qianheng, yet neither had dared to break the unspoken barrier between them. Yu Qianheng, focused primarily on cultivating his soul power, rarely indulged in romantic pursuits. However, it was evident to those with sharp eyes that Yu Qianheng held genuine affection for Du Guyan, albeit with a lack of expression in matters of the heart. Thus, while they both held mutual feelings, they remained unspoken and devoid of jealousy. The members of Shrek Academy exchanged glances, aware that Ma Hongjun possessed another martial soul of the plant variety. Yet, no one broached the subject, for while his second martial soul was not a closely guarded secret, it was still preferable for fewer people to be aware of it. Clearly unaware of this, Du Guyan and her companions continued their conversation, while the other members of the Tiando Royal Academy greeted Ma Hongjun warmly, acknowledging their familiarity. At a distance, the Shui Binger sisters could no longer contain their curiosity. Ma Hongjun, we meet again. I did not expect you to achieve such musical prowess, to the point of establishing your own unique style. May we learn from you in this art? Shui Binger, typically reserved, unexpectedly initiated the conversation, employing a friendly tone with a male peer. It is my honor. I cannot claim to be a teacher, but rather, we can learn from each other, Ma Hongjun humbly replied, turning his gaze toward the Tianshui Academy team. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 50 kindness points from Shui Binger. Although separated by several meters, this distance was negligible for soul masters. Behind Shrek Academy sat the Tiando Royal Academy team, with Chihua Academy to the left and Tianshui Academy on the right. Sister, it seems your martial souls are all phoenix types. Do you think there's a possibility that you and the handsome idol could also possess a martial soul fusion technique? Adjacent to Shui Binger, Shui Wearer cast her gaze between Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger, then suddenly posed a rather peculiar question. However, the speaker was oblivious while the listeners were acutely aware. Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger exchanged a knowing glance. Ma Hongjun mused that Shui Wearer's assertion was not without merit. His current martial soul was far superior to that of the plump grass chicken phoenix depicted in the original narrative. Though both possessed phoenix martial souls, one representing ice and the other fire, there was a possibility for a martial soul fusion skill to manifest. What nonsense is this? I am the ice phoenix, and he is the fire phoenix. Ice and fire are mutually exclusive. At this juncture, Shui Binger abruptly fell silent, uncertain of her own thoughts. Ever since encountering Ma Hongjun, her martial soul had evoked an unusual sensation, as if something within him was irresistibly drawing her in. Ma Hongjun experienced a similar feeling. However, due to his experience with the ice and fire duality eye, he considered that rather than opposing forces, ice and fire might indeed complement each other. Yet, this was merely speculation. He could not assert with certainty that a martial soul fusion skill would materialize between them. Should such a fusion occur, its potency would undoubtedly exceed that of typical martial soul fusion techniques. The combined might of two top-tier beast martial souls, both phoenixes, could hardly be underestimated. Chapter 115, Battle. Greetings, lovely ladies. My name is Oscar, and I am a brother to Ma Hongjun. Is there anything I might assist you with? Oscar, having relinquished his pursuit of Ning Rongrong, could not help but feel his heart flutter in the presence of so many beauties. With the potential threat from the Xiangja Academy dissipating, he became rather audacious. He gazed at the gathering of lovely ladies with a rather lecherous expression and introduced himself with fervent enthusiasm. Uncle, how old are you this year? Are you also a student of Shrek Academy? In contrast to the disdainful gazes of others, Shui Wera, noticing the more mature Oscar, playfully feigned ignorance and asked cutely. Tang San instinctively glanced at the petite Xiao Wu beside him, as if to say that the girl resembled her when she was teasing him. Xiao Wu, however, pretended not to see, turning her head away, clearly indicating that Tang San had been overlooked. What did you just call me? Oscar, incredulous, pointed at his own rather handsome visage. Uncle, are you not an uncle? Isn't it only the creepy uncles who look like you? Shui Wera confidently retorted. I'm only 14. Dear sister, I might even be younger than you. Though I appear somewhat mature, I hardly resemble an uncle, Oscar declared, his expression turning serious. Young? Are you really so young? 14? That is indeed a bit young. Shui Wera seemed intent on continuing her playful banter with Oscar. At this moment, Shui Binger could no longer contain herself, and, her face flushed with indignation, scolded, Be quiet. If you continue speaking, you won't be allowed to leave. Her flushed cheeks, whether from anger or shyness, left Ma Hongjun momentarily dazed, not to mention the other males present. The implication behind Shui Binger's words was understood by the males in attendance, while others, like Fat Tiger, remained adorably oblivious. 14 is not that old. I'm only 12, and Little Ma is just 10. Fat Tiger was about to mention that Ma Hongjun was also 12 when Dai Mubai swiftly covered his mouth, exasperatedly patting his head. Mind your words. It's 12, not 12 years old. Otherwise, it might lead to misunderstandings, understand? Ugh, disgusting. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, having caught on, both blushed deeply. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, sitting beside Ma Hongjun, appeared unfazed, as such banter was merely remnants of her past experiences. Dai Mubai, shrugging in resignation, turned to Oscar, indicating that this was not his concern. All right, everyone, let us cease the commotion. If we finish the exchange soon, I shall treat you all to a grand feast at the Rose Hotel. Ma Hongjun could not help but smile, glancing at Dougie Yin and the others. Can we join? Both Wu Wu and Shui Binger asked shyly. Of course. However, we are quite a large group, so we may need to split into 2 private rooms. I hope you don't mind, Ma Hongjun replied generously. After all, the Rose Hotel was under the ownership of the Mei family, so dining there would incur no cost to him, and thus he felt little discomfort. The so-called exchange was merely an opportunity to share insights regarding martial souls and cultivation methods, with a primary focus on progress. The students from these prestigious academies aim to assess the training advancements of others in preparation for the Soul Master competition a year hence. 2 hours later, the exchange concluded, and taking advantage of the remaining daylight, everyone departed early, graciously invited by Ma Hongjun to dine at the largest couples hotel in Sotawa City. The teams, the Blaze Squad, the Water Squad, the Tiando Squad, and the Shrek Squad, were divided into 2 private rooms, resulting in a scattered seating arrangement. The other girls from the Water Academy were nudged by Shui Binger and her sister towards the Boys of the Blaze and Tiando Academies, using the pretext of musical exchanges to accompany them to the Shrek Academy's room. Huo Wu also joined them at the Shrek Academy table, while Yilingling was pulled along by Dougie Yin. The private room was spacious. Even with the addition of 5 more individuals, they numbered only 13, which was not cramped at all. Rock, paper, scissors, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, hammer. Before the group had settled, they observed Ning Rongrong and Shui Wera seemingly engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Suddenly, Shui Wera joyfully exclaimed, I won. I won. I want to sit next to Junshan. Sister, come sit here. You cheated. No way. You were slow. We must do it again, Ning Rongrong replied. her expression somewhat displeased. All right, Rong Rong, fifth brother belongs to our Shrek Academy. They cannot take him away from us. Just let her have her way. As they are our guests, Zhu Zhuqing gently advised, restraining Ning Rongrong, who sought to contest the outcome. Fine. With that, Ning Rongrong randomly chose a seat slightly closer to the main position and began whispering to Zhu Zhuqing. As Shui Yuer pushed Shui Binger to sit on the left side of the main seat, she prepared to take the right side, but Huo Wu swiftly claimed it first, unabashedly occupying the spot. Ma Hongjun found himself uncertain about whether to take the main seat, yet since he was the host, the others would not overshadow him, compelling him to take his place at the head of the table. Naturally, the gentle Yi Lingling chose a position without contention, sitting alongside Duge Yen. Shui Yuer, puffed up with indignation, took a seat to the left of Shui Binger and looked at Oscar with a charming voice. Uncle, may I sit here? Ah, yes, yes. Oscar eagerly rose and happily took a seat beside her. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and shared a smile before taking their places, with Xiaowu naturally following Tang San. Before long, everyone began to mingle and familiarize themselves, expressing surprise at the young ages of the Shrek members. They were particularly astonished to learn that Ma Hongjun was on the verge of reaching level 39, with expressions of disbelief evident on their faces. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San experienced a minor shock as well, having reached approximately level 36 in soul power after consuming the divine herb. Indeed, Shrek Academy lives up to its reputation as a school for monsters. Even at such a tender age, they have achieved prowess comparable to my own. Alas, it appears that I am truly aging, sighed Duge Yin, somewhat forlornly. Sister Yin Yin, you're not old at all. We have merely benefited from the influence of Brother Wu, which has granted us some fortunate opportunities, resulting in our current strength. Ning Rongrong candidly remarked after becoming acquainted with her. Rongrong, Tang San admonished Ning Rongrong in a low voice, signaling her to refrain from speaking carelessly. Ma Hongjun, however, was indifferent and attempted to smooth things over, saying, It's nothing. It's not a great secret, especially since it has already run its course. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 kindness points from Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjun had privately inquired about the artifact spirit. Typically, the initial kindness points awarded are substantial, but subsequent points become increasingly elusive until they become unattainable. As evening descended and darkness enveloped the sky, the Soto Great Soul Arena was ablaze with lights. Within the Rose Hotel, Ma Hongjun and his companions indulged in a sumptuous feast and drank to excess. Surprisingly, the most resilient drinker was neither Ma Hongjun nor the robust men, such as Fat Tiger, but rather Shui Binger and Ning Rongrong, who had initially claimed they could not hold their liquor. When young people gather, they often lose themselves in merriment, and amidst such a lively crowd, they neglected to use their soul power to dispel the effects of alcohol, resulting in a raucous atmosphere. Most of the young men were sprawled across the table, bleary-eyed yet insisting they were not drunk and could still drink, likely due to the predominance of female voices at the table. The Tiando Royal Battle Team's Chihua Academy's private room was not faring much better. After Ning Rongrong toasted everyone, they too became inebriated. Help me up. I can still drink, exclaimed Ma Hongjun as he rose abruptly, only to collapse back down. His tolerance was commendable. At least he had not succumbed to slumber like Tang San and the others. Ning Rongrong and Shui Binger were drawn to his outburst and could not help but smile upon seeing him once again laid out on the table. They had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun, usually so composed and courteous, could possess such an endearing side. Thus, the two women took it upon themselves to secure a private room for Ma Hongjun, ensuring that all the other intoxicated young men were settled comfortably. However, just as they planned to escort the last girl, Xiao Wu, to her suite for rest, she stirred awake, bleary-eyed. Oh, what time is it? I must have dozed off while drinking. Didn't we agree to go to the Soto Great Soul Arena to battle the Xiangjia Academy team? Xiao Wu inquired. Given their state of intoxication, how can we participate in the battle? Besides, those from Xiangjia Academy do not appear to be trustworthy. It might not be safe to inform them. Let's just leave them hanging. Ning Rongrong replied with a resigned glance at the other young men who were snoring loudly at the table. Is it really all right to leave them here to sleep? What if they catch a cold? Xiao Wu asked, glancing worriedly at Tang San. All of us are soul masters. We should not be so susceptible to colds. Moreover, the hotel is fully booked. There is only one suite left. Brother Wu occupies one. Huo Wu and Shui Yuer share another. And Yin Yin and Yi Lingling have one as well. That leaves just one for the three of us. We can easily manage sharing. And perhaps Tang San and Brother Wu could share a room. Ning Rongrong suggested, recognizing the underlying concern Xiao Wu had for Tang San. No, Brother Wu's martial soul is too unpredictable. I cannot trust him. If Tang San is this intoxicated, it would be unwise to risk it. How about you two stay in Brother Wu's room? You seem sober enough to keep an eye on him, while I will share with Tang San. Each suite has 2 beds, so if Brother Wu's fiery spirit were to flare up, you could respond quickly. Besides, he has treated us so well. It is only right to look after him. Xiao Wu firmly opposed, her eyes lighting up with a mischievous smile as she turned to the 2 women. Sister Bing, what do you think of Xiao Wu's suggestion? Ning Rongrong asked, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, clearly intrigued by the idea. Will that be appropriate? What exactly is this fiery spirit you speak of? Shui Binger hesitated, questioning the implications. The alcohol had given her cheeks a rosy hue, leaving one to wonder if her shyness was genuine or merely a consequence of her inebriation. What could possibly go wrong? If we do not speak of it, who would know? The fiery spirit refers to a man's impulsive desires. Due to his martial soul, Brother Wu possesses a heightened capability in that regard. Sister Binger, I noticed that Brother Wu had already drunk quite a bit. Would you really feel comfortable leaving him to sleep alone in such a state? Rest assured, nothing untoward will occur. I have heard that men who drink excessively tend to sleep until well into the day. You need not worry about any issues arising. Especially in his current condition, he would hardly be a match for you two, Xiao Wu assured, sensing Ning Rongrong's eager glances and, as a good friend, wished to support her. The rationale for including Shui Binger was also due to her formidable strength. Should Ma Hongjun's fiery spirit manifest, she would be there to provide assistance. Very well, it seems there is no other option. Tomorrow, Hongjun has a personal concert to prepare for. I can sleep in the living room to keep an eye on him. If he wakes up late, I can rouse him in time. Rongrong, what do you think? Shui Binger, still not entirely familiar with Ma Hongjun, felt uncertain, despite the camaraderie that had developed over the course of their revelries. Yes, that sounds perfect. As for Xiangja Academy, we ladies need not concern ourselves with them. Let them wait, Ning Rongrong replied eagerly, fully embracing the arrangement. Meanwhile, the unfortunate members of Xiangja Academy had been waiting at the Soto Great Soul Arena for a full hour, yet still saw no sign of Ma Hongjun and the others. Within a private room of the Soto Great Soul Arena, Big Brother, do you think that guy is standing us up? Should we send someone to find them? Hu Yanba inquired, observing the increasingly dark expression on Hu Yanli's face. What is there to search for? After all, this is their territory. Let us not wait any longer. We want to be hearing from them. You should go speak with the arena manager and explain the situation. We must ensure we receive the appropriate compensation. Let us leave, Hu Yanli replied with a snort, making his way towards the exit while also reassuring the arena manager, whom they had inadvertently left hanging. The influence of the Great Soul Arena was not something they could afford to provoke, even with the backing of Xiangjia sect. Throughout the entirety of Douluo continent, major cities are marked by the presence of Great Soul Arenas, which serve as a testament to a city's strength. Each Great Soul Arena is named after its respective city, where soul masters can engage in combat, testing their martial souls, soul power, and overall strength, which is invaluable for enhancing a soul master's practical combat abilities. Each city's Great Soul Arena operates independently of the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall, standing apart from all factions. In name, it is a third-party force led by the 2 great empires and the Wuhuan Palace, along with the 7 major sections. However, according to the intelligence gathered by Tianlada Wang, the Great Soul Arena is far more complex than it appears on the surface, concealing numerous hidden factions and families within. Chapter 117, Above the Celestial Realm. In the vast cosmos, among the myriad worlds, there exist countless small worlds. Yet beyond these realms lie 9 ancient worlds, shrouded in mystery. One of these is the Celestial Realm, a powerful and enigmatic domain, currently engulfed in a cataclysmic war. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who would assert they cannot be defeated? The supreme and unparalleled Huang Tiandi, Shi Hao, traverses the river of time, leading the formidable Yi Fan, the Emperor of Heaven, the Saint Ruins Chu Feng, the mischievous Chu Nan, the fierce and relentless Empress waiting for your return amidst the mortal realm, the unrivaled Wu Shi Dao, and the resurrected 10 strongest beings, including the 9-leaf sword grass, the attack godstone, the Kuanpeng, the true dragon, the phoenix, the Qilin, the thunder emperor, the celestial ant, the cicada, and the 9 nether beasts, all charge towards the celestial realm. Their immense power has elevated them all to the level of immortal emperors, with Huang Tiandi, Shi Hao, being particularly powerful and mysterious, even surpassing the immortal emperor realm. The celestial realm cannot truly be considered the only true realm, or rather, it does not entirely qualify as such. Although there are numerous immortal emperors in the celestial realm, those above this level are exceedingly rare. Huang Tiandi possesses extraordinary strength, having once ruled the ages alone, backed by numerous powerful allies. The two sides of the conflict are evenly matched, suffering heavy casualties, yet neither retreats an inch. The story begins with Huang's unilateral dominion over the ages, slaying the undead and sealing the epics, prompting the powerful beings of the celestial realm to take action and send formidable warriors across time and space. At this juncture, the three heavenly emperors of Zhejiang are unable to withstand the assault, engaging in battle alongside the remnants of Shihao's celestial army. But they are ruthlessly slain by the incoming forces from the celestial realm. However, through fortunate circumstances, Shihao experiences a significant cultivation breakthrough and masters the secret of resurrection. He shatters the river of time, successfully rescuing Yi Fan and the others, and then employs the resurrection secret to return to the moment of their demise, successfully reviving them. After an extended period of rescue and cultivation, their powers have all significantly advanced, with Huang Tiandi, Shihao, nearly fracturing the river of time, gathering all the strongest beings throughout history from countless realms. They engage in a decisive battle against the mightiest forces of the celestial realm, a conflict that draws in not only the immortal domain, but all realms of heaven and earth. Following this battle, the territories of the celestial realm lie in ruins. Among the most powerful entities in this conflict, aside from the dominator Huang Tiandi, Shihao, and the conqueror Yi Fan, are Chu Feng and the nine-leaf swordgrass, whose strength is unparalleled. Nevertheless, although the nine-leaf swordgrass transcended to a remarkable height, successfully annihilating dozens of immortal emperors, it ultimately faced complete extinction, leaving behind only a seed. Due to the fragmentation of time and space, Huang Tiandi, Shihao, is unable to traverse this temporal point, rendering him incapable of reviving the exceptionally powerful nine-leaf swordgrass, which possessed little fortune. This seed is ultimately collected by Huang Tiandi, Shihao. The war remains unresolved, and as time and space begin to shatter, the parties involved reluctantly agree to cease hostilities. Ultimately, Shihao leads numerous powerful beings who had perished and been resurrected by him to establish a foothold in the celestial realm. Once stabilized, Shihao ventures alone into a mysterious sandy world deep within the realm sea, the very place where he acquired the resurrection secret. This resurrection secret differs from that of immortal emperors who traverse the river of time to rescue others. It can only save the weak and cannot disrupt the flow of time. Instead, it holds the capability to resurrect beings of immortal emperor caliber or higher. By traversing the river of time to capture a fragment of the true spirit of a being in their final moments, upon returning to the present, one can gather the dissipated true spirit through special means and achieve resurrection. Unfortunately, the nine-leaf swordgrass met its demise in the central area of the fractured time and space, had it not been the main battlefield. Shihao could have potentially salvaged a fragment of true spirit with his current strength, but that is evidently not the case now. Thus, Shihao, carrying the seed left by the nine-leaf swordgrass, seeks to determine if he can revive it within this mysterious sandy realm. Had it not been for the astonishing strength of the nine-leaf swordgrass, it is likely that Shihao would have already faced defeat at the hands of that formidable entity. Therefore, out of gratitude, Shihao is determined to exhaust every effort to revive the nine-leaf swordgrass. Upon entering the sandy realm, Shihao arrives at the center of the world, pausing before a formation emanating mysterious patterns. This was a place he had never dared approach before, for he harbored a premonition that stepping inside might lead to his own demise. At his level of power, one possesses an uncanny sense of their own safety. After conducting calculations, Shihao felt a compelling urge that placing the seed of the nine-leaf swordgrass within might usher in its rebirth. Acting on instinct, Shihao, known for his decisiveness, proceeded without hesitation. As the seed left by the nine-leaf swordgrass was placed in the center of the mysterious pattern formation, a brilliant light erupted moments later, drawing forth an immense influx of spiritual energy. The entire world, even the realm sea, trembled in response, and the extraordinary phenomenon appeared swiftly, vanishing just as quickly along with the central nine-leaf swordgrass. Upon exiting, the mysterious world concealed itself once more as if nothing had ever transpired. One of the nine ancient worlds, the starry transformation world, witnessed the crystallization of the soul of the life god king, Zwa Chiome, after her passing, which transformed into 2 tiers of meteor. One landed in the hands of Qinyu on the Zishuan star, while the other was destined to fall upon Princess Jiang, Li of the Divine Realm Snowfall City. However, it was unexpectedly intercepted by a seed that descended from the heavens, seizing the tear imbued with immense vitality, and then disappeared without a trace. On the Douluo continent, Ma Hongjun remains in a deep slumber, utterly unaware that a significant event concerning his fate and the future of the Douluo world is silently unfolding. His 4-leaf, Clover Wuhuan, trembles violently as the 9-leaf sword grass absorbs the vitality of the meteor tears, as if something urgent is at stake. It automatically dispels the alcohol from Ma Hongjun's body through the spontaneous activation of soul power, enabling him to break through to level 39. Slowly opening his eyes, Ma Hongjun, oblivious to the events transpiring, gazes at his enhanced strength with a hint of confusion. Without the opportunity to assess the situation, Shui Binger, sensing the fluctuations of soul power, anxiously pushes open the door. She discovers 2 individuals lying side by side on adjacent beds, both looking bewildered at her presence. Although they occupy separate beds, they are merely a step apart, with Ma Hongjun on one side and Ning Rongrong on the other. Sister Bing, what brings you here? I just woke up. Ma Hongjun exclaims. Ah, 5th brother, you're awake. Weren't you drunk? Ning Rongrong, slightly disheveled, rubs her eyes and glances at Shui Binger, only to realize that Ma Hongjun has already regained consciousness. Instantly, like a child caught in wrongdoing, she wraps herself in a small blanket, revealing only her head, shyly inquiring. Chapter 118, Buddha. I inadvertently broke through. With my soul power operating automatically, the alcohol dissipated, and thus I woke earlier. What? Did you do something scandalous to me? Ma Hongjun remarks playfully, admiring Ning Rongrong's adorable demeanor, his spirits lifted. Ah, I did not secretly kiss you. Ning Rongrong, akin to a student caught in the act of mischief, frantically attempted to mask her embarrassment. Uft. Rongrong, you're being a bit too naive. Hongjun was merely teasing you. Shui Binger could not suppress her laughter, casting an amused glance at Ma Hongjun. Woo-woo, this is so humiliating. I shall ignore you all. Ning Rongrong, realizing the situation, blushed deeply and retreated into the covers, wrapping herself tightly. Just a joke. So, how'd I end up here? Did you bring me back? Ma Hongjun's countenance also bore a hint of awkwardness as he turned to Shui Binger to shift the topic. Well, due to a shortage of rooms and your inebriation, Rongrong couldn't bear the thought of you sleeping at the table like the others. So we brought you back to stay with us. Shui Binger succinctly explained. Thank you both. Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude with a glance at Shui Binger, touched that the 2 girls cared little for reputation, allowing him to stay with them. No need for thanks. Shui Binger, being a kind-hearted girl, naturally refrained from saying more. They exchanged a glance, momentarily caught in an awkward silence, unsure of what to say next. Why don't you sleep here, and I'll take the couch outside? Ma Hongjun suggested tentatively. Shui Binger, lost in thought, instinctively nodded. But by the time she realized it, Ma Hongjun had already left the room. Upon entering the spacious living room, Ma Hongjun lay down on the lone sofa. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, he was suddenly enveloped by the faint, lingering fragrance left by the girl. Is this where Shui Binger just lay? What a torment! After uttering these words, Ma Hongjun quickly sat cross-legged, forcing himself to calm down and harness his soul power to suppress the raging desires within him. The quality of his evil fire phoenix martial spirit had grown significantly stronger, amplifying his desires to an extent far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, in the room, Shui Binger, regaining her composure, gazed at the bed where Ma Hongjun had slept and hesitated, with her cheeks flushed and a look of shyness upon her face. She contemplated discussing with Ning Rongrong the possibility of sharing the bed. However, Ning Rongrong was currently cocooned under her covers, visibly too shy to be disturbed. Ultimately, Shui Binger could only sit on the bed, and, as she did so, she caught a whiff of the unique scent that belonged solely to Ma Hongjun. It was not the odor of sweat, nor was it unpleasant. Rather, it was more fragrant than the body scents of most women. This was undoubtedly linked to Ma Hongjun's lucky grass martial spirit, which had a mysterious origin far beyond the superficial understanding of it merely being his martial spirit. Suppressing her own shyness, Shui Binger also sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing cultivation throughout the night. The following morning, Ma Hongjun's championship concert commenced smoothly. backed by the full support of Tianluo Diwang. The first song was Yushi Tan, with strength to lift mountains and a spirit that covers the world. When fortune is against me, the steed does not depart. When the steed does not depart, what can be done? What can be done? Ma Hongjun invited Shui Bing'er and Zhu Zhuqing to join him in performing this ancient-style song. With a long spear, I ride to bring peace to the world. This farewell, however, is fraught with difficulty. With tears in my eyes, I call out you as I share this cup of warmth and cold with you. The audience erupted into fervor, captivated by the celestial melody, having never before encountered such an enchanting and heart-stirring song. The poignant sentiments expressed in the lyrics left the audience in a state of emotional turmoil. The second song, Wang Chuan Baian, unfolded. I am willing to forsake everything for you. Let me be the one to ferry you across this life. The red petals of the Baian flower scatter all around. Who would care she weeps? Kneeling before the Buddha for 1,000 years without seeing his compassion, I long to see her once more. I have crossed the Wangchuan River and reached the other shore, hoping she might glance back. Sung solely by Ma Hongjun, his rugged voice conveyed a love that was unattainable, stirring sympathy in everyone present who had experienced or yearned for love. The third song I present to you is also a love song, Duabu Du Ta. I hope you all enjoy it. Before I sing this song, I wish to share a story. Please tell me loudly if you wish to hear it. Ma Hongjun's voice held an almost magical quality, standing on stage as if he were a divine being. Yes, the resounding chorus echoed back, and Ma Hongjun's singing had already transported their emotions to a realm of shared experience. Once upon a time, there was a princess who lived near a temple. In her youth, she accompanied her father to worship, where she met a little monk who always struck the wooden fish. Each day, the princess would seek him out to play, often bringing him treats. The little monk, holding his wooden fish, was shy and cautious, smiling as he listened to her laughter. His favorite treat was tonghalu, though he never expressed it. The princess always brought him a skewer whenever she visited. Thus 6 years passed, with the little monk's cultivation growing ever higher, and the princess blossoming into a beautiful young woman. One day, her father approached the little monk's master with a furrowed brow, and the princess displayed unusual behavior, no longer laughing or playing. Observing the puzzled little monk, she asked, "Do you like me?" The monk remained silent, and the princess, disheartened, replied, "I see." Just then her father emerged, intent on taking the princess away, but she insisted on staying by the monk's side. The monk, however, said, "There are distinctions between men and women. Princess, please return." The princess shouted back at him, "I like you." The little monk merely turned away, retreating to his room. From that day forth, the princess never returned, not on the first, second, third, or even fourth day. As the little monk's cultivation ascended, he dedicated himself to studying Buddhist teachings. One day, while engrossed in his studies, he received the tragic news that the princess had died, having hanged herself in a red wedding gown. It turned out that a vile prince had taken a fancy to her, insisting on marrying her against her will. The princess's father, desperate for his daughter's happiness, had implored the little monk's master to intervene. Yet, the monk's master declared that he was a true Buddha and would not let worldly affections derail his path. The night before the wedding, the drunken prince forced his way in, violating the princess's purity. The little monk found her lifeless body, dressed in red, and declared, "Since the Buddha will not save her, I shall become a demon to protect her." The next day, he confronted the prince who had driven the princess to her demise, slaying him with a single strike to the throat. 7 years passed without a farewell, and the temple was devoid of any dark flowers. All that remained was this fragment of Bodhi. I ask you, Buddha, why did you not save her? In my previous lives, I have sown nothing but longing. Has this monk turned back? My voice grows hoarse as I chant. She is no longer here, and Bodhi did not save her. The audience wept as if a dam had burst, unable to contain their sorrow. Through Ma Hongjun's soulful singing, all present were overcome with empathy. Note, the setting acknowledges the existence of Buddhism in the Douluo Dali universe, and all are naturally familiar with the concept of Buddha. The fourth song, Chun Ting Shui, unfolded. This life is too long, yet halts at the edge of the world. Who still remembers that season when the pear blossoms fell like snow? My heart is like stone, unyielding. My heart is like a mat, unrolling. My gaze remains fixed, entangled in a love that is deep and inscrutable. In chapter 119, Long Kuei and Jing Tian, the fifth song, Qing Si, was performed. Do you not see me dance gracefully? Do you not see me play the qin tenderly? Zhu Zhuqing joined Ma Hongjun in song, and the pair, a perfect match, became the center of attention in an instant. Ma Hongjuan was unaware that due to this song, Zhu Zhuqing and he had become a couple in the eyes of the public. The sixth song, Xian Tianyuan, and the seventh, Da Tianpeng, spoke of fears of the wheel of fate, of souls scattering and hearts breaking. Without you, how pitiful is. The emotions ran deep. The melodies were graceful and enchanting, imbued with a spirit of gallantry. As he sang, the audience was left in awe of Ma Hongjuan's remarkable talent, feeling fatigued from the emotional weight of the performance. He playfully paused, microphone in hand, and jested, "My blade, my martial spirit, is yearning for action." A soul master wielding a blade as his martial spirit refrained from directly responding to Ma Hongjuan's banter, instead shouting fervently from the crowd, "As long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. Whenever you begin to sing, I shall be ready with tissues for you." A beautiful girl, deeply immersed in the moment, wiped her tears with tissues as she earnestly spoke. "Enough of the idle chatter, esteemed storyteller. Let us embark on this tale. Open the door. We are ready to board," came a clever voice from the audience, piercing through the cacophony, yet clear enough for most to hear. "Haha, it seems some of you have already guessed. Indeed, I am about to narrate another story. The next song is yet another poignant love ballad, but it encompasses not just romance, but also the everlasting bonds of kinship and friendship. There are 3 songs in total: This Life Unchanged, Love Across Lifetimes, and Forget Not Time. The tale revolves around a princess named Long Kuei, who grew up alongside her brother, the crowned Prince Longyang. During their playful games, whenever Long Kuei felt fear, Longyang would firmly grasp her shoulders, vowing to protect her forever. Their bond was exceptional. Longyang went to great lengths to procure exquisite flowing gowns for her, all to surprise his beloved sister. In the palace, only their father and mother treated Long Kuei as an equal next to Longyang. Unfortunately, their mother passed away prematurely, leaving Long Kuei feeling lonely and frightened, with Longyang naturally becoming her reason to persevere. Long Kuei loved her brother, but this love transcended mere sibling attraction. Their kingdom was engulfed in war. While Longyang fought valiantly on the battlefield, Long Kuei remained alone in the palace, yearning for her brother's safe return year after year. Upon Longyang's first return, he bore a scar on his face, and as Long Kuei touched that ghastly mark, she could no longer contain her tears. When Long Kuei attempted to disguise herself as a soldier to join Longyang in battle, he fiercely pulled her from the ranks, breaking her leg to ensure her safety. Longyang was a great hero and a devoted brother, protecting Long Kuei as best he could. Yet, he fought relentlessly against external foes to prevent their people from being enslaved. While Long Kuei remained in the palace, consumed by guilt, it was rumored that a magical sword could save their kingdom from annihilation. Longyang summoned sorcerers to forge the sword, laboring for over 100 days. That sword, ablaze in the furnace, symbolized the hope of their survival. At long last, after enduring countless hardships, Longyang learned that the final step to complete the sword required Long Kuei's very essence. Long Kuei cried out, desperate to be the sacrifice, but Longyang, stern-faced, declared without that sword, "I can still vanquish the enemy." Tragically, Longyang's departure marked a permanent farewell for the siblings. His last letter reached Long Kuei, wherein he expressed his final wish for her to live well. Yet, obedient Long Kuei once again defied her brother's wishes, seizing the letter and leaping into the flames of the forging pool, merging her soul with the sword. Ultimately, the sword's overwhelming power led to Long Kuei, along with the blade, being imprisoned within the formidable Xuanyao Tower, akin to a purgatory by the strongest sect, Shushan. A millennium passed, and Long Kuei endured torment within, her mind fracturing into 2. After 1,000 years, Long Kuei escaped the sword and encountered a figure identical to Longyang, named Jingtian. Overjoyed, she wept, calling out for her brother. However, Jingtian remained indifferent, even wary of her. Despite this, Long Kuei believed that her century-long agony had not been in vain. Her brother had merely forgotten her, yet she would protect him in this lifetime. Yet, we all know that Jingtian was not Longyang. Longyang had perished in that war. Ultimately, Jingtian would face the malevolent sword master, risking everything to save the world, a journey that might lead to his demise. For Jingtian, to restore the sword's divine power and enhance his chances against the evil sword master, Long Kuei once more leaped into the fray, sacrificing her soul for the sword, signifying her total disappearance from this realm. In the end, Jingtian triumphed over the evil sword master, saving the world, yet he would never see his sister again. The audience fell into a profound silence as Ma Hongjun recounted this tale, skillfully employing the resonance of sound to draw everyone into the narrative. Such a moving story rendered even the kind-hearted incapable of laughter. Emotions ran deep and somber. "Oh, it is too heart-wrenching. I am in tears. Ma Hongjun, you are so cruel, always making us weep." A beautiful girl finally broke the silence, her sobs echoing. Ma Hongjun, drenched in sweat, was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "Fifth brother, am I wearing the very flowing gown Long Kue donned in the story?" Ning Rongrong from Shirlai Kexueyuan stood, her eyes glistening with tears, her emotions flaring as she approached the stage. Ma Hongjun, initially taken aback, smiled softly, then addressed the audience. "Indeed, do you see? This is my seventh sister, Ning Rongrong. Surely you have all seen her. Is she not beautiful? Beautiful. Her attire is exquisite, radiant like a celestial being. So stunning, like a little fairy. The gown she wears is a gift from me. The genuine flowing gown, produced by Tianhua Diwang, priced at merely 100 gold soul coins. Those interested may collect a set." Ma Hongjun shamelessly seized the opportunity for promotion. "I want to buy it. Dear husband, I want it. If you don't get it for me, I will break up with you." At that moment, the men in the audience, some with partners, wished they could tear Ma Hongjun apart in their frustration. Time flows incessantly, intertwining past and present. Profound transformations are not distant. Even after 10,000 years, deep affection looks back, never straying far. Gradually, we forgetting the passage of time. The enchanting melodies and poignant narratives touched the very soul, captivating all, even those who typically shun music. As a postscript, I have been lacking the motivation to write recently. I shall only update once a day. I hope those who read pirated versions can come to Qidian to read, and those feeling financially strained can browse for free on a QQ browser. Please refrain from piracy, as it only diminishes my work. Chapter 120. The beginning of the end. As the concert concluded, the legend of Ma Hongjun was only just beginning. After agreeing to meet 1 year later at the prestigious Advanced Soul Master Competition, he Shui Bing Er, Huowu, Yi Ling Ling, Du Gu Yin, Yu Tian Heng, and Huowu Shuang returned to their respective academies to continue their training. As for the duel with Xiangjia Academy, it had long been forgotten by Ma Hongjun and his companions. After having stood them up once, the individuals from Xiangjia Academy, surprisingly, did not pursue any further trouble with Ma Hongjun and the others. As anticipated, the tale of Xianjian San became widely circulated, leading to the rise of the flowing celestial skirts, including the vibrant Qicai Xian Nu skirt, which also gained popularity. 3 days later, an edict was issued from the Imperial Palace of the Tiando Empire, promoting Shrek Academy to the status of an Advanced Soul Master Academy. In a lavish chamber within the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Emperor Shui Yi sat in the main seat, gazing at the elegant and noble woman beside him. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "I never imagined that you, hailing from the illustrious Haotian sect, would so highly praise an individual. Is that student from Shrek Academy truly as exceptionally gifted as you claim? Your Majesty, I initially attended as per your wishes, and as I have a deep fondness for vocal music, I went. Before that, I did not know those individuals. However, upon my arrival in Suotawa City, I discovered that Ma Hongjun is indeed extraordinary. Not only does he possess a remarkable talent for soul power cultivation, but his mental prowess is unparalleled. His singing seems to incorporate a force akin to mental energy, allowing listeners to involuntarily immerse themselves in his emotions. Even a titled Douluo caught off guard will be drawn in. Is such talent not worthy of my praise?" responded Tang Yuehua, the master of Yu Xian, with a serious expression. "Indeed, if that is the case, it is truly remarkable. I must seize the opportunity to meet this young prodigy," chuckled Emperor Shui Yi, stroking his beard. "Your Majesty, your willingness to personally negotiate with the Spirit Hall and the Xing Luo Empire for Shrek Academy's special promotion to an Advanced Soul Master Academy is precisely to witness the future accomplishments of those talents," Tang Yuehua said with a slight nod and a calm demeanor. The soul power levels of the Shrek 8 monsters had naturally been revealed during the exchange meeting and were no longer secrets. Anyone earnest in their inquiries could uncover them. "Indeed, nothing escapes your notice, Master of Yu Xian," Emperor Shui Yi laughed heartily. "As an honorary guest of the Tiando Empire, a titled Douluo has been appointed as a senior advisor. How could I possibly overlook them? If there is nothing else, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave," Tang Yuehua said, nodding and bowing slightly in farewell, her demeanor respectful, yet seemingly disinterested in discussing political matters with Emperor Shui Yi. Alas, when we hear Haotian's sect emerge. The current tranquility of the Spirit Hall is unnervingly ominous. I cannot shake the feeling that they are plotting something in the shadows. At this rate, I wonder if the strength of our Tiando Empire will suffice to counter the schemes of the Spirit Hall, sighed Emperor Shuiyi, expressing concern without any hint of reproach. Were Ma Hongjun present, he would undoubtedly be astonished by the Emperor's astuteness. One must consider that as a sovereign, he could not possibly be simple-minded. Unfortunately, he was ultimately betrayed by Xue Qinghe, transformed by Qianren Xue. Having been afflicted by a multitude of poisons, he managed to recover, though his life was now fleeting. Had he remained in good health, the strength of the Tiando Empire would have undoubtedly reached new heights under his reign. Alas, such matters are beyond the influence of a mere woman. Once the strength is sufficient to rival the Spirit Hall, I believe the Haotian sect will naturally re-emerge. Allowing the name of Haotian to resonate once more across the continent, Tang Yuehua sighed softly, her tone tinged with resignation, yet soon overshadowed by an innate pride. In the stark Do Great Forest, Ma Hongjun pointed to the subdued Yuming Gue bough beneath his feet and gently said to Zhu Zhuqing, "This ghost leopard is quite suitable for your absorption. However, its age appears somewhat advanced, and there may be certain risks involved. You must decide whether to absorb it. If I encounter danger, will you help me, Brother Wu?" Zhu Zhuqing did not immediately agree, but instead looked at Ma Hongjun with a questioning gaze. After their duet performance on stage, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer suppress her burgeoning feelings for Ma Hongjun. "Of course, we are good partners and the best of friends. I will do everything in my power to save any of you should you face danger, regardless of whether you are human or—" Ma Hongjun trailed off, casting a glance at Xiao Wu. Yet, that single glance caused Xiao Wu to freeze in surprise. She had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun had discerned her true identity. "What else?" she asked, feeling that her brother had become more articulate than when they first met. Hey, you've moved me with your words," Ning Rongrong remarked playfully, unaware of the implications behind Ma Hongjun's statement. "Still a pig, huh? I will protect all of you. Ha ha. Rest assured." Ma Hongjun chuckled, then shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. "All right, everyone, let us not jest any longer. Red June, are you certain you want Zhu Qing to absorb this soul ring? This ghost leopard is nearly 2,000 years old. While it is highly compatible with Zhu Qing's martial soul, which will reduce the difficulty of absorption, according to my teacher's theories, a third soul ring should not exceed 760 years. This soul beast surpasses that limit by at least 230 years, Tang San said, his expression serious as he offered a cautionary reminder. "Little San, I know you hold your teacher in high regard, but I must say that not all of the master's words are infallible. While his research on martial souls is undeniable, it is crucial to understand that the so-called limit on soul ring age pertains to the physical strength of an ordinary soul master. After Zhu Qing consumed the celestial product, her physical and soul power has become purer and more robust, merely exceeding the limit by 200 years. With me here, it should not pose a significant problem, though there may be some hardships," Ma Hongjun expressed, wanting to assert his understanding of the original narrative without outright dismissing Tang San's concerns. "Is the limit on soul ring age truly related to physical strength?" Tang San murmured to himself, suddenly grasping the essence of Ma Hongjun's words. He felt that there was merit in what Ma Hongjun said, but resisted overturning his teacher's theory without further verification. "I am not afraid of hardship as long as I do not die. I am willing to absorb it," Zhu Zhuqing declared resolutely at that moment. Not fearing hardship is essential, but the absorption of soul rings does relate not only to physical strength but also to soul strength. Ma Hongjun nodded approvingly before explaining to everyone. "Yes, Brother Wu, what you said aligns with what my mother used to say. Once a soul beast reaches 10,000 years, soul masters may experience soul turbulence during absorption. If the mental capacity is insufficient, the consequences could be severe, ranging from soul damage to stagnation in cultivation, or even death," Xiao Wu interjected, glancing at Tang San, anxious about his potential attempts at excessive absorption in the future. Xiao Wu was not mistaken. By imparting this knowledge, she merely wished to convey the importance of not solely focusing on soul power during cultivation, but also to emphasize the significance of strengthening both the physical body and mental fortitude. Ma Hongjun stated with solemnity. The others nodded in agreement. Although Ma Hongjun's soul power may not be the highest at present, when it comes to true strength, even if Dai Mubai were to fully ascend to Soul Zone and acquire his soul rings, he would still not match Ma Hongjun's prowess. Despite the considerable distance remaining before Ma Hongjun reaches Soul Zone, he is poised to close that gap within 3 months. And he is on the verge of acquiring a black 10,000-year soul ring. The capabilities granted by a 10,000-year soul ring have undergone a qualitative transformation compared to those from a 1,000-year soul ring, placing them in entirely different leagues. Presently, Ma Hongjun's soul rings stand at yellow, yellow, purple, 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 with the second yellow soul ring exhibiting a hint of purple, nearly reaching the status of a 1,000-year soul ring, while the last 2 purple rings are almost black, approaching the 10,000-year level. This time, Ma Hongjun aims to obtain the second hidden soul ring of his martial soul, the San Yi Chao, and he has informed Flinder and the others that the soul ring must be at least 15,000 years old. Hongjun's other martial soul is unprecedented in the annals of Douluo. Even the master has never heard of such a martial soul. In comparison, we are merely inviting our own suffering. As a food system soul master, I do not require combat or the absorption of higher-level soul rings. Fatty. Judging by Hongjun's words, it seems that once this soul ring acquisition concludes, your days of ease will come to an end, Oscar remarked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Ma Hongjun had only just conceived this thought, yet Oscar had articulated it directly. However, it was evident that Oscar was somewhat overly optimistic. It is not merely you, but all of us, myself included. After this soul ring acquisition, we shall all undergo grueling training. Do not presume that food system soul masters lack combat capability, Xiao Ao. Focus on enhancing your physical strength, and once you reach level 50, I have an opportunity awaiting you. Ma Hongjun encouraged Oscar, stepping closer and patting him on the shoulder. This statement was not solely directed at Oscar, but also intended for the other 6 companions, allowing them to prepare mentally in advance. Good brother, is that truly the case? Could it be a divine herb? Ha ha! As expected of my good brother, you never forget me when something good arises, Oscar exclaimed, instantly filled with excitement and enveloping Ma Hongjun in a bear hug. The others looked at Ma Hongjun with expressions of curiosity, clearly eager to hear his response regarding the divine herb. It should not be a divine herb. The celestial potency within us has yet to be fully absorbed, and Hongjun would not likely bestow upon us another divine herb. Besides, divine herbs are not as common as cabbage, readily available at will. If I am not mistaken, it should pertain to something that aids Oscar's enhancement of power, Tang San mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, it is not only a matter of enhancing strength. It can also grant Oscar the combat prowess of a battle soul master. As for what it is, I cannot divulge that just yet. Ma Hongjun recalled the opportunity Oscar received in the far north from the original work. The prospect of gaining battle soul master strength. How could such a fortunate event exist? Hongjun, you are truly like a rebirth of my parents. I need not express my gratitude. Good brother, Oscar declared, astonished as he gazed at Ma Hongjun. The sound of a notification rang out, announcing the acquisition of goodwill points from Oscar. It is natural for brothers to assist one another. Now let us cease this chatter. Zhu Qing, please proceed to absorb the soul ring promptly. After all, we are in the Stardow Forest, where danger may lurk at any moment. The sooner we absorb, the quicker we can seek our next soul ring target, Ma Hongjun remarked, glancing at Flinder and Zhao Wujin, who were surveying the surroundings. Yes, Brother Wu. I shall commence absorption now, Zhu Qing responded, drawing forth a dagger to dispatch the phantom leopard beast before her. The 1,000-year purple soul ring illuminated the corpse of the phantom leopard, while Xiao Wu turned away, somewhat reluctant, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. The law of the jungle prevails. Even soul beasts often engage in mutual slaughter, let alone the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. Though they have only been together for a brief few months, the bonds they share are profoundly deep, surpassing even those forged over years or decades with others. Those who have shared similar experiences understand that relationships among individuals of their age are purely untainted, devoid of any ulterior motives, representing the most genuine friendship one can possess in life. After the age of 18, as individuals mature and gain more knowledge, they often find it increasingly difficult to experience such feelings, becoming entangled in self-interest. Zhu Qing evidently underestimated her own limits. Although the soul ring she sought surpassed the threshold of the third soul ring by over 200 years, it posed a challenge, yet was not insurmountable. At this moment, Zhu Qing, despite beads of sweat dotting her forehead and her clothes thoroughly soaked, persevered with determination. Among the group, in terms of sheer tenacity, even Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Qing exhibit differences in resilience. Ma Hongjun closely observed Zhu Zhuqing's expression, noting her pale visage yet unwavering resolve, which stirred his emotions. He remained prepared to assist the moment she faltered, not in absorption, but in ensuring her safety, regardless of the unique attributes of the ghostly flame breathing technique. The formidable vitality inherent in the San Yi Chao martial soul alone could safeguard Zhu Zhuqing's meridians, preventing any adverse effect from her absorption endeavor. After half an hour, Zhu Zhuqing awoke with a joyous expression, having achieved her goal without relying on anyone as assistance. No one could fathom the unparalleled agony of absorbing a soul ring that exceeded the limits of endurance, the suffering that is nearly unbearable. Even Ma Hongjun had never experienced such torment. His journey had been relatively smooth, although he absorbed each soul ring at a higher level. His formidable talent and unique martial soul shielded him from experiencing that level of anguish. Do not let Ma Hongjun's status as the strongest among the Shrek 8 monsters deceive you. In terms of resilience, he still falls short when compared to Zhu Zhuqing, lacking in the necessary trials. It can be said that Ma Hongjun's fortuitous luck, endowed by his martial soul, has allowed his strength to rise effortlessly. Yet it has deprived him of the trials that forge true character. This flaw may not seem significant now, but unless Ma Hongjun seeks to amend it in the future, his ultimate achievements may only surpass Tang San by a slight margin, never exceeding the natural limits imposed by the Douluo world. In comparison to true powerhouses, he still lacks considerably, let alone in relation to unparalleled beings such as the Emperor of Desolation, the Flame Emperor, and the Martial Ancestor. However, Ma Hongjun is still just over 12 years old. The future remains uncertain. Compared to the complexities of other worlds, the Douluo world is evidently less intricate. To my astonishment, I have directly attained the remarkable level of 37 in soul power. It is simply unbelievable. Thank you, Wuge. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing rose to her feet, her face alight with joy as she turned to address everyone. With that, she approached Ma Hongjun and gently embraced him to express her gratitude. Ma Hongjun let out a wry smile, gazing at the oblivious beauty before him, uncertain of how to respond. Zhuqing, do you not feel anything unusual in your body? He hesitantly reminded her. His concern was not one of disdain, but rather a fear of losing control. These women were well aware of the issues within their own bodies, yet chose to tempt him deliberately, leaving him at a loss for words. Strangely, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to favor this kind of ambiguous expression of gratitude. Was it because he was single that they felt free to act so recklessly? He was not a central air conditioning unit. He needed to put a stop to this. Yet, deep down, Ma Hongjun found himself rather enjoying the moment, which was why he hesitated, feeling the softness before him. Even though her attire was soaked with sweat, the delightful sensation only intensified. No, not at all. I feel fantastic right now, brimming with energy. Ah, you letcher. Why didn't you say so sooner? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ma Hongjun in confusion, and before she could finish her thought, she realized something was amiss. Upon noticing that her clothes were almost entirely drenched and clinging to her body like a film, outlining her exquisite figure as she nestled in Ma Hongjun's embrace, she couldn't help but let out an excited squeal, covering her blushing cheeks and reproaching him with her gaze. You could have given me a moment to speak. Xiao Wu, accompany Zhuqing to find a secluded spot to change. Ma Hongjun shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. He was not surprised by any woman's propensity to act coldly after having been warm, but he had no intention of indulging it, nor would he foolishly engage in arguments. Instead, he turned to Xiao Wu to divert the topic. All right, Wu Ge. Zhuqing, let us go over there to change. Rongrong, you keep an eye on them. Xiao Wu said, casting a glance at Oscar and the others, who were almost mesmerized. Ning Rongrong nodded obediently in agreement. 3 days later, Pang, who acquired a soul ring from a soul beast known as the Great Strength Bear, estimated to be around 700 years old, thus reaching level 36 of soul power. Ning Rongrong's soul ring was slightly weaker, at around 600 years, but still significantly higher than in the original narrative. Both achieved the same level of 36 in soul power. This was due to the fact that they had been cultivating for over half a month at level 30, allowing them to accumulate enough energy for such an advancement. Otherwise, like Ning Rongrong, even consuming celestial herbs at level 31 would only grant a mere 6-level increase. Being stuck at level 30 for a while allowed for better absorption of the latent medicinal properties of the celestial herbs, resulting in a rise to level 37. which came as no surprise to Ma Hongjun. He had anticipated this outcome. Ning Rongrong's progress was indeed significant. Within half a year at Shrek Academy, she leaped from level 26 to level 36. A full 10 levels gained, deducting the 1 level obtained from the Soul Ring, left her with a solid 9 levels gained, with only slightly over 1 level attributed to her own cultivation. The enhancement from the Celestial Herb amounted to as much as 7 levels, indicating its effectiveness surpassed that of the top-tier herbs consumed by Oscar and Pang Hu. Of course, the top-tier herbs they consumed were not inferior to celestial herbs either. Based on Ma Hongjun's estimates, the enhancement in talent from both was likely comparable, though slightly inferior in terms of soul power. This disparity might also relate to the differing effects of the celestial items. For instance, the dual celestial herbs he consumed for ice and fire offered less enhancement in soul power than the 9-tiered purple fungus they had ingested. Consequently, all members of the Shrek 8 had reached the realm of Soul Ancestor above level 30, achieving this stage nearly a year ahead of the original storyline. One should not underestimate the significance of that year. Early consumption of celestial herbs in the initial stages of soul master cultivation greatly aids future achievements, as the soul power level attained before the age of 20 correlates directly with future accomplishments. Having not anticipated such a smooth acquisition of soul rings this time, it was time to focus on Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's soul rings. We needed to delve deeper, and from now on, you must refrain from acting alone, staying vigilant and following closely behind me and teacher Zhao Wujia, Flandra instructed as the group began to prepare. Everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. Despite their substantial improvement in strength, venturing alone within the Stardow forest was still far from safe. Although the number of soul beasts at the forest periphery had diminished due to the soul master's hunting, the number of high-level soul beasts within had hardly decreased. Even if some 10,000-year soul beasts were hunted, new ones over 9,000 years would take their place. Thus, the dangers within exceeded the group's expectations. Even Ma Hongjun could not guarantee his own safety. Flandra did not utilize his flight martial soul to scout from above, but instead stayed at the rear to guard the group, while Zhao Wujia led the way ahead. Soon, after about an hour, the group cautiously crossed a gently flowing, crystal-clear stream. The surrounding environment was eerily silent. Zhao Wujia reminded everyone, be cautious. We have entered the inner region of the Stardow forest, where 10,000-year soul beasts may appear at any moment. If we encounter any insurmountable danger, retreat immediately. I will cover your escape. As the eldest and most powerful soul master among the group, Dai Mubai naturally positioned himself closest to Zhao Wujia, ensuring the safety of the girls in the team, and, well, Oscar too. Teacher Zhao, you can rest assured, we will not become a burden. The safety of these girls is entrusted to me and Hongjun. If we face any insurmountable danger, I will ensure their safe retreat, Dai Mubai said gravely. This was understandable. The last encounter with the Titan giant ape had left a profound impact on them, nearly costing them their lives. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. With their current strength, as long as they did not encounter a 10,000-year soul beast, they still had a considerable chance of escape. Although Zhao Wujia often trained them rigorously at the academy, it was precisely because of this training that his feelings for these young ones ran deeper than any other teacher at Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun and the others understood this and felt a sense of gratitude, nodding earnestly to convey that they could take care of themselves and did not wish to distract him with their safety concerns. Chapter 123, The Second Hidden Soul Ring. Well, it's not as serious as you say. The Stardow forest is vast, and our luck cannot be that poor. Don't frighten the children. With the two of us here, unless you encounter a Titan giant ape-level 10,000-year soul beast like last time, self-preservation should not be a problem, Flandra interjected, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Sure, teacher, I have an ominous premonition. Ma Hongjun hastily gestured for silence. Upon hearing Flandra's words, he glanced at Xiao Wu, suddenly feeling that Ming might very well come looking for her. Enough with the ill omens. It is hardly likely that we would encounter such misfortune. Let us continue onward. Although the Wanyan Huansho here is abundant, each area houses but a single Wanyan Huansho. Aside from our target, we must strive to avoid the territories of those formidable spirit beasts. Falanda remarked with irritation, extending his mental energy to survey the surroundings. The Wuhuan of Falanda, the Cyan Maoing, not only grants him remarkable speed but also exceptional vision, with a mental prowess that surpasses that of his peers, rendering it a highly formidable variant of a spirit soul. In the depths of the Xingdou Da Senlin, upon the placid surface of a moonlit lake, loomed a colossal being, its dark fur shimmering faintly under the weak starlight. Its shoulder height surpassed 7 meters. Even on all fours, it exuded an aura of power without any sense of awkwardness. Every inch of its form was adorned with muscles more fearsome than granite, protruding like small mounts. Brother, I can sense the presence of Xiaowu. Did she not just break through the 30th level? How could she return to the Xingdou Da Senlin so soon? This mountain-like entity was none other than Xiaowu's spirit beast companion, Ming. It spoke in a deep, resonant voice to the tranquil lake. A moo echoed from the lake's depths, and the water rippled as a mysterious creature resembling a bull-headed python emerged, its tone somewhat resigned. It is possible that her other human companions have reached their breakthrough limits. She may have merely accompanied them this time, since she does not wish to return to us. Do not disturb her. If you wish to see her, keep your distance so as not to disrupt her companions and avert unnecessary trouble. Yes, brother. You are so kind. Hee, I shall go to see Xiao now. Rest assured, I will not disturb her companions. Ming joyfully nodded its massive head. While a month may merely be a fleeting moment for them, Ming remained concerned for Xiaowu, fearing she might face hardship in the human world. Only by catching a glimpse of her could it find peace. During her absence, Ming fared well, but Ming could hardly eat or think, often lost in thought. Imagine the sight of such a colossal creature, 100,000-year spirit beast, appearing dazed. The image alone is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Falanda and Zhao Wuji were escorting the group further, in search of an appropriate spirit ring. Within the span of an hour, they located a suitable target, an 8,000-year Danling Haimo Hu. Though slightly high for Dai Mubai's 4th spirit ring, it was not insurmountable. The Danling Haimo Hu is an exceedingly rare, top-tier, tiger-type spirit beast, possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Even ordinary Wanyan Huanshou may not stand against the Danling Haimo Hu, rendering this spirit ring of great significance for Dai Lao Da. Collectively, they would likely not be its match, so it was left to the director to handle it. Tang San's expression grew solemn as he gazed toward the area illuminated by light, whispering about the resting Danling Haimo Hu. Leave it to me. Falanda, you focus on blocking its path. I will take care of this spirit beast, Zhao Wuji responded, rubbing his slightly sore finger joints. Moving toward the Danling Haimo Hu with a calm demeanor. How foolish this tiger is, Pong Hu chuckled, observing the group. Zhao Laoshi is almost within 10 meters. Yet it remains oblivious to our presence. No, it is not foolish. It has likely sensed us long ago and is intentionally waiting for us to approach carelessly, to catch us off guard. Zhao Laoshi, be careful. Ma Hongjuan warned suddenly, sensing something amiss. No sooner had Ma Hongjuan spoken than the Danling Haimo Hu, which had appeared to doze, sprang into action, baring its enormous maw and pouncing directly at Zhao Wuji's head. Amidst the thunderous roar of the tiger, a hint of terrifying mental assault surged forth, leaving the group dizzy and disoriented. Not good, it's a mental attack. Old Zhao, be cautious. Falanda reacted swiftly, shielding the group from the Danling Haimo Hu's soul attack. Even with his superior mental prowess, Falanda's face paled slightly under the sudden assault, clearly having suffered a setback. It was all the more concerning for Zhao Wuji, who was at the heart of the attack and possessed lesser mental strength. Fortunately, Ma Hongjuan's timely warning allowed Zhao Wuji to unleash his fastest first soul skill. First soul skill, Budong Ming Wang Shen. The Budong Ming Wang Shen, a radiant golden light, erupted instantaneously, reflecting any attacks received within a 3-meter radius. As Zhao Wuji's robust form glowed with intense golden light, the Danling Haimo Hu's serrated assault was deflected mere centimeters from his body, sending it crashing into a nearby tree, where it fell, bleeding profusely. However, the hidden soul attack within that strike left Zhao Wuji dazed and disoriented. Something is amiss. Ma Hongjuan discerned the anomaly. Despite Zhao Wuji's strength, his first soul skills Budong Ming Wang Shen could not have so severely wounded the Danling Haimo Hu without prior injury. Could it be that there are other powerful spirit beasts in the vicinity that have injured this Danling Haimo Hu, which rivals the Wanyan Huanshou? Ma Hongjuan pondered aloud. Although Zhao Wuji was indeed powerful, the notion that a mere human could inflict such damage on a spirit beast of this caliber seemed implausible. This is the inner region of the Xingdou Da Senlin, and this Danling Haimo Hu has not fled. Wanyan Huanshou possess an awareness akin to that of children, with a robust territorial instinct. Tiger-type spirit beasts rank just below dragon and phoenix bloodline spirit beasts in the hierarchy, and the Danling Haimo Hu is among the top. If another spirit beast were to challenge it, it would likely stand its ground, even to the death. However, if a human spirit master were to hunt it, it would turn and flee if it found itself outmatched. Ma Hongjun noticed Tang San's half-understanding expression directed at him and could not help but smile slightly as he elucidated the reasoning to the group. His understanding of spirit beasts had reached a level comparable to that of Tang San, and in certain aspects concerning rare spirit beasts, he even surpassed him. This clearly demonstrated the wisdom of not having sought the master as a mentor. Simply mastering the knowledge from Shrek Academy's texts had rendered him equal to Tang San, highlighting the lack of emphasis on theoretical knowledge in the Douluo continent. "Oh, I see now," the group exclaimed in realization. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, having recovered, glared furiously at the damning Haimo Hu, which was still bleeding profusely, feeling that his dignity had been undermined. He activated his martial soul, revealing his true form as the Dali Jingangxiao. The scales of battle shifted dramatically, soon tilting heavily in their favor, as the damning Haimo Hu, a spirit beast at the top of the food chain, found itself gasping for breath. "Please cease your actions. If you continue, Mu Bai's soul ring will be lost. Mu Bai, hurry and finish it," granted a swift end. Fran, observing the torment inflicted upon the dark spirit black demon tiger by Zhao Wujia, remarked with a tinge of sympathy. With a firm resolve, Dai Mu Bai brandished his dagger and swiftly ended the unfortunate life of the dark spirit black demon tiger. Chapter 124. The sacrifice of the flesh. A fleeting glimmer of relief crossed the dark spirit black demon tiger's eyes. It had initially believed itself fortunate, having encountered a severely injured 30,000-year soul beast, convinced that its prowess could rival that of a 10,000-year soul beast, easily consuming the essence of its life. The dark spirit black demon tiger was deemed exceptional, capable of rivaling a 10,000-year soul ring due to its mutated ability to devour the life essence of its adversaries. However, unbeknownst to it, the already wounded 10,000-year soul beast was not to be underestimated. It too was a mutated soul beast, its power comparable to that of a typical 50,000-year soul beast, with exceptionally potent spiritual energy. A dazzling circle of bright purple soul rings began to manifest above the dark spirit black demon tiger's lifeless body, eliciting a flicker of joy in Dai Mu Bai's eyes. From the earlier confrontation between Zhao Wujia and this soul beast, he discerned its extraordinary nature. Despite its injuries, it had managed to inflict significant harm upon Zhao Wujia. While Zhao Wujia's mental trauma stemmed from his own negligence, it was undeniable that the dark spirit black demon tiger was indeed formidable. It was certainly beyond their current capabilities to contend with. At the very least, they would need to ascend to the realm of high soul kings to have any hope of battling this dark spirit black demon tiger, which, although technically under 10,000 years, possessed the strength equivalent to that level. In truth, the soul ring of this dark spirit black demon tiger was a coveted treasure for most feline-based spirit masters, and Mu Bai's encounter with it was nothing short of serendipitous. "Very well, Mu Bai, quickly meditate and absorb it," Hongjun instructed. "Old Zhao, why are you still dawdling? Restore your damaged spiritual energy." Everyone began to set up camp nearby, although this place should be the territory of the soul beast, and thus devoid of others. It was prudent to remain vigilant. "Stay alert to your surroundings. I will scout ahead," Fran commanded, having resolved the soul beast issue. Fran had changed significantly from his past self. As the Grand Elder of the Tian Luo Di Wang, his current authority, while not quite rivaling that of Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was nonetheless comparable to that of the leaders of the lower four sections. His commanding presence had grown considerably, and his orders were met with prompt obedience. Hongjun, the gatekeeper, sat dutifully beside Dai Mu Bai to safeguard him, though he secretly wished to explore for a suitable 10,000-year soul beast for himself. However, he was well aware that Fran would disapprove of such reckless behavior, so he refrained from suggesting it. The others were occupied with recovery, setting up camp, or resting, while Fran conducted his own reconnaissance. Bored, Hongjun gazed at the corpse of the soul beast beside Dai Mu Bai. To his astonishment, he noticed that the lower abdomen of the tiger, which appeared to be around 4 to 5 meters in size, was covered in numerous small wounds, some of which exhibited signs of darkening. This resembled the aftermath of snake bites. What kind of snake could possess such formidable biting power? The dark spirit black demon tiger, renowned for its exceptional defense, had suffered so many wounds. Suddenly, Hongjun was struck by a chilling sensation, as if something unseen were watching him. Rising quietly, he made his way to the tents of Tang San and Oscar, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to guard the recovering Zhao Wujia while he checked on Dai Mubai, who was absorbing the soul ring. Inside the tent, Oscar and Tang San were meditating on the carpet, their expressions shifting to curiosity as they noticed Hongjun's sudden entrance. "Hongjun, what brings you here? Didn't the dean instruct you to guard Dai Mubai?" Oscar inquired, puzzled. Given Dai Mubai's physical prowess, he should be fine. Although the dark spirit black demon tiger is powerful, the soul ring it produces is still within the realm of a 1,000-year soul ring, so he should not face any issues. "I came to ask if either of you has sensed a feeling of being watched," Hongjun replied, scanning his surroundings with a serious demeanor and employing his unique soul power to obscure everything nearby. "Are you suggesting that someone is tracking us? Or perhaps a soul beast?" Oscar, while lacking any sensation himself, took Hongjun's grave expression seriously. He had never doubted Hongjun's words. "Now that you mention it, I too feel a sense of being observed. If it were human soul masters, we would have noticed them. So it seems likely that we are being targeted by some unusual soul beast, perhaps one with intelligence comparable to that of a human," Tang Sin pondered, recalling the day's events. "However, do not panic. Since the hidden presence has not revealed itself, it is unlikely to pose a threat to us. Once the dean returns, we must swiftly locate suitable soul rings and depart from this place," Hongjun reassured them. In truth, Hongjun harbored his own suspicions, but did not dare voice them. Seeking confirmation from the astute Tang, San, and Oscar, he speculated that perhaps Erming had come searching for Xiao Wu, possibly refraining from bothering them this time after listening to her words previously. Unbeknownst to him, while his conjecture was largely accurate, it was not entirely correct. Approximately 200 meters from their campsite, a massive ape sat crouched beside a pile of granite boulders, its form blending seamlessly with the surrounding rocks, creating a rather comical sight. Beside it lay a severely injured giant serpent known as the Yuming Du Jiaoshi. Had Hongjun been present, he would have recognized this serpent as the very soul beast he had encountered in the hunting soul forest. "Are you saying your time is short, and among those ahead, there is a familiar human who saved your life?" Erming inquired with a somewhat naive expression, gazing at the snake that was only the size of an arm. The giant serpent nodded, then communicated in a peculiar manner, stammering a few sounds. "Wait, you want me to help you hold off their powerful ones? And you intend to force a sacrifice?" No, I cannot harm them. They're friends of Sister Xiao Wu." Erming shook his head, visibly troubled. The giant serpent's eyes revealed a sense of helplessness, and only after a considerable amount of persuasion did it manage to convince Erming, conveying that this would only bring benefits without harm to them. The Yoming Du Jiaoshi, although not particularly powerful among the top-tier soul beasts, with a cultivation age of around 60,000 years, has seemingly undergone a certain mutation, granting it an intelligence surpassing that of a 100,000-year soul beast, Erming. The last time she was pursued by Bibi Dong, she speculated that Ma Hongjun might betray her, for in her eyes, both Ma Hongjun and Bibi Dong were mere humans. However, after enduring much anxiety without encountering Bibi Dong again, she understood that Ma Hongjun had likely kept his silence and perhaps even misled that fearsome woman. Although she had recently sustained severe injuries from a tidal Douluo sent by that woman, she managed to escape once more, though fate dealt her another cruel blow when she encountered the deadly Enling Hamo Hu, leaving her gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Yet, she possessed a means of survival, albeit one that would leave her as nothing but a soul. Still, it was better than succumbing to death. This method, known as flesh sacrifice, was a forbidden technique she had discovered in an ancient ruin, one she would resort to only in dire circumstances, refusing to benefit humanity otherwise. Chapter 125. An unexpected encounter after leaving the tent. Ma Hongjun returned outside and seated himself beside Zhu Zhuqing, gradually settling down. "Fifth brother," Zhu Zhuqing softly called, hesitating as if she had something to convey. "What is it, Zhuqing?" Ma Hongjun inquired, turning towards her with a hint of confusion. "After all this time, aren't you curious about my origins? Don't you wish to know my relationship with Dai Lauda?" Zhu Zhuqing asked almost instinctively. Having spent over half a year together, they were well acquainted through their frequent training sessions. However, Ma Hongjun had never inquired about their backgrounds, rendering him an enigma in their eyes. Yet his martial soul, rather down to earth, often elicited their teasing. "Zhuqing, have you never considered fulfilling your family's mission together with Dai Laubai?" Ma Hongjun bypassed her question directly, addressing her straightforwardly. "You know," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, her expression tinged with delight. "Indeed, I am well aware of each of your backgrounds. but such matters are inconsequential to me. What matters is that we are companions, and should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out, Ma Hongjun replied with a subtle nod. Well, I shan't be polite then, considering you are my fifth brother, Zhu Zhuqing said, her cheeks flushing as she boldly spoke such candid words for the first time. Well, you should return to rest soon. Tomorrow we must continue our search for the next soul ring target. After days of travel, it is time to recuperate, Ma Hongjun advised, refraining from reminding Zhu Zhuqing of the anxiety she had endured, knowing it would serve no purpose. All right then. Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly stood, sensing his disinterest in prolonging the conversation. Ma Hongjun's striking appearance and enigmatic prowess were significant factors attracting the attention of young women, including Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who would undoubtedly harbor feelings for him. However, despite such affections, Ma Hongjun's oblivious demeanor suggested that unless a beauty approached him directly, he would remain single. Given Zhu Zhuqing's personality, barring any unforeseen circumstances, their relationship was unlikely to evolve beyond mere friendship, as if fate itself sought to grant Ma Hongjun a chance. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to return to the female tent for rest, her peripheral vision caught sight of a massive serpentine shadow rapidly approaching his direction. Simultaneously, not far away, Flinder wore a wry smile as he faced the Titan giant ape that obstructed his path, utterly a loss for how to proceed. Caught between retreating and advancing, the Titan giant ape merely blocked Flinder's way without attacking, its immense aura pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. Seeing Flinder's stillness, the ape remained motionless as well, while Flinder anxiously pondered Ma Hongjun's safety, attempting to circumvent the Titan giant ape, yet finding no way to do so. Although he could utilize his martial soul to fly, the Titan giant ape, as a 100,000-year soul beast, possessed terrifying agility and speed capable of striking him down before he could take flight. Thus, Flinder attempted to maneuver beneath the ground, but found himself unable to escape. Ultimately, standing his ground and locking eyes with the Titan giant ape, resulting in a rather peculiar scene. Flinder sensed that the Titan giant ape bore no hostility towards him. Although its obstruction was perplexing, he felt powerless to change the situation. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, upon witnessing the serpentine shadow approach, unleashed the unique speed characteristic of a sensitive attack-type soul master, swiftly lifting Ma Hongjun's robust waist and racing toward Zhao Wujia's direction while shouting, "Be careful, Teacher Zhao. Wake up!" With Zhu Zhuqing's urgent cry, the others in the tent, especially the vigilant Tang San and Oscar, rushed out to shield Dai Mubai, who was still absorbing the soul ring, their expressions grave as they stared at the fearsome serpent before them. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujia's eyes snapped open reflexively, springing to his feet and positioning himself in front of everyone. A closer look at Zhao Wujia's expression would reveal something amiss. Strangely, the enormous serpent showed no intention of attacking. It halted 10 meters away from Ma Hongjun, gazing intently at him. "Yomingdu Jiaosha, is that you?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment as memories surged forth. Before anyone could inquire further, a surprising scene unfolded. The giant serpent appeared to nod affirmatively. Its face, larger than a human's, bore a hint of delight, seemingly pleased that Ma Hongjun still remembered her. "Hongjun, do you know it?" Oscar asked, perplexed as he looked at Ma Hongjun. The others, noticing the serpent's non-aggressive stance, relaxed their tense expressions, casting curious glances at Ma Hongjun. "We have met once before, but I was quite young then, following my teacher deep within the hunting soul forest when we unexpectedly crossed paths. I wonder how it has come to the Star Doe forest now," Ma Hongjun explained, feeling somewhat bewildered, yet striving to clarify for the group. "Hongjun, this soul beast appears to be gravely injured and seems to be seeking our help. Should we assist?" Tang San, with his keen observational skills, was the first to notice that the tip of the serpent's tail was a mass of blood and flesh, its scales at the 7-inch mark appearing to have suffered from a powerful attack, leaving it in tatters. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the Yoming Du Jiao nodded vigorously, as if to affirm yes, absolutely correct. Only then did the others recognize the gravity of the situation, instinctively looking towards Ma Hongjun, who, in turn, gazed at Zhao Wujia, still somewhat dazed from his mental strain. It was evident that Ma Hongjun had become the spiritual core of the Shrek 8 monsters, a fact even the resolute Tang San had failed to notice. Since Ma Hongjun introduced the celestial herbs that enhanced their innate abilities, the group naturally gravitated towards him, always eager to seek his counsel on important matters. Of course, This was also connected to Zhao Wujia's apparent state of distraction. Observing Zhao Wujia, who stood protectively in front of them, somewhat dazed like a hen guarding its chicks, Ma Hongjun felt a mix of helplessness and warmth. He invoked the breath of sound, saying, "Teacher Zhao, please awaken. Do you think we should engage with this soul beast, or shall we wait for the teacher's return to decide?" At this moment, Ma Hongjun was equally puzzled by the situation and sought Zhao Wujia's opinion, which he believed was due respect. Before Zhao Wujia could respond, Ning Rongrong's voice, tinged with discontent, suddenly broke through the air. "Zhu Qing, why are you still clinging to Brother Wu?" Although her tone was somewhat bashful, it was laced with unmistakable jealousy. I didn't mean to." Zhu Qing quickly released her embrace around Ma Hongjun, feeling embarrassed. She was well aware of Ning Rongrong's considerable affection for Ma Hongjun. Thus, she rarely expressed her own feelings in this regard. "Oh, so it was intentional. Well done, Hongjun, you've managed to win over our youngest, Zhu Qing." Oscar teased with a mischievous grin, prompting the others to exchange knowing glances. Only Dai Mubai appeared somewhat uncomfortable, yet he refrained from speaking. He had long sensed Zhu Qing's feelings for Ma Hongjun and accepted his own lack of opportunity. Moreover, Ma Hongjun's selfless gift of celestial herbs made him genuinely supportive of their potential relationship. Nonetheless, when faced with the reality, he could not help but feel a touch of unease, seeing that everyone had lowered their guard and completely overlooked the presence of the Yuming Dujiao, Shi. Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of exasperation. "All right, this is not the time for such discussions. May I call you Xiaoyu? How can I assist you?" He cast a resigned glance at Oscar and Fat Tiger, who were clearly stirring up mischief, before turning his attention to the Yuming Dujiao, Shi ahead. Before the soul beast could respond, a grave shout rang out. "Everyone, be cautious. I may not be its match. Retreat." At this moment, Zhao Wujia had fully regained his senses, though he still struggled to comprehend the situation. What are you still doing? Retreat." Zhao Wujia shouted again, as he noted the group's lack of response. "There's no need to rush, Teacher Zhao. The reason we are not retreating is that this soul beast does not seem to harbor any malice towards us." Ma Hongjun was the first to explain to Zhao Wujia. He then detailed the circumstances. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of gratitude for Zhao Wujia's protective nature. At that moment, neither Tang San, nor Dai Mubai, nor Oscar bore any intent to mock Zhao Wujia. Their sense of belonging to Shrek Academy grew stronger. This was the teacher of Shrek Academy, who prioritized the safety of his students over his own well-being, a display that would touch any student's heart. "Teacher, how is your mental energy recovering?" Fat Tiger asked, wiping away a tear with a hint of emotion. "You silly boy, why are you crying? How pathetic." "I'm not dead. It's merely a slight injury to my mental energy. After resting for half a month, I'll be fine," Zhao Wujia responded, somewhat concealing his own emotions, scolding lightly. Meanwhile, the Yuming Dujiao, she was experiencing a severe internal crisis, feeling utterly disregarded by these individuals. In frustration, she decided against further dialogue. Suddenly, a brilliant black light erupted from her body, and before Ma Hongjun could react, it swiftly entered his mind. "Be careful." Tang San was the first to alert them. Zhao Wujia followed suit, but despite their quick reactions, they were still too late. Ma Hongjun collapsed, and a gentle female voice resonated within the depths of his consciousness. "Do not panic. It is I. Channel your soul power to absorb a portion of my energy. I will help you break through to level 40, and then you can obtain my soul ring." A slender phantom appeared in Ma Hongjun's consciousness, speaking softly. "There's no need. I prefer to cultivate my soul power independently. If you seek to prolong your life through this method, I can assist you. My martial spirit is quite unique and can absorb a soul ring at this time." Ma Hongjun's essence materialized in his consciousness, displaying no signs of panic, and quickly grasped her intentions. With his intelligence, he immediately connected the dots regarding the sacrificial aspect, recalling the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from the second battle, thus understanding the Yuming Dujiao, Shi's motives. In his conscious realm, no soul entity would be his adversary, and the Yuming Dujiao, Shi clearly recognized this, yet still chose to appear, indicating she did not wish him harm. Very well. I trust you. Just preserve a sliver of your soul power for me, and I will repay you in the future," the Yuming Dujiao, Shi declared. "No need for later. Simply teach me this sacrificial method, and I will agree to absorb your soul ring. Furthermore, there may be a chance for your soul entity to be revived," Ma Hongjun replied, demonstrating that he was not easily fooled and comprehended her aims. The Yuming Dujiao, she felt a surge of frustration. realizing she was offering a soul ring over 50,000 years old, yet he still had so many demands. However, Ma Hongjun's last statement piqued her interest, though she was not easily swayed. "How will you revive me?" she inquired. "It is better to survive than to perish, otherwise. I would not have chosen to parasitize on your soul ring," she mused, "to become a deity. Once you attain divinity, as my soul ring, your soul will naturally find a way to reconstruct your physical form in the divine realm. Reviving you will be a simple matter," Ma Hongjun stated matter-of-factly. "You know the divine beings. It seems my choice was not in vain." "Very well, I accept your terms." "The Yuming Dujiao," she replied decisively after a moment of contemplation. In truth, she had long sensed Ma Hongjun's exceptional nature. Otherwise, she would not have chosen him. She understood that achieving godhood could grant her a new lease on life, which is why she selected the most likely candidate, Ma Hongjun, to parasitize. As a surge of soul power entered his mind, Ma Hongjun began to absorb the surrounding energy. Guided by the energy flow, the lifeless body of the Yuming Dujiao, she drifted toward him. A circle of radiant black soul rings emerged from the corpse, rapidly integrating into Ma Hongjun's body. The lucky Clover martial spirit naturally manifested in the palm of his right hand, and the black soul ring visibly shrank, ascending to the position of his second hidden soul ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, purple. 5 soul rings danced around the lucky Clover, a configuration that, while not monstrous, certainly qualified as top tier. Moreover, do not forget that Ma Hongjun is not a soul king, but rather a soul master. Indeed, after absorbing the soul ring, Ma Hongjun's soul power has once again advanced a level, reaching the standard of a level 40 soul master. With the acquisition of the 4th soul ring, he can directly break through and officially enter the realm of soul masters. At the location of my serpent's head lies a soul bone that condenses mental wisdom. You have absorbed it as well, have you not? Though it is merely a soul bone over 50,000 years old, due to my uniqueness. This soul bone can evolve alongside me through the continual absorption of energy. My spiritual power is currently exceedingly weak, teetering on the brink of slumber. Henceforth, I shall rely on you. After the gentle feminine voice in my mind uttered these words, there was silence. The entire process of absorbing the soul ring took no more than 10 minutes, an astonishingly swift feat, even in the continent. No soul master has ever recorded such rapid absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring. Chapter 127. Wisdom Skull, what has transpired, Brother Ma? What soul abilities have you obtained? As Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, he was met with the concerned gaze of Peng Hu. He did not respond to Peng Hu's inquiry, nor did he acknowledge the curious stares of those around him. Instead, he approached the head of the Yoming Dujiao Sha, drew forth a dagger, and without hesitation, separated the flesh to extract a soul bone radiating a myriad of colors. This spirit-congealed wisdom skull is quite similar to the soul bone obtained by Tong San in the original tale, both being suitable for absorption by control-type soul masters. Naturally, it is also immensely significant for other soul masters. Initially, Ma Hongjun had mentally prepared himself to endure the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet he was taken aback by how effortlessly he acquired one. His physical prowess significantly amplified, particularly his mental strength, and gazing upon the soul bone before him. Ma Hongjun felt confident that absorbing it would grant him spiritual power surpassing that of a soul sage. Soul bone, 5th brother, your luck is simply beyond words. It is absolutely remarkable. Even within our Qi Bao Liuli sect, there are few soul bones over 10,000 years old. You have merely ventured into the Star Doe forest, and soul rings and soul bones have come to you unbidden. What extraordinary fortune you possess! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Covering her mouth, her expression filled with envy. You all know of my other martial spirit, the 4-leaf clover, which is also known as the lucky clover. I believe it is related to the innate skill of luck that accompanies my martial spirit, Ma Hongjun explained, reflecting on his own fortunate circumstances. The gazes of others were filled with admiration for Ma Hongjun, devoid of jealousy, only joy. After all, the Shrek 8 monsters are a collective. Ma Hongjun's ascension in strength signifies their own enhancement. Hongjun's martial spirit is indeed unique, and such attributes may serve as compensation for his limitation to the realm of soul masters. Even the teacher had never encountered such a martial spirit. And according to the teacher's speculation, Hongjun's second martial spirit, restricted to the realm of soul masters, means he need not worry about the complications that come with twin martial spirits, Tong San remarked with a hint of envy. While we have always recognized Hongjun's extraordinary nature, We did not anticipate such remarkable traits. A second martial spirit endowed with luck. Even if it can only elevate him to the level of a soul master. I would gladly accept it, Dai Mubai added, having just finished absorbing his soul ring, standing up with a slightly sour expression. In truth, what the master stated is not entirely accurate. If I were merely absorbing soul rings of normal configurations, my physical condition would not warrant concern. However, my soul rings far exceed standard configurations. After just absorbing the soul ring of the Yoming Du Jiaoshe, I felt the sharp pangs of physical pain. Should I immediately absorb the fourth soul ring, it could likely trigger a backlash of soul power within me. Though Ma Hongjuan tucked away the soul bone, he scoffed at Tong San's remarks without revealing his thoughts, stating the truth instead. He did not intend to contradict the master. Rather, it was simply the reality. The master is indeed astute and possesses profound knowledge of martial spirit theory, but that is primarily applicable to ordinary soul masters, for prodigy like him. The master's theories are meant to be transcended. Of course, if he were to absorb the fourth soul ring immediately, no significant issues would arise. However, he would need to perpetually exert the characteristics of the sun-breathing technique. While the energy expenditure of the sun-breathing technique is minuscule, it would impede his soul power cultivation speed. When employing the technique, he cannot utilize the sun-breathing method to channel his soul power, relying solely on meditation for cultivation. Given his substantial soul power, even an annual advancement of one level would be commendable. This is still remarkable for his unparalleled talent. Had it been any of the other members of the Shrek 8 monsters, apart from Tong San, they might not even achieve a single level of advancement. Tong San's ability to progress is unquestionable. After all, he is the child of destiny, and his name resonates profoundly. Can we return now? Ning Rongrong inquired excitedly. Having endured a lengthy search without bathing or shopping, feeling rather unwell. Yes, we can return once the dean is back. Asika, hand me one of your mushroom sausages. I will scout the teacher's location and see how he fares, Ma Hongjuan said, glancing at Asika, feeling a tinge of worry for Falandes's safety since he had not yet returned. Fine, but you all must not mock me, Asika replied reluctantly. All right, we absolutely will not mock you, Ma Hongjuan said, recalling Asika's rather comical soul spell, struggling to suppress a laugh. Uncle Daxiangchang, please do not dawdle. We have seen much worse, oh? Hongjuan seems not to have seen your mushroom sausage yet. Hee, Xiao teased playfully. I have heard the teacher mention the effectiveness of Asika's soul abilities. Practicality is paramount, and the soul spell is of little consequence. Do not worry, I shall not laugh. Ma Hongjuan urged. I possess a mushroom sausage. With a flourish, Asika displayed a sausage with a small round bulge at the tip and a slightly thinner base. Puffed. Ha. This indeed appears rather unique. Ha. Ma Hongjuan could not contain himself, bursting into laughter. Ha. Though they had seen it before, they could not resist laughing again. Did you not agree to refrain from laughter? Asika pointed at the group, indignation evident in his expression. I had yet to finish, unless I could not contain myself. Ma Hongjuan, rarely joking with the group, was about to take the sausage when Faland returned, his complexion somewhat pale. Teacher, what has happened? Have you encountered some trouble? Ma Hongjuan quickly withdrew his hand from reaching for the mushroom sausage, for if given a choice, he would prefer not to consume it. Though Asika's third soul ability only allows for a minute of flight, it utilizes the speed of the windtail coxcomb serpent. While Ma Hongjuan can fly, his speed leaves much to be desired, falling far short of that of the windtail coxcomb serpent. Only by employing the phoenix wing sky soaring technique could he achieve prolonged flight. With his soul power purity, flying for several hours poses no issue. However, within the Stardow Forest, every bit of soul power is critical, and insufficient soul power in the face of unforeseen circumstances could prove fatal. I encountered the Titan giant ape that Xiao San and the others faced last time, but curiously, it did not appear to harbor any intent to attack. It seems to merely obstruct my path home. I was worried you all might be in danger, but seeing you unharmed, I am relieved, Faland explained the situation, his expression considerably brighter upon observing the well-being of the group. Only Xiao Wu's expression shifted slightly, though she concealed it well, apart from Ma Hongjuan. No one else noticed her change. Tang Xin stepped forward and elaborated on the situation they encountered at Flander. It appeared that the Yuming Dujiao, she was acquainted with the Titan giant ape, fearing that my presence might disrupt her sacrificial offering. Hence, she had summoned the Titan giant ape to obstruct my path. However, the means by which she compelled the Titan giant ape to assist her remained a mystery. The Titan giant ape, being a 100,000-year soul beast, could easily defeat me, which was indeed perplexing. Flanders stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. Since everyone was unharmed, there was no need to dwell on these matters any longer. We should return to Shrek Academy as soon as possible. Ma Hongjun, harboring vague suspicions within, glanced at Xiao Wu and remarked thoughtfully. The group nodded in agreement. Their experience in Xingdou Great Forest could be described as surprisingly safe, making it the first time they felt that acquiring soul rings was so effortless. Chapter 128. A Great Change. Must read. Failure to read will result in confusion. Ma Hongjun did not intend to expose Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast in front of the others. Although their relationships had progressed rapidly, they had yet to reach the level of camaraderie depicted in the original narrative, where they would face life and death together. There was no guarantee that someone might not succumb to their greed and act against Xiao Wu. Thus, maintaining the current dynamic was prudent. After confirming that they could not immediately absorb the soul ring to advance to Soul Zone, Ma Hongjun's resolve to organize rigorous training upon their return only strengthened. However, an astonishing event transpired on their way back. Ma Hongjun looked at the 1,000 points of virtue displayed in his mind's eye and, seeing the probability of a first-time lottery increase, gritted his teeth and clicked to draw. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the ultimate treasure, Meteor Tears. Ding! Ding! The drawing encountered an anomaly. Meteor Tears were intercepted by a mysterious entity, tearing through the dimensional barrier between a small world and the Douluo world. Would the host like to activate the luck attribute to acquire Meteor Tears? The system's melodious electronic voice echoed in Ma Hongjun's mind. Without considering the implications of the dimensional barrier, he hastily inquired, how do I activate the luck attribute? Can it be activated on its own? Will there be any side effects? Rest assured, host, there will be no side effects. However, it will cause your fortune to be hidden for 3 years, and you will no longer benefit from the luck attribute of the Lucky Clover martial soul, meaning you will only possess fortune devoid of the Lucky Clover's influence. This is hardly a lack of side effects. If my fortune is akin to that of that lecherous fat man, I shall be perpetually suppressed by Tang San. This is unacceptable. I demand compensation. Ding. The request is reasonable. As compensation, the host may have the right to freely traverse the dimensional barrier. Ma Hongjun merely spoke offhandedly, not expecting actual compensation. Without further ado, fearing that prolonged delays might complicate matters, he urged, what are you waiting for, spirit? Quickly activate the luck attribute to acquire Meteor Tears. In pursuit of Meteor Tears, Ma Hongjun was determined, relieved that he could still utilize soul skills. Otherwise, he would have had to stubbornly choose to obtain Meteor Tears regardless. That treasure was the greatest boon for the controller of the primordial chaos, Qin Yu, who ranked 3rd on the primordial gold list. The divine king of the Douluo world paled in comparison to him. Even if it meant relinquishing his phoenix martial soul, he would unhesitatingly choose Meteor Tears, let alone a mere loss of 3 years of luck attribute enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have activated 1/9 of the luck attribute of Meteor Tears and acquired a mysterious seed left behind by the 9-leaf swordgrass. What? Why is there only 1/9 of Meteor Tears left, and what is this 9-leaf swordgrass? Is it one of the 10 fiends in the perfect world, capable of hiding 1 leaf from sight and severing stars with another? 9-leaf swordgrass, one of the 10 fiends. This lineage originated from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with leaves resembling swords, totaling 9 in number. 4 immortal kings transcended boundaries to descend at its roots. It single-handedly battled 4 immortal kings from other realms, disappearing after a fierce clash. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, this seed was not only a seed of the 9-leaf swordgrass, but also the soul seed left behind after the Emperor of Desolation, Sure Hao, resurrected the 9-leaf swordgrass and ascended to the immortal Emperor realm, joining forces to attack the heavens above. Ding! Will the host consume half of the energy of Meteor Tears to fuse with the seed of the 9-leaf swordgrass into the martial soul? 4-leaf clover? What changes will occur upon fusion? Ma Hongjun, suppressing his excitement, cautiously inquired. Your martial soul will ascend to the 9-leaf swordgrass, inheriting its legacy while retaining the abilities of the Lucky Clover itself. Fusion. It is imperative to fuse, regardless of the consequences. Fuse immediately. In the realm of consciousness, Ma Hongjun nearly shouted in fervor. Ding! Fusion in progress 1, 2, 3. Ma Hongjun suppressed his excitement, his eyes fixated upon the changes in the attribute panel. However, upon reaching 10% of the fusion progress, the progress bar abruptly halted. It felt as if he had consumed something bitterly unpleasant. Spirit, why has the progress bar stopped? Ma Hongjun's emotions swung like a pendulum, experiencing the thrill of a roller coaster ride. Ding! Detection indicates that the energy of the seed of the nine-leaf sword grass exhibits strong resistance. Fusion will require time, estimated at around 1 year. You cannot be telling me that during the fusion, I won't be able to utilize any abilities of the lucky Clover martial soul, can you? Ma Hongjun suspiciously questioned the spirit in his mind. The green panel, representing the spirit, remained silent. Yet Ma Hongjun felt he was correct. Just as he was about to demand benefits, the spirit's voice resounded once more, temporary inability to utilize soul skill capabilities. After reaching 10% of the progress bar, the first soul ring skill can be activated. At 20%, the second soul ring skill can be activated, and so forth. Hidden soul ring skills are not restricted. Phew. Thankfully, it seems it won't take long. By the way, what is the name of the world connected to the Douluo world? Ma Hongjun exhaled deeply, relieved that it was not a total inability to use his abilities. It should not take more than half a year for all my soul skills to function normally. Just as he was about to exit the realm of consciousness, he suddenly recalled something and asked, the Three Kingdoms world. Additionally, I must remind the host that due to the special ability of the Lucky Clover, the meteor tears have shattered the dimensional barrier and fragmented into 81 small meteor tears. The majority have fallen into the Three Kingdoms world to choose their masters, while the 1/9 in your possession is the most significant among all meteor tears. The Three Kingdoms. Is it the same Three Kingdoms I understand? Ma Hongjun, initially oblivious to the fate of the remaining meteor tears, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion upon hearing that it was the familiar Three Kingdoms world. Indeed, it is the reflection of the ancient world from your past life. Throughout the myriad realms, only one identical world can exist simultaneously. This singular Three Kingdoms is naturally the one you comprehend. Hearing mention of the Three Kingdoms in this alternate world, Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a warmth akin to returning home. I have no regrets in entering Huaxia. In my next life, I shall still be a Chinese person. In this second life, Ma Hongjun felt an impulse to immerse himself in Huaxia. In his past life, he was a fervently patriotic individual, enamored with the history of Huaxia, its culture, and the myriad heroes and great figures throughout its history. The Three Kingdoms world was undoubtedly a realm rife with heroes, where loyalty and righteousness flourished like rain. Aside from myself, can others enter the Three Kingdoms world? Once the excitement ebbed, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of concern for the safety of the Three Kingdoms world, as he had automatically placed himself within the Three Kingdoms camp. The connection between two worlds inevitably leads to conflicts, and potentially even warfare. Although he harbors a fondness for the Douluo world, his heart remains firmly rooted in Huaxia. Rest assured, host, the world passage will not fully open for another year, and only those with the strength of a title Douluo or higher will be able to traverse between the two realms freely within 3 years. During the preceding year, the spiritual energy of both worlds will be perfectly aligned, allowing the martial generals and strategists of the Three Kingdoms world to gradually awaken their martial souls. And due to the rules of the world, they will be able to independently condense soul rings. Their strength should not be underestimated. In fact, due to the remnants of the meteor tears, it is highly likely that their power will surpass that of the Douluo world. That is indeed reassuring. Ma Hongjun felt a sense of relief. Exiting his consciousness sea, he produced a gem resembling a tear, half of the 1/9 of the meteor tears he had obtained. He refrained from absorbing its life energy, as doing so was crucial to the special innate skills he would acquire from his second hidden soul ring. Chapter 129, Devil Training I in the office of the Shrek Academy. The principal, Zhao Wujin, Flanders, and the master Yu Xiaojiang took their respective seats. A day had passed since their return from the Star Doe Forest, and the journey back was uneventful, devoid of any significant occurrences. Or rather, the events that transpired were beyond the perception of individuals at their level. The dimensional passage connection that day was only sensed by Qian Daolu. The grand offering of the Spirit Hall, Poseidon on Sea God Island, and a few mysterious entities within the Spirit Beast Forests, along with some reclusive top-tier powerhouses who could vaguely perceive the connection between the Three Kingdoms world and the Douluo world. However, since the passage was not fully opened, containing terrifying spatial turbulence, even a title dared not enter, leaving the matter unresolved. Nonetheless, Qian Daolu, the most formidable limit Douluo and a near demigod figure in the Douluo continent, asserted that within a year anyone reaching title Douluo level would be able to step through. They also discerned that the mysterious passage that had abruptly appeared at the center of the Douluo continent led to an entirely new world. Should the Douluo continent successfully engulf this land, it would achieve a world upgrade. Once the Douluo world ascended, the powerful title Douluo would have hopes of leveling up to 100, as well as prospects for longevity. This information was not something these title Douluo could deduce. Rather, it was a subtle feedback from the Douluo world's mother star, which sought to consume the Three Kingdoms world. Flanders adjusted his vintage glasses with a pained expression and said, "Xiao Gang, you cannot fathom the dangers we encountered in the Douluo forest. We almost didn't make it back. I even encountered the Titan Great Ape that Zhao and the others faced last time." "Really? How did you manage to return safely?" Yu Xiaojiang, who had appeared calm, was taken aback by Flanders' words. Knowing Flanders, he understood that he would never joke about such matters. Moreover, Flanders had undergone a significant transformation, becoming much more composed and thereby unlikely to jest in such a serious context. Flanders recounted the harrowing experiences his group faced in the Douluo forest in detail, seeking insight from the astute master, who had extensive knowledge in martial soul theory. However, the master could hardly have been aware of such terrifying occurrences. He coughed awkwardly and replied, "Cough. 100,000-year soul beast possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. It is not impossible for one to have soul beast companions. Perhaps the Titan Great Ape was acting on the behest of the Yuming Juegio, which is why it confronted you, the strongest among us, unharmed. There might be a connection or transaction between them, but the specifics are beyond our comprehension. If the Yuming Juegio were present, they would certainly be astonished by the Master's sagacity. Although the Master's conjecture was not entirely accurate, it was not far off either. Merely hearing the events unfold allowed him to deduce the cause, requiring both a certain level of intelligence and an understanding of soul beasts. Of course, if Ma Hongjun were there, he would scoff, for anyone familiar with the rules of the Douluo world could surmise a rough idea. Indeed, if what you say is true, that the Titan Great Ape is a soul beast of equal strength to one 100,000 years, it is indeed plausible. Flanders nodded, recognizing that it was his first encounter with a 100,000-year soul beast. He had long suspected its intelligence, and, upon hearing the master affirm that such beings possessed intelligence comparable to humans, his suspicions were confirmed. Well, it is fortunate that nothing happened. 100,000-year soul beasts are beyond our current realm of engagement, so let us move past this topic. Flanders, there is something I've been meaning to discuss with you. However, since you went to the Douluo forest, I have not had the opportunity to address it. I believe your suggestion before leaving, having a 12-year-old student train alongside me and the other Shrek students, lacks consideration. After all, students are still students, no matter their talent. They should not be burdened with responsibilities that are meant for us, the teachers. The master endeavored to maintain a calm tone, as he had always felt a twinge of disapproval regarding Ma Hongjun's privileges that sometimes surpassed those of the instructors. He believed that such favoritism would eventually foster a sense of entitlement in Ma Hongjun, prompting him to deliver a subtle admonition. "Master, you are well aware of Hongjun's exceptional talent. Moreover, he is a composed individual with a strong will. There is no need for admonishment," Zhao Wujin interjected, perceptive enough to grasp the underlying meaning in the master's words. Observing Flanders in silent contemplation, he assumed he was deliberating on how to address Ma Hongjun and felt compelled to offer support. He held great affection for the young man, valuing his loyalty, strong will, and exceptional talent, along with his role as the behind-the-scenes leader of their group. Thus, he could not allow the master to exercise unchecked authority. That cannot be. Although his talent is indeed unparalleled in my lifetime, even comparable to Xiao San, he is still a student, and his privileges within Shrek Academy are excessively vast. The master was completely unaware of Ma Hongjun's true identity, as he was Tang San's teacher, and Ma Hongjun had privately instructed Flanders and the others not to reveal too much about the Tianshi organization in front of the master. "Then what do you propose I do?" A faint voice drifted in from outside the window. Ma Hongjun had just arrived at the principal's office and happened to overhear the conversation among the three, prompting him to speak up. "Ah, since you are here, I shall speak plainly. Tomorrow, you will undergo devil training, but you must follow my commands throughout the process. Your assistance is not required," the master stated directly, without a hint of embarrassment. Flanders appeared troubled, caught between his closest brother and dearest friend. He genuinely did not know how to navigate the potential conflict between the two. Ma Hongjun stepped into the office, casting a glance at the silent Flanders. He did not display any anger, though he felt a slight dissatisfaction. He was a person of great filial piety and did not wish to put Flanders in a difficult position. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and said, "Master, I naturally cannot compare to your theoretical knowledge. Following your commands is acceptable. However, when it comes to the training of soul masters and understanding the strength of the Shrek 8 monsters, I believe no one knows better than I. I have gained a comprehensive understanding of your capabilities through the descriptions provided by Falanda. Moreover, Xiao San and Xiao Wu have grown before my eyes, and I believe I possess a deeper insight into their circumstances than you do." A smile finally graced the lips of Dashur, who expressed satisfaction with Ma Hongjun's perceptiveness. Given Dashur's unwavering confidence, why not engage in a wager? Tomorrow, during training, you shall request us to undertake a weighted run based on your assessment of our abilities. If your judgment fails to elicit our utmost potential, I shall be obliged to guide you on the training methods. Conversely, should we all reach our limits, it will be your victory, and I shall heed your directives. Ma Hongjun could not suppress a mischievous grin as he spoke. How do you know about the content of my first phase of training? Did Falanda inform you? If you doubt me, I shall accept this wager, and you will be convinced of my decision. Dashur initially questioned with a hint of skepticism, but soon regained his composure and continued. Very well, it is settled. All right. Teacher, Zhao Laoshi, Dashur, I shall take my leave to rest. Until tomorrow. Ma Hongjun yawned nonchalantly, bid farewell, and departed from the dean's office. Chapter 130. The Devilish Training 2. He certainly would not directly address Dashur's inquiries, nor did he particularly care for Dashur's opinions of him. In fact, he harbored a certain disdain for Dashur's character, which may have contributed to Dashur's similar feelings towards him. Their differing perspectives were evident. Ma Hongjun was a filial individual, and he found it rather distasteful that Dashur neglected his aging father due to emotional matters, never having the chance to see him one last time before his passing. Furthermore, the relationship Dashur maintained with his cousin was equally objectionable, as, despite the twists of fate, there is always room for repentance and forgiveness. However, Lu Erlong was a woman favored by Dashur, which subjectively rendered it impossible for Ma Hongjun to harbor any affection for him. Nevertheless, whether from the standpoint of self-interest or familial bonds, the relationship between Ma Hongjun and Dashur remained one where mutual benefit was possible, thus preventing any significant rift between them. With his own breath of life intact, even should Dashur possess a thorough understanding of his capabilities, he could not ascertain Ma Hongjun's limits. Moreover, Ma Hongjun firmly believed that human limits were boundless. The energy of Lu Xing Lei was not solely for his use. With Lu Xing Lei in his possession, as long as everyone trained diligently, they would break through one limit after another, rendering the concept of a limit itself non-existent, and any assessment of power utterly irrelevant. Although the remaining energy of Lu Xing Lei amounted to merely a fraction, it should not be underestimated, for it still contained a substantial life force. In the world of Douluo, this energy was more than sufficient for Ma Hongjun to squander at will. Lu Xing Lei harbored life energy capable of expanding one's meridians and possessed formidable healing properties, safeguarding one's life, allowing for recovery as long as death was not immediate. Furthermore, Ma Hongjun's piece of Lu Xing Lei was the true core, encompassing a complete comprehension of the laws derived from the life god king of the Xing Chenbian world. Other smaller pieces of Lu Xing Lei also contained insights into the laws, albeit not as complete as Ma Hongjun's. Yet even a mere 10% understanding could potentially elevate one to the pinnacle of prowess on the Douluo continent. Early the next morning, before dawn, the academy's bell rang, signaling breakfast rather than class. As a result, the Shrek 8 monsters, who had remained on high alert in the Xing Do Great Forest, aside from Tang San, paid little heed to it. Each thought to steal 5 more minutes of sleep, only to gradually gather outside the dining hall 20 minutes later. Look at your lazy demeanor. How can you still claim to be the Shrek 8 monsters? In my opinion, you are more akin to the Shrek 8 sloths. Except for Tang San, who arrived within 10 minutes. The rest of you sauntered in after 20 minutes. Do not think that talent negates the need for hard work. I can assure you that talent does not equate to strength. Considering this is your first time, and you have just returned from the perilous Xing Do Great Forest, I shall overlook it this time. Now, hurry inside and eat, Dashur's stern voice echoed outside the dining hall. Although Falanda appeared to have softened in some respects, his inherent stinginess remained unchanged, as he showed no intention of expanding the Shrek Academy dining hall. Thus, the meals remained rather unpalatable. In Fulanda's words, you are still too young to experience too much, especially in terms of food. Otherwise, you will develop habits of extravagance and waste that will hinder your soul power cultivation. Consequently, breakfast had always consisted of steamed buns, porridge, and eggs, which had become monotonous for them, contributing to their lack of enthusiasm for meals. Ma Hongjun, like the other Shrek 7 monsters, lowered his head, listening to the Shur's admonitions without retort. He indeed had arrived late, albeit only slightly, and not exceeding mealtime. Yet, lateness is still lateness. He would not offer excuses. He recognized that today, the Shur had done something commendable. Tang San, feeling somewhat awkward, could not help but explain to the others, "Teacher, it is not entirely our fault. We have grown weary of the same breakfast of steamed buns, porridge, and eggs. If it were not for Dean Fulanda insisting on breakfast, we might not have come at all." Having grown accustomed to rigorous training, Tang San, who had long since taken on responsibilities without complaint, felt compelled to defend the seemingly aggrieved Xiao Wu. "Who told you that today's breakfast consists of steamed buns, porridge, and eggs? Enough with the explanations. Xiao San, you may enter now." The Shur finally opened the dining hall door, allowing everyone to enter together. The dining hall was modest, with a rectangular high table before them, featuring around 10 seats, of which only 8 were adorned with exquisite dishes. Chicken legs, eggs, and bread filled the air with enticing aromas that heightened their appetites, complemented by a bowl of an unknown porridge that exuded an intoxicating herbal fragrance. "Wow, how sumptuous! Did you prepare all this, teacher? You are truly remarkable, possessing such culinary skills," Oscar exclaimed in delight at the sight of the food. "It smells divine. It is far more appetizing than the meals prepared by the cafeteria aunt," Xiao Wu praised, having caught a whiff of the fragrant air. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong maintained a more composed demeanor, merely gazing curiously at the aromatic porridge, while Fat Tiger's eyes were fixated on the food before him. Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, who had anticipated this, displayed no significant surprise. "Now that it's still warm, let's eat quickly. We have your first phase of training to undertake shortly. I have already arranged with Dean Fulan that your meals will henceforth be my responsibility." The Shur surveyed the group with satisfaction and nodded. Responding to his cue, everyone took their seats and began to eat. Tang San, having only taken a sip of porridge, excitedly inquired of the Shur, who was already engaged in studying a tome nearby. "Teacher, is this medicinal porridge?" "Indeed, the porridge is made from medicinal herbs ground into flour, prepared according to the principles of medicinal cuisine. You are all in a period of growth, and your nutrition must keep pace. Only then can you train effectively." The master displayed no surprise at Tang San's ability to discern so quickly, merely offering a subdued response. His gaze then swept across the unperturbed Ma Hongjun, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of boredom. It seemed he had overestimated him, while his talent was indeed remarkable. There existed a critical flaw in his martial spirit. Furthermore, in the realms of martial spirit and medicinal research, he fell short compared to Xiao San. The only reason he currently surpassed Xiao San was likely due to the fortunate attributes associated with his martial spirit, the master mused, shaking his head inwardly. Chapter 131, Battle with Tang San. Had Ma Hongjun been privy to the master's thoughts at that moment, he would have found it amusing. Although he might not possess as extensive knowledge of spirit herbs as Tang San, his experiences were certainly not inferior, perhaps even exceeding those of Tang San. As for the shortcomings of his martial spirit, it was hardly worth mentioning. The Coke Phoenix might not eradicate the drawbacks of the Evil Fire, but it could undoubtedly facilitate the further evolution of the Evil Fire Phoenix martial spirit, its quality rivaling that of the highest-ranked martial spirit among the 8 monsters. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Even now, the disparity between them and the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda was negligible, if not non-existent. Moreover, his lucky Clover martial spirit would, in a year, successfully sprout 9 leaves, each bearing distinct meanings, signifying that he would likely possess 27 soul rings in the future. In comparison to Tang San, he was not merely a step ahead. Each leaf would conceal unique special talent skills. The second hidden soul ring would bestow upon Ma Hongjun the talent skill of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Given his current physical condition, he could only unlock 3 gates. Yet even that level of enhancement would grant him the strength to contend with the Soul King. The 8 gates of Duanjia enables the temporary acquisition of immense power by unlocking the pathways that restrict chakra within the body. When all 8 gates are opened, it is referred to as the 8 gates of Duanjia formation, allowing one to instantly gain strength surpassing that of the 5 Kages by several fold. However, the potency of the 8 gates is contingent upon the practitioner themselves. With Ma Hongjun's unique sun-breathing characteristic, the enhancement of his physical attributes would be exponentially amplified. Thus, it is asserted that his ability to engage a Soul King with the opening of 3 gates is plausible. The power derived from the 8 gates increases exponentially based on the practitioner's inherent strength, resulting in varying levels of effectiveness among different individuals. Unleashing the 8th gate, known as the Death Gate, would lead to one's demise due to the complete consumption of their life force. Yet Ma Hongjun need not fear this, as the life energy contained within the meteor tier is sufficient to sustain the demands of opening the 8 gates. Every individual possesses the 8 gates, and with adequate training to withstand the burdens required to unlock them, anyone can access this power. The 8 gates of Duanjia is the method to unlock these gates, while for others, it may yield a maximum power increase of tenfold. For Ma Hongjun, with the sun breathing providing double the physical attributes, the enhancement reaches a magnitude far beyond mere doubling. The prerequisite for utilizing the 8 gates of Duanjia is extraordinary, involving excessive, beyond limits, training over extended periods, allowing the body and organs to adapt to the burdens imposed upon unlocking them and minimizing the potential damage from the immense energy released. Forcefully unlocking them is not an option. Thus, even with Ma Hongjun's current physical capabilities, he could only access the 3rd life gate, the Life Gate. With the Lotus of Life beneath him, Ma Hongjun could attain the strength of a Soul King, and if combined with all his martial spirit skills, he would dare to confront a Soul Emperor. It is crucial to remember that he is currently merely a Soul Master without a 4th soul ring. After their meal, the group exited the dining hall, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Though it was only an extra chicken leg and a bowl of medicinal porridge, the flavor was undeniably exquisite. To speak candidly, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of pity for the master, which was one reason he had never crossed him. On the small playground, the master, with an air of indifference, cast a glance at Ma Hongjun and stated, "Now that you are all satiated, let me observe your abilities. Although I am already quite familiar with your prowess through Dean Flender, I cannot ascertain its authenticity without seeing it firsthand." Ma Hongjun returned the master's gaze without uttering a word. It was evident that the master sought to prevent any chance of him assisting in training, leaving him no opportunity. However, he was clearly mistaken. Believing that he could better understand his strength through heavy training runs was akin to chasing a mirage. In this world, aside from oneself, no one can truly grasp their limits. To speak bluntly, Ma Hongjun himself was unaware of his true limits. They were in fact limitless, thanks to the precious meteor tier. "Master, what shall we do?" Tang San was the first to step forward to collaborate with the master. "Quite simply, you 8 shall engage in individual duels. Xiao San, let us commence with your battle against Ma Hongjun, but you must not utilize your powerful hidden weapons. Ma Hongjun, you 2 are prohibited from using your 2nd control-type martial spirit. Begin." The master's aim was to uncover Ma Hongjun's true strength. He was well aware of how terrifying Tang San's hidden weapons could be. Battling beyond one's level was certainly no issue. At this moment, he simply forbade Tang San from using his lethal hidden weapons, without mentioning other types. Although Ma Hongjun was formidable, possessing soul power 3 ranks above Tang San, they were both soul masters. With the restriction on Ma Hongjun's lucky Clover martial spirit, the gap between their strengths would be significantly narrowed. Adding Tang San's myriad of peculiar hidden weapons made victory uncertain for Ma Hongjun, particularly without considering his sun breathing and the 8 gates of Duanjia. Thus, disappointment awaited the master. "Understood," Tang San replied respectfully. "Very well." Ma Hongjun nonchalantly nodded in agreement. "Oh, and you must not use your external spirit bones. Until you have fully mastered them, they cannot be employed, as the toxins they contain are beyond your current capacity to withstand," the master suddenly recalled and cautioned. Both responded in unison with nods. While Ma Hongjun's flame breathing could detoxify, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, as they were not mortal enemies. Moreover, detoxification required soul power, and the biphosphor flame toxins had become more potent after absorbing 2 ice fire mortal products. Though it might not directly incapacitate the toxin-savvy Tang San, one could never be too cautious. Ma Hongjun genuinely regarded Tang San as a partner and would naturally refrain from using the Earth Whip against him. Tang San, level 37 control-type battle spirit master, martial spirit, blue silvergrass. "Hongjun, I look forward to your guidance," Tang San exclaimed with excitement. simultaneously performing a simple challenge gesture customary among spirit masters before battle. He had long desired to measure his strength against the mightiest of the 8 monsters, Ma Hongjun. Yet he was acutely aware that without restrictions, he was undoubtedly no match for Ma Hongjun, whose vast array of soul skills was formidable. More alarmingly, Ma Hongjun's soul power was far purer, enabling him to unleash all his soul skills with flawless precision. Additionally, some of Ma Hongjun's skills mirrored his own, yet with superior effectiveness, as if they were evolved versions of his own. Thus, he had been harboring a deep-seated desire to surpass Ma Hongjun. With his pride, how could he willingly accept being overshadowed? Now, with the limitations imposed on Ma Hongjun's lucky Clover martial spirit, how could he not feel exhilarated? Ma Hongjun, with his martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, is a level 40 powerful attack-type soul master. Caution arose within him as he noticed Tang San's seriousness, prompting him to temper his casual demeanor and respond earnestly. He was eager to test whether he could triumph over Tang, since solely relying on his phoenix martial soul, without employing any special skills. However, if he found himself at a disadvantage, he would not foolishly forego his advantages. As the first soul skill, Entanglement, was invoked, Tang San, sensing the gravity of the situation, acted without hesitation to launch his soul skill attack. The blue-silver grass in his hands began to swell, transforming into thick vines that surged menacingly towards Ma Hongjun from all directions. With a powerful stomp, Ma Hongjun propelled himself 3 meters into the air, sprouting a pair of crimson wings, an embodiment of the flight ability bestowed by his phoenix martial soul. With a gentle flap of his wings, he effortlessly evaded the encroaching vines of Tang San. "Be careful, my phoenix flames are no ordinary fire. Solar flare," Ma Hongjun remarked with a subtle smile, issuing a warning. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already conjured a fire cone, as thick as a barrel, which shot forth towards Tang San. It felt as though Tang San's very essence was locked onto by this soul skill, prompting him to activate Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, swiftly maneuvering beneath Ma Hongjun. For a moment, Ma Hongjun was perplexed by Tang San's intentions. Was he attempting to allow his own attack to strike him? However, could he even fly? Regardless of Tang San's strategy, Ma Hongjun was determined not to let him approach, deftly repositioning with a flap of his wings. "You've fallen into my trap, Sky Claw." At that moment, Tang San, having executed a sudden turn mid-Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, unleashed a claw-shaped hidden weapon from his left hand, aimed not at Ma Hongjun, but rather at a massive tree behind him. Following closely behind Tang San was Ma Hongjun's second soul skill, Solar Flare. Just as Ma Hongjun believed he had indeed been outmaneuvered, a resounding explosion echoed as Tang San's target revealed itself, one of the towering trees. The sky claw pierced through the trunk, anchoring itself firmly, and as it retracted, Tang San, utilizing the contraction of the sky claw in conjunction with Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, achieved a speed that rivaled the approach of Ma Hongjun's solar flare. With remarkable precision, Tang San successfully evaded Ma Hongjun's locked attack. By leveraging the agility of Ghost Shadow Misty Steps and the unexpected trajectory of the sky claw to distract Ma Hongjun, he redirected the assault towards the tree. The colossal tree shook violently, branches cascading down, and even the trunk suffered scorch marks from the fierce phoenix flames. It is worth noting that this was not even Ma Hongjun's full-strength strike. It was merely a casual blow. Had he unleashed his full power, the tree, which could be embraced by 2 individuals, would surely have toppled. Oscar and the others watching could not help but swallow hard, astonished by the destructive force of Ma Hongjun's seemingly effortless strike. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tang San's back as he silently acknowledged his fortune in avoiding a direct hit. He knew he could not withstand such power. However, gazing at the slightly damaged sky claw now lodged in the trunk, a twinge of pain struck him. This was a carefully crafted hidden weapon from the Tang sect, an essential tool for both home and travel. Ahem, Ma Hongjun, you are not permitted to utilize your flight ability. I wish to witness not merely the outcome of your contest. The master interjected awkwardly, clearing his throat. His underlying intention was to gauge their true strengths, to ascertain their limits for the sake of the wager. Although it felt somewhat shameless, it was understandable. After all, the master's prowess was well established, and it was not unreasonable for him to seek a glimpse of their abilities. Ma Hongjun, acknowledging this, nodded silently and retracted his wings. Xiao-san, it seems the master insists on witnessing my strength today. Do not blame me for not showing you any mercy, Ma Hongjun stated, standing 5 meters away from Tang San without initiating an attack, a smirk playing on his lips. Do not worry, come at me. I am eager to see just how great our disparity truly is, Tang San replied, nodding in agreement, and without hesitation, he launched his next attack. Third soul skill, Spiderweb Bind. The blue-silver grass transformed into a web, ensnaring Ma Hongjun. Do you seek to seize the initiative? Alas, I have lost interest, Ma Hongjun mused inwardly. With the master imposing restrictions on what he could use, Ma Hongjun's desire to continue competing waned, and he activated the breath of the Sun's Day characteristic. Dashing forth like a specter, effortlessly escaping the confines of Tang San's blue-silver grass. In this Xiao San, first soul skill, Phoenix Roar, Ma Hongjun, now disinterested in prolonging the skirmish, unleashed the mightiest attack of his Phoenix martial soul. This attack, initially designed for crowd control, had been refined by Ma Hongjun into a single target strike, ensuring that while its range diminished, its potency intensified exponentially, employing only 80% of his soul power. A reflection of his pride, he refrained from exploiting the advantage of his 3-level superiority over Tang San. Yet, even with this restraint, Tang San found himself unable to withstand the ferocity of Ma Hongjun's soul skill without the use of his hidden weapons or the 8 spider lances. Ma Hongjun's soul power was exceptionally pure, allowing him to condense his soul skill rapidly, far surpassing the speed of Tang San's control-type abilities. The original area of effect attack of Phoenix Roar, which left opponents dazed and scorched by magma within a 5-meter radius, had now been adapted by Ma Hongjun to effectively lock onto a single target. In a mere instant, Tang San was rendered dazed by Ma Hongjun's soul skill, struggling to maintain his footing. Before he could formulate an appropriate countermeasure, Ma Hongjun pivoted and delivered a swift kick to Tang San's chest. The impact sent Tang San reeling, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and rise with a pallid complexion, muttering despondently, "I concede. I am no match for Hongjun and have failed to draw out his full strength." Tang San felt a pang of frustration, recognizing that much of his hidden weaponry was designed for practical combat, leaving him hesitant in this spar. He believed that, had he been allowed to wield the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, he might have had a substantial chance to defeat or even eliminate Ma Hongjun. Yet, such was merely his sentiment. Ma Hongjun was not so easily vanquished, beyond the healing capabilities of the Meteor Tears, which granted him an innate advantage. Even Ma Hongjun's external soul bones could easily withstand Tang San's hidden weapons. In private experimentation, Ma Hongjun had tested the durability of the Earth Whip external soul bone, finding it to be even harder than 1,000-year black iron. Apart from its potent toxic properties, its robustness was a source of satisfaction for Ma Hongjun. While the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was formidable, it was insufficient to breach the defenses of the Earth Whip. Although Ma Hongjun had yet to fully integrate with his external soul bone, he had already achieved a level of control that allowed for its simple manipulation. The hidden weapons used to assist Tang San are indeed flawless. Ah, it is not your fault. I did not expect you, Ma Hongjun, to possess such formidable strength. Even Tang San could not compel you to unleash your full potential. I underestimated you. However, this alone is insufficient for you to aid me in training. Now, let us proceed with Dai Mubai and Oscar facing off against Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Fat Tiger. The master cast a deep glance at Ma Hongjun, inhaled deeply to calm his emotions, and then addressed the others. Chapter 133. Complete victory, seeing that the master did not continue to pit others against him or besiege him. Ma Hongjun secretly sighed in relief. After all, the Phoenix martial spirit is immensely powerful and truly unsuitable for sparring. The lucky grass is also in the process of evolving into the 9-leaf grass. Although there is no restriction on using hidden soul ring skills, it is best not to employ them if possible. The master does not seem to have too thick a skin, haha. So, how about it, little San? I showed some mercy. Otherwise, if my kick had landed on your heart, you would have surely succumbed. Ma Hongjun and Tang San took their positions to observe the battle, with Ma Hongjun affectionately draping his arm over Tang San's shoulder. I know, if I'm not mistaken, you just exerted about 80% of your soul power, right? Sigh. Truly a freak of nature. Never mind. I shall refrain from comparing myself to you for now, Ma Hongjun said, shaking his head with a wry smile. This is not the Tang San I know. If even you cannot compare with me, who else in this world could? While Ma Hongjun's words held some merit, he overlooked the impending fusion of the Three Kingdoms world with the Douluo world, where countless geniuses would inevitably emerge. The fate trajectory of Douluo has begun to subtly shift. Nevertheless, regardless of the changes, Tang San's talent will undoubtedly place him among the elite. And Ma Hongjun's statement is not entirely boastful. Observing the battle, Oscar initiated his soul skill, Little Sausage, restoring the Big Sausage and rapidly deploying Flying Mushroom Sausage, which he quickly tossed to Dai Mubai. Little Sausage allowed Dai Mubai to instantly remove any abnormal status, while Big Sausage restored stamina and soul power. And Flying Mushroom Sausage facilitated flight. With Oscar's assistance, Dai Mubai initially relied on Flying Mushroom Sausage and relentless assaults to nearly defeat the unsuspecting trio of Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Zhu Zhuqing, but fortunately, the three frequently cooperated and quickly regained their balance. Ultimately, Fat Tiger and his companions found their rhythm in battle. Relying on the formidable defensive capabilities of his martial spirit, Fat Tiger momentarily withstood Dai Mubai's fierce onslaught until the effects of Flying Mushroom Sausage faded. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu unleashed her charm, while Zhu Zhuqing launched a flanking attack to disrupt him. Consequently, the unfortunate Dai Mubai could not escape being brutally taken down by Xiao Wu's Dansai. Xiao Wu retracted her small foot from Dai Mubai's back, proudly surveying the other students. As if to say, did you see that? It is best to concede when facing me, Xiao Wu, otherwise this will be your fate. Xiao Wu, I ask you, do you know where you went wrong? At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. Observing Xiao Wu reveling in her victory, the master approached with a stern expression, inquiring seriously, Us? Master, have you mistaken us? Do we not win? Shouldn't you be asking Dai Mubai and Oscar? Xiao Wu turned in confusion to ask. They certainly made mistakes as well. After Fat Tiger and his companions regained control of the battle, Dai Mubai should not have chosen to clash directly with Fat Tiger. Were it me, I would have sought to eliminate the slowest and weakest defender first, and then, with Oscar's support, systematically taken down Zhu Zhuqing and Fat Tiger. However, Dai Mubai and Oscar's decisive performance at the outset was commendable. They did not underestimate their opponents and launched a vigorous offensive to disrupt your battle rhythm. On the contrary, why did you not interrupt Oscar's soul skill? I had stated that Dai Mubai and Oscar were to face you three, but if you had dealt with Oscar before he produced his sausages, that would have been within the rules. Without Oscar's support, even a level 42 Dai Mubai would quickly succumb to your collective assault. Your victory relied solely on your overall strength. If this were a life-and-death confrontation, and your opponent were stronger than Dai Mubai, do you understand the consequences? The master, maintaining a stern demeanor, scolded the group extensively. The trio dared not retort. The earnest Fat Tiger was unfazed, but Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both wore expressions of indignation. They had not anticipated such treachery, and furthermore, this was not real combat. How could they justify attacking Oscar in a 3-on-1 scenario? While the master's words were indeed truthful, they still felt somewhat aggrieved, believing they had won. The master was correct. In team soul battles, the support-type soul master is the first target we must eliminate. Fat Tiger's limited speed is one thing, but Xiao Wu, as a powerful assault type, and Zhu Qing, as a swift attack type, could have easily seized Oscar's sausages or prevented him from creating them while he was unresponsive. Ma Hongjun also stepped forward, fairly stating his case. Oh, Brother Wu is right. It must be so. We shall not repeat the same mistake next time, will we, Zhu Qing? Upon hearing Ma Hongjun speak, Xiao Wu quickly reined in her defiance and nudged Zhu Zhuqing beside her, grinning playfully. Zhu Zhuqing, the usually taciturn one, merely nodded in agreement. The rapid change in attitude left the onlookers feeling somewhat helpless. Master, they have all fought. Why am I singled out? I wish to. Ning Rongrong also stepped forward, having observed the others finish their match. In the end, Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the master's audacity, as Ning Rongrong assisted Dai Mubai against Ma Hongjun, while also supporting Tang San and Fat Tiger in their bout against him. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Oscar aided Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing in their confrontation against Ma Hongjun. The reason for initially excluding Ning Rongrong was to conserve her soul power for the confrontation with him. Throughout the morning, Ma Hongjun faced each of these Shrek companions, maintaining an undefeated record. This astonished the master and those familiar with Ma Hongjun's strength once more. It is essential to recognize that strength does not equate to endurance. Ma Hongjun's exceptional stamina reshaped everyone's understanding of his capabilities. To penalize the mistakes made during your battles, and as part of your training, starting now, you will bear the burdens from the bamboo baskets outside the academy and run 10 laps around the area between Soto City and Shrek Academy while waited. Before the participants had a chance to rest, the master approached once more. This is utterly inhumane. Oscar was the first to lose his composure, exclaiming, "Enough with your complaints. You had the easiest time in the recent battle. At the very least, you only expended soul power and hardly any physical strength, unlike us, who exhausted much of our stamina. However, I will certainly support any benefits derived from this." Dai Mubai surprisingly stood up first. "Brother Dai, you feel it too?" Tang Sen also rose. You sense it? I detect signs of improvement in soul power after the battle. It seems the master's methods, though a bit harsh, indeed hold merit for cultivation. While the results may not be immediately visible, I shall fully cooperate as long as it aids in the training of soul power." After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he was the first to dash towards the academy's entrance. Ma Hongjun followed at a leisurely pace, and seeing this, the others had no choice but to rise and follow suit. Chapter 134. Extreme Training, standing before the gates of the academy. The Shrek 8 monsters gaze at the weight marked on the baskets at their feet, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over them. Oscar, 7 kilogram, Ningrongrong, 7 kilogram. Zhu Zhuqing, 150 kilograms. Pang Hu, 220 kilograms. Xiao Wu, 220 kilograms. Tang San, 260 kilograms. Dai Mubai, 300 kilograms. Ma Hongjun, 500 kilograms. Compared to the training outlined in the original text, it was evident that everyone's spirit power levels had significantly improved. However, the weights they were now faced with surpassed their limits. "Master, are you certain this is in kilograms and not in gene?" Oscar asked, staring in disbelief at the master, whose expression was as somber as the depths of the sea. The master furrowed his brows, equally puzzled. He had instructed Zhao Wujie to seek metal weights measured in gene, so how had it transformed into kilograms? Nevertheless, to maintain his image as a mentor, he refrained from voicing his doubts. "What? Are you afraid? Is a mere few hundred gene enough to deter you?" He challenged them. "If you're not afraid, then proceed to don your weights. No employing spirit power allowed, and you shall not eat unless you complete 10 laps. Additionally, should you fail to accomplish this task, Ma Hongjun will no longer assist in your training." The master recalled his wager with Ma Hongjun, secretly relishing the notion that it aligned perfectly with his intentions. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun would not assist in their training, the Shrek 7 monsters were immediately agitated. Ma Hongjun's training methods had proven immensely beneficial to them. Moreover, he often provided them with various advantages that enhanced their abilities, such as top-tier spirit herbs and advanced knowledge for soul masters. To ensure Ma Hongjun's continued involvement in their training, they felt compelled to complete the task. Even Tang San was not exempt from this sentiment, as they all yearned to learn more from Ma Hongjun to bridge the gap between their strengths. "No, we can definitely do this. Moreover, Fifth Brother must participate in our training. Otherwise, we would rather accept Fifth Brother's training privately than allow you to train us, Master." Ning Rongrong, whose character had seen some improvement, was the first to speak up. Ma Hongjun nodded subtly, pleased to have gained such a sister. "We accept. We will surely complete the task," Zhu Zhuqing declared, directly shouldering her own weight to demonstrate her resolve. Xiao Wu quickly urged Tang San to join her in carrying her weight, following closely behind Zhu Zhuqing as they prepared to begin. For them, a few hundred gene might not seem daunting, but it was undoubtedly challenging. Completing 5 laps without utilizing spirit power would likely prove difficult, let alone 10. Ma Hongjun lifted his weight and found it surprisingly suitable, considering his body was currently benefiting from the dual enhancement of the sun's breath. Otherwise, should he have to carry a weight of 1,000 gene, it would be strenuous indeed, let alone running under such burdens. "Obai, how are you holding up? If it's too much, I can help lighten your load," Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile at Dai Mubai, who was struggling to shoulder his burden. "Ha! A man cannot admit defeat. Let us go. I must complete these 10 laps to learn more from you," Dai Mubai retorted, rolling his eyes before being the first to dash forward, not even sparing a glance at the astonished master. The others quickly followed suit, leaving the master standing in stunned silence, unable to fathom the immense respect Ma Hongjun commanded among the students. In truth, he was unaware that prior to his arrival, Ma Hongjun and Zhao Wujie had been training them together. During their sessions, Ma Hongjun would occasionally have Tang San concoct top-tier spirit herb baths, which he had brought from the ice and fire Yin Yang well and the heavenly Luo net. These premium spirit herbs had been meticulously prepared by him and Douluo, possessing properties that enhanced physical strength and accelerated the absorption of residual medicinal effects from the celestial herbs. The benefits to the 7 monsters were undoubtedly profound. Although their current achievements were largely attributed to the celestial herbs, They were also a testament to their own relentless efforts and the occasional advantages bestowed upon them by Ma Hongjun. On a distant mountain, Flander, observing this scene through binoculars, turned to Zhao Wujia, exasperated. Old Zhao, how could you make such a basic error? Were you not instructed to prepare the weights in Jin? How did it become kilograms? Huh, impossible. Though Zhao, may not be scholarly, I can recognize these characters. I saw that our heavenly Luo net stock was labeled in kilograms. So I prepared half the amount. Who would have known I would encounter the poisoned Douluo himself while searching for medicinal materials? Upon hearing my explanation, he personally selected the weights for them. How could I dare to defy the wishes of the poisoned Douluo? Zhao Wujia responded with a hint of helplessness. I see. Elder Dugu knows my disciple better than I do. It seems he believes my disciple's limits exceed 500 Jin. But does he understand the limits of the others in our academy? Flander pondered, but soon his concern returned as he resumed observing the already engaged Shrek 8 monsters. Unbeknownst to them, Ma Hongjun was somewhat astonished by the master's assessment of his limits, entirely unaware that it was due to the scheming of the old poison master. Ma Hongjun felt confident that he could complete the task before reaching his physical limits, yet he had overlooked the others. After one lap, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. The master, much like in the original text, had prepared salt water for them. While he was taken aback by Ma Hongjun's strength, he maintained an impassive facade, as if everything was under control. By the second lap, fatigue had begun to set in, and as they approached the third lap, seeing the evident struggle in their steps, Ma Hongjun chastised himself internally for his foolishness. He quickly called for a halt. Everyone, stop for a moment. This cannot continue. At this rate, not only will 10 laps be a challenge, but even 5 laps will be problematic. We must cooperate to accomplish this seemingly daunting training. Ma Hongjun was aware that someone would likely be observing their movements from behind. Yet halting to strategize should not provoke any objections. How? How do we cooperate? You. Just say it. Dai Mubai gasped for breath, feeling parched despite the salt water bolstering him against dehydration. Are we to employ the methods you taught us previously to reduce wind resistance? Oscar, with a quick mind, grasped Ma Hongjun's intention with excitement. Indeed, but it is not solely that. Old Bai and Tang San's weights clearly exceed their limits for 10 laps. We need to redistribute the weights, Ma Hongjun explained. In the end, Ma Hongjun took the initiative to transfer 20 kilograms of the Xiantai stones from both Dai Mubai's and Tang San's baskets onto his own back, aligning himself at the front to lessen the wind resistance for the group. Zhu Zhuqing also retrieved a 20-kilogram stone from Xiao Wu to place in her basket, while Oscar took one from Ning Rongrong's. Only Pang who maintained his original weight as he continued to move forward. Although Ao, Sika, and Zhu Zhuqing had increased their burdens, the resistance from the wind was mitigated by Ma Hongjun running ahead, making it seem less significant. In contrast, the other 4 who suddenly lightened their loads felt an overwhelming sense of ease. After 7 laps, the group had to pause again, observing the already exhausted Zhu Zhuqing and Ao Sika. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong voluntarily retrieved their weights. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and also took a piece of Xiantai from Zhu Zhuqing and Ao Sika to place on their backs. Ma Hongjun, however, remained steadfast. Although drenched in sweat, his eyes still sparkled with excitement. He felt he had not yet reached his limits and went to support Ao Sika and Zhu Zhuqing to continue onward. Dai Mubai and Tang San took turns shielding the others from the wind resistance. Despite not having a beast martial spirit, Pang, who possessed a naturally strong physique. If he weren't so overweight, he could share some of the burden, but now he was nearing his limits, only able to follow Tang San at a slow pace. In the 8th lap, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also reached their limits, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ao Sika, being pulled by Ma Hongjun, had regained some strength and retrieved their weights again. It was essential not to underestimate the act of regaining just a few dozen kilograms. In this scenario, even a reduction of 1 kilogram would bring significant relief. Ma Hongjun stepped forward to assist Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Tang San could only shake his head helplessly, as he too was on the verge of exhaustion. Ma Hongjun felt he was nearing his limits, but continued to share the burden, unafraid of faltering, rather exhilarated. He knew that Lu Xing Lei was about to come into play. Lu Xing Lei was not something he could merely invoke at will. It only manifested in life-threatening situations or when physical strength reached its peak. At this moment, faint starlight began to shimmer in Ma Hongjun's chest, yet he clearly had not reached his limits. Although he felt drained, he could always summon strength at critical moments. How is it that I have yet to reach my physical limits? This one do. Ma Hongjun awakened from his internal world, gazing at the group supporting one another, and resolutely declared, Rong Rong, Zhuqing, Ao, Sika, give me your weights. Without waiting for their objections, he summoned the last remnants of his strength, snatched the large bamboo basket from Zhu Zhuqing's back, and placed Ning Rongrong's and Ao, Sika's weights inside, then hoisted it onto his chest. Chapter 135, Breaking Through Limits. Only by doing so could he invoke the powers of Lu Xing, surpass his limits, and enhance his abilities. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, if he did not gain strength, would his arduous 10 laps with the weights be in vain? Just pushing himself could lead to enhanced power, so why not seize the opportunity? In a sense, it was not in vain, as the barriers among them dissipated through this act of unity and assistance, solidifying the bond among the Shrek 8 monsters. Fifth brother, you might strain yourself under this pressure. Zhuqing cautioned. I can do it, I can. Hurry, give it back to me. As she spoke, she attempted to reclaim her weight, but in her excitement, her legs gave way, and she stumbled toward the ground. The ground was littered with stones, and Zhuqing fell forward, her exhausted hands unable to brace her body. At this moment, the others had sealed their soul power using a special method to avoid utilizing it, leaving them unable to react in time. Should she fall hard, it would surely result in injuries. Ma Hongjun, closest to her, was taken aback and instantly unleashed the last vestige of his primal strength, swiftly catching Zhuqing as she was about to hit the ground. However, Ma Hongjun, drained of energy, found himself unable to withstand Zhuqing's weight as her body leaned back. Strangely, despite Ma Hongjun's exhaustion, the Lu Xing, which had remained dormant, suddenly responded, emanating a peculiar energy. In an instant, Ma Hongjun felt his weary body revitalized, akin to a recluse suddenly bathed in sunlight after a long absence. His mental and soul powers surged, becoming denser and purer with the flow of this extraordinary energy. Ma Hongjun realized that if he experienced this sensation again, the issues arising from his dual martial spirits would resolve themselves. In the original narrative, Tang San overcame similar challenges due to his enhanced mental strength and one of the top 3 physical strengths on the continent. However, that was a power Tang San only possessed after becoming a soul Douluo, whereas Ma Hongjun was merely a soul zone now. His physical and mental strength could not match such prowess. While Lu Xing was formidable, it was not enough to propel him several levels at once. Its true enhancement lay in the elevation of life itself. Currently, his mental strength was only slightly superior to that of an average soul emperor, and his physical strength was just marginally greater than Daimu Bai's when he unleashed the White Tiger transformation. Soul power surged from within, instantly protecting both himself and Zhuqing, who was now resting against his chest. Hongjun, fifth brother, Zhuqing exclaimed. Are you both all right? The sudden turn of events drew the group's attention, and they all halted, expressing concern. Yet, none moved forward to assist, merely watching with worried expressions. Ning Rongrong wished to step in and separate them, but she had no energy left to do so, only feeling a pang of envy. I'm fine. It seems my soul power has advanced a bit, and I feel rejuvenated. I'll support you all as we move forward. Once we return to Shrek Academy, our mission will be accomplished. Ma Hongjun roused from the pleasant sensation, lifting Zhuqing's burden and feigning calm as he encouraged them. The others were too exhausted to pursue any inquiries into Ma Hongjun's situation, having long grown accustomed to his extraordinary resilience. However, their expressions revealed a mix of admiration and envy. Only Ao Sika blinked, glancing between Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, a hint of ambiguity in his gaze. The 8 of them continued to run, or rather walk, hand in hand. Notably, their positions afforded Ma Hongjun great fortune, as he held Zhuqing with one hand and Ning Rongrong with the other, while Ning Rongrong held Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu held Tang San. Feeling the unique energy still surging in his chest, Ma Hongjun attempted to channel it outward through his hands into Zhuqing. Zhuqing suddenly felt a warm current in her palms, initially thinking Ma Hongjun was secretly transferring soul power to restore her strength. However, upon closer examination, she realized it was not soul power. Gradually, she sensed her fatigue dissipating as if the shackles within her had shattered, reminiscent of the exhilarating feeling that accompanied her first soul ring breakthrough. She glanced at the others and noticed nothing amiss, then looked back at Ma Hongjun, who subtly nodded, signaling her to remain silent. as Zhu Zhuqing's pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to channel a portion of the extraordinary energy from the meteor tears into Ning Rongrong on his right. With her strength significantly replenished, Ning Rongrong cast a grateful glance towards Ma Hongjun, displaying a demeanor that suggested nothing had occurred. Only the hand she held onto Xiao Wu's gradually exerted more strength, transitioning from mutual support to aiding Xiao Wu, thereby transforming the once exhausted group into a pair of invigorated individuals. Witnessing the three women persist, especially the vibrant Ning Rongrong, the others refused to concede defeat, seemingly unleashing their latent potential. Within a mere moment, they beheld the grand entrance of Shrek Academy. Brothers, let's exert ourselves. Victory is within reach. At this juncture, aside from Ma Hongjun, who retained the majority of his strength, only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, having absorbed a hint of the peculiar abilities of the meteor tears, possessed a modicum of energy. With triumph so near, they surged forward. Dai Mubai, filled with pride, was the first to release his grasp on his teammates and accelerated ahead. The rest of the group, driven by an indomitable spirit and sheer will, pressed on. Although they were close to the ranks of soul masters, the weight of their exertions was formidable. They have returned. Xiao Gang, what do you think? Your methods may confound others, but they cannot deter my disciples. In truth, I must inform you, my pupil's martial spirit has not only been controlled, but has also seen a significant enhancement in quality, possessing the potential for a titled rank or even divinity. As the Shrek 8 came into view, Flender proudly patted the master on the shoulder, exclaiming with satisfaction, "Ah, no wonder my assessment of him was flawed. It now makes sense. This explains his extraordinary abilities. If I am not mistaken, he has likely mastered some form of regeneration akin to that of the divine beast Phoenix, which accounts for his remarkable stamina." Master Yu Xiaojiang mused, surprisingly in agreement with Flender. Indeed, that seems plausible. Based on my observations, the eight have not utilized any soul power fluctuations along the way. It was only in the final stretch that Hongjun seemingly regained his energy without warning, invigorating the others to continue forward. Zhao Wuji suddenly recalled, nodding in agreement. The unique energy emitted by the meteor tears was beyond his perception. Even deities would remain oblivious to such anomalies without direct contact. The energy level of the meteor tears was on an entirely different plane compared to the soul power of the Douluo continent. If classified, the energy of the meteor tears would belong to the highest tier, while soul power would merely rank slightly above the lowest tier. Wait for me. If Rongrong can do it, so can I. Oscar, fueled by immense determination, sprinted forward in tandem with Dai Mubai. The others, unwilling to lag behind, surged ahead as well. Fortunately, in the final stretch, the group supported one another and regained some strength, though their mental fatigue masked these recoveries. Now propelled by sheer will, they charged towards the academy's gates. Only Ma Hongjun followed the group at a measured pace, ensuring no mishaps occurred, as their soul power had been self-sealed, making them susceptible to exhaustion-related complications. As the group burst through the academy's gates, Oscar was the first to collapse, followed closely by Dai Mubai, who lay motionless on the ground. Fat Tiger, honored to be the second to faint, had shouldered a burden comparable to Dai Mubai's throughout their journey, albeit in silence. Though clever and occasionally cunning, Fat Tiger was not as simple as he appeared, yet he remained the most diligent in his training. A key reason he kept pace with the other six. Ma Hongjun, witnessing his collapse, felt no surprise. He had refrained from alleviating Fat Tiger's burden on the way, fully aware that Fat Tiger would never accept assistance. Having known Fat Tiger the longest, Ma Hongjun understood his physical capabilities best. Suddenly freed from their burdens, the group sprawled unevenly. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, now acutely aware of their exhaustion, carelessly seated themselves on the ground, evoking an image akin to celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, infused with an alluring humanity. Only Ma Hongjun remained composed, standing still as he gradually relieved the group of their burdens before approaching the master, stating, "You have lost. Indeed, I have lost. You have earned the right to train alongside me." The master responded, devoid of anger, nodding gravely before turning to depart. Ma Hongjun, puzzled, assumed the master was struggling to accept the reality and glanced towards his teacher. "Ah, splendid. As expected of my disciple. The master is off to prepare the medicinal herbs for your bath. He is indeed a tough exterior with a tender heart, genuinely caring for your well-being." It is the first time I have witnessed him concede in front of others. Flender chuckled, elucidating to Ma Hongjun, though his expression betrayed his true sentiments. My disciple Hongjun possesses the potential of an emperor. Upon hearing Flinder's words, Ma Hongjun was taken aback, realizing that Yu Xiaojiang was not as detestable as he had once perceived. Reflecting on the events of the original narrative, Yu Xiaojiang's actions were not entirely unforgivable. Rather, they stemmed from character flaws, revealing a certain timidity in emotional matters that rendered him contemptible. Nevertheless, even if he were a good person, a conflict of interest would render him no different from a villain, a principle Ma Hongjun adhered to. He would never hesitate to reciprocate kindness to those who treated him well, as long as their transgressions were not egregious. Some may deem him selfish, yet this is the truest representation of himself. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, there are no absolute rights or wrongs, only differing perspectives. Ma Hongjun reclined in the medicinal bath prepared by the master, a gesture of goodwill, reportedly funded from the master's own pocket, as Flinder had indicated. Lying in the bath within his room, Ma Hongjun felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, meticulously reflecting on the abilities he had acquired. Beyond the breathing of the sun, his second hidden soul ring granted him a unique skill known as the EightGates of Douluo, which significantly surpassed his current strength with the breathing of the sun. Recollecting the day's events, he realized that he had too few trump cards, nearly being forced to reveal all under the master's pressure. He discovered that aside from the two extraordinary abilities, only an external soul bone could serve as a viable trump card. Fortunately, his lucky Clover, aside from its hidden soul skill, was temporarily unusable due to the evolution of his martial spirit. "Are you still there, Qiling?" Ma Hongjun tentatively inquired within his mind. However, no response came. Since the last evolution of his martial spirit, the Qiling had fallen silent. He could not even access the channel between the realms to draw a lottery for benevolent points, let alone any other means. In a state of mild exasperation, Ma Hongjun found himself lying in the bathtub, succumbing to slumber. Fortunately, his physique had grown significantly since childhood, rendering him impervious to the threat of drowning in the bathwater. Concurrently, in the realm of the Three Kingdoms, an unprecedented transformation unfolded 10 days prior, coinciding with the impending demise of Gongsun, one of the regional overlords of Yuzhou. Suddenly, the heavens and earth underwent a cataclysmic change as 36 meteors descended from the sky, only to vanish abruptly without a trace. This event was followed by a surge of spiritual energy within the Three Kingdoms world. The spiritual energy, which had gradually diminished since the reign of the first emperor, suddenly became increasingly potent, enabling numerous warriors and scholars to break through their previous limitations. This abundance of spiritual energy signified that individuals' physiques would likewise grow stronger with prolonged exposure. A visible black hole manifested in the sky, drawing attention from all around. Within a modest residence, a rugged man with a full beard and dark skin, exuding a straightforward demeanor, gazed up at the black hole and inquired of a tall, kind-faced youth with large ears. "What do you think that black hole in the sky is? It feels as though the other side is a different world altogether." To his surprise, Liu Bei, who was also pondering the same, nodded thoughtfully and posed the question to a formidable man with a red face and a majestic beard standing behind him. "If the universe described in the 3 meteor tiers we acquired truly exists, I would say we're not far from the truth." The red-faced man was none other than Guan Yu, renowned for his legendary feats of valor throughout history. He gazed solemnly at the enormous black hole that had appeared in the sky just 10 days prior, a phenomenon so immense that it could be seen from any corner of the land, akin to a sun hanging in the firmament. Meanwhile, Yin Liang, pursuing the remnants of the white horse Yisong, found himself momentarily frozen in place. Before him stood a striking young man clad in white and silver armor, wielding a shimmering lance. The lance he wielded, which had been fiercely brandished to fend off adversaries, abruptly appeared to become ethereal. A piercing lance shadow transformed into a spectral white dragon that surged toward them. The group, comprised of Yuan Shao's subordinates, numbered over 100. Yet they felt minuscule under the presence of the white dragon's apparition. Silently, as the spectral dragon passed, chaos ensued among their ranks. In this perilous moment, Yin Liang's large blade also took on an incorporeal quality, and a colossal blade, approximately 30 meters in length, emerged behind him. Even Yin Liang himself was bewildered by this occurrence. As his will directed the phantom blade, it positioned itself before the white dragon's apparition. Perhaps due to the significant consumption of energy by the spectral dragon, it was halted by the sudden appearance of the phantom blade. This unexpected turn of events astonished not only Yin Liang, but also the young man in silver armor, who seemed momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, seeing that both sides had momentarily paused in response to the apparition. He swiftly organized the remaining 30 members of the White Horse Isong to continue their escape. Strangely, as they fled, the pursuing soldiers led by Yin Liang inexplicably allowed them to pass unimpeded. The heavens are changing. I cannot waste any more time here with that Silver Lance youth. I must swiftly report my conjectures to the Lord and devise a plan, he thought, glancing at the black hole that had suddenly appeared in the sky days ago. Yin Liang ordered a retreat to the camp, leaving his deputy to manage the aftermath while he personally rode through the night back to Jizhou. Simultaneously, renowned warriors across the land experienced similar transformations in their weapons, akin to those of the Silver Lance youth and Yin Liang. Had Ma Hongjun been present, he would have noticed that the phantasmal weapons bore a striking resemblance to their true martial spirits, albeit with notable differences. The following day, Ma Hongjun engaged in the master's grueling training regimen. Upon learning of the master's plan, he expressed no dissent, though he offered his own refinements. Morning sessions were dedicated to physical training, afternoons to mental fortitude, and evenings to soul cultivation. For physical enhancement, Ma Hongjun summoned Zhao Wujia to employ his soul skill, gravity enhancement, to fortify their physical strength. In combat, they endured Zhao's gravity enhancement techniques, which intensified the difficulty during weighted runs. In terms of mental training, Ma Hongjun enlisted Lu Qibin, whose martial spirit, Xinghua Qi, surpassed even that of Flinder in the realm of mental cultivation. Being a control-type spirit master, his soul skills were ideally suited for honing the mental prowess of the Shrek 8 monsters. This focus on mental training was Ma Hongjun's initiative. The master understood the correlation between soul rings and physical strength, but was unaware of the significance of a robust mental capacity in the absorption of 10,000-year soul rings. Coupled with advanced training methods from Ma Hongjun's past life, the Shrek 8 monsters found their schedules fully occupied, marking the commencement of a 3-month intensive training program. 3 months later, Ma Hongjun had successfully addressed the minor risks associated with the premature absorption of soul rings due to his dual martial spirits. He was now prepared to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, with notable improvements in his overall physical attributes, particularly in the application of mental power. Although the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters showed only marginal increases in soul power, they had collectively advanced nearly a full rank, with significant enhancements in both physical and mental capacities. Now, with the inclusion of support-type members Ning Rongrong and Oscar, all except Dai Mubai, who had already obtained his 4th soul ring, felt confident in their ability to absorb soul rings exceeding 8,000 years in age. This was attributed to the unique properties of the Xingluo Qi martial spirit and the influence of Ma Hongjun's wisdom skull. Previously, Ma Hongjun had hesitated to absorb the wisdom skull due to concerns over potential risks to his martial spirit. However, after reconciling with the master 3 months ago and observing the skull's extraordinary quality, he ultimately decided to absorb the wisdom skull, which had a potency exceeding 50,000 years. Following the absorption, his mental prowess ascended to the level of a soul sage, accompanied by the acquisition of a mental auxiliary soul skill. One of the attributes of the wisdom skull was the enhancement of mental soul skills, which, while seemingly trivial at present, brought Ma Hongjun considerable satisfaction. With the amplification of his mental auxiliary skills, Lu Qibin's Xingluo Qi martial spirit experienced remarkable enhancements, allowing for precise control over the magnitude of mental energy, thus enabling the training of the group's mental faculties without causing harm. The Xingluo Qi martial spirit, a rare inheritance from the Xingluo Empire, was shrouded in mystery, with few possessing its power and fewer still having witnessed its capabilities. As one of the earliest students of Shrek Academy and a master of the Tianluo Duang, Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the significance of each teacher's martial spirit, and Lu Qibin was categorized among the spirit masters of mental control. Moreover, according to the words of the spirit of the underworld's unique horned serpent before its slumber, the wisdom skull exhibited mutations that granted it the capacity for evolution, akin to his external soul bone, which could likewise enhance with his level. On the playground of Shrek Academy, it is apparent that after 3 months of rigorous training, everyone feels exhausted. The first phase of training has come to an end, and now I hereby announce the commencement of the second phase. This phase will not take place within our academy, nor in Suatawa City, the master announced loudly to the students gathered below him. Not in the academy, nor in Suatawa City? Then where could it be? Could it be the Douluo forest? Oscar inquired, his face a picture of astonishment. After 3 months of intense training, visible signs of fatigue adorned the faces of the students. The strain of such high-intensity training was not merely physical, but also a profound psychological ordeal. Not all. Although your levels are commendable, the Douluo forest is fraught with peril and is not a suitable place for you to train freely at this stage. The next phase will not be as exhausting as the first. In fact, it could be described as quite liberating. However, do not let this lead to complacency, for this phase may very well be the one that widens the gap between you, the master explained, casting a glance at Oscar. Upon hearing that it was not the Douluo forest and that the training would be quite free, Ma Hongjun could not help but ask, Master, will our next phase of training involve the Soul Arena? Initially, upon hearing that the next phase would not be in Douluo City or the Academy, Ma Hongjun had assumed they were heading to the Douluo forest for trials. However, hearing the master's denial, he felt a strong inclination that, much like the original plot, they would be engaging in battles at the Soul Arena. Indeed, but it will not be in the Soul Arena of Douluo City. Instead, you will be taken to Douluo City to participate in the battles at the Douluo City Soul Arena, the master remarked, looking at Ma Hongjun with appreciation, clearly pleased that he had deduced his plan. To Douluo City for battles? Why not participate in Douluo City's Soul Arena instead? Why venture all the way to Douluo City? Dai Mubai, puzzled, interjected. Xiao-san, please enlighten Mubai as to why we are heading to Douluo City for the battles instead of staying in Douluo City, the master prompted, giving Tang-san an opportunity to express his thoughts. Oh, I believe it is because there are far too few teams in Douluo City that can serve as worthy opponents for us. As the imperial capital, Douluo City is home to numerous strong individuals, which will undoubtedly provide us with greater motivation to train. We will encounter many more challengers there, Tang-san quickly explained. Having regained his focus, although he had been lost in thought, he had kept a part of his awareness alert and understood what the master wanted him to convey. Your assessment is correct. It is only in a competitive environment that you will accelerate your growth. While Douluo City is sizable, it pales in comparison to Douluo City. In preparation for the elite preliminary contest of the Advanced Soul Master Academy a year from now, you must strive to elevate your abilities. Your current spirit power is commendable, yet most of it is attributable to the efficacy of rare medicinal herbs rather than your own training. My aim is to ensure that by the time the preliminary contest arrives, you will have complete mastery over your current capabilities and potentially reach even greater heights. Only then will you stand a chance against the teams of the two great empires and the Spirit Hall, securing victory in the competition, the master stated, his expression serious as he surveyed the students. Xiaogang, you needn't be so stern. The children have trained diligently for so long. It is time for them to relax a bit. Now, it is my turn to say a few words. I have some thoughts I wish to share with the children. A slightly magnetic voice of a middle-aged man resonated from behind the group. Flender, with a warm smile, approached the master and chuckled amiably. Observing Flender's benevolent demeanor, the others, except for Ma Hongjun, breathed a sigh of relief. While the master, despite his lower spirit power, had established himself as a strict teacher in their minds, they straightened their backs in his presence, hesitant to show any sign of relaxation. Flender, on the other hand, always wore a genial expression. Principal, please feel free to speak your mind. We will not shy away from any tasks we can accomplish, right everyone? Dai Mubai, being the eldest among them, was the first to step forward and smooth things over. Indeed, the others chimed in agreement, while Ma Hongjun remained silent. You are all likely aware of what the master has shared. In 3 days, I will personally escort you to Douluo City. These 3 days will serve as your rest period. What I wish to convey is your graduation criteria. The third phase of training prepared by the master aligns perfectly with the graduation requirements I have set for you. Victory in the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. Only through this accomplishment will you be eligible for graduation. Otherwise, I shall not permit you little monsters to leave the academy, Flender declared with a serious expression. Upon hearing Flender's words, the smiles on the faces of the students faltered. They were well aware of the formidable strength of the members of the Douluo Royal Battle Team Academy, which surpassed their current capabilities. Although they held confidence in eventually surpassing them in a year, they were no longer as oblivious to the outside world as in the original story. They had also heard tales of the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall Academy's golden generation, a force that their current abilities could not contend with. Teacher, while you say we should take a break, you also present us with graduation conditions. Isn't that rather contradictory? Ma Hongjun remarked with a bitter smile, shaking his head. To have one's cake, and eat it too, Oscar muttered, voicing what Ma Hongjun dared not say. Flinder's sharp gaze immediately turned towards Oscar, causing him to pale in fright. He scolded himself for his impulsiveness and quickly hid behind Ma Hongjun, attempting to clarify, that was not my intention. Well, yes, it was my words, but I was speaking on behalf of Xiaoma. This has nothing to do with me. I said nothing, Ma Hongjun deflected, rather ungraciously stepping aside. Haha, Oscar, do come to my office after class. Now, I declare that class is dismissed. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. Flinder concluded with a smile, departing alongside the master. Ma Hongjun did not dwell on Flinder's remarks. In truth, the Shrek 8 monsters were not overly optimistic about Shrek Academy's chances of winning the championship. The more they learned, the more they realized how little they knew, particularly regarding the formidable Spirit Hall team, which they had heard about from their acquaintances in the Tian-Do and other academies. However, Ma Hongjun was not primarily concerned about the Spirit Hall Academy. If events unfolded as per the original plot, he felt confident that, despite the absence of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's spirit fusion technique, he could still triumph over the Spirit Hall and claim victory in the Advanced Soul Master competition through his own strength. What genuinely troubled him was the potential for unforeseen circumstances in the upcoming competition. Thus, he aimed to utilize this 3-day break to contemplate his future path. He pondered the connection between the Three Kingdoms world and the Douluo world. Would it influence the narrative of Douluo? What ramifications might arise? Would he encounter historical figures from Chinese history? Would those individuals possess extraordinary and unique spirit abilities? How would he measure up against them? Would a conflict arise between the Douluo world and the Three Kingdoms world over territorial disputes? Why are you all still here? What are you waiting for? Is there something on my face? Ma Hongjun, snapping back to reality, noticed that everyone, including Oscar, had not hurried to leave and were looking at him with eager anticipation. The dean has expressed his thoughts, leaving us little inclination to truly set aside our cultivation and pursue our own endeavors. It seems we are merely awaiting your input, remarked Dai Mubai with a resigned shrug. Indeed. Xiaoma Gu, you are the most well-informed among us. Could you enlighten us about the specifics of the golden generation of the Wuhan Temple? Fat Tiger, with a fawning expression, nodded in agreement and directed his inquiry towards Ma Hongjun. I initially thought it was something significant. It's merely the Wuhan Temple battle team. Are you all afraid? Ma Hongjun comprehended their intentions. They were eager to gather intel regarding the golden generation of the Wuhan Temple. We are not intimidated by their soul power levels, but rather wish to familiarize ourselves with their soul skills in advance. You, along with Douluo and the dean, share the closest ties. So your information must surely be more current than ours, explained Tang San. As long as fear is absent, it is paramount in the path of cultivation to retain one's ambition. Although the golden generation of the Wuhan Temple is formidable, with diligent practice over the next year, defeating them shouldn't pose a challenge. I have a general understanding of their soul skills and even their soul fusion skills. While undeniably powerful, they are not beyond our current capabilities. However, since you have all consumed the celestial herbs I provided, the residual potency within you will significantly narrow the gap in soul power. I will share more about the golden generation of the Wuhan Temple when time permits. But I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Ma Hongjun reassured them, omitting any mention of potential unforeseen developments. Departing the playground with a heavy heart, he returned to his dormitory, pondering how he would respond if the two worlds were to merge and conflict erupted. Undoubtedly, although he is a resident of Douluo, he embodies the spirit of Huaxia. His heart remains that of Huaxia. If he were to choose a camp between the two, he would unhesitatingly identify as a Huaxia person. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the spirit of Huaxia, gaining the recognition of the heavenly path of the Three Kingdoms world. Qiling, you're awake? What is the spirit of Huaxia? Ma Hongjun inquired with a hint of surprise in his heart. This spirit has never slumbered. So how could it awaken? The spirit of Huaxia possesses no unique abilities. It merely symbolizes an identity. Very well. If it has not slept, does that mean I can be considered both a person of Douluo and a Huaxia person? Can I now access the passage to the Three Kingdoms world? Ma Hongjun sensed that the spirit, which had been absent for over 3 months, seemed to have gained a touch of sentience, and he spoke as if coaxing a child, all the while seizing the opportunity to voice his inquiries. Yes, you can. However, if the host enters the Three Kingdoms world, the passage will manifest above the Douluo continent. What will happen if the passage appears above the Douluo continent? Ma Hongjun had his suspicions, but still posed the question. Fool. The appearance of the passage above the Douluo continent signifies that others may also traverse it to enter the Three Kingdoms world. However, individuals from the Douluo world will face oppression from the heavenly path of the Three Kingdoms world. I see. It seems that during the next stage of Master S training, I will not be able to train alongside everyone. Although Ma Hongjun yearned to immediately inquire of Qi Ling regarding the entrance to the Three Kingdoms world, he could not recklessly abandon everything for it. Thus, he resolved to head to Tiando City 3 days hence, and once settled, prepare for the journey to the Three Kingdoms world. Upon learning of the suppression that the heavenly path of the Three Kingdoms world would impose on those from Douluo, he felt no concern that others entering the realm would bring harm to his kin. In fact, he harbored a deep desire for the two worlds to merge, even hoping that the inhabitants of the Douluo world could cause some turmoil for the ancestors embroiled in internal strife, though those forebears harbored selfless national sentiments. Such feelings only manifested in the face of external threats. In the absence of foes, those dear ancestors were not quite as endearing as he imagined. Throughout Chinese history, internal conflicts have persisted, regardless of the dynasty, with various struggles ever present. Yet when faced with matters of national significance, countless heroes have risen to the occasion, demonstrating acts of self-sacrifice and bravery. This is the true reason for the strength of the Chinese nation. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng unified the 6 states, laying the foundation of Huaxia, while Han Wudi Liu Che vanquished the Xiongnu, forging the spirit of the nation. Chapter 139. The Secrets of Douluo Continent. Not only were there heroes among the ancients, but modern-day champions, devoted to the country and its people, continued to emerge. It could be you, or perhaps me. Every child of Huaxia carries within them a sense of national duty, albeit in varying degrees. Coincidentally, Ma Hongjun is an uncompromising youth. His sense of patriotism undiminished even after a lifetime, growing ever more profound with the passage of time. He even foresees that the merging of the two worlds could incite a cataclysmic war capable of annihilating entire clans. He cannot swiftly empower his Huaxia people, as he lacks the ability to unite the ancient heroes, each entrenched in their own prejudices. Only through mutual benefit and national righteousness can they be brought together. Thus, Ma Hongjun resolved that if the passage were to open early, so be it. After all, with restrictions in place, the inhabitants of Douluo could not extinguish the Three Kingdoms world. 10 days later, within Tiando City, the former Lanba Academy has now transformed into a branch of Shrek Academy. In a small courtyard on the back mountain, Ma Hongjun, someone is looking for you. They are from the Tiando Royal Academy and are your friends, so I brought them over, said Lu Erlong, knocking on the door. Without waiting for Ma Hongjun's response, she returned to her room, where Master and Flinder awaited her return for a game of chess. Had it not been for the Academy personnel notifying her, she would not have approached personally, as Ma Hongjun forbade others from entering his courtyard uninvited. A friend? Who could it be? Could it be Sister Yin Yin? Ma Hongjun pondered in confusion. Hongjun, are you there? It's me. I need your assistance. A gentle voice called out. Ma Hongjun opened the door to find a graceful, strikingly beautiful young woman standing quietly at his threshold, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Ling Ling Jia, is that you? Where is Sister Yin Yin? I will certainly help if I can, he said, gazing at the girl before him, pure as a lotus flower, with a hint of puzzlement. Although he shared a decent rapport with Yi Ling Ling, it had not yet reached the level where he would agree to anything she asked. He simply could not fathom why she would come alone to seek him out. After all, he had only just arrived in Tiando City 2 days prior, and Yi Ling Ling's eagerness suggested she had something important to discuss. I would like you to be my boyfriend. Yi Ling Ling's face flushed deeply as she mustered her courage to speak boldly. What did you say? You want me to be your boyfriend? No. We don't know each other well enough. I cannot accept your proposal, Ma Hongjun replied incredulously, staring at Yi Ling Ling before regaining his composure and firmly declining. Undeniably, Ma Hongjun harbored feelings for Yi Ling Ling. To claim he was indifferent would be a falsehood, yet he was not one to make hasty commitments. I understand that my request may come across as somewhat abrupt, yet I too face my own challenges. Should you feel reluctant or perceive the pace of our development as overly rapid, you may choose to merely assume the role of my nominal boyfriend. Once I attain the esteemed rank of Fenghao, this task will be deemed complete. If you are willing, I not only promise to owe you a favor, but I can also divulge a significant secret pertaining to the Douluo Dalu. Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's refusal, Yi Lingling appeared unsurprised. Rather, she calmly surveyed her surroundings and cautiously inquired in a hushed tone. A secret? What sort of secret? What benefits does it hold for me? Ma Hongjun, also not one to act without assurance, found himself intrigued by Yi Lingling's words. In truth, he did not perceive any disadvantage in allowing Yi Lingling to be his nominal girlfriend, if this arrangement could also yield a favor in return. He deemed it a worthwhile exchange. The so-called secret was merely a manifestation of curiosity, a spontaneous inquiry on his part. Having declared it a secret, do you not intend to let me in on it first? Yi Lingling expressed her displeasure as she regarded Ma Hongjun. Oh, my apologies for my rudeness. Please, do come in, Lingling. My humble abode may be modest, so I hope you will not find it lacking. Ma Hongjun quickly responded, gesturing for her to enter. It became clear that Yi Lingling's motivation for seeking Ma Hongjun as her boyfriend was not born from genuine affection. Upon entering, she elucidated the reasons behind her choice. The Jiao-Xan Haidang clan is not as straightforward as it appears. Rather, the entire Douluo conceals myriad complexities. Although the Jiao-Xan Haidang clan is a singular lineage, its clandestine influence is profoundly formidable. The true strength that lies hidden behind it is by no means inferior to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In terms of the quality of martial souls, the Jiao-Xan Haidang is comparable to the Jiao-Bao Liuli Tower, and indeed, it surpasses the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower. However, unlike the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Jiao-Xan Haidang clan would not emerge unless faced with an existential crisis. This is due to their lack of an essential element required for emergence, an ethereal yet undeniably real force known as fortune. As noted by Shan Kuo in the Mengshi Bitten, in lesser matters, the multitude of men and diseases also follows the rise and fall of fortune. The Jiao-Xan Haidang clan boasts a history spanning over 10 millennia, yet it has had minimal external interaction since over 9,000 years ago due to insufficient fortune. Their emergence would inevitably lead to destruction. Consequently, the Jiao-Xan Haidang clan has been classified among the hidden families. However, unlike other hidden families, the main lineage of the Jiao-Xan Haidang, those who possess the Jiao-Xan Haidang martial soul, are permitted to engage in trials and tribulations. This is due to the unique nature of the Jiao-Xan Haidang martial soul, which can only manifest two instances concurrently. The appearance of a third necessitates a sacrificial offering. Nevertheless, with every gain comes a loss. The possessors of the Jiao-Xan Haidang martial soul are thus exempt from the influence of fortune, allowing their martial soul to endure throughout the annals of Douluo's history. However, to ensure the continued legacy of their martial soul, sacrifices must be made. Not only must the elder generation of Jiao-Xan Haidang martial soul possessors offer their lives, but they also cannot independently decide marital matters. A union with a plant-type soul master is essential to produce offspring capable of awakening the Jiao-Xan Haidang martial soul. Ma Hongjuan's lucky grass martial soul was not a significant secret in itself, and given the connection of the Jiao-Xan Haidang clan to the poisoned Douluo, uncovering such information was not particularly challenging. Therefore, Yi Lingling's purpose in seeking out Ma Hongjun was evident. She was tasked by her family. Yet she conveyed to him that she wished to evade her family's arrangements, preferring instead to have Ma Hongjun serve as her nominal boyfriend to circumvent the issue. She was deeply concerned for her mother's safety, her seemingly aloof demeanor intricately linked to the matter of her martial soul. The secret Yi Lingling wished to share with Ma Hongjun was the reason behind the hidden family's lack of emergence, a deficiency in fortune. In reality, there exist numerous sects with power comparable to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School on Douluo. The situation is far more complex than it appears. However, many remain incapable of emerging. Yet, for months prior, it seemed as though everything began to shift subtly. Some weaker hidden families or sects have started to reveal themselves. According to my mother, this resurgence is due to a revival of fortune within the Douluo world, with some hidden families or sects meeting the conditions for emergence. And even my Jiao-Xan Haidang clan has reaped considerable benefits. This is the secret I wish to share with you. Whether or not my clan emerges is of little concern to me. My only priority is my mother's life. Will you assist me? Yi Lingling positioned herself close to Ma Hongjun, almost whispering in his ear with a tone of utmost sincerity. I believe your words. It seems the secret you intend to share pertains to the impending emergence of those hidden families. Ma Hongjun replied with a bittersweet smile, feeling somewhat helpless. Upon hearing that the events in question occurred 4 months ago, he harbored vague suspicions, suspecting a connection to the world of the Three Kingdoms. He had often pondered why the sects of Douluo seemed so simplistic, only to discover the existence of many hidden forces. The Tianluo had merely detected the presence of such hidden influences without any direct contact, now understanding the underlying reason. I can agree to your request. Yet I have another question. Why has the Tianluo been steadily developing? Does it not require fortune? Ma Hongjun held a favorable view of Yi Lingling, and this secret was indeed of great significance to him. However, he remained puzzled and continued to inquire. Thank you sincerely. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige. In truth, even if you had not asked, I would have shared this with you. I am aware that you are indeed a member of the Tianluo. Although we hidden families do not emerge, we remain cognizant of significant events occurring within Douluo, supported by a robust intelligence network. The fortunes of individuals and factions are divided into 3 stages. The first stage is from nothing to something. The second is the period of prosperity, and the third is the transition from prosperity to decline. The fortunes of hidden forces belong to those experiencing a decline. Within Douluo, there exists a well-known rule among hidden forces. Once a faction achieves isolation from the world, employing certain special methods allows for a degree of immortality, provided they possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. Yi Lingling explained to Ma Hongjun in a soft voice, her gaze still vigilant as she surveyed the surroundings. Thus, the fortune of the Tianluo remains in the initial stage of development. Ma Hongjun realized, grasping the essence of Yi Lingling's words. The faint fragrance of her presence stirred something within him, causing his heart to flutter. Sensing his unusual reaction, Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed, and she quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely concerned that someone might overhear our conversation and detect something amiss. There are certainly members of my family covertly tracking my actions within the academy." "Ah, yes." Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, the atmosphere between them growing somewhat awkward as they fell into silence. Indeed, Yi Lingling harbored quite an affection for Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, she would not have heeded her family's advice to seek him out for discussion. With formidable talent, striking appearance, and an admirable character, he was a peer with boundless potential, evoking admiration from any opposite sex. Unless, of course, that individual was of a different kind, as the aesthetic preferences of humans and beasts diverge. With the exception of shape-shifting soul beasts that have existed for over 100,000 years. In Chapter 140, titled World Passage 1, Ma Hongjun initiated the conversation, shattering the awkward silence. "Speak to me about the uses of luck and its specifics." The rapid development of the Tianluo was indeed intertwined with luck, a concept intangible and elusive. Even the 3 stages of luck were conclusions drawn from the extensive explorations of countless ancestors. The pace at which your Tianluo has advanced is no less than that of the rise of the top 3 sects in their time, aided by the suppression of luck by the powerful title Douluo, ensuring that the faction's luck remains contained. Thus, the swiftness of your development is hardly surprising. However, we find it somewhat peculiar regarding the leader of Tianluo. Yi Lingling remarked, her gaze searching into Ma Hongjun's eyes. "What is peculiar about the leader of Tianluo? Is there a particular concern?" Ma Hongjun discerned Yi Lingling's curiosity, but was astute enough not to reveal that he was indeed the leader of Tianluo. "Indeed, there is, yet I cannot disclose it openly. Luck is a secret among the hidden forces of the continent. Let me express it this way. Establishing a sect is not merely a matter of strength. It also requires the founder to possess formidable luck or fate. Otherwise, the development of the faction will undoubtedly face numerous challenges. Their luck must be extraordinarily potent. According to our clan's esteemed elder, it is estimated that your leader is at least a titled Douluo," Yi Lingling delicately conveyed to Ma Hongjun. "How can you be so certain? What if our leader is not a titled Douluo, but merely possesses strong luck?" Ma Hongjun queried, his confusion evident, showing no signs of exposure. Only a titled Douluo could possess such formidable luck, enabling the Tianluo to flourish swiftly. The poisoned Douluo, whom our clan is familiar with, reached the pinnacle of his luck when he ascended to a titled Douluo. It is implausible for him to possess the luck necessary for a burgeoning faction's rapid growth. Thus, we deduce that your leader must also be a titled Douluo, and not one like the poisoned Douluo, whose potential and luck are nearly exhausted, but rather a titled Douluo who continues to advance. Yi Lingling asserted confidently, simultaneously elucidating the role of luck to Ma Hongjun. "Is it impossible to possess great luck without being a titled Douluo?" Ma Hongjun pondered, struggling to reconcile this with the original narrative wherein Tang San established the Tang sect without any mention of luck. Consider the present prosperity of your Tianluo Duong, which nearly rivals that of the lower four sections. It is not impossible for someone beneath the title Douluo rank to possess such significant luck. But they must be a child of luck, Yi Lingling observed, her eyes glinting with surprise as she scrutinized Ma Hongjun, evidently seeking to discern his inner thoughts. Indeed, Ma Hongjun replied, falling into contemplation, secretly reflecting, indeed, the child of luck is none other than Tang San. The hidden families in the original narrative had no opportunity to emerge. It seems my butterfly effect has thoroughly transformed the power dynamics of the Douluo continent. Yet, this is for the best. A stagnant existence lacks any intrigue. You truly are a blockhead. As your nominal girlfriend, do you have nothing to say to me? Yi Lingling remarked, her tone tinged with irritation. Did you not also declare it to be a nominal relationship? There are no outsiders present. So what is there to discuss? Ma Hongjun responded, perplexed, failing to grasp the intricacies of a woman's heart, which explained his prolonged single status. Yi Lingling felt a surge of frustration. She naturally held feelings for Ma Hongjun, or else she would not have shared everything she knew with him. However, fear of rejection stifled her expression. This affection remained at the stage of mere attraction, far from the depths of love. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun's demeanor incited her ire, even leading her to question her own allure. As typically, boys would exhibit infatuation upon encountering her, yet only Ma Hongjun managed to leave her feeling at a loss. I shall take my leave. I will proclaim to the world that I am your girlfriend, Yi Lingling stated coldly as she rose from the wooden stool. Yes, however, I must depart for a while, ranging from 3 months to a year, but I will return to Tiando City before the elite soul master competition across the continent. Though puzzled by Yi Lingling's sudden coldness, Ma Hongjun felt it necessary to clarify matters with her. After all, he was now her nominal boyfriend. What are you going to do? Yi Lingling halted her steps, inquiring. Training. However, the location is little known, thus it will not impact your plans significantly. Ma Hongjun tentatively suggested. If it does have an impact, I shall have to allow you to find someone else. However, plant-type soul masters are plentiful, while true geniuses are rare. Tang San is also a plant type, yet he is already with Xiao Wu, so he is unlikely to agree to her. Upon reflection, it seems I am the most suitable choice. No, returning before the soul master competition poses no issue. However, if possible, it would be better if you informed Douluo about our relationship before you leave, Yi Lingling remarked meaningfully, casting a lingering glance at Ma Hongjun. Very well. Ma Hongjun agreed without perceiving Yi Lingling's intention to probe his background. Ultimately, when it came to the intricacies of thought, Ma Hongjun was still no match for these women, let alone the cunning figures within the Three Kingdoms world. Yi Lingling's eyes revealed a look of realization with Ma Hongjun's talent. He was undoubtedly a prominent figure within Tianluo Duong, and his connection with the poison Douluo was not surprising. Initially uncertain about Ma Hongjun's standing within Tianluo Duong, Yi Lingling felt almost convinced as he agreed without a moment's hesitation. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed her features, appreciating Ma Hongjun's purity and straightforwardness. She herself was of a similar nature, but had matured more due to her family circumstances, thus contemplating more deeply. Though she approached Ma Hongjun with intentions of honesty, she also aimed to ascertain his position within Tianluo Duong. The Nine-Heart Si Tang clan had its own customs to preserve their martial spirits. If a soul master lacked significant factional strength, they would have to choose a live-in son-in-law, unless the suitor possessed considerable power. She had her own thoughts. Given the choice of her happiness, she might not necessarily select Ma Hongjun. Yet for the sake of the Nine-Heart Si Tang clan's legacy, she felt she had no choice. Meeting Ma Hongjun was already a source of contentment for her. Given Ma Hongjun's character, he would certainly not agree to become a live-in son-in-law. If he held a significant position within Tianluo Duong, then the prospects of marrying her would undoubtedly be less complicated. In Chapter 141, titled World Passage 2, Yi Lingling declared her intent to leave, offering no opportunity for Ma Hongjun to retain her. Strangely enough, I cannot help but feel that her demeanor towards me is rather peculiar, oscillating between warmth and coldness. Women truly are complicated beings. Ma Hongjun muttered in a blunt manner before returning to his bed to sit cross-legged and cultivate his soul power. Outside the back mountain, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared before Yi Lingling, respectfully stating, "Miss, the elder has commanded me to escort you home." Had Ma Hongjun been present, he would have noticed that the aura emanating from this black-clad individual was akin to that of Zhao Wujie. Does my mother know? Yi Lingling's previously relaxed expression turned frigid at the arrival of the black-clad man, and she inquired coolly. The lady is also present. The man replied with unwavering respect. All right, I understand. Please lead the way, Yi Lingling said, following the black-clad figure as they departed. She was well aware of the elder's intention behind summoning her back, yet fortunately, she had made prior arrangements. Reflecting on Ma Hongjun's talent and identity, she felt a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, events were unfolding elsewhere. In the past 3 days, he had completed all the tasks assigned to him. Once Douluo found time, he would personally come to guide Ma Hongjun to the Sunset Forest to acquire his 4th soul ring. However, due to the peculiar state caused by the need for the lucky grass to absorb a mysterious seed, the only soul ring he could currently obtain was the 4th ring of the evil fire phoenix. Though unfamiliar with the power dynamics of the Three Kingdoms world, the information gleaned from the artifact spirit was sufficient to deduce that it was certainly not a realm where he could recklessly assert himself, especially in such a tumultuous era filled with fierce warriors and cunning strategists. Lacking strength would deter him from stepping into the Three Kingdoms world. After all, the ancestors would not grant him leniency simply because he hailed from Huaxia. Half a month later, with Douluo's assistance, Ma Hongjun successfully absorbed a 30,000-year soul ring from the Fenglin Yusho. The Fenglin Yusho, a descendant of the phoenix with a phoenix bloodline, was the sole creature of its kind within the entire Sunset Forest. Upon hearing Douluo share this news, Ma Hongjun was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately resolved to consume the Rooster Crest Phoenix Sunflower alongside the soul ring. After nearly 2 weeks of searching for the creature's lair, they finally located the Fenglin Yusho's nest. With Douluo personally intervening, capturing the beast was effortless. Once Ma Hongjun consumed the Rooster Crest Phoenix Sunflower, the evil fire within him was temporarily subdued, enhancing his appearance and imbuing him with a unique charm that was undeniably captivating. Without pausing to assess his own condition, Ma Hongjun turned his gaze toward the Fenglin Yusho subdued by Douluo. This soul beast, being exceedingly rare and capable of flight, required substantial effort to subdue. It is noteworthy that the appearance of the Fenglin Yusho was far from elegant. Lacking the noble demeanor of a phoenix, it appeared quite fierce and menacing. As a formidable carnivore that typically preyed upon other soul beasts, Ma Hongjun felt no compassion as it fell into his hands. The law of nature dictates that the weak must succumb to the strong. If it had been a gentle soul beast like Xiao Wu, he might have hesitated, but against such a vicious creature, Ma Hongjun harbored no pity, adhering to the principle that those not of his kind are bound to have different intentions. Particularly when confronting such a malevolent existence, he felt no qualms. Ignoring the hatred reflected in the Fenglin Yusho's eyes, Ma Hongjun swiftly dispatched it with a single blade. A circle of pitch-black soul rings illuminated around him, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in Ma Hongjun's eyes. It was only natural for him to be thrilled. This was a soul ring from a beast with a phoenix bloodline, remarkably rare and essential for alleviating the evil fire within him. The evil fire had severely impacted his daily cultivation and life, even influencing his temperament. Had he not continually suppressed his true nature, he might have transformed into a debauched heir, incapable of moving in the presence of women. Although he had contemplated inheriting the title of the God of Desire, after much reflection, Ma Hongjun ultimately chose to forego that ambition. The title most suited to his evil fire phoenix martial soul would undoubtedly be that of the fire god. The lucky grass martial soul, in contrast, will be fitting for inheriting the title of the god of luck. However, this lower-tier world evidently lacked such a deity, prompting Ma Hongjun to secretly resolve to forge his own divine path. Yet such thoughts felt distant for now, as he had yet to uncover any leads regarding the fire god title. What the future held was uncertain, but he intended to undertake the Sea God 9 trials to rapidly elevate his strength. Subsequently, he would seek the fire god legacy. Although he felt no urgency in this regard, perhaps participating in the Sea God assessment would draw the attention of other deities, akin to what transpired with Oscar and Ningrongrong. Before any of that could happen, however, Ma Hongjun had an essential task to address. Otherwise, his mental clarity would be compromised, hindering his cultivation. This task involved journeying to the familiar homeland of his dreams. Although it seemed to belong to a different era, it was undoubtedly the historical period of his own time. Ma Hongjun was convinced that this was indeed his homeland. Upon arriving in the Three Kingdoms world, He had already experienced a profound sense of belonging, and now he wished to confirm whether his impressions were accurate. What a marvel it is! A soul master under the age of 13. Even the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall could not achieve such a feat. Douluo mused as he observed Ma Hongjun, who appeared to be relishing the experience of absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. Before long, in less than an hour, Ma Hongjun successfully absorbed his first 10,000-year soul ring. This process differed significantly from the previous sacrifice of a 10,000-year soul beast, as it posed minimal danger and allowed for automatic absorption. This time, he relied solely on his physical and mental resilience, with his spirit condensed into a wise skull. Ma Hongjun had no cause for concern regarding soul fluctuations. Is it truly so effortless to absorb a soul ring from a 30,000-year soul beast of powerful phoenix lineage? Douluo questioned incredulously, watching Ma Hongjun rise to his feet. Indeed, what do you expect? Did you think I would struggle and writhe in agony while absorbing a soul ring? Ma Hongjun retorted. You should at least display some discomfort, considering this is your first deliberate attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. You merely frowned momentarily, Douluo thought to himself, feeling a twinge of imbalance as he struggled to reconcile this newfound ease of absorption. It had never been so simple. He had only been able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring upon reaching the rank of Soul King, and even then, it was a rather ordinary ring that had only recently crossed the 10,000-year mark. He had faced considerable challenges during his youth when attempting to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, nearly losing his life in the process. As someone from humble beginnings, no one had ever informed him of such things. Moreover, Ma Hongjun was not merely absorbing any common 10,000-year ring. It was the soul ring of a top-tier 30,000-year soul beast. Witnessing Ma Hongjun frown slightly as he faced the surge of resentment from the soul ring before ultimately succeeding in absorption left him utterly astonished. Aside from the minor inconvenience of soul fluctuations, it seems there is nothing particularly challenging, Ma Hongjun remarked candidly, genuinely feeling that it was not overly difficult. Enough. If I continue this conversation, I may begin to feel envious. Let us return, Douluo replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I shall not return. Please convey my intentions to the teacher and the others. Inform them that I wish to embark on a solitary journey of self-discovery, with the hope of returning within a year. I do not foresee any hindrance to my participation in the finals of the Soul Master competition. However, Ma Hongjun shook his head and replied, Indeed, that is acceptable. You should undertake this journey alone, although you appear more mature than your peers. Your inner disposition may not rival that of Tang-san. A period of solitary training would be beneficial to ensure your safety. Douluo regarded Ma Hongjun with surprise. Although he was aware of Ma Hongjun's intention to venture forth, he had not anticipated the urgency of his departure. His casual words belied a tinge of concern, which was evident in his final statement. Yes, I will take care. You may return. I still need to revisit the Binghuo Yangyi to procure some defensive potions. Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly. He refrained from revealing the true reason for his departure. Merely stating his lack of inner fortitude necessitated this quest for growth. Initially, Flinder was opposed to the idea, but ultimately could not withstand Ma Hongjun's resolve and concedingly agreed. Yet, he harbored thoughts of how, with the might of the Tianluo Dynate, he could undoubtedly locate Ma Hongjun within the Douluo continent and provide clandestine protection. Ma Hongjun surmised this, but Flinder's calculations would ultimately prove futile. The location he intended to explore was not only beyond the reach of the Tianluo Dynate, but even the deities of the Douluo realm had scant knowledge of the Three Kingdoms world at this juncture. Xiaozi, what do you suppose lies at the hidden passage within the Douluo realm? Even I cannot fully comprehend it, inquired a gentle woman, exuding an aura of serenity. I too lack complete clarity, yet I have gleaned some insights. It is likely a world akin to our Douluo divine realm, responded the youth known as Xiaozi, who was one of the 5 divine kings in the divine realm, the god of destruction. The gentle woman was, of course, the goddess of life. Alas, the connection between the two worlds may herald both blessings and calamities, sighed the goddess of life, her expression tinged with melancholy. As a member of the divine council and one of the 5 divine kings, supreme deities, she embodied the ancient essence of a life tree, her formidable power earning deep respect, and her benevolent nature reflected her status as an elder figure in the Douluo divine realm. The god of destruction spouse, she radiated vitality, inviting warmth and approachability. Regardless of whether the outcome is favorable or adverse, conflict is surely inevitable. should the opportunity arise to consume that world. Douluo star might evolve into a divine realm conducive to the existence of deities. The god of destruction's eyes sparkled with excitement, for to him, the monotony of the divine realm had become unbearable. Though he was not as isolated as the sea god, he was nonetheless weary of divine existence. The prospect of another world invigorated him, for in his eyes, power was the only thing that could ignite his interest. Isn't our situation quite satisfactory? Xiao Zi, should you discern the gravity of this matter, can you promise not to instigate conflict between the two worlds? The goddess of life, who abhorred warfare and cherished tranquility, urged the god of destruction, observing his fervent eagerness for battle. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. I shall dispatch a projection to investigate the situation. The god of destruction dismissed the goddess of life's counsel, though he was no fool and would not recklessly enter that mysterious realm in his true form. With that, he vanished, leaving the goddess of life to lament alone. Soon, recalling something, she reached out to a fragment of divine thought she had left on the Douluo continent, murmuring to herself, given this unforeseen turn of events, the Douluo continent shall certainly encounter unrest. It is time to reveal my legacy. Simultaneously, the first-tier deities within the Divine Council sensed the change and began to communicate about the divine thoughts they had previously left in the Douluo world. With the sudden emergence of the Three Kingdoms world, they anticipated the forthcoming turmoil in the Douluo realm, a cataclysm unprecedented in scale. Consequently, they altered their previously stringent requirements for imparting legacies and began to lay contingency plans. Naturally, Ma Hongjun was oblivious to these developments. The passage to the Three Kingdoms world directly connected to Douluo Star. Should the Three Kingdoms be consumed, Douluo Star would be the first to benefit, with little consequence to the Douluo divine realm or other continents. Of course, there would be advantages, albeit fewer than those of Douluo Star. However, should a world war erupt, the Douluo continent would undoubtedly bear the brunt. Opportunities and dangers coexisted, as they did in the Three Kingdoms world, with Huaxia's 13 provinces facing the brunt of Douluo continent's challenges. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun had gathered a considerable array of healing potions and top-tier spiritual herbs beneficial for stabilizing his foundation from the Binghuoliang Yi. He did not require these stabilizing herbs for their intended purpose. Rather, he had his own designs for them. After a careful examination, Ma Hongjun discovered he possessed a total of 9 top-tier spiritual herbs. Notably, prior to his departure, he had gifted Flinder a king of 10,000-year ginseng, whose potency was merely a shade inferior to that of an immortal grade. Including this, the Binghuoliang Yi held no more than 10 such herbs. This calculation excluded the share of the Shrek's 7 monsters. With the king of 10,000-year ginseng consumed, Flinder should soon transcend the Soul Douluo realm. And with Lao Duwu present, concerns regarding soul rings were unwarranted. Fear not, teacher. Even if the two worlds do clash, you shall always remain my mentor. Ma Hongjun harbored a profound premonition that one of the two worlds would inevitably submit or face obliteration. He could not permit the land of Huazhong to be ravaged before his eyes, willing to pay any price, even his life. In truth, part of his intention for this journey was to relay vital information. If that grand Huaxia he envisioned truly existed, he would undoubtedly choose to expose the circumstances of the Douluo world. Between Douluo and Huazhong, he would unhesitatingly opt for Huazhong. My illustrious Huaxia, every stroke and dot forms the backbone, my sacred land. Every thought and intention shapes the future. My vast 9 provinces, every word and ink embodies the blazing sun. This life, I have no regrets in entering Huaxia. In the next life, I shall remain in my homeland. What embodies the spirit of Huaxia? 5,000 years ago, with a decree from the Yellow Emperor, we hunted in the Central Plains. For 1,000 years ago, the Duke of Zhou commanded with might that shook the 4 corners. 2,000 years ago, the Qin unified the 6 realms, and Han Wu ventured into the desert, vanquishing the Xiongnu's fearsome name spread far and wide. In that year, we enlightened the world. 5 millennia have passed, and the West has lost Greece, Alexander, Rome, Egypt, Babylon, Assyria, Persia, and Arabia. Europe lies in fragments. The Middle East in chaos, yet we continue to be called China, a term that originated around 2000 BCE. Ma Hongjun may not achieve the grand feats of his ancestors. Yet for the future of the Huaxia people, he is willing to play the small role, not hesitating to trade information about the Douluo world. Of course, he was no fool. All actions will be taken under the condition that his family remains safe. Ma Hongjun was transported by the instrument spirit through an unknown means to a secret realm known as Tongtian. He paused before a mysterious black hole, emanating a dark sheen. From the depths of the black hole, he sensed a familiar essence, as though it were the very embodiment of home. Is this the passage to another world? Chapter 143. The Secret Realm of Tongtian Instrument Spirit. How do I enter the passage? Will there be any dangers? He inquired, gazing at the ominous black tunnel before him. Although Ma Hongjun was somewhat agitated, he could not resist asking. The breathtaking scenery of the Tongtian secret realm was simply overwhelming. Over 90% of the area was covered by water, and what cascaded from the azure sky was not rain, but the sea itself. It formed rivers several meters wide flowing downwards, and, curiously, the seawater showed no signs of spilling out, gathering together to pour into the ocean. It resembled a tornado, swirling in an astonishing display that evoked an unreal sensation, defying description. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun stood at the highest point of the secret realm, atop a small island. Otherwise, he might have been swept away by the waves stirred up by the strange Tongtian currents. Although he could fly, he had no desire to experience the sensation of being carried away by the deluge. Meanwhile, at the nearest spatial node, outside the secret realm, a young man clad in purple, emanating an aura of destruction, hesitated as he gazed at the passageway to the secret realm. The world passage was unexpectedly situated above the Tongtian Sea, which posed a significant challenge. The man frowned slightly and muttered to himself. The Tongtian Sea was a trivial secret realm on the Douluo continent, known to very few. Unlike the Douluo continent, no soul power could be mobilized within the Tongtian Sea, not even by deities. However, Ma Hongjun, who was currently within the Tongtian Sea, was an exception. He felt no such restriction, and his soul power flowed freely, radiating flames. Spirit, if I directly step into the passage, will I be able to enter the Huaxia world? Ma Hongjun was fully prepared, watching the world passage with unwavering focus. Within this passage, he sensed a terrifying presence, an immense energy capable of obliterating him. Yes, host, do not worry. With my spirit's protection, stepping into the passage will pose no issues. Great, then I shall proceed to my beloved Huaxia, Ma Hongjun declared, stepping into the passage without hesitation. The space of the secret realm twisted, and a purple figure appeared in the desolate Tongtian secret realm. Odd. There's another presence here? Who could it be? How could they enter the Tongtian Sea? Could it be a manifestation of Shura? No, this aura is quite weak. Even if it were a manifestation of Shura, it shouldn't possess such a faint presence. This purple figure was, in fact, a manifestation of the god of destruction from the divine realm. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had successfully traversed the world passage under the protection of the spirit's mysterious powers, landing safely in the central region of Huaxia, atop Mount Mang. Mount Mang lies north of Luoyang City, on the southern bank of the Yellow River, a foothill of the Qinling mountain range. At that moment, the phoenix wings on Ma Hongjun's back suddenly brimmed with power, automatically unfurling as he landed. Unable to contain his excitement, he soared higher into the sky. The first sight that greeted him was the capital city of Luoyang, which had been reduced to ruins by fire, but had since been rebuilt. As he ascended, Ma Hongjun gathered his soul power in his eyes, witnessing the mighty yellow river that flowed endlessly across the land of Huaxia. Continuing to fly higher, he felt his evil fire phoenix martial spirit almost uncontrollably resisting an unknown force. The phoenix wings seemed to be repelled by an unseen power, as the martial spirit unleashed its latent strength to counteract this repulsion. Gazing at the Great Wall, which resembled a colossal dragon guarding the land of Huaxia, Ma Hongjun felt a profound sense of belonging to this world. Ding! Host can activate the heart of Huaxia to resist the world's power repulsion. Shall the host proceed? Activate! Ma Hongjun was confident that here he would not face rejection from the world, thus displaying no signs of panic. Even though he was now flying at the limit of his phoenix wings, aware that any misstep could lead to depletion of soul power and dire consequences, he remained calm and composed. As he beheld the world passage, resembling a black hole in midair, Ma Hongjun was startled to see countless torrents of seawater surging from within, cascading down towards the land of Shenzhou. There seemed to be no end to this deluge. Recognizing that the water bore the same hue as that of the Tongtian Sea, he felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Indeed, he could easily surmise what was happening given his knowledge of the situation on the other side. Returning to the Tongtian Sea secret realm, the god of destruction surveyed the empty realm, a fierce glint in his eyes. The Tongtian Sea secret realm derived its name from the boundless ocean within, capable of submerging hundreds of Douluo continents in an instant. For anyone who entered the world passage, it presented more advantages than drawbacks. A confrontation between the Douluo world and the mysterious world on the other side was inevitable. The Tongtian Sea secret realm lay at the entrance to this passage and would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. I must find a way to channel the seawater into the world passage. Otherwise, if war breaks out, the secret realm will collapse, and Douluo Star will surely be engulfed by the ocean. Apologies. The god of destruction's fingers danced as he inscribed numerous mysterious runes. As the runes coalesced, the seawater of the Tongtian Sea began to flow slowly towards the world passage. Since someone had already ventured to investigate the mysterious world, I shall refrain from doing so. However, the waters of the Tongtian Sea cannot remain here. Otherwise, Douluo Star will be doomed once conflict arises. A peculiar expression crossed the god of destruction's face as he surveyed his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. The waters of the Tongtian Sea secret realm were extraordinarily unique. No one knew their origin, and even divine powers could not evaporate them. Yet, curiously, they remained contained within the secret realm, never leaking out. If any entity above a secondary deity entered the realm, it would collapse, releasing torrents of water akin to rain upon Douluo continent. The vast expanse of water on Douluo continent far surpassed that of the land, a consequence of the Tongtian Sea's waters tilting long ago. This is the seawater of the Tongtian Sea. When the world is happening, Ma Hongjun bellowed, his expression dark as he gazed at the torrential downpour. Knowing the history of Central Plains, he understood all too well what such a deluge represented for the land bordering the Yellow River. It signified catastrophic floods, the disbandment of families, and untold suffering. This has nothing to do with me or you. It must be someone on the other side drawing the waters of the Tongtian Sea into this world. Is there no way to resolve this? If this continues, the Central Plains will undoubtedly face unprecedented floods, and the populace will suffer greatly. Ma Hongjun questioned himself. He was no saint, but he could not stand idly by while his fellow countrymen endured hardship. Unless a divine artifact is used to suppress it, disaster is unavoidable. The spirit provided a solution. Yet it was as good as saying nothing, for the rarity of such artifacts surpassed even that of the national treasure, the giant panda, by dozens of times. Sighing softly, Ma Hongjun descended, landing in the dilapidated city of Luoyang. Surrounding him, his soul power formed an energy shield, protecting him from the rain. Compared to other soul masters, Ma Hongjun's intense soul power consumed significantly less energy in such circumstances. The torrential rain could not dampen even the slightest corner of his garments. Outside the city of Luoyang, those hastily seeking refuge from the downpour remained oblivious to the sudden arrival of Ma Hongjun. "Mama, my mother has been swept away by the flood. Who will save my mother?" A little girl's cries jolted Ma Hongjun from his reverie as he admired the scenery of Luoyang. The girl, with tear-streaked cheeks reminiscent of delicate blossoms, pointed towards a helpless figure being carried away by the floodwaters in the city moat, urgently calling for help. Despite her thin clothing being soaked by rain, she was undeterred. As she noticed that no one around her was coming to assist her mother, despair flickered in her eyes. She contemplated jumping into the moat, but hesitated in fear. "Do not cry. I will go save your mother. Stay here and do not move," Ma Hongjun swiftly intervened, offering words of comfort. Without further ado, he leaped into the moat, opting not to unleash his martial spirit wings to avoid unnecessary complications. The little girl stared in bewilderment at the older boy who had suddenly appeared before her. She barely had time to admire his handsome features before he plunged into the water. The so-called moat was merely a river a few dozen feet wide not far from the city, typically innocuous when one walked beside it. However, the relentless rain could easily cause it to overflow. It was no wonder that the girl's mother had been swept away. Observing the girl, Ma Hongjun surmised that she had likely been pushed to safety by her mother, as the muddy ground beneath them was insufficient to carry her away. Once submerged, Ma Hongjun quickly rescued the girl's mother. To his surprise, the woman was exceptionally beautiful. Despite being drenched and dirty, her innate charm could not be concealed. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, you have saved a Huaxiao woman. Reward, 10 Huaxiao points. There was no time to engage with the sudden voice in his mind. As the rain continued to pour down, Ma Hongjun hurriedly led the grateful young woman and the little girl into the city. The young woman, though visibly shaken, maintained her composure. The only reason she still had the strength to walk was that Ma Hongjun had used his soul power to restore some of her vitality during the rescue. Upon entering Luoyang, he escorted the two women to an inn. Due to the heavy rain outside, many sought shelter within. The woman, possessing an air of elegance, seemed to have some means and promptly instructed a servant to prepare a private room. I am Yanshi. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Once I locate my husband, I will ensure that I repay your kindness, the beautiful woman said, bowing respectfully to Ma Hongjun. Although she felt somewhat sticky from her wet clothes, she had no means to change, as her spare garments had been washed away by the flood. Fortunately, the silver she had brought was safely tucked away with her daughter. I am Lu Jun, madam. You flatter me. As fellow children of Huaxia, it is only natural to assist one another. I could not stand idly by in the face of such peril, Ma Hongjun replied, adopting a somewhat awkward classical style of speech. Before the woman could respond, the now stabilized little girl interjected, "Humph. That is not true. There were many people around who were too scared to help. Why didn't anyone else save my mother? Only you, big brother, were brave enough to risk it." Ma Hongjun looked at the little girl, astonished by her emotional resilience. He silently marveled at how bold children could be nowadays. Why said is true, I assent it. Why are you looking at me that way? The girl, feeling shy under Ma Hongjun's gaze, lowered her head and muttered. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, and Ma Hongjun was not much older, though he appeared more mature. Linger, do not speak foolishly. It is impossible for an ordinary person to survive such a torrent, let alone rescue another, the woman said, demonstrating her understanding. However, her curiosity about the young man before her was evident. Indeed, not everyone possesses such extraordinary abilities as Big Brother. But if it were my father, he would surely manage it. His martial skills are unmatched, the little girl remarked, unable to argue with her mother, but suddenly wearing an expression of admiration. My apologies, young master, for my daughter's exuberance. She is not fond of traditional crafts, and instead idolizes her martial artist father. Please do not take offense. The woman said apologetically to Ma Hongjun. Not at all. Haha, in my view, your daughter displays remarkable potential and innate talent for martial arts. In these chaotic times, that is indeed a blessing, Ma Hongjun praised, mimicking the mannerisms of a fortune teller. Just like what my father said, Big Brother must be as strong as him. With such heavy rain and fierce floods, you were still able to save Mother. The little girl exclaimed with a bright smile, fully recovering from the harrowing experience. However, Ma Hongjun fell silent at her words, suddenly realizing that he could not afford to remain idle. Although the city of Luoyang was situated on elevated ground and would not flood imminently, the farmland and villages outside the city were not so fortunate. He rose resolutely, intending to venture beyond the city to find a way to mitigate the devastating downpour. Even if he could save just one person, it would be worth the effort. Young master, where are you going in such haste? Is there something urgent? Yanshi asked, rising quickly to follow him. The rain is relentless, and the river has breached its banks. The farmlands will surely be lost, but there are still many villages outside the city. I cannot stand by and watch them suffer. Ma Hongjun explained, pausing briefly before disappearing from sight. Such an extraordinary individual exists in this world. If only my husband possessed such awareness, his reputation would surely be different. The woman lamented, shaking her head in contemplation. Yet, she discreetly noted Ma Hongjun's appearance, resolved to send someone to find him once the situation stabilized, determined to repay his life-saving kindness. In this era, a small act of kindness warranted a great return, especially in matters of life and death. As Ma Hongjun hurried towards the outskirts of the city, he could not shake the lingering questions that arose during the rescue. What is this Qi Ling? Why Huaxia points instead of kindness points? He pondered internally. Ding dong. After merging the mysterious seed and the energy of meteor tears, the quality of the martial spirit has undergone an unknown transformation. From now on, the host will only acquire Huaxia points, and the rewards drawn will primarily feature renowned historical officials and generals of Huaxia. Note, the summoned generals and officials will default to loyalty towards the host, but each possesses their own thoughts, and their mastery will depend on the host's efforts. Other celestial treasures will serve as supplementary rewards. Though Ma Hongjun grasped the meaning behind the Qi Ling's words, he found himself utterly bewildered by the situation. After further inquiry, he finally understood the circumstances. Due to the extraordinary nature of the meteor tears and the mysterious seed, his original essence had suffered considerable damage, coinciding with his entry into this Huaxia world. The celestial order bestowed him with this ability to compensate for his essence. His heart swelled with excitement. He had been treated with such grace by the celestial order. This was a privilege reserved for the children of the heavenly path, and now he too was experiencing such treatment. It was not merely a stroke of luck. After spending so long in Douluo, despite the luck bestowed by the lucky Clover, he had never truly encountered such fortune. Now, this miraculous opportunity had presented itself. Could I summon the formidable war god Yang or the great sorcerer Xing Tian? Resisting the excitement within, Ma Hongjun began to entertain some rather unrealistic notions. The spirit of the artifact informed him that it was indeed possible, but the likelihood of summoning such legendary figures was scarcely better than chance. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun nearly exclaimed in joy, nearly breaking the calm demeanor he had cultivated for over a decade. However, the latter part of the message deflated his enthusiasm. Was it truly wise to exert himself so? As he walked through the torrential rain, Ma Hongjun encountered numerous individuals in distress, and he did not hesitate to offer assistance. His altruism was not born solely from nobility. Rather, having returned to his beloved Huaxia after many years, the familiarity and warmth of his compatriots compelled him to act alongside his own self-interest, namely Huaxia points. Observing that he had accrued 520 Huaxia points, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Throughout his journey, he extended a helping hand to those affected by the flood. Albeit the rewards were modest compared to the first woman he saved, yet it was better than nothing. Eventually, Ma Hongjun departed from Luoyang, specifically seeking out low-lying villages. Unbeknownst to him, the torrential downpour originated from the mysterious realm of Tong Tianhai, ravaging the central plains, while other areas, although threatened by the encroaching seawater, were inexplicably shielded by an unseen force, remaining untouched. It was only after 3 days that this mysterious power surged, enveloping the central plains, and the rains finally ceased. After 3 continuous days of rain, on the very first day, Luoyang and its vicinity experienced a deluge equivalent to at least 150 Westlakes, while the entire Central Plains witnessed rainfall amounting to no less than 1,500 Westlakes. Had it not been for the protective force, the entire Han dynasty could have been severely impacted by this sudden storm. The realm of the human guardians exists as a secret domain nestled within the 9 provinces of Huaxia, inhabited by the ancestral sages of humanity. Dominated by Confucianism and Taoism, along with contributions from various schools of thought, they collectively safeguard humankind. The leader of the Taoist sect, Gui Guzi, is a paramount figure, possessing unrivaled strength at the peak of the integration stage, with a lifespan extending over 10,000 years. At this moment, he, alongside a host of human sages, successfully sealed the encroaching seawater from Tong Tianhai. My fellow seekers, allow me to share my thoughts. Since the time of King Wu's campaign against Zhou, the world's spiritual energy has dwindled, severing our connection to the celestial realm. Now that the spiritual energy has reignited, it is our opportunity to advance further and embark upon the path of immortality. I propose we immerse ourselves in this chaotic era to cultivate our skills. I wonder how you all perceive this. Gui Guzi, clad in black, emanated a mature aura. Although his visage bore the marks of age, his skin remained smooth, akin to that of an 18-year-old youth. I share your sentiment. This clash of worlds may indeed present a rare opportunity, responded a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of battlefield ferocity. However, while we may emerge from our seclusion, we must consider how to bring an end to this chaos. The merging of realms will inevitably lead to conflict. Do we have individuals capable of resolving this turmoil? Your words echo our own, chimed in the other assembled figures. This battle-hardened individual was none other than Sun Wu, the founder of the military school. Alongside him were the founders of various philosophical schools, Mozi of the Mo family, Zhou Yan of the Yin Yang school, Han Fizi of the legalists, and others, including Confucius, who stood alongside Gui Guzi. Both were the most formidable figures within the human sanctuary, their powers positioned between the deities of Douluo and the pinnacle of divine realms. Their establishment of diverse schools, assistance to emperors, and promotion of civilization, combined with ancient cultivation methods, allowed them to extend their lifespans and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. However, it is worth noting that while they achieved longevity, they did not attain true immortality. Compared to the gods of Douluo, who can exist for eons, they are indeed less enduring. Though they enjoy the advantage of progressing both body and spirit rather than sacrificing one for the other, they may not have ascended to the heavens. Yet they remain the sovereigns of this world. Their sanctuary is the last remaining paradise on Blue Star, encompassing an area comparable to half of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, Ma Hongjun remained oblivious to all this. Though he believed his homeland could not be as feeble as he once thought. He could not fathom the existence of powers rivaling those at the pinnacle of Douluo. Having spent 3 days in Huaxia, Ma Hongjun finally sighed in relief as the relentless rain or flood ceased. At this juncture, Gong Sun Zan had likely just suffered defeat, and Zhao Yun had yet to pledge allegiance to Liu Bei. While he held a great admiration for Liu Bei's brother, Guan Yu, he did not wish for the valorous Zhao Yun to languish under his command. With the calamity's cessation, he felt there was little more he could do and decided it best to seek out Zhao Zilong and Huang Zhong, among others, who were temporarily without a leader. Based on his historical knowledge, Ma Hongjun surmised that Zhao Yun might have returned to his hometown of Changshan or could be in Yi City. With a sense of hopeful anticipation, he journeyed toward Changshan, traversing through Jizhou and arriving in Zhending County. It was now the 4th year of Jianan, or 199 AD, and if memory served, Zhao Yun would not ally with Liu Bei until 200 AD. Since he had arrived, he would ensure Zhao Yun would not make a misstep. After settling in Zhending County, Ma Hongjun, possessing ample silver and gold, acquired a residence from a wealthy merchant through unique channels. He even indulged in hiring several maids for household duties. Once the establishment was in order, he instructed the maids to leave him be and promptly set out towards Zhao's village. "Who are you, and what business do you have with my brother Yin?" a young woman questioned, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized the handsome youth before her. "I am no one of consequence." "Ah, I am not a person, no. I'm a person." "Oh, this is confusing. But you must understand, I mean no harm." Ma Hongjun stumbled over his words, unsure how to convey his intentions to the striking young woman. Upon arriving at Zhao's village, he easily located Zhao Yun's home, but found instead his sister, Zhao Yu. Upon learning that Ma Hongjun sought Zhao Yun, her demeanor shifted, and she regarded him with suspicion, fearing he might be an agent of Yuan Shao. Ma Hongjun consistently clarified that he was unfamiliar with the so-called Yuan Shao, yet the young woman remained skeptical. He perceived her wariness as somewhat excessive. However, he could hardly blame her, as it was indeed suspicious for a stranger to intrude upon someone else's home without providing a valid reason. Suddenly, the girl stifled a laugh. "He bore a striking resemblance to my second brother," she mused. "Surely he cannot be a villain. I shall tease him a little longer." A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she contemplated. "Oh, so you are not human. If you're not human, what are you? Could you be the legendary little beast?" Zhao Yu feigned fear, clutching her chest dramatically. "Cough, cough. I genuinely have urgent business with your brother. I kindly ask you to cease your teasing and inform me of his whereabouts," Ma Hongjun said, scratching his head awkwardly. With 2 lifetimes of experience, he could easily discern that the girl was merely toying with him, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. "How dull. You hardly seem older. You do not resemble Yuan Shao's subordinate. My second brother ascends a mountain and returns every 3 days. Your timing is impeccable. You should be back soon." Zhao Yu pouted in displeasure. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, then elated. He was astonished that Zhao Yu, at such a tender age, possessed such alertness and knew how to buy time to keep him from danger. His joy stemmed from the prospect of meeting Zhao Yun. With his own skills and persuasive tongue, he was confident he could alter Zhao Yun's fate. Little did Ma Hongjun know, even in his absence, the course of the world had already begun to shift. Yet, no one could predict whether Zhao Yun would still tread the same path. Given his straightforward and loyal nature, he could easily fall prey to Liu Daire's persuasion. Yue, your second brother has returned. Brother Yun is back and has brought a tiger. Come help out." A hearty voice called from outside. Upon hearing the voice, Ma Hongjun, equally stirred, rushed to open the courtyard door, revealing 2 figures standing before him. One a remarkably handsome young man of exceptional demeanor, the other a burly man who had shouted. Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the striking young man, akin to facing a formidable foe of legendary caliber, second only to his initial encounter with Douluo. "Who might this brother be?" the young man inquired, looking at Ma Hongjun with curiosity. "I am Lu Ning, also known as Ziyu. Let us discuss further inside." Ma Hongjun spoke without hesitation, adopting the name from his past life rather than his identity in the Douluo continent. "Indeed, there is no need for concern, Brother Lu. My brother specifically sought you out and is not a subordinate of Yuan Shao or any other lord." Zhao Yu unexpectedly defended Ma Hongjun, breaking her usual skepticism. "Yes, I am Zhao Yun, also known as Zilong. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Lu," Zhao Yun remarked after assessing Ma Hongjun's demeanor. With years of battlefield experience, he noted that while Ma Hongjun possessed a commendable aura, he lacked the malevolence characteristic of spies from rival lords. Thus relaxing and introducing himself with a smile. Please, Zhao Dege, I am merely 14 years old and have matured rather quickly. If you do not mind, you may call me Ziyu, Ma Hongjun responded, feigning surprise. His robust physique and towering height made it difficult for anyone to accurately guess his age. Zhao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, but he refrained from probing further. With the assistance of Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yu, he managed to drag a severely weakened white-striped tiger into the courtyard. Did you hunt this magnificent creature, Zhao Dege? Ma Hongjun inquired, intrigued by the majestic beast that exuded an aura of the king of beasts, unlike any ordinary tiger spirit. Indeed, this creature possesses remarkable vitality and has given me quite a challenge. Its strength and speed are unparalleled. I encountered it on my descent, and since it was a threat, I captured it to trade for some money to procure clothing for my younger sister. Zhao Yun explained amicably, without delving into Ma Hongjun's background or intentions. Ma Hongjun's formidable presence and youthful age led Zhao Yun to assume he was a well-connected young master from a wealthy family. Eager to befriend him after hearing tales of his recent exploits against Yin Liang and Wenshou. Brother Zilong, if you intend to sell it, allow me to assist you in handling the transaction. I assure you I can procure the best price, Ma Hongjun suggested, driven by his desire to see if slaying the impressive tiger would yield a spirit ring, not out of a genuine wish to facilitate a sale. Thank you, Brother Liu. Zhao Yun replied with a slight bow. He was aware that he often spent long periods away from home and lacked connections to sell such a formidable tiger. Few could afford such a fierce creature. From that moment, Ma Hongjun shamelessly made himself at home in Zhao Yun's residence, not without contributing by asking the household made to procure various necessities. Life during the Han Dynasty, with its grains and meats, felt less advanced compared to the Douluo continent. Yet it brought Ma Hongjun a sense of familiarity. Had it not been for the numerous individuals he cared for in the Douluo continent, he might have chosen to remain here indefinitely. Despite the relative backwardness in many aspects, the exquisite Hanfu dazzled him with its vibrant colors and luxurious silk. A true feast for the eyes. Over time, Ma Hongjun's strength continued to grow, reaching the realm of a level 42 Soul Master. He discreetly acquired the tiger after bringing it to Zhending County. After slaying the critically injured beast, a dark purple soul ring, over 9,000 years old, indeed materialized. Do not question how Ma Hongjun discerned its age. The presence of a system-like spirit enabled him to make such judgments with ease. Half a year later, after establishing a foothold in this chaotic era, Ma Hongjun found the golden soul coins within his spatial soul guide to be invaluable. He had reached level 50, mere steps away from acquiring a spirit ring to transcend his current realm. However, his prowess was not easily defined by mere levels. Throughout this half-year, while cultivating his influence during the late Han Dynasty, he primarily spent his time alongside the formidable Zhao Yun. With the constant companionship of Zhao Yun, their mutual sparring sessions often ended in Zhao Yun's overwhelming victory. Both in terms of practical combat experience and the growth of soul power, they reached an unprecedented pace. Financially, they were no longer wanting. Although gold was scarce in the Douluo world, its abundance here far surpassed that of the Han Dynasty. The golden soul coins within the spatial soul guide enabled Ma Hongjun to rapidly establish his own power and collect numerous precious medicinal herbs for cultivation. While there were some limitations in terms of resources, the sudden influx of spiritual energy due to the meteor tears and the merging of two realms during the late Han Dynasty proved advantageous. Furthermore, the residual medicinal power of the immortal herbs within Ma Hongjun's body facilitated his remarkable progress, allowing him to attain the 50th level. Upon arriving in this world, Ma Hongjun realized that it was unwise to be overly greedy with martial souls. Having an excess of soul rings did not necessarily equate to strength. Thus, he refrained from cultivating the lucky Clover martial soul over the past 6 months, choosing instead to take a step back. Both Zhao Yun and the legendary Liu Bu possessed only one martial soul, yet their combat prowess left Ma Hongjun in awe. For instance, Zhao Yun's martial soul, the Longdan Liang Silver Spear, bore a quality that was on par with his own Evil Fire Phoenix martial soul. However, its power was several times greater. Although Zhao Yun's true level was only that of a soul saint, his actual strength, in Ma Hongjun's estimation, certainly rivaled that of Douluo. Ma Hongjun even speculated that in a life-or-death struggle, it would be Douluo who would fall, not the soul saint Zhao Yun. The disparity stemmed entirely from a difference in technique. Unlike the singularity of soul rings and soul skills, technique here referred to a realm of martial arts. While there were no clear distinctions, the strength of various martial generals could roughly be categorized into 3 stages. The first stage, form, involves the systematic application of one's acquired knowledge, a stage in which Ma Hongjun currently found himself. The second stage, intent, signifies the comprehension of the true essence of techniques, achieving a unity of form and intent, a rare state that few could attain and requiring immense talent. Ma Hongjun was aware that Zhao Yun was currently at this stage. The third stage, divine, is where technique reaches a godly level. It is said that only Xiang Yu has achieved this in the past 300 years. Mastery of technique is said to allow one to contend with gods. Of course, Ma Hongjun was unaware of such matters. The Huaxia civilization concealed numerous secrets, with martial generals categorized into 3 types, Jing, Ti, and Ji, of which Ji was merely one method of cultivation. Jing refers to Qi practice, akin to the soul power cultivation in the Douluo continent. Ti naturally pertains to body refinement. Before the Qin dynasty, there were many methods of cultivation among the literati, but after Emperor Qinshi's reign, most of these practices fell into obscurity, with only a few remnants surviving. Some of these methods evolved from ancient Qi practitioners, while others were developed by extraordinary individuals through their observations of the changes in the heavenly path and the nuances of nature. As for martial souls, they were a novel phenomenon, and the emergence of such a remarkable cultivation method in this world left the future direction of cultivation shrouded in uncertainty. Initially, when Ma Hongjun first met Zhao Yun, he had only just begun to scratch the surface of the form stage, but now he had advanced to the mid-level of form. Coupled with his powerful and extraordinary martial soul abilities, he felt confident in overcoming average soul Douluo. However, defeating a title Douluo remained beyond his confidence. The might of a title Douluo was not something that could be countered merely through technical breakthroughs. In a dilapidated yet surprisingly clean courtyard, 2 figures stood and reclined, silently gazing at the distant sky. "Brother Liu, I intend to seek refuge with Liu Huangshu. I wonder if you would accompany me," Zhao Yun asked earnestly, glancing at the relaxed Ma Hongjun reclining in a chair. "I have no intention of going," Ma Hongjun replied straightforwardly, as if he had anticipated Zhao Yun's question. "Why?" Zhao Yun retorted, somewhat agitated. Their 6-month companionship had fostered a deep bond of friendship, making them confidants. "Because I have other important matters to attend to and cannot go." Ma Hongjun recalled the affairs of the Douluo continent and felt it was time to prepare for his return. "What about the Penglai Tavern?" Zhao Yun frowned. "You can take care of it, along with your 36 brothers," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. "Why did you establish such a powerful intelligence network?" Zhao Yun's expression shifted as he asked seriously. "For the strength of our nation and the welfare of the Huaxia people. I have no desire to become a regional lord nor to unify the world. I merely wish to contribute my part to reduce conflicts in this land. Will you stay and assist me?" Ma Hongjun stood, his gaze unwavering as he looked earnestly at Zhao Yun. The Penglai Tavern was an intelligence organization that Ma Hongjun had invested heavily in establishing, with a tavern in each province of the Great Han, now finally running smoothly. The management of these taverns was entrusted to the remnants of Zhao Yun's elite cavalry, who, reluctant to serve others, found themselves without a place to showcase their martial skills. Consequently, Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to recruit them to help manage his business in the Great Han. "Are you hiding something from me?" Zhao Yun neither accepted nor rejected the offer. His cautious nature had led him to sense something amiss over their time together. "Yes, but I cannot disclose it now. Brother Yun, would you be willing to stay?" Ma Hongjun stated candidly. "Good brother, with your words, I shall remain for the time being. I await the day when you will explain everything to me," Zhao Yun said affectionately, patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder. "Yes, I will definitely do so," Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly, grasping Zhao Yun's hand with a look of deep emotion in his eyes. Everything was understood without words. A month later, after instructing Zhao Yun on various matters, Ma Hongjun bade farewell to Zhao Yu and departed from the Great Han. He did not rush to meet the illustrious figures of the late Han dynasty, nor did he seek out the legendary heroes. Such encounters would inevitably occur after the merging of the 2 worlds. Currently, in the hierarchy of strength within the 3 kingdoms, although Ma Hongjun was still at the first stage of form, he was able to contend with Zhao Yun at the late stage of intent for an extended period without defeat. Of course, merely not being defeated was not enough. In a battlefield or a life-and-death struggle, Ma Hongjun would not endure for long. Mastery of technique is lethal during their sparring. Zhao Yun could only exert half of his strength, yet Ma Hongjun managed to hold his own for a while, demonstrating his considerable prowess. Over the past 6 months, Ma Hongjun had successfully mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia. Unlike the version practiced by Guy of Konoha, Ma Hongjun did not have to worry about the side effects of opening the 8 gates. With meteor tears in his possession, he could absorb a bit of life force without concern and freely open the death gate. This was why he could engage in sparring with Zhao Yun using only his evil fire phoenix, martial soul, and a portion of the abilities of the 9-leaf swordgrass. Upon returning to the secret realm of the Tongtian Sea, all 10 of his soul rings illuminated simultaneously. To the unknowing observer, it might have seemed as if a divine deity had descended. The 9-leaf swordgrass had now reached the 4th soul ring, and with the addition of 2 hidden soul rings, he possessed a total of 6, combined with the 4 soul rings of the evil fire phoenix, bringing the total to 10. To Ma Hongjun's astonishment, the white tiger he absorbed during the late Han dynasty possessed an exceptionally rare growth-type soul ring. Initially, he believed it was merely a unique soul ring of over 9,000 years, fueled by his deep-seated emotional connection to his ethnicity, yearning to embrace his cultural essence. To his surprise, he discovered an unexpected boon. Ma Hongjun later learned that the Jiaojing by Yi was not a singular anomaly. Although such growth-type soul rings were not ubiquitous, they were certainly not rare. If discovered by the powerful beings that inhabit the Douluo continent, it would inevitably spark an unrelenting conflict between 2 worlds. Even divine-level beings, upon discovering such a treasure, would be unable to restrain their avarice and would seek to claim it, as long as friends, relatives, or family had not yet ascended to godhood. The prospect of acquiring a growth-type soul ring, which could almost guarantee a breakthrough to divinity and grant eternal life, was an irresistible temptation. Ma Hongjun had discreetly informed Zhao Yun of this secret before his departure, urging him to seek ways to enhance his own strength, thus reciprocating the training methods he had imparted to Zhao Yun. In the realm of the Han dynasty, while one could forge their own soul rings, the existence of such a miraculous soul ring that could assuredly shatter the divine bottleneck would render all other pursuits trivial. Of course, exceptions existed, primarily determined by individual fortune. In Tiando City, Lanba Academy had now been renamed the Tiando Shrek Academy. "Teacher, I have returned," gazing at the academy's plaque. Ma Hongjun murmured to himself, his heart stirred with emotions reminiscent of a bygone era. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Don't think you can just waltz into our academy dressed in that bizarre attire. Leave, we don't welcome you here." A youth with a sharp face chimed in, clearly a sycophant. Ma Hongjun was on the verge of heading to the back mountain to meet his teachers and companions when he was accosted by this loathsome scion. A group had appeared ahead, with a wealthy heir blocking the path, sternly pointing at Ma Hongjun as he berated him. "Are you a senior member of Shrek Academy? Or perhaps a core member?" Ma Hongjun's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent, though a flicker of anger ignited within him, emanating an aura of authority that silenced the few in front of him. He was taken aback that Shrek Academy could harbor such students. "I say this is my territory, and if you disagree, feel free to complain to the teachers. You must be new here. I know all the students in the academy. I advise you to change that outfit quickly, or next time we meet, I will certainly throw you out of the academy." The leading youth, despite his bravado, cautiously brushed past Ma Hongjun. One of the burly soul masters deliberately bumped shoulders with Ma Hongjun as he passed. The impact sent the hefty soul master stumbling back several steps before crashing to the ground. "Fool, can't you watch where you're going? Hurry up and leave. I apologize on behalf of my subordinate for not knowing better. If there's nothing else, may we meet again." By chance, the wealthy youth swiftly concealed his arrogant demeanor, adopting a more respectful tone, albeit with an underlying wariness. "Ignorant of the world? Perhaps. Remember, Shrek Academy does not tolerate cliques or bullying the weak. Should I catch you again, regardless of your status, you will not escape unscathed." Ma Hongjun replied dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips, as he turned away and made his way to the back mountain. He was merely granting a semblance of dignity to his old friend. Otherwise, he would never allow such individuals to remain at Shrek Academy. Chapter 149. The Changes in the Douluo World. Red June. You, oh my heavens, you finally returned. "Brother, I miss you terribly. If you hadn't come back soon, we would have been too frightened to return to our residence because of your fiancés." Upon arriving at the back mountain, Ma Hongjun encountered a despondent Oscar, who rushed toward him as if he were a savior. Stop. Hold on. You're pretending to care, but the latter part is the truth, right? When did I acquire fiancés? I am completely oblivious. Ma Hongjun quickly halted Oscar's advance, exasperated. Phew, you're finally back. There's no rush on that matter. I'll explain everything in due time. First, tell me your current soul power level. Oscar paused, full of pride as he summoned his soul power to boast. I'm at level 50 now. Impressive. You've reached level 41 soul power already. It seems Master S' rigorous training has proven effective. Ma Hongjun assessed Oscar's true strength with a keen eye. Freak. Before Oscar could utter the word, a group of young boys and girls emerged, exclaiming in unison. They were the remaining members of Shrek's 8 monsters, along with Dean Flender. Oh, teacher, why are all you out here? Seeing Flender and his companions, Ma Hongjun was pleasantly surprised. We are here to welcome you home. Did you underestimate the significance of my martial soul? Flender chuckled heartily. Ha! Sensing the fluctuations of Xiao Ao's soul power, we naturally came out to check. Otherwise, with his physique, he wouldn't withstand a single blow from an enemy. That is how we detected your presence and came to greet you, Dai Mubai added, laughing as well, his eyes betraying a hint of longing. Fourth brother, I missed you so much. You're finally back. Ning Rongrong was the first to approach, linking her arm with Ma Hongjun's in genuine delight. It's good to be back. Zhu Zhuqing merely glanced at Ma Hongjun and nodded, her emotions well concealed. Haha, Red June, your return is quite timely. The preliminaries for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition are in 3 days. Tang San remarked casually, with Xiao Wu nodding in agreement beside him. Where is Fat Tiger? Ma Hongjun nodded slightly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Although it couldn't compare to the comfort he felt in the Han Dynasty during the Three Kingdoms era, it was among the few warm places he cherished. A place of peace is akin to home. Shrek Academy was, in a sense, half of Ma Hongjun's homeland. He has probably been forcibly taken away by those hidden families to inquire about your whereabouts. Dai Mubai lamented, shaking his head helplessly. What were you all thinking? Allowing them to take Fat Tiger away like that? Ma Hongjun exploded with fury, his eyes wide and bloodshot, an invisible pressure emanating from him that nearly rivaled Flender, who had reached the soul Douluo realm. If one could remain indifferent while their companion was harmed, did they truly deserve to be human? They had vowed to share life and death as the 8 monsters of Shrek. Yet they had stood by and watched as Fat Tiger was taken away without lifting a finger. Was this brotherhood? Ma Hongjun was suddenly overwhelmed with anger, his negative emotions surging forth. Sigh, fourth brother, don't be angry just yet. Fat Tiger is safe. Listen to us first. You can get angry afterward. Ning Rongrong, frightened by Ma Hongjun's outburst, gathered her courage to speak, having never witnessed him this enraged before. Understood. I shall adhere to your instructions faithfully. I appreciate your explanation. If your responses fail to satisfy me, my loyalty to Shrek Academy shall conclude here. Ma Hongjun, having undergone trials in the realm of Huaxia, has undergone a transformation in both temperament and perception. Moreover, he has reverted to his true character, no longer the polite and graceful Ma Hongjun of yore, but rather an individual marked by clear affections and aversions, straightforward and sincere, with a heart that cherishes the land of Huaxia. Indeed, at this juncture, Ma Hongjun has delineated his relationship with the Douluo continent with utmost clarity. Huaxia occupies the foremost position in his heart, yet the individuals he holds dear, aside from Zhao Yun and the venerable heroes he admires, are predominantly those from Shrek Academy. They are friends. Regardless of whether they hail from the Douluo continent or the land of Huaxia, they are all his companions. However, his expectations of those from the Douluo continent have markedly escalated. This is a natural inclination, one which Ma Hongjun acknowledges, as he does not perceive himself as particularly noble, harboring even a touch of youthful indignation. It was revealed by the titled Douluo of the Jiao Exine Haidang clan that they seek to facilitate his marriage to Yi Lingling at the earliest opportunity. Although their approach was somewhat assertive, it bore no malice, and with the assurance of the poisoned Douluo, they periodically take Fat Tiger to inquire about him. Ning Rongrong elaborated. Ma Hongjun, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Oscar and his mentor, Flender. Oscar nodded gravely. Regardless of their affairs, Fat Tiger's involvement with the Jiao Exine Haidang clan was voluntary. While the specifics were not disclosed, it stands to reason that the clan harbors its own complexities, necessitating Fat Tiger's personal attendance to elucidate matters concerning him. Flender concurred with a resigned nod. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. The Jiao Xan Haidang clan dispatched 2 formidable titled Douluos, and with no ill intent, and Fat Tiger willing to go, they refrained from interference. I see now, Ma Hongjun mused, his mind racing swiftly to comprehend the situation. Ultimately, it was due to his own actions. He had agreed to present himself as Yi Lingling's boyfriend prior to his departure. It appears that a significant figure from the Jiao Xian Haidang clan wishes to meet him. Yet his absence necessitated inquiries being directed at Fat Tiger, someone familiar to him. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but internally scoff, speculating that the individual in question might be too unsightly to present themselves. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief knowing that the visitors bore no ill will. Otherwise, even if they could not overpower him, they would find a way to retrieve Fat Tiger. As anticipated, as soon as night fell, Fat Tiger returned unscathed to the Academy's rear mountain. Through the discussions among his peers and the latest intelligence from Douluo continent provided by Flender, Ma Hongjun gained a fresh perspective on the current state of Douluo continent. The Spirit Hall still held supremacy, yet could not claim absolute dominance. In recent months, numerous hidden clans had emerged, each boasting at least one sole Douluo, with the more formidable clans even possessing titled Douluos. The Jiao Xian Haidang clan stood out among them. Though not the most powerful, ranking within the top 10, while the 3 mightiest hidden clans were the Mo clan, the Long clan, and the formidable Luo clan. These 3 families each housed titled Douluos of level 98 or higher, and even the 7 treasure glazed tile school, to which Ning Rongrong belonged, would not dare to provoke such formidable entities lightly. It appears that the tides of Douluo continent have begun to shift. Even the Jiao Xian Haidang clan has seen the emergence of more than one titled Douluo. After perusing the intelligence from Tian Luo Di Wang, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of trepidation. He had initially believed that the diverse and unique cultivation systems of Huaxia would render them unconcerned about Douluo continent, save for the deities of the divine realm. However, the sudden appearance of such high-level combatants was utterly unforeseen. Should conflict erupt between the 2 worlds, the outcome remains uncertain. And if deities were to intervene, Ma Hongjun dared not envision the fate that awaited his homeland. Of course, Ma Hongjun was unaware that the realm of Huaxia also harbored beings of divine strength, albeit perhaps not as numerous as the deities of Douluo continent. Yet, they were by no means to be trifled with. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly result in cataclysmic upheaval. Chapter 150. Fortuitous Lottery Boss, you have finally returned. You cannot fathom the terrifying strength of those hidden families. Even the lowest gatekeepers possess soul power exceeding level 40. Fat Tiger exclaimed upon his return, rushing to Ma Hongjun's quarters to relay the information he had gathered over the past days. Though he appeared simple-minded, Fat Tiger was quite shrewd. The frequent visits to the Jiao Xian Haidang clan were not without his own subtle maneuvers. Fat Tiger, you must not recklessly endanger yourself again. Let this one slide. For in this world, only you and the teacher treat me with such kindness. I cherish our friendship immensely, and if my affairs were to jeopardize you, I would live the rest of my days mired in guilt, Ma Hongjun said, a fleeting look of emotion crossing his face as he spoke with sincerity. He felt fortunate that Fat Tiger had returned safely. Otherwise, even the Yi family, a hidden clan, would have faced his defiance. The influence of Tian Luo Di Wang was not to be underestimated. While it might not rival the Yi family, it could still extract a toll from them. Moreover, Tian Luo Di Wang's fortunes were flourishing, now surpassing the lower 4 sects to become a formidable entity, second only to the upper 3 sections. Generally, even the mightiest hidden families would avoid provoking such powers. This is the established order of this world. Despite the strength of hidden families, they remain susceptible to the whims of fortune. Perhaps in warfare, victory does not necessarily favor the stronger party. Should one possess great strength but lack fortune, they may find themselves besieged by multiple forces, ultimately succumbing to those weaker, yet more fortunate. Ma Hongjun, however, could not ascertain these truths, relying instead on the words of Yi Lingling and his own conjectures. After exchanging pleasantries, Fat Tiger returned home, leaving Ma Hongjun to recline in his room, devoid of any intention to cultivate. Although he did not consider himself exceedingly powerful, he ranked among the elite of the younger generation. Even the prodigies nurtured by hidden families paled in comparison. Thus, Ma Hongjun felt justified in allowing himself a moment of respite. The path of cultivation does not solely hinge on relentless effort. Opportunities are paramount. The lottery system for his second martial spirit represents such an opportunity. Indeed, he perceives the very concept of the system as akin to the essence of martial spirit. Over the past 6 months in the Three Kingdoms, he had accrued a significant number of Huaxia points, yet regrettably, his martial spirit remained in a state of evolution, rendering the lottery system temporarily inoperative. Otherwise, he would have eagerly tested his luck once more. Overall, Ma Hongjun harbored a sense of satisfaction with the lottery system, and upon returning to Douluo continent, the panel displaying his attributes revealed changes. Below his attributes, 2 new lines appeared. Fortuitous lottery, Douluo coins. You may obtain 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul rings through the lottery, with a 1 chance to trigger a critical hit, resulting in a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Fortuitous lottery, Huaxia coins. Through the auspices of a lottery, one can acquire the illustrious historical civil and military figures of Huaxia. The military figures are categorized into various tiers: secondary generals, primary generals, elite generals, unparalleled generals, and demigods. From the words of the Qi Ling, Ma Hongjun learned that the lottery system is one of the core abilities of the Qi Ling. This represents the most significant transformation since the Qi Ling gradually assimilated the energy of the meteor tiers and the seeds of the 9-leaf swordgrass. Previously, benevolence points, faith points, and similar metrics were merely a facade of a powerful host, imitating the core ability. Even the Qi Ling was astonished by the sheer fortune of Ma Hongjun, who unexpectedly obtained both the meteor tiers and the seeds of the 9-leaf swordgrass. Otherwise, relying solely on his own cultivation, even if he became a divine king, he would not be able to awaken the true power of the lucky grass. The core ability is the lucky lottery. With each acknowledgement from the heavenly Tao of a world, a new lottery method can be awakened. The means of acquiring lucky lottery tokens have also transformed significantly, now reduced to 2 options. The first is a straightforward method of slaying enemies, absorbing their fortune to convert it into lottery tokens. The second is altering the fate of the world's protagonist, thereby absorbing the fortune of the heavenly Tao. Currently, Ma Hongjun's lottery panel displays Huaxia points, 1,000. Establishing the Dahan Intelligence Penglai Tower yields Douluo coins, 0. Lucky wheel, 1 Huaxia point. Available lottery attempts, ding. Mysterious energy fusion has reached 50%, unlocking the lucky lottery function. At this moment, a voice resonated in his mind, causing Ma Hongjun to reveal a joyful smile. Let's try our luck once. With nothing pressing, Ma Hongjun reclined on his bed, idly contemplating. As his thoughts flowed, his focus shifted to the sea of consciousness. Lottery. Ma Hongjun rolled over like a lethargic fish, silently reciting in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the elite general Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin, age, 38. Strength, level 81 soul Duo, elite top-tier general, martial soul, mixed world battle axe, innate full soul power. Note, a standout among elite generals. Possessing formidable martial soul talent and explosive power, capable of contending with titled powerhouses in the first 3 strikes, thereafter diminishing to original levels. I pay my respects to the Lord. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the room, centered around Ma Hongjun, as the half-evolved first martial soul materialized. From within emerged a pitch-black vortex. In an instant, a robust figure stepped forth from the darkness, landing beside Ma Hongjun. You are Cheng Yaojin. Ma Hongjun gasped in astonishment, hastily rising to inquire, though he had anticipated some form of appearance. He hadn't expected this astonishing method of traversing time and space to stand before him. It is I, old Cheng. What commands does my lord have? I shall surely alleviate your burdens. The figure, Cheng Yaojin, replied with a hearty smile, scratching his head. For now, there is nothing. Please guard the entrance while I gather my thoughts. Ma Hongjun rubbed his head, momentarily bewildered. The sudden transformation into a summoning system was disorienting for anyone. Does the summoned figure retain memories of their world? Why do they address me as Lord? Ma Hongjun pondered inwardly. Ding! Most memories have been sealed to prevent discovery and expulsion by the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world, as those who can be summoned are historical figures who have perished. To be revived, they must obey the host. A mysterious contract binds them to recognize the host as their master. If they wish to avoid demise, they will not betray the host, though each possesses their own thoughts, and excessive oppression may lead to rebellion, resulting in mutual destruction. What constitutes excessive oppression? Killing their parents, seizing their wives. Then there is no issue, unless one is unhinged, who would commit such acts. Do they have parents in this world? No. Then what of that slight possibility? They may have a wife. Ah, I see, but I'm not someone who would engage in such unethical affairs. Ma Hongjun sighed with relief, feeling a surge of ambition. This was the awakening of the Golden Finger, an asset that could empower him to dominate the Douluo and Three Kingdoms realms. Chapter 151. Scheming the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. Currently, Ma Hongjun, though possessing only the soul power of a soul king without acquiring a soul ring, is nonetheless formidable. His true strength surpasses that of an ordinary soul emperor. In terms of both the quantity and quality of soul rings, he stands unrivaled among typical soul masters. However, the immediate priority remains the swift acquisition of a soul ring. He harbors no faith in the Master S theories. Can the effect of a day as cultivation in a soul sect compare to that of a day as cultivation with a soul ring? Clearly it cannot. Delaying the acquisition of a soul ring only hinders his cultivation speed. It is undeniable that the Master has made commendable strides in martial soul research. Yet theory without practice holds no weight. Ma Hongjun does not dismiss the Master, but the reality is what it is. Notably, upon his return, he discovered a divergence from the original narrative. Flander had not assigned Lu Erlong to the Master. Lu Erlong, having initially been emotional upon meeting the Master, did not cling to him thereafter. Her demeanor toward both men has become inscrutable, as if they were merely old friends. To expedite the acquisition of his desired soul ring and ascend to the rank of Soul King, Ma Hongjun resolved to discreetly have Cheng Yaojin protect him, instructing him to remain hidden as he ventured alone to Ning Rongrong's residence. He was still unsure how to explain the sudden emergence of a soul, dual-level companion to his peers. After all, no one had accompanied him upon his return, and to appear the next day with an unexpected figure would surely raise suspicions. To spare his teachers any worry, he felt compelled to keep Cheng Yaojin as presence under wraps for the time being. Upon arriving at Ning Rongrong's abode, Ma Hongjun hesitated momentarily. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, gently knocking on the door, standing silently outside. Creak! The door swung open shortly. In truth, Ma Hongjun's intention was merely to acquire a soul ring from a tiger-type soul beast exceeding 50,000 years in age. But such a creature existed only once across the entire continent. However, relying solely on the strength of the heavenly net would not suffice. Even with the presence of the poisoned Douluo and Cheng Yaojin, it would be inadequate. For if his memories serve him correctly, that soul beast is known as the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. Its age spans approximately 50 to 60,000 years, and its power is beyond that of ordinary titled Douluo. Even the nearly level 97 soul power of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School S Supreme titled Douluo, Jian Dao Chenshin, would risk becoming a mere victim in a one-on-one confrontation with it. Fourth brother, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes and looked at Ma Hongjun with a glimmer of curiosity. Though Ma Hongjun's evil Fire Phoenix martial soul has achieved the quality of a top-tier martial soul, he still has a considerable distance to traverse before it can evolve into the true divine-grade martial soul, the 10 Phoenixes of Fire. In terms of appearance, aside from his fair skin, strikingly handsome visage, and robust physique, there is little else to distinguish him. However, Ning Rongrong happens to be someone who easily develops feelings for such individuals. Although she possesses a petite and mischievous personality, deep within her lies a profound sense of insecurity. This sentiment is not exclusive to her. All auxiliary system soul masters likely yearn for protection. It is true that I have reached the 50th level for some time, yet I have yet to find a suitable soul ring. Recently, Laodu said he encountered a soul beast in the Xingdou Great Forest that aligns perfectly with my evil Fire Phoenix martial soul, but it proved too formidable for me. Therefore, I wish to request the assistance of your esteemed sects Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. Rest assured, I will surely present a reward that will satisfy both title holders. Could you kindly convey my request? Ma Hongjun tentatively inquired of Ning Rongrong. Before he could finish, Ning Rongrong interrupted him. Oh, fourth brother, why didn't you tell me earlier about obtaining the 5th soul ring? Do not worry, leave it to me. Jian Grandpa and Gu Grandpa adore me, and they shall not refuse my request. As for the reward, that is unnecessary. Are we not one family? I did not ask for compensation for the celestial herbs I provided you, so how could I demand anything from you? You mustn't treat me as an outsider, or I shall be upset, Ning Rongrong declared, confidently patting her petite chest. At the end of her statement, she pouted her lips in mock annoyance. Casting a playful glare at Ma Hongjun, as if to say that she would indeed be offended should he consider her an outsider. It is not that I wish to distance myself from you. Rather, I do not want to burden you. Although Uncle Ning has already designated you as the sole heir of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, you are not yet the sect master. Fourth brother is not trying to distance himself. He simply fears for your well-being, silly girl. Ma Hongjun responded, touched by Ning Rongrong's words, as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Hee, I am not silly at all. I'm not burdened in the least. I will return to my room to tidy up first. And after breakfast, I shall head out to invite Jian Grandpa and the others, Ning Rongrong said, her cheeks flushing as she deliberately evaded him, feigning calmness as she turned back towards her room. Once back in her chamber, Ning Rongrong excitedly patted her chest, her face still flushed. Wow, fourth brother actually touched me. Come on, Rongrong, you can do it. Fourth brother will be yours sooner or later, she encouraged herself, clenching her small fists. What she desired was not merely a reward, but rather the entirety of Ma Hongjun, revealing her greedy nature. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, upon his departure, another had begun to contemplate how to win his heart. Even if he were aware, he would not dwell on it. His affections for beautiful women were undeniable. Yet he could not accept becoming infatuated with such a lure at such a tender age. Ultimately, it was more about the fact that at this age, there was neither a well-developed bosom nor shapely curves to entice him. If there were to be anything that could truly captivate him, it would undoubtedly be Zhu Zhuqin. Her physique and leg were such that no one would believe she was merely 13. Ma Hongjun momentarily indulged in fanciful thoughts before abruptly halting himself, exclaiming, "Curse this little evil fire." If others were to discover what lay within Ma Hongjun's heart, they would undoubtedly chastise him for his lack of shame, as he skillfully deflected blame. In the shadows, Cheng Yaojin observed Ma Hongjun with confusion, unable to comprehend why his lord would suddenly turn against himself. At noon, Ma Hongjun sought out Flandra, and in the afternoon, he visited the poisoned Douluo. By evening, upon returning to his abode, Ma Hongjun counted on his fingers, his heart brimming with joy as he reflected. Jian Douluo is level 96, Gu Douluo is level 95, Poison Douluo is level 92, Cheng Yaojin is level 81. And their full strength could rival an average level 91 title Douluo. Additionally, with my teacher and ere long accompanying, we should be able to contend with Cheng Yaojin. We ought to be well equipped to handle the dark, evil god tiger. It was not that Ma Hongjun was overly cautious. Rather, confronting the dark, evil god tiger necessitated a swift and overwhelming attack. Should it drag him into its unique skill, the life and death arena. Even a level 99 title Douluo could face dire consequences. Chapter 152. Departure. Destination, Xingdou Great Forest with merely 2 days remaining before the preliminaries. Ma Hongjun exhibited no intentions of participating. For one who had traversed an entire world, the current soul battle tournament resembled a mere child's play. The championship reward of 3 soul bones held little value for him, with the wisdom condensing skull being the only one of use. The other 2 were either unsuitable or of insufficient age to pique his interest. However, under the insistence of Dean Flandra, Ma Hongjun acquiesced and registered alongside the Shrek 7 monsters. Naturally, it was merely a formality, as participation was out of the question. Such childish games were best left to Tang San. With the strength of the Shrek team, securing a top 3 finish in the preliminaries posed no challenge whatsoever. He had already planned to depart for the Xingdou Great Forest before the competition commenced. Seizing the opportunity to acquire the 5th soul ring for his evil fire phoenix, martial soul, while they were occupied with the tournament. Due to the simultaneous cultivation of his twin martial souls and the techniques he learned from Zhao Yun, Ma Hongjun's physical strength had surpassed that of an ordinary soul sage. Coupled with the energy of meteor tears, absorbing a soul beast aged between 50 and 60,000 years, while challenging, was not an impossible feat. Were it not for the high mental power requirements of a 10,000-year soul ring, a 50 to 60,000-year soul ring would be a trivial matter for Ma Hongjun. With the wisdom condensing skull obtained from the sacrifice of the Yu Ming Duojiao snake, Ma Hongjun felt quite confident in absorbing a soul ring of that age. He estimated an 80% success rate. Originally, Ma Hongjun had intended to place the dark, evil god tiger as his 6th soul ring, but time was of the essence. The emergence of hidden forces in Douluo continent had instilled a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to adjust his plans accordingly. Risks and opportunities are inevitably intertwined. One cannot tread the path of cultivation without embracing a modicum of risk. With a resolute heart, Ma Hongjun finally embarked on his journey of cultivation. As for Ning Rongrong, she did not return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Instead, she utilized the school's unique communication method to convey Ma Hongjun's request to Ning Fengji, Tiando City, residents of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Uncle Jian, what are your thoughts? Is this matter worth both you and Uncle Gu taking action? Ning Fengji inquired of the white-haired elder behind him. Isn't it a bit of an overreaction to mobilize so many for a soul beast aged 50 to 60,000 years? Before the elder could respond, a black-haired man with a robust build and somewhat lean physique spoke up tentatively. What do you understand? Rongrong's companion is no ordinary individual. I have gathered information, and he is certainly not without merit. Moreover, this is a request from our dear Rongrong. If you old bones do not wish to go, that is your choice. I shall handle it myself, the white-haired elder retorted dismissively, casting a glance at the other. Though his words seemed to defend Ma Hongjun, he secretly acknowledged the other's perspective, considering it an overreaction, saying so merely to stir the pot. Ah, you stubborn Xin. No, I insist on joining you. I wouldn't want you to speak ill of me in front of Rongrong, the lean black-clad elder. One of the two super title Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School declared, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jian Douluo, both esteemed figures among the top 10 in the continent. Well, let us not quarrel, gentlemen. While it may seem a bit of an overreaction, we cannot overlook the kindness that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has received. Uncle Gu, you shall accompany Uncle Jian on this endeavor. Ning Fengji said with a nod and a gentle smile. His elegant discourse and sense of gratitude evoked a feeling akin to a refreshing spring breeze, leaving even Ma Hongjun, who was well acquainted with his character, unable to find fault. After ensuring that the matters regarding the competition were clearly communicated to Master Tang San and the others, Ma Hongjun set forth with his companions, Chung Yaojin, Teacher Flandra, and Lu Erlong. The gathering of the poisoned Douluo was met with the proactive approach of the two sword Douluo, who sought out the 5 individuals before they even made their way to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's residence. It must be noted that after experiencing numerous events, Ma Hongjun had become more open-minded, his temperament significantly brightened, and he regarded Tang San and the others as genuine friends with whom he could connect. While the Shrek 7 monsters each possessed their own flaws, they were undoubtedly worthy of camaraderie. Currently, Tang San had not yet manifested the major flaws that would later define him. Ma Hongjun believed that he was incomparable to Tang San, who had obtained fortuitous opportunities. With his own future secured in this world, he was confident that Tang San would not become the person he was destined to be. He conveyed this to Tang San directly. Xiao San, I am about to acquire the 5th spirit ring for my Phoenix martial soul. You must also strive hard. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, I have the utmost faith in you. Although you are not the eldest, your character is the most composed. With you around, it matters not whether I participate in the preliminaries. If all goes well, by the time of the semifinals, I should be nearing the rank of Spirit King. At that point, we brothers will traverse the Douluo continent together in the younger generation. Well, you can leave this matter to me, and I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Tang San bowed his head and quickly responded, genuinely grateful to Ma Hongjun. Without the celestial-grade treasures bestowed by Ma Hongjun, he would not have reached the 44th level of Spirit Master so swiftly. He also addressed Dai Mubai, saying, Boss Dai, you are the eldest and the one with the highest spirit power level aside from myself. Please take good care of them. To which Dai Mubai reassured, rest assured, Hongjun, I will lead the team to secure first place in the preliminaries. Fat Tiger and Oscar remained silent, showing no competitive spirit. As for the 3 young women, Ma Hongjun chose not to comment, as he held no inappropriate thoughts towards them at present. He adopted a casual attitude towards fate, with the exception of Xiao Wu, who he perceived as different, one who did not appreciate eating rabbits and wished to observe Tang San's performance. Should he repeat the same fateful trajectory as before, Ma Hongjun might genuinely consider separating them. For such a Tang San was unworthy of someone as affectionate as Xiao Wu. However, the current Tang San had no faults that could be discerned. Regarding the master, Ma Hongjun felt that his low spirit power was a hindrance, and he did not wish to involve him in the matters concerning his teacher and Lu Erlong. The Stardow Forest is one of the 3 great spirit beast forests on the continent, renowned as a habitat for the most famous spirit beasts. Its vast expanse is nearly equivalent to the territory of the Balak Kingdom, straddling the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Of its area, 2/5 lies within the Tiando Empire, while 3/5 are within the Xinglua Empire, forming a colossal primeval forest with complex terrain, including wetlands and swamps. The spirit beasts there are exceedingly formidable. The closer one ventures to the forest's center, the stronger the beasts become. Within, there are even spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. Any spirit master, provided their strength is sufficient and luck is on their side, can find a spirit ring most suitable for them. Are you aware of where the spirit beast you seek resides within the Stardow Forest? A luxurious large carriage contained several individuals seated opposite one another, and the Bon Douluo spoke first. Indeed, I have done some research based on the ancient texts and have a rough idea of the location of the spirit beast I seek. I would be grateful for your assistance this time, and I assure you that I will repay your kindness afterward. Ma Hongjun nodded appreciatively. Ah, young lad, you need not be so formal. We are all family here. As for Rongrong's matter, the two of us old fellows have yet to properly thank you. Such formalities truly embarrass an old man like me. The Bon Douluo chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. The accompanying sword, Douluo too, unusually refrained from opposing him and nodded in agreement. However, he soon turned his gaze to the window, no longer engaging in the conversation with Ma Hongjun and the others. This demeanor was consistent with the usual character of Sword Douluo Qinshin, and Ma Hongjun had no objections. As the carriage steadily progressed, Lu Erlong took on the role of the coachman, preferring to drive rather than remain in the company of the elderly men, which made her uncomfortable. Inside the carriage, only the Bon Douluo and Flinder conversed intermittently, while Chung Yaojin sat silently behind Ma Hongjun, similarly resting with closed eyes like Sword Douluo. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Old Poison, how has your investigation fared? Ma Hongjun inquired, looking at Douluo seated before him. It is all taken care of, little monster. You truly are an extraordinary individual. A person like you is destined for greatness. This old bone of mine is aging, but while I still have strength, I can pave the way for you remarkable young talents. With so many people involved this time, you need not worry, Douluo replied, aware of the significance of Ma Hongjun's words, as only he understood the true power of the 6,000-year-old dark devil god tiger. Is it really that formidable? Am I, a titled Douluo, not a match for a mere 6,000-year spirit beast? Does this beast possess some unique qualities? Bon Douluo, who had been conversing with Flinder, interjected with curiosity. This spirit beast is indeed unlike any ordinary 6,000-year spirit beast. In a direct confrontation, none of us present might stand a chance against it, Douluo remarked gravely, exchanging a meaningful glance with Ma Hongjun. Upon receiving a nod from Ma Hongjun, he continued, indeed, this spirit beast possesses an evil attribute left by the evil god, along with an exceedingly tyrannical nature. Its growth does not stem from its own cultivation. Rather, it finds it extremely challenging to cultivate on its own. It can only enhance its strength by devouring the spirit power of other spirit beasts or human spirit masters. As he perceived the curiosity in the eyes of the two men, Ma Hongjun began to elaborate based on the intelligence from the Tianluo network and his knowledge of the storyline from his past life. Before he departed from Douluo continent and established the Tianluo network, he had already instructed it to gather information on the dark devil god tiger for this very moment. That does sound rather exceptional, but is it enough to instill such fear in a titled Douluo? Qinshin, who had been meditating, now opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Without special means, its strength is comparable to that of Old Poison. Legend has it that the evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, transforming its original light attribute into a dark one. It sprouted black wings, symbolizing its fall, along with a scorpion-like tail bearing the evil god's hook. Ma Hongjun continued. Could the issue lie with the black wings and the evil god's hook? Flinder queried, stroking his chin, as he was initially unaware of these details. The black wings are formidable, but they alone do not warrant our trepidation. The true threat lies in the scorpion-like evil god's hook, which contains an exceptionally powerful spirit skill capable of drawing individuals into a chaotic battlefield. Within that space, time is subject to its control, allowing it to revert opponents to their pre-awakened spirit power state, turning them into children. In such a scenario, if no one is present to assist in breaking the space, the opponent becomes a lamb to the slaughter, Ma Hongjun warned, unable to suppress his concerns, as even Douluo had only a partial understanding of this information. A collective gasp escaped the group as they exchanged glances, astonished by the implications. However, there is no need for everyone to be overly concerned. I have devised a method to break the seal. At that time, Senior Jian will act according to my cues, while the two esteemed teachers and the two Douluo seniors, Gu and Du, will take the lead in the attack. Once the soul skill is unleashed, I will swiftly collaborate with Senior Jian to shatter this space. Ma Hongjun stated confidently. Ordinarily, breaking this chaotic space would not be an easy feat, but Jian Douluo, being the foremost offensive martial spirit of the continent. The 7 killing sword, combined with my preparations, gives me absolute confidence in our success. Otherwise, I would not have invited my teachers to accompany me on this perilous endeavor. Master, what am I to do? Chung Yaojin, who had been instructed by Ma Hongjun to remain silent and meditate, could no longer restrain himself and open his eyes, asking with a hint of grievance. Rest assured, I have not forgotten you. Your task is of utmost importance. The soul ring of the dark demon Evil God Tiger can be forfeited, but there is one crucial item that must not escape, Ma Hongjun whispered into Chung Yaojin's ear, employing a special method of sound transmission that remained unknown to outsiders. This secrecy was also due to the disdain of the 3 titled Douluo for eavesdropping. As for what was said, only heaven, earth, you, and I are privy to it. What is this secrecy? Even the teachers are kept in the dark. Alas, this child has grown and begun to form his own ideas, Flander remarked, appearing dissatisfied, but in truth, he was defending Ma Hongjun, explaining with a chuckle to Jianbon Douluo. It is not that I do not share with you all. Rather, it is better that fewer people know about this matter. Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. If he were to disclose the value of that item, he would indeed hesitate to consider whether it might provoke ulterior motives. For one must always guard against the intentions of others. Jianbon Douluo nodded slightly, indicating he had no further inquiries, as they were assisting out of goodwill and would not concern themselves with other matters. 10 days hence, traveling with utmost urgency and without pause, with supplies managed by the local leaders of Tianluo Dawang, they soon arrived at the outskirts of the Qingdao Great Forest. Now, Xiao San and the others must still be enduring an exceedingly arduous competition. I wonder how they are faring, Flander murmured, gazing in the direction of Tiandou City, a hint of worry in his voice. Teacher, you need not worry. With teacher Zhao Wujia present, their safety is assured, Ma Hongjun quickly reassured him. At that very moment, Tang San was fortuitously being led out of Tiandou City by a soul sage from Tsanghui Academy, experiencing a life-and-death crisis. Fortunately, Tang San had a good rapport with the old poison and had engaged in discussions regarding pharmacology during Ma Hongjun's absence from the Douluo realm. As in the original narrative, he was taken by Duga Bo to the Yin-Yang Eyes, where they concocted a potion capable of threatening tidal daw. Not only did they succeed in a counterattack, but they also obtained a valuable head soul bone. Chapter 154. The sealed 2 days and nights had passed since their arrival at the Qingdao Great Forest, with the fortuitous Chung Yaojin taking the lead in scouting. Perhaps due to Chung Yaojin's innate fortune on the first day, they encountered a natural maze at the outskirts of the forest. Upon emerging from the maze, Chung Yaojin astonishingly reached the mid-stage of an 84th level soul Douluo, having found a millennium-long dragon beard fruit at the maze's core. The millennium dragon beard fruit is a divine grade item, and since Chung Yaojin discovered the maze and first identified the way out, it was only fitting that the fruit rightfully belonged to him. Ma Hongjun had no intention of coveting it, primarily because he had already consumed several divine grade items and had yet to fully absorb their medicinal properties. If he were to attempt to absorb more, not only would the efficacy diminish, but he might even risk explosive demise. After absorbing the Millennium Dragon Beard fruit, Chung Yaojin directly broke through to the mid-stage of Soul Douluo, achieving a power level of 84. Due to the laws of the world, Chung Yaojin, summoned to the Douluo realm, did not practice the prevalent martial cultivation techniques of the Huaxiao world, but rather the soul power cultivation methods of the Douluo realm. Currently, the breath of Demon Slayer was no longer significantly enhancing Ma Hongjun, as it was evident that while special, it had not reached the divine level. However, it served as an excellent auxiliary, particularly the breath of sound for concerts, the breath of water for bathing, and the breath of fire for grilling meat. Of course, this was also related to Ma Hongjun's substantial increase in strength. Although he had yet to acquire his 5th soul ring, his power was already comparable to that of a typical soul sage. The techniques from lower realms could now be declared obsolete. Even the 8 gates of Duanjia, which he had never opened, he now confidently controlled without relying on the energy of meteor tears. Having opened the Death Gate, Ma Hongjun's strength was nearing that of a soul Douluo. With the emergence of the lottery system and various opportunities, he was no longer limited to the might of soul skills. Only unique restrictive soul skills could contribute to his enhancement. In the later stages of skill form, Ma Hongjun could effortlessly manipulate typical attack type soul skills. From what Ma Hongjun had gathered, most of the renowned generals of the three kingdoms practiced strength, with only a few focusing on body techniques. The greatest general of the three kingdoms, Lu Bu, epitomized the peak of strength, while the foremost figure of the infantry, Dian Wei, represented body techniques. In Ma Hongjun's view, the throne of technique belonged to Zhao Yun, but that was for the future. Evidently, Cheng Yaojin, who had been fortuitously drawn in the lottery by Ma Hongjun, had his strength enhanced by the weapon spirit system. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the level of an 81st level soul Douluo continent. After all, with a realm of fantasy, and even the fantasy realm was still a fantasy. Ma Hongjun felt that he had identified the crux of the issue and could not help but feel a sense of pride, unaware that within the special space of the late Han dynasty, a group of extraordinary talents was preparing to emerge. A mysterious figure clad in purple flashed by, effortlessly traversing between the Douluo divine realm and the Huaxia secret realm, leaving behind a vague utterance. I did not expect this world to harbor such formidable beings. Even when I confront them alone, I cannot gain an advantage. Fortunately, these individuals seem unaware of the laws of power. I remain concealed in the void, and among them, two beings not weaker than myself have failed to detect this avatar. The purple figure emanated an aura of destruction, wandering within the special space. With a swift movement, it vanished, only to reappear near the Kunlun Mountains in the Three Kingdoms world. A keen observer would notice a peculiar energy portal shimmering ahead. In the eyes of this purple figure, the strongest martial artists of this world exuded an essence that merely approached the pinnacle of Soul Douluo, falling far short of the levels present in Douluo continent. However, atop the Kunlun Mountains of this world lay a secret realm, and due to its mastery of the laws of power, the purple figure could ignore spatial constraints. After a period of investigation, it had comprehensively assessed the strength of the powerful beings within this secret realm. Information had been relayed to the original entity, and now was not the time for this secret realm to reveal itself. With different allegiances, do not blame me. The power of this avatar is sufficient to hinder you for a decade. Rest assured, I shall not meddle in the disputes between the two worlds. Whether the Douluo world merges with this realm, or vice versa, depends entirely on the capabilities of each world. After the purple figure spoke, it emanated a formidable aura of destruction alongside silver light points, which seemed to follow a pattern, forming intricate designs that were inscribed upon the unique portal entrance of the Kunlun secret realm. Since then, the ancient practitioners of the various schools of thought that have survived have all been sealed within the Kunlun secret realm at the cost of a divine king avatar from the god of destruction, unable to emerge into the world. Had Ma Hongjun known this, he would undoubtedly have erupted in outrage, subsequently retreating from the world of Douluo. Even if we disregard Douluo, the overall strength of the relatively fewer titled Douluos on the Sun and Moon continent far surpasses that of the formidable beings in the Three Kingdoms world. Pitting the two against each other would almost certainly lead to defeat. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, guided by the coordinates etched in his memory and the data gathered by Tianluo Duong, finally located the activity zone of the dark demon evil god tiger. Cheng Yaojin, whether we can obtain that orb depends on you. If not, do not push yourself too hard. Ma Hongjun expressed his lingering concern as he approached Cheng Yaojin. Once the lottery function truly awakened, the ability to draw a martial general would require an abundance of heavenly Dao fortune, and Ma Hongjun lacked confidence in drawing again in the near future. Thus, he cherished this subordinate who referred to him as my lord, and, as a fellow Huaxia person, he could not bear the thought of him encountering misfortune. Although the mysterious orb was a crucial treasure for the protagonist's rise in another world, it was not an absolute necessity for Ma Hongjun. Rest assured, my lord, I, old Cheng, value my life above all. If it is not feasible, I shall not recklessly charge forth, Cheng Yaojin assured, touched yet quickly patting his chest in promise. After undergoing trials, Hongjun had indeed matured significantly and developed some clever tactics. Yet the reliability of Cheng Yaojin remained a question. Liu Erlong smirked and whispered to Fulan Day, we should trust Hongjun's judgment. He must have prepared for this operation well in advance. You must remain calm and not act impulsively if danger arises. Fulan Day, concerned about Liu Erlong's fiery temperament, spoke with a solemn tone. Should the dark demon, evil god tiger be incensed, dragging Liu Erlong into the life and death arena to choose mutual destruction would yield an uncertain outcome. The life and death arena does not limit itself to one participant entering the chaotic space. 3 can enter, yet the more participants there are, the lesser the efficacy. If only one person were drawn in, it would suffice to revert a tidal Douluo to their pre-awakening soul power state. With 3, they might only revert to their teenage forms. Of course, these are merely Ma Hongjuan's conjectures based on the data, and the actual circumstances would dictate the outcome. Understood, Liu Erlong replied, her cheeks flushed as she displayed a feminine demeanor. Fulan Day coughed awkwardly, maintaining his composure as if he had heard nothing. Hongjuan, when do you plan to participate in the Continental Elite Competition after acquiring your soul ring? Teacher, how is the training of the martial soul fusion technique between you and teacher Erlong progressing? Ma Hongjuan smiled, engaging in light banter. Indeed, the bashful Liu Erlong was drawn into their conversation. You're right, our Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique can indeed be executed with just 2 people. It is regrettable that we had not thoroughly studied dual martial soul fusion before. Thanks to your reminder, my strength and Fulan Day's now rival that of a tidal Douluo. Liu Erlong, not one to easily shy away, expressed her gratitude with a serious demeanor. Ma Hongjuan merely nodded, not seeking to take credit. You are too modest. Teacher Erlong, even without my mention, you and teacher would eventually discover it together. Unbeknownst to them, prior to Ma Hongjuan's departure from Douluo, he had discreetly arranged for certain matters, including the martial soul fusion issue between Fulan Day and Liu Erlong. Based on his memories from his previous life and his understanding of martial souls, he deduced that Liu Erlong and Fulan Day possessed remarkable martial soul affinity. The requirements for a 3-person martial soul fusion technique far exceed those for a dual martial soul fusion, indicating a potent bond between the two. The reason for their previous lack of fusion was solely due to Liu Erlong's unresolved feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, which had hindered cooperation. Now, thanks to Ma Hongjuan's butterfly effect, Liu Erlong's thoughts had returned to a more favorable path. Regardless, I must thank you. Without you, I might still be unable to let go of that thorn in my heart, Liu Erlong said earnestly. Teacher Erlong, you are too kind. Ahead lies the domain of the dark demon evil god tiger. We must exercise caution. Ma Hongjuan deliberately shifted the topic, as he too had taken clandestine actions, instructing the Tianluo Diwang spies to utilize some less than honorable tactics to help Liu Erlong release her grievances. However, Ma Hongjuan felt no remorse in his heart. Dealing with a scoundrel like Yu Xiaojiang required no moral considerations. Virtuous individuals should be treated with sincerity, while the unprincipled should be met with severity. Were it not for Yu Xiaojiang's slight intellect and his excellent rapport with Fulan Day, Ma Hongjuan would have had no desire to associate with such a person. Having broken through to level 50 for some time, Ma Hongjuan's spiritual domain allowed him to perceive his surroundings clearly. Although not as powerful and probing as Tong San's blue-silver domain, it was far more refined. Each had its merits. The origin of Ma Hongjuan's spiritual domain was the soul bone obtained from the Yoming Dujiao She, awakened through the fusion with his own martial soul. Ma Hongjuan eagerly yearned for the pinnacle of power on the continent, for only with supreme strength could he wield influence when the 2 continents clashed. If conflict arose and he lacked power, even within Tianluo Diwang, severe divisions would ensue, as the upper echelons and backbone of Tianluo Diwang were primarily composed of Douluo individuals. However, as long as he possessed the strength of a top title Douluo, Ma Hongjuan was confident he could quell internal strife. After all, this world revered strength. And the situation in Huaxia was distinctly different. Currently, Ma Hongjuan remained overly reliant on Douluo and the members of Shirlai Academy. His own power was too meager, and he held scant prestige within Tianluo Diwang. Thus, his urgency to enhance his strength. Suddenly, an ethereal image of a tiger-like soul beast intruded into his mental domain, casting the surroundings into darkness. This indicated that the soul beast possessed a domain. Typically, only soul beasts over 100,000 years old awaken such abilities. Yet, based on the aura of this tiger-like phantom, it was clearly a being of 5,000 or 6,000 years. The only top-tier soul beast that fit this description and could appear in such a location was the dark demon evil god tiger from the original narrative. Everyone, stay alert. Our prey has appeared, Ma Hongjuan commanded in a low voice, prompting those present to vigilantly scan their surroundings. The sword Douluo Chenshin and Bone Douluo Gurong gazed at Ma Hongjuan in astonishment, for he had managed to detect and alert them to the presence of the beast before they had even noticed. Douluo displayed an expression of nonchalance, for he alone truly comprehended Ma Hongjuan. The essence of Ma Hongjuan's prowess lay not merely in his perception. He was wholly absorbed in observing the movements of the Mo Xie Shan Hu, Upon noticing that the Mo Xieshun who did not flee immediately after realizing the presence of the group, he could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Thinking to himself, all is well. The stronger the soul beast, the greater the enhancement of various attributes and soul power it bestows upon oneself. With the collective strength of the group, confronting a 100,000-year soul beast would not require excessive effort. Dealing with a soul beast aged 50 to 60,000 years was merely child's play. Even if this beast possessed extraordinary talent, unforeseen circumstances would be unlikely to arise. Indeed, it was exceptional, enveloped in a domain of darkness. Should any of you possess soul skills of the light attribute, do not hold back. The seasoned sword Douluo, Qinshin, discerned at a glance that the Mo Xieshun who was a soul beast of the dark attribute. Indeed, I once encountered records of the Mo Xieshun who in an ancient tome, which spoke of an evil god descending upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate and transform its luminous nature into shadows, sprouting black wings that symbolize corruption, along with a sinister scorpion-like tail. Ma Hongjun gravely emphasized this, intending to draw attention to its wings and tail to prevent any missteps among the group. 7 killings. Sword Douluo Qinshin, with one hand behind his back, was the first to summon his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, pointing towards the Mo Xieshun who, locking his aura upon it. Instead of fleeing upon sensing the lock, the Mo Xieshun who roared, raising its paw with excitement and charging towards Sword Douluo Qinshin. It sensed that Qinshin posed the greatest threat among the group, yet, emboldened by its hidden cards, it felt no fear. For if it could consume the life energy radiating from the group, particularly that of Ma Hongjun, it would undoubtedly undergo a transformation, possibly surpassing the threshold of a 100,000-year soul beast, thus claiming dominion over the entire Stardow forest. Even the legendary Black Dragon King, Di Tian, would bow before it. Unable to resist the temptation, the Mo Xieshun who believed that if it could eliminate Sword Douluo Qinshin, the rest would pose no further threat. However, Qinshin had no intention of engaging it just yet. He feigned weakness, retreating while Gurong stepped forward to intercept the beast's ferocious claw. Following the plan, Ma Hongjun sighed in relief and retreated as well, while Douluo and Liu Erlong, alongside Fulan Day, advanced to form an encirclement, cornering the Mo Xieshun who. Ma Hongjun's tactic was devoid of martial ethics, causing the Mo Xieshun who to momentarily falter. Chapter 156. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Light Saint Dragon from a distance, Ma Hongjun observed that the surrounded Mo Xieshun who displayed no signs of panic. Instead, it became serious, as if searching for a flaw among them. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in its eyes as it fixed its gaze upon the weakest among them. Liu Erlong. Not good. Everyone be cautious. Summon your martial soul's true form. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in alarm. At that instant, the Mo Xieshun who moved, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Although Liu Erlong had not yet summoned her martial soul's true form, she instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, she felt a foul wind rushing towards her, the air around her vibrating violently as a fierce gale swept through. This was the power of wind. How dare it underestimate me? At that moment, Liu Erlong realized that the Mo Xieshun who had fixated on her. A phantom of dragon claws appeared on her arms, crossing them to deliver a sharp strike towards the air ahead. Bang! 2 tiger claws materialized from the void, one striking against Liu Erlong's dragon claws, while the other aimed at her Dantian. Should she be hit there, it could lead to a loss of soul power, potentially incapacitating her or even ruining her abilities. Liu, be careful. Fulan Day, ever vigilant, noticed the impending danger faster than Douluo. With wings of his martial soul unfurling, he dashed toward Liu Erlong at an astonishing speed, positioning himself before her. Exchanging glances with Liu Erlong, the two exerted all their strength and finally escaped the Mo Xieshun whose aura lock, rotating their shoulders. The tiger claw struck heavily against Fulan Day's back, slamming into his shoulder muscles. Blood splattered as the muscles were torn, and upon landing, Fulan Day rolled several times to dissipate the force of the blow, subsequently vomiting a mouthful of blood. Seeing the Mo Xieshun who abandoned its attack on Liu Erlong to pursue Fulan Day, a more troublesome flying-type soul master, ignited the fury of Douluo. How dare you? He roared, furious that a mere 60,000-year soul beast would injure someone under his watch and attempt to press its advantage. Bone Dragon True Form. His martial soul's true form materialized instantly, locking its aura upon the Mo Xie Hu, ready to unleash a lethal counterattack should it dare to strike again. Noticing Douluo's movements, Sword Douluo Chen, Ma Hongjun, and Qingyao Jin halted their advance to assist. Though Ma Hongjun was not yet a match for the Mo Xie Hu, he felt entitled to confront it given the cards he had to play. Even if he were not its equal, he had to charge forth for the sake of his teacher. After all, this was for his own acquisition of a soul ring. The black-boned dragon emanated an imposing presence, its body surrounded by a dark glow, capable of both offense and defense, confronting the Mo Xie Hu. Leo alone, old poison, do not hold back, Ma Hongjun urged, suppressing the urge to rush in. Dugubois exchanged a subtle glance with Fu Londe before nodding in acknowledgement towards the still-dazed Leo alone. Simultaneously, the three revealed their strongest hidden cards. Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Light Saint Dragon. Indeed, the Martial Soul Fusion Technique of the two, akin to the Golden Saint Dragon, though slightly inferior in power, was perfectly suited for confronting the Mo Xie Hu. As the soul rings of Leo Erlong and Fu Londe illuminated simultaneously, their martial soul illusions fused, forming the new martial soul, the Light Saint Dragon. The fusion technique of two soul masters, combined with the mightiest dragon martial soul among beast-type souls, was undeniably formidable. In an instant, its power surpassed even that of Douluo's true form. Light impact. Without hesitation, they unleashed their soul skill. The overwhelming light energy rivaled even the ninth soul skill of a title Douluo. The radiant energy surged towards the Mo Xie Hu, still locked in a standoff with Douluo. A flicker of wariness crossed the massive eyes of the Mo Xie Hu as it flapped its wings, attempting to evade the oncoming attack using its wind ability. However, the prepared group was not so easily outmaneuvered. Time solidification. Douluo's 8th skill granted him control over a certain range of time and space, freezing time for 3 seconds. Want to escape? Not so easily, beast. Prepare die. Douluo sneered, activating the soul bone skill inherited from Medusa. A powerful violet light descended upon the surroundings of the Mo Xie Hu, manifesting in an exceedingly bizarre manner. The movements of the Mo Xie Hu were entirely restricted, with only its large tiger eyes able to barely shift. Unable to perform any significant action, the assault of the luminous energy would not wait for it to mobilize, mercilessly striking the vast black head of the tiger. A resounding crash echoed as the tremendous energy impact nearly rendered the Mo Xie Hu unconscious. Before it could regain its senses, the deadly strike from Douluo's Bone Douluo followed in rapid succession. The Bai Lin Shengguang, the 9th soul skill of Douluo, when combined with the 8th soul skill, Time Freeze, could effortlessly obliterate a city, although the consumption was immense. Naturally, this soul skill could also be contained within a certain range, and the space surrounding the Mo Xie Hu was instantaneously corroded by the terrifying miasma. The black fur of the tiger transformed to a ghastly green hue, resembling a green tiger, which was exceedingly horrifying. The Bone Transformation Dragon. The 9th soul skill of Bone Douluo was versatile in both offense and defense, embodying formidable spatial power. A powerful strike once again bombarded the vital points of the Mo Xie Hu. The creature was sent flying 100 meters away, landing on the ground and remaining motionless, as if it had been struck dead in silence. Ma Hongjun, with his mouth slightly agape, gazed in astonishment at the once formidable creature now rendered helpless by the 4 of them, momentarily entertaining the illusion that if Douluo Chan Xian were to join in, it might be swiftly eliminated. However, he soon shook his head, realizing that Douluo was ill-suited for this kind of encirclement. For the 7 kills, Sword Martial Soul's attack power was no trifling matter. Should it spiral out of control and slay the Mo Xie Hu, it would be a significant loss. What he desired was to capture it alive. Thus the difficulty was naturally doubled. At that moment, the martial soul fusion technique of Flender and Lu Erlong had also separated. On the surface, they appeared relaxed. Yet in reality, their spirits were taut. Although their engagement seemed brief and they had gained the upper hand, they had unleashed their strongest soul skills without holding back, executing seamless coordination. Even so, the life force of the Mo Xie Hu still lingered. Consequently, they had come to believe that this soul beast was truly extraordinary. Despite being battered by their combined efforts, it had yet to perish. Among them, Flinder was the most severely injured. The other three, though unscathed, had also expended considerable energy. The consumption of the ninth soul skill was incomparable to other soul skills, usually reserved for critical moments. This battle, commencing with the strongest soul skills, was their first experience of such intensity. Jian Shu, Ma Hongjun reminded. Douluo swiftly moved to block the escape route of the Mo Xieshunhu, with the 7 kills sword pointed directly at it, locking onto its energy. The Mo Xieshunhu sensed the impending threat to its life and was instantly enraged, rising to its feet and striking the ground fiercely with its right forepaw, unleashing a streak of black light in a direct line towards Douluo, who posed the greatest danger to it. The wicked energy of its tail followed closely behind. Be careful. It's the evil god Hook. Do not confront it head-on. Ma Hongjun warned once more. Douluo snorted coldly, but did not engage it directly. Instead, he unleashed an energy barrier to intercept the attack momentarily, and then swiftly positioned himself beside the more defensively capable Douluo. Indeed, Douluo's decision proved to be the correct one, for he and Flinder had sustained the most significant consumption. With the attack failing to reach Douluo, it redirected toward Lu Erlong. Unfortunately, Flinder, being too cunning, had already lifted Lu Erlong and soared upon Douluo's side upon seeing Douluo make his move. Despite the formidable nature of the wicked energy and the sharpness of the evil god Hook, it proved ineffective against Douluo's defenses. Damn it! You have forced my hand. At this moment, the Mo Xieshunhu, severely wounded, finally revealed its last trump card, activating a protective shield associated with its soul skill. The life and death arena drew the opponents into a unique space where the laws of time were manipulated, reverting everyone to their youthful states. In truth, Ma Hongjun's understanding was limited. He merely had a vague impression based on the original text. Thus, his prior intelligence was not entirely accurate, but this did not affect the situation significantly. The strongest among them, Douluo Chun'Xian, had already made his move. Martial Soul, 7 kills. The sword measured 4 feet 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and the hilt was 1 foot 2 inches long. The supreme attack titled Douluo. The soul rings instantly detached from his body, merging into the 7 kills sword. Being adept with the sword, he could sense the strength of the energy, and decades of experience allowed him to discern the intensity of the energy shield from the faintest clues. Transform into a giant sword. The 9th soul skill, transforming into a giant sword, with the power of the wind. A formidable sword aura instantly shattered the energy protection of the soul skill and continued its relentless path towards the limbs of the Mo Xieshunhu. Without any obstruction, the limbs were severed in an instant. The activation of the soul skill was thereby interrupted as the Mo Xieshunhu's limbs were cleaved. Cheng Yaojin, I leave it to you. The rapidity and smoothness of the events filled Ma Hongjun with immense joy. Approaching the nearly lifeless Mo Xieshunhu alongside Cheng Yaojin, he spoke. The reason for not allowing the more powerful Douluo Chun'Xian to intercept the Black Orb, which was the destined pearl of the Otherworld's protagonist, Zhou Weiqing, was simply to avoid owing a debt of gratitude, and more importantly, to maintain a sense of caution, for Ma Hongjun had a strong premonition. Cheng Yaojin was a fortuitous figure, and such a treasure of luck could not be claimed by the unworthy. Armed with a dagger, Ma Hongjun decisively slashed the throat of the Mo Xieshunhu. Chapter 157, Acquiring the Soul Ring, Upgrading the System. Indeed, before the black soul ring of the Mo Xieshunhu illuminated, a black orb emerged above its corpse. Simultaneously, the space surrounding the mysterious black orb rippled, revealing a small black hole just the size of a palm. The black orb, seemingly imbued with sentience, swiftly darted toward the black hole. The 3 titled Douluo displayed expressions of delight, preparing to intercept, but were a moment too late as they watched the black orb nearing the entrance of the black hole. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin, who had been attentively monitoring the situation and had already summoned his martial soul, swiftly dashed forward, throwing his Tiangang axe. The black orb was instantaneously obstructed by the axe, ricocheting back towards Ma Hongjun. With a look of surprise, Ma Hongjun disregarded the now-emerging soul ring and extended his hands, successfully grasping the black orb. At the moment he seized the orb, a voice resembling that of a system spirit echoed in his mind, awakening prematurely. Ding! Detected a treasure of fortune. the evil god, orb. Would the host like to absorb it? Upon absorption, the system will undergo a final upgrade, and the fusion of the martial soul will be completed ahead of schedule. Absorb. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Hongjun issued the command to absorb it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully fusing with the 9 leaves sword grass martial soul. The current martial soul level is now a super divine grade, supreme martial soul. Ding. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the exploration function, the ability to quantify strength, the summoning system, and full recognition of the supreme treasure, the source of time and space. What supreme treasure? Ma Hongjun was baffled. Despite having read numerous novels in his past life, he found himself perplexed by the unfolding scene. The essence of this system spirit was born from the supreme treasure, but what could it be other than the spirit itself? Was it that green light in his mind? And what the attribute panel? An idea sparked within Ma Hongjun. This spirit, oh no, this system is not a mere object. Oh, that is not quite right. I am indeed an object. A naive, childish voice echoed in Ma Hongjun's mind, leaving him both amused and bewildered. He soon grasped the situation, but had no time to question the system about the newly acquired abilities. Returning to his senses, he caught the scrutinizing gaze of the swordbone Douluo. Ah, it's nothing much, just a rather fine pearl that holds some significance for soul power cultivation. Surely, esteemed seniors would not covet it from me, Ma Hongjun asserted, preemptively claiming a position of righteousness before the gathered crowd. Without a moment's hesitation, Chung Yaojin stepped protectively in front of Ma Hongjun, feigning indifference while secretly on guard against any greedy intentions from the swordbone Douluo. Since it is an item dropped by the dark demon evil god tiger, it rightfully belongs to you. There is no need for such anxiety, the sword Douluo remarked dismissively. You, a junior, need not worry. Quickly absorb the soul ring while we stand guard for you, Flander added, supported by Lu Erlong, approaching with a protective demeanor. One could not help but notice how their shamelessness mirrored that of Ma Hongjun, as if sculpted from the same mold. Well, the bone nodded slightly, then distanced himself to sit and regain his soul power while simultaneously safeguarding Ma Hongjun. Character, strength datization, probing functions, summoning system. Haha system. Please probe into Chung Yaojin's information. Chung Yaojin, combat power, 85, cultivation, level 85 soul Douluo, leadership, 79, intelligence, 82, politics, 89, loyalty, 99. Note, possesses fragments of memories and experiences from a past life, resurrected by the system from the river of time, fiercely loyal to the host. Potential, divine level. Level 1 godhood. The potential for godhood, truly befitting the chaotic demon, King Chung Yaojin. Now, system, assess the potential of this host. Ma Hongjun, combat power, 79. Cultivation, level 50 soul master, intelligence, 85, leadership, 59, politics, 80, charm, 98, maximum potential, divine king. Ma Hongjun was not taken aback by the potential of a divine king. Rather, he deemed it a fitting assessment, even feeling it to be slightly understated. However, he refrained from further probing and instead expressed keen interest in the leadership and intelligence attributes, for a truly ambitious man aspires to greatness, wielding a sword of destiny to achieve extraordinary feats. Previously, he lacked such aspirations due to a disinterest in the empires of Douluo and a lack of belonging, naturally diminishing his desire for competition. Yet, following the turmoil of the late Han dynasty and the merging of worlds, certain ideologies began to shift. System. As a fine young man of the 21st century, ISN my leadership a tad low. However, the system remained unresponsive to Ma Hongjun's inquiries, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. This haughty little system seemed to consistently disregard him. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun comprehended the essence of strength datization. Ding dong. Typically, one's level of soul power corresponds to their foundational combat power. However, certain prodigies may possess extraordinary innate skills or dual martial souls, resulting in combat power exceeding their inherent soul power. The system's synthesized electronic voice seemed to resonate with Ma Hongjun's curiosity, providing clarity. Note, the combat power granted by skills increases proportionally based on current strength. At the foundational combat power of 80, it adds 5 points, while at 90, it adds just 1 point. After 100, it reverts to 1 point. Following this, a plethora of miscellaneous information appeared, detailing the system's enhancements and the framework of the late Han world, prompting Ma Hongjun to cease his perusal and save it for future reference. Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged, summoning the beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, and began to absorb the soul ring with unwavering focus, unwilling to risk missing the optimal moment for absorption. An hour later, he wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly rose, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Mission accomplished. This place is no longer safe. Esteemed teachers and seniors, we should depart post-haste. Ma Hongjun stood tall, withholding the details of his fifth soul skill and the unlocking of his second martial soul, indicative of the significant transformation he had undergone. The previous iteration of Ma Hongjun would have been entirely transparent with his mentor. But after half a year of life during the late Han, he had matured considerably. Overall, this venture went smoothly, with only Flanders sustaining a moderate injury, successfully interrupting the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's arena skill. On the journey back, Ma Hongjun took the opportunity to assess the potential of his companions. Flander, combat power, 83, intelligence, 89, leadership, 65, politics, 80, affinity, 92. As the host's mentor, he harbored great expectations and fondness for the host. Note, affinity differs from loyalty. Once genuine submission occurs, affinity will convert to equivalent loyalty. Maximum potential, mid-tier title Douluo. This potential seems rather low for my teacher. It appears I must devise a way to enhance his potential. Ma Hongjun mused inwardly. Lu Erlong, combat power, 81, maximum potential, level 98 title Douluo, charm, 90. Note, charm is categorized in a sovereign charisma and feminine allure. Poison Douluo, combat power, 94, affinity, 90, maximum potential, level 95 title Douluo. Sword Douluo, Chan accent, combat power, 97, soul power, level 96, affinity, 65, maximum potential, extreme title Douluo. Bone Douluo Gurong, combat power, 95, affinity, 70, maximum potential, level 98 title Douluo. While these individuals' combat power had been quantified, Ma Hongjun understood that some elements eluded the system's datization. In true combat, discrepancies in power were negligible, and outcomes relied heavily on each party's hidden cards and strategies. Ding dong. This system's detection capability is unparalleled. The amplification of true strength can be manifested through skills. However, to detect any possessed special talents requires the expenditure of Huaxia points or Douluo coins, which are not utilized by default. Ma Hongjun's current system panel is as follows. Huaxia points, 1,000. Establishing the Great Han Intelligence Pavilion earns 1,000 Huaxia points. Redeemable for a single lottery opportunity. Douluo coins, 0. Usable for drawing soul rings of various ages and for increasing attributes aside from combat power. Lucky spin, 0. Available draw chances. Redeem for a Huaxia points lottery draw and spin. The host is now informed that the current stage of the civil and military summoning system has been perfected. The host may eliminate 2 individuals from the 5 provided lists and randomly select 1 from the remaining 3. List 1. Shueli, courtesy name Ringue, also known as Banjian Wang, possesses a foundational martial strength of 9,891, a title of Douluo commander at level 100, intelligence of 90, and political acumen of 85. List 2. Yu Fei, courtesy name Pingju, a national hero, has a foundational martial strength of 9,791, a title of Douluo commander at level 102, intelligence of 89, and political capability of 59. List 3. Lu Ji, courtesy name Bowen, a founding figure of the Ming Dynasty and a renowned strategist, has a martial strength of 9,191, a title of Douluo with a commanding level of 93, intelligence of 99, and political skill of 95. Note, regardless of whether they are strategists or generals, soul power is uniformly elevated to the level of Douluo. Different martial strengths indicate varying combat capabilities, allowing for different levels of advancement. At this stage, innate skills are not included. They can enhance martial strength by 1 to 5 points during the Douluo phase. It is crucial to note that the limit of level 99 Douluo is excluded from this consideration. No matter how powerful the skill, it cannot elevate 1 to level 99, which remains the pinnacle of combat power, akin to that of a deity. However, even among those with martial strength at level 98, the enhancement from skills is equally significant, as disparities in foundational strength can lead to considerable differences in capability. List 4. Yang Lin, courtesy name Huqin, a prominent figure of the Sui dynasty. Known as the 8th hero of Sui and Tang, possesses martial strength and command of 95, intelligence of 85, and political skill of 85. List 5. Lin Chong, known as the Leopard Head, one of the 108 heroes of Water Margin, has martial strength of 95, command of 80, intelligence of 72, and political ability of 60. The decision to eliminate Yang Lin and Lin Chong was made without hesitation. Although Lu Ji's martial strength is not particularly strong, the assistance he can provide to a faction is undeniably significant. Prior to achieving divinity, the role of such strategists is paramount. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the God-level potential civil servant, Lu Ji. Lu Ji possesses martial strength of 91, intelligence of 99, political skill of 95, command of 90, loyalty of 99, and the highest potential of a half-step divine king. Lu Bowen, uniting the world. Remarkably, this potential is that of a half-step divine king. However, why is his martial strength greater than that of Cheng Yaojin? Ding dong. The system has been upgraded, standardizing summon characters to the level of 91 Douluo. Unlike martial generals, the special innate skills of civil servants cannot be utilized to enhance their martial strength. It is regrettable that there are currently no Huaxia points or Douluo coins available for viewing. Otherwise, I would be curious to understand the special skills of both martial generals and civil servants and what distinguishes them. Ma Hongjun pondered these questions with curiosity, yet his steps did not falter. With Cheng Yaojin's Tiangang axe forging a path, he swiftly departed from the Star Do Great Forest. Note, the system cannot actively hear the protagonist's thoughts. It only responds when the protagonist directly inquires. Chapter 158. The potential levels of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Upon exiting the Star Do Great Forest, the group casually sought refuge in a small inn to rest. In one room, Ma Hongjun lay on the bed, perplexed, and asked, "System, why has Lu Bowen not yet appeared?" Ding dong. It has been detected that the summoner is a civil servant. If summoned, there is a possibility of losing 1 to 2 points of intelligence. Would you like to proceed with the summoning? What? A loss of intelligence? No way, this is absurd. Ma Hongjun was instantly incensed. This was unacceptable. He quickly pressed on with a frown. Damn it, why was I not warned before? Was this your oversight? Is there any way to resolve this issue without losing intelligence? Think quickly. I can overlook past grievances. Cheng Yaojin is a martial general, where intelligence holds little importance. Additionally, being a well-known figure in history, the probability of losing intelligence is exceedingly low, hence the direct summoning option. The host may choose to summon during the late Han period. I see, then hurry and summon my supporting minister, my future right-hand man, in the late Han period. Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened, having decided that after concluding matters in Douluo, he would return to the late Han world for development. Although the Douluo world is populated by numerous large nations, it is not chaotic, with 2 major empires and the Spirit Hall suppressing the establishment of new countries. In contrast, the late Han period is rife with turmoil, making it an opportune time to establish a new regime. While Ma Hongjun currently holds little interest in founding a new dynasty, the thought is just beginning to take root. With such a system at his disposal, how could he not strive to achieve great success and strengthen his nation? The emergence of Lu Ji, Lu Bowen, further ignited Ma Hongjun's contemplation. Lu Ji, courtesy named Bowen, was a politician and literary figure of the late Ming, a founding father of the Ming dynasty hailing from Qingtian, Zhejiang. He was well-versed in military strategy and planning, earning the moniker Living Zhang Liang, comparable to Zhuge Liang. With such an individual at his side, even absent ambition, one would inevitably ascend to prominence. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for summoning strategist Lu Ji, Lu Bowen, at the late Han period, specifically at the Penglai Tavern, with the implanted identity as the host's appointed manager of the tavern. Goodness, when did I appoint him? Ma Hongjun was taken aback. The system implanted memories, indicating he was already a subordinate during the late Han period. How could Zhao Yun easily trust him? The implanted identity indicates they are acquainted. Fine, you have your strengths. What more can I say? Regarding the system's memory implantation function, Ma Hongjun could only accept it, acknowledging its prowess in altering an individual's memory. He closely observed the changes in the rules of the late Han period. After half a year of exploration, Ma Hongjun discovered that few could awaken their martial souls in this era. However, those who could awaken their martial souls possessed at least superior martial souls, which in the late Han were referred to as battle souls. He had witnessed Zhao Yun's martial soul, a dragon spear, with the essence of a white dragon within its shaft, ranking among the finest of battle souls, rivaling Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial soul. Tiando City. Upon returning to Tiando City, the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition had concluded, with the Shrek team entering the top 3, just as in the original narrative. In 6 months, they would battle alongside various martial soul academies from across the continent to select the top 5 academies to participate in the grand finals of the Soul Master Elite competition at the Spirit Hall. The reward consists of 3 soul bones over 10,000 years old. To be frank, Ma Hongjun had little desire for such soul bones. Acquiring Douluo coins and Huaxiao points to draw items was far more appealing than establishing a force to alter the continent's fate with luck points. However, since Flander was his mentor, and his wish was to win the elite competition and lead Shrek Academy to glory as his disciple, Ma Hongjun naturally wanted to fulfill that wish before embarking on his own mission. In 6 months, the dimensional barrier would permit those above the Douluo level to break through, indicating that Ma Hongjun must also strive for improvement. For him, the opportunity to breach the dimensional barrier and enter the Late Han Three Kingdoms world was always at hand. Thus, he remained unhurried, confident that with Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun by his side, his force in the Late Han would not face annihilation. Indeed, the current landscape of the Late Han world was largely stabilized, yet wars persisted. Among the remaining powerful warlords were Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, Sun Tzu, Yuan Shu, and the ever-evolving Liu Baobao. The likes of Liu Biao and Tao Qian, while possessing considerable territory, cannot be classified as major warlords, merely maintaining their holdings without significant ambition for expansion. Yuan Shao occupies the most fertile regions of Jizhou and Yuzhou, as well as parts of Sili, while the future unifier of the north, Cao Cao, is confined to the relatively impoverished Yenzhou. In pursuit of resources, he has established the renowned Mo Jinshao Way. At this moment, Yuan Shao has recently triumphed over Gongsun Zan, and various factions are entering a phase of peaceful development. Contrary to historical accounts, the Emperor Yuan Shu has not been defeated by Cao Cao or Lu Bu. He remains entrenched in the prosperous Yangzhou region, enjoying a carefree existence in locations such as Runan and Shochuan. The year is Jinan 4, 199 AD, and it has yet to enter the year 200. However, Ma Hongjun is aware that the awakened battle spirit heralds an inevitable collapse of the historical world of the late Han dynasty. He has lost the optimal period for advancement. Yet with sufficient strength, opportunities will still abound. For instance, he possesses absolute confidence in the 3 brothers of Liu Bei, believing they will surely accomplish great deeds. Some individuals are inherently favored by destiny, endowed with remarkable talent and fortune, such as Tang San. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun promptly inquired about the potential of the Shrek team members. Ning Rongrong, Combat Power, Level 45 Healing System Soul Master. Leadership, 80 Intelligence, 85 Politics, 80 Charisma, 98 Talent Potential, Half-Step Divine King. Note, potential only represents the current limit of an individual's capabilities. They may surpass this limit or fail to achieve their potential. Ma Hongjun finds this reasonable, for without effort and dedication to cultivation, even the highest talent is futile. However, the talent potential and feminine charm of Ning Rongrong still astonish Ma Hongjun, as her potential matches that of his trusted ally Lu Ji, also known as Liu Bowen. This revelation brings forth unusual thoughts in the now adolescent Ma Hongjun. It is no surprise that he harbors such ambitions. His primary goal is longevity, while his secondary aim is to empower the people of Huaxia. If he could wed Ning Rongrong, it would not only weaken the Douluo world but also align with his desire for eternal life. To some extent, the 2 worlds are adversarial. Diminishing the peak combat power of the Douluo world would enhance the strength of Huaxia's populace. The protagonist's audacity is rather pronounced. Zhu Zhuqing, Combat Power, Level 49-44 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Charisma, 98 Talent Potential, Level 1 Deity. Ma Hongjun adeptly investigates the hierarchy of talent potential, asking questions when uncertain. The hierarchy of talent potential, from lowest to highest, is as follows: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Soul Honored, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint. Douluo and Title Douluo. Title Douluo is particularly unique and can be further categorized into low-level Title Do, 91 to 93, mid-level Title Do, 94-95, high-level Title Do, 96 to 98, and a 99-level Ultimate Title Douluo, with divine potential capable of surpassing level 100. The hierarchy continues with level 3 deity, level 2 deity, level 1 deity, supreme deity, Half-step divine king, and the child of destiny. The child of heaven cannot be measured by talent, and can at least reach the level of half-step divine king. Tang San, combat power. Level 69 45 control system battle soul master. Talent potential. To be continued in chapter 159, yet another half-step divine king talent potential. Tang San, combat power. 69 leadership. 90 intelligence. 90 politics. 85 charisma. 89. His charm is reduced by 11 due to future character flaws. Talent potential. Child of destiny. Ma Hongjun instinctively feels a pang of imbalance, muttering a curse in his heart. He had assumed he surpassed Tang San in every aspect, only to discover that Tang San's potential exceeds his own. The potential of the other members of Shrek is also notable. Dai Mubai, talent potential, level 1 deity. Fat Tiger, talent potential, level 2 deity. Oscar, talent potential, level 2 deity. After several days of training in a simulated environment with his companions, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of disconnection and thus declared his intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, ceasing further training. Due to Ma Hongjun's presence, Tang San could not act independently. It was impossible for him to cultivate at the Eye of Ice and Fire, for that was Ma Hongjun's domain. The Eye of Ice and Fire. It was discovered that the Soul Master Elite competition had been postponed for 6 months due to pressure from certain hidden families on the Spirit Hall and 2 great empires. Poison Douluo furrowed his brow and solemnly addressed Ma Hongjun. Is it troublesome? Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, as he had already suspected this. The Soul Master competition is manageable, but the upheaval in the power dynamics of the continent will be immense, with numerous factions potentially surpassing our own. Poison Douluo expressed his deep concern, finding a place to sit cross-legged beside Ma Hongjun. For the past few days, Ma Hongjun had remained at the Eye of Ice and Fire, as he discovered that his cultivation speed there was twice as fast as in other locations. He speculated that this might be related to his 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. How fares the strength of the younger generation? Ma Hongjun inquired once more. Little monster, do you still care about the strength of the younger generation? Rest assured, it's quite peculiar. While these hidden families possess formidable top-tier power, their younger generations are generally weaker. Only a handful can match the Shrek team. Poison Douluo teased Ma Hongjun, observing his concerned demeanor. He had no idea that Ma Hongjun's true intention behind probing for this information was not merely to win the Soul Master competition, but to relay the news back to the late Han dynasty. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Tang San, cradling Xiao Wu in his arms, anxiously gazed at the father he had not seen for many years. It seems you're already aware of this girl's identity. There's no need to be nervous, little San. I have come to enhance your strength. As my son, you cannot be surpassed by your peers, not even by your companions. Come with me, and the little girl is welcome to join us if she wishes. Tang Hao unexpectedly appeared before Tang San, who was on a date with Xiao Wu, speaking directly. Having observed Tang San for some time, he was well aware that Tang San's talent had always been overshadowed by Ma Hongjun, due to the postponement of the elite competition following the preliminaries. Tang Hao had come to see Tang San earlier than expected. Father, where are we going? Seeing his long-lost father, Tang San embraced him like a child. He had recently acknowledged his identity as a Titan and thus recognized his father as the youngest and renowned title Daw Hao Yan Daw. Enough, my child. You are now an adult. I have come to discuss your other martial soul. Tang Hao tightened his embrace around Tang San before pushing him away. Another martial soul? Does that mean you want me to begin cultivating another martial soul? But the teacher said I cannot add any soul rings to it until I become a title Daw. Tang San asked in confusion. The master is correct. It is indeed unsuitable to add soul rings to the Hao Yan hammer before you become a title Douluo. However, who told you that you cannot cultivate the Hao Yan hammer without adding soul rings? Tang Hao turned his back, ignoring the bewildered Xiao Wu standing nearby. Father's implication is that one can cultivate without adding soul rings. Tang San, being a clever individual, instantly comprehended Tang Hao's meaning. Indeed, little girl. Go inform your teacher that I wish to take you away for training for a while, Tang Hao said, turning his gaze toward Xiao Wu. At the age of 13, Ma Hongjun reached the realm of Soul King, shattering the record he had set in his youth, which truly stirred the pride of the Hao Yan Douluo. Consequently, he placed his hopes on his son, who once brought him pride, but now evoked more complex feelings. Yes, Xiao Wu replied, sighing in relief as she dashed towards the principal's office to explain the situation to Flandra. After Xiao Wu disappeared from sight, Tang Hao sighed and looked at Tang San. saying, Xiao-san, Xiao Wu is a good girl. Since she has chosen to become human, just like your mother, we must no longer regard her through the lens of soul beasts. You must never follow the same path as your father. Protect her well and help her elevate her soul power to maturity as swiftly as possible. Only then will she truly become a human. Mother, is my mother like Xiao Wu? Tang Xin asked, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. Yes, your mother, Yin, is a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. She is the most beautiful woman in this world, Tang Hao stated solemnly, his mind filled with infatuation and longing for Yin. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Ma Hongjun, Tang Hao took Tang San away early and conveniently brought Xiao Wu along. As the meteor tears fell, the fortunes of Douluo continent began to surge, with the emergence of hidden forces and families leading the future of Douluo continent into the unknown. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was living in a gentle paradise. During his time at Shrek Academy after emerging from the ice and fire Yin-Yang Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing sought various excuses daily to approach Ma Hongjun. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were relatively reasonable since they were all part of the same battle team, and it made sense to train together to seize opportunities to get closer. However, Yi Lingling, sensing a crisis, insisted on delivering heartwarming breakfasts to Ma Hongjun every morning, inquiring after his well-being. Yi Lingling, Combat Power, Level 45 Healing System, Soul Master. Charm, 98, Unparalleled Beauty, Host, Please Act Quickly. Talent Potential, Half-Step God King, Yet to Awaken. Could it be that the system is mistaken? In the original work, Yi Lingling only became a title Douluo in the end. How could her potential possibly match that of Ning Rongrong? Ma Hongjun questioned the system's assessment. Ding. Please, host, explore on your own. Yi Lingling indeed possesses potential not inferior to that of Ning Rongrong after consuming celestial great herbs. If Yi Lingling also consumes celestial great herbs, might she achieve God King potential? There is a possibility, but the likelihood is low. God King potential cannot be attained merely through celestial herbs. However, due to the uniqueness of the Nine Hearts Sea Tang, is not entirely impossible. Chapter 160, The Defier. Uniqueness? Does the Nine Hearts Sea Tang harbor secrets unknown to ordinary people? Ma Ongjun Muzed Inwardi, prompting him to inquire with the system. Ding. Insufficient authority, unable to investigate. What do you mean, insufficient authority? Am I not the host? Ding. Here, authority refers to strength. Please refrain from unreasonable behavior to evade the entanglements of the three girls. Ma Hongjun had no choice but to arrange everything and retreat once more to the ice and fire Yin-Yang for secluded cultivation. 6 months later, Ma Hongjun's strength had undeniably surged, rapidly advancing to the advanced Soul King realm at level 58. During this time, he did not add any soul rings to his martial soul, achieving a 7-level increase purely through diligent cultivation during his seclusion. This illustrates that Ma Hongjun's innate talent for soul power cultivation has, to some extent, surpassed that of Tang San, the Child of Destiny. However, his potential remains at the pinnacle of God King due to the world's level restrictions. While the Child of Destiny possesses the finest potential talent grade, it does not imply that their talent surpasses that of the God King pinnacle. In the realm of Douluo, the God King pinnacle represents the highest level of talent. Even the Child of Destiny can only reach such a level of strength. Some exceptional talents do not fall short of the Child of Destiny. These individuals are collectively referred to as defiers. This is a revelation Ma Hongjun gleaned from the system over the past 6 months. The potential talent is granted by the world's heavenly path, and no matter how powerful a person's fortune may be, it cannot transcend the limitations of innate potential. However, defiers are an exception. Beneath their innate potential, the heavenly path bestows them with relatively weaker potential talent. Yet they can surpass the constraints of innate potential and achieve greater accomplishments. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun also recognized his uniqueness. He exists as an entity straddling the line between defier and compliant. His lucky Clover martial soul has granted him the favor of the heavenly path, making him akin to the Child of Destiny, endowed with top-tier talent. The emergence of the system serves as a more potent version of a defier, enabling him to continually surpass his own potential limits and reach unknown realms. In the world of the three kingdoms, the appearance of martial souls and the enhancement of personal power have led to the emergence of various factions that seemingly do not participate in the struggle for supremacy. Akin to sections, Among them, the most renowned is the Penglai Tavern, which has sparked a fervor from mighty generals. 6 months ago, at the onset of the world's transformation, the Penglai Tavern, modeled after the renowned schools of thought from the 100 Schools of Thought, launched a ranking of martial generals. Currently, the list features only 12 individuals. 12th place, Xiahou Yuan, Martial Soul, White Earth Divine Spear, a general under Cao Cao. 11th place, Xiahou Dun, Martial Soul, Original Martial Soul, Unique Dragon Eye. 10th place, Taishir Ci, Martial Soul, Madsong Halberd, Second Martial Soul, Vast Si Bao, Dual Martial Souls. 9th place, Sun Tzu, Martial Soul, Overlord Spear. 8th place, Su Chu, Martial Soul, Fire Cloud Blade, Original Martial Soul, Skin, Dual Martial Souls. 7th place, Huangzhong, Martial Soul, 9 Phoenix Rising Sunblade. 2nd Martial Soul, 8 Treasures Qilin Bao, Dual Martial Souls. 6th place, Zhang Fei, Martial Soul, Zhangba Snake Spear. 5th place, Ma Chao, Martial Soul, Dragon Riding Spear. 4th place, Guan Yu, Martial Soul, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. 3rd place, Dian Wei, accompanying Martial Soul, Madsong Dual War Halberd. 2nd place, Zhao Yun, Martial Soul, Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear. 2nd Martial Soul, White Dragon. 1st place, Lu Bu, Martial Soul, Fong Tianhua Halberd. 2nd Martial Soul, Unmatched Battle Soul. Except for Lu Bu, who awakened a special Unmatched Battle Soul, earning the title of the world's greatest martial general. The remaining 11 strengths are not ranked in any particular order. Note, although the martial souls of other generals are superficially referred to as battle souls, they are not acknowledged by the system. Originally, during the end of the Han Dynasty, these illustrious generals had merely just awakened a single martial soul, but gradually, some began to awaken a second martial soul. The person responsible for the rankings is Liu Bowen from the Penglai Tavern. Due to Ma Hongjuan's intervention, Zhao Yun and his White Horse Brotherhood seized the opportunity presented by the world's anomalies, rapidly increasing their strength, each on par with Soul Sage level powerhouses. Consequently, the Penglai Tavern has emerged as the most powerful and mysterious establishment of the Han, feared by many. The rankings were arranged according to Ma Hongjuan's request. Otherwise, those possessing dual martial souls would undoubtedly rank higher. This meticulous compilation of martial general information by the Penglai Tavern's intelligence system was derived from the names provided by Ma Hongjun for investigation. In the wild, the formidable powers are countless. For instance, the renowned gun god, Tong Yuan, and the sword saint, Wang Yu, possess strengths equivalent to that of a 95-level super title Douluo. Utilizing the second stage of their techniques and the pinnacle of their will, they remain undaunted even when facing a 97-level title Douluo. Both techniques and physical prowess are categorized into 2 forms of cultivation: internal power cultivation and realm cultivation. Internal power cultivation corresponds to the soul power cultivation of Douluo continent, emphasizing the hierarchical levels of strength, while realm cultivation serves as a secret method for enhancing combat prowess, akin to the soul ring skills of Douluo continent. During a 6-month period of concern over the situation in the Han Dynasty, Ma Hongjun returned briefly and gained a rudimentary understanding of the changes in the rules of that world. Consequently, he resolved to focus primarily on technique cultivation, with soul ring skills as a supplementary method. His grasp of battle souls remains superficial, but they are roughly equivalent to the domains in the Douluo world, offering a significant amplification of combat power, especially when combined with the techniques and physical training methods of the Han era, thus exponentially increasing their might. As the first to awaken a battle soul after the anomalies in the Han Dynasty, Lu Bu, also known as Lu Fengxian, rightfully claims the title of the foremost warrior of that period. The concept of the battle soul domain seems even more formidable than the martial soul domain of Douluo continent, particularly suited for commanding troops in battle. Reflecting on Liu Bowen's covert leadership of Lu Bu's intelligence unit, Ma Hongjun could not help but ponder the immense changes within the Han Dynasty's Three Kingdoms world. The overall power enhancement in the Han Dynasty has evidently surpassed that of Douluo continent by a factor of 5. While the inherent strength of Douluo continent is already a tier above that of the Han Dynasty, the gap has undeniably narrowed. Excluding the hidden families that have bolstered the strength of Douluo continent, the Han Dynasty now stands on par with the overt power of the Douluo world. The only shortcoming lies in the extreme level peak combat power, where they remain at a disadvantage. In all other aspects, they are no less formidable. As Ma Hongjun prepared to depart from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he was suddenly struck by a delightful realization. There were several more immortal herbs than before. Previously engrossed in secluded cultivation, he had overlooked the changes in the surrounding immortal herbs. With the increase in the world's fortune, the spiritual energy had become more abundant, making cultivation significantly easier. The already rich spiritual energy of the ice and fire yin-yang eye had surged, causing some immortal herbs that typically require 10,000 years to mature to develop fully within just 2 short half-year periods. Chapter 161. Resolving Xiao Wu's issues filled with joy. Ma Hongjun swiftly gathered the mature, immortal herbs and stored them in his Rui Baobao pouch. Some of these herbs had appeared in Douluo, while others were entirely new to him. He paid no heed to their origins, as the arrival of falling star tears and the enhancement of the world's fortune were straightforward phenomena. It could serve as a fitting gift for Zilong. He thought to himself that Zhao Yun's strength was still somewhat lacking compared to a title Douluo, likely equivalent to a peak soul Douluo. In a true life-and-death battle, he might be comparable to a title Douluo, yet his level of power was merely that of a low-tier soul Douluo. Should Zilong consume an immortal herb, his combat prowess could potentially rival that of the old poison. As Ma Hongjun contemplated, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. However, he did not reveal the deeper motives behind his desires. If he were to provide Zhao Yun with an immortal herb, Zhao Yun's inherent loyalty and gratitude would undoubtedly lead him to express his appreciation, and it would not be surprising if he were to acknowledge Ma Hongjun as his master because of it. With this thought, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of impatience. Nonetheless, the most pressing matter remained the Soul Master Elite competition organized by the Spirit Hall. The champion of this competition is the highest honor that young Soul Masters can attain. Although Ma Hongjun considered himself mature, having lived over 30 years across 2 lifetimes, his rebirth still inclined his disposition towards youthful exuberance. He might claim indifference towards such competitions, but achieving victory would certainly bring him joy for some time. However, before participating in the competition, the issue concerning Xiao Wu needed resolution. After harvesting the surplus immortal herbs, he exited the ice and fire yin-yang eye and made his way to Shrek Academy. The residence of Shrek's 7 monsters lay in the back mountains of Shrek Academy, where Tang San and Xiao Wu had returned 3 days prior. Ma Hongjun was the last to rejoin the group, as experts often make their appearances last. After a brief reunion, Ma Hongjun called Tang San aside and, with a serious expression, stated, "Xiao San, your father must have informed you of Xiao Wu's true identity, hasn't he?" Tang San's face immediately betrayed panic. Realizing that Ma Hongjun had indeed discerned Xiao Wu's identity, he feared that Ma Hongjun might harbor intentions towards her. In an instant, countless scenarios of brotherly betrayal flashed through his mind, for the allure of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone was undeniably captivating, making it difficult to resist. "You need not worry. Xiao Wu is also my sister. If you ever dare to wrong her in the future, I assure you I will not let you off easily," Ma Hongjun remarked, sensing Tang San's silence and the flicker of wariness and anxiety within him, his voice tinged with impatience. This fellow, it seems, bears a vigilant demeanor towards everyone, wasting the goodwill he had extended through the immortal herbs. Yet, this was understandable. After all, Tang San was a reincarnator who had not fully integrated into this world, much like Ma Hongjun himself. Thus, he could hardly blame Tang San, although he still felt a twinge of displeasure. Hongjun, thank you. I will never let Xiao Wu down," Tang San exclaimed, jolted back to reality by Ma Hongjun's dissatisfaction. And he quickly expressed his gratitude and assurance. "I called you out to discuss the matter of concealing Xiao Wu's identity. I initially thought that Lord Haoyan would find a way to help her hide her identity, but I did not expect such negligence. This level of concealment may fool ordinary title Douluo, but it will certainly not escape the eyes of someone like Pope Bibi Dong," Ma Hongjun said, his tone laced with frustration. He had already seen Xiao Wu upon his return, and her specific attributes were as follows. Xiao Wu, combat power, 49, soul power, 45, charm, 98, talent potential, half-step divine king, identity, a 10,000-year soul beast, the lightning rabbit in its transformed state, capable of eluding detection by title Douluo below level 95. If his assumptions were correct, Tang Hao's strength was at the level of a 95 title Douluo. However, one must not forget that the figures appearing in the Soul Master Finals included not only Pope Bibi Dong, who exceeded level 95, but also the sword law, Chan Exine, and the bone law Gu Rong, who were also super titled the law above level 95, making it implausible to remain undetected. Impossible. Father said he can no longer discern Xiao Wu's identity, which is why he allowed us to return, Tang San said, his disbelief evident. Though he could not help but feel a sense of unease, as his own purple extreme magic eye could see through Xiao Wu's true identity. Nevertheless, due to his faith in Tang Hao and his admiration for the Tang sex martial arts, he did not believe that others could see through it. However, Ma Hongjuan's assertion indicated that he had already seen through it, leaving no room for doubt. What method did your father use to conceal Xiao Wu's aura? Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity. It was a technique my father developed based on some remnants left by my mother, as well as the circumstances surrounding her maturity. He has spent the past 2 years comprehending this method of concealing aura, Tang San explained. Tang San, feeling guilt over his recent suspicions about Ma Hongjun, has let go of the last vestiges of his wariness and speaks candidly. Indeed, there are merits to consider, but I possess a superior method. Hand it over to Xiao Wu. With that, Ma Hongjun retrieves a herb from his Rui Bao bag, which glimmers with starlight. Xingyin Chao, a celestial-grade herb. Effects. Upon consumption, it conceals all traces of one's presence, rendering them undetectable to deities, while also possessing substantial restorative properties. Following this are some sporadic descriptions and harvesting methods, which are part of the 3 functionalities provided by the System Upgrades Exploration feature. This feature not only allows one to investigate the martial soul potential and strength of any individual, but also reveals the uses and basic information of treasures. The celestial herb is among the few that have regrown, albeit it is the least effective in enhancing martial souls among celestial herbs. Its primary purpose being to mask one's presence, perfect for Xiao Wu's need for concealed identity. Although Ma Hongjun has not fully assimilated into the world of Douluo continent, he holds no reservations about his relatives and friends, willingly offering a celestial herb. This is far too precious. I cannot accept your celestial herb, Tang San instinctively declines. But upon seeing Ma Hongjuan's gradually darkening expression, he quickly refrains, sensing that Ma Hongjun might harbor some misunderstanding towards him. This is for Xiao Wu, Tang San. Remember not to let her down. She is a wonderful girl deserving of your lifelong protection. Due to his sentiments towards Huaxia, Ma Hongjuan's regard for the future ruler of Douluo, Tang San, has undoubtedly diminished. However, out of respect for their past bond, he harbors no animosity, though he finds himself increasingly displeased with Tang San and resolves to guide him more sternly in the future to prevent any missteps. Without waiting for Tang San's response, he returns to his residence to rest. Chapter 162. Ning Rongrong's boudoir. Ma Hongjun departs with a carefree demeanor, yet deep within, he feels a twinge of discomfort at having to play matchmaker for Tang San and Xiao Wu when he himself lacks a romantic partner. Perhaps it is time for him to seek a girlfriend. Even though the issues concerning his evil Fire Phoenix martial soul have been largely resolved and he has gained understanding, he cannot escape the fact that he remains a novice in romance. I am indeed a good person, but alas, it appears I must find a girlfriend soon. As he contemplates this, Ma Hongjun, initially headed back to his residence, suddenly halts and redirects towards the abodes of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. To clarify, Ma Hongjun is on his way to find Zhu Zhuqing, with Ning Rongrong's residence being nearby, hence the same direction. He is certainly not the type to covet what he already possesses. While pondering, Ma Hongjun soon arrives at a fork in the path. 10 meters to the left lies Zhu Zhuqing's door, while 10 meters to the right is Ning Rongrong's. How delightful, he thinks, recalling Ning Rongrong's exceptional talent, which stands at half a step towards deityhood. He decisively alters his course and chooses to seek Ning Rongrong for a heart-to-heart conversation. It is not that he desires to take advantage of her. Rather, he believes that as a support-type soul master, she requires his protection. Though Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure may tempt many, Ma Hongjun is not easily swayed by such trivial distractions. His aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. However, his intention to have a private conversation with one woman falters upon entering Ning Rongrong's courtyard, where he discovers that not only is Zhu Zhuqing present, but Xiao Wu is also there. Sixth brother, weren't you discussing matters with Xiao San? Why are you suddenly here with Rongrong? Xiao Wu exclaims, astonished by Ma Hongjuan's unexpected appearance at the entrance. Oh, right, I just finished our discussion. Xiao San is probably searching for you around the academy now. You should go check, he responds, swiftly concocting a plan to send Xiao Wu away. Due to Ma Hongjuan's leadership, The lives of the Shrek 7 monsters are far from the hardships depicted in the original narrative. Each member has their own independent residence in the back mountains of Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, being a support-type soul master, shares her courtyard with Zhu Zhuqing for safety reasons. Ah, I see. Rongrong, I will take my leave for now. I will come find you tomorrow morning so we can attend the soul master competition together. Xiao Wu quickly rises from the stone table and addresses Ning Rongrong before disappearing in an instant. Ma Hongjun smiles subtly. The nuisance has departed. In truth, he is not deceiving Xiao Wu. Tang San is undoubtedly searching for her, eager for her to consume the Xingyin Chao. Sixth brother, what brings you here? Have you missed me? Or did you have something nice for me? Ning Rongrong, noticing Xiao Wu's exit and with Zhu Zhuqing remaining seated, stands and playfully takes Ma Hongjun's arm. Seeing Ning Rongrong's boldness, Ma Hongjun seizes the moment to tighten his grasp on her arm and quips, "Indeed, I have been in seclusion at the Ice and Fire Yangyi Eye for too long, yearning for you and Zhuqing, my two little fairies, hence my visit." How rude. Oomph. You flirtatious rogue. I shall ignore you. Ning Rongrong feigns annoyance, though her heart is elated by his playful teasing. Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, experiences a fleeting blush and quickly averts her gaze towards the flowers outside. Both women have long harbored feelings for Ma Hongjun, which extends beyond mere affection, and they are acutely aware of each other's sentiments. However, Ma Hongjun has consistently maintained his integrity, neither rejecting nor accepting advances. Today, his uncharacteristic flirtation brings them joy, even if veiled in jest. Regarding the prospect of sharing a partner, while neither woman is particularly enthusiastic, they are not entirely opposed to the idea. After all, both Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, and Zhu Zhuqing's father, the head of the Zhu family in the Xinglua Empire, have more than one wife. Thus, they have mentally prepared for such an eventuality, and their bond, akin to that of sisters, has deepened through shared trials. Ignore me, and I shall take my leave. Zhuqing, I shall sit with you, Ma Hongjun declares, embodying the role of a roguish charmer. Very well, sixth brother, Zhu Zhuqing replies succinctly, rising promptly to exit without hesitation. Wah, you bully me. I shall tell Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong's eyes well up with tears as she protests. Ah, Rongrong, please don't cry. I was only joking. Sixth brother was wrong. I want to leave. I shall stay here with you tonight. All right? Ma Hongjun, taken aback by her reaction, hastens to reassure the weeping Ning Rongrong. Even when she had previously confessed her feelings, she had never reacted in such a manner. Not a chance. Dream on. I want to stay with you. Today, I shall be with Zhuqing. We need our rest. You should return home. Sixth brother, Ning Rongrong, witnessing Ma Hongjun's flustered state, can't help but break into laughter, playfully tugging Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they head towards her room, leaving Ma Hongjun behind. This leaves Ma Hongjun feeling as though he has fallen into a trap. His heartfelt words have been laid bare, only to be rejected. Yet who is Ma Hongjun? He would never retreat in embarrassment. With the resolve gained from 2 lifetimes, having decided to clarify his relationships with both women, he follows closely behind, slipping into Ning Rongrong's boudoir. Sixth brother, have you had a change of heart and wish to accept us both? Or has something gone awry with your martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent until now, takes the lead in breaking the ice as she observes Ma Hongjun's entry. Indeed, sixth brother, you haven't experienced an outburst of evil fire, have you? Ning Rongrong cast a dubious glance at Ma Hongjun, who was trailing behind them like a persistent shadow. Do I really look like someone whose evil fire has erupted? Ma Hongjun retorted, somewhat irked. Not all precisely. The 2 girls replied in unison. Ma Hongjun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he found a place to sit, beginning to survey Ning Rongrong's elegantly arranged boudoir. It was indeed beautifully laid out, surpassing his own room by an order of magnitude. The room was immaculately tidy, adorned with flower pots on the desk and windowsill, enveloped in a fragrant atmosphere with refreshingly crisp air. At the head of the bed rested a large pink BB Xiong pillow, alongside a striking red phoenix pattern on the headboard, which bore a remarkable resemblance to his own martial spirit. The overall decor leaned towards a charming yet graceful style. Unlike his own room, which housed only a desk, chairs, and a bed, accompanied by a few ledgers documenting his business dealings. Indeed, your space is far more alluring than mine. I must confess, my sudden visit may seem a bit abrupt, but I promise to make it up to you both. I wish to convey that I harbor feelings for both of you, which is why I've been so indecisive. You may call me a scoundrel or a cad, and I will accept it, yet I hope that our relationship can progress further. I wonder if you would be willing to accept that. Ma Hongjun stated earnestly, sensing the atmosphere had softened. As long as you can make me stronger and treat me well, I am willing, the typically bold Ning Rongrong replied. However, it was Zhu Zhuqing who, without hesitation, spoke first. Very well, I shall not disappoint you in the future. Though I may be a bit fickle, I assure you my affections are genuine. Despite the flaws of my martial spirit, I have not succumbed to superficial romantic entanglements over the years. The reason I seek you both now is that I am confident in my ability to control the evil fire of my martial spirit, Ma Hongjun declared with sincerity. Zhuqing, Rongrong, I hope you both can accept me. Although it may seem unfair to you, I cannot let either of you down, and I trust you do not wish for me to become a heartbreaker. He gazed intently at the two girls, shamelessly invoking his background. Upon hearing about Ma Hongjun's martial spirit troubles, Ning Rongrong's previously hesitant demeanor vanished, replaced by determination. I am willing, but you must promise me that you will not touch me or Zhuqing until we come of age. I promise you both, Ma Hongjun replied, his excitement palpable as he took the girl's delicate hands and sat at the head of the bed, engaging in whispered conversation. Chapter 163. The cause of struggle under Ma Hongjun's sweet words, he successfully spent the night at Ning Rongrong's abode. I will only sit, no inappropriate touches. I will merely hold hands, never venturing elsewhere. I will embrace, but never engage in mischief. I will give a peck, but my tongue shall remain sheathed. Thus, Ma Hongjun's first kiss was bestowed upon the two girls, who gradually succumbed to his charm. However, Ma Hongjun remained true to his promise to Ning Rongrong, refraining from any actual intimacy before they reached maturity. Yet, he did not shy away from the affectionate exchanges permitted within those bounds. The following morning, Ma Hongjun adhered to his plan of observing rather than participating in the competition. Only Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Fat Tiger took the stage, alongside several substitute members, effortlessly overcoming their opponents, leaving no opportunity for Ma Hongjun and the others to compete. The day's matches concluded without any suspense. Compared to the original narrative, there were indeed many unfamiliar teams, likely hastily assembled by hidden families. However, these teams displayed rather lackluster strength, even falling short of the Five Elements Academy, let alone the mightier Shrek Academy. Only two teams captured Ma Hongjun's attention, yet their prowess was merely comparable to that of the Shun Feng Academy led by Feng Xiaoyan. The increase in teams resulted in each academy participating in at least 4 to 5 matches daily. Consequently, Ma Hongjun found himself lacking the motivation to engage, ultimately concocting an excuse to slip away the following day. He sought out Cheng Yaojin, whom he had neglected at Shrek Academy, and together they accessed the system to enter the secret realm of Tongtian Sea, embarking on their journey to the world of the Three Kingdoms. It is noteworthy that aside from summoned individuals, Ma Hongjun could not bring natives into the world of the late Han Dynasty. At this stage, those from the Douluo world lacked the strength to enter the Han Dynasty realm, as they would be perceived as enemies and obliterated by the vigilant will of heaven. Only those of formidable strength, like the God King, could evade the scrutiny of this celestial consciousness. The souls of summoned individuals possessed the same essence as this realm, thus evading exclusion. Ma Hongjun gleaned this knowledge from the system, prompting him to bring Cheng Yaojin to the Han Dynasty in advance, as he needed to establish his own influence. Just as Ma Hongjun prepared to enter the world of the Three Kingdoms, he was taken aback by a surprising sight. Deep within the passage, a familiar azure planet emerged, a vision that had appeared countless times in his dreams. What is happening, system? Why is Earth appearing in the black hole passage? Ma Hongjun recalled that his last visit was merely 3 months prior, during which he had seen nothing. Ding! The world of the Three Kingdoms is on the verge of merging with the Douluo continent into a singular dimension. Thus, the distance between the two realms is continuously diminishing, allowing the host to perceive Earth. Dimension? Does this Earth have any connection to the Earth of the past? Ma Hongjun inquired eagerly. Ding! The current world of the Three Kingdoms is a parallel dimension of the host's previous Earth. If the host can facilitate the absorption of the Douluo world S, will by the will of the Three Kingdoms. A number of top-tier experts will gain the ability to traverse time and space. What? Time travel? Does that mean I have a chance to return Earth? Ding. Indeed. But there are 2 prerequisites. First, the time travel must be based on the will of the main world. Second, the host must attain a realm that surpasses the pinnacle of the God King. I understand the second condition, but what does the first prerequisite entail? If the will of the Douluo continent devours the will of the Three Kingdoms, then even if the host possesses the ability to traverse time and space, the journey will lead to a parallel world based on the history of the Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun fell silent, momentarily entranced in thought. Previously, he had only aspired to match Tang's San, utterly unaware of the greater significance of his rebirth, or his true ideals. Merely a desire for freedom and the ability to ascend as a god, devoid of oppression. These aspirations felt painfully superficial, perhaps stemming from a lack of direction in life, reducing him to the most basic cravings. To become a true powerhouse, such aspirations were far from sufficient. Fortunately, the emergence of a world resembling Earth ignited within him a fervent desire for strength, a powerful yearning to grow. As for this life, he bore no emotional attachment to the identities of his current parents. His true parents belonged to his past life, inheritors of the Huaxia bloodline. Since the appearance of the world of the Three Kingdoms, the thoughts he had buried deep within began to surface. The longing in his heart expanded infinitely at that moment. After his disappearance, what had become of his mother and father? Did they miss him? Had they suffered immeasurable sorrow due to his absence? He resolutely decided that he must become powerful, immeasurably so, in order to locate the true world of his previous life and find his parents. Moreover, he could not afford to take too long, with at most 30 years remaining, and possibly only a little over 20, assuming no unforeseen circumstances arose. Discounting the 14 years spent in Douluo, this meant that his parents from his past life will be nearing their 50s, given their relatively sound health. Living for another 20 years should not pose a significant issue. As for matters beyond 20 years hence, they were uncertain. Thus Ma Hongjun understood he must hasten his path to strength. Only by doing so could he extend his parents' lives once he found them. The historical world of the Three Kingdoms had emerged, and the appearance of Earth was not far off. Clearly, relying solely on his own strength to confront the entire world was untenable. He needed to dismantle the opposing will from both external and internal fronts. It seemed that a struggle for dominance was inevitable. This time, he planned to lay the groundwork in the late Han dynasty, and upon his next return, he would truly belong to this world. After securing victory for the Shrek team in Wuhuan City, he would immediately journey to the City of Slaughter. There, after obtaining what he desired, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with Zi Long and Bo Wen in battle. The grand scenes of war filled Ma Hongjun's mind, igniting a fervent passion within him. To fight and live alongside these legendary heroes was something he had never dared to dream of in his former life. Whether it was Guan Yu, who once flooded 7 armies, Zhao Zilong, who valiantly rescued the young lord at Changban Slope, or the brilliant strategist Zhuge Kongming and the ingenious Guijia, these were figures Ma Hongjun had deeply admired in his past life. 3 days later, Ma Hongjun's figure reappeared in the Tongtianxi secret realm. This return to the late Han dynasty brought him a tremendous surprise. As Lu Bo, one had managed to persuade Zhao Yun to acknowledge Ma Hongjun as his master within a mere 3 months, using the power of his eloquence. Ma Hongjun could hardly refuse, and with his newfound ambition for dominance, he temporarily accepted Zhao Yun's pledge of loyalty, yet he insisted that upon his next return, they must become sworn brothers. Chapter 164. Battling Lu Bu, Zhao Yun gains renown simultaneously. Ma Hongjun was astonished by Zhao Yun's attributes, as the world's rules evolved. The system was gradually updating and improving. Zhao Yun's attributes were as follows: Combat Power, 91, Martial Spirit, Long Dan Liang Yin Chang, Second Martial Spirit, by Long Feng Yin. Realm, Minor Grandmaster of Technique, Soul Power, 86 to 89, Talent. Divine Priest Talent with above-average potential, extraordinary comprehension, and unmatched in the world. Should he surpass his own talent limits, he would become an unparalleled force. Ma Hongjun was puzzled by the classification of Divine Priest and questioned Zhao Yun's potential to become an unparalleled being. The lowest tier of the Divine Realm should not be deemed inferior, as even the lowest tier is still a Divine Realm. Moreover, reaching level 100 is a significant milestone, and the closer one's talent approaches this level, the easier it is to break through. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of joy. This suggested that Zhao Yun's talent was akin to that of an ordinary warrior, yet he possessed divine potential and a greater likelihood of breaking through. Once he did, his unparalleled comprehension would undoubtedly lead him to become an extraordinary figure. After all, historically, Zhao Yun was renowned for his exquisite techniques and bravery in battle, rarely sustaining injuries, though he could not rival top-tier warriors like Lu Bu and Dian Wei in physical prowess. His fame was solely attributed to his mastery of martial arts. although his innate qualities were not to be underestimated. Talent, after all, is merely a reference point. Diligent training can mitigate the disparities caused by lesser innate abilities. In addition, he naturally capitalized on his advantages. The Penglai Tavern was celebrated for its exquisite wines. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, food production significantly increased, making fine wines even more sought after. After 2 millennia of refinement, Penglai wine became the most popular liquor of the late Han Dynasty, lauded as the immortal brew of Penglai. Consequently, the business of the Penglai Tavern miraculously flourished during this era, partly due to the belief that it housed at least 3 titled Douluos. With such formidable strength, most feudal lords could boast only 1 or 2 titled Douluos. The foundation of having 3 titled Douluos was a crucial factor in the tavern's expansion. In truth, the Penglai Tavern did not possess 3 titled Douluos, counting Zhao Yun's master. Tong Yuan and Lu Bo won, there were only 2. The external perception of 3 arose from Zhao Yun's encounter with Lu Bu, known as the mightiest warrior in the realm, where he emerged unscathed. Additionally, due to the unique breath-concealing technique of his lineage, outsiders could not discern Zhao Yun's true realm. It was said that Lu Bu was the foremost warrior of the Han, second only to the previous generation, and although he appeared to be at level 89, he was an exceptionally rare triple cultivation warrior, having defeated the Sword Saint Wang Yu, who was a title de law. Thus, although Lu Bu was not officially a title de law, he surpassed many who were. 2 months prior, Lu Bu had visited the Penglai Tavern, refusing to pay for his drinks and even attempting to seize the establishment. Consequently, Zhao Yun, accompanied by Lu Bo, traveled to Suzhou, where Lu Bu was located. Thanks to the resurgence of spiritual energy and the enhancement of individual strength, the journey from Jizhou to Suzhou took merely a day. In the small town of Xiaopei in Suzhou, the two engaged in a breathtaking battle that shook the heavens and brought tears to the spirits. In contrast to historical accounts, Lu Bu, having control over Xiaopei and boasting the strength of a title daw, faced no opposition for the sake of a few cities. Unless it was the imperial capital, no one would dare challenge him. This exemplified the might and authority of a title daw, yet the Penglai Tavern boldly confronted such a presence. Under Lu Bo's guidance and covert assistance, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu fought for 300 rounds, neither side gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, with Lu Bo's intervention, Lu Bu was successfully subdued, and he was compelled to publicly apologize to the Penglai Tavern. Despite Lu Bu's pride, he could not hold his head high before the titled Lu Bo and Zhao Yun, whose strength was comparable. Thus, he begrudgingly apologized in front of all. Consequently, the status of the Penglai Tavern was solidified in the late Han Dynasty, becoming an entity no one dared to provoke. Although Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, Lu Bu's subordinates, were exceptionally skilled, they could only observe in silence under the pressure of Lu Bo's titled Douluo status. Upon learning of this event, Ma Hongjun expressed his astonishment. The true reason was that Lu Bu had foolishly chosen to engage Zhao Yun without allowing his troops to form a battle formation. Believing himself invincible and eager to confront the second greatest warrior as depicted by Xiao Sheng, he inadvertently elevated Zhao Yun's reputation. In truth, their reckless journey to confront Lu Bu may have seemed rash, yet every aspect was within Lu Bo's foresight. Lu Bu's character would not allow him to repel them through the might of battle formations. Once they triumphed over Lu Bu, their title Douluo strength would undoubtedly gain renown, dissuading outsiders from coveting the Penglai Tavern. With a widely recognized title gun god, Tong Yuan, they would be regarded as a trio of titled Douluos. Although their strength may not have been sufficient to break through Lu Bu and his general's battle formations, it would not be difficult for them to depart if they wished. And Lu Bu had contingencies in place for any unexpected circumstances. On a hillside just outside the city, Zhao Yun observed the happenings within, his keen perception allowing him to grasp every detail. Although Tong Yuan did not formally recognize Ma Hongjun as his leader, he willingly accepted the role of elder guardian at the Penglai Tavern. Zhao Yun, having a deep fondness for his favored disciple, felt compelled to support him in the battle against Lu Bu. Besides sending Cheng Yaojin to the Penglai Tavern, Ma Hongjun revealed to Zhao Yun the secret of the twin martial souls. Due to the alterations in the laws of heaven and earth, the initial batch of awakened martial artists possessed strengths above that of soul saints, with sufficient physical resilience to alleviate concerns regarding the drawbacks of a second martial soul. Nevertheless, It was still emphasized that the later the soul rings were applied to the second martial soul, the greater the advantages. While the Han Dynasty allowed for automatic absorption of soul rings, akin to the optimal soul ring configuration, it lacked control-type skills. Martial artists relied on combat techniques drawn from martial arts to confront their foes. Although formidable, the amalgamation of both methods would undoubtedly enhance their prowess. Thus, Ma Hongjun specifically instructed Zhao Yun not to independently condense soul rings upon breaking through his bottleneck, but rather to seek out powerful beasts in the wild to absorb growth-type soul rings. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, ferocious beasts had grown even stronger, some rivaling the might of Soul Douluo. Zhao Yun's 8th soul ring was a growth-type white tiger soul ring, which set him apart from other martial artists, serving as a distinct advantage. Bringing Cheng Yaojin to the Han Dynasty also factored into considerations for Cheng's 9th soul ring. Upon returning to Tiando City, 3 days had passed, and the competition in the Tiando tournament had reached a fever pitch. The Shrek team continued their unstoppable momentum, currently boasting a record of 12 wins and 0 losses. Also maintaining a flawless record were Shunfeng Academy, Long Academy, and Luo Academy. Intelligence revealed that these two institutions were affiliated with the Long and Luo families, respectively. Conversely, the Mo family, one of the 3 great families, unfortunately encountered the Shrek Academy prematurely, resulting in 11 wins and 1 loss record, tying with Qihua Academy and Tianshui Academy for 2nd place. Although formidable, they still fell short compared to Shrek Academy and the Spear Hall. The emergence of these factions would certainly temper the arrogance of the Soul Masters, which could be viewed as a positive development. Ma Hongjun murmured to himself, envisioning a scenario where both sides would suffer mutual destruction. Chapter 165. A haunting reflection. Hongjun, you have finally returned. Our next opponent poses a considerable challenge. I intend to have Dai Lao De and Xiao Wu Zhuqing join forces, with you and Rong Rong as our trump cards, to be held in reserve. What do you think? In the audience, Tang San displayed a hint of displeasure upon Ma Hongjun's return after 3 days of absence. Yet, recognizing Ma Hongjun's influence within the team, he symbolically consulted him. As the sole control-type soul master in Ma Hongjun's absence, Tang San's position as the undisputed core of the team was unquestionable, bolstered by his extensive knowledge of martial souls. Ma Hongjun's sudden disappearance for 3 days without a word was certainly irksome to the rigidly principled Tang San. However, the entire team owed a significant debt of gratitude to Ma Hongjun, particularly Tang San and Xiao Wu, hence he maintained a facade of warmth. No need for that. Xiao San, you're simply too cautious. With our strength, there is no necessity to conceal our capabilities. We can charge forward without reservation. Ma Hongjun expressed his disinterest in such tactics, his heart set on swiftly reaching the Spirit City to claim the ultimate championship. He outright rejected Tang San's proposal, believing that securing victories in the preliminary, advancing, and final rounds would undoubtedly expand his influence. Moreover, his yet-to-be fully formed system would absorb fortune, allowing him to acquire Douluo coins for his own lottery draws. While Ma Hongjun had no intention of absorbing external soul bones or wisdom soul bones, any rewards obtained could still benefit others. Should he acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, it would be ideal, serving as either the 5th or 6th soul ring for his Jukeo martial soul. As for the 6th soul ring of the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun had already determined that it must be the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake from the City of Slaughter. Once absorbed, the drawbacks of his martial soul would transform into advantages, evolving his martial soul into a more perfect form. Ma Hongjun felt that his phoenix martial soul was at a bottleneck. Unlike the original Ma Hongjun, the absorption of the 10-headed sun snake's inner core might enable his phoenix martial soul to surpass its limits, achieving the form of an 11 or 12-headed fire phoenix, thus becoming a true divine-level martial soul. Unbeknownst to him, due to his unspent Yuan Yang, the foundation of his martial soul was far more profound than the original Ma Hongjun, who frequently expended his essence. He merely believed that he possessed greater fortune. Upon advancing to a divine-level martial soul, the enhancement of strength would be secondary. The primary gain would lie in the elevation of innate potential. Although Ma Hongjun's current potential had already reached the pinnacle of this world, the existence of surplus talent was undeniable, likely manifesting in the form of combat prowess. Even the 12-winged angel martial soul would pale in comparison. If this lineage continued, it could potentially give rise to offspring with innate soul power at level 20. Of course, This remained a mere speculation in Ma Hongjun's mind, contingent on future circumstances. If possible, he hoped that his future children would inherit his Jiko martial soul. The Jiko martial soul had now separated from the system, which had long since become inseparable from him. Nevertheless, the Jiko martial soul still could not be adequately described by the martial soul rules of this world. Ma Hongjun even felt that the Jiko martial soul was unworthy of the title. Yet the martial souls of the Douluo world possessed their own advantages, namely immense potential for continuous growth. However, this was contingent upon breaking free from the rules of the Douluo world. Even the arrival of the Huaxiao world could not escape the influence of its martial soul regulations. Previously, he had never contemplated the reasons behind the formation of martial souls. But now, upon reflection, a chilling realization struck him. Hidden within were likely astonishing secrets. As Ma Hongjun pondered this, a sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him, and he inwardly cautioned himself. However, he quickly buried this matter deep within his heart, for he was far from qualified or powerful enough to unravel such unknown mysteries. Although Ma Hongjun's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, he remained vigilant, observing Tang San's expressions. Indeed, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's differing opinion, Tang San hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke. Well, if that is the case, I have no objections. Let us aim for a swift resolution. Everyone, please vote to decide whether to agree to Hongjun's plan. Tang San, recognizing the situation, acquiesced. His choice to conceal their strengths primarily stemmed from the opinions of his mentor, Master Yu Shaojiang. With his intelligence, it was impossible for him not to recognize the current strength of the Shrek team. Aside from the Spirit Hall, there was scarcely any threat remaining, rendering any further concealment futile. Nevertheless, he could not disregard his master's advice, believing it to be prudent, and thus consented to the master's strategy. Agreed. Fat Tiger and Dai Mubai were the first to express their agreement, particularly Dai Mubai, who had long desired to unleash his full power. Agreed. The three girls also voiced their consent. Agreed. We must agree. I have always said that with our strength, there is no need for concealment. If we can win, we can win. If we cannot, then no amount of hiding will help. Our sole objective remains the Spirit Hall. Oscar lamented from the side, his intellect arguably the second strongest within Shrek, next to Tang San. He had long perceived the flaws in the master's strategy. But as a food system soul master, his voice held little weight, and no one would heed his opinion. The master's concealed tactics may ostensibly appear beneficial and harmless, yet they harbor considerable risks. When confronted with formidable opponents possessing strong hidden cards, one may inadvertently fail to secure the top position, as evidenced in the preliminary rounds of the original narrative. Although securing a place among the top 5 suffices for entry into Wuhuan City for the grand finals, it undeniably diminishes the impact, which is not what Ma Hongjun desires. His aim is to amplify influence. The greater the influence, the more substantial the rewards from a system. It is evident that the champion of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition must consolidate a significant fortune, and upon claiming the championship, one is nearly guaranteed to receive Douluo coins through the conversion of fortune. The system does not issue any tasks to acquire Douluo coins or Huaxiao points. One must undertake grand endeavors or achieve notable accomplishments. Since we have all agreed, let us have all of the Shrek 8 monsters participate in the next match. Except for Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun jested, observing Xiao Wu's eagerness. Huh? I don't want to. Xiao Wu pouted, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Ma Hongjun. Evidently, she had grown closer to him over time. Noticing on the system panel that her soul power had reached the same level as Dai Mubai's, level 48, indicated that she had consumed the elusive Xian Chao in Xing Chao. Xiao Wu understood that it was Ma Hongjun who had aided her. Thus her innocent nature naturally drew her nearer to him. Not participating, right? No problem. I didn't expect Sister Xiao Wu to be so magnanimous, relinquishing her opportunity to the rest of us, Ma Hongjun teased. I want to participate, Xiao Wu exclaimed, shaking Ma Hongjun's arm, completely oblivious to the displeasure on Tang San's face. Very well, if that is the case. Let us draw lots to determine the participants, Ma Hongjun said, patting Xiao Wu's head in resignation. Xiao Wu, a young lady should not be so unruly. Tang San seized the moment to admonish her, pulling her back. The others watched with a detached demeanor, particularly Ning Rongrong, who secretly reveled in the situation, feeling satisfied that her man had reprimanded Xiao Wu for her actions. However, these fleeting thoughts did not disrupt the deep bond among the sisters. They understood Xiao Wu's character. She was not scheming but acted out of gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was indifferent to Tang San's perception of his relationship with Xiao Wu. He seated himself beside a stone table, prepared slips of paper, marking 7 for the participants and 1 for the non-participant, and placed them into a cup for drawing. To ensure fairness, you may choose first. Just leave 1 for me, and we shall see who possesses the weakest fortune. Although Ma Hongjun aspired to participate for greater influence, he also considered the feelings of his teammates. Privately, he had discussed the matter of fortune with the Shrek 7 monsters, and what Yi Lingling had mentioned had become no secret within Shrek Academy. As they began to draw, an invisible aura of fortune enveloped them. Each member of the Shrek 7 monsters felt as though they were under divine guidance as they opened their slips. Proud by nature, they found it acceptable not to participate. But admitting to being the one with the weakest fortune was intolerable. While Ma Hongjun did not explicitly state it, everyone had become aware of the underlying issue. Once everyone had selected their slips, Ma Hongjun opened the last remaining paper and found the words participate inscribed upon it. Indeed, my fortune stands out among the Shrek 8 monsters. Had I possessed the same unfortunate luck as described in the original tale, the likelihood of not participating would surely have been unavoidable, Ma Hongjun mused, having initiated this little game to test the concept of fortune. Furthermore, the final selection method inherently held a disadvantage. Yet even under such circumstances, he still found himself participating, which spoke volumes. Little Ma, I have drawn the non-participation slip. I shall cheer for you all in the next match. Among us, my soul power is the lowest, thus my contribution is minimal, making it ideal for the strongest lineup. The others appeared delighted, though Fat Tiger wore a slightly pained expression, scratching his head bashfully. Everyone was aware that the Shrek team was about to take flight, marking the beginning of their illustrious journey across the continent. No one wished to miss the opportunity to participate, especially the noble-born Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, whose sentiments were the most pronounced. Did not the preliminary competitors consciously refrain from crowding around to seize the last few crucial matches? After all, participating would likely lead to elimination, or more appropriately, a lower ranking. Do not be disheartened. For each match, except for the finals, we shall decide the participants in this manner. Ma Hongjun consoled Fat Tiger, patting his shoulder. Without surprise, his suspicions were further validated. Compared to the original 7 monsters, Fat Tiger appeared equal in both opportunity and soul power, yet in terms of fortune, he lagged significantly. Ma Hongjun had anticipated that Fat Tiger would likely draw the solitary non-participation slip. Haha, brother Fat Tiger, should you draw it again in the next match, I shall forego my chance to let you participate. Oscar, a food system soul master, admitted, feeling slightly awkward as his contributions may not equate to those of Fat Tiger. Moreover, other teammates would need to expend energy ensuring his safety. I am not adamant about participating. Once I've had my fill, I will gladly relinquish my opportunity. Dai Mubai chimed in, confident in his fortune as the second prince of Xingluo, believing he would not draw an undesirable outcome. The girls maintained their composure, secretly pleased, as none wished to be deemed the weakest, even if such notions of luck felt ethereal. While you all think this way, the next draw may not align with your fortunes. It is surprising how a simple game test could indeed manifest fortune, Tang San remarked gravely. Yet he felt a sense of relief, further convinced of his own robust fortune. Indeed, it seems fortune is indeed real. I felt as if I had divine assistance. I am certain that the slip I selected is precisely what I desired, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Me too, Zhu Zhuqing succinctly affirmed. We all feel the same way. The others echoed, with the exception of Fat Tiger. Previously, fortune was intangible. Now it gradually manifests, becoming traceable. Whether this is good or bad remains uncertain. Xiao San, which academy are we facing in the next match? Ma Hongjun inquired softly, harboring a subtle concern about the increasing strength of Douluo Continent's forces. However, contemplating such matters was futile. It was only upon considering their upcoming adversaries that Ma Hongjun began to pay heed to these hidden family rivals. We will face the Long Academy of the Hidden Dragon Clan. This academy only recruits those possessing dragon bloodline martial spirits, and their strength rivals that of the Shunfeng Academy. I have a feeling that each of them possesses considerable hidden power. This information about the Long Academy's team was sent over by the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Tang San reported earnestly, producing a stack of documents from his spatial soul guide and placing them on the table. As in the original tale, Tang San maintained a close collaboration with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, providing them with covert weaponry services. Thus, Ma Hongjuan was not surprised by this turn of events. Instead, he confidently led the group to the preparation room, taking a seat at the most central position around the square table. He laid down the materials and began to strategize. Regardless of the circumstances, strength was paramount. After all, Tang San, with his mere Soul Zone rank, could not compare to Ma Hongjuan, who was a Soul King and was on the brink of becoming a Soul Emperor. Consequently, upon returning to the team, it was only natural for everyone to rally behind Ma Hongjuan as their leader. The others resonated deeply with Ma Hongjuan's words about the tangible nature of fortune, wholeheartedly agreeing with him. In the past, such matters would have been inconceivable. The hidden families and academies possessed profound foundations, as Tang San had stated. Each individual held unique trump cards. However, there was no need for concern, for their innate talents could not rival those of the team. They were merely pompous clowns relying on their family's residual influence. Noticing the serious expressions among the group due to Tang San's remarks, Ma Hongjuan was the first to offer words of comfort. The mention of family influence puzzled the others, as they temporarily set aside their apprehension towards the hidden families. It was simply a matter of trump cards, such as soul bones. As long as they remained cautious, defeating them would not be difficult. Their true adversaries lay within the Wuhuan Temple team. Ma Hongjuan casually elaborated, viewing the skills conferred by soul bones as insignificant, save for a few exceptional cases. Having already grasped the techniques of the three kingdoms, even a simple maneuver from him could rival the capabilities of soul bone skills. Note, there are 4 methods of cultivation in the three kingdoms: technique, body arts, energy arts, and the mental arts practiced by strategists. Chapter 167, The Dragon Academy Team. Although Yoboan also possessed a high level of mental cultivation, it was not suitable for Ma Hongjuan to practice, or rather, it could not be practiced by him at all. Any techniques brought by characters summoned by the system are bound by system rules and can only be cultivated by the summoner, making them unique to the individual. The most precious of these techniques in the three kingdoms is the mental cultivation method, as most are closely guarded secrets. If Ma Hongjuan wished to acquire the most valuable mental training methods, he would need to find a breakthrough from other strategists within the three kingdoms. Ma Hongjuan was correct. I have been overly cautious just now. However, we must not let our guard down. In the upcoming match, special attention should be paid to the vice-captain of the Dragon Academy, Long In-er. From my observations, her mastery over mental strength is formidable. Even I lack complete confidence in overcoming her. As Tang San noticed, Ma Hongjuan's words rekindled the faith of those who had lost confidence. He realized that his previous remarks had inadvertently caused doubt among them. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head but continued to remind everyone not to underestimate their opponents. It was no wonder that the others had lost confidence. Without Ma Hongjuan's assistance in breaking through their potential, they would merely be considered common talents. The recent upheaval in the mainland's dynamics, the emergence of hidden families, and the tangible fortune they had just witnessed had profoundly shaken them, instilling a fear of the unknown. Coupled with the resurgence of hidden families at this critical juncture, it was difficult for them not to connect the dots, causing their confidence to waver in the face of an enigmatic opponent whose trump cards they could not fathom. Even your mental strength cannot surpass hers, little San. It seems we all need to exercise greater caution. Dai Mubai chimed in, aware of Tang San's mental strength. Aside from Ma Hongjuan, the others were generally far inferior to Tang San. In fact, even Ma Hongjuan might not exceed Tang San in mental prowess. Based on Ma Hongjuan's estimation, Tang San's mental strength was likely at the Soul Saint level. If he could absorb the Wisdom Soul Bone awarded to the champion of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, he would easily reach the Soul Douluo level. While Ma Hongjuan's mental strength was indeed extraordinary, it was only one tier above that of an ordinary Soul Master, currently placing him at the level of a high-ranking Soul Emperor. Tang San, having cultivated the Ji-Ma Tong and trained under his father for half a year, likely encountered some fortuitous events, elevating his mental strength to that of a high-level Soul Saint on the verge of entering the Soul Douluo realm. However, Ma Hongjuan was confident that he could catch up to Tang San in a short time. Once he affixed all the soul rings, including the hidden ones, to his 9-leaf sword grass martial spirit, both his mental strength and overall power would significantly enhance. Due to the evolution of his martial spirit into 9-leaf sword grass, the hidden soul rings were no longer constrained by the rules of heaven. As long as he reached the required level, he could apply appropriate soul rings to them. With the inner core of the Shou Li Yang She, which perfectly suited his evil fire phoenix martial spirit. Ma Hongjuan's mental strength had a great chance of reaching the Seoul, Douluo realm. Being well-versed in the original text, Ma Hongjuan understood the critical role of mental strength in the later stages. Achieving divinity required it as a vital component. Yet, he harbored a subtle concern. If the two worlds became adversarial, how could one attain divinity and gain the recognition of the Douluo gods? Without such recognition, one would have to pursue the path of self-deification. At this moment, he was unaware that the Three Kingdoms world also harbored entities that rivaled deities, sealed within a unique spatial secret realm. Perhaps, possessing a 10,000-year-old wisdom skull, this vice-captain will be entrusted to you, little San, while the rest will be divided among us. With the captain reserved for me, no one else should vie for it. This time, Ma Hongjuan did not refute Tang San's words. As he had never intended to target Tang San, he merely spoke to address the matter directly. His behavior of countering Tang San could diminish Tang San's prestige within the team, but Ma Hongjuan was straightforward and preferred to speak candidly. Captain Long Kong, level 48, attack type, soul zone. Age, 18 years. Martial spirit, blazing flying dragon. Their captain possessed a fire-type, dragon martial spirit capable of flight, making him a fitting opponent for Ma Hongjuan. Tang San glanced at Ma Hongjuan before explaining to the group. Ma Hongjuan was well aware of the details regarding the members of the Dragon Academy team, as his information-gathering capabilities far surpassed even those of the Qibao Liuli sect. Indeed, a flying opponent is quite challenging to contend with. Although Xiao Ao's mushroom sausages allow us brief moments of flight, facing off against flying martial spirits poses a significant disadvantage. Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly. Being the oldest in the team, he had initially set his sights on the oldest member of the opposing team, Long Kong. However, upon realizing it was a flying martial spirit, he reconsidered. Ma Hongjuan was better suited to confront him, and he also understood that he could not surpass Ma Hongjuan, who was recognized as the strongest within the Shrek team. Yet, Ma Hongjuan viewed the matter differently. As a high-ranking Soul King, facing anyone was trivial. He could eliminate them with just a few soul skills, rendering them unworthy of significant concern. The group merely assumed he had recently ascended to the rank of Soul King, unaware of his extraordinary capabilities. Even Zhao Wuji, at the Soul Saint level, would find it challenging to contend with him if Ma Hongjuan unleashed all his hidden cards. Of course, Zhao Wuji had already entered the Soul Douluo realm, reaching level 83, thanks to the resources from Tianluo Diwang. Rather than attributing his rise to Tianluo Diwang, it was more accurate to credit Ma Hongjuan, who, although lacking in celestial herbs, had plenty of items just a tier below them. In his youth, the gratitude Ma Hongjuan felt for his journey to Suatao City remains etched in his memory, as does the fact that Fulan Day has long surpassed the realms depicted in the original narrative. Ma Hongjuan can be considered to have been raised by Fulan Day, and although he seldom returns to Wudong village due to his cultivation and martial spirit, he has ensured that Ma Xiaodia brings back numerous potent spiritual herbs. With the assistance of these herbs, village chief Dima has revitalized his spirit, achieving the coveted rank of Soul Master he has always aspired to, allowing him to extend his life by an additional 20 years without issue. As for Dai Laoda, he merely follows in Hongjuan's footsteps, reaping the rewards of his accomplishments. With Hongjuan by their side, even the Spirit Hall serves merely as a stepping stone for the Shrek team. Asuka, noticing Dai Mubai's sense of helplessness, approached and patted his shoulder, stating with piercing clarity that everyone should be vigilant during battles. The afternoon clash between Shrek Academy and Dragon Academy showcased Shrek's full power, confirming their superiority over their opponents. Tang San successfully subdued Dragon Academy's vice-captain, Long Yin'er, allowing Ma Hongjuan to eliminate the team leader, Long Kong. Ultimately, with Hongjuan's assistance, they triumphed over Long Yin'er, while Dai Mubai seized an opportunity to eliminate his opponent from the arena. Zhu Zhuqing, along with Xiao Wu and others, also dispatched their adversaries one by one. This resounding victory not only displayed Shrek Academy's prowess, but also positioned them as strong contenders for the championship. In the subsequent matches, the Shrek team continued their dominance, ultimately securing the championship of the promotion tournament, becoming a source of pride for the Tiando Empire. Even the seed teams of the Tiando Empire, which were exempt from the promotion tournament, could not rival Shrek's status in the hearts of the public. Unlike the Tiando Royal team, which was elevated through patronage, the Shrek team earned their reputation through genuine combat. Furthermore, the charming and beautiful appearances of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing attracted a multitude of fans, including a significant number of loyal supporters from previous concerts. After the Tiando royal family conferred titles ranging from the highest Earl to the lowest Baron upon the 16 advancing teams, the promotion tournament officially concluded. As the champion team, Ma Hongjun was bestowed the title of Earl, placing him among the noble class of Douluo continent, thus shedding the stigma of his humble origins. What? The master has already departed for Wuhuan City? Ma Hongjun inquired, frowning at the still-dazed Tang San, Fulan Day Tang San, and Ma Hongjun gathered around a stone table in a courtyard to discuss matters. Well, Dean, I'm not entirely certain of the details. My teacher merely left me a letter explaining the situation, Tang San replied, producing the letter to show Fulan Day beside Ma Hongjun. Xiao San, you have always been my hope for survival. I cannot bear to see you come to harm. The might of the Spirit Hall is beyond your comprehension. But as long as my teacher is present, you will be safe. My early departure to Wuhuan City is to resolve any troubles for you. Although I am unaware of the specifics of your grievances with the Spirit Hall, I can surmise the general circumstances. Based on my understanding of the Spirit Hall, their members will not allow you to remain undisturbed in Wuhuan City. Fulan Day, my good brother, I entrust Xiao San to your care. Be cautious of the Spirit Hall's assassins. I know that you and Lu Erlong have joined the core of the Tianlao Diwang forces, which is formidable. But do not engage in conflict with the Spirit Hall unless you are absolutely certain of victory. Remember this well. Upon reading this, Ma Hongjun was taken aback, realizing that the master understood the Spirit Hall so well, indicating he was aware of the danger surrounding Tang San and had gone to mitigate it. Was he not worried about Tang San being ambushed by the Spirit Hall along the way? Or was the master simply avoiding danger himself? Of course, these were merely Ma Hongjun's unfounded speculations. With the master's limited soul power, he could hardly make a significant impact. In the original narrative, they could barely manage a three-person martial spirit fusion technique, whereas now, the fusion techniques of Liu, Erlong, and Fulan Day were no less potent than the trios. Thus, Ma Hongjun found some amusement in it. As for Yu Xiaojiang, known for his tragic fate, Ma Hongjun felt no compassion. Merely refraining from adding insult to injury was already quite generous. Alas, Xiaojiang, what drives you to such lengths? With your uncle's protection, even the Spirit Hall must exercise caution. Why must you act so stubbornly, seeking to prove yourself? Is there truly anything more important than family? Fulan Day sighed, expressing a mix of frustration and disappointment. Everyone harbors a personal Achilles heel that others cannot comprehend. I believe the reason the master has achieved such remarkable accomplishments in martial spirit research is due to his relentless dedication to this field. He yearns to prove himself to those he cares about, having spent so many years in solitude. Hearing Fulan Day's discontent, Tang San felt compelled to defend Yu Xiaojiang. Those who are pitiful often possess qualities that are equally detestable, Ma Hongjun scoffed internally. So, Xiao San, what is your Achilles heel? As he noticed Xiao Wu and others approaching from behind Tang San, he blinked innocently, feigning nonchalance. My Achilles heel? It would likely be my family. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked, but anyone who harms my loved ones has crossed a line I cannot tolerate. Not even the Spirit Hall, Tang San declared, adopting a serious demeanor, his gaze intense and his tone icy. Though Ma Hongjun was formidable, Tang San held greater confidence in himself, believing that in a life-or-death battle, Ma Hongjun, with his limited experience in bloodshed, would not stand a chance against his hidden weapons. Do I count as a family member to you, Xiao San? Xiao Wu asked unexpectedly, standing behind Tang San. Xiao Wu, when did you arrive? Tang San's fierce demeanor dissipated, replaced by awkwardness. Xiao San, you have yet to answer my question, Xiao Wu persisted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she pressed on. Tang San's earlier expression had reminded her eerily of the killer who took her parents' lives, instilling a sense of fear within her. Xiao Wu, you're my closest family. How could you not count? You silly girl, you are someone I would protect with my life. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I did not manage my emotions well and frightened you. Tang San quickly reassured her, his sincerity evident. Ugh, you are so annoying. I know you're the best. Xiao San, I believe you'll protect me well. Xiao Wu, convinced by Tang San's sweet words, wiped her tears, smiled through her joy, and nestled against Tang San's chest. Cough, cough. Everyone, please pay attention to the impact of the public setting. I have matters to attend to. You little monsters should take a day to relax. Tomorrow, we shall set off early for Wuhuan City, and the journey may not be peaceful. Flandre coughed to ease the atmosphere, then stood up and spoke. Neither of my two girlfriends has displayed affection as openly as you have, Ma Hongjun remarked, somewhat disgruntled. As for Tang San's display of prowess, he found it quite normal. Yet he remained confident in his own abilities, believing that Tang San certainly could not rival him. Even if Tang San could contend with a soul sage, he would be unable to match Ma Hongjun. Chapter 169. The Ambush by the Wuhuan Temple and the Method of Cultivation at Present. Ma Hongjun's strength stood at soul power level 58, having reached the first stage of skill cultivation, known as Xiaoqing. Once he attains the second stage, Deshang, a casual move from him would equate to the power of a 10,000-year soul skill, coupled with his patriotic fervor from his previous life. Ma Hongjun placed great emphasis on skill cultivation, spending most of his time delving deep into the recesses of his consciousness to refine his skills. Otherwise, his soul power would have increased even more. Although the leap from entry-level to Xiaoqing appears minimal, it has resulted in a qualitative change in his strength. At the entry level, a casual move would be comparable to a relatively weak 100-year soul skill. Now, at Xiaoqing, a simple technique from Ma Hongjun wields the power of a 1,000-year soul skill. This is not the most significant aspect. The primary advantage lies in the considerably lesser consumption of energy compared to a 1,000-year soul skill. Of course, these theories have yet to be substantiated, for even Zhao Yun's master, the gun god Tong Yuan, is merely at the second stage of Xiaoqing. The second stage of Deshang remains legendary, with individuals achieving this level traceable back to the early Han dynasty, such as Xiangyu, or even figures from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun's current soul power is sufficient for him to engage in 300 rounds of combat, with each of his techniques rivaling the power of a 1,000-year soul skill released at his current level. The greatest advantage of skill cultivation lies in its minimal energy expenditure, allowing for a significant amplification of technique power. Ordinary moves can exhibit a several-fold increase in potency. Even strength cultivation provides a notable enhancement, rivaling that of skill cultivation, though it falls short in the intricacy of techniques. Overall, the theoretical framework for cultivation is similar to that of skill cultivation. Originally, the two belonged to entirely different cultivation systems from Douluo, but due to the merging of the two worlds, the cultivation systems are gradually becoming alike. Presently, the cultivation system in the Three Kingdoms world has almost completely transformed, nearing the Douluo system. Let's set this aside for now. Ma Hongjun has only a vague understanding of this, diligently practicing skill cultivation methods due to the patriotic sentiment in his heart. His skill cultivation technique belongs to the highest echelon, known as the Phoenix Scripture, a low-grade heavenly tier technique, which is the core method of the gun god Tong Yuan's lineage. In the Three Kingdoms world, techniques are categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with each level divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. It is said that above the heavenly tier, there exists an even more formidable supreme grade. As for the most enigmatic method of mental cultivation, Ma Hongjun knows little about it, mostly gleaning information from Liu Bowen. The mental cultivation method dates back to the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, with the foremost practitioner being the extraordinary figure Giguzi. It is said that this mental cultivation technique was created by Giguzi in pursuit of immortality and was later refined by various schools of thought, culminating in the most mysterious mental cultivation method of the Three Kingdoms world. Once one reaches the holy level in mental cultivation, they can extend their lifespan, potentially living for a millennium, far surpassing the 300 years of life afforded to the highest tier of martial cultivation, the martial god realm. However, this superiority does not pertain to combat strength. In terms of battle prowess, 10 holy level practitioners would not stand a chance against a single martial god. Unknown to Ma Hongjun, those at the pinnacle of the Three Kingdoms world are precisely those who specialize in mental cultivation and have ascended several levels beyond the holy foundation, rivaling the main gods of the Douluo world. In terms of realms, there are even wise beings at the level of divine kings. In no more than 6 months, the passage between the two worlds will connect within the secret realm of the Sky Sea, which will emerge from the spatial layers of both worlds. Title Do-level experts will gain the qualification to enter the Three Kingdoms world. Similarly, those of title Douluo strength from the Three Kingdoms world will be able to enter the Douluo world. However, in comparison, Douluo continent holds a distinct advantage. The number of title level individuals in the Three Kingdoms world can be counted on one hand, while the Douluo world boasts at least 100, not accounting for the powerful beings from the Sun and Moon continent on the opposite side of the continent. On Douluo continent alone, there are no fewer than 50 hidden factions with title Douluo level experts, nearly 10 times the number in the Three Kingdoms world. 3 days later, on a canyon passage approximately 80 kilometers outside Wuhuan City, hundreds of carriages traversed the narrow pathway, surrounded by thousands of knights for protection. A formation significantly stronger than that depicted in the original text. Report. Commander, the road ahead is narrow, and there may be enemies lying in wait. Should we halt our advance to assess the situation? A knight responsible for reconnaissance galloped to the front, reporting solemnly. Relay my orders. The honor of the Empire's knights must not be trampled, not even by the Wuhuan Temple. Heighten our defenses and continue moving forward. The knight commander replied without hesitation, glancing at the terrain ahead. Inside one of the carriages, Ning Rongrong expressed her confusion upon hearing the knight commander's words. If we proceed beyond this canyon, we will leave the territory of the Tiando Empire and enter the domain of the Wuhuan Temple. There are surely assassins lying in ambush ahead. We have already warned them in advance. How can this commander choose to proceed directly? It is truly reckless. Rongrong, your conclusion is premature. You only see the surface of things. This knight commander is not ordinary. He understands the strategies of battle formations. He knows there is danger, yet chooses to advance into it. Indeed, he is a battle-hardened soul, Douluo knight, likely holding a significant position within the Tiando Empire. I did not expect the Tiando Empire to reveal such a trump card in advance. It seems the Wuhuan Temple will suffer for their oversight this time, Ma Hongjun remarked, drawing back the carriage curtain, his pupils narrowing before speaking with a hint of amusement. The fiercer the two adversaries clash, the more delighted Ma Hongjun becomes. Yet, such sentiments are not something he would verbalize, for they are rather insidious and ungrateful. After all, Douluo has nurtured him for over a decade. Such thoughts do indeed seem somewhat inhumane. However, loyalty and righteousness have seldom coexisted harmoniously throughout history. Between the Three Kingdoms and Douluo, he can only choose the former, as the Three Kingdoms world reflects his homeland from his previous life. In unity, there is strength. In loss, there is loss. To return home, he must make this choice. What is the strategy of battle formations? Ning Rongrong queried, perplexed. Enough, Rongrong. Now is not the time for expanding your knowledge, Ma Hongjun stated, standing up and stretching within the carriage. Go inform Dean Flandra to adhere to the original plan and not to reveal our capabilities. If you want to tell me, then it's no big deal, Ning Rongrong retorted, jumping down from the carriage and heading toward the carriage of Flandra and the other teachers behind them. Why didn't you send me away too? Are you not afraid I'll be a hindrance? Zhu Zhuqing spoke coldly only after Ning Rongrong had entered the carriage behind them. Ah, I see I cannot hide anything from you. You're quite perceptive, Zhu Qing. When the battle commences, our carriages, being those of the talented students, will undoubtedly be the first targets of attack. With my current strength, I am unable to contend with titled Douluo, let alone protect Rongrong. You, as an agile attacker with rich battle experience, can take care of yourself. So it's natural for you to stay, Ma Hongjun replied, awkwardly smiling as he took Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. Chapter 170. The Ambush of the Wuhuan Temple 3. Indeed, this is more like it. Ma Hongjun, remember, no matter what happens in the future, you must never leave me behind. We women are not merely beautiful vases. Rongrong may be an auxiliary soul master, but I am of Ingong Sheik, the eyes of the team and a vital source of support. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor softened slightly as she spoke with a hint of pride. Yes, my Zhuqing is the strongest. How could I ever abandon her? Seeing this, Ma Hongjun seized the moment, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and grinning playfully. Smooth talker. Who knows how many hearts you will capture in the future? Zhu Zhuqing swatted away Ma Hongjun's wandering hands, pouting playfully. With you all I. Boom. Thunderous sounds echoed. Enemy attack. Form ranks. Before Ma Hongjun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the sound of massive stones crashing down. He hadn't expected the Wuhuan Temple's assault to arrive so swiftly. Hongjun, promise me, you must not act recklessly or try to be brave, all right? Zhu Zhuqing grasped Ma Hongjun's arm with a tone tinged with urgency. Rest assured, I now possess the strength of 20,000 pounds. I am hardly inferior to a titled Douluo. Even if I cannot defeat them, self-preservation is no issue. Ma Hongjun did not refer to his normal strength. At the Soul King level, even the most extraordinary among them could only manage around 10,000 pounds. His claim of having 20,000 pounds of strength stemmed from the EightGates Duanjia. Although its enhancement had reached its limit, it still allowed Ma Hongjun to wield this power effortlessly. With a healing relic, Meteor Tear, in his possession, it would be nearly impossible for him to meet his end, as he was a man blessed with a bloodlocking charm. The new Wuhuan, Jui Jianxiao, also bore a hidden soul ring, but lacked the intricate techniques like the ghost-killing breathing method or the low-tier rewards like the EightGates Duanjia. Though the Jui Jianxiao Wuhuan currently possessed only a single skill, Ma Hongjun was thoroughly satisfied. Even though he needed to attach 8 soul rings to the Jui Jianxiao Wuhuan to unleash its full potential, he was still elated. This was merely because it was known as the 8 Fiend Sword Array, an ancient slaughter formation from the Perfect World, one of Shihao's early killing moves. Ma Hongjun was unaware that the seeds of Jui Jianxiao had been carried by Shihao for some time and were sent off by him personally, thus absorbing some of Shihao's cultivation methods during his training. The 8 Fiend Sword Array could seal the space within hundreds of meters, forming a formidable sword formation capable of slaying foes beyond one's rank. Ma Hongjun recognized his shortcomings. He was undoubtedly far from the likes of the Emperor of the Wild, particularly in combat experience and fighting spirit. Therefore, the plan devised in response to the assault on the Wuhuan Temple was for Ma Hongjun to resolve the crisis alone, subsequently promoting his name far and wide. To accomplish this, combat and crises were inevitable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Although Ma Hongjun had previously proven his strength by enduring 30 rounds against the poisoned Douluo, this did not signify much. After all, the poisoned Douluo had never excelled in one-on-one combat. In terms of dueling prowess, he might even fall short of some assault-type soul masters close to title Douluo level. With the Jui Jianxiao Wuhuan now possessing a hidden soul ring, Ma Hongjun had only 6 soul rings. Once he achieved 8, he would possess a powerful trump card capable of turning the tide against the title Douluo. The reason he had not yet applied 8 soul rings was that Ma Hongjun understood his limitations and aspired to break through the existing boundaries like the young Emperor of the Wild. He aimed to attain the strength to contend with title Douluo as a soul king and to fight against the title Douluo as a soul emperor. The strength among title Douluos also varies, and as long as one does not reach the realm of the 95-level super title Douluo, one can compensate with strength and trump cards. Thus, after securing victory in the Soul Master competition, Ma Hongjun planned to embark on a journey to the City of Slaughter to hone his combat awareness and elevate his level. Seizing the opportunity to obtain an inner Dan from a beast that was extremely compatible with his evil Fire Phoenix Wuhuan, he intended to commence training with his primary Wuhuan, the Jui Jianxiao. Ma Hongjun's training had always lacked focus. It could be said he had dabbled in many things without truly mastering any. Although he had numerous tricks up his sleeve, none could be considered a true trump card. He gradually began to realize this, yet felt helpless as the world's limitations loomed large. The emergence of the 8 Fiend Sword Array might just be a turning point. All Ma Hongjun could do now was to lay a solid foundation. Indeed, I have always had faith in you. Zhu Zhuqing tightened her grip on Ma Hongjun's hand. Speaking proudly, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a composed exterior. He perked up his ears and, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, stepped out of the carriage. What could be more delightful than being admired by his girlfriend? Boom! Just as they exited the carriage, a gust of energy in the form of a wind blade struck from behind, reducing the carriage to rubble. Little brother, why not continue your love talk? I adore hearing such sweet nothings. A sharp voice, neither male nor female, reached Ma Hongjun's ears. Indeed, not far ahead, a slender figure cloaked in white emerged, gathering waves of soul power in his hands. Behind him, countless figures appeared, and Ma Hongjun remained silent, quickly assessing the situation and noting that over 100 individuals were surrounding the Shrek team. The convoy heading to Wuhuan City consisted of 36 carriages, each accompanied by around 200 black-clad individuals, totaling approximately 7,000. However, only the black-clad individuals in front of Shrek were all soul masters, with the weakest being great soul masters. It appears that our Shrek Academy is the true target of the Wuhuan Temple this time. Zhuqing, be careful. Ma Hongjun instinctively stepped forward, shielding Zhu Zhuqing. The leader attacking our convoy is formidable. Hongjun, you must be cautious as well. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was grave, her voice laced with concern. No worries, just a minor nuisance. Your man can handle this, right? Ma Hongjun, recognizing the voice as owner, deliberately provoked. How dare you call me a minor nuisance? Who are you to guess my name so quickly? The figure in white was handsome, and his flustered expression resembled that of an upset young girl, sending shivers down Ma Hongjun's spine. You come to attack us, yet you fail to investigate our identities? Why ask questions you already know the answers to? Ma Hongjun replied coolly, though he remained vigilant, fully aware that this was his first encounter with an opponent at the title Douluo level. One misstep could lead to obliteration. Hee. As expected from a youth capable of establishing the Tianluo Daitan, truly a hero among the young. Such spirit, I would hate to kill you. Here's the deal. If you swear allegiance to me as a disciple, I will let you and your little lady go. The white-clad youth smiled alluringly, fingers poised in a delicate gesture, feigning sincerity. What are you? Seeking to take me as a disciple? In the realm I have attained, I am invincible. If you can truly be invincible at the title Douluo level, what harm would it be to take you as my master? The issue is, can you? Ma Hongjun spread his phoenix wings behind him, his tone laced with arrogance as he mocked. Extending his right hand, a small grass, entirely emerald green and emitting a faint glow, appeared. It seemed exceedingly ordinary, indistinguishable from common grass, even more so than Lanin Cao. It is simply a case of inviting trouble. The esteemed Douluo is only considering taking you as a disciple out of respect. Your second martial soul is merely an exceptionally mundane wild grass, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Is this truly your trump card? You are courting death. The young man in white, Douluo, had yet to speak when a figure clad in black behind him took the initiative to voice his thoughts. Get lost. Douluo's expression turned icy as he waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy towards the black-clad man. With a thud, the man was sent flying, crashing into a nearby stone wall and spitting blood. This is no place for your words. Stay put, or next time you'll regret it, Douluo reprimanded. Cough. Your Excellency, the Pope has commanded that the leader of Tianluo Diwang and Tongsan be executed on the spot. Should the Pope hold us accountable, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. The black-clad man rose, his face betraying no dissatisfaction, yet he pressed on with a stubborn plea. He held a deep reverence for that figure, understanding that while Douluo might escape unscathed, he, a mere soldat, would surely face punishment. In other regions of Douluo, a soldat might be a leader or a tyrant, but within the Spirit Hall, he was merely a lowly cardinal, overshadowed by numerous individuals of higher rank. I have my own judgment and will personally explain to the Pope. I may not be able to dominate at the same level, but if you are willing, I can take you as a disciple on behalf of His Holiness. What do you think? Douluo displayed remarkable patience. From a moment, he laid eyes on Ma Hongjun. He recognized his identity and sensed the soul power approaching the level of a soul emperor, igniting within him a fervent desire for talent. Besides his love for flowers, he harbored another penchant, the appreciation of talent. I do not agree. Ma Hongjun articulated each word deliberately. Well said, as expected of my disciple. Return and inform the Pope that Tianluo Diwang is not to be trifled with. The voice of Fulan Day rang out from behind, brimming with pride as he activated his martial soul and stood beside Ma Hongjun. Such excessive chatter. You may be a titled Douluo, but I see you more as a nagging Douluo. If you wish to battle, let us do so. I am not afraid of you. A formidable figure, surrounded by a vibrant azure dragon aura, suddenly appeared beside Ma Hongjun. It was none other than his esteemed master, Nu Baolong, or rather, Liu. Following closely was Ning Rong, her youthful face resolute, displaying no fear as the 9 treasures of her soul swirled in a kaleidoscope of colors. Elno, do not act irrationally. Have you not acknowledged His Excellency, Douluo? What brings you to obstruct the path of Tiando Empire? Are you afraid we will seize your championship? Fulan Day restrained the eager Liu alone, although his own words were hardly more measured. Courting death, you fail to cherish the opportunity given, inviting trouble upon yourselves. Seize them. Douluo's expression abruptly turned cold as he glanced at Luo Diala, signaling him with a look. Understood, my lord. 3 additional black-clad figures emerged behind him, unleashing their martial souls and advancing towards the Shrek team. Following them were hundreds of black-clad individuals, varying in strength from soul masters to soul emperors, commencing their assault on the other carriages of Shrek Academy. The 3 black-clad individuals behind Law, or Diala, were formidable, their auras not inferior to those of Fulan Day and the others. You think to overwhelm us with numbers? Zhao Wuji will not stand for it. From the rear carriage, Zhao Wuji bellowed, repelling a wave of black-clad attackers with a powerful punch. Soon after, he joined forces with several other instructors from Shrek Academy, including Tong San and Daimu Bai, who also fended off the encroaching enemies, standing resolutely against the onslaught from the Spirit Hall. though Douluo did not rush to act. The Shrek side was still outmatched. Just as they faced overwhelming odds, a sudden shout erupted from the Tiando Knights, enveloping the area in thick mist. In an instant, nearly 100 black-clad figures vanished from sight. This spectacle was not limited to the Shrek team. Similar events unfolded within the other academies as well. One impressive display from the Tiando Empire. I had underestimated you, Douluo thought as he swiftly activated his martial soul, summoning dozens of petals to strike at the mist formation, causing several black-clad figures to converge upon them. However, the formation was incomplete, only capable of ensnaring those below the rank of Soul King. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, Douluo manifested his true martial soul, resolved to complete the task entrusted to him by the Pope and prevent any unforeseen complications. The emergence of Tianluo Diwang, coupled with Tong San's close proximity, had caused the Spirit Hall to perceive a significant threat in Ma Hongjun's talent, leading the higher-ups to unanimously decide to eliminate or subdue him before addressing the potential danger posed by Tong San. It can be said that Tong San was indeed a harbinger of calamity. However, Ma Hongjun felt no regret. As he gazed upon the 5 black-clad individuals led by Douluo, he silently activated the system scan, revealing several lines of data. Luo Diala, level 85 Soul Duo, Fortune manifested, strength enhanced compared to original, martial soul, carving eagle potential, level 91 title Douluo. Debai, level 82 Soul Duo, martial soul, dragon pattern plate potential, level 89 title Douluo. Dia, level 81 Dila, level 81 Douluo, level 94 title Douluo. Martial soul, miraculous heavenly chrysanthemum. Potential, level 98 title Douluo. Teacher Douluo is entrusted to you all. We shall handle the 4 black-clad individuals, Ma Hongjun declared, taking the lead to soar into the air, selecting Luo Diala as his opponent. The duo, possessing martial soul fusion techniques, were undoubtedly the best candidates to engage Douluo. Although Ma Hongjun believed that after unleashing the 8 Fiend sword formation, he possessed sufficient strength to contend with a title Douluo, that remained a last resort and must not be revealed prematurely. Moreover, the consumption of the 8 Fiend sword formation meant that once it was exhausted, Ma Hongjun's soul power would be depleted. Therefore, at this stage, the formation was best kept as a secret weapon. After all, this was not a perfect world. Little monster, this one seems rather tricky. Perhaps I should handle instead. Zhao Wuji expressed concern upon witnessing the unfolding situation. I am capable of managing this. Teacher Zhao, no need for worry. This opponent is a flying-type soul master, and it is best if I deal with him, Ma Hongjun reassured, recognizing Zhao Wuji's concern and explaining without hesitation. Chapter 172. The difficulty of ascending to divinity. Very well, just be cautious. Zhao Wuji hesitated before selecting another soul, Duo near Luo Diala, intentionally drawing the battlefield closer to Ma Hongjun, poised to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. As for his own opponent, he had no doubts about prevailing. Typical adversaries of equal rank were no match for his Dong Maoming Wang, Dali Jingongxiong. While private sparring had demonstrated Ma Hongjun's prowess, actual combat inevitably presented disparities. As soon as Ma Hongjun engaged, he was struck by Luo Diala's formidable strength, inwardly astonished. In terms of speed and physical power, he found himself at a disadvantage, yet he was not without the means to retaliate. The synergy of his dual martial souls allowed for a competitive exchange. The remaining 2 formidable soul masters from Shrek Academy were restrained by other teachers, while the Shrek 7 worked collaboratively to confront the hundreds of black-clad adversaries. In this moment, they felt somewhat overshadowed and could only rely on their harmonious teamwork to withstand the onslaught. The atmosphere was tense, with only Flanders and Lu Erlong intensely fixated on the title Douluo before them. Although, in theory, a typical title Douluo should not be a match for their martial soul fusion technique, the chasm between theory and practice is often vast. The emergence of a pair of martial soul fusion techniques at the level of Soul Duo was indeed reminiscent and somewhat bittersweet. I truly hesitate to eliminate you, remarked Douluo, causing a shiver to run through all who heard. Let us not waste words. The outcome remains uncertain, Lu Erlong exclaimed, and the martial soul fusion technique formed by the 2 launched its initial assault. Douluo, one of the most knowledgeable about the power of martial soul fusion techniques in the continent, did not underestimate them and revealed her true strength. The 2 forces clashed, each evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun gradually grasped the rhythm of battle, beginning to secure a slight advantage. However, defeating Lord Diak without revealing his trump cards would not be an easy feat, considering he was a soul, Douluo. Damn it, this is infuriating, he thought. Old Ghost, hurry and take action. If we continue to stalemate, we will face repercussions before the Pope. Zhu Douluo, feeling frustrated by being restrained by Flanders and Lu Erlong, shouted at the sky behind her. Humph, it's your own arrogance that has led to this. You told me to keep an eye on that old poison master who hasn't even shown up. A shadow, ghostly in nature, appeared, speaking yet moving without pause, swiftly positioning itself not far behind Zhu Douluo. Upon witnessing this, Flanders and Lu Erlong felt their martial soul fusion technique as power surge, tightly entangling Zhu Douluo and preventing her from engaging with the newcomer. Flanders was well aware of the relationship between this ghostly title Douluo and Zhu Douluo, understanding that their combined martial soul fusion technique was among the most renowned in the continent. Prepare to perish, Zhu Douluo declared, unable to extricate herself, as petals resembling metal formed a gigantic sword that advanced toward Flanders and Lu Erlong. The figure leaped out of the battlefield, emerging from their martial soul domain to stand beside the newly arrived Ghost Douluo. With the increasing mastery of the martial soul fusion technique by Flanders and Lu Erlong, they were able to create a unique martial soul domain, which, while capable of ensnaring Zhu Douluo, could not hold her if she chose to escape. Ma Hongjun, although engaged in battle, remained acutely aware of the battlefield's dynamics, realizing he could no longer afford to hold back. He needed to resolve the immediate dilemma before assisting the others. At this moment, not only were Flanders and Lu Erlong in imminent danger, but the Shrek 7 were also facing challenges. Utilizing Tang San's hidden weapons, they had unexpectedly eliminated several black-clad adversaries. However, as the skirmish progressed, the consumption of hidden weapons became evident, and nearly 100 black-clad foes still remained. The Shrek 7, along with several substitute teammates, faced overwhelming odds, with each member contending with 7 or 8 opponents. Tang San, facing 15 simultaneously, relied on the entangling abilities of his blue-silver grass to hold his ground. Yet eliminating the enemies proved unrealistic, given that many were of equal rank. Had it not been for the enhancements and healing support provided by Ning Rongrong and the substitute team member, they would have already succumbed to defeat. On the other side, Shrek's other teachers faced their own struggles. Even with their ranks as Soul Saints and Soul Emperors, confronting a single opponent became a daunting task without powerful soul skills. It was fortunate that Liu Qibin's peculiar martial soul, the Star Compass, along with the formidable martial souls of Qin Ming and Li Yusong, kept them from being swiftly defeated. As for the other food-type support soul saint from Shrek Academy, Xiao Exun, who possessed the Tang Dome martial soul, he had reached the level of 79 but was outmatched in combat capability by Li Yusong, thus remaining at the academy for protection. Had he been present to assist, they might have had a chance to defeat the approaching Soul Douluo Diak. Li Yusong, martial soul, dragon pattern staff. Level 69, assault type soul emperor. Potential, title Douluo. Liu Qibin, martial soul, star chess. Level 68, control type soul emperor. Potential, title Douluo. Qin Ming, martial soul, mutated martial soul, fiery Tsangwolf. Level 67, assault type soul emperor. Potential, title Douluo at level 98. Ma Hongjun did not delve deeply into the detailed attributes of Li Yusong and the others, merely casting a cursory glance. Even the so-called most talented genius after Hao Yan, Qin Ming, had a maximum potential akin to that of a high-level super title Da, falling short of the 99 level limit. This indicated that the talent of a limit represented the pinnacle of genius within Douluo continent. This disparity puzzled Ma Hongjun. Why did prominent figures from the Three Kingdoms era possess divine potential, while the top talents in Douluo continent rarely approached the potential of a limit Douluo? Were it not for the existence of celestial herbs that could enhance the potential of soul masters, he would have doubted whether anyone in Douluo continent could ascend to divinity. Chapter 173, the two-element static domain. Lord Diak, allow me to demonstrate to you what true martial arts techniques entail. The 8 Fiend Sword Array. Ma Hongjun, upon making this decision, no longer hesitated, resolved to employ his trump card to eliminate Lord Diak before addressing the troubles of others. He raised his hands to the heavens. As if a great hand obscured the sky, and the night descended with grandeur, summoning the forces of nature. Was his soul skill? Even I feel a twinge of trepidation in the distance, where Flanders was being ravaged by two tidal Douluos. Both Douluo and Ghost Douluo halted, gazing in shock at Ma Hongjun, who was unleashing his skill. It is known that only those who reach the level of super tidal Douluo can invoke a portion of natural power. Even limit tidal Douluos cannot fully command it. In an instant, Ma Hongjun's 9-leaf sword grass martial soul manifested 7 soul rings, forming 7 sharp long swords that surrounded Lord Diak from all directions. It was indeed a domain soul skill. How could a mere soul emperor juvenile simultaneously release dual martial soul rings and command such a formidable domain soul skill? Given his current soul power level, it was evident that this skill had been recently acquired and was not yet fully perfected, resulting in a notable weakness. One of the 8 directions needed to be secured. This youth must be eliminated, or he would become a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. Luo La was inwardly astonished, yet his demeanor was particularly grave as he observed Ma Hongjun and the 7 long swords guarding their position. Convinced he had discerned a vulnerability in Ma Hongjun's Ba Xiong sword formation, he swiftly advanced toward Ma Hongjun. However, the reality was quite the contrary. While it appeared that Ma Hongjun's position lacked 1 long sword, it was, in fact, the most fortified point among the 8 directions. The other 7 swords were unable to unleash the true power of the Ba Xiong sword formation due to the limitations of the Jui Jianshao, which possessed only 7 soul rings. Presently, Ma Hongjun's Jui Jianshao had merely 6 soul rings, 4 ordinary ones and 2 hidden ones. The hidden rings originated from the century-old Gui Tong and the 10,000-year-old Yuming Du Jiao Shi, while the ordinary rings were derived from the 100-year-old Bailan Shi. The 1,000-year-old Tian Kai Di Bao Mo Zhu, the 1,000-year-old Ren Mian Mo Zhu, and a 10,000-year growth soul ring. The imperfect Ba Xiong sword formation harbored not 1, but 2 weaknesses, both of which lay within 2 of the other gates. The 7 soul rings shaped like swords were merely an illusion conjured by Ma Hongjun based on the soul rings of the evil fire phoenix, designed to mislead the enemy and obscure the true vulnerabilities of the incomplete formation, thus preventing the exposure of its weaknesses to a certain extent. Fool! Stop! Luo La had fallen into a trap unawares. Yet not far off, the seasoned and perceptive Douluo sensed the impending danger and urgently shouted a warning. But it was already too late. Attempting to retreat proved futile as the 8 swords converged upon him. Break! With Ma Hongjun's calm utterance of the word, everything within the realm of swords was instantaneously annihilated. The sword energy surged forth, and spatial rifts filled the battlefield, continuously expanding outward, causing even Douluo and the others to instinctively distance themselves from the chaos. Luo La, positioned at the epicenter of the spatial rift, a formidable soul, did not even have the chance to scream before he vanished from existence. In an instant, the surrounding world fell silent, and all battles ceased. Captivated by the spectacle of Ma Hongjun's confrontation, what manner of power could be so terrifying? Both Ju and Gate harbored such thoughts, exchanging glances before clasping hands, perhaps believing that only in unity could their minds find tranquility. The martial soul fusion technique, 2 instruments, stillness, domain, swift resolution, was the most genuine sentiment in their hearts. It was no wonder they were cautious, for the destruction wrought by the Ba Xiong sword formation was deeply unsettling. The shattering of space being a devastation achievable only by a limit Douluo's might. Instantaneously, Flinder and his companion were enveloped by the martial soul domain, rendered immobile. As Ju and Gate seized the opportunity to strike, swiftly overpowering Flinder and Lu Erlong's martial soul domains. Under the relentless assault from Ju Douluo, they were stripped of their combat capabilities and expelled from their martial soul fusion state. Evidently, this old bone still needed to stretch its muscles. We cannot allow ourselves to be underestimated. On a distant peak stood 2 figures. One, tall and slender, resembling a javelin with dark green hair, donned in a green robe. The other, akin to a sharp blade, clad in a pristine white robe, with hair as white as snow, neatly arranged behind him, exuding an air of antiquity. It was none other than Poison Doa speaking, declaring that they must not be underestimated, lest they fear the might of the martial soul hall. Yet inwardly, he thought, that little monster is nearing his limit. I cannot allow him to be harmed. In the knowledge of the martial soul hall's ambush, how could the Tiando Empire not dispatch a genuine countermeasure? Their absence was not due to negligence. but rather to refine the students and ensure that Ma Hongjun could truly make a name for himself across the continent, rather than merely drawing a throng of followers through song. Now, as Ma Hongjun, a Soul King, triumphed over a Soul Douluo, it was nearly impossible for him to remain unnoticed. Let us observe how the Shrek Academy students respond to danger. Meanwhile, the white-robed sword Douluo, Hongjun'sLucky, coldly waved his hand, expressing indifference. How eloquent! Yet, it is simply a desire to witness Rongrong's performance, poisoned Douluo thought, stifling a retort. But he was not anxious in this moment. As long as Hongjun'sLucky was present, the threats posed by Ju and Douluo could not endanger those below. Although the sword Douluo's martial soul was renowned for its unparalleled attack, its speed surpassed that of ordinary titled Douluos. Should the Shrek group find themselves in peril, the sword would arrive before the person, and the person would flee before the danger. This exemplifies the might of a 97th level titled Douluo, a realm entirely distinct from those below 95th level. Even the so-called most talented Hongjun'sLucky would not dare claim superiority over a 95th level sword Douluo at the 90th level. Returning to the battlefield, Ma Hongjun, having unleashed the sword formation, summoned the last vestiges of his soul power to transport himself to the location of the Shrek 7, where Fat Tiger and the others immediately repelled their bewildered adversaries, encircling Ma Hongjun to provide protection, with even Tang San rushing to shield the injured Ma Hongjun. Young man, do not let your temper flare too brightly. The surrounding figures in black, sensing their opportunity to capture Ma Hongjun, began to converge. Meanwhile, Flinder, heavily injured, swiftly seized the opening, lifting Lu Erlong and soaring to join the others. Stand back. I can still fight. Ma Hongjun, unwilling to be coddled, staggered forward. But a wave of emptiness washed over him, threatening to topple him. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to react, steadying him with her arm. Even in this state, you still insist on being stubborn. Zhu Zhuqing shot Ma Hongjun an exasperated glance and retorted. I will. Ma Hongjun began to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. How could he confess before everyone that he possessed Lu Xinglei to replenish his soul power and heal his injuries? At this juncture, it is imperative to mention another function of the Zhui Jianshao martial soul, which, infused with the core energy of Lu Xinglei, facilitates life restoration. The life restoration feature is innate to the martial soul. Consuming the Zhui Jianshao, which is formed from the energy of the martial soul, can instantly replenish the soul power of soul masters below titled Douluo level, also possessing a degree of healing efficacy. Although it may not rival the healing capabilities of the original Lu Xinglei, it is advantageous in that it can be actively utilized and its effects enhanced with the increase of soul rings. The most remarkable aspect is that it does not require soul power. The only regret for Ma Hongjun is that it cannot exist in duality. One must consume it before generating another. Even so, the efficacy of this ability surpasses any soul technique within the Douluo realm, and Ma Hongjun felt somewhat greedy. As the saying goes, the sun, moon, and stars all fall under the dominion of heavenly principles. The rules and order cannot escape the laws of heaven. Yet the existence of Zhui Jianshao evidently transcends conventional logic, stepping beyond the bounds of celestial law. As Ma Hongjun retreated, he discreetly consumed the Zhui Jianshao, formed through life restoration, and within a mere breath his soul power was restored to its peak state. Should you wish to harm my companions, you shall tread over my corpse first. Dai Mubai was the first to step forward, his martial soul awakened, soul power radiating from him as he stood resolutely at the forefront, facing the encroaching figures in black and the slowly advancing Zhu Douluo duo. Young man, I must confess that I underestimated you. Curse the Lydiera, death is but a trivial matter as long as you. What is this? The aura of the rare Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. You consumed a celestial herb not long ago, did you not? Initially, the chrysanthemum Douluo had little regard for Dai Mubai and sought to recruit Ma Hongjun. However, upon witnessing the sudden surge of Dai Mubai's aura, revealing the incompletely absorbed celestial essence, all of chrysanthemum Douluo's attention was drawn to him, eyes fixed intently on Dai Mubai. With a mere gesture, Dai Mubai found himself uncontrollably drawn towards him, halted before the Douluo, who scrutinized him as though he were a work of art. Cursed be that old poisoner. Why does he not intervene? Flandre clenched his fists in frustration, casting glances around as he prepared to disregard his injuries and intervene. Fear not, with the sword Douluo present. The children shall be safe. A voice echoed in his ear, the reminder of poisoned Douluo. Upon hearing this, Flandre relaxed, exchanging a glance with Lu Erlong beside him, and found solace. What having consumed it? Whether you choose to kill or torture, do as you wish. If you seek to harm my companions, you must first tread over my corpse. However, allow me to remind you that as one of the heirs to the Star Luo Empire's throne, should any misfortune befall us here, the Star Luo Empire will not rest until retribution is exacted. A flicker of hesitation and fear crossed Dai Mubai's eyes, yet he did not respond to Chrysanthemum Douluo's words. Instead, he spoke with unwavering resolve. Naturally, he feared death. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his time at Shrek Academy. Yet, through his interactions with the other Shrek's 7 monsters, he understood the true meaning of his existence. If he were to die an unworthy death, he would be unwilling. However, if it were for the sake of his comrades, he would find solace in it. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the murderous intent directed towards him, which was the primary reason for his defiance. This fellow has indeed made considerable progress in his understanding of life's realms. It seems I must offer more assistance in the future, otherwise he may be underestimated. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but view Dai Mubai in a new light. Regardless of whether it was due to Chrysanthemum Douluo's lack of malice, his ability to articulate such sentiments demonstrated a genuine heart. Such arrogance. What is the Star Luo Empire but a mere collection of lowly commoners, barely maintaining their existence against being devoured? The Martial Soul Hall fears no one. Before Chrysanthemum Douluo could speak, a soul master named Dia, bearing the scars of recent conflict, reprimanded him. His opponent was none other than the formidable Zhao Wujing, known as the unmoving Ming Wang. Silence, you disgraceful fool. Youth should temper their fiery tempers. Might you enlighten me as to the source of this Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum? Chrysanthemum Douluo chided, before turning gently to inquire of Dai Mubai. The ghost Douluo, well aware of his old friend's peculiarities, stood silently beside him, offering great respect by remaining quiet while Chrysanthemum Douluo sought answers. Though they were currently engaged in official matters, their friendship was well known, and their camaraderie needed no further elaboration. Old friend, since this young fellow refuses to speak, let us remove one of his arms to encourage him to share. One beside them interjected, observing Dai Mubai's stubborn silence. Old ghost, you mustn't frighten the child with such brutality. For those who are obstinate, coercion proves futile. One must first unearth their weaknesses through their strengths. Wouldn't you agree, Tang San? With that, Chrysanthemum Douluo's figure vanished like a wraith. Xiao San, be cautious. Ma Hongjun reacted immediately, appearing before Tang San and employing the Earth Whip, a technique long forgotten by him, to block Chrysanthemum Douluo's attack. With a sharp crack, Ma Hongjun was flung away but sustained no significant injury, having skillfully utilized the defensive capabilities of his external soul bone. Of course, the force of Chrysanthemum Douluo's attack was not to be underestimated. However, Tang San was not his target. He merely intended to capture, holding back his full strength. Failing his attack, Chrysanthemum Douluo flickered and reappeared beside Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Zhuqing feigned calm, the sudden assault startled her, causing her to momentarily forget to evade. Yet, even if she had remembered, her agility as a sensitive attack-type soul master could not compare to that of titled Douluo, and in the blink of an eye, she was caught by the white, delicate tendril. How dare you? Seeking death by harming Zhuqing. Where are the members of the Tianluo Diwang? By the order of the sect leader. Chapter 175, Zhao Zilong's arrival. Here are my subordinates. Here are my subordinates. Here are my subordinates. Several figures emerged, their soul power fluctuating between Soul Sage and Soul Douluo. General Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here. Who dares to harm my lord? A striking figure clad in white, riding a white horse, with a handsome and cold demeanor, broke through the periphery and entered Shrek's formation. Thunderous hoofbeats approached, cutting down the black-clad members of the Martial Soul Hall in their wake. Where righteousness leads, life and death follow. The heavens bear witness. The white horse stands as proof. With a resounding battle cry, a massive white dragon apparition materialized in the sky, stretching hundreds of feet in size. I pay my respects to the Lord. What? There is such a hidden army? What formidable might and strength! Surely this cannot be the army of the Tiando Empire. Ghost Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Zilong pays his respects. A powerful voice rang out as Zhao Yun appeared before Ma Hongjun, kneeling on one knee. Quickly, there is no need for such formalities. Ma Hongjun hastily assisted the white-clad Zhao Zilong to stand, excitement evident in his tone. "Brother Zhao, please help me rescue Zhu Qing without holding back against them." After speaking, he turned to the Martial Soul Hall members who were preparing to use Zhu Qing as leverage, urgency in his voice. Ma Hongjun held absolute confidence in Zhao Yun's strength. Suddenly, a green figure appeared, rescuing the fallen Dai Mu Bai. It was none other than the slightly awkward Douluo. "I pay my respects to the sect leader." After placing Dai Mu Bai down, he approached Ma Hongjun and slightly bowed. Ma Hongjun had no intention of reproaching him or questioning why he had not intervened sooner. There was no need. He possessed his own trump card, with the ability to traverse between two worlds. In another realm, Zhao Yun had organized his forces meticulously, and with the aid of Liu Bowen, he had become the sole powerful neutral force in the Three Kingdoms, a prime target for all factions to court. After the conclusion of the competition with the Dragon Academy, Ma Hongjun returned to the Three Kingdoms world to inform Liu Bowen of the situation here. Liu Bowen's expression, rarely serious, suggested the necessity of having Zhao Yun come to assist. Only then could Ma Hongjun establish his authority and truly command the Tianluo Diwang's power. Upon discovering that the rules of the two worlds were gradually converging, allowing for the transportation of personnel into the Douluo world, Ma Hongjun decisively heeded Liu Bowen's counsel, leading Zhao Yun and 300 elite riders from his ranks into the Douluo realm. Subsequently, to avoid drawing attention, Ma Hongjun instructed everyone to conceal their auras and follow the Tiando army heading towards the Martial Soul Hall from a distance. Upon noticing the battle ahead, they had quietly concealed themselves, awaiting Ma Hongjun's command. Poison Douluo appeared somewhat embarrassed, secretly astonished at Ma Hongjun's possession of such a formidable force in secret. Although the number of individuals was modest, merely a little over 300, each one was a soul master of the soul sect caliber. The significant presence of so many soul sect soldiers within the Bai Ma Yi Tsong was greatly influenced by the resurgence of spiritual energy in the Three Kingdoms. But it was also due to the herbs sourced from the Yin Yang Liang Yin provided by Ma Hongjun. Zhao Yun cast a glance at Du Gubo, sensing a palpable pressure emanating from the old man. However, it was merely pressure. After consuming the celestial herb prepared by Ma Hongjun, his power had reached a level comparable to that of Lu Bu. In a life-and-death struggle, Lu Bu might not necessarily prevail against him. Battle Soul, activate. In unison, the 300 members of Bai Ma Yi Tsong unleashed their battle souls, summoning a colossal white dragon-shaped battle soul manifestation. This ethereal form was several times larger than that formed by a martial soul fusion technique, its imposing presence far surpassing the combined might of Flender and Liu Erlong's martial soul fusion. "Stop! Quickly cease this. Do you wish for her to perish?" At that moment, Zhu Douluo finally awakened from the rapidly shifting situation, tightening his grip around Zhu Zhuqing's neck as a threat. A fierce glint flashed in Ma Hongjun's eyes as he prepared to call a halt to Zhao Yun, only to observe a figure similar to a martial soul fusion technique slowly materializing behind Zhao Yun. The white figure wielded a lance like a dragon, conjuring winds and sands with each swing. "Freeze!" A voice, seemingly from the depths of one's soul, resonated within everyone's hearts. It was akin to a special domain, similar to the Liang Yi stillness domain. Regardless of how Zhu and Gui Douluo struggled, they could not move an inch. "My lord, quickly, save the lady. They cannot hold on much longer." Zhao Yun's tall figure, like those present, was similarly immobilized. He turned to the Bai Ma Yi Tsong behind him and addressed Ma Hongjun. "Good." A flicker of gratitude shone in Ma Hongjun's eyes, recognizing Zhao Yun's intention to heroically rescue the lady. With a swift extension of his phoenix wings, Ma Hongjun embraced Zhu Zhuqing and, with a flick of his hand, tossed his meticulously prepared Xiao Xiahua onto Zhu Douluo's hair. A series of crackling sounds accompanied the scent of burning. "Ah, my hair, my eyebrows, I am enraged," Zhu Douluo exclaimed, losing his composure. "You brat, today I shall surely kill you." Zhu Douluo, in a fit of rage, grasped Gui Douluo's hands, compelling the passive Gui Douluo to unleash the martial soul fusion technique. The modest Zhao Yun refrained from further dialogue as he twirled his lance, creating 9 blossoms of gunfire, preparing to strike at the two of them. Liang Yi stillness domain. Break. The gunfire he had previously unleashed did not dissipate, but instead formed a protective barrier. While Gui Douluo was still struggling, Zhao Yun remained unfazed, engaging 2 opponents single-handedly. He clashed amidst a flurry of light and shadow, rendering even Flender and Liu Erlong, who were Soul Douluo, unable to perceive their movements. Only Tang San, having trained his vision skills, could catch glimpses of the action. With a resounding boom, Zhu Douluo was sent flying, and the martial soul fusion technique formed with Gue Douluo was shattered by Zhao Yun. Both Zhao Yun and Gue Douluo were also not in optimal condition. Zhu Douluo was injured, Gue Douluo's hair was in disarray, and Zhao Yun had blood at the corner of his mouth. The moment Zhao Yun sent Zhu Douluo flying, Gue Douluo swiftly unleashed his martial soul's true form, using the ghostly claws of his martial soul to tightly grasp Zhao Yun's Dragon Dan Silver Lance. Zhao Yun's combat experience was profound. In an instant, he utilized the lance's point to execute a graceful flip, twisting Gue Douluo's arm. Although it did not harm Gue Douluo in his ghostly state, it prevented him from exerting his full strength and accessing all his soul power. Simultaneously, Zhao Yun gripped the lance tightly. An explosive force surged within him, activating his secret battle techniques and dramatically increasing his combat power. Release. Indeed, even in his martial soul true form, Gue Douluo dared not face this strike and promptly retreated. With me, Zhao Zilong, present, who dares to harm the unclaimed? Withdraw immediately and spare your lives. Zhao Yun grounded his lance, wiping the blood from his mouth, and surveyed the surroundings with an aura of authority. It turned out that the outer Tinshui Empire Knights were gradually falling into a disadvantage. After all, the individuals from the Spirit Hall were at least of Soul Master caliber. Tang San, consider yourself fortunate this time. With the protection of the Tiangong and so many companions, we concede. To be honest, our true target was only you. Until we meet again in the Spirit City, retreat. Zhu Douluo wiped the blood from his mouth, standing disheveled yet unwilling to concede, casting a resentful glance at Tang San, who appeared unscathed. With Zhu Douluo's command, Zhu and Gue Douluo, along with the remaining 4 Soul Douluo, began to lead their subordinates in retreat. With a sigh, Oscar and Fat Tiger disregarded their appearances and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. However, all eyes, including those of Tang San, were fixed upon Zhao Yun, filled with admiration. In the distance, atop a hill, Jian Douluo's gaze oscillated between Zhao Yun and Ma Hongjun. This young man possesses considerable skill, loyalty, and righteousness. Indeed, he has managed to gather such formidable allies, not much inferior to myself, and he is worthy of Rong. Jian Douluo nodded subtly before vanishing from sight. His delay in action was not due to watching Ning Rongrong's performance, but rather to observe the prowess of the future son-in-law of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. On another hillside, the figure of Tang San, donning a bamboo hat, shook his head, somewhat satisfied with Tang San's performance, yet mostly envious of Ma Hongjun. Envious of having a father like Ma Hongjun. My lord, I have arrived late to your aid. Please punish me. Zhao Yun expressed no interest in the gazes of others, moving to Ma Hongjun's side to apologize once more. There is no need for such formalities. It was thanks to Zilong's timely arrival that we avoided calamity. Please rise. Ma Hongjun, in an effort to establish authority, refrained from personally assisting him, instead speaking in a commanding tone. With a wave of his hand, he addressed the Bai Ma Yizong lined up behind him. You may disperse for now and remain on guard outside. Yes. An officer stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Ma Hongjun. As the procession commenced, the crowd expressed their gratitude to both Zhu Douluo and Ma Hongjun before returning to their respective carriages. Only Flender, Lu Erlong, and Zhu Douluo remained with Ma Hongjun. Due to the destruction of the battle carriages, the group had no choice but to proceed on foot. Zhao Yun quietly followed closely behind Ma Hongjun, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were also nearby, could not help but admire the strikingly handsome and powerful young man. All right, you two, there's no need to be curious. Allow me to introduce my brother, Changshan Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. These 2 are my wives, Ma Hongjun said, taking the hands of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to introduce them. Greetings to both of you, esteemed ladies. Zhao Yun promptly bowed in respect. Ma Hongjun sighed. The 3 kingdoms was wonderful in many ways, but the excessive formalities could be exhausting. Fortunately, Zhao Yun was not overly pedantic and merely offered a bow. I've met Brother Zhao. The 2 ladies quickly released Ma Hongjun's hand and returned the greeting. Both women hailed from prominent families and were familiar with etiquette, far more so than the somewhat unsophisticated Ma Hongjun. Although the 2 worlds differed, their noble customs were not dissimilar. Afterward, Ning Rongrong whispered a few words into Ma Hongjun's ear. Realizing what she meant, he took Zhao Yun and introduced him to the teachers and the poisoned Douluo of Shrek Academy. In terms of social graces, Ma Hongjun was indeed outshone by the clever Ning Rongrong. Once she understood the relationship between Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun, Ning Rongrong felt at ease. Knowing Zhao Yun's cold demeanor was merely a facade, masking his protective instincts towards Ma Hongjun, Flander and others, introduced by Ma Hongjun, became acquainted with this suddenly appearing mysterious powerhouse. When Ma Hongjun recounted Zhao Yun's background, he refrained from divulging the entire truth, merely stating that he had rescued a soul master during his adventures, who had subsequently followed him and discreetly trained his family's knightly order. After exiting the valley, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing intentionally slowed their pace to catch up with Xiao Wu and the others, where the three girls began to whisper amongst themselves. Fifth brother is truly remarkable. His knightly order is so impressive. Rongrong, could you lend me a white horse just for a moment? Xiao Wu said, her gaze absent-mindedly fixed on the white horses of the cavalry. The appearance of these horses was distinctly different from the soul beasts of Douluo continent, exceptionally beautiful, capturing the attention of countless girls. With the revival of spiritual energy, these horses had not only enhanced their appearance, but also their capabilities. Riding a white horse felt akin to descending from the heavens, majestic and striking. Moreover, the cavalry had come to their aid in times of crisis, fostering admiration in their hearts. Not only Xiao Wu, but even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing yearned to experience the thrill of riding a white steed. After all, beauty is appreciated by both men and women. The term white horse refers to a magnificent steed, as the saying goes, with a silver saddle on a white horse, galloping like a meteor, 10 steps to slay a man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Once the task is complete, I shall depart, concealing my merit and fame. These horses lacked the unique horns of soul beasts, possessing only soft, flowing white manes, and were devoid of the ferocity typical of soul beasts, featuring instead evenly proportioned and robust limbs. No, Xiao Wu, I've already attempted to ride one. But fifth brother said those white horses are the second life of the cavalry and cannot be lent to us for mere amusement, Ning Rongrong said, her expression somewhat troubled. Oh, fine then. Xiao Wu pouted adorably, disappointment evident on her face. However, fifth brother promised that once this competition is over, he would gift each of us a white horse. Should I ask him to give you one as well? Ning Rongrong, noticing Xiao Wu's expression, felt a playful urge to tease her. Okay. Hee, Rongrong is so kind, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she hugged Ning Rongrong and planted a kiss on her cheek. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes. Ma Hongjun had not mentioned gifting just 2 horses, but rather one for each of the 7 monsters. Did she not see how Oscar and Fat Tiger were glancing back, eager to approach the white cavalry? Even Tang San and Dai Mubai's eyes frequently scanned the direction of the cavalry. These youngsters evidently regarded your white cavalry as their saviors, filled with admiration. If not for your formidable strength, Zhao Yun, I believe they would have flocked to you by now. Speaking of which, those white horses do indeed look splendid. If I were a few years younger, I would love to ride one myself, Flander jested, engaging Zhao Yun in light conversation. These white horses come from a unique region in the north, and it took considerable effort to find them. If you all are fond of them, I would not mind gifting a few when we meet again. Zhao Yun attempted to adopt a tone more akin to that of Douluo, though it still sounded somewhat awkward. Fortunately, with the 2 worlds nearing integration and their rules being similar, even the languages had become remarkably alike. Or perhaps it was simply that the 2 languages were inherently similar, resembling Chinese, only constrained by their respective rules. Chapter 177. Life and Death in a Thought. It has been over a month since the conclusion of the martial soul competition in the Tiando Empire, and excluding the 3 days spent traveling, Ma Hongjun had dedicated the remaining month to preparing for the competition in Martial Soul City. Due to the influence of fortune and the system, Ma Hongjun was not only interested in the championship of the Team Soul Battle, but also unwilling to forego the title of individual competition champion. Upon arriving at Martial Soul City, the atmosphere was buzzing with discussions about the continent's youngest title Douluo, Zhao Yun, and the emerging force, the master of Tianluo Diwan. Ma Hongjun, given the multitude of participants in the battle within the canyon, numbering in the tens of thousands, all elite forces and academies, the news circulated swiftly, especially with the further promotion by Tianluo Diwan. The names of Zhao Yun and Ma Hongjun had become synonymous with greatness, heralding their status as the dual geniuses of Douluo continent. One was a sovereign, the other a minister. One, at a young age, had founded a large faction rivaling the 7 treasure glazed tile school, while the other shattered the record for the youngest title Douluo set by Tang Hao. Zhao Yun was hailed as the strongest among the new generation, having broken through to title Douluo at a mere 20 years of age with unparalleled combat prowess. His remarkable achievements included defeating the Jew ghost Douluo, who possessed a martial soul fusion technique, while being a 95-level title Douluo himself. It is crucial to note that the gap in soul power between title Douluos is significant, especially with a 4-level difference. In light of this backdrop, both Zhao Yun and Ma Hongjun have become idols for countless youth, particularly Zhao Yun, who is revered as a dream man by many women. Even Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy, as a single appearance had garnered Zhao Yun an immense following. However, he also felt a sense of delight. Followers akin to Zhao Yun were not unheard of in Douluo continent, collectively known as protectors. Upon reaching Martial Soul City, Ma Hongjun and his companions were surrounded by enthusiastic soul masters, who bombarded them with questions, all wearing expressions of admiration, reminiscent of the fervent fans of a celebrity. Left with no choice, Ma Hongjun took hold of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's hands and swiftly vanished from the scene. Utilizing the 5th soul skill of the 9-leaf sword grass, instantaneous movement, he could teleport within his sensing range, carrying up to 3 individuals. While this 5th soul skill may seem somewhat trivial, it served as a life-saving technique, especially as it was acquired in the world of the 3 kingdoms. While traveling, the reason for not utilizing the teleportation ability lies in its consumption. Although the energy cost is considerably lower compared to other skills, it remains significant overall. Ma Hongjun can sustain his teleportation for only around 100 to 180 instances, with a maximum range of merely 100 meters. As the age of the soul rings increases, the range of teleportation will naturally enhance. In the divine realm, a formidable title Douluo, approximately 20 years of age, has suddenly emerged in Douluo. The god of destruction, adorned in purple, spoke with a grave expression. Did you sense it? The presence of this unparalleled warrior. Even if I sensed it, what of it? Replied the angel god, appearing indifferent. The divine council prohibits gods from intervening in the affairs of mortals without cause, and they cannot descend onto Douluo. Are you, as the god of destruction, intending to breach this regulation? The rules of Douluo cannot withstand the energy of divine beings. Once one ascends to godhood, they must depart the continent within a century to report to the divine realm. Achieving divinity grants one an extensive lifespan, yet who truly knows that? Compared to the divine realm, Douluo is the more desirable place for existence. The god of destruction sighed, expressing his resignation. The divine realm manifests as a colossal, multicolored sphere enveloped in thick clouds of divine energy, a special space formed by the thought energies of various planes. In contrast to the ever-volatile Douluo divine realm, which is susceptible to spatial turbulence, Douluo is indeed a more habitable environment, possessing the genuine sun and moon and the cycles of day and night. You are an upper-tier deity, speak plainly. Although I am more connected to the Douluo divine realm, my shattered divine position limits my capabilities, remarked the former angel god, a serene elder with white hair. Then I shall speak plainly, the god of destruction continued. Douluo has undergone tremendous changes, connecting with a special plane that rivals Douluo. This world is rich in spiritual energy, and within one of its unique spaces resides a being powerful enough to rival a god king. Fortunately, their cultivation methods differ from ours, seemingly lacking something essential, rendering them not overly formidable. I have sealed that unique space at the cost of a clone. They will not emerge for the time being. How does this relate to the 18-year-old title Douluo? The angel god exclaimed, startled and relieved upon hearing of the seal, before asking with a serious tone. It is essential to note that beneath the Douluo divine realm lie many worlds under its governance. While the Douluo divine realm is indeed powerful, its capacity to contain energy is limited, akin to Douluo itself. This is why the concept of divine positions exists. Douluo is merely one of the more formidable continents, having birthed numerous deities. I am uncertain. His aura seems obscured by something. Yet an 18-year-old title Douluo is exceedingly rare, even in the spiritually abundant ancient era. Thus, I suggest you inform your descendants in the lower realm to investigate this individual. The god of destruction articulated, finally revealing his purpose for visiting. While the deities of the 3 kingdoms world may seem to possess only first-tier divine strength, the god of destruction felt a wave of unease after sealing that realm, remaining vigilant regarding the happenings in Douluo. Were it not for the protective rules of the 3 kingdoms world, its mortals would surely fall victim to the cruel nature of destruction. Are you suggesting there might be a connection between the two? The perceptive angel god quickly grasped the issue at hand. I do not know, but it is not without possibility. Although the two worlds have yet to fully merge, without godly power, traversing spatial wormholes remains unattainable. Nevertheless, the sudden emergence of this title Douluo raises suspicion. Even if there is no connection, such a young title Douluo is destined for greatness, warranting close observation. The god of destruction expressed, shifting his tone as he relaxed slightly. After all, a title Douluo cannot wield divine power. Were it not for the destruction of his clone, which requires immense cost to reform, he would not have bothered the former angel god. Moreover, under conditions where divine powers are sealed, he doubted Zhao Yun could traverse spatial wormholes alone. However, he did not abandon his investigation into Zhao Yun's background. Ma Hongjun remained oblivious to the life and death ordeal he had unknowingly experienced. Fortunately, he had utilized the system's power to bring Zhao Yun to Douluo beforehand. Had he waited another 6 months, the connection between the two worlds would have intensified, inevitably drawing the attention of the god of destruction from the Douluo divine realm, who might have seized Zhao Yun for research, even at the cost of breaking the rules. They could tolerate a world with a god king of limited strength, merging with the rules of Douluo. But they would never allow the existence of a world with unparalleled strength and a god king. The merger of the two worlds' rules would inevitably result in the weaker side being engulfed. What was termed as a merger was, in fact, a devouring. They would permit Douluo to absorb other worlds for mutual benefit, but they would never allow themselves to be consumed. Chapter 178. Cloud Energy. With merely a day remaining until the finals of the Martial Soul Elite Competition, Zhao Yun found himself exceedingly busy, traversing various production manufacturers in Martial Soul City. After expending a considerable amount of gold soul coins, he finally acquired the desired items. Foremost among these was the art of papermaking, which, when compared to the near-industrial technological level of the Douluo world, revealed that the Three Kingdoms world was still in its nascent stage. Other items included the crafting of glazed pottery, fireworks, and other everyday yet advanced products for the Three Kingdoms. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun auctioned a soul guide ring with approximately 10 cubic meters of space. At the hotel, in Ma Hongjun's room, Zhao Yun excitedly whispered, "My lord, the tasks requested by Mr. Liu have been completed. Please, open the passage and let them depart." Ever since witnessing the exquisite paper production of Douluo, Zhao Yun had remained in a state of exhilaration. It turned out that Ma Hongjun had merely mentioned the basic circumstances of the Douluo world, yet Liu Ji, also known as Liu Bowen, had discerned a crucial element that could facilitate their rise in the short term. This visit was specifically to instruct Zhao Yun to seek out production methods absent in the Three Kingdoms world, particularly the advanced papermaking technique. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, paper was of immense value, with knowledge confined to a select few. Possessing advanced papermaking techniques would undoubtedly enable the accumulation of sufficient wealth to achieve their ambitions swiftly. While others might need to be concerned about their insufficient strength, Zhao Yun, Tong Yuan, Liu Bowen, and the equally capable Cheng Yaojin formed a formidable trio of half-title strength. Although they lacked the depth of heritage compared to established families like the Yuan clan, their top-tier combat prowess was comparable. Thus, the establishment of the Penglai Tavern possessed the strength to protect such endeavors. However, recognizing the allure of wealth, it was likely that Liu Bowen would place significant emphasis on the papermaking technique. Compared to these true strategists, Ma Hongjun felt his intellect paled in comparison. Frequenting both worlds without recognizing the immense business opportunities within, while Liu Bowen could extract value from mere snippets of information, was a humbling realization. One could not help but admire the brilliance of Zhuge Liang in unifying the land and Liu Bowen in strategizing. Reflecting on the timeline of the Three Kingdoms world, Ma Hongjun considered that once he resolved matters in Douluo, the Three Kingdoms would have progressed by another 200 years, leaving only 7 years until Zhuge Liang's emergence. Given that Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun were of similar ages, it was likely that Zhuge Liang was now around 20 years old and had already achieved significant mastery in his studies. It is prudent to conduct this matter outside the city at night, as the numerous eyes and ears of various factions within Wuhuan City could lead to unwanted attention. Ma Hongjun had no objections, yet he realized that even with the aid of the system, he could not discreetly send someone back. Thus he spoke. Indeed, Zhao Yun responded with a respectful gesture. "Brother Zhao, how many times must I remind you not to be so formal between us? Later, Rong will have some inquiries for you." You may explain the reasons appropriately, but your true identity must remain concealed for now, Ma Hongjun said helplessly, helping Zhao Yun to his feet before continuing with a change of tone. Brother Zilong, did you not just ascend to the rank of title Douluo? Why are two seasoned title Douluo unable to match your prowess? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yun. Upon arriving in Wuhuan City, Ning Rongrong was instructed by her father, Ning Fengji, to investigate the source of Zhao Yun's formidable strength. Rest assured, my lord, the teacher has clearly instructed me on everything. I shall not utter a word that should remain unsaid, Zhao Yun assured, fully aware that the secrets of his world must not be revealed lightly. The term teacher referred to Lu Bowen, a figure summoned by Ma Hongjun from the future. Zhao Yun's loyalty to Ma Hongjun was significantly influenced by Lu Bowen, who possessed similar persuasive abilities as Zhuge Liang did in the original history, which had compelled Zhao Yun to willingly serve him. With Ma Hongjun's consent, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her eagerness to speak with him privately about Zhao Yun. Are you suggesting that a troop exceeding 100 soldiers can condense cloud energy, and that your victory over those two title Douluo is due to this cloud energy? Ning Rongrong asked, her voice laced with confusion. Yes, you may perceive it as a unique fusion of soul skills. This is a newly emerging phenomenon that many have yet to grasp. However, it will likely become widespread soon. You might want to prepare the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's guard team in advance to gain an advantage, Zhao Yun replied, showing understanding. He was well aware of Ning Rongrong's connection to his lord. Thus, he appropriately elucidated the existence of cloud energy. Yet, his assertion was not entirely accurate. His extraordinary combat prowess was not solely attributable to cloud energy. His innate strength was paramount, as even without utilizing cloud energy, his overall power surpassed that of a typical 95th level super title Douluo. Although he may fall slightly short compared to the pinnacle of title Douluo like the sword Douluo in terms of martial soul quality and attack power, the difference was negligible. The only disparity lay in soul power levels. Once Zhao Yun cultivated to the 96th or even 97th level title Douluo, the sword Douluo would undoubtedly find himself outmatched. While they might appear evenly matched in sword techniques, one must not forget that Zhao Yun wields both spear and sword with unparalleled mastery. After imparting advanced techniques, such as papermaking to a vice-captain level individual who had reached the rank of Soul Emperor, Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun discreetly returned to the city. Little did they know, upon exiting the Tongtian Sea secret realm, the previously tranquil spatial corridor began to tremble with spatial fluctuations. 3 figures were attempting to breach the boundary between the two worlds. Should Ma Hongjun have noticed, he would have been astonished to find that these 3 individuals were neither martial cultivators nor literary scholars, but rather representatives of an entirely new energy system. They stood as if title Douluo, gazing down upon the myriad lives below. Unexpectedly, the sensation proved accurate. Their world had indeed begun to change. The chaotic conclusion of the 5 Huns might be on the verge of transformation. How unfortunate for my disciple, who has sacrificed so much for this realm. Heaven, Huan Tian, and Qing Tian are all fated to undergo change, muttered an elderly man clad in a yellow robe. Although the situation regarding the 5 Huns appeared to shift, a far greater crisis loomed. Is the information provided by Huang Tian equivalent to that from Qing Tian? Inquired a white-bearded elder solemnly, addressing another elder in purple robes and a youthful appearance. Alas, the secrets of heaven. The little emperor is firmly under Cao Cao's control. And you still wish to defy fate by placing that unskilled UG in charge of Qing Tian? Is it truly worth it for the Lu clan's dominion? The elder in purple replied evasively, turning to the white-bearded elder. Yuan Fong, you still do not comprehend me. What I uphold has never been the Lu clan's dominion, but rather the rightful legacy of the Han dynasty. The white-bearded elder, named Tianji, retorted, casting a glance at the elder in purple before directing his attention to the white horse messenger heading toward the Penglai tavern below. This individual carried with him an immense fortune. His lord must possess methods unknown to us, yet as long as it benefits the world, we ought not to interfere. The elder in the yellow robe declared, gazing earnestly at the bustling figures beneath the clouds. Rest assured, we understand the rules. Although our combined efforts did not breach the restrictions of the rules to explore another world, I believe that with one more attempt, we shall gain the opportunity to observe another realm. The white-bearded elder, Tianji, nodded, falling into silence. For the 3 of them, no one understood the changes in this world better than they did. Chapter 179. concealed beauty beneath the bed bound by the celestial power of this realm. Our strength and level have been suppressed to the demigod stage, rendering us unable to advance or partake in mortal affairs. Yet we can offer guidance. Lousy. This matter shall be entrusted to you, Tianji declared, glancing at the nearby Nan Huazhenren before finally addressing the youthful elder, Suisai. Without waiting for a response, he vanished, dissolving into a wisp of green smoke. The decaying Han dynasty cannot yet be extinguished. I appreciate your efforts, Tianji. The remainder shall be entrusted to us. The savior foretold by the heavenly decree will be my charge, Zuisei remarked, watching the direction in which Tianji had disappeared with a sense of contemplation. The task of safeguarding the doctrines of the sages shall fall to me, Nanhua. Despite the spiritual realm being sealed by a formidable, mysterious power, I can still traverse freely with the aid of Huangtian. It is not yet time for them to emerge. Otherwise, we shall attract the attention of hidden foes, leaving no possibility for advancement in our world, he added, before also vanishing into the cloud layers. As the three figures gradually disappeared into the clouds above, the vice-captain of the White Horse Messenger successfully delivered the spatial soul guide provided by Ma Hongjun to Liu Bowen, who was orchestrating matters in the Penglai Tavern. It seems that even if my lord wishes to abstain from participating in the struggle for supremacy, it may no longer be feasible, Liu Bowen mused, holding the soul guide in his hand. The principle of possessing jade is a crime is well understood. In the absence of external threats, the lords of the realm will not concern themselves with national righteousness. To them, only profit matters. In the world of the three kingdoms, the Penglai Tavern, despite its status bolstered by three pinnacle title Douluo, still lacks the deep-rooted foundation of the great lords like Yuan Shao and Chao Chao. Should the benefits be substantial enough, these lords would not hesitate to forcibly threaten the tavern with military might. Thus, Liu Bowen now finds himself treading on thin ice. Were it not for the formidable reputation of Zhao Yun, the spear god, and the verbal commitment to maintain neutrality, such a force would never be allowed to exist. Even now, should an opportunity arise, figures like Chao Chao and Yuan Shao would not hesitate to swallow the Penglai Tavern, this unique rising power. It can be said that under Liu Bowen's strategic planning, the Penglai restaurant finds itself in a delicate position amidst the current state of the world. No one dares to make a move against Penglai restaurant, for fear that it may provide an opportunity for other forces to exploit, resulting in a significant loss. Regardless of whom Penglai restaurant chooses to align with, it will undoubtedly bring a substantial breakthrough to other factions in terms of power. The scene shifts to the Douluo world, specifically the Wuhuan city. After Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun return, they retreat to their respective rooms to rest, displaying remarkable composure regarding the rumors circulating in the outside world. The title of Douluo is merely a title. What is there to be alarmed about? If the commotion were caused by a god-slaying event, Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun might indeed feel some unease. As Ma Hongjun lies on his soft, fragrant bed, he thinks to himself, yet his face is adorned with a smile as he gradually drifts into slumber, seemingly oblivious to a small head peeking out from beneath his bed. Should I stay, or should I go? Will fifth brother do something to me? Although I am his girlfriend, entering his room uninvited might not be appropriate. Perhaps I should pretend as if I just arrived? Ning Rongrong finds herself in a dilemma, her delicate face flushed, remnants of fragrant sweat lingering on her skin. Due to her cultivation of soul power, Ning Rongrong possesses minimal internal restraint, and having consumed rare medicinal herbs, she exudes a natural fragrance that becomes more pronounced with perspiration. The summer heat intensifies the situation, and her anxiety about being discovered has left her princess dressed damp with sweat, particularly the area over her chest, which provokes involuntary fantasies in those who behold it. After reporting the matter of the cloud energy to her father, Ning Fingji hastily set out to verify the truth of Ning Rongrong's claims, leaving her with little attention. Bored, Ning Rongrong found herself outside Ma Hongjun's room without realizing it. Just then, a service attendant arrived to clean, and Ning Rongrong took the opportunity to lie down in the room, waiting for Ma Hongjun to appear. But he did not show up. When the attendant finished cleaning and prepared to leave, Ning Rongrong's curiosity about Ma Hongjun's whereabouts led her to investigate, what he would call checking the room. Young girls often like to keep tabs on their boyfriends. Otherwise, their minds wander. However, at that moment, she felt a twinge of guilt about her seemingly voyeuristic behavior and decided to wait outside for Ma Hongjun. Suddenly, she heard a noise and hid beneath Ma Hongjun's bed. Now, Ning Rongrong's heart raced, especially when she saw Ma Hongjun clad only in his shorts. With a physique that was undeniably muscular. She quickly covered her eyes, but could not suppress her curiosity and peeked through her fingers. With such commotion, it would be impossible for Ma Hongjun, with his keen senses, not to notice. Although he initially remained unaware. The noise from Ning Rongrong crawling out was enough to rouse him. To avoid an awkward encounter, he feigned deep sleep. Yet Ning Rongrong's scrutinizing gaze made him internally sigh in frustration. Even the small flames within him that he had long since controlled began to stir once more. Ning Rongrong's embarrassment only deepened with the physical changes she felt, leading her to a bold hypothesis. He is awake. He is pretending to sleep. Although she contemplated escaping, she reconsidered. He is her boyfriend. Why should she feel apprehensive? With her inherently bold nature, Ning Rongrong boldly approached Ma Hongjun's bedside and sat down. What are you pretending for? Is it intentional to wear so little? Ning Rongrong huffed playfully, softly testing the waters with her inquiry. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, realizing his cover was blown, slowly opened his eyes and helplessly replied, Rongrong, you're misunderstanding me. It's so hot. I can't possibly sleep in clothes. I just noticed you. Ma Hongjun quickly sat up to conceal his embarrassment, though he had experienced many things in 2 lifetimes. He had never faced such awkwardness and felt a flutter of nervousness. I don't care. It's all your fault. You have to take responsibility for me. Ning Rongrong suddenly embraced Ma Hongjun, playfully thumping his sturdy chest. All right, as long as you're willing, I will certainly take full responsibility. Since the competition is tomorrow, perhaps you should return to rest early? Ma Hongjun consoled her while inappropriately ruffling her hair. The atmosphere became immensely awkward. One could only say he is indeed a man of steel. Although he secretly longed to hold the beauty in his arms, he maintained an air of propriety. I'm leaving. Ning Rongrong huffed, getting up to leave. You're such a brute, a straight man. I don't want to deal with you anymore. After exiting the room and finding Ma Hongjun did not pursue her, she inwardly cursed this oblivious man. Chapter 180. The finals conclude for Ma Hongjun. The final soul competition posed no real challenge, nor did any unforeseen events arise. The only noteworthy development was the merger of Chihua Academy and Shunfeng Academy into a single team. While the Long Academy from the Tiando region also reformed its team with another academy representing a hidden family. Alongside the Tiando royal team, where Yi Lingling was stationed, there existed the Xingluo royal team, as well as an even more formidable Shura team hailing from the powerful hidden family, the Luo family. However, for Ma Hongjun, none of this held any significance. No matter how powerful, they were merely obstacles to be overcome. As anticipated in the individual matches, Ma Hongjun easily defeated the Luo family's talented Soul King, followed by successive victories against 3 Soul Kings from the Wuhuan Temple. Unlike the individual competition, the team competition holds greater importance in terms of rewards and influence. However, Hongjun, your personal strength has far surpassed that of your peers. The other team members cannot gain the experience they deserve, so I propose you take on the role of directing from the back, providing support to the team while the other 6 engage. What do you think? Master Yu Xiaojiang cautiously suggested, observing Ma Hongjun's demeanor. In any place, only the strong command respect. Even the so-called upright master is no exception. Well, that works for me, as long as I can participate. It doesn't matter whether I go out or not. I will ensure there's safety from behind, Ma Hongjun affirmed, not being a selfish person. It was not that he did not want to have Fat Tiger compete, but the rules dictated that once in the finals, substitutions were not allowed. Moreover, even if the rules permitted it, the Shrek teachers would never allow Ma Hongjun to be replaced, for they would not easily relinquish the championship that was already within reach. Although in the original narrative, Shrek emerged victorious, significant changes have transpired in the current world. It is not only the 3 kingdoms that have experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy. The Douluo world is also witnessing a gradual increase, albeit less pronounced. The most apparent difference lies in the fact that the current generation of golden students from the Wuhuan Temple has generally improved by 1 or 2 levels of strength. Once reaching the Soul King rank, the higher the soul power level, the more challenging it becomes to advance, resulting in an increasingly pronounced gap in strength. The golden generation from the Wuhuan Temple, now possessing enhanced soul power, would undoubtedly have a clear advantage over the Shrek 7 monsters, who lack soul fusion techniques. However, with Ma Hongjun's presence, such concerns are easily dispelled. Being capable of facing a Soul Douluo as a high-level Soul King means there is no reason to fear defeat. As expected, the competition proceeded as scheduled. Initially confronted by the formidable Xingluo Royal Academy, Ma Hongjun remained largely inactive at the rear, allowing Tang San and his companions to vanquish their opponents. Although the victory was arduous, it was nonetheless achieved, particularly thanks to Zhu Zhuqing, who played a pivotal role. She was the first to defeat her opponent, her elder sister Zhu Zhuyun, thereby severing the source of the martial soul fusion technique employed by a Xingluo Royal Academy. After besting her sister, Zhu Zhuqing casually handed her over to Ma Hongjun, who, instead of engaging further, merely ensnared Zhu Zhuyun with a 9-leaf sword grass and took a seat to watch the unfolding drama. Zhu Zhuyun's teammates attempted to intervene, but found it exceedingly difficult to breach the defenses set by Tang San and the others. Even when they managed to breach the Shrek formation, Ma Hongjun could effortlessly repel them with a few flicks of his flames. Although Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Flame had not yet reached the legendary level of true Phoenix Fire, it was far from ordinary, causing any soul master scorched by it to falter in disarray. He believed the potency of the Phoenix Flame had reached its zenith. Yet he understood that to further enhance the quality of the flame, an elevation in the martial soul's quality was imperative. This opportunity lay within the City of Slaughter. Unlike others, he was determined to seize it himself. Having accomplished all that he could, he resolved to leave the remaining tasks to his subordinates, recognizing that his presence would not alter the outcome. As he pondered these matters, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Before long, as anticipated by the audience below, the Shrek team encountered the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in the finals of the Martial Soul competition. Despite Ma Hongjun being the champion of the individual matches, the golden generation was favored by the majority and enjoyed substantial support. After all, Martial Soul competitions traditionally prioritize team strength. Although Ma Hongjun had triumphed over Soul Douluo, some skeptics attributed his victory to dubious means, leading many to believe he had exhausted his trump cards. The notion that a Soul King could defeat a Soul Douluo seemed implausible, prompting assumptions that it was merely a result of trickery rather than genuine strength. Moreover, external aids, including soul-guiding devices, were strictly prohibited in the competition. Given the multitude of factions involved, and under the leadership of Ning Fengji's proposal, the Martial Soul competition was held in the plaza before the angel statue of the Spirit Hall, allowing for real-time broadcasts of the matches. Consequently, soul masters from surrounding cities flocked to the Spirit City, filling it to capacity, with soul masters often a rare sight, now abundantly present. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, political currents stirred as Pope Bibi Dong mobilized personnel from the Spirit Hall to maintain order within the Spirit City. In the final match, I shall refrain from employing that technique on the arena, yet I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. Our objective is to crush the Spirit Hall with overwhelming force. Do we possess the confidence to achieve this? On the eve of the finals, the team gathered in Flinder's room for a pre-battle rally. Although Ma Hongjun considered it unnecessary, Flinder insisted on the benefits of such an approach to enhance morale, foster team cohesion, and promote unity. After explaining these advantages, he finally relented, allowing the somewhat impatient Ma Hongjun to take the lead. We have faith in you. Naturally, as devoted fans, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were the first to support Ma Hongjun. We have confidence. Xiao Wu, driven by her unwavering support for Ma Hongjun as her benefactor and fifth brother, joined in. It must be said that women tend to display more emotional involvement in such matters. We have confidence. Although Oscar and Fat Tiger couldn't help but tease Ma Hongjun's motivational skills, they too stepped forward to lend their support. Tang San and Dai Mubai, resigned to the situation, could only feign enthusiasm, playing along with Ma Hongjun's self-indulgence. Chapter 181. Shui Ringue. The cooperation of his teammates left Ma Hongjun quite satisfied, and he cast a self-satisfied glance at his teacher, Flinder, who merely rubbed his forehead in exasperation, appearing to be unfamiliar with the young man. Zhao Wujia pondered, wondering why this lad resembled him so much and not his own teacher. Little monster, although your words may be rough, your reasoning is sound. With your strength, a swift resolution is indeed possible. It remains to be seen how much effort you are willing to exert. Since there is nothing more to be done, I shall retire to rest. Tomorrow is the finals, and everyone must be well rested. Duke Poison displayed a satisfied smile, relishing straightforwardness and eschewing protracted discussions. Zhao Yun was conspicuously absent from Flinder's gathering, with only the 3 teachers, Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and Duke Poison, the seasoned title Douluo, present. The host formally introduced the strengths and details of both teams before the battle commenced. The outcome mirrored that of the original narrative, with Tang San contributing half of the team's offensive power, particularly after the opposing team deployed their martial soul fusion technique. In the end, Tang San paid the price of his 8 spider lances, resulting in a mutual depletion of combat capabilities. Dai Mu Bai Oscar and Fat Tiger had previously lost their combat effectiveness and were now being shielded by Ma Hongjun as they recuperated. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, while still capable of fighting, bore severe injuries and significant exhaustion. Upon witnessing Tang San's injury, Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor prompted Ma Hongjun to shake his head. He reversed his palm, channeling his soul power to manifest a translucent leaf, which he subsequently divided into several petals. After distributing these petals to the mouths of the Shrek members, he finally stood up and addressed the remaining capable Soul Kings. You should concede. I prefer not to engage directly. Otherwise, your fate will not differ much from theirs. His gaze shifted toward the injured Yin and Shiyue siblings, who were in tatters, with toxins visibly escaping their bodies, on the brink of collapse. The injuries sustained by the Shiyue siblings were primarily inflicted by Tang San. Yet the most tragic fate had befallen Yin at the hands of another. Xiao Wu's 8 Dawn Sai, Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claw, Ning Rongrong's soul skill enhancement, coupled with Ma Hongjun's domain suppression, had rendered the situation utterly severe. Although Ma Hongjun refrained from direct action, his domain remained open, imposing significant constraints on the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Without Ma Hongjun's soul skill domain's limitations, how could the golden generation of the Spirit Hall possibly be so easily defeated? His soul skill domain had evolved alongside his martial soul, now transformed into the 9-leaf sword grass, becoming even more formidable and no longer manifesting in the form of soul rings, but rather as an intrinsic domain. The biphosphorus snake poison within the domain, while seemingly ineffective against others of similar rank, demanded considerable effort to counteract, with any lapse in vigilance risking its infiltration to the very marrow. Should the poison penetrate the marrow, even Duke Poison, the master of the biphosphorus snake martial soul, would be powerless to intervene. Spirit Hall concedes. On the high platform, Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she signaled an elder nearby to declare the concession. Let us congratulate Shrek Academy for successfully securing the championship title at the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament Finals. Upon witnessing the situation, the referee promptly declared the victory of Shrek Academy. Hulaiina's complexion turned pale, and upon hearing the announcement of the Spirit Hall's concession, the haughty expression on her face vanished, replaced by an air of reluctant acceptance. She was unwilling to concede defeat to Tang San. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's domain enveloping the entire arena, creating a substantial impact on them, the outcome might have been different. With her spirit power having reached the 55th level and harnessing the spirit fusion technique created by her brother, how could she possibly be outmatched by a mere 49th level soul master? Unfazed by their expressions, Ma Hongjun smiled at them, his eyes gleaming with praise, as if to convey that true practitioners are indeed remarkable individuals. A chime resounded, announcing the completion of a fortuitous task, thereby awarding the host the title of champion of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition and unlocking the fortuity system. The notification confirmed the acquisition of 1,000 fortune points. The system's spirit, which had previously separated from the martial soul, reappeared in Ma Hongjun's consciousness due to the activation of the fortuity system. Ma Hongjun had long grown accustomed to the intermittent disappearance of the system and preferred not to rely on it excessively. In truth, it was more a matter of the system disapproving of being overly dependent. After all, who would choose to stand when they could lie down in comfort? Ma Hongjun did not focus on Bibi Dong, who was preparing to distribute the competition rewards, as his attention was wholly absorbed by the system in his mind. With the system now complete, he was experiencing for the first time such a bounty of fortune points. The last time he received 1,000 points was during the establishment of the Penglai Tower's intelligence network, when he was directly granted Huaxia currency. That sum was used to summon Liu Bowen, while Chung Yaojin was merely a half-finished product summoned using various chaotic methods prior to the system's completion. Summon. I wish to summon a general system. Ma Hongjun did not opt for soul rings or soul bones, but directly requested a general. While it is often said that relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself, the generals summoned were titled Douluo. Even if he obtained a 100,000-year soul ring and ascended to Soul Emperor, the increase in combat power would be limited compared to that of a titled Douluo. Moreover, the generals summoned by the system were unwaveringly loyal, each possessing strength at least equivalent to titled Douluo, with some even rivaling the likes of the Supreme Douluo, Haotian Douluo. Hence, after weighing the pros and cons, Ma Hongjun had long been prepared to summon generals to bolster the high-end combat power of his faction. The addition of a title Douluo would indeed be a cause for celebration, especially for the developing Penglai Tower and the Tianluo Wang. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Shui Rengui, the one-letter king of the Great Tang. The spirit's voice bore a seriousness tinged with gentleness, sounding remarkably more mature. Unaware of the peculiarities, Ma Hongjun did not realize that the spirit had merged with the residual consciousness and memories of the nine-leaved swordgrass, thus affecting its temperament. The individual standing before the perfect world was burdened by tremendous sorrow, unable to find joy as they faced the source of darkness alone. Even now, having reached a realm beyond that of an immortal emperor, confronting the source of darkness left him feeling somewhat powerless. However, no matter how formidable the enemy, he would not retreat, could not retreat, nor dare to retreat. Every adversary must be faced alone. Despite the enemy's might, he was unafraid to engage in battle. The wild emperor, who had spent his life in warfare, was either fighting or journeying to the battlefield. Originally, the nine-leaved swordgrass had the potential to stand alongside them in battle. But alas, it had tragically fallen. As the spirit merged with the nine-leaved swordgrass, it inevitably bore the consequences of that loss. Setting these thoughts aside, Ma Hongjun was pleased to have summoned Shui Rengui without any reservations. Though Shui may not rank among the absolute pinnacle of Chinese generals, he certainly had a chance to contend for a spot among the top 10. Shui Rengui, level 92 title Douluo, combat power, level 96 super title Douluo, potential, half-step divine king, martial soul, Feng Tian Huaji, sacred beast white tiger. Chapter 182. Tang how the summoning has been successful. The summoning location is Spirit City. Ma Hongjun glanced at Zhao Yun below and the direction of Spirit City outside the hall, feeling a profound sense of relief. Standing to his left was Zhao Yun, and to his right was Shui Rengui. What could he fear from the Pope, Bibi Dong? In truth, if circumstances allowed, Ma Hongjun would have preferred to enhance his own strength. However, the present situation did not permit such a course of action. He could only choose to summon ancestral generals to strengthen his faction, leveraging the power of his subordinates to augment his own influence. In the long run, collective strength would always surpass individual prowess. Even the unparalleled wild emperor from the realm of fantasy required partners like Yi Chu, the two heavenly emperors, to completely eradicate the source of the anomaly. He could not afford to possess the same overbearing demeanor as the wild emperor. Otherwise, he might find himself unaware of his own demise. Shaking his head, Ma Hongjun dispelled distracting thoughts and calmly observed as Bibi Dong approached the podium. You are impressive. I hold great hopes for you. On behalf of the Spirit Hall, I officially invite you to join us. Should you accept, you will become the next holy son of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong genuinely wished to nurture the young man before her, but her deeper motives, whether to seize the Tianluo Wang as well, remained uncertain. No, thank you, Your Holiness. I am accustomed to a free and unrestrained life and cannot abide by such constraints. May I receive my reward now? I have celebrations awaiting with my companions. Ma Hongjun directly rejected, his tone lacking disrespect but tinged with a hint of impatience. Someone like you wishes for me to be subservient? If it were the Wild Emperor or the Heavenly Emperor Yi, perhaps that would be different. Ma Hongjun thought disdainfully. Very well, boldness is commendable. In that case, they shall all belong to you. Surprisingly, Bibi Dong did not react with anger. Instead, she sincerely praised him. Thank you, Your Holiness. Ma Hongjun stowed away the 3 soul bones, setting aside any lingering contempt he held for Bibi Dong. After her attempts to eliminate him had failed, Bibi Dong had temporarily relinquished her animosity towards Ma Hongjun. After all, thus far, her true enemies were only Tang Hao and his son. As for Ma Hongjun, she regarded him with an attitude of if he can be removed, then so be it. If not, then let us coexist. As long as she successfully completed the divine examination, even the most formidable talents in her eyes would not stand a chance at becoming a deity. She perceived no divine aura emanating from Ma Hongjun, who, prior to undergoing the divine assessment, naturally bore no divine essence. Therefore, in her mind, becoming a deity was of utmost importance. Compared to that, even the Tang father and son were insignificant. Once she ascended to divinity, the entire continent would bow beneath her feet. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun had concealed Xiao Wu's aura, and Bibi Dong did not detect anything unusual about her. However, when Ma Hongjun prepared to leave after distributing the rewards, the elders of the Spirit Hall obstructed the departing crowd. Bibi Dong's gaze was cold, devoid of the admiration she had previously shown toward Ma Hongjun as she addressed the audience from her elevated position. Since the rewards have been distributed, you may leave. He must remain. With that, she pointed at Tang San, who was secretly relieved that Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast had not been exposed. All eyes turned toward Tang San, filled with confusion. Might I inquire, Your Holiness, what offense has Tang San committed against the Spirit Hall to warrant this treatment? Tang San shielded Xiao Wu, suppressing the hatred in his heart while feigning ignorance. You have not offended the Spirit Hall, but your father, Tang Hao, is a mortal enemy of ours. How could I possibly allow you to leave? What face would the Spirit Hall have left? Blame your father, Tang Hao. Bibi Dong said with an emotionless expression. Why should the burdens of the older generation be imposed upon the younger? His Holiness, the Pope, is being rather unreasonable. If you wish to harm Tang San, you must first walk over my corpse. Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward to intervene, speaking with righteous conviction. Ha, how laughable. Xiaojiang, you remain as naive as ever, blinded by your own arrogance. Do you truly believe that, given the grievances between the Wuhuan Temple and the Tang family, he will spare the Wuhuan Temple? Will he spare me? Can you guarantee he will not seek vengeance against the Wuhuan Temple? A hint of sorrow flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes as she addressed Yu Xiaojiang's series of questions. Yu Xiaojiang turned to Tang San, who was suppressing his emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. Ma Hongjun smirked disdainfully, suddenly finding Bibi Dong to be far more agreeable than someone like Yu Xiaojiang. He would be compelled to act in defense of the Shrek team's unity, but this time he felt no need to intervene, ever since witnessing Bibi Dong's attitude towards him. He understood that the Wuhuan Temple would not trouble Tianluotuang in the near future. For the development of Tianluotuang, he would not provoke the Wuhuan Temple. If not for Tang Hao lurking in the shadows, this matter would indeed be somewhat troublesome. He did not wish to incur a significant cost merely to save Tang San, as it would impact the development of Tianluotuang, which was crucial for the future struggles between the two worlds. He would not recklessly act for Tang San, at least not overtly. Boom! A massive hammer descended from the heavens, its overwhelming soul power striking the ground, causing numerous structures within the Pope's palace to collapse. Had it not been for the critical moment when Bibi Dong utilized her martial spirit and her staff to block the strike, Ma Hongjun had no doubt that the Pope's palace would have been reduced to ruins under such domineering energy. The staff, a symbol of supreme authority, shattered as it finally absorbed the force of the blow, preventing the colossal hammer from crashing to the ground. How could the hatred between us be easily resolved? This strike is merely interest. A tall, disheveled, middle-aged man clad in tattered robes appeared before Tang San, speaking with venomous disdain. Tang Hao, how dare you show your face again? You are courting death. Elders of the Wuhuan Temple, seize Tang Hao and his son, regardless of life or death. Bibi Dong's expression turned grim, her fury ignited. Were it not for the necessity of preserving strength for the divine assessment, she would never have allowed Tang Hao such audacity. Several figures soared into the air, all of them title-level powerhouses, surrounding Tang San and his father. Seeing this, Zhao Yun quickly shielded the Shrek members. Noticing Xiao Wu's intent to approach, Ma Hongjun swiftly exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who subtly nodded in agreement, each taking hold of Xiao Wu on either side. Xiao Wu, trust fifth brother. He won't let third brother suffer. Our involvement would only divert their attention without offering any real assistance. Ning Rongrong comforted softly, gripping Xiao Wu's hand. This Pope does not intend to make things difficult for us. Let us observe the situation for now. The Shrek 8 stand united, should action be required. We will not stand idly by, Zhu Zhuqing added directly, her words providing reassurance to Xiao Wu. Chapter 183. Champions and Parting. Very well. With Tang San shielded by his formidable father, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her. The reputation of the Hao Qianduo was known to all. I shall temporarily spare you today. The time will come when I shall seek vengeance for my wife, Tang Hao declared, sensing the aggressive approach of the Wuhuan Temple's forces. He had no intention of confronting them directly. He nodded subtly at Yu Xiaojiang and glanced at the Shrek group before vanishing from sight. Ma Hongjun exchanged glances with him, feeling as though Tang Hao's gaze had been directed specifically at him. Yet, he felt no fear. Emboldened, he met Tang Hao's gaze, knowing that with Zhao Yun present, even Bibi Dong would find it exceedingly difficult to harm him. Let us not forget that Shui Rengue would soon arrive, with such a commotion at the Pope's palace. If he did not show up, Ma Hongjun would doubt his loyalty and question the system's capabilities. In Wuhuan City, upon sensing the disturbance. Shui Ringgui began making his way toward the Wuhuan temple, albeit at a leisurely pace to familiarize himself with the rules of this world. Dressed similarly to Zhao Yun in white armor, he wielded a silver halberd, wearing cloud-soled boots, and a magnificent silver dragon bow was slung across his saddle. It is worth noting that the martial spirits of generals differ from those in the Douluo world. The former are tangible entities that become divine weapons after being infused with battle spirits. In contrast, while Douluo martial spirits also appear substantial, Ma Hongjun sensed a quality in them that straddled the line between the virtual and the real. For instance, before advancing with a 9-leaf sword grass, he felt an unreal sensation. Fortunately, after integrating the mysterious seed and meteor tears, that ethereal quality vanished entirely. Even with prolonged existence, there would be no soul power consumption, a characteristic reminiscent of the martial spirits of Huaxia. As Tang Hao and Tang Sen disappeared, the elders of the Wuhuan temple turned their attention toward the Shrek team, awaiting Bibi Dong's command to seize those closely associated with Tang San. Ma Hongjun held no strong feelings of animosity toward Tang Hao's actions, yet he could not claim to be fond of them either. No one would be pleased to be implicated in such matters, just as Bibi Dong fumed internally, hesitating over whether to forsake her alliance with Time Wang, while eyeing Xiao Wu, who was close to Tang San. A resounding voice echoed before the Pope's palace. Shui Ringgui pays homage to His Excellency. Shui Ringgui knelt before the Pope's palace, seemingly ignored by the surrounding Wuhuan temple guards, who appeared unable to move due to the overwhelming aura emanating from him. If one were to observe closely, it would be clear that it was not that the guards did not wish to act. Rather, they could not, for the intensity of Shui Ringui's presence rendered them incapable of even twitching a finger. Your Holiness, forgive me. Brother Ringui, why have you arrived only now? The competition has already concluded. Let us return to the Tiando Empire, Ma Hongjun remarked, seemingly oblivious to Bibi Dong's increasingly grim expression. Ah, by the way, Your Holiness, if there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Shui Ringgui regarded the foreign individuals with indifference, his imposing aura surging once more, rivaling that of Pope Bibi Dong, complimenting Ma Hongjun's performance. Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Shui Ringgui, then surveyed Zhao Yun and the poisoned Douluo by Ma Hongjun's side. Ultimately, she chose not to escalate matters with Ma Hongjun and his companions, partly due to caution, but primarily because the Wuhuan temple had not yet fully asserted its control. Moreover, the influence of Time Wang had become significant, not easily eradicated unless through meticulous planning. Akin to the original narrative involving the extinction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, should they provoke other factions. Even the Wuhuan temple would prefer to avoid such a scenario. Stand down. Relay my orders. Apprehend Tang Hao and his son at all costs. Those who dare to harbor thieves shall be considered enemies of the Wuhuan temple. Those who oppose the Wuhuan temple shall be executed without mercy. Bibi Dong, ever resolute, swiftly regained her composure and issued her command, remaining undeterred by the presence of Ma Hongjun and Shui Ringgui. Ma Hongjun sighed inwardly, but soon felt indifferent. The appearance of Shui Ringgui astonished the members of the Wuhuan palace for a moment, delaying them for several breaths, sufficient time for Tang Hao and his son to escape. As a classmate and companion of Tang San, Ma Hongjun had done his utmost. He had fared better than Tang San and his father, although he had many grievances against Tang San in his past life. This time around, as a partner, Ma Hongjun had always been sincere and dedicated. Otherwise, how could he have shared his celestial herbs? In this regard, Tang San was quite similar to Ma Hongjun, which is why Ma Hongjun felt a sense of mutual understanding for him. After leaving Wuhuan City, everyone remained relatively quiet, with no one speaking. The atmosphere was filled with reluctance and sorrow as they finally stood at a unique crossroads. Continuing forward led to Tiando City in the direction of Shrek Academy, while behind them was Wuhuan City, and to the right lay the Xingluo Empire. All right, children, I announce that you have officially graduated today. Let's part ways here, Flander proclaimed, stopping first and turning to wave his hand with feigned calmness. After speaking, he turned away from the group, adopting the demeanor of a sage as he gazed into the distance towards Shrek Academy. Principal, I want Teeny to stay. I have to return to Shrek to discuss our future path with the teachers, Oscar said, feeling somewhat downcast. However, upon seeing the usually frugal principal in such a state, he offered words of comfort. Everyone clearly noticed the tears of reluctance and contentment in the corners of Flanders' eyes. Becoming the champion of the elite competition of the continent was the original aspiration and wish of every academy founder. In the past, he would not have dared to dream of such a reality, yet this cohort of students had fulfilled his wish. This was also the group he had invested the most energy into, and now that they were leaving the academy to explore the world, he naturally felt a deep sense of loss, but would not hinder their paths. Young eagles must ultimately leave the wings of the mighty eagle to soar alone. Otherwise, they would never grow into great eagles. Do as you please. The wind and sand here are a bit strong, haha. The academy does not rely on your presence. And the same goes for everyone else. You are the pride of Shrek Academy. When you return, I will surely invest heavily to carve statues in your honor to inspire future students, making Shrek Academy the foremost institution in the continent, Flanders said, rubbing his slightly reddened eyes and turning with a proud expression. All right, Principal Flander, that's enough. Let us head forward and leave the final moments of farewell to the children. Little Wu's godmother will not keep you longer, Little San. Following the Haotian god is the safest choice. As for you, be sure to pay attention to your safety while venturing outside. Come back to the academy and visit your godmother more often, Lu Erlong said, giving a sideways glance to Flander, who was increasingly animated in his speech. Finally, she patted the somewhat downcast little Wu and comforted her while expressing her reluctance. Yes, I will definitely come back to see my godmother, and everyone, little Wu replied, relieved, grasping Lu Erlong's jade hand with reluctance. There is no need for such sorrow. How about we set a 5-year agreement? 5 years later, we shall meet again at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai suggested, his demeanor significantly more cheerful after winning against his brother in the competition. All right, let us establish a 5-year agreement. Ma Hongjun concurred. The others naturally followed suit in agreement. In the end, Ma Hongjun bid farewell to his teachers and companions, leading Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing along the path to the left. As for Fat Tiger, he planned to return to the academy with Principal Flander, serving as a teacher there while possibly going out for training, but not venturing too far. Little Wu followed Ma Hongjuan's suggestion and headed towards the Stardow Forest, informing Tang San of the 5-year agreement after meeting him. The 7 of them established their pact and ceased their sorrow, each embarking on their respective journeys. Ma Hongjun, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, did not intend to take them both to the city of Slaughter for training. Instead, he aimed to escort them to the Three Kingdoms world. Not long after, they encountered Zhao Yun and the White Horsey troops, along with Shui Rene, who awaited them. As for the somewhat elusive Poison Douluo, Ma Hongjun had not restricted his freedom. He had already bid farewell to everyone after leaving Wuhuan City. Chapter 184. Returning home, are you two planning to return home with me first, or will you head directly to the secret realm I mentioned for training? Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared somewhat anxious. Finally, the moment had come to bring his girlfriend home to meet his family. Ma Hongjun felt both excitement and trepidation. Home. The two women exchanged puzzled looks, as they had not received prior notice from Ma Hongjun and were caught off guard by the sudden mention. Yes, back to the village. Come with me to meet Grandpa Debong, Ma Hongjun stated earnestly, gazing at the two. He had not seen Grandpa Debong, who had raised him in far too long. Previously, it was due to the drawbacks of the Wuhuan Zaidehuo, and later, he had been too busy with competitions to return and visit. He wondered how the kind elder who had nurtured him was faring. Home. The two women did not keep Ma Hongjun waiting long, pausing briefly before responding in unison. Since they had chosen Ma Hongjun as their partner, they naturally centered their lives around him. His ability to bring them home indicated the seriousness of his feelings, rendering any thoughts of training secondary. Ma Hongjun nodded in satisfaction and soon found an opportunity to send Zhao Yun and the White Horsey troops back to the Three Kingdoms, leaving only Shui Rengue by his side for protection. Without a formidable escort, entering the city of Slaughter would be quite troublesome. Lacking the presence of the god of slaughter, Ma Hongjun could only rely on the powerful Shui Rengue for protection. Given Shui Rengue's strength, comparable to Tang Hao's, he would likely have no issue dealing with the King of Slaughter. Of course, as long as the King of Slaughter had not transformed into Tang Chun, Ma Hongjun would not feel any trepidation. With this in mind, he handed Shui Rengue a map, saying, Brother Shui, you shouldn't encounter any danger on the way home. Here is the address of the city of Slaughter. Take it and scout ahead. Remember to exercise caution. Yes, my lord, Shui Rengue, summoned by the system, naturally obeyed Ma Hongjun's command without question. He accepted the map and proceeded towards the city of slaughter, as indicated. What Ma Hongjun did not realize was that in addition to Tang Hao, another god of slaughter had been added to the world. If one were to inquire who possessed the greatest strength and killing techniques without using soul power in the current Douluo continent, it would undoubtedly be these true battlefield generals. Among these generals, the strongest were the divine generals, and those summoned by the system were at their historical peak. The peak state of Shui, Rangui, undoubtedly earned him the title of divine general. 3 days later, Ma Hongjun arrived in Sachuo City, Bala Kingdom, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. After meeting with Mei Anna, he sought out his sister Ma Xiaodai and prepared to return home, only to find that Mei Anna had followed him as well. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but feel a headache. Having multiple women around could be quite troublesome. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Now, with Ma Dongmei included, that made 4. Fortunately, with Ma Xiaodai mediating, the 3 women did not quarrel over jealousy. Since meeting Mei Anna, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had become vigilant, uniting against the mature and composed Mei Anna. Having surpassed the age of 25, Mei Anna now embodies a captivating blend of poise and subtle sensuality, leaving no man unmoved upon encountering her. The 2 younger maidens, while also possessing extraordinary beauty, are merely in their early teens, around 14 or 15 years of age. Although the girls of Douluo generally mature early, their youthful innocence is not easily concealed by physical development. In Wutong Village, along a quaint country path, 5 figures, 1 man and 4 women, stroll leisurely. While Wutong Village may lack the famed Wutong trees, it is nonetheless adorned with numerous tall and sturdy trees, evenly distributed along the road. The variety of birds here is abundant, with some even reaching the status of soul beasts. How many birds there are! I simply adore this place, exclaimed Ning Rongrong, twirling joyfully in her light green princess dress, resembling a sprite along the pastoral path. Haha, as long as you enjoy it. When we eventually have the time and children, I will bring you here to enjoy a peaceful life, Ma Hongjun mused, unable to suppress a daydream at the sight before him. Who would want to live here with you? How shameless. We are still young, Ning Rongrong retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun. Indeed, quite young, Mei Anna chimed in, shooting a knowing look at Ning Rongrong, which almost provoked her to fury. That is still far better than someone being a lecherous old cow preying on tender grass, came the spirited response from Ning Rongrong, the spirited little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, unwilling to back down. Amidst this scene of rivalry, Ma Hongjun chose to maintain a stoic demeanor, observing in silence, for he felt that all of them were equal in his heart, as long as the disputes did not touch upon principles. After all, taking sides would only complicate matters. Thankfully, Zhu Zhuqing's reserved nature spared him further headaches. Her silence, however, was tinged with a hint of sadness that tugged at Ma Hongjun's heart. Upon entering the village, Ma Hongjun led the 4 women to a charming little villa, accompanied by a tidy courtyard. This was the very abode where he had once resided alone, a place he considered his first home. As he opened the villa's door, he encountered Grandpa Dima, who was preparing to step out. Good child, you are back. Has the issue with your martial soul been resolved? The village elder, Grandpa Dima, approached Ma Hongjun with tears of joy glistening in his eyes. Yes, I have returned, and it has been resolved, Grandpa. Look what I have brought you. Ma Hongjun replied, his own eyes reddening at the sight of the elder's now gray hair, as he retrieved a precious millennium ginseng from his spatial soul guide. You've grown tall. I can hardly reach your shoulder now, Grandpa Dima said, not immediately taking the precious gift, but instead clasping Ma Hongjun's broad hand in appreciation. Eventually, after much persuasion from Ma Hongjun, Grandpa Dima accepted the offering. With Ma Hongjun's help, he successfully refined the ginseng's medicinal properties, allowing his soul power to break through to the great soul master realm. After sharing a meal, Ma Hongjun chose not to stay in the villa, preferring to return to his own cozy nook. After all, a gold nest or silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. The 3 women initially wished to stay with him, but with only 1 room available, they had to remain in the villa. Thankfully, Grandpa Dima often tidied the courtyard, making it clean enough for a restful night without any need for preparation. After spending 3 days in Wutong Village with Grandpa Dima, Ma Hongjun personally escorted Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to the world of the 3 kingdoms, allowing them to assist with certain matters, thereby acknowledging their status. However, the most confidential affairs were kept from them, as they did not belong to the Huaxiao world. As Chapter 185 unfolds, the new killing god, Shue experiences a martial soul upgrade to the 10-headed fire phoenix. Having settled the two maidens, Ma Hongjun prepared to venture into the city of slaughter for training. Yet, information from a special channel, known as the Heavenly Net, reached him ahead of time. On the first day in the city of slaughter, the new killing god showcased his extraordinary prowess by defeating 10 opponents single-handedly, followed by a victory over 30 the next day, culminating in a remarkable achievement of slaying 60 foes on the third day. The king of slaughter personally invited him, offering an early promise of the title of killing god after a 2-hour conversation filled with ambiguities. The following day, the new killing god bravely traversed the road to hell, passing with flying colors. His name remained unknown, his power a mystery, but he appeared remarkably youthful, clad in white robes and armor. Skilled with both bow and a Fong Tianhua halberd, he became yet another young titled Douluo after the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Various factions speculated about the origins of the white-clad killing god. The title of killing god was one that could only be attained by a powerful titled Douluo, thus casting no shadow of doubt on his capabilities. Upon Ma Hongjun's arrival in the city of slaughter, he had already begun to suspect that apart from Xue Li, known as Xue Rongui, no other young titled Douluo would emerge in the current world of Douluo. To Ma Hongjun's surprise, Xue Rongui had also acquired the inner core of the 10-headed fire serpent ahead of time and presented it to him. Thus, Ma Hongjun took the inner core and, alongside Xue Rongui, ventured into the deep mountains to commence its refinement. Based on the original text, the process of refining the inner core was fraught with risks and challenges. Any external disturbance could lead to failure, and the loss of life would be far too costly. If the danger were physical, Ma Hongjun believed that the energy of the 9-leaf sword grass infused with meteor tears could revive the dead. However, absorbing the inner core directly affected the martial soul, which was intrinsically linked to the soul. Compared to physical injuries, soul wounds were far more challenging to heal, and the current level of the 9-leaf sword grass was insufficient to mitigate all potential risks to the soul. Thus, with a cautious mindset, Ma Hongjun resolved to wait until he reached level 60 before absorbing the inner core, after which he would proceed with his training in the city of slaughter. Xue Rongui naturally looked up to Ma Hongjun and hastened their journey to the nearest soul beast forest. Unbeknownst to them, they had already drawn the attention of others. In the realm of the Douluo god, the Shura god observed intently as Xue Rongui regarded Ma Hongjun with admiration. Although this individual lacked the aura of that world, such abilities were not characteristic of those from the Douluo realm, but bore resemblance to techniques from the previous world of a certain Tang San. Perhaps from this Ma Hongjun, the Shura god, could unravel his origins. It was revealed that Xue Rongui had caught the attention of the Shura god after navigating the road to hell, making him an ideal candidate for the Shura successor. However, it was noted that his attack methods did not conform to the norms of the Douluo realm. The Shura god intended to observe further, and indeed, he discovered this astonishing talent, whose prowess surpassed that of a mere soul emperor. Such a phenomenon could not help but pique his curiosity. Moreover, the Shura god, who often monitored the affairs of the Douluo continent, was not unfamiliar with Ma Hongjun and had some recollection of him, as he frequently mingled with individuals of the chosen ones of the realms and was not easily overwhelmed. Such a figure undoubtedly possessed immense fortune, prompting even the usually indifferent fire god to begin observing this remarkable youth. Ma Hongjun was blissfully unaware that he had drawn the attention of divine beings. In another mysterious realm, the entire world appeared engulfed in molten lava, painted in hues of fiery red, with temperature sufficient to incinerate any soul master below the rank of soul emperor in an instant. Initially believing his talents to be mediocre, he was unexpectedly presented with such an opportunity, suggesting that his enigmatic lineage held many secrets, including the means to access this world. An elderly figure clad in a crimson robe observed, a peculiar flame floating before him, revealing the plight of Ma Hongjun in the present moment. The realm in question could not be probed without attaining at least the level of a divine being, and the news brought back by the avatar of the god of destruction had piqued the curiosity of many. A world devoid of divine beings would not attract their attention. Yet this was a realm that housed formidable divine kings, whose prowess was undeniable, even if they were not particularly adept in combat. Consequently, the entire divine realm erupted into activity, strategizing within the Douluo continent. The prestigious Elite Soul Master Tournament, renowned across the Douluo continent, drew intense scrutiny from various divine factions, with the standout Ma Hongjun naturally becoming the center of attention. Ultimately, it was the venerable fire god who, against the collective opinion, claimed the rights to Ma Hongjun. Furthermore, Ma Hongjun's method of escorting Zhao Yun and others back inadvertently fell under the watchful gaze of the fire god. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, this ancient fire god displayed unusual leniency towards Ma Hongjun, perceiving it as an opportunity for him, and chose not to disclose this information. Suddenly, the elder seemed to sense something amiss, directing a unique flame energy towards the direction of the Douluo continent. Instantly, the Shura god, who had been spying on Ma Hongjun and his companions, lost the target of his observation. It is important to note that unless in a special location, even a divine king cannot continuously track the situation on Douluo continent. Only in such places, utilizing methods left by the divine beings of Ur, can one maintain a visual connection once established. Now deprived of his essence, tracking became a daunting task. The ancient fire god is as stingy as ever. It was merely a matter of observing the young man. How unfortunate that he has obscured even the presence of the one I have my eye on. The typically irascible Shura god, surprisingly, refrained from unleashing his wrath, instead resigning himself to misfortune and halting his inquiry into the Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a wave of relief. Since the conclusion of the tournament, he had sensed a feeling of being watched. After careful investigation, he found no anomalies, and he felt no malice. However, after encountering Shui Rengue, that sensation intensified, accompanied by an instinctive sense of impending doom. This unease was precisely why Ma Hongjun opted against breaking through to the Three Kingdoms world, especially since Shui Rengue had just emerged from the City of Slaughter, raising his suspicions. With that, Ma Hongjun finally set his mind at ease to cultivate his soul power. 3 months later, Ma Hongjun successfully advanced his soul power to level 60. After safely absorbing the essence of the 10-headed fiery serpent's inner core, his evil fire phoenix martial soul underwent a complete transformation into the 10-headed fire phoenix martial soul. Host, Ma Hongjun soul power, level 61 talent. Sealed martial soul, 9-leaf sword grass, 10-headed fire phoenix subordinates, Shui Rengue, Lu Bowen, Cheng Yaojin, Zhao Zilong subordinate legion. White Horse Yitzong Chapter 186. Grass character sword technique. The emergence of the 10-headed fire phoenix marked the attainment of divine-grade quality for Ma Hongjun's martial soul, with the same name, yet a vastly superior quality than its original form. Reborn from the flames, the excess flesh on his face vanished, his muscles contracted, resulting in a tall and strikingly handsome young man emerging from the fire. He was even more attractive than the already handsome Shui Rengue beside him, his fiery red short hair adding a touch of vitality to his charming visage. Let us proceed to the City of Slaughter. Ma Hongjun felt a newfound confidence in his strength, which not only was formidable, but also enhanced his appearance, transforming his previously average looks into striking handsomeness. It is often said that one's appearance can dictate confidence. Generally, those deemed handsome tend to exude self-assurance, much like the one currently reclining on the bed. Under the guidance of Shui Rengue, the newly minted god of slaughter, Ma Hongjun gained unobstructed access to the City of Slaughter, where he was personally received by the King of Slaughter. Shui Rengue's immense strength rendered the restrictions of the City of Slaughter meaningless, as he relied not on soul skills but on sheer prowess. Upon expressing his desire for training, Shui Rengue afforded Ma Hongjun considerable convenience. After Shui Rengue departed, Ma Hongjun embarked on his own journey of cultivation within the City of Slaughter. Even without relying on his martial soul's soul power, Ma Hongjun's strength was not to be underestimated by even the most seasoned titled Douluo. Of course, he remained cautious, diligently honing his sword intent. Presently, Ma Hongjun focused on the abridged version of the grass character sword technique, which had become a vital part of his strength without the use of soul power. As he delved deeper into the grass character sword technique, Ma Hongjun felt that the cultivation methods in the Douluo world paled in comparison to those in the perfect world. Even the techniques from the flower-picking family seemed inferior in comparison, yet this was primarily because these methods were merely foundational. Both the Douluo and flower-picking cultivation methods possessed their own unique characteristics, differing only in the levels of power. Even the so-called divine beings were merely the starting point of cultivation, based on his understanding if the perfect world could be considered a grand universe. The Douluo world might only qualify as a minor universe. Thus, even the abridged version of the grass character sword technique significantly elevated Ma Hongjun's strength. Otherwise, With his combat experience, how could he contend against the vicious denizens of the City of Slaughter? Since entering the City of Slaughter, Ma Hongjun discovered that his soul skills had been sealed, leaving only his soul power to draw upon. A veritable hell for those Douluo experts reliant on soul skills. It seemed that my strength was still insufficient. Otherwise, with the might of my martial soul, even divine-level power would not suffice to seal me. This was merely Ma Hongjun's contemplation. While his suspicions were accurate, should he truly manage to breach the seal with the unique capabilities of his martial soul, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Shura King once more. Such an occurrence would not only be a calamity for him, but also an unprecedented upheaval for the flower-picking family. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun had no intention of entering the secret realm of Tongtian's Sea in this place, harboring a vague concern of attracting divine attention. Through the trials of combat, Ma Hongjun's sword techniques and battle experience became increasingly refined. On several occasions, he found himself besieged and gravely injured. Had it not been for the 9-leaf sword grass infused with the life energy of meteor tears, he might have already met his end. The grass character sword technique, through systematic optimization, is divided into 9 stages. The first stage as an introduction, the 4th stage as minor accomplishment, the 7th stage as major accomplishment, and the 9th stage as perfection. Reaching the 4th stage would enable one to contend with title Douluo, while major accomplishment would allow for the slaying of gods. This aspect bears resemblance to Zhao Yun's cultivation of the 100 birds facing the phoenix and 7 explorations of the dragon, which does not heavily rely on soul power or internal energy. This unique cultivation method primarily enhances one's skill. The improvement of skill is contingent upon the comprehension of martial arts techniques, which in turn can elevate internal energy and soul power levels. The enhancement of the grass character sword technique also promotes soul power levels, which is precisely why Ma Hongjun prioritized its cultivation. It is not to say that all martial skill improvements naturally lead to soul power enhancement. Rather, it depends on an individual's talent, opportunities, and mastery of the cultivation methods. As the sovereign of Zhao Yun, Ma Hongjun has naturally devoted considerable time to researching the cultivation methods of his skills, consistently engaging in training. It was only recently that he discovered a resonance between the Caozi sword technique and his own skills, allowing for a binding connection. The reason Zhao Yun's strength surpasses that of other martial generals lies in his simultaneous binding of the 100 birds returning to the phoenix and the 7 explorations of the dragon. Zhao Yun's self-created 7 explorations of the dragon is a martial technique that is not inferior to the Caozi sword technique. However, it is regrettable that it is only conceptualized in 7 stages and currently remains unfulfilled. The complete 7th stage of the 7 explorations of the dragon is entirely comparable to the 7th stage of the Caozi sword technique, and in terms of battlefield lethality, it excels even further. It is crucial to understand that on the battlefield, where the presence of cloud energy suppresses everyone's strength, such a martial technique for slaughter becomes a divine art of war. 3 months later, Ma Hongjun's Caozi sword technique finally reached the 3rd stage, merely a step away from minor mastery. Now, even without employing his soul skills, Ma Hongjun can contend against the soul Douluo, and upon achieving minor mastery, he will possess the strength of a title fighter. In the City of Slaughter, where soul skills cannot be utilized, even a powerful title Douluo no longer poses a threat to Ma Hongjun. Indeed, it is only through combat that one experiences the most rapid progress. This place has ceased to provide the training effects I require, and it appears I must depart from here. Rising from his bed, Ma Hongjun took a deep breath, and with the cultivation of the Caozi sword technique reaching the 3rd stage, his soul power also rose by 1 level. Upon reaching the 2nd stage, his soul power had similarly increased by 1 level, bringing Ma Hongjun's strength to a formidable level 63 assault system Soul Emperor. In truth, labeling him strictly as an assault system does not fully capture the essence of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, whether assisting allies or engaging in combat. The 9-leaf sword grass enhances Ma Hongjun's abilities across the board. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun's demeanor tends to be more reserved and composed. Had he possessed a more exuberant and carefree personality, he would likely have boasted about being an all-encompassing spirit master to the world long ago. Ma Hongjun opened the door and stepped towards the soul arena, having scheduled his final confrontation. This would be his last 9 matches. Should he triumph in these, he would attain the esteemed title of the God of Slaughter. However, Ma Hongjun did not intend to engage in these 9 matches sequentially. Instead, he sought to take a shortcut through the back door of the King of Slaughter, increasing the difficulty by merging the originally 9 matches into a single contest. The Soul Masters expected to appear in these final 9 matches, those below the titled Duo rank, were bypassed due to Ma Hongjun's maneuvering. It was not out of fear of being outnumbered, but rather because the Soul Masters below the titled Duo rank posed no threat to him. By consolidating all titled Douluo into a single match, the challenge was undoubtedly multiplied manifold. Chapter 187. A blade of grass can slash the sun, moon, and stars. As Ma Hongjun stepped into the arena, the entire Colosseum erupted in a chorus of cheers, all chanting his title, Sword God. Indeed, it was not the god of slaughter, nor the Azura god, but rather the ethereal deity among swords. Ma Hongjun's previous battles had not exhibited scenes of brutal bloodshed. In comparison to others, he often delivered a swift strike without shedding blood, rendering his opponents lifeless without a trace of gore. Even the most formidable foes would tremble in fear upon encountering Ma Hongjun in the arena. Upon his arrival in the arena, his 9 adversaries had already assembled. All were desperate individuals, their soul powers having reached the titled Doa level, mere soul rings away from becoming the pinnacle of power on this continent. If they could successfully execute the 100 continuous slashes and escape the city of slaughter, they would undoubtedly become formidable titled Douluo. Unfortunately, without completing the 100 continuous slashes, no one could leave unless they possessed strength far exceeding that of others, compelling the king of slaughter and others to fight 100 victorious battles before they could depart. Ma Hongjun gazed at these ruthless souls, their minds clouded by the intent to kill, and he could not help but sigh. If these individuals could be utilized for his purposes, they would represent a formidable force, capable of influencing the outcome of world conflicts. Alas, only one side may leave this platform, and each of these 9 has a record of over 90 consecutive victories. Although affected by the atmosphere of slaughter, their innate combat instincts remain unweakened, growing more frenzied and fearless in the face of death. If circumstances permitted, I would truly prefer not to slay you. However, I regret that for me to leave this place, you must perish. With that, Ma Hongjun unleashed the 8 doors of the mysterious gate, instantly escalating his speed and combat prowess. The long and used 8 doors of the mysterious gate proved evidently beneficial here, as they do not count as soul skills. The 9 titled Doa's eyes burned crimson, yet they retained a sliver of rationality thanks to their formidable soul power, launching a united assault against Ma Hongjun. One titled Douluo, wielding a meteor hammer as his martial spirit, struck first, aiming for Ma Hongjun's head. Ma Hongjun leaned back to evade the blow, but before he could counterattack, he felt a chill run down his spine. Not daring to hold back, he summoned the dual wings of his phoenix martial spirit, propelling himself into the air at breakneck speed. Swiftly, 3 ice arrows, exuding a chilling aura, struck the spot where Ma Hongjun had just been. A fiery woman, cloaked in black robes, armed with a bow, prepared to shoot again. Spears, greatswords, staffs, arrows, meteor hammers, sabers, and even whips came at him from all angles. Their speed was astonishing. Indeed, they could not be underestimated, nearly leading to a costly oversight, an untimely demise before achieving victory. Utilizing the doubled speed from the 8 doors of the mysterious gate, Ma Hongjun dodged the incoming assaults, suspended in midair, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. His adversaries remained silent, relentlessly attacking him. Although their techniques lacked finesse, each strike embodied the simplest form of lethal intent. After a quarter of an hour, Ma Hongjun finally discerned their attack patterns and began to mimic their techniques in retaliation. For a time, the 2 sides fought fiercely, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that Ma Hongjun's injuries were gradually increasing, while the 9 titled Law appeared to suffer less due to their shared damage. If this arrogant youth were to perish here, that individual would surely return to annihilate the city of slaughter. He must not meet with misfortune. In a private room, a creature adorned with twin horns and marked with crimson patterns gazed intently at the arena, contemplating the unfolding events. Rest assured, my lord, this individual has already signed the Azura contract. In this arena, life and death are left to fate. Moreover, we advised him against challenging so many formidable foes at once. But he insisted on proceeding, and even if that person were aware, it would be unreasonable to blame us. What does it matter if blame is assigned? At worst, we could flee this place. This fool is courting his own demise. Even I cannot disrupt the rules of the competition. Otherwise, the penalties would be far more tragic than that individual's fate. The king of slaughter snorted in discontent. He felt both hatred and helplessness towards the individual who had appeared recently, who seemed entirely unaffected by the rules of the City of Slaughter. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun suddenly repelled his opponent's advance, summoned a leaf, and consumed it, instantly healing his wounds. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward to continue the battle. Upon witnessing the dramatic transformation and deceitful actions of Ma Hongjun, all 9 individuals were filled with rage. However, the King of Slaughter in the private room, far from being angered, breathed a sigh of relief, secretly contemplating. This individual's soul skill can indeed circumvent the rules of this place to some extent. He truly is a remarkable being brought forth by that person. Throughout the battle, Ma Hongjun comprehended the art of killing, resorting to consuming the leaves of the Jui Jianchao whenever he could no longer endure the fight. After ascending to the rank of Soul Emperor, Ma Hongjun had summoned 6 leaves within a single day. Although he could not maintain multiple leaves simultaneously, enduring half a day of combat proved sufficient. As the battle progressed, the opposing title Douluo felt a surge of fatigue. Before they could react, Ma Hongjun had already made his move. With a single stroke, I possess a blade to slay immortals, annihilate deities, and take lives. I wield a sword to shroud the heavens, eclipse the moon, and sever the stars. The Jui Jianchao, which had transformed into a sword, reverted to a grass-like form and soared into the air. The sky above the City of Slaughter shifted from crimson to dark red, emanating an overwhelming sword intent that pierced the heavens and manifested across the entirety of Douluo. Within the City of Slaughter, all sword-shaped weapons and martial souls inexplicably trembled, bowing in reverence toward the Jui Jianchao. It was precisely this pressure from the 9 title Douluos that allowed Ma Hongjun to break through to a minor success in the grass character sword technique, activating part of the inherent power of the Jui Jianchao. The heavens and earth bore witness to this anomaly, influenced by the overwhelming sword intent. Simultaneously, an elder clad in white with white hair from the Qibao Liuli clan in the Tiando Empire suddenly grasped his longsword. Such potent sword intent, even at this distance, instills a sense of battle spirit in my martial soul, the 7 killing sword, and even a hint of fear. It seems this continent has given rise to another formidable swordsman. I mustn't be outdone. Alas, I wonder how Rong is faring. Should I encounter that wretched boy again, I shall surely make him regret it. The sword dog, Chun Exen, gazed toward the source of the sword intent emanating from the City of Slaughter, feeling an inexplicable respect, before recalling his abducted granddaughter. Chapter 188. Establishing foundations in turbulent times and achieving greatness with a single strike, the heavens and earth lost their color. Under the minor success of sword intent, the titles ceased to exist. The 9 title Douluos were simultaneously struck down by the dazzlingly sharp sword energy. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for slaying 9 title Douluos and acquiring a golden treasure chest. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, not expecting a reward for vanquishing the title Douluos. Observing his surroundings, he deemed it inappropriate to check the system's information just yet. Descending from the arena, he directed his gaze toward the box where the King of Slaughter resided. Indeed, it did not take long for a figure clad entirely in blood red, adorned with demonic wings, resembling the demon Lord Zhonglu, to emerge. It can now be declared. The King of Slaughter struggled to conceal a flicker of shock deep within his gaze, silently nodding before addressing the still astonished crowd below. Congratulations to participant number 9333 for completing the Slaughter Challenge with 100 consecutive kills, earning the qualification to traverse the path to hell. Of course, esteemed participant 9333, you may also choose to depart from this place directly. Upon finishing his words, he turned to Ma Hongjun and spoke with a tone of flattery. This humility was not merely for the sake of Shuerengu, but rather due to the overwhelming might of Ma Hongjun's sword. However, at that moment, Ma Hongjun was at a loss for words, having exhausted all his soul power beneath that one strike, lacking even the minimal soul power required to summon the healing Jui Chao. Now, he could only remain motionless, observing as the King of Slaughter announced the results while secretly recovering his soul power. Fortunately, the recovery ability of the Sun's Breath was exceptionally potent. After the King of Slaughter's announcement, he had regained a considerable amount and could once again summon the Jui Chao. The path to hell is unnecessary. Please escort me out, Ma Hongjun said, not immediately consuming the Jui Chao that had coalesced in his palm, but addressing the King of Slaughter with a calm demeanor. He had already discreetly informed Shuerengu, not out of fear for his life but from prudence. It was clear that, during such a time, the presence of authority would mitigate potential troubles. As for the path to hell, it had already been destroyed by Shui Ringui, significantly diminishing its training effectiveness and posing no threat to Ma Hongjun. The realm of the god of slaughter was not what Ma Hongjun sought. He desired not to be monitored, although Shui Ringui had condensed the realm of the god of slaughter through the path to hell. It was a unique domain formed by his own comprehension of killing intent, detached from the realm itself. Due to differing training methods, the realm of the god of slaughter could not be applied to Shui Ringui, who lacked a soul ring, hence it could not be used to investigate a situation. Only through targeted tracking could he potentially be discovered. Very well, this is the best course of action. I shall escort you out. The king of slaughter's mood brightened considerably. The fewer gods of slaughter in this world, the more he relished it. In his elation, he unconsciously imitated the speech of that person. After all, although he had not interacted much with the individual before him, it seemed their relationship was quite profound. Ma Hongjun gazed at him in astonishment, wondering if this fellow was a florist, noting the peculiar tone. Nevertheless, he said nothing further, merely nodding coldly before promptly consuming the Jui Chao, his soul power instantly restored, and his injuries alleviated to a degree. Just as the king of slaughter was about to send Ma Hongjun away, he suddenly looked up, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the distant sky. A colossal hammer descended with unmatched might, accompanied by a voice of authority. I am the god of slaughter, Tang Hao. My son shall arrive here for training shortly. I hope the king of slaughter will take care of him. With that, the immense Haotian hammer transformed into energy and vanished without a trace. What has been happening on the continent lately? Why are so many individuals suddenly seeking to train in the city of slaughter? Indeed, it is fortunate that this time, it is not the gods of slaughter themselves coming. Otherwise, like last time, our city of slaughter would be on the brink of annihilation. You are reckless, with the king of slaughter here. Chaos shall not befall the city of slaughter. Aside from that previous individual who is unaffected, no god of slaughter within the city of slaughter stands a chance against our king. The faces of the slaughter knights turned pale. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the Haotian hammer, they sighed in relief and began to murmur amongst themselves. The king of slaughter did not respond, but turned to Ma Hongjun, saying, My lord, please excuse me. The city of slaughter has been rather unsettled lately, and I shall escort you away from here. Yes, no need for formality. I pay my respects to my lord. Congratulations on your return from training, my lord. As soon as Ma Hongjun stepped through the portal opened by the king of slaughter, he was greeted by the sight of Shui Ringui. So, this is why the king of slaughter refrained from making any rash moves, Ma Hongjun thought to himself, a helpless smile appearing on his face as he helped Shui Ringui to his feet. Brother Shui, I have told you countless times that there is no need for such formalities between us. Treat me as a brother, just as you would with Brother Zilong. Why do you not heed my advice? My lord, please do not make things difficult for me. There is a distinction between ruler and subject. A lord is a lord, and a subject is a subject. If my lord can unify the chaotic world in the future, I shall surely lay down my armor and return to the fields, becoming a lifelong brother to my lord. Such would be my fortune across 3 lifetimes. How could I refuse? My lord's great enterprise must take precedence. After rising, Shui Ringui displayed hesitation, but ultimately he mustered the courage to express his true feelings. Alas, very well. For the sake of becoming brothers with you all, I shall indeed bring an end to the chaotic times and achieve the unification of Huaxia. Ma Hongjun replied earnestly. He realized that both Lu Ji and Cheng Yaojin, along with Shui Ringui, were driven by a shared aspiration for the unification of Huaxia, constantly urging him toward progress. However, Ma Hongjun did not harbor any aversion towards this situation. Unifying the land of flowers was also one of his aspirations. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the system deemed Ma Hongjun too accustomed to lethargy, hence perpetually updating and summoning generals who incessantly urged him to fulfill his grand unification endeavor. Let us first return to Tiando City to report to our teacher, he proposed, as they set forth to quell the chaos, lay a foundation, and achieve great accomplishments. Ma Hongjun's eyes glimmered with a resolute yearning, remarkably unaffected by the ominous atmosphere of slaughter. Observing this, Shui Ringui could not help but contemplate the fortitude of the Chosen One, who remained unscathed by the oppressive rules of the city of slaughter. Ma Hongjun, however, did not dwell on such thoughts, perhaps believing it was due to his preconceived notions about the inhabitants of the city of slaughter, who were notorious for their bloodshed. Unbeknownst to him, the latent killing intent within him was gradually being consumed and refined by the Jiui Jiansao martial spirit. After returning to Tiando City to address some matters concerning the Tianluo Di Wang, Ma Hongjun took stock of his current affiliations. In the Douluo continent, faction, Tianluo Di Wang Affiliated Academy, Shrek Academy Intelligence Organization, Tianwei Note, to distinguish from the Zonghua Baixiaoxing. Ma Hongjun had already restructured his organization upon his return from the Three Kingdoms world. In the Three Kingdoms world, faction, Penglai Lu Intelligence Organization, Baixiaoxing Chapter 189. The fusion of worlds begins, astonishing secrets through the reconnaissance of his intelligence network. Ma Hongjun discovered that this world harbored numerous secrets unknown to outsiders. Almost all top-tier factions possess their own intelligence networks, with the exception of those hidden families that had yet to establish their own systems. Both the Spirit Hall and the three major empires wielded formidable intelligence capabilities. Fortuitously, the intelligence organization Ma Hongjun established, aided by the toxic Douluo and the spiritual herbs within the Yin Yin, alongside the support of Shrek Academy's faculty, had within a mere decade cultivated the Tianluo Di Wang into a powerful intelligence force. Due to its focused development, the intelligence capabilities of Tianluo Di Wang were not only on par with, but arguably surpassed, those of the three major sects. Even the intelligence network of the Spirit Hall could not overshadow that of Tianluo Di Wang by much. Established primarily as an intelligence and assassination organization, its rapid growth was hardly surprising. However, owing to Ma Hongjun's mastery of the ghostly annihilation breathing technique, the strength of the mid and lower tiers within Tianluo Di Wang was steadily increasing, quietly positioning it to become the foremost intelligence organization on the continent. Were it not for the public branches of the Spirit Hall across the continent, Tianluo Di Wang would have already claimed the title of the continent's leading intelligence organization. When it comes to clandestine intelligence forces, should Tianluo Di Wang claim second place, even the Spirit Hall would not dare to assert itself as first. While intelligence forces typically operate in secrecy, the Spirit Hall's substantial strength allowed it to maintain formidable intelligence systems, both overtly and covertly. It appeared that Tianluo Di Wang needed to devise strategies to expand its overt influence. I must think of a way to develop our public power, Ma Hongjun mused aloud. The reason Ma Hongjun dispatched Zhu Zhuqing to the Three Kingdoms world was to enable her to master the hidden powers of Penglai Lu, thus allowing Lu Bowen to prepare for greater endeavors. Ringuwei, why don't we visit the Xing Luo Empire? It is not yet the right moment to return to the Three Kingdoms world. Even if we did, we would accomplish little. Ma Hongjun reflected on the obstacles faced by Tianluo Di Wang, his eyes lighting up with realization. Indeed, Shui Ringuwei, now acting as a guardian, remained steadfastly by Ma Hongjun's side. He had only considered Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit as suitable for covert assassination, neglecting the fact that she was backed by a prominent family. If the Zhu family could be brought into the fold, the assassination capabilities of Tianluo Di Wang would undoubtedly experience rapid advancement. This thought inevitably led him to recall Tang San's Tang Min, prompting a subtle shake of his head. The Min family, a subsidiary sect of the Haoyin school, was also an exemplary ally in intelligence gathering. Regrettably, they could not be utilized for his own purposes. However, a collaboration under the name of Shrek Academy should not be met with refusal. With this in mind, Ma Hongjun once again took pen to paper, delineating the developmental direction for Tianluo Di Wang. Seek cooperation to further enhance intelligence sources, develop assassination capabilities, strengthen overall power, ultimately transitioning from covert to overt, establishing strongholds, balancing light and dark. Yet, with the advancement of Tianluo Di Wang's influence, Ma Hongjun received yet another opportunity for a lottery. A year later, the ground shook with a thunderous roar, capturing the attention of all-powerful beings across both realms. The worlds had intertwined, forming two connected yet distinct realms. Between these worlds lay the Tongtian Sea's secret realm, allowing any martial artist or soul master to traverse freely between them. On almost the same day, a cataclysmic battle erupted within the Tongtian Sea's secret realm, leaving the Douluo realm in a state of utter devastation. Strangely, in the aftermath of the conflict, the continental powers led by Tianluo Di Wang, alongside the Seven Treasures Glaze sect and the Nine Hearts Begonia clan, inexplicably pledged allegiance to a foreign power known as Penglai Lu. It was noteworthy that in the past year, Tianluo Di Wang had continually strengthened itself, attracting countless affiliated factions, including the Zhu family of the Xing Luo Empire, which had been inexplicably subjugated and joined Tianluo Di Wang. Moreover, for 2 consecutive days, hidden families had entered the Tongtian Sea, vanishing without a trace. 3 days later, within the Three Kingdoms realm, alas, Hongjun, is aligning with the foreign realm truly the right choice? Will it genuinely lead to the liberation from unseen shackles? Are you not driven by personal motives when you share this with your teacher? Flandra gazed at his disciple, his expression a mixture of complexity and concern, earnestly questioning Ma Hongjun. There are personal motives, yet my words are devoid of falsehood. To ascend to godhood within the Douluo realm, one must partake in the divine trials and cannot cultivate independently. Once the sea-god faith is embraced, the populace loses all control over their destinies, and the path to self-ascension is severed. Only within the Three Kingdoms realm lies the opportunity for autonomous cultivation towards godhood. Ma Hongjun discerned the complexity in his teacher's eyes and offered words of comfort. It turned out that over the past year, as Tianluo Di Wang expanded and subdued various factions, Ma Hongjun had earned a lottery chance. This time, he did not draw generals, but opted to draw for all things. The rewards were twofold, yet they completely disrupted all of Ma Hongjun's plans. One was a comprehensive analysis of the essence of the Douluo world, and the other was a similar analysis of the Three Kingdoms world. Each reward contained vast knowledge and secrets. As it turned out, the reason the Douluo world could no longer cultivate independently to achieve godhood was not merely due to a lack of foundational essence, but was also tied to a staggering conspiracy, one so profound that even a god-king remained oblivious. The heavenly Tao is impartial, and thus ruthless. The great path is simple, yet understanding lies in the heavens. The heavenly Tao is natural and selfless. Once it harbors desires, the world nears its ruin. The heavenly Tao of the Douluo world not only harbored desires, but also sought to covertly control the gods. This was the principal reason Ma Hongjun had witnessed various allied factions turning against him amidst the outbreak of battle. He had no time to strategize, merely informing others of the circumstances within the Douluo realm, emphasizing the peril of remaining there, for life could be claimed by the Douluo heavenly Tao at any moment. If the original trajectory had been followed, there would have been no danger to life. Following Tang San, the child of destiny in this world, would only yield benefits. However, the emergence of the Sangua world has altered everything. If the heavenly path of Sangua seeks to devour that of Douluo, the Douluo heavenly path, now infused with personal desires, will undoubtedly fight to the death, potentially sacrificing all living beings of the world. The heavenly path decrees your demise. Leaving Douluo is futile, for the Douluo world is far more complex than merely Douluo Xing. Only in the world of Sangua, detached from the Douluo heavenly path, can one escape the reckoning of the heavenly order. Thus, Ma Hongjun resolutely chose to rebel, decisively consolidating his forces during a period of rapid growth, gathering allies, and collectively aligning with Peng Lai Lu. Though it may be called an alliance, only Ma Hongjun and the upper echelons of Peng Lai Lu understand that it is merely a reorganization of the powers of the two worlds. Naturally, those who followed Ma Hongjun included prominent figures from Shrek Academy. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, only Tang San and Dai Mubai chose to remain in the Douluo world. Even Xiao Wu and Ming Ming followed suit. Tang San could not leave the Douluo world because, as the child of destiny, his departure and subsequent allegiance to the Sangua world would inevitably cause turbulence in the fate, provoking the Douluo heavenly path to take action. Although Dai Mubai is not a child of destiny, he bears the inheritance of a nation's fortune from Douluo Dulu. The significance of the Xing Luo Empire to the heavenly path is self-evident, as all things are determined by fate. As long as the fate remains unchanged, the heavenly path will not act lightly. Otherwise, if detected by the divine, it would incite rebellion among all beings, which is certainly not what the heavenly path desires. The entrance of such powerful factions naturally drew the attention of the lords, yet fortunately, Peng Lai Lu acted as a mediator, allowing the various lords to gain benefits and securing the allegiance of numerous hidden powers. Otherwise, how could these individuals have entered their territories? Even if most bore the countenance of the flower-growing nation, it would not suffice. Chapter 190. Shuhan, Wuhan, Weihan, the new tripartite harmony of Sangua. The analysis of the Sangua world left Ma Hongjun utterly astonished. The Sangua world was originally a subsidiary realm of a greater world, having separated due to peculiar circumstances. The name of that greater world was one Ma Hongjun could hardly forget, Hong Huang de Jie. Concurrently, Ma Hongjun gained a general understanding of the concept of worlds. Hong Huang de Jie, the foremost among the 3,000 great worlds in the universe. While it is termed the greatest, does not connect with other great worlds. It is a secluded realm, entirely isolated from the outside, much like the Douluo realm. Albeit the Douluo realm is merely a rather unique small world. The reason Hongjun is regarded as the foremost among the 3,000 great worlds is due to the multitude of legendary figures within its confines, with tales of them permeating nearly every world. However, unbeknownst to all, the true Hongjun realm had experienced a cataclysmic destruction over a decade ago, undergoing a rebirth, while the Sangwa minor world fortuitously escaped during this calamity. Ma Hongjun came to these revelations only after acquiring the comprehensive analysis of the Sangwa heavenly path, prompting him to reconsider his future. He speculated that he might have been among those from Hongjun before its destruction, brought into the Douluo realm by the system. He hoped the system would guide him away from this world to a higher plane, as the true essence would inevitably re-evolve according to its trajectory. He was determined to find his parents and kin for his past life. Hope rekindled within Ma Hongjun's heart, more tangible than before, with a clear objective. Yet, prior to that, he required greater strength. Otherwise, even if he discovered the path to Hongjun as a mere sole emperor in a world teeming with golden immortals, he would find himself utterly powerless. Of course, it was possible that the re-evolving Hongjun realm had yet to give rise to any sentient beings. If that were the case, Ma Hongjun would not mind venturing forth to seek a future. However, each world flows at its own pace, and the actual circumstances remain unclear. In the Sangwa world, due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the powerful lords have grown even stronger, while the weaker factions, despite some enhancement, have become increasingly feeble. Thus, few lords remain. The most significant event currently unfolding is Liu Bei's thrice visit to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge Liang out of retirement, occurring 6 years earlier than recorded in history. Ma Hongjun had indeed dispatched individuals in advance to seek Zhuge Liang, yet he steadfastly refused to ally, being resolutely devoted to the revival of the Han dynasty. Ma Hongjun did not press the matter, for without Zhuge Liang, Liu Bei would be like a fish yearning to swim in the ocean without water, merely a dreamer. As a Han individual, Ma Hongjun harbored an intrinsic affinity for the strength and prosperity of his people. Thus he ceased to insist, until the eve of the world's connection, when Zhuge Liang finally emerged to aid Liu Bei. Lu Ning was the name Ma Hongjun held in his past life, endowing him with a sense of kinship towards Liu Bei. Yet the figure he admired most among the Sangwa lords was Cao Cao. In contrast to Liu Bei's nebulous benevolence, Cao Cao's remarkable ambition resonated more profoundly with Ma Hongjun. For both individuals, he harbored no desire to offend, leading to a more conservative approach towards Sun Wu, who consequently faced dire repercussions. As the Sangwa had yet to be established, Ma Hongjun's strategy was to supplant Dongwu, intending to unite with Cao and Liu to conquer the Douluo domain once the Sangwa was formed. At present, the Sangwa and Douluo can no longer be considered a single world, hence the term domain is employed. 3 years later, the pattern of the realm gradually stabilized, with lords either surrendering or being annihilated, resulting in a tripartite equilibrium among the three nations: Shuhan, Wuhan, Weihan. Peng Lai Lu replaced Sun Wu as Wuhan, and due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the landscape of the realm became clearer ahead of time. Furthermore, as Cao Cao harbored intentions towards the Han dynasty, he renamed his faction Weihan. Thus, all three nations bore the name Han. Ma Hongjun adopted the name Lu Ning, proclaiming himself a descendant of the Han lineage, using Peng Lai Lu as his foundation to extinguish the Sun clan and proclaim himself king of Hanwu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that child Lu Ning possibly subdue that traitorous Lu Bu? Does he not fear retaliation? Cao Cao exclaimed, his expression shifting abruptly as he sat in the tent, rice in hand, perusing intelligence reports brought by his officials. Suddenly, upon reading the contents, his complexion soured, and the rice lost its appeal. He promptly overturned it onto the table, shouting, someone, spread the news. Issue a decree for talented individuals. Weihan is in dire need of talent regardless of status. Starting today, establish the Hall of Virtuous Scholars and the Divine General Hall. Cao Cao, who initially required no one, transitioned from skepticism to acceptance of the facts in a blink, swiftly altering his expression as he devised a countermeasure. It turned out that Ma Hongjun, also known as Lu Ning, aggressively recruited from the common folk since establishing Wuhan, emulating Cao Cao's decree for talented individuals. The scale of his recruitment was astonishing. disregarding the opposition of scholars. Compared to Cao Cao's method of appeasement and recruitment, Liu Ning's approach proved exponentially more effective, as many disillusioned generals and scholars flocked to him. Due to their personal strength becoming significantly more formidable, even formidable figures like Liu Bu and Ma Chao, having lost their support, found themselves drawn to Liu Hongjun, with no grudges between them. These individuals no longer concerned themselves with traditional biases. Though strategy remained essential, strength was the paramount principle. The lingering notions of aristocratic privilege had not adapted in time, and this presented an opportunity for them. Liu Ji waved his feather fan, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, the strategist's insights are profound. Not only have we gained General Liu Bu, but we have also acquired the formidable warrior Ma Chao. Ha ha, how delightful! Cheng Yaojin clutched his belly, laughing heartily with pride. This time, we have seized the opportunity, yet we must not underestimate the resolve of Liu Bei and Cao Cao. I believe that upon witnessing our achievements, they will reassess the relationship between the aristocracy and the commoners. On the throne, Ma Hongjun, also known as Liu Ning, could hardly conceal his excitement. This is akin to having the prowess of 2 lucky draws. I suggest we intensify the recruitment of talents. They differ from us, as even if they wish to fully support the commoners, they must consider the feelings of the aristocrats. We have ample provisions, rendering us unconcerned about the opinions of the aristocracy. Zhao Yun articulated our advantages and expressed his views. Very well, then I command the Tianwei to continue gathering talent. Ma Hongjun instructed. Understood. The Douluo realm is not lacking in provisions. With its vast lands and sparse population, 5 years ago, the Tianluo Duong commenced extensive procurement of supplies. Almost all spatial, soul-guiding devices were filled to the brim. As we aspire to conquer the world, Liu Ning naturally would not forget the paramount importance of provisions. Thus, the Wu kingdom has not been overly courteous towards the aristocracy. Prior to pacifying Wu territory, it began to vigorously expel the disobedient aristocrats. Those who may leave, yet their treasures must remain, coupled with the accumulation of several forces in the Douluo world, the wealth possessed is undeniably unique within the 3 kingdoms. Of course, the reputation among the aristocrats is equally tarnished, effectively severing most paths for them to offer allegiance. However, Ma Hongjun remains unfazed. Those with true vision and talent will not be swayed by such matters. As long as we possess means to enhance our strength, we need not fear a lack of support. The world has transformed. It is no longer an era where the aristocrats can dominate unchallenged, but rather a time that values strength and opportunity. In Chapter 191, Rewards from the 10 Consecutive Draws. Although Ma Hongjun devoted considerable time over the past 3 years to strategizing against Sun Wu, he has not neglected his cultivation. He is now a genuine soul Douluo, merely needing to add a few soul rings to his Jia Jianchao martial soul to elevate his soul power to the level of title Douluo. However, Ma Hongjun has opted not to do so, instead planning to cultivate himself to the title Douluo level before enhancing his Jia Jianchao martial soul with soul rings. Only soul rings exceeding 100,000 years, drawn from the system, would be worthy of the Jia Jianchao martial soul. Ordinary soul rings do not meet his standards. Even his Phoenix martial soul now boasts 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. The 7th soul ring of the true form of his martial soul appears red with a hint of gold. This is indeed the configuration for a Phoenix martial soul. The Jia Jianchao martial soul is equally impressive, with a configuration of purple, black, and red, 6 soul rings, along with 4 hidden black soul rings. The yellow soul rings are a result of the system's enhancement of ring longevity, which is why Ma Hongjun prioritized cultivating the Phoenix martial soul. His standards for the 7th soul ring of the Jia Jianchao martial soul have reached an almost abnormal level, establishing one of the 3 kingdoms. Wuhan has gathered substantial fortune, thus acquiring a significant number of draws. Over the past 3 years, Ma Hongjun has utilized only 3 draws. One granted him a distribution of 3,000-year soul ring longevity. Another yielded a soul ring of 900,000 years. And the last provided him with a method to establish a dynasty. Alas, establishing a dynasty requires a fortune-bearing treasure to carry the fortune, which Ma Hongjun currently lacks. The remaining draw opportunities, all rewards following the establishment of Wuhan, total 10. As for why he is referred to as King Wu rather than Emperor, it is simply because the Han dynasty's fortune is not yet exhausted. The Han Xian Emperor still exists, and the fortune of the Han dynasty endures, which is a matter of fate. Should anyone dare to prematurely ascend to the throne, they would surely incur the wrath of the heavenly fate. And Ma Hongjun does not wish to lose his source of fortune. He has no desire for the title of emperor. All he does is aimed at acquiring fortune. Even if Ma Hongjun did not intervene, the Han dynasty would inevitably perish within a fixed time frame, as it is considered the last dynasty in human history. By suppressing the fortune with the imperial seal, fortune will naturally dissipate rather than be extinguished by human hands. The reason Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu could establish the Eastern Han was also due to being favored by fortune. Dynasties also possess levels, ranging from low to high. Dynasty, Imperial Dynasty, Celestial Dynasty, Emperor Dynasty, Divine Dynasty, and the legendary Holy Dynasty. The Han Dynasty, recognized for its accomplishments in defending its territory and resisting foreign powers, reached an almost imperial status during its zenith, historically known as the Great Han Dynasty. Similarly, the Qin Dynasty, known for its unification and territorial expansion, once reached the pinnacle of imperial status. To go further back, one must trace to the Shang and Zhou and the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The unprecedented consolidation of human fortune during the era of the 3 sovereigns is merely considered a divine dynasty. Even sages regard it with trepidation. Regrettably, since the suppression of the Yellow Emperor at Huayun Cave, the fortune amassed by the 5 emperors has never again reached the level of a divine dynasty. Especially after the Shang dynasty, the primordial world shattered, making it increasingly difficult for human fortune to coalesce into an emperor dynasty. During the time of the Great Shang, humanity stood tall and fearless before the celestial beings, daring to contend with heaven, even as celestial beings might descend to their courts, showcasing the splendor of the emperor dynasty. Ancient humanity did not lack resistance. Diyu established the 9 provinces Ding to solidify human fortune, while King Zhou diligently reformed, resisting the oppression of the sages, edging the emperor dynasty's fortune close to the divine dynasty level. Unfortunately, even so, they were still suppressed, leading to a gradual decline in human dynasty fortunes. All this knowledge was gleaned by Ma Hongjun from the insights provided by the system rewards within the realm of the 3 kingdoms. The 3 kingdoms realm is a projection of human dynasties during a certain period of primordial history, thus possessing the notion of fate, without the power of sages. One cannot alter the grand trajectory of the 3 kingdoms world. The projection world is indeed a real world. Yet the grand trends that unfold within it are predetermined and cannot be changed. What perplexes Ma Hongjun is that the current 3 kingdoms realm has been drastically altered. Apart from the fortune of the Han dynasty, everything else is entirely different from what he understood. System, shooting star tears. It seems this is the reason for changing the grand trend, Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, then set aside his concerns to open the system panel. System. Initiate a 10 consecutive draws. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million Dan of spiritually infused provisions. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the immortal sword. Bixiao sword. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 sweat blood horses. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a perfect world pass. Ah, excellent. The path forward has been illuminated. Though it may be perilous, what path to cultivation is ever smooth? Beep. Congratulations to the host for gaining 80 favor from the emperors from the perfect space. Beep. Congratulations to the host for gaining 60 favor from the emperor of the wasteland. Beep. Congratulations to the host for gaining 60 favor from the emperor of the leaf. Ma Hongjun's face darkened. What is this nonsense? What use does this favor hold for him in his current situation? He is certainly not foolish enough to enter the perfect world. That would be courting death. Even if he gained the favor of 3 powerful figures, he would not pursue it. It cannot be said to be useless, merely of no use at this moment. Dear system, please spare me the perfect favors. I implore you. What I need are items I can utilize at this stage. As if the system heard Ma Hongjun's plea, beep. Congratulations to the host for gaining 90 favor from Guguzi of the 3 kingdoms. What the hell? Thank you. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in disbelief, before being unable to restrain his expletives. Wait, this isn't right. Guguzi? What the hell? This is the 3 kingdoms. And you're telling me there's a Guguzi here. Ma Hongjun's face was a canvas of confusion. In the analysis provided by the world of Sangua, it merely states the existence of extraordinary powers without specifying which individuals possess such powers. Thus, Ma Hongjun remains oblivious, believing there exists a realm above Sangua akin to the Douluo divine realm. The system promptly addressed Ma Hongjun's queries, stating, "Do not be astonished. As you have surmised, Gue Guzi is indeed the pinnacle of this world. Is that so? Then this reward is quite impressive. He mused, 90 points of affinity, nearly reaching the level of immediate loyalty. Ma Hongjuan began to fantasize. However, host, it would be prudent not to indulge in excessive hopes, as greater aspirations may lead to greater disappointments. While some characters may develop fondness due to the system rewards, they will not necessarily pledge loyalty to you. Everything still relies on your own efforts. The system's unyielding voice shattered Ma Hongjuan's illusions without hesitation. Sigh, very well. It appears the utility of this affinity will be significantly discounted. With 2 opportunities remaining, I pray to the ancient human emperor and our ancestors for luck in drawing fortune-bestowing treasures to establish the Yunqiao. After gaining insight into the history of the human race, Ma Hongjuan ceased his veneration of celestial beings and began honoring the ancient sages of humanity. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a million-year soul ring. What the hell? Oh my goodness. This is absolutely astonishing. Ma Hongjuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. For the first time, his usually composed demeanor was shattered. Continue. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the treasure of human fortune, the Shan Hetu. Ma Hongjuan knelt, filled with a singular conviction. He would live as a member of the human race and die as a spirit of the human race. Chapter 192. Absorbing the million-year soul, Ring Liaoning donned the celestial sword, leaving provisions untouched within the system, finally producing the Shan Hetu, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Establishing the Yunqiao would enhance his cultivation speed and strength, and having been stagnated at the rank of Soul Douluo for some time, achieving a breakthrough to title Douluo without relying on a second, martial soul seemed exceedingly arduous, even with Ma Hongjuan's exceptional talents. 3 years had only allowed him to reach the 85th level of Soul Douluo. To meticulously cultivate the Phoenix martial soul to title Douluo would require at least 5 years, which even Ma Hongjuan found daunting. Fortunately, he had the system. Each opportunity for a draw could yield treasures to enhance his strength. Although he seldom drew items that directly increase soul power, he was quite satisfied with this draw, having not only secured the subsequent soul rings for the Jiuyi Jianqiao, but also obtained the foundational treasure for the Yunqiao. Cheng Yaojin, enter the hall. Ma Hongjuan called out to the exterior of the Grand Hall. Presently, Liaoning's public persona was that of a formidable warlord, reigning in Jianya and thereby acquiring his own palace. After being crowned, Liaoning did not forget to bestow titles upon his ministers and subordinates. Cheng Yaojin volunteered to serve as the commander of Liaoning's royal guard. Though crowned as a king, the standards he established were not far removed from those of an emperor, had it not been for the unseen threads of fate. How could Han Xindi endure in his current predicament? Your Majesty, Cheng Yaojin approached, bowing deeply. He refrained from inquiry, adopting a posture of awaiting Liaoning's commands, demonstrating considerable political acumen reminiscent of history. Rise. I intend to retreat to the secret chamber for cultivation. Please provide me protection, Liaoning stated, accustomed to the reverence of his subordinates, speaking plainly. Your Majesty seeks to break through again? Cheng Yaojin inquired, astonished. Something like that, Liaoning replied, not elaborating further. He believed that absorbing the million-year soul ring from the Jiuyi Jianqiao would undoubtedly lead to a breakthrough in soul power, and thus refrained from extensive explanations, as it was a matter difficult to clarify. Although Cheng Yaojin had been summoned by the system, he remained unaware of its existence, which was Liaoning's greatest secret. Now was not the time for revelation. Ma Hongjuan was Liaoning, and Liaoning was Ma Hongjuan. The name Ma Hongjuan sounded peculiar for a king, prompting him to adopt his previous life's name, Liaoning. By the way, Yaojin, please summon Ringui into the palace. I have matters to discuss with him. Before entering seclusion, Liaoning recalled the 1,000 fine steeds within the system space and instructed Cheng Yaojin accordingly. Soon, Xue Ringui, stationed in the capital, hurried over. Minister, I pay my respects to your highness. Xue Ringui addressed Liaoning in a manner even more formal than Cheng Yaojin, for he was now the Grand Marshal of the Wu Kingdom. Describing Xue Ringui with phrases like the towering white jade pillar and the purple gold beam spanning the sea would not be an exaggeration, as these attributes were granted by Liaoning in addition to his own prowess. As a national marshal, it was somewhat inappropriate to refer to the sovereign as Your Majesty. Please rise, Ringui. Zilong is currently guarding the national borders. I have recently acquired 1,000 fine steeds, and I shall bequeath 200 of the best to you for rewards, while the remaining 800 shall be sent to your army. I have but one request. Assemble a secret special cavalry unit exceeding the Bai Ma Yitzong. Do you have confidence in this? Ma Hongjun inquired, his eyes gleaming with determination. May I inquire, Your Highness, are there any requirements regarding the strength of this special cavalry? Xue and Gue did not immediately commit, for the 3,000 Bai Ma Yitzong were now nearly all above the rank of Soul Zone, and he had long coveted the special cavalry unit under Zhao Yun's command. They must not fall below the rank of Soul King. You may freely allocate from the royal treasury's spiritual medicines, and personnel can be drawn from the elite of the army or conscripted from the populace. The Tianwei intelligence will also be at your disposal, Liaoning declared, his demeanor both dignified and amiable. I accept the order. I shall surely fulfill your highness's commands. Xue and Gue, unable to contain his excitement, knelt on one knee. Acquiring 800 fine steeds was no small feat. Even with the resurgence of spiritual energy and a considerable increase in the number of quality horses, gathering such a quantity would be akin to reaching the heavens. The entirety of the Han could scarcely muster 800 fine steeds, and even accounting for other top-tier mounts, the total would not exceed 5,000. With the Tianwei gathering talents and the supply of spiritual medicines, if he hesitated to accept this task, Liaoning would be sorely disappointed. Observing the fervor in Xue Renge's eyes, Ma Hongjun knew he had entrusted the task to the right individual. After Xue Renge departed, Ma Hongjun began to seclude himself to absorb the soul ring. Given the million-year quality of the ring, he exercised extreme caution, summoning Qing Yaojin to guard him. Despite his awareness that his domain was as secure as a fortress, a lingering unease persisted, primarily due to the fact that this was Ma Hongjun's first experience absorbing such a high-quality soul ring. Ideally, with Ma Hongjun's aversion to conflict, he would have postponed the absorption of the million-year soul ring for the Jiuyi Jianchao until he attained title Douluo. However, time was of the essence. The war for the Tongtianhai was poised to escalate, and even Zhao Yun had been dispatched to maintain order, leaving him no choice but to take the risk. While termed a risk, it was merely a matter of enduring discomfort. For Ma Hongjun's formidable physique, a million-year soul ring was insufficient to obliterate his body. As he began to absorb the soul ring, Ma Hongjun, filled with trepidation, resorted to employing the EightGates Duanjia technique. Though the improvements were modest, he maximized all possible resistances. Ultimately, he realized he had somewhat overreacted, for within mere hours, he successfully absorbed the soul ring. His body effortlessly withstood the energy of the ring, though the primary challenge stemmed from the impact on his soul, leaving Ma Hongjun in a state of anguished cries. Thankfully, the secret chamber was entirely enclosed, providing excellent soundproofing. Otherwise, the echoes of his wails would have reverberated throughout the entire palace. Even so, Qing Yaojin, who was stationed outside, faintly heard the anguished cries of Ma Hongjun, anxiously pacing back and forth, yet daunted to enter for fear of disrupting Ma Hongjun's breakthrough. Finally, after diligent effort, the energy of the Golden Soul Ring was successfully absorbed by Ma Hongjun, propelling his soul power to break through 3 levels and ascend to the prestigious rank of an 88-level soul Douluo. Producing the fateful treasure, Ma Hongjun shook his head inwardly. Realizing that now was not the opportune moment to establish a dynasty, the impending battle between the two realms loomed large, and the likes of Zilong, Fengxian, and Mengqi Bowen were temporarily unable to extricate themselves. Nevertheless, the time for preparation had arrived. Establishing the Yunqiao was not a matter of mere declaration. It required meticulous arrangements involving the attendance of various officials and a solemn ritual to honor the ancestors and appease the human sovereign. As a general of Wuhan, how could Zhao Yun and others be absent? Those present would gain the blessings of the Yunqiao as fate, enhancing their strength, especially for those presiding over the ceremony, who would almost attain benefits comparable to those of the consort in the imperial harem. Zhu Qing, Rome, and Ling Ling must also be brought into the palace without delay. Ma Hongjun contemplated the myriad preparations required, striving to maximize the benefits. At 18 years of age, he found himself in an era where sovereigns who had yet to take concubines were exceedingly rare, yet he only had 3 girlfriends, none of whom had entered the household. It must be said that Ma Hongjun's patience had been honed to perfection by the little mischief of his childhood. Chapter 193. The Edict of the First Emperor unbeknownst to him, as he produced the fateful treasure, a space transcending the realms of the 3 kingdoms lay above. In a dilapidated room, an elderly man with 4 moles on his forehead, a full forehead, and a youthful demeanor suddenly opened his wise eyes and marveled. The variables are taking shape. The principles of the Great Change dictate that 50 is the number of the universe, with 49 in use. Dividing it into 2 symbolizes duality. Hanging 1 symbolizes 3, and dividing it by 4 symbolizes the 4 seasons. Returning to the oddities symbolizes the leap year, hence another leap follows. The heavens align with the earth, the heavens with 1 through 9, and the earth with 2 through 10. The celestial numbers total 5, the terrestrial numbers total 5, and the 5 correspond harmoniously. The heavenly count reaches 25, while the earthly count reaches 30, culminating in 55 as the total of celestial and terrestrial numbers. Thus, the changes manifest and the spirits act. The Great Path encompasses 50, the celestial change encompasses 49, and the human retreat signifies a glimmer of hope. The constants of each world are not immutable. They are subject to change, yet even a million small worlds may not yield a single variable. Only vast worlds like Hongjun may give rise to such variables. However, since variables often amass great fortune, those born in the Hongjun are frequently subject to the control of fate. Figures like Yang Jian and Neza are postnatal variables, their destinies manipulated by others. In contrast, variables emerging in smaller worlds find it easier to break free from the control of the powerful, seizing their own fates and altering the predetermined destinies of the world. The fate of humanity can be altered. Wei Liao, go awaken your master. Our opportunity has arisen. The elderly man with a youthful visage was none other than Giguzi, sealed in the spirit realm by the god of destruction. He spoke to the shadow outside the room, his voice soft yet clear to those beyond the door. But isn't the exit of the secret realm sealed? A middle-aged scholar entered the room, surprised yet puzzled. Though the formation is unique, I have long comprehended the method to break it. It is merely unwise to incite conflict at present. You need only proceed, Giguzi remarked, glancing toward the secret realm's portal, his tone seemingly all-knowing. Yes, master. Wei Liao, devoid of doubt, respectfully exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. No one knew the origins of the person within the dilapidated room, only that he was the strongest sage among humanity, known as Giguzi. Only he knew his true identity. He was from the Hongjun human race, yet not of this era's Hongjun, but rather of the preceding epoch. Though endowed with exceptional talents, he was constrained by fate. Unable to ascend to immortality, his strength limited, yet his strategies were unparalleled, mastering even the esoteric arts. He spent a lifetime pursuing immortality, yet remained perpetually on the path, unable to accumulate his cultivation. Even upon fortuitously arriving in this world and reaching a certain level of cultivation, he remained bound by the world as hierarchy. To transcend such restrictions was immensely challenging. He was on the verge of giving up, awaiting the end of his lifespan in silence. However, the emergence of the Douluo world rekindled a flicker of hope in his long-dormant heart. This hope intensified upon Ma Hongjun's entrance into the Douluo world, as his extensive experiences were unparalleled. Understanding that the variables of fate could bring about tremendous changes to the world and potentially elevate it, he felt an affinity for that variable, especially since it belonged to his own human lineage. As one of humanity's strongest, he sensed the subtle shifts in human fortune, which made him feel a deep connection. The god of destruction remained oblivious to the fact that the seal he had established at the cost of a clone had already been undone, still basking in the illusion that he had completely sealed the passage from the spirit realm to the Three Kingdoms world. Little did he know, though Giguzi's power was akin to that of a nascent divine king, and he was not adept in combat. He was well-versed in the laws of the Tao and proficient in various esoteric techniques. In a royal mausoleum within the spirit realm, terracotta warriors were scattered about, exuding a potent military aura. Above them stood a circular command platform. Suddenly, the middle-aged man Wei Liao, who had been thousands of miles away, appeared atop this platform inscribed with teleportation runes. Minister seeks an audience with your majesty. Wei Liao bowed respectfully, akin to addressing his teacher, Giguzi, as he prostrated before the figure seated at a higher elevation in the blackened domain. What is the matter? A somewhat sharp voice inquired. Your Majesty, I come at the behest of my master. Please relay this to the Emperor. If it is a command from a benefactor, then you may follow me, replied a pale-faced figure, leading the way deeper into the mausoleum. In the depths of the mausoleum, in a chamber of the Black Dragon Hall, 9 golden chains held a coffin suspended in midair. A stern-faced, middle-aged man stood atop the coffin, gazing into the distance. The fortune of humanity has indeed increased. Intriguing. Has the variable foretold by the esteemed Gigu emerged? The middle-aged man was none other than the first Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who unified China and swept across the six realms. His physical prowess was unfathomable. A mere glance felt akin to peering into an abyss. Yet he exuded no trace of his cultivation, not even possessing any internal power. Wei Liao, what brings him here? Could it be that the esteemed Gigu has devised a plan regarding the variable that requires my emergence? Suddenly, the first emperor's gaze shifted toward the two figures approaching from the depths of the tomb, his thoughts racing. Minister pays respects to your majesty. You seem even more valiant than before after many years. Wei Liao bowed, his eyes shining with fervent devotion. I am no longer the human sovereign. There is no need for excessive formalities. Speak of your purpose for coming to the mausoleum, the first emperor said, a flicker of solitude crossing his eyes, before he returned to a tone of authority. My master has spoken. The variable has emerged, and your majesty may soon return to the mortal realm, leading humanity to ascend to the heavens and break the constraints of fate, Wei Liao proclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. He was a trusted minister by the side of the first emperor hundreds of years ago, contrary to the rumors that he distanced himself from the mundane world to cultivate after the emperor's demise. He instead accompanied the seemingly deceased emperor to the spirit realm in search of the sage Giguzi for salvation. Giguzi employed the grand art of crossing the sea with a single feather to reverse the emperor's fate using the 9 dragons locking coffin technique, concealing his destiny. As the eternal sovereign, the hope for the rise of humanity, Giguzi could not bear to see him fall. Hence he crafted a grand array to shield the emperor's fate from the gaze of the celestial order. However, as a result, Qin Shi Huang, who swept through the 6 realms with an eagle-eyed ferocity, was unable to step away from his dragon coffin. Fortunately, the leader of the miscellaneous schools, Lu Buwei, who also feigned death, underwent a profound transformation, resembling a changed man, and obediently followed the emperor's commands to construct a new mausoleum modeled after the Qin Shi Huangling of the Three Kingdoms world. Furthermore, many formidable generals and marshals, whose destinies were destined for oblivion by history, were saved by Giguzi through various miraculous formations, though they could not reappear outside of the grand array. Now, as Wei Liao proclaimed that they could soon descend to the mortal realm, Qin Shi Huang could not contain his excitement and laughed heartily, declaring that humanity could indeed manifest changes in the world, affirming the greatness of his race. With a single step forward, the entire mausoleum seemed to tremble, and countless terracotta warriors appeared to come to life. Proclaim my decree, the edict of the human emperor, the heavens shall respond. The sacred virtue is vast, and my might resounds across the seas. Aware of my limitations, I willingly lower my status as the human emperor. Henceforth all beings may be called emperor. May all beings soar like dragons. Thus decreed. At that moment, a radiant decree emanated from the emperor's hand, and without hesitation, he stamped it with the seal of the human emperor. Chapter 194. When internal matters are undecided, consult Zhang Zhao. Golden light enveloped the surroundings as blood surged, and countless terracotta warriors suddenly sprang to life, kneeling in reverence, proclaiming, the old Qin subjects comply with the decree. Soon, various anomalies emerged throughout the spirit realm, with countless ethereal figures half-kneeling in submission. Confucians comply with the decree. Strategists comply with the decree. Yin-yang practitioners comply with the decree. All schools collectively comply with the decree. In this moment, the spirit realm experienced an unprecedented gathering of fortune, and the disputes among the various schools vanished. In truth, the harmony among the myriad factions was not as seamless as it appeared. However, when it came to matters concerning the great righteousness of humanity, their astonishing unity could leave all races in awe. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Change had arisen, and clinging to the remnants of the human emperor's status had become meaningless, potentially hindering the future of humanity. True to his legacy as an unparalleled sovereign, his courage was indeed commendable. Outside the dilapidated door, Giguzi gazed upon the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum, nodding in satisfaction, his words laced with admiration. Among the 100 schools in the spirit realm, only the Taoists were notably absent, for those of the Tao wielded dominion over the heavens and transcended nature, rendering them exempt from kneeling to the edict of the human emperor. Had the true and complete edict of the human emperor existed, even the legendary and most enigmatic founder of Taoism, Laozi, might have bowed in respect. Even Giguzi's understanding of Laozi was limited, lingering on the moment of his ascension when he left the Tao Te Ching at the Honggu Pass. The mysteries of the primordial world cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, a century may have passed in the external world, or conversely, a millennium may have elapsed in the primordial realm. This phenomenon resulted from the primordial world being situated at the center of the universe's chaos, positioned within the chaotic space-time, at the heart of the river of fate. Meanwhile, on Ma Hongjun's side, a peculiar sensation arose. It felt as though an unseen pressure of fortune had suddenly dissipated. Could it be that Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xie, had unexpectedly passed away? As Ma Hongjun examined the treasured map of fortune in his hands, he felt an immense surge of his own fortune, nearly increasing by 30%, prompting him to mutter in contemplation. Fortunately, this was a positive development, and he chose not to dwell on it excessively, instead instructing the Tianwei to closely monitor and report on the situation regarding Emperor Xian. Having completed his governmental duties, Ma Hongjun exhaled deeply. He had been studying governance in the Imperial Study, issuing all commands from there. Cheng Yaojin, the commander of the Imperial Guards, was equally burdened, standing vigil outside day and night. Finally, having dealt with these intricate matters, he realized that such chaotic affairs were not his forte. "Oh, my strategist, when will you return to aid me?" It was not that Ma Hongjun wished to shirk responsibilities, but rather that the accumulation of administrative tasks was overwhelming. Since the strategist Liu Bowen had taken charge on the Tongtiansi front, the political affairs of Wu had fallen solely upon Ma Hongjun's shoulders. Wu was not devoid of talent. However, Liu Bowen's sudden departure to strategize for the pressing military situation left a vacuum without suitable candidates to bear the banner. Trusting others with the responsibilities felt risky, hence the current predicament. When faced with external uncertainties, consult Zhou Yu. When internal matters are undecided, seek Zhang Zhao. It seemed necessary to promote some of the elder statesmen of Wu. Bring Zhang Zhao into the palace. Acting on impulse to escape the political whirlpool, Ma Hongjun found himself compelled to elevate some individuals to positions of authority. The common folk of the Han were suffering greatly this year. It appeared that once he delegated governance to Zhang Zhao, he could afford to relax and perhaps discreetly visit the populace to gauge their sentiments. With whom should he go? Ma Hongjun resolved to set aside administrative tasks, suddenly feeling a wave of relief. Yet he shook his head in resignation, realizing that an abundance of women might not be advantageous. Not that he intended to be boastful, but an excess of women would undoubtedly create a battlefield. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of this. Now an adult, he had long anticipated bringing 3 women into the palace since establishing Wu. In less than 3 months since the founding of Wu, Lu Ji had relinquished his duties to command the Tongtiansi due to the pressing situation. The secret realm of Tongtiansi had transformed into vast lands, islands, and roads due to the merging of 2 realms. Interestingly, aside from islands, the Tongtiansi secret realm also featured 3 thoroughfares leading directly to the Douluo realm, and Wu naturally took it upon themselves to guard one of them. Moreover, due to the fusion of worlds, the Sun and Moon Empire had also merged into Douluo continent, significantly enhancing its strength and compensating for the disparities in power caused by Ma Hongjun leading his people to the Han. The pressing situation on the front lines was also closely tied to the involvement of the Sun and Moon Empire. Yet fortunately, both sides were striving for restraint, aiming to enhance their own strength within this grand historical backdrop, showing no inclination to engage in full-scale conflict. Otherwise, even Ma Hongjun, the king of Wu and Han, would not have been able to remain so leisurely in the rear. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by the announcement of a eunuch that Zhang Zhao had arrived. "Pay your respects to your majesty." Zhang Zhao merely bowed slightly before rising, awaiting Ma Hongjun's words with an air of pride. Originally a trusted minister under Sun Tzu, he was later entrusted to Sun Quan's son. After Ma Hongjun conquered eastern Wu to establish Wuhan, Zhang Zhao had submitted. Yet Ma Hongjun had not immediately reinstated him, but had demoted him a rank to observe, despite Zhang Zhao's considerable talents and understanding of the importance of timing. His unfamiliarity with Ma Hongjun, coupled with his historically prideful nature as he surrendered to Cao Cao during the Battle of Chibi, left Ma Hongjun feeling somewhat wary. However, due to Ma Hongjun's influence, the issues of the Battle of Chibi could evidently not arise again. Upon seeing Zhang Zhao's arrival, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of embarrassment, lamenting that he had been too petty and recognizing that he needed to emulate the grandeur of the ancestral dragon. Zhang Zhao, courtesy name Zibu, realm, soul saint. Ability evaluation, capable statesman. Potential, divine level. Loyalty, 90, diligent and unwavering. Mr. Zibu, you have finally arrived. Come sit, sit. Ma Hongjun greeted warmly, devoid of any regal airs. His ascension to this position was largely due to the system and the encouragement of Lu Ji and others. Upon witnessing Zhang Zhao's loyalty, Ma Hongjun felt an urge to chastise himself. Although he had seen Zhang Zhao a few times, they had never engaged in a private conversation, and thus he had not paid attention to Zhang Zhao's attributes. Thank you, Your Majesty. May I inquire as to the purpose of Your Highness summoning me? Zhang Zhao did not exhibit the typical astonishment of someone favored, but instead calmly seated himself before Ma Hongjun and inquired directly. I wish to promote you to a position in the court to oversee the affairs at the rear of Wuhan. I am curious about your thoughts on this. Ma Hongjun knew Zhang Zhao was forthright, unafraid of authority, and a clever individual who despised beating around the bush. Hence, he responded candidly. Historically, Zhang Zhao was as vital to Sun Wu as Sun Yu was to Chao Wei, serving as a strategist. The reason he never attained the position of prime minister was not due to a lack of capability, but rather because Sun Quan was petty and could not tolerate his straightforward counsel, compounded by the blemish of the Battle of Chibi, which left him in an awkwardly fluctuating position. Your Majesty's actions are those of a wise ruler. Indeed, you are a sagacious monarch, and I have not misjudged you. Oh, so you are confident in handling the affairs of Wuhan? Ma Hongjun was not angered by Zhang Zhao's boldness. Rather, he found it to be a genuine expression of character. If entrusted with the management of rear affairs, I shall not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations, ensuring that General Liu is relieved of all concerns and serving you with utmost dedication until my last breath. Hearing Ma Hongjun's unabashed words, Zhang Zhao grew bolder and knelt before him, requesting the decree. It turned out that Lu Ji had met with Zhang Zhao alone before the expedition, and although the content of their conversation was unknown, it had led Zhang Zhao to fully align himself with Ma Hongjun. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun could not help but feel resigned. Lu Ji clearly understood his character and capabilities and had prepared a contingency for him, yet refrained from disclosing it due to concerns of bias. After all, Lu Ji already held significant military and political power, and any interference in rear affairs would inevitably arouse suspicion among others. Very well, Zhang Zhao. I hereby decree that you shall oversee the affairs of Wuhan, primarily responsible for alleviating all concerns for the frontline forces, and during your leisure, manage some of my more intricate matters. Ma Hongjun promptly issued his royal command, granting Zhang Zhao considerable authority. Chapter 195. The Copper Sparrow locks away the two Qiaos. The strategist truly lived up to his title. Fortunately, I possess a system, otherwise I would not have had such audacity. Aside from Zhang Zhao, Lu Bu's allegiance initially caused Ma Hongjun great unease, yet he chose to assign him significant responsibilities, even though Lu Bu's loyalty was a meager 70 points, just above the threshold. The primary reason for this decision lay in the profound connection between Lu Bu's family and Ma Hongjun. Do not misunderstand. Ma Hongjun harbored no proclivities akin to those of Cao Cao, nor did he possess any peculiar fetishes. Rather, he had once saved Lu Bu's wife, Yin, and daughter, Lu Qiling, from a flood, which had forged a bond that caused Lu Bu's daughter to regard Ma Hongjun as a second father, even more so than her own. This rescue occurred outside Luoyang, where Ma Hongjun intervened during a catastrophic deluge. It was for this reason that Lu Bu, when his territory was seized and he found himself homeless, brought his esteemed subordinates, Zhang Liao, Chen Gong, and Gao Shun, to seek refuge with Ma Hongjun. While Ma Hongjun could refuse Lu Bu and Chen Gong, he found it difficult to turn away Gao Shun, the valiant commander of 800 men, and Zhang Ba Bai, who had historically instilled fear at Ziyijin. To speak candidly, with your wife and daughter both favoring me, what grounds do you have for rebellion? You would not dare, unless Lu Bu wished to face familial estrangement. Based on Ma Hongjun's understanding, while Lu Bu had a rebellious streak, he was exceptionally loyal, especially towards his family. After delegating administrative duties to the highly motivated Zhang Zhao, Ma Hongjun felt an unprecedented sense of ease, sleeping in late the following morning, only rising when the sun was high in the sky. You, a founding emperor, still possess such laziness. Had I known, I would have had your father apply some eye drops. Ning Rongrong brought a basin for washing and teasingly smiled at the awakening Ma Hongjun. If my esteemed father-in-law is willing to assist me, I would be most grateful. I must also thank you, Rongrong, for your trust in leading the entire sect to live in this other world. Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude, quickly springing up and embracing Ning Rongrong. You have grown increasingly beautiful and alluring. Ma Hongjun inhaled the enchanting fragrance of the lovely maiden, playfully teasing her slender waist. Having rushed to Ning Rongrong's palace to sleep without preamble the previous night, he now regretted having been so abrupt. Just as he contemplated drawing closer, the enchanting figure in his arms suddenly morphed into a mischievous sprite. I warn you, there are palace maids outside, should you dare to act inappropriately in broad daylight. I shall. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with gentle warmth. Ma Hongjun felt a sudden chill. No. Ah, yes, the administrative affairs are not too pressing these days. Why don't I take you all out for a stroll? We have been here for quite some time without a proper outing. Ma Hongjun stammered, eager to change the subject. As if you would dare. I shall call Zhu Qing and Ling Ling. If you dare to stand me up again, I shall not let you off lightly. Ning Rongrong feigned ferocity, her heart secretly delighted as she turned to summon her close friends. With only these 3 women in his vast harem, it was evident how dearly he cherished them. Ning Rongrong was well aware of Ma Hongjun's respect for her and understood the lowly status of women in the Han Dynasty. Thus, hearing that Ma Hongjun intended to set aside political matters to take them out for leisure filled her with joy. Although over the past 3 years, she had traveled with Zhu Qing, they had never ventured far. Due to the constraints imposed by Confucian ideals, women face considerable challenges when traveling, even when disguised as men. Accompanied by someone, however, made the experience much more manageable, and being by Ma Hongjun's side allowed them to cast aside all worries. Their first destination was Jiujiang, historically known as Chaisang, the site of Zhou Yu's strategic platform and the place where the Battle of Chibi was initiated. This was a purposeful choice, as the establishment of a dynasty required an abundance of preparations. Though the Tianwei had already begun, certain matters necessitated his personal attention. When Sun Wu was extinguished, Zhou Yu did not follow Sun Quan, but was spared by Ma Hongjun's grace, now residing in Chaisang. Ma Hongjun's visit was also to see if he could win over the talented Zhou Yu. Reflecting on the truth behind Sun Tzu's demise, Ma Hongjun was filled with anticipation for this journey to Chaisang. As he pondered, he could not help but recall the Battle of Chibi. The folding fan remains unblemished. The iron is yet to rust. I shall recognize the previous dynasty through wear and tear. The east wind did not favor Zhou Yu, and the copper sparrow locks away the 2 Qiaos. Among them, Xiao Qiao was Zhou Yu's wife, who naturally accompanied him, while the Qiao, in mourning for Sun Tzu's death, was treated with fraternal respect by Zhou Yu. This information was easily accessible. Ma Hongjun commanded one of the world's most powerful intelligence organizations, making such knowledge trivial. Aside from the fragmented remnants of the Han Dynasty, Ma Hongjun was confident that his Tianwei was the true king of intelligence in this realm. Perhaps during the peak of the Han Dynasty, they could match the Tianwei. However, now that it lay in disarray, the remnants of the Han Dynasty were likely no more formidable than the subordinate factions of Tianwei. The significance of intelligence is self-evident, and in this era, nearly all warlords attach great importance to it. Both Guijia under Cao Cao and Zhuge Liang, the military strategist of Liu Bei, are among the most distinguished advisors, each establishing an entirely new intelligence network based on their respective foundations. Ma Hongjun did not make a grand public appearance. Instead, he opted for a discreet visit accompanied by 3 concubines. The 3 women, disguised as men, surrounded Ma Hongjun, otherwise, with their unparalleled beauty. Tranquility would be hard to maintain along the way. Not far ahead, an unremarkable carriage was proceeding slowly, with the occasional roar of strange beasts echoing from both sides of the official road. A strikingly handsome young man with silver hair was driving the carriage. My dear, do you think the beasts outside could one day dominate vast forests like those in Douluo? Zhu Qing inquired, reclining on Ma Hongjun's leg, curiosity evident in her voice. No, this land lacks the vast forests suitable for soul beasts like the Stardow Forest, and moreover, the Han Dynasty is a realm for humankind, Ma Hongjun gently replied, stroking Zhu Qing's silky hair with confidence. Ning Rongrong had already fallen asleep on the soft bed beside them, as a support-type soul master. Her physical constitution was naturally not comparable to Zhu Qing's. The carriage was being driven by Yi Lingling, a princess of the Jiu Xian Haitang clan, with both women having reverted to their feminine attire within the carriage, albeit still clad in men's clothing. Humanity? Why add race to that? Are there other races besides soul beasts and humans? Yi Lingling, at the carriage's entrance, curiously turned her head to ask. Certainly, although humanity is considered the leader of all beings, in certain worlds, humans do not reign supreme. In fact, in some places, They occupy a lower tier within the food chain of myriad races. Ma Hongjun replied with a faint smile, a hint of melancholy in his tone. I see. Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback, but chose to trust Ma Hongjun without further inquiry. Why must we call you husband? I feel master suits the trends of this era better. I would prefer to call you master. Before Ma Hongjun could lament the dwindling strength of humanity, Ning Rongrong's delicate voice suddenly chimed in, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Indeed, I wish to know you, and may our lives be long and unending. Mountains may crumble, rivers dry, winter, thunder rumble, summer snowfall. Only when heaven and earth unite would I dare to part from you. Zhu Zhuqing teased from the side, pointing out the poetic nature of the era, which explained Rongrong's desire to address him as master. If you wish to call me master, let it be master in public and husband in private. Husband carries profound meaning as well. This term embodies my boundless love for you. Ma Hongjun patiently elucidated, his mood evidently shifting back to his usual demeanor. What meaning? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. The husband in husband implies companionship until old age, while master encompasses more. You are aware that eunuchs are also referred to as masters, signifying my unwavering obedience to you, akin to a servant to their lord. Does this not serve as an affectionate title for you? Ma Hongjun explained with a blend of sincerity and jest. Upon hearing his explanation, the three women were moved to tears, leaving Ma Hongjun feeling somewhat awkward, reflecting on how women indeed require gentle persuasion. After calming them, Ma Hongjun noticed the blazing summer sun outside and, finding the heat unbearable, took over the reins from Yi Lingling. Upon departing the borders of Jinya and entering the territory of Chaisang, the sight before Ma Hongjun was profoundly shocking. As they continued along the official road, many emaciated citizens began to appear, with scenes of contention erupting over a single pancake. Let me stop and see what is happening ahead. You three stay inside, Ma Hongjun instructed, bringing the carriage to a halt. He hastily made his way forward. That's my pancake. This is my pancake, you bandits. This is the sustenance for my entire family. Where is your conscience? Cried a woman with 2 children, her voice filled with despair as she witnessed 3 middle-aged men fighting over a pancake. Stop. How can you commit such acts under the bright sun? This is a disgrace to the people of Wuhan. Ma Hongjun, as the ruler, wore a deeply troubled expression. The citizens of Wu had resorted to violence over a pancake, and if news of this reached Wei Han or Shu Han, he would have no face left. It was a direct affront to his dignity. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun emerge, radiating the unique aura of authority, the 3 men grappling for the pancake felt as if they had been targeted by a ferocious beast, their hair standing on end. Please spare us. We are simply too hungry. We meant her no harm. We truly realize our mistake. Please spare us. One middle-aged man pleaded, kneeling in supplication. The other 2, witnessing his act, hastily swallowed the last bite of pancake and similarly knelt, begging for mercy. You, Sai, how did it come to this? How can my people of Wu have fallen to such a state? Ma Hongjun lamented, a flicker of unnameable anger igniting within him. Please, my lord, have mercy. We are in dire straits. The citizens are all left with nothing, and it is desperation that drives us to this. The 3 men implored, their faces pale and weary, yet still fervently pleading for mercy. Indeed, disasters abound, yet they only provide seeds for us to plant, offering a mere bowl of watery porridge as emergency relief, which is hardly sufficient for sustenance. Another man quickly added an explanation. Since the founding of Wuhan, we have not faced such calamity. The government distributes seeds, yet why is there no harvest, and why do we suffer from disasters? Ma Hongjun, skeptical, looked toward the mother and daughter nearby, seeking confirmation of the men's claims. The woman replied, Alas, what they say is true. We are indeed experiencing a pestilence here. Her expression was mournful as she accepted the grim reality, now that the men had shared the pancake. Ma Hongjun, who had always believed in teaching one to fish rather than merely giving fish, recognized that while providing emergency relief through porridge was merely a temporary fix, he typically distributed seeds to allow the populace to cultivate their own food. A moment of reflection made him realize that this was indeed his oversight, a consequence of his own policies, and little wonder that the heavenly guards hesitated to report the plight here. Pestilence? Suddenly, the implication of the woman's words caught Ma Hongjun's attention, plunging him into deep contemplation. He then retrieved 6 meat pancakes from his belongings and tossed them to the men, asking what kind of pestilence. Even the 2 small children, 1 boy and 1 girl, received a pancake. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, they exclaimed, gratitude evident in their voices. The smallest girl, unable to contain her excitement, quickly broke off a piece of the meat pancake and, glancing back at Ma Hongjun, offered him half, saying, "Here, big brother, you should eat too. It's so delicious." "Ha ha, brother will not eat. Be good and save it for later," Ma Hongjun chuckled, gently ruffling the girl's adorable head. "Thank you for saving us, my lord." The monsters possess formidable weapons. Their black and red shells instill fear in the populace, and the field have been ravaged. The people believe this to be a heavenly omen, with monsters running rampant. The woman, displaying her courtesy, spoke again only when Ma Hongjun turned to her, eager to provide further explanation. Indeed, wherever this pest traverses, life ceases to flourish. Its path is marked by a viscous residue, and the air is laden with a foul stench. Initially confined to the rice paddies within mere days, these grotesque creatures have infiltrated the homes of the common folk, rendering us unable to return to our abodes. It will be prudent for you, sir, to hasten your departure and refrain from advancing further. Just as he spoke, an elderly passerby approached, offering counsel. Ma Hongjun gazed ahead and noted the throngs of people surging toward them. "Oh, good sir, where might you be headed?" Ma Hongjun pondered, swallowing his apprehension and addressing the elder. Sighing, the elder replied, "Do you see the multitude behind us? They are unfortunate souls fleeing to the capital. Some have fallen into the clutches of these creatures, their bodies instantaneously torn asunder. We are all suffering due to this monstrous pestilence. To be candid, I am an official dispatched by the court to address this locust catastrophe, having journeyed from the capital. I too have encountered these creatures and surmise they now abound. However, the court has devised a resolution, and it is likely that effective measures have been implemented. Why not accompany me back? We can assess the situation and observe the results of the intervention within a day." Ma Hongjun articulated his thoughts gently, intending to instill confidence in the elder. In a flourish, he summoned the celestial flames from above, unfurling his fiery phoenix wings behind him as a testament to his prowess. Suspended in midair, his countenance resembled a finely crafted blade, with striking features that radiated both beauty and strength. The populace of Wu Kingdom marveled, recognizing him as an awakened being of extraordinary might, capable of flight, truly a divine entity. The people, seemingly intimidated, were in fact more inclined to revere the powerful. The common folk of the Han dynasty possessed a deeper understanding of respect compared to those from Douluo continent, in awe of Ma Hongjun's formidable abilities. The crowd retreated before his carriage, heading back to Chaisang. While the physical capabilities of the ordinary citizens of the Han had improved due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, most remained in the realm of the mundane, with limited enhancement. Only soldiers who trained regularly exhibited noticeable advancements, and the awakened martial souls were predominantly weapon or body types, with flight-type souls being non-existent. The elder discerned this, due to his encounters with individuals from the Douluo world, as the knowledge of Douluo continent was no longer a secret to the Han. The lords of the three kingdoms had long since reconciled and united to safeguard the secret realm of Tongtian Sea, a fact well known among the populace. This was one of the reasons Ma Hongjun felt confident in persuading Zhou Yu to emerge from seclusion. "Ha! Come, let us indulge in a feast. I shall treat you all." After the crowd had turned back toward Chaisang, Ma Hongjun returned to his carriage, joyfully addressing the three women. "Are we not tasked with addressing the locust disaster? Perhaps it is best to prioritize state affairs and first assess the situation," suggested Yi Lingling, ever perceptive. The other two women nodded in agreement, reluctant to allow their leisure to impede matters of national concern, and even less willing to cause the common folk to suffer dislocation due to personal desires. Rest assured, feasting and resolving the locust crisis are not mutually exclusive. Once we have dined, the disaster will naturally dissipate, Ma Hongjun declared, almost impatient to validate his beliefs. Thus, he drove the carriage in pursuit of the refugees. Half an hour later, upon sighting the creatures bearing pincers and red-black shells, Ma Hongjun felt an immense sense of relief, realizing the task at hand was manageable. "Zhu Qing, prepare a larger wooden barrel and fill it halfway with water. We shall proceed to the Zhou residence and collect the pests we encounter along the way." He instructed Zhu Qing upon reaching the relay station and securing the carriage. Zhu Qing, typically taciturn before outsiders, resumed her usual icy demeanor after alighting from the carriage. "This little pest exhibits minimal soul energy fluctuations. Why do these people fear it so?" Ning Rongrong inquired, picking up a small creature with a handkerchief. "Its scientific name is Xialongxia. It indeed possesses little strength, easily vanquished by an ordinary person. However, should one fall prey to its pincers, the pain can be considerable. In larger numbers, they can indeed pose a threat, especially to crops in rice fields and farms, Ma Hongjun explained with a smile, his eyes sparkling with enigmatic light. Suddenly, the Xiaolongxia in Ning Rongrong's grasp raised its pincers and clamped down on her hand for the handkerchief. Bold and wicked creature, great dragon of heaven, supreme spell of the universe. Wrong incantation, let's start again. Be cautious. Are you unharmed? Ma Hongjun, after witnessing the incident, cruelly pried the creature's pincers apart, expressing concern. Ugh, why must you be so gruesome? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, discarding the handkerchief tainted with the creature's insides. I had no choice. This beast will not release its grip unless it is dead, Ma Hongjun replied, unfazed by the mess as he picked up the soiled handkerchief and wiped his hands with a clean section, resigned. Yi Lingling, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Humph, how does it feel to be the center of attention? You deserve it. Just then, Zhu Qing returned with a large barrel. How did you procure it so swiftly? Ma Hongjun inquired, eyeing the water container with suspicion. There was no one ahead. If it is unnecessary, I shall return it, Zhu Qing replied, her face flushing, feigning nonchalance. Zhu Qing certainly would not disclose that she had retrieved the water from a well near a large estate, having left a gold soul coin as a token of goodwill while inscribing a note indicating her intention to purchase the barrel. Thus, the three continued their journey, gathering the stray Xiaolongxia they encountered along the road. Before long, they arrived at a grand and imposing estate, Zhou residence. A queue had formed beside the stone lions at the entrance, where individuals were distributing porridge. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun was surprised to find that the porridge was being served by two elegantly simple yet stunning women. The elder of the two was not much shorter than Zhu Qing, and her long legs could rival those of the tall and robust Ma Hongjun. Good sir, who are those two serving porridge? Ma Hongjun inquired of a gaunt middle-aged man in line, suspecting the answer. The gentleman replied, you must be a traveler from afar. The two ahead are the renowned wives of the Zhou family from Jiangdong. Thanks to their charity, we have been able to eat these past few days. They are our saviors. I see you are of noble descent. Please do not contest with us for sustenance, alas. The man, noticing Ma Hongjun's luxurious attire, spoke with utmost respect before hastily returning to his place in line. Ma Hongjun shook his head in resignation, preparing to reward the man, but he dashed away too swiftly. Glancing at the two women, he led the disguised trio toward the grand entrance of the Zhou residence. Please inform the master of the Zhou family that an envoy from Jinling City has arrived to present a solution to the locust disaster, Ma Hongjun said, handing a jade pendant to the gatekeeper, eloquently displaying his humility. Jianya, also known as Jinling City, has long been the aspiration of Ma Hongjun to be officially recognized as Jinling. However, due to the delays caused by the Tongtian sea battles, this has become an open secret among the upper echelons of society. With the increasing prosperity of Jianya, many are already informally referring to it as Jinling. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I shall report to the head of the family immediately. Upon hearing that someone from Jinling City had arrived, the servant's eyes brightened, and he hurried off to inform the others. If Zhou Yu were aware of your royal status, and yet found you so courteous in your greetings, he would surely not disdain you, Ning Rongrong said cheerfully while standing beside Ma Hongjun, though a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. A closer look would reveal that, like Zhu Qing and Yi Lingling, her gaze often drifted towards the areas where the disaster-stricken were receiving their porridge, clearly yearning to personally assist and alleviate their suffering. Let's hope so. You need not concern yourselves any further. Since I am here, I shall certainly address the locust plague, Ma Hongjun observed, his keen insight immediately discerning the thoughts of the three women, offering them comfort. In chapter 198, the three women gazed at Ma Hongjun with admiration and delight. Only Zhu Qing, upon regaining her composure, oscillated her gaze between the small crayfish in her hand and Ma Hongjun, unable to fathom how he intended to resolve the locust crisis. Soon, a handsome young man emerged from the residence, scrutinizing Ma Hongjun from head to toe. I apologize for not personally welcoming the esteemed guest from Jinling. Please forgive this oversight, Zhou Yu said, his expression shifting dramatically upon seeing Ma Hongjun. He maintained a facade of calmness as he bowed and invited him inside. No need for such formality, Zhou family head. Rongrong, you and Lingling should find accommodations at the family inn first. I shall converse with Zhu Qing in the Zhou residence before joining you, Ma Hongjun replied, returning the gesture to Zhou Yu. Knowing that Zhou Yu had recognized his identity, he instructed Ning Rongrong and the others to leave, not out of fear of Zhou Yu's actions, but to avoid the awkwardness of bringing a whole entourage into the residence, thereby deliberately dismissing the two women as a show of trust toward Zhou Yu. After all, on the surface, the two women were also powerful soul saints, and having them present would imply distrust toward Zhou Yu. Like most renowned figures in the Three Kingdoms, Zhou Yu had been endowed with the energy of meteor tears, rapidly enhancing his strength and talent. He had now reached the level of a soul Douluo, akin to Ma Hongjun. As Ma Hongjun and Zhou Yu walked side by side through the gates of the Zhou residence, Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly followed behind with a water bucket in hand. The imposing entrance, adorned with intricate brick carvings and floral motifs, exuded elegance and clarity. The courtyard was exquisitely designed, reflecting the owner's nobility and cultured demeanor. Without mentioning the grandeur of the main hall, even the corridor connecting to the rear courtyard was meticulously crafted, presenting its own unique charm. Upon entering the main hall, Zhou Yu graciously offered the principal seat to Ma Hongjun, taking the guest seat himself, which surprised Ma Hongjun greatly. This was not the same Zhou Yu who had previously rejected his overtures during the establishment of the Wu Kingdom. Very well, you may all withdraw. I have urgent matters to discuss. Who is this? Zhou Yu initiated, dismissing his attendants, then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and inquired. My wife, Ma Hongjun replied, unreservedly taking a sip from the tea on the table. I have met the prince and the princess. I was unaware of your arrival, and I apologize for any discourtesy. May I inquire about your method for resolving the locust plague? Zhou Yu spoke, appearing to apologize for his rudeness. Yet there was little reverence in his demeanor toward Ma Hongjun. He promptly asked the reason behind Ma Hongjun's unusual courtesy. To eat. Although aware of Zhou Yu's concern for the common folk of Jiangdong, Ma Hongjun refrained from leveraging this to compel Zhou Yu's allegiance. After all, these were his subjects and fellow countrymen. He would never jest with their lives. Eat? Insects? How can that be possible? Zhou Yu exclaimed, a wave of nausea washing over him as he looked at Ma Hongjun with a horrified expression. Shocked, he thought, what kind of person is this? This is too audacious. To him, the crayfish are no different from cockroaches in modern understanding. A person who consumes cockroaches, how can one not be intimidated? The gravity of this proclamation, uttered from the lips of an emperor, was indeed remarkable. Actions speak louder than words. Zhu Qing, pass me the bucket. Gongjin, please fetch an iron pot and various ingredients for the kitchen, as I instructed, Ma Hongjun said, revealing the diverse ingredients and cookware within his spatial ring. Yet, to provide Zhou Yu with a sense of involvement, he assigned him a task, thereby subtly courting Zhou Yu's favor. Although Ma Hongjun appeared harmless, he possessed a cunning nature, especially after ascending to the throne, where he unconsciously employed imperial tactics as a habitual practice. However, he still had much room for growth. While it has been said that great achievers do not sweat the small stuff, Ma Hongjun paid special attention to the future of his subordinates, regarding anything related to them as significant. Zhou Yu merely smiled, not overly concerned, and leisurely instructed his servants to procure the necessary items, personally assisting in the process. As a top strategist and commander, he understood that Ma Hongjun's intentions were not merely to address the locust plague. Yet, he was pleased to assist. After the events of the Tontian Sea, he had developed aspirations to serve the court. However, wise individuals possess their own methods and pride. A genius is a genius precisely because they know how to leverage their value while being perceptive to the nuances of those around them. Sometimes, waiting for the right opportunity is more advantageous than pursuing it actively, making it easier to gain the attention of the upper echelons and demonstrate one's worth. Very well. I have instructed my servants to prepare everything. Are these insects truly edible? Zhou Yu inquired as he returned to his seat, scrutinizing Ma Hongjun's expression closely. Indeed, Ma Hongjun affirmed confidently. All right, since your highness is so assured, I shall await the outcome. If you can resolve the locust crisis, I shall regard you with utmost respect. If not, then so be it. Please, let us proceed to the eastern kitchen, Zhou Yu said, secretly making up his mind while inviting Ma Hongjun to follow. A gentleman's word is his bond. Ma Hongjun quickly rose, expressing his delight. This statement implied, I see through your intentions. If you can resolve the locust plague, then we can negotiate. If not, then you may return whence you came. It must be said that Ma Hongjun was still somewhat naive. He had merely uttered the word eat, and Zhou Yu had already vaguely deduced his intentions, placing emphasis on whether the insects were indeed edible. Through additional subtle cues, Zhou Yu discerned Ma Hongjun's purpose for visiting, showcasing his exceptional intellect. Given the connection with the Douluo world for the past 3 to 4 years, the variety of ingredients in the three kingdoms had become abundant. Essential items like garlic and chili were easily obtainable and inexpensive, allowing nearly every household to acquire them. As for the saying that a gentleman should avoid the kitchen, the reality was not so rigid. In special circumstances, it was permissible for men to cook, and the phrase did not imply that men could not engage in culinary endeavors. Ma Hongjun taught the servants, alongside Zhu Zhuqing, how to devein the shrimp. The reason for his hands-on approach was that the servants harbored a certain trepidation towards the crayfish, and he felt compelled to set an example. A large bucket of crayfish was swiftly processed. After half an hour, the tantalizing aroma of the freshly cooked crayfish wafted throughout the eastern kitchen, significantly enhancing everyone's appetite and dispelling their fear of the delicacy. Unable to contain his excitement, Ma Hongjun eagerly split open a crayfish, revealing the tender flesh within, complemented by a spicy sauce. Upon tasting it, the texture was soft and the flavor was invigorating, truly irresistible. Delicious. It has been ages since I savored such exquisite cuisine. Come, Zhuqing, you must try one. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, swiftly peeling another crayfish to hand to Zhu Zhuqing. He then succumbed to temptation, peeling one for himself. Dipping the succulent meat into the spicy sauce before relishing it, the heat was exhilarating. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's enjoyment, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't resist grabbing a crayfish from her bowl, instantly captivated by the flavors, savoring every bite. Come, Gongjin, do sit down. There's far too much for us to finish, Ma Hongjun remarked, turning to the stunned Zhou Yu beside him without a hint of reservation, as if in his own home. A table laden with crayfish truly embodied the freedom of indulging in this delicacy. Garlic crayfish, spicy crayfish, 13-spice crayfish, steamed crayfish, and a plethora of other preparations. In a moment of reflection, Zhou Yu, witnessing Ma Hongjun's willingness to test the waters, dared not remain standing and promptly took a seat, mimicking Ma Hongjun's actions to indulge in the crayfish. As the dish slid down his throat, his pupils dilated. He was astonished to find that it bore none of the foul odor typically associated with live crayfish. Its taste was exquisite. What do you think? Do you believe that once these methods become widespread, the pestilence will be resolved? Ma Hongjun finally set aside his desire to continue eating, wiped his hands, and smiled at Zhou Yu, inquiring, Indeed, Yu pledges loyalty to your highness. Henceforth, I shall serve you faithfully, Zhou Yu replied, hastily cleaning his hands and rising to bow. Please rise. Your assistance is as invaluable to me as Han Xian was to Gaozu, as fish require water. Ma Hongjun expressed his admiration. Rising without regard for the chair, he nearly toppled in his excitement, steadying Zhou Yu's shoulder. He had not anticipated capturing Zhou Yu's allegiance so effortlessly. He initially intended to resolve the pestilence before seeking to win Zhou Yu over, and had prepared extensively for the task. Yet, the process unfolded smoothly. To aid your highness in pacifying the chaotic times and alleviating foreign threats is my lifelong ambition, Zhou Yu declared, visibly moved. Every minister desires the sovereign's favor. Zhou Yu's support of Sun Tzu stemmed from their deep bond, while his allegiance to Sun Quan was due to both Sun Tzu's dying wish and Sun Quan's respect for him. Furthermore, given the pervasive intelligence network, the circumstances surrounding Sun Tzu's death were rife with doubts, likely stemming from internal conflicts within Sun Wu. It was evident who stood to gain the most from the turmoil in Eastern Wu. Following Sun Tzu's demise, Ma Hongjun capitalized on the situation to challenge Eastern Wu, which, under Sun Quan, crumbled within 3 years. Since the establishment of the Wu Han dynasty, significant advancements have been made across various sectors. The populace enjoyed a prosperous life, with every household abundant in grain. Had it not been for the pestilence, the region would have flourished even more, particularly in the capital, Jinling. The advantages of modern industrial techniques were combined with the craftsmanship inherited from Huaxia, transforming it into a world-renowned city in a mere 6 months. Such a formidable leader naturally inspired admiration, and even the astute Zhou Yu could not resist the allure. As the guardians of our people's sustenance, we must set a precedent and avoid waste. Let us continue to feast. Oh, how about inviting our esteemed ladies to join us? Ma Hongjun suggested, recalling the busy figures of Xiao Qiao and De Qiao at the entrance, realizing they likely had yet to dine. Yes, your highness. Someone, please invite the ladies to dine in the main hall. Zhou Yu responded without hesitation, eschewing any futile notions. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was enjoying the meal beside him. With Zhu Zhuqing's stature and beauty, it was impossible to overlook her femininity, Only a fool would dare utter that women should not partake in such gatherings, potentially offending a royal consort or future wife. Ma Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. Conversing with intelligent individuals was effortless, relieving him of any concerns. Before long, the two women arrived, having changed into fresh garments, and after offering a slight bow to Ma Hongjun, they settled beside Zhou Yu. The lively Xiao Qiao, enticed by the delightful aroma, could no longer contain her curiosity, inquiring, "What dish is this? It smells so delicious." "Haha, this is the crayfish personally prepared by Your Highness, meant for you to sample," Zhou Yu explained with great fondness for his wife. "Crayfish?" Xiao Qiao queried, unfamiliar with the term, while the servants had briefed them on Ma Hongjun's identity upon their arrival. "Indeed, what you refer to as bugs. Are you brave enough to try it?" Ma Hongjun teased, handing a peeled crayfish to Zhu Zhuqing before playfully challenging the two women. "Humph, what is there to fear? I shall taste it too." Xiao Qiao, unable to resist the challenge, eagerly grabbed a crayfish and, emulating Ma Hongjun, peeled off the shell before devouring it. Zhou Yu cast an apologetic glance at Ma Hongjun, as if to convey, "Please forgive my wife. She is not well-mannered." Ma Hongjun bore no ill will, and turning to the quietly observant De Qiao, he gently suggested, "Lady Sun, you should also sample this delicacy. To truly resolve the pestilence, we must lead by example." "Thank you, Your Highness," De Qiao replied, joining in to savor the crayfish. The five of them soon devoured a substantial portion of the feast, reaching a point of fullness. "We cannot waste any of this. Please pack some for me to take back to the inn for my two wives to enjoy," Ma Hongjun said, rising to wash his hands in a basin prepared nearby. He was still adjusting to the ancient manner of speech, but fortunately, many who had come from the Douluo realm over the past 3 years were accustomed to this straightforward dialogue, which was both easy to understand and widely accepted. Only in formal settings would elaborate language be employed. In private, simplicity reigned. "Your Highness's affection for the three princesses is truly profound," Xiao Qiao remarked enviously to Zhu Zhuqing. Throughout the meal, through Xiao Qiao's overtures, she had become quite familiar with the initially reticent Zhu Zhuqing, forging a budding friendship. Often, the bonds among women are formed effortlessly, and it is not uncommon to feel an instant connection, reminiscent of the quick relationships formed in Ma Hongjun's previous life, where in just a few exchanges, they would affectionately call each other wife. Ma Hongjun declined the hospitality request of the Zhou family, returning to the inn with Zhu Zhuqing. Upon entering, he utilized the warmth of the phoenix flames to heat the crayfish within the spatial soul guide. The following day, a multitude of food stalls sprang up before the Zhou residence, distributing crayfish and steamed buns, with business thriving to the extent that several women joined to assist. As the household staff struggled to keep up, a prominent sign was erected declaring, "Purchasing crayfish at 5 copper soul coins per pound," equivalent to a modern purchasing power of 5 yuan. Due to the inherent value and superiority of the Douluo gold coin system, the Han authorities were almost entirely reclaiming old copper coins in exchange for gold and silver soul coins. The streets were bustling with citizens, each bending down to catch crayfish. Within half a day, the crayfish supply in the city was entirely depleted. In the following days, the populace began to venture outside the city, scouring rice fields and small villages, wiping out any trace of crayfish. The appetite of food enthusiasts is boundless. Within a mere week, crayfish became nearly extinct in the farmlands, even the rice paddies. By this time, the pestilence had been largely overcome. Nearly everyone had learned to prepare crayfish and enjoyed them. Apart from the occasional individual with shellfish allergies, it had become a staple food in every household. Some prominent families even discovered business opportunities and began to cultivate crayfish artificially. As long as they adhered to the requirements, Ma Hongjun showed no inclination to interfere, instead welcoming their endeavors. Subsequently, the Zhou family commenced relocation, with Zhou Yu actively proposing to shift the family's focus to Jinling City, primarily to bring his kin there and alleviate all of Ma Hongjun's suspicions. Ma Hongjun did not disappoint Zhou Yu, presenting an imperial decree appointing Zhou Yu as the Grand Commander of the Navy, permitting him to set sail for the Tongtian Sea, commanding a total of 50,000 naval troops from Wuhan. It is essential to note that within the Tongtian Sea, apart from 3 main roads leading directly to the continent, there are endless maritime routes, underscoring the Navy's undeniable significance during wartime, akin to a nation's lifeblood. Zhou Yu recognized his own expertise in naval warfare. While Wuhan was not lacking in naval generals, it was in dire need of a commander. Currently, The naval defense line in the waters of Wuhan was managed by the two great naval generals, Gan Ning and Jiang Qin, who were stationed on either flank. Although both were exceptionally skilled swimmers with maritime abilities, they still felt a tremendous pressure against the advanced soul-guided warships of Douluo continent. Chapter 200, Refining Salt, Salt Quota thereafter. Zhou Yu led his troops to the secret realm of the Tongtian Sea, while Ma Hongjun continued to travel with the three women, enriching their experiences of life and the populace. Meanwhile, the Douluo realm had suddenly intensified its offensive against Huaxia, a situation stemming from the recent involvement of the Sun Moon Empire's prince, who personally piloted a top-tier soul-guided ship to the battlefield. In an effort to alleviate the conflicts with the forces on Douluo continent, the Sun Moon Prince entered the battlefield of the Tongtian Sea. However, he encountered the formidable General Guan Yu of the Shu Kingdom, who was patrolling the area. After a fierce battle, despite the advanced soul-guided equipment at his disposal, the Sun Moon Prince found himself outmatched by the valiant Guan Yu. Having gained some fortuitous opportunity, had significantly enhanced his strength, reaching the pinnacle level of a title Douluo. Notably, even the renowned warrior Lu Bu felt immense pressure from Guan Yu's initial 3 strikes on the battlefield. In a short time, under the cover of Wei and Wu states, Guan Yu demonstrated unparalleled prowess, capturing a wealth of advanced soul-guided devices and directly seizing the prince of the Sun Moon Empire. This was a remarkable victory, although the aftermath of spoils led to discord among the 3 kingdoms. The dilemma of whether to release the prince or not posed a significant challenge. Releasing him might signal fear of the Sun Moon Empire, potentially prompting further aggression, while keeping him captive was akin to holding a hot potato, likely igniting more intense warfare. Concurrently, the Sun Moon Empire, in alliance with the 2 major empires of Douluo continent, issued an ultimatum to the Shu Kingdom: return the Sun Moon Prince, surrender Guan Yu, and assist in capturing the Sun Moon Prince along with the Shu Han Navy, or face relentless assaults from elite-titled Douluos targeting Guan Yu and a full-scale onslaught on Shu Han. Liu Bei, not one to be trifled with, affirmed that he would never surrender the Sun Moon Prince, let alone his sworn brother, and began discussions with the other 2 allied states on how to address the issue of the Sun Moon Prince. While accompanying the 3 women exploring the mountains and waters, Ma Hongjun received a letter from Tian Wei, inquiring how to deal with the Sun Moon Prince and whether to ensure Guan Yu's safety. Ma Hongjun sighed, realizing that the war in the Tongtian Sea would not end soon, but Zhou Yu's arrival would undoubtedly alleviate much of the strategist's burden. Matters regarding the dynasty would require careful deliberation. After officially recognizing Zhou Yu's leadership, Ma Hongjun gained a clearer understanding of Zhou Yu's talents, having discovered a more detailed method of utilizing the exploration system. By consuming a portion of fortune value, he could assess the talents, strength, and hidden skills of his subordinates. Zhou Yu's profile revealed: strength, level 79 soul sage, martial spirit, water potential, divine potential, talent skill, god of water warfare. When commanding the navy, he would take advantage of favorable weather and terrain. Hidden skill, rapid movement on water. This skill could manipulate seawater to enhance the marching speed of the army at sea, up to 3 times faster. Ma Hongjun contemplated this without a shred of hesitation and promptly penned a reply. First, ensure Guan Yu's safety. He must not come to harm. Deploy Wuhan's mightiest general, Lu Bu, to lie in ambush around Guan Yu, awaiting the approach of elite-titled Douluos. Second, take custody of the Sun Moon Prince. Imprison him in a celestial prison to alleviate pressure on Shu Han. We must not allow ourselves to be divided and conquered. Third, swiftly repel the allied forces of Douluo and return to Wuhan for significant discussions. Ma Hongjun refrained from divulging matters concerning the dynasty to anyone, nor would he forewarn others through correspondence. Among the 3 kingdoms, Wuhan boasted the strongest elite forces, while Shu Han was the weakest, which is why Ma Hongjun chose to take in the Sun Moon Prince for the greater good. This suggestion, though seemingly thankless, actually established a noble example for Wuhan, reflecting a sense of national righteousness and fostering unity among the 3 kingdoms. After accomplishing these tasks, the 4 continued their exploration around several villages encircling Jinling City. The first stop was Ma Hongjun's ancestral home, Wutong Village, where all residents had moved from the Douluo world over 3 years ago. Notably, many teachers from Shrek Academy, along with families willing to relocate to Huaxia, had settled near Wutong Village. The second stop was Qibao Village, which, as its name implies, was home to disciples of the Qibao, Liuli sect, and members of affiliated families like the Swordbone Daw. The third stop was the Jiuxin Haidang clan, located to the south of Jinling City, behind the city. The fourth stop was Zhu Family Village, also Ma Hongjuan's in-laws, and Zhu Zhuqing's ancestral home. These four factions were responsible for guarding Jinling City, forming a strategic alliance that enhanced the city's standing. Though referred to as villages, they were hardly inferior to some underdeveloped towns, particularly in terms of economy and infrastructure. The only distinction from towns was their size. The saying, small temple, yet complete, could not be more fitting, especially for Shrek Academy, as the sole Master Academy. It had rapidly gained fame in the Han Dynasty, rivaling Yingchuan Academy. In the vast realm of the Great Han, only these two academies possess the remarkable ability to awaken martial souls. Unlike the world of Douluo, the awakened martial souls here are referred to as battle souls, and those who achieve awakening are endowed with considerable talent, while those who fail to awaken do not manifest any martial soul. The notion of a useless martial soul does not exist here, which underscores the esteemed status of these two academies. Ma Hongjun, filled with curiosity, pondered how the Yingchuan Academy managed to possess the magical array for awakening, as well as the instruments for testing soul power. However, according to the intelligence from Tianwei, their method of awakening diverges significantly from the martial soul awakening of Douluo continent, employing an array that is unprecedented. Nevertheless, since they ultimately arrive at similar outcomes, he did not dwell on it excessively. In Jinling City, stable as a mountain, after concluding his travels, Ma Hongjun did not intend to return immediately, but instead commenced inspections throughout the lands of Wuhan's. As his inspections progressed, he uncovered the most pressing issue troubling the common folk: salt. Yes, salt. Although various resources brought from Douluo continent included a significant amount of salt, it remains a non-renewable resource. Moreover, in comparison to the fine salt of his past life, the coarse salt of Douluo continent was considerably inferior. Hence, Ma Hongjun, accompanied by the three ladies, began to devise methods for refining salt. Drawing upon his somewhat hazy chemical memories from his previous life, he finally succeeded in producing edible fine salt after a week of research. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun summoned Tianwei to initiate this endeavor, insisting on strict confidentiality regarding the method and ensuring that the salt mines remained under official control. Ultimately, he also discovered the method for extracting sea salt and entrusted the entire process to Tianwei. Within half a month, the citizens of Wuhan's rejoiced, taking to the streets to extol the virtues and wisdom of Ma Hongjun. The price of salt plummeted, with fine salt costing merely 1 copper coin per pound. This was indeed an exhilarating development, as the price of salt had decreased by more than tenfold. It is noteworthy that an ordinary meal costs 2 copper coins. Soon, the prominent families within Wuhan's began to express their dissatisfaction, petitioning to raise the price of salt. Ma Hongjun, caught in a dilemma, returned to court and subsequently established 3 tiers for the salt price, focusing on packaging. He categorized table salt into 3 grades: edible salt, fine salt, and tribute salt. He also allowed these noble families to utilize their channels to sell within the Great Han, with the court supplying these families at the original price, permitting them to sell at a markup of no more than 5 times, yet forbidding sales within Wuhan's. This temporarily silenced the noble families, who understood that Ma Hongjun, as the founding emperor, wielded absolute power and would not be easily coerced. Had it not been for the significant impact on their interests, they would not have dared to make a fuss. Consequently, the 3 types of edible salt from the kingdom of Wu swiftly dominated the entire salt market of the Great Han. Meanwhile, the process of salt refinement began to lag behind, but fortunately, with a plethora of personnel in Tianwei, they selected those possessing water and fire-type martial souls to assist in the refinement, which stabilized the operation. The treasury of the kingdom of Wu flourished as a result. My lord, why must we entrust the salt we refined to those noble families for sale? If they're discontent, we can simply suppress them, Yi Lingling inquired, somewhat displeased, as she sat across from Ma Hongjun at the dining table. The 3 ladies harbored no fondness for the families that disrupted their travels. Sister Lingling, even without granting these families the right to sell, they would still procure it within Wuhan's and smuggle it to Wei and Shu at inflated prices, Ning Rongrong clarified, displaying her understanding of politics. Indeed, it is better to keep the price of salt at a certain level and grant them authorization. Moreover, they're not the only ones permitted to sell in Wei and Shu. The majority still belongs to us officially. We determine the supply quantity, and without the means of production, they will always rely on us, firmly binding them to our ship of destiny, Ma Hongjun elaborated, affectionately addressing the three ladies. All right, I see now why you would not yield to these individuals. My Nine Hearts Si-Tang family also deserves a share, Yi Lingling exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy. I too wish for a share. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must also be bound to the ship of destiny, Ning Rongrong eagerly insisted. So do I, Zhu Zhuqing. Though more reserved, expressed her agreement. Haha, you are truly my wonderful wives, always considering my best interests. I am exceedingly fortunate to have you, Ma Hongjun remarked, feeling elated at their harmonious interaction, which was precisely the kind of companionship he cherished. Little did the three families know that while the ladies appeared to be advocating for their maternal clans, they were, in fact, subtly diverting interests elsewhere, leaving one to wonder whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 201. The dining limit order on this day, buoyed by his substantial earnings, Ma Hongjun, in a jubilant mood, decided to host a grand banquet for the ministers, inviting their families to celebrate the flourishing treasury. That evening, in the expansive square outside the palace, temporary tents were erected, and lights were lit, with over 100 tables laden with exquisite delicacies. However, during the event, an incident occurred that left Ma Hongjun both furious and disheartened. After dining, he made his way to the rear palace. Infuriating. Truly infuriating. The recent pestilence has just passed, and most households lack surplus grain. The soldiers at the front lines endure only inedible military rations. Yet these ministers are so ungrateful. I host a grand feast for them, and they waste more than they consume. Such behavior is utterly unforgivable, Ma Hongjun lamented, sitting down at Ning Rongrong's quarters, his frustration boiling over as he banged the table while complaining to her. What do you mean by waste? Ning Rongrong gently inquired, pouring tea for him. Alas, the exquisite mountain and sea delicacies were mostly consumed. But the ordinary dishes were hardly touched. Some were barely nibbled. Ma Hongjun sighed, growing increasingly agitated as he raised his teacup, only to set it down in exasperation. As a monarch, Ma Hongjun naturally occupied a prominent position in the square, allowing him to observe everything that transpired. Perhaps these civil officials have grown accustomed to extravagant feasts and find it difficult to appreciate homely fare, Ning Rongrong speculated, recalling her own experience upon arriving at Shrek Academy. They're suffering from princess syndrome, worse than when you first arrived at Shrek Academy. The meals at Shrek were indeed lacking in flavor. But these dishes were prepared by royal chefs, and even the least of them surpasses the best fare we had at Shrek, Ma Hongjun retorted, his mood not improving. Ning Rongrong fell silent, puffing up her cheeks in a sulky manner. I wasn't referring to you, dear Rongrong. You are far superior to them, Ma Hongjun quickly reassured her, noticing her expression change. Well, as long as you understand, I am no longer as willful as I was in my youth, Ning Rongrong replied with a playful smile, her pride shining through. Indeed, my dear Rongrong has matured into a gracious and virtuous person, far better than these ministers, Ma Hongjun praised, his words bringing a smile to her face. Thus, they soon found themselves in a private moment, exchanging whispers and embarking on a significant chapter of their lives. Afterward, the veil of modesty lifted and their voices returned. I do not quite understand. Even if they waste food, you should not be so angry, Your Highness, Ning Rongrong said. Nestled against Ma Hongjun's strong chest, her curiosity piqued. The waste of food, under normal circumstances, might not have attracted my ire. But reflecting upon the plight of the common people who struggle to fill their bellies, relying on the court's meager relief to survive, particularly in the wake of devastating pestilence, incites my indignation. The thought that the food squandered by some could sustain countless souls in remote areas is indeed infuriating. Ma Hongjun articulated the source of his frustration. In truth, his sentiments were not without merit. The provisions saved by court officials could undoubtedly mitigate the impact of the calamity. There exists a solution to curb such wastefulness, contingent upon one's willingness to lead by example, Ning Rongrong remarked with a sly smile. What solution could that be? Ma Hongjun inquired, puzzled. Impose a limit on the meals of the officials dining outside. The maximum should not exceed 6 dishes and 1 soup, Ning Rongrong playfully suggested. Very well. We shall implement your proposal. After all, the 4 of us usually dine within that range, Ma Hongjun chuckled, finding the reasoning sound. At dawn the following day, as he entered the court, Ma Hongjun prepared to announce this seemingly draconian edict. Lords, did you find last night's banquet to your satisfaction? He queried with a jovial demeanor, betraying no hint of anger. Your Majesty is wise. The officials enthusiastically responded, nodding in agreement. Yet, as he recalled the vibrant scenes of yesteryear, juxtaposed with the recent desolation he had witnessed among the populace. Afflicted by pestilence and struggling to survive, he feigned a lamentation. The ministers began to murmur among themselves, uncertain of Ma Hongjun's intent. "I beseech your majesty, I have observed that during banquets, the officials often indulge in dozens, even hundreds of extravagant dishes. Should the famine-stricken populace learn of such opulence among Wuhan's officials, it would undoubtedly spark unrest. Therefore, I propose that your majesty issue a meal restriction before the disaster abates." Zhang Zhao, a trusted confidant of Ma Hongjun, was the first to voice his proposal. "What is this meal restriction?" Ma Hongjun pretended to be unaware. Ning Rongrong, hidden behind a screen, rolled her eyes. Had she not known the two had conspired, she might have believed Ma Hongjun was genuinely oblivious to the concept of the meal restriction. "Your majesty, the meal restriction applies solely to officials of rank, limiting household banquets to 6 dishes and 1 soup, and gatherings with friends to 9 dishes and 3 soups," Zhang Zhao stated boldly, unperturbed by the disapproving glances from his peers. "This sounds excellent. What do the other lords think?" Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing at the assembly, which included many old officials from Douluo. Particularly, the astute among them remained non-committal, neither opposing nor supporting the measure. Notable figures such as Lu Su, Lu Ming, Xiao Xian, and Lu Sun led this faction. Ma Hongjun turned to the honest Lu Su and asked, "What is your opinion?" "It is entirely up to your majesty's decision," Lu Su quickly replied with a bow. Feeling helpless, Ma Hongjun noted even the straightforward Lu Su was cunning enough to avoid offending anyone. The same was true for Lu Ming and the others. He then addressed Zhuge Jin, a member of the Zhuge family, asking, "Ziyu, I am terrified. It is entirely up to your majesty's decision, and I shall adhere to your edict," Zhuge Jin responded, his face paling as he lowered his head. Among them, he held the lowest rank and dared not offend the esteemed officials. Seeing no one respond, Ma Hongjun turned to Guyong, representative of the aristocratic officials. "Your majesty, while I believe this meal restriction could alleviate the impact of the disaster to some extent, it may hinder the recruitment of talented individuals. As the saying goes, 1,000 miles to seek an official position is often motivated by sustenance. If even meals are restricted, who would wish to serve?" Guyong, sensing the anticipatory gazes of his fellow aristocrats behind him, stood and replied with determination. "Such nonsense. This is a baseless argument. We are merely instituting a meal restriction during the time of disaster, which will have a negligible impact on attracting talent. On the contrary, it will encourage genuine talents to sincerely seek service, for the court is not a haven for idle gluttons. How dare you indulge in extravagant feasting with the court's provisions?" Zhang Zhao interjected angrily before Ma Hongjun could respond. Guyong's face flushed with indignation. As a scholar, he refused to be humiliated and retorted, "Elder Zhang, being aged and frail, naturally requires less sustenance. Have you not heard the saying by Gaozi? Food and color are nature, benevolence is internal, righteousness is external. How dare you conflate notions? Even the venerable Lien Pur, at his advanced age, could consume 2 pounds of meat in a single meal. I question your audacity to challenge me. Is 6 dishes and 1 soup insufficient for your daily sustenance?" Zhang Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words. The truth was, even he usually dined on 6 dishes and 1 soup, and the restriction would not affect him significantly, but the aristocrats behind Guyong would find it inadequate. "My daily meals with the 3 princesses consist of 6 dishes and 1 soup, and surely that suffices," Ma Hongjun interjected, observing Guyong's silence. "Indeed, it suffices," Guyong conceded, relieved that Ma Hongjun had spoken. "Therefore, from this day forth, I shall join the officials in adhering to the meal restriction until the disaster's effects have dissipated," Ma Hongjun declared, waving his sleeve dramatically. The officials, recognizing the futility of resistance, reluctantly acquiesced to the edict. Simultaneously, he ordered a reduction in taxes and the opening of granaries to distribute grain. Chapter 202. Marshal Marquis Guan Yu versus Marshal Marquis Lu Bu in the Imperial Study. Ma Hongjun mused, these aristocrats certainly have their strategies to navigate the policies set forth. However, this presents an opportune moment to establish the official kiln. He glanced at the intelligence reports brought by his subordinates, smirking in disdain. To circumvent the meal restriction, the officials from aristocratic families utilized their connections, and by the following day, large porcelain dining sets appeared on the market, with separated platters capable of holding 3 different dishes. Ma Hongjun, far from being enraged, had anticipated this development. Aware of history, he recognized that such occurrences were inevitable, necessitating a proactive approach. Let us see whether your porcelain or that produced by the official kiln is superior. From now on, I shall monopolize the dining ware for Wuhan officials. I wonder if you shall express gratitude towards me or towards yourselves, he thought to himself. During the Easter Han period, Dongwu's porcelain began to emerge, and by now, it had gained considerable popularity. However, it was still in its infancy, lacking the vibrant diversity seen in later eras. Ma Hongjun aimed to capitalize on the luxurious habits of these officials and aristocrats to significantly develop the ceramics market, befitting his identity as someone from another time. Indeed, before long, the market saw the emergence of celadon and white porcelain, alongside innovations in decorative techniques, such as the addition of clay slip decorations on the vessels. Although porcelain existed in the Han Dynasty, its fragility and low firing temperatures rendered it merely primitive porcelain. It was not until the Tang Dynasty that the glazing techniques matured, allowing firing temperatures to exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius, marking the true advent of the porcelain era. The most renowned kilns of the Tang Dynasty were the Yu and Qing kilns. In this age of the three kingdoms, extraordinary powers continuously emerged, and temperature concerns were trivial. With a clear direction, his subordinates could produce durable, practical, and aesthetically pleasing porcelain. Ma Hongjun provided guidance for the official kiln, establishing standards that called for porcelain to be as blue as the sky, as bright as a mirror, as thin as paper, and as resonant as a chime. As anticipated, within a month, the official kiln completely dominated the Wuhan porcelain market, compelling the vain officials and aristocrats to elevate the status of the official kiln willingly. Dining must be accompanied by exquisite porcelain tableware crafted from official kilns. Otherwise, one risks losing their standing. Consequently, Ma Hongjun's coffers have swelled even further, having seen the treasury expanded multiple times. The limited dining decree issued by Ma Hongjun has also been successfully and flawlessly implemented. After all, one must acknowledge that there exists a higher power in the realm of cunning, and you are still but fledglings in this contest. A sense of secret satisfaction welled within Ma Hongjun. As for the aristocratic officials who began to focus on culinary innovations, showcasing an array of rare delicacies and novel cooking methods, Ma Hongjun welcomed this development. It serves to advance the culinary arts toward greater refinement and diversity, and he harbored no objections. Suddenly, a frantic report echoed through the streets of Jinling. A messenger, weary and bloodied, rode a white steed, flanked by tattered command flags, announcing an urgent dispatch from 800 miles away. The urgency of the message stirred the city into a fervor. The horse galloped forth, kicking up clouds of dust, as the rider dismounted and shouted at the city gate guards, "Urgent news from 800 miles. The imperial gold medal is here. Those who obstruct shall face death." With that, he mounted his steed and charged into the royal city of Jinling, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The 800-mile urgent dispatches were of utmost importance to the court, yet they were mere scraps of paper to bandits, laden with the peril of robbery, which yielded no profit and posed a risk of dire retribution. Even the most foolhardy of bandits would not dare to intercept such vital communications. What kind of military situation necessitates such a swift delivery? One person mused in astonishment. This is the most elite cavalry of Wuhan, and I recognize him. He is a distant cousin of my sister-in-law's brother, another responded proudly. It was evident that the soldiers up ahead must have encountered a pressing military crisis. An elderly man, bent and accompanied by his grandchild, sighed deeply as he led the 3-year-old toward the impoverished northern district. "Grandfather, the horse he rides is so majestic. When I grow up, I want to serve the king like my father and join the White Horse Cavalry," the young boy exclaimed innocently, raising his tiny fist in determination. "Yes, yes, my dear grandson," the old man replied, amused. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the atmosphere shifted. "Report, Your Majesty, the armies of Wei, Shu, and Wu have erupted into large-scale warfare, with the 3 great empires dispatching numerous soul masters to the conflict. The Huaxia allied forces have suffered heavy losses, and the military strategist urgently requests support from the royal city," the messenger announced. Ma Hongjun's brow furrowed. The news was indeed grim, and his mood soured further. The fact that Liu Bowen sought assistance indicated the situation had become exceedingly dire. "What are naval operations?" he inquired, recalling Zhou Yu. Before the war, there had been several small-scale naval skirmishes that Zhou Yu had deftly resolved, inflicting significant losses on the enemy. Thus, the current conflict was primarily land-based, the messenger reported, kneeling to convey the truth. "What prompted this sudden outbreak of war?" Ma Hongjun asked, perplexed. My lord, 10 days ago, Generals Liu and Guan joined forces to slay a powerful title Douluo from the Sun and Moon Empire. A soldier eagerly interjected, excitement evident in his voice. Excellent, excellent. Haha, truly, Lu Bu is a man among men, and Guan Yu, renowned for his valor, has upheld the glory of Huaxia. They deserve rewards. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat with a hearty laugh. The courtiers nodded in approval, while the martial generals expressed admiration, particularly Shui, Rengui, and Cheng Yaoji. Shui Rengui had successfully accomplished his task, returning to the court with an elite force rivaling the White Horse Cavalry. Your Majesty, although we are all part of the Huaxia allied forces, should we not consider the potential bias in rewarding Guan Yu, who hails from Shuhan? Gu Yong voiced his concern. All are descendants of Huaxia. Nationality is irrelevant. Merit must be rewarded. Bring forth 2 prized herbs from the treasury to bestow upon them. Additionally, I decree that the Han Emperor confer the title of Marquis of Warmth upon Lord Liu and the title of Marquis of Han Shou upon General Guan, Ma Hongjun declared, opting for a reward from Cao Cao's camp rather than direct promotions. After all, the Han Emperor's authority was still nominally intact, allowing him to confer titles, though the granting of marquisates would be considered an overreach. However, given the circumstances of the Three Kingdoms alliance, Cao Cao would likely acquiesce to Ma Hongjun's request. He then ordered Shui Rengui to lead 20,000 troops to support the strategist at Tontian High, appointing him as deputy commander of the army with the authority to act independently. I accept the decree, Shui Rengui replied enthusiastically, kneeling to receive the order. Meanwhile, in Xuchang, Cao Cao was dismayed upon receiving similar intelligence, feeling himself to be a scapegoat entangled in the affairs of others. Most vexing was that both Ma Hongjun and Liu Bei had sent messages requesting rewards for Lu Bu and Guan Yu, while Lu Bu had been granted the title of Marquis of Warmth by Dong Zhuo, thus reaffirming his allegiance to the Han dynasty. Guan Yu was another matter entirely, a figure whom Cao Cao coveted dearly. The notion that others would petition for his reward was galling, especially as he lamented the absence of any of his own men who could participate in the ambush that led to the death of the title Douluo. Subsequently, Cao Cao signed a decree elevating Guan Yu to the title of Martial Saint and conferring upon him the rank of Martial Marquis. The Han Emperor, though largely powerless, merely needed to stamp the decree, and it would carry weight. Chapter 203, Mighty Generals like Clouds, Strategists like Rain. To slay a title Douluo of the grand completion level at the innate level is an astonishing feat, as various masters emerged within the realm of the Han. A unified classification of power began circulating, purportedly derived from ancient texts. It is said that all methods of cultivation, be it the 3 foundational techniques or various unique practices, have been organized into specific realms. Below the title Douluo, the classifications are divided into acquired realms, with the internal energy collectively known as acquired true qi, while those above the title are referred to as innate realms. The acquired realm comprises body refinement, qi refinement, bone refinement, and the acquired realm beyond level 70 soul saints. Each realm is further subdivided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Body refinement corresponds to levels below Grand Soul Master, Qi refinement to levels below Soul King, bone refinement to levels below Soul Saint, and the acquired realm pertains to levels below Title Doa. It is noteworthy that the entirety of the Han is home to only a handful of grand completion masters, each with its own limits, and even the innate realm is confined to 365 celestial cycles. The innate realm is equivalent to the true Qi levels of Title Douluo, while the power of a Grand Master corresponds to the super Title Douluo realm, with the grand completion naturally representing the pinnacle of Title Douluo. Among them, Lu Bu stands as a half-step Grand Master, akin to a peak level 94, while Guan Yu reaches the pinnacle of innate, equivalent to a level 93 Title Douluo. Though they are 1 against 2, the ability to jointly slay a title Douluo remains inspiring. However, unbeknownst to all, at the very moment these 2 vanquish their foe, the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter awakened, reclaiming his consciousness. I am the King of Slaughter? No, I am Tang Chun, the former patriarch of Haotian sect. At Tontian High, the audacity of those who dared to ambush my brother is truly astonishing. They deserve whatever fate befalls them. It is to say that I cannot extricate myself. Otherwise, how could there be an opportunity for those 3 surnamed slaves to make a name for themselves? After the great battle within the camp of Shuhan, a towering figure, a man of formidable presence with a leopard-like head and round eyes. A fierce visage adorned with a tiger's beard, and a voice resonant like thunder, was venting his grievances towards the commander positioned at the center of the camp. Tite. Such words must not be uttered again, for Lu Fengxian is now our ally, and we must set aside past grievances to confront the foreign threats together. Sitting in the commander's position was a learned scholar, also 8 feet tall, with a countenance likened to jade, adorned with a silk cap and draped in a crane cloak, exuding an air of celestial grace. He held a feathered fan, and he was none other than Zhuge Kongming, the military strategist of Shu Han and a trusted advisor to Liu Bei. I do not comprehend such lofty principles. Since that fellow saved my second brother, I shall refrain from calling him 3 surnamed slave. Zhang Fei merely snorted. Noticing Zhuge Liang's displeasure, his tone softened as he spoke. Indeed, Ida, do not lose heart. The battle against foreign adversaries has only just begun, and there will be ample opportunities to face those formidable opponents. Zhuge Liang, content, adjusted his beard to offer words of comfort, expressing his satisfaction with Zhang Fei's demeanor. It is worth noting that before the establishment of the Huaxia coalition, Zhang Fei, this rough man, would only acknowledge Liu Bei and Guan Yu, often clashing with others now. His behavior was a testament to Zhuge Liang's brilliant strategies and outstanding achievements that had won him over. I do not envy that fellow. My second brother's injuries have already healed under the celestial medicine of King Wuhan. When does he plan to return to the battlefield? Zhang Fei, his teeth gritted in jealousy, stubbornly inquired. It will take some time. Yin Chong, having gone through a perilous battle, has made new breakthroughs with the aid of celestial herbs. He still requires a few days to stabilize his true energy. Ida, Han Sheng, and all the generals must endure a little longer, remain vigilant, and prioritize defense. I have already reported the situation here to the Lord. I believe reinforcements will arrive in a few days. Zhuge Liang instructed the gathered officers, particularly Zhang Fei and Huang Zhong. The 3 armies of the 3 kingdoms had established a formidable defensive line, erecting towering walls akin to the Great Wall to safeguard Huaxia. Yes, we shall obey your orders, the generals replied, bowing in acknowledgement. If Ma Hongjun were present, he would undoubtedly realize that Shu Han's formation was not inferior to his own. In addition to the heroic brothers Guan and Zhang, there was the inscrutable veteran Huang Zhong, the valiant Wei Yin, the capable Lu Feng, the steadfast elder generals Yin Yin and Fu Tong, as well as the vanguard Liao Yuanjian, led by Liao Hua, who was considered a lesser commander among the ranks. In terms of strategists, there were also Fa Zheng, Liu Ba, Jian Yong, Sun Qian, Ma Liang, and others. Coupled with the capable individuals handling affairs in Shu Han, such as Li Yin, Yi Ji, and Huang Quan, they were far from ordinary. The 3 kingdoms had dispatched their strongest forces to defend Huaxia, fully aware of the threats posed by foreign lands, hence their unreserved commitment. In contrast to the abundance of talent in Shu Han, the formidable Wei Han was even more enticing. Not only did they boast a more powerful army, but their generals were equally formidable, and in terms of strategists, even Ma Hongjun would concede defeat. At the battlefield of Tongtiansi, led by Sun Yu with elite strategists such as Guijia as support, there were the ingenious Guijia, the sage Sun Yu, the strategist Sun Yu, along with Cheng Yu, Chen Kun, Hua Xian, Liu Yi, and Zhong Yao. The rear court was even more robust, featuring Sima Yi, who was not trusted by Cao Cao, Su Shu, who had his heart divided between Cao and Han, the cunning Jia Su and Shi Ji Tsai, Xian Pai, Manchong, Chui Yin, Jiang Ji, Yang Xiu, and Mao Jian, among other noteworthy figures. Ma Hongjun, with great envy, had long sent his celestial guards to privately engage with Jia Su. Jia Su had become increasingly reluctant to offer counsel to Cao Cao, showing no genuine allegiance. It was due to him that Cao Cao had lost his eldest son, Chaoong, and the great general Dian Wei. Although Dian Wei was later rescued, he had since vanished without a trace. Hence, Jia Su showed no aversion to the Celestial Guard's contact, instead hinting at a desire to join. The situation on the side of Wuhan was nearly akin to that of Shu Han, with the strategist Liu Bowen stationed at the center, alongside Vice General Shui Rengge, the naval commander Zhou Yu, and the great General Zhao Yun. His ranks included Liu Bu, Zhang Liao, Ma Chao, Pang De, Tai Shirzi, and Gan Ning, along with generals from Eastern Wu, such as Jiang Qin, Huang Gai, and Han Dang. Additionally, Liu Bu's 8 champions, aside from Zhang Liao and Gao Shan, including Chao Xing, Zhang Ba, Hao Meng, Cheng Lian, Wei Su, Song Xian, and Ho Cheng, were still alive and had allied with Ma Hongjun. Ma Chao's 8 champions included Liang Xing, Ho Xian, Cheng Yin, Li Kan, Zhang Heng, Cheng Yi Ma Wan, and Yang Xiao. Notably, there was the poisoned Douluo from the Douluo world, known as Old Jack, and the Sword Douluo, a member of the Jiuxin Haitang clan, as well as the legendary capture master Ma Zhong and the late-blooming Ding Feng. Many veteran generals from Eastern Wu, aside from those who had defected, either perished in battle, followed their old masters, or retreated to the mountains. After establishing Wuhan on the foundation of Eastern Wu, Ma Hongjun did not seek to eradicate all remnants of Eastern Wu. Instead, he first employed Liu Bowen's strategy to ruin Sun Quan's reputation, leading to his wife and children being estranged, and subsequently annihilated Eastern Wu with overwhelming force. This is why so many former Eastern Wu officials chose to join him. Therefore, Liu Bowen's status within Ma Hongjun's army was undeniable, serving as a strategic cornerstone for Wuhan, supported only by the advisors Lu Sun and Zhang Han. However, with the capable commanders Shui, Ren Gui, and Zhou Yu, there was indeed little need for additional strategists. Chapter 204. The emergence of the God Level 9 trials in the Douluo continent. The power of the Sun-Moon Empire was the most formidable, while the Spirit Hall held a unique and top-tier status. Initially, it was the Spirit Hall that raised the banner of war. Wuhan faced the Spirit Hall's assaults, with both sides evenly matched. Each small-scale conflict ended in a stalemate, and the situation gradually stabilized. However, with the entry of the Sun-Moon Empire, the Spirit Hall began to adopt a more covert stance, gradually rallying under the banner of the Sun-Moon Empire against Wuhan, which prompted Liu Bowen to seek Ma Hongjun's assistance. In the spirit city of the Douluo continent, within the worship hall, Qianren Shui, we cannot defy the will of the angel god. We must comply. You must accept the divine inheritance of the angel god, ensuring the legacy of our spirit hall endures. I would willingly sacrifice my life for this cause. The Grand Priest Qian Douluo spoke solemnly, desperately persuading, while secretly harboring a deep resentment towards Ma Hongjun. Were it not for him, and for that person who, upon leaving the Douluo continent, had disseminated the notion of divine inheritance to restrain the emergence of God-level beings, particularly emphasizing the need for sacrifices, the Spirit Hall would not have found itself in this predicament. Qianren Shui had already undergone the angel god's assessment in advance. Thus, Qian Douluo had exhausted all means, even threatening his life, to finally persuade her to accept the inheritance trial. I understand, grandfather. You have sacrificed so much for the future of the Spirit Hall, and I shall succeed in the Angel 9 trials before that woman, Qianren Shui had declared, determination flickering in her eyes. Little did anyone know that the Spirit Hall had contracted a portion of its strength due to the pressure felt from various hidden forces across the continent. Its position was no longer as transcendent as before. At Sea God Island, although the majority of individuals from Shrek Academy have been lost, fate continues to unfold like history. Tang San, accompanied by Dai Mubai and the talented members of Tang Men, has successfully awakened the Sea God S9 trials. The City of Slaughter has seen Tang Chun fully awaken, averting its destined annihilation. Shortly thereafter, Haotian sect announced its emergence into the world, and Tang Chun officially declared his return, positioning himself just below the Spirit Hall in terms of power. In the realm of Tontian Sea, General Shui, having endured considerable hardships, now faces the pressing dilemma of how to deal with the Sun and Moon Prince and confront the military might of the Sun and Moon Empire. Liu Bowen turned to the seated Shui, Rangui, on his right, and directly inquired with courtesy about his thoughts. I dare not claim wisdom, yet I do possess a brilliant strategy to offer to the strategist, with hopes that you may refine it. Shui Rangui replied promptly, bowing respectfully. General Shui, you are too modest. Since our Lord has granted you autonomy, it is evident he has great confidence in your abilities, yet it is always beneficial to discuss matters together. Liu Bowen, adorned in a scholar's attire, much like Zhuge Liang, responded. I propose we first release the Sun and Moon Prince, returning him to Shuhan. But he must be handed over to the people of the Tiando Empire, Shui Rangui elaborated, employing an internal energy technique to convey his plan to Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun. Fortunately, Lu Bu was absent, having absorbed the celestial herbs. Otherwise, his temperament would have compelled him to challenge Shui Rangui to a duel. Excellent. This plan is indeed ingenious. General Shui, you truly embody both martial prowess and scholarly talent. Even should this strategy fail, we will still appear to uphold righteousness in the public eye, Liu Bowen exclaimed, praising Shui Rangui's approach. It became clear that Shui Rengui's strategy employed a series of interconnected schemes alongside a strategy of discord. On the surface, the Sun and Moon Empire's prince would be returned to Shu Han, feigning fear of the Sun and Moon Empire to numb the enemy. Behind the scenes, an alliance with Zhuge Liang would be formed, compelling him to yield under pressure and request peace from the Tiando Empire regarding the Sun and Moon Empire's prince. Covertly, skilled assassins would be dispatched to eliminate the Sun and Moon Empire's prince within the Tiando Empire's territory. Simultaneously, a smokescreen would be created, propagating the narrative that the Tiando Empire had assassinated the Sun and Moon Empire's prince to gain the upper hand against Shu Han, while attempting to frame the Huaxia camp. Indeed, this endeavor requires the involvement of General Fengxian and Zilong to ensure its success. Shui Rengui nodded and added. Having already witnessed Lu Bu's prowess in private, he anticipated a clash between the two as they wielded similar weapons. Absolutely, Zhao Yun succinctly expressed his willingness. The assembly below showed no signs of discontent regarding this plan, recognizing that certain military operations must remain discreet. Very well. We shall await General Fengxian's emergence from his stronghold tomorrow to inform him. Lu Bowen concluded with a nod. With Lu Bowen unifying the realm, Zhuge Liang dividing it, and the esteemed strategist Shui Rengui, their collaboration would undoubtedly be more intricate than it appeared. Numerous details would remain unspoken. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was not idle. His yearning for strategists propelled him to intensify efforts to recruit Jiasu. Additionally, a delightful surprise awaited him. The talented Pang Tong, known as Feng Shu of the Sleeping Dragon and Crouching Tiger, was currently residing within Wuhan. Yet, despite Ma Hongjun mobilizing the entire Tianwei to search, he failed to uncover any trace of Feng Shu, as if he were deliberately evading their gaze. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun felt no disappointment. His presence in Wuhan indicated a potential willingness to ally. Otherwise, given the current clarity of the situation, even if Wuhan commanded the 13 provinces of the Han, Pang Tong could have departed for Shu Han or Wei Han. The fact that he was avoiding Ma Hongjun likely suggested he wished to observe further, assessing whether Ma Hongjun was worthy of his allegiance. Though he bore an unappealing visage, his temperament was undeniably proud. Often, those who feel inferior exhibit heightened arrogance. Pang Tong's self-consciousness regarding his appearance shaped his character, instilling a sense of pride from a young age. Historically, while he actively sought to ally with Liu Bei, he did not submit entirely, instead observing Liu Bei's actions. As Ma Hongjun had anticipated, Pang Tong was currently traversing Wuhan, observing the lives of its citizens and comparing them to his experiences elsewhere. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. Recently, a locust plague had struck Wuhan. Yet despite the lack of provisions, the populace displayed immense vigor. With the bounty of crayfish and aid from the court, they were free from worry. No longer did they bear the pallor of hunger. They toiled in the fields. Even those typically indulging in leisure were now aiding in agricultural labor and catching crayfish. The faces of the people beamed with smiles, a stark contrast to the cannibalism witnessed during the Eastern Wu period. Their current situation had improved manifold. The populace brimmed with hope for the future. In Chapter 205, Feng Shu returns to Wu. Pang Tong mused upon the wisdom of his decision to assess Wu's governance. He pondered whether this remarkable young sovereign would value his talents. Should he be merely superficial in his judgments, it would necessitate seeking a more discerning lord. A scholar of exceedingly unattractive appearance, with bushy brows and a peculiar countenance, now fanned himself with a bamboo fan, contemplatively watching the humble smiles of the laboring citizens. Though his words conveyed affirmation, they were tinged with arrogance, as if only those of significant influence were worthy of his esteem. Those unfamiliar with him might perceive him as haughty. Historically, both Sun Quan and Liu Bei had underestimated him due to his appearance and demeanor. Fortunately, Liu Bei ultimately recognized his mistake, leading to the establishment of the Shu Han. In this timeline, due to enhanced personal strength, Liu Bei managed to establish Shu Han early with the formidable support of his brothers and an upgraded Zhuge Liang before encountering Pang Tong, resulting in the loss of this master of strategy. Although Liu Bowen was renowned for unifying the realm, Zhu Yuanzhang's journey from beggar to founding emperor was not solely attributed to Liu Bowen. The collaboration of Liu Bowen, Zhuge Liang, and the diverse strategists under Zhu Yuanzhang's command, such as the renowned Zhang Zhong and the brilliant Taoan, contributed significantly to his success. Thus, the combined efforts of individuals and teams could not be understated. As the saying goes, 3 lesser generals can match the strength of a Zhuge Liang. The presence of Li Shanchong and other strategists could indeed yield a strength comparable to Zhuge Liang, and, alongside Liu Bowen, would amount to two Zhuge Liangs, making the unification of the realm unsurprising. Moreover, the adversaries they faced were not of the caliber of Cao Cao or the top strategists such as Guo Jia and Sun Yu. These are Ma Hongjuan's personal reflections, which elucidate his profound desire for strategists. Indeed, after Pang Tong ceased to conceal his whereabouts, Ma Hongjun received news of him the very next day. At this moment, Pang Tong was en route to Jinling City. Jinling has now transformed into a grand city, rivaling Luoyang, a change undoubtedly influenced by the industrial advancements of the Douluo world. Nevertheless, its external appearance still reflects the aesthetics of ancient times, preserving its unique architectural style. As Ma Hongjuan aptly puts it, the trend of blindly admiring foreign styles must be discouraged. Otherwise, future alterations will prove challenging. In his previous life, Ma Hongjuan held a profound admiration for the ancient architecture of Huaxia, feeling an inexplicable affinity towards retro buildings. In this life, he was determined to preserve this cultural heritage, not dismissing the acceptance of advanced foreign cultures, particularly integrating the technological advancements of the Douluo industrial era into construction methods. However, he insisted on maintaining strict standards regarding aesthetics and appearance, aiming for a harmonious blend without mindlessly imitating others. The retro architecture of Huaxia is by no means inferior. Returning to the matter at hand, Ma Hongjuan had been waiting outside Jinling City for 2 hours, without a single drop of water passing his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the official road. "My lord, who is worthy of your prolonged anticipation?" Qing Yaojin, dressed in very ordinary attire, curiously inquired while following the dapperly dressed Ma Hongjuan. "Left arm and right arm, half the kingdom," Ma Hongjuan joked, teasingly as he observed Qing Yaojin's impatience. "What? Left arm and right arm? Half the kingdom? Impossible. Such honors are only befitting a strategist," Qing Yaojin replied incredulously. "Nothing is impossible. Our Huaxia is teeming with talent. Is it not normal for a few to rival the strategists?" Ma Hongjuan countered. "That may be true, but those who can rival the strategists have already pledged allegiance to Wei or Shu. Does my lord know this person's name?" Qing Yaojin recalled his last encounter with Zhuge Liang and Guo Jia, shivering at the thought of their cunning. He would rather offend the battlefield deity known as the Killing God than face these two master strategists, despite having successfully advanced to a titled Douluo through his training. He still felt trepidation towards Guo Jia and Zhuge Liang. This all began with Wu Han's establishment. During their previous meeting, Qing Yaojin had underestimated the two strategists, believing he was on his home turf, and had intentionally tried to intimidate them. While he succeeded in that regard, his subsequent misfortune was almost inevitable, as he was ensnared by their schemes to the extent that he feared even going to the restroom, worrying that stones might fall from the sky into the latrine. It wasn't until they departed from Jinling that he fully grasped the insidiousness and vengeful nature of these strategists. "You know of Zhuge Kongming, correct? This person, sharing a name with him, is the Weilong of Huachu. The heavenly messenger has arrived, and he is now on his way to Jinling." Ma Hongjuan spoke gently. Ma Hongjuan's demeanor was consistently mild, except when faced with situations that were beyond gentle handling. "Congratulations, my lord. What a fortunate occasion to gain such a talented individual," Qing Yaojin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Do not rejoice too early. While the likelihood of Weilong's visit appears high, we must not dismiss other possibilities," Ma Hongjuan remarked, shaking his head in resignation as he gazed down the road. The throngs of people and bustling carriages were not the sight he longed to behold. Finally, as the sun began to set, a diminutive figure emerged from the distant twilight. From afar, he appeared almost divine, exuding an air of sanctity. However, as he drew closer, Qing Yaojin instinctively took 2 steps back. The individual bore an odd countenance, with an appearance that suggested a lack of intelligence. His crooked mouth and squinting eyes did not fare well, yet he was dressed as a scholar. Ma Hongjuan inwardly acknowledged the truth of the matter, but maintained a facade of respect, excitedly stepping forward to intercept him. In the presence of individuals of extraordinary intellect, such as the genius known as Wei Shen, one might mistakenly perceive them as fools, only to realize that the true fool is oneself upon closer acquaintance. Good sir, why do you block my path? Is there a misunderstanding?" Pang Tong inquired, perplexed by Ma Hongjuan's actions. Due to Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit's ability to conceal his aura, Pang Tong was unable to discern his true strength. Pang Tong, boundary, innate titled martial spirit, fire phoenix, potential, divine king level, talent, ingenious strategy, military formation. Ingenious strategy, exceptional intelligence, adept at unconventional victories, capable of concealing the changes of destiny when implementing strategies. Military formation, enhances overall combat strength of the army when leading troops, intensifying their capabilities based on his own strength. Although military formation and the battle spirit of generals appear similar, they diverge in several aspects. As Ma Hongjuan's strength has grown, the system has also become increasingly refined, revealing only the information he wishes to see. There is no misunderstanding. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Ma Hongjuan said, clasping his hands in greeting. Oh, may I inquire who you are? Pang Tong asked, clearly surprised to learn of someone specifically awaiting his arrival. My lord is the sovereign of Wuhan, who has been waiting for you here for some time. Qing Yaojin stepped forward to explain. What? Pang Tong exclaimed, astonished and feeling overwhelmed. Do not be alarmed, esteemed scholar. In the past, Liu Xuanda made 3 visits to the humble abode of Zhuge Kongming to invite him out of retirement. Here I am, merely waiting at the city gates for several hours to invite such a talent as yourself. This is a rare stroke of fortune indeed. I hope you will emerge from seclusion to assist me in achieving great endeavors. I shall treat you with the respect befitting the right strategist of Wuhan. Ma Hongjuan stated, immediately indicating his intent to recruit Pang Tong. The tale of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage has long echoed through time. And as a ruler, Ma Hongjuan's gesture of waiting outside for Pang Tong for a day demonstrated sincerity that was no less than that of the once minor lord. Liu Bei. However, Pang Tong was not Zhuge Kongming. Although he felt moved, he maintained an air of scrutiny. Seeing that Ma Hongjuan did not harbor any disdain for his appearance, he resolved to solidify his decision further. Suddenly, oh dear, having traveled from afar, I find myself quite fatigued and unable to walk any further, Pang Tong remarked, disregarding his image as he plopped down onto the ground and began patting his legs. Ma Hongjuan's eyes narrowed. Indeed, these renowned figures are not easily swayed. He sighed in resignation and stepped forward, saying, Allow me to assist you into the city. My lord, let me handle this, Qing Yaojin insisted, witnessing Pang Tong's disregard for decorum, his tattered clothing now sullied, and his unsightly appearance eliciting no small degree of disdain. Pang Tong remained silent, merely gazing calmly at Ma Hongjuan, as if to convey that he wanted him to help. Step back, Ma Hongjuan replied coolly. But he, Qing Yaojin attempted to interject, only to be interrupted again by Ma Hongjuan. I said I will come. With that, Qing Yaojin dared not argue further, casting a stern glance at Pang Tong, warning him not to overstep. Ma Hongjuan maintained his gentle demeanor, bending down before Pang Tong, presenting his back with an inviting smile. Sir, please take hold of me. I shall carry you into the city to rest. Disregarding Qing Yaojin's warning glare, Pang Tong unceremoniously climbed onto Ma Hongjuan's back. Thus, Ma Hongjuan, unfazed by the curious gazes of passers-by, steadily carried Pang Tong into Jinling City. Meanwhile, the soldiers guarding the city gates, upon spotting Qing Yaojin accompanying Ma Hongjuan, were taken aback, hesitant to approach and inquire. This individual is rather unattractive. Surely, such a dashing young gentleman cannot be his son. Indeed, he's quite unsightly. This person appears to have both hands and feet. Why must he be carried? Although the sun is nearing its descent, upon entering Jinling City, the streets remain bustling and lively, teeming with people and vehicles, a sight of utmost prosperity. Qing Yaojin follows closely behind Ma Hongjuan, serving as a guardian and preventing anyone from encroaching. Yet he cannot quell the curiosity of the onlookers. Upon witnessing such an unusual pairing, they began to point and murmur amongst themselves. Fortunately, Ma Hongjuan possesses a thick skin and continues to engage in light-hearted banter with Pang Tong, albeit subconsciously quickening his pace. Soon, the trio arrives at an inn, Penglai Kajan. All right, let us disembark here, Pang Tong remarks casually after clearing his nose. Very well, Ma Hongjuan complies, feeling a sense of relief, while simultaneously worrying about what mischief this fellow might conjure next. I shall rest here for today. Come to see me at midnight. Pang Tong neither declined nor accepted Ma Hongjuan's invitation, simply striding towards the inn. Just before stepping inside, he turned to Ma Hongjuan and said, Very well, I shall await your visit. Ma Hongjuan felt a weight lift from his heart, responding with a smile. On their way back to the palace, Qing Yaojin appeared hesitant, visibly displeased. If you have something to say, simply voice it. Why the hesitation? Ma Hongjuan remarked, glancing at Qing Yaojin with a sense of exasperation. Indeed, my lord. I cannot fathom how such an arrogant individual could possibly embody the role of a strategist. Could it be that he is a charlatan, deceiving you? Chung Yaojin cautiously surveyed their surroundings before expressing his concern. Do you truly believe anyone could deceive me? Accompany me tonight at midnight, and you shall discover the truth. Ma Hongjun replied with a mysterious smile, joyfully making his way to the palace. Upon arriving at the inn, Pang Tong immediately rented a room, his first task being to request hot water and a bath, preparing himself for the evening. At midnight, after a brief nap, he declined Ning Rongrong's wish to accompany him. Ma Hongjun, along with Chung Yaojin, arrived at the entrance of Peng Lai Kajan. As expected, Pang Tong was already prepared, waiting at the inn's entrance. I pay my respects to you, my lord. Without hesitation, he knelt before Ma Hongjun, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. There is no need for such grand displays. Please rise. Ma Hongjun urged, helping Pang Tong to his feet, excitement evident in his voice, recognizing this as a sign of Pang Tong's loyalty. Today, I have been favored by your highness, and despite my humble stature, I am honored by your presence. I have awaited your arrival, and now, I wish to pledge my allegiance to you, Pang Tong said, tears streaming down his face, embodying the sentiment that a true scholar would die for a kindred spirit. Gifted with remarkable wisdom from a young age, he had often faced ridicule due to his appearance, which fostered a proud and rebellious spirit. Now, moved by Ma Hongjun's sincerity, he felt compelled to demonstrate his loyalty, disregarding any lingering reservations. After bathing and changing, he once again prostrated himself before Ma Hongjun upon his arrival. I have acquired the Phoenix Chick, akin to how Gaozu obtained Zhongliang, like a fish returning to water, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, unabashedly expressing his joy. Chung Yaojin scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why this once arrogant individual had transformed so completely come nightfall. Unbeknownst to him, the daytime bravado had merely been a test of character. Having successfully assessed the situation, Pang Tong was now resolute in his loyalty. Scholar, accompany me to the palace. I desire to engage in a candlelit discussion tonight. Ma Hongjun cheerfully urged Pang Tong towards the royal residence. Yes, my lord. I also have a gift to present to you. 3 years ago, I serendipitously acquired a drop of gemstone with the ability to enhance talents and heal injuries, he continued, producing a tear-shaped orb to offer to Ma Hongjun. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 fragment of meteor tears, granting you 1,000 fortune points, convertible into 1 lottery opportunity. As Ma Hongjun accepted the gem, the system notification chimed at his mind. Maintaining his composure, he proceeded towards the palace, silently invoking the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the innate spiritual treasure, Tian Lien. Tian Lien, a curtain utilized by the Jade Emperor, a precious artifact capable of concealing one's presence, rendering all forms of investigation, including that of saints, ineffective. It possesses a singular function, yet Ma Hongjun felt immense satisfaction. Although its immediate utility may be limited, its prestige is undeniable. Chapter 207. The implementation of the plan. The curtain? Could it be the one managed by the curtain general? Should I recruit a curtain general for myself? Who would be suitable? Ma Hongjun pondered, though he soon concluded that this artifact would be most useful in the council chamber. Using it for mere ostentation seemed trivial. However, it would serve well in political discussions, effectively preventing any leaks. If it could shield from the scrutiny of saints, then it would undoubtedly obscure his essence from lesser beings. Thus, he decided to store it within the system's space for safekeeping. When next meeting with Anna to receive messages from Douluo, it would certainly serve to avert any prying eyes. Ma Hongjun recalled Anna, who was leading the remnants of various factions in Douluo, tasked with gathering intelligence. Ensuring confidentiality was paramount. Although he possessed the ability to traverse between realms freely, the current connectivity between the 2 worlds meant that many powerful beings resided within Tongtian Sea. So he could only visit Douluo secretly every 6 months. Now, with Tian Lien, he would no longer need to worry about revealing his presence. Even the titled Doa or divine beings would be incapable of detecting him, allowing him to traverse Doa world at will. Pang Tong's arrival not only bestowed upon Ma Hongjun an innate spiritual treasure, but he also offered strategies to improve the livelihood of the people, inadvertently ushering in a tremendous surge of world fortune. As one of the sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, he inherently carried a wealth of fortune, favored by the world's fate, capable of bestowing good luck upon his master. One of the dragon and phoenix chicks could stabilize the realm. should one of them perish, the Han dynasty shall struggle to rise. Among the four, while Ma Hongjun had secured only Pang Tong, he felt utterly satisfied. After all, he did not solely rely on the talents of the three kingdoms, but also on the capabilities of the system and the foundation established in Douluo. Meanwhile in Shu, Liu Bei was engaged in discussions with Fa Zheng and Liu Ba when he suddenly experienced a pang of heartache, as if something of great significance in his life had been taken from him. What troubles the Lord? Liu Ba inquired with concern, noticing Liu Bei clutching his heart. It is nothing to worry about, merely a fleeting discomfort, likely due to my brother's lingering injuries, a bond of brotherhood, Liu Bei replied, concealing his deeper feelings with a convenient excuse. Sighing, he continued, the Tongtian Sea has 3 passageways, one located at the gates of my Shuhan, another at Weihan, and one at Wuhan. I wonder if this is mere coincidence. Liu Bei expressed his apprehension regarding the situation within the Tongtian Sea. The Tongtian Sea undoubtedly harbors immense secrets, as if an additional portion of space has been inexplicably added, yet it is not entirely harmonious, Liu Ba commented, relieved yet remaining analytical. Perhaps the enigmatic ruler of Wuhan, Lu Ning, possesses some knowledge of this. Fa Zheng interjected, a glimmer of insight flashing before him. What leads you to such speculation, Xiao Ji? Liu Bei asked, perplexed by Fa Zheng's assertion. I am uncertain. I once had a close friendship with Su Jing. Thus, I possess some knowledge regarding the examination of one's facial features. However, ever since I laid eyes on Lu Ning, I have experienced a sense of clarity. When I encounter someone who evokes this feeling, it is evident that they possess profound knowledge. Fa Zheng recalled the last time he saw Ma Hongjun and began to explain. Yet what of the esteemed Su Xiao, a man from Runan, who is responsible for the Yudan Ping? Liu Bei, filled with excitement, turned to Fa Zheng and inquired. Indeed, it is true. I am surprised that the Lord is acquainted with both brothers Su Xiao and Su Jing. Fa Zheng responded with astonishment. How could I be unaware of Chao Aman being evaluated as a capable minister for governance and a cunning hero of chaotic times? I wonder if Xiao Ji could recommend these two to me. Liu Bei looked at Fa Zheng with delight and made his request. You flatter me, my lord. I was preparing to recommend Su Jing for your service, but sadly, his brother Su Xiao's whereabouts are uncertain, making him temporarily unavailable to you. Fa Zheng, with a joyful countenance, promptly bowed in acknowledgement, pleased to seek a path for his friend, yet lamenting the inability to achieve the full extent of his efforts. With the arrival of Pang Tong, the pressure on Zhang Zhao has significantly diminished, and Ma Hongjun's life has grown increasingly comfortable. Ma Hongjun dedicated more time to his cultivation and has now advanced to the level of an 86th ranked soul Douluo, drawing near to the 90th level of the innate titled Douluo realm. Once he enters the innate Douluo realm, his lifespan can reach over 300 years. And with each subsequent level attained, an additional 100 years of life can be gained. If titled Douluos can live such lengthy lives, where have the more formidable figures from the pre-Qin era disappeared? Ma Hongjun, despite not being omniscient, felt perplexed by this question. It is improbable that they all perished in battle or vanished entirely from this world. Little does he know that many powerful warriors who have transcended their limits have long been taken to a higher realm, the spirit realm. Although the world level of the spirit realm is not as high as that of the Douluo divine realm, the difference is not substantial, as both belong to the small thousand worlds. Furthermore, unlike other small thousand worlds, the former location of the spirit realm harbored the remnants of temporal turbulence. Thus, the time ratio diverges greatly from that of the Three Kingdoms realm, nearly reaching a ratio of 101, where 1 year in the spirit realm equates to 10 years in the Han dynasty. At the Tiando Empire's border, the prince of the Ryu Empire was personally escorted to the Tiando Empire's gate by Zhuge Liang's envoy. Unlike the Hua-Xia alliance, Wei Shu and Wu have set aside past grievances for the sake of national righteousness, while the alliance between Tiando, Xingluo, and Ryu empires is motivated by the division of benefits. Regarding the return of the Ryu Empire's prince, the Tiando Empire felt no sense of wrongdoing, though their demeanor revealed a hint of reluctance. The return of the Ryu Empire's prince offered little advantage to them, instead diminishing the Ryu Empire's aggression towards the Hua-Xia alliance and reducing the supply of soul-guided devices to Tiando and Xingluo empires. Consequently, the Tiando Empire would need to allocate more troops to the battlefield, naturally leaving them displeased. Before the Tiando Empire's front line, as negotiations concluded and the Shu Han forces departed, the Tiando Empire prepared to return to their positions. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Several masked figures clad in black emerged. One long-bearded man in black stepped forward, wielding a Qinglong Yanyue Dao, blocking the path of the Tiando Empire's negotiator. Prince Xuexing, in a titled Douluo of the Tiando Empire. A tall figure, one holding a silver spear and another wielding a red halberd, stood behind him. An innate title powerhouse. Prince Xuexing, himself a titled Douluo, was taken aback at the sight. The trio offered no response. Qinglong Yanyue slash. The foremost figure wasted no time, directly slashing towards the Ryu prince, with a clear target in mind. Prince Xuexing quickly regained his senses and shouted, "Stop him! Quickly! We cannot allow the Ryu prince to come to harm within our Tiando Empire." Within the gates, countless powerful figures surged forth. The trio was none other than Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Lu Bu. Upon witnessing the Tiando Empire's guards spring into action, the one wielding the long spear also moved. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a technique rivaling that of martial soul skill. A glimmer of cold light appeared first, followed by a spear that shot forth like a dragon. In a single sweep, all those who had broken through, intending to offer aid, were halted by the terrifying aura. Meanwhile, Prince Xuexing and the titled Douluo joined forces to block Guan Yu's assault. Suddenly, an ominous old man with a shadowy countenance appeared, effortlessly dispelling Zhao Yun's spear momentum. A wave of formidable natural power, accompanied by a fearsome technique, surged toward Guan Yu. Proud as Lu Bu was, he did not regard this attack lightly, but observed the ominous elder with a grave expression. Zhao Yun's face grew serious as he unleashed 9 bursts of spear flowers, transforming into 9 pure energy forms that successfully neutralized the attack, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Who goes there?" Lu Bu was the first to inquire. "I am Mo Xie, the elder of the Mo family." "Who are you insignificant ones? Withdraw at once, and I shall refrain from holding you accountable." The ominous elder assessed Zhao Yun's ease in countering his 6'10" strength and, calculating that he held no assurance of subduing such capable individuals, spoke up. "Enough of your nonsense. I, Zhao Yun, shall not alter my name or surname. Today, I will ensure that you have no means of escape." Lu Bu, following the plan, flushed with anger as he began to argue with Mo Xie. "Humph! How dare you insult me? Who does not know that Zhao Yun is a master of the spear? You, with your halberd, dare to impersonate him? Your attempts to sow discord are misguided." Mo Xie retorted, scoffing loudly, believing he had unraveled everything. It is worth noting that due to the limitations of the intelligence system, the information capabilities of the Douluo continent are vastly inferior to those of Ma Hongjun, who emphasizes the development of intelligence forces. Their understanding of the enemy remains confined to the level of weaponry. Lu Bu was left speechless, unsure of how to respond to such foolishness. Should he commend this so-called great intellect, or simply regard it as foolishness? It appears that you are indeed the strongest in the Tiando Empire's gate. I, Lu Bu, shall challenge you. Suddenly, the shadowy figure of Shui Rengui could no longer restrain himself and emerged, surrounding Prince Xuexing and his companions alongside Guan Yu and Zhao Yun. Wielding the Fong Tian Huaji, Shui Rengui's weapon matched theirs, yet despite his considerable height, he was still dwarfed by the towering Lu Bu. Should an investigation occur later, they would surely be unable to match identities, as intelligence on the Douluo continent indicated that Lu Bu and Guan Yu had sustained grave injuries and were currently in seclusion for recovery. How could they possibly be present here? He is undoubtedly not Lu Bu. That demon is taller than him. Elder Mo, save me. The Ryu Prince will offer the Mo family a permanent 30% discount on soul-guided devices if you rescue me. The significance of the Ryu Prince became evident at this moment. However, as he spoke, the Ryu Prince glanced at the real Lu Bu and mused that the height of this masked figure was indeed comparable to that of Lu Bu. Lu Bu, having sustained severe injuries, could not possibly be here. If you are willing to release the Ryu Prince, we shall shake hands in peace and allow you to depart. What do you say? Upon witnessing the emergence of Shui Rengui, Mo Xie refrained from becoming enraged this time and opted instead for a conciliatory tone. From his observation, while none of them could match him individually, together, they were certainly formidable. Moreover, the Tiando Empire's prince and the Ryu Prince remained in the enemy's grasp. Dream on. Suddenly, the 4 individuals spoke in unison while turning to launch an attack against the Prince of Xuexing and another titled Douluo. The fact that the Crown Prince of the Sun Moon Empire was hiding behind the two seemed to have been overlooked by them. With a resounding thud, before the Grand Elder of the Mo clan could react, Both the Prince of Shueshing and the unknown titled Douluo met their demise on the spot. Seeking death, the Grand Elder of the Mo clan was thoroughly enraged and charged forward, ready to initiate a battle without hesitation. However, retreat. Whoosh, whoosh. The four fled faster than rabbits. Just as the Grand Elder prepared to pursue, he noticed that they had split into 4 different directions. At that moment, he suddenly heard the faint voice of the Crown Prince of the Sun Moon Empire. Cough, cough, help. The Crown Prince exerted all his strength to crawl out from the crater caused by the attack. 3 days later, in the palace of the Tiando Empire, the furious Emperor Shuye raged. Damn it, the Mo clan harbors malicious intentions, intending to swallow my Tiando Empire. It turned out that news of the day's events had already spread back, revealing that the Tiando Empire had suffered the loss of 2 of its few titled Douluo, one of whom was the Emperor Shuye's brother. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Ma Hongjun, Emperor Shuye was not killed by Qian Rengshu. Instead, he was healed of the poison by a hidden family. However, this also allowed the military power of the Tiando Empire to gradually be infiltrated by these hidden families. The presence of an extreme titled Douluo from the Mo clan, who killed 2 titled Douluo belonging to the Tiando imperial family. While only the sole king-level crown prince of the Sun Moon Empire survived, aroused suspicion among many. In the Xingluo Empire, it appeared that the Tiando Empire was facing even greater difficulties. The influence of these hidden families was truly pervasive, indicating that this incident was likely connected to them. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire was similarly unsettled, although the situation in the Xingluo Empire was considerably better. The disparity in top-tier strength allowed the hidden families to hold a significant position within the Xingluo Empire. Naturally, the empire would harbor no fondness for these transcendent forces. Among the hidden families, there was no uniformity. While some hidden families within the Tiando Empire secretly rejoiced, their actions became increasingly reckless. In a short time, as rumors spread, Emperor Xie began to retract military power, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Tongtian Sea in the Shuhan camp. Additionally, due to Wuhan's return of the Crown Prince of the Sun Moon Empire, the pressure on Wuhan's faction also diminished greatly. Although an incident occurred midway, the Sun Moon Empire did not suspect Wuhan's involvement, and with the Crown Prince's injuries improving, numerous factions began to settle down, with both sides possessing equal military strength and a minor gap in high-level combat power. Even though the Douluo continent side knew that conquering another nation could earn them the divine rewards of the divine realm, they would still exercise restraint. After all, wealth is useless without life. No one is foolish. As the pressures of both nations eased, the royal family of the Xingluo Empire naturally seized this opportunity to reclaim military power, coupled with the already reduced influence of the Spirit Hall, which was preparing for the divine examination. The situation in the Tongtian Sea became unprecedentedly tranquil. All of this unfolded according to Ma Hongjun's foresight, as he sensed a formidable crisis looming from the world, urgently requiring the enhancement of top-tier strength for self-preservation. He understood that according to the timeline on the Douluo continent, the emergence of divine-level powerhouses was not far off. Tang San, Qian Rengshu, and Bibi Dong would, at most, become divine-level powerhouses within the next 5 years. By that time, Tang San might reminisce about old ties or possibly clash with the Spirit Hall. Regardless of the outcome, they would inevitably choose to annex the Huaxiao world. Leading to the advancement of the world would garner the world's favor and immense merit for promotion, which was something Ma Hongjun wished to avoid. Divine-level powerhouses can sway the tide of war. Even the condensed energy of the finest armies would crumble before them. Only by swiftly consolidating fortune and establishing a dynasty could there be any chance of resistance. Chapter 209, The Establishment of the Dynasty. Prelude as rumors proliferated. The conflict between the empires and hidden families on the Douluo continent erupted completely. Meanwhile, everything in the Tongtian Sea seemed to have returned to calm. At the Tongtian Pass, guarded by Wuhan, only some important generals remained. To the astonishment of all, the one in charge was none other than Guan Yu of Shuhan. It turned out that Wuhan had summoned all his men back, and after the previous collaboration, Guan Yu, who had benefited from their alliance, voluntarily requested to help guard the narrow pass. Known for his loyalty, Guan Yu felt compelled to repay the favor he had received from Wuhan. The recall of the main generals, without calling back the troops, clearly indicated that significant matters were at hand. Upon receiving a message from Liu Bowen, Guan Yu naturally felt a sense of duty to assist. Only with fierce warriors can the army's energy be maximized. True elite forces require both commanding generals and valiant warriors. And Guan Yu perfectly embodied the combination of both. as the Tongtian Sea is a critical strategic location between the two worlds if given the choice. Ma Hongjun would also prefer to maintain a robust defense. The Tongtian Sea, vast and uninhabited, was rich in spiritual energy, even if most of the sea area were excluded. The land it occupied was larger than any of the 13 provinces of the Great Han. 3 days later, in Jinling City, the army triumphantly returned. Although only 1/3 of Wuhan's cavalry came back, their presence was still imposing. The streets of Jinling City were filled with citizens welcoming the victorious army. For the people of the Great Han, these heroes who fought for their nation were considered victorious as long as they return alive. Almost every 6 months, a batch of newly matured soldiers would be dispatched to the Tongtian Sea, and most families had someone serving in the military, highlighting the cruelty of war. As for the name of Jinling City, Ma Hongjun had officially ordered its renaming prior to this moment. Now, Jinling City gathered nearly 1/3 of the civil and military officials from the Three Kingdoms era, who would dare to claim that Jinling City lacked valiant men. With substantial authority, Ma Hongjun did not need to consider the sentiments of the hidden families in the face of momentous matters. Anyone who dared to obstruct would find a dagger marked with the Tianwei insignia at their bedside upon waking the next morning. Who wouldn't be afraid? Thus, the renaming of the capital was effortlessly accomplished by Ma Hongjun during the return of the meritorious officials. The triumphant soldiers were divided into several segments, with the first and foremost being the White Horse Isong, who instilled fear in their enemies on the battlefield. Following them were the light cavalry led by Tai Shirzi, and then the heavy cavalry commanded by Lu Bu, whose might was not inferior to that of the White Horse Isong. Lu Bowen commanded the central army, accompanied by numerous generals and scholars, with the main elite forces closely following behind. Finally, the cavalry formation at the rear, though appearing less menacing, with some members still bearing youthful faces, faced no doubts regarding their power. Approximately 1,000 strong, each soldier possessed strength equivalent to the pinnacle of the Soul King realm, formed by Shui Rengue from the talents gathered throughout Wuhan, riding pure-blooded Shuema. The emergence of such exceptional steeds in formation was indeed a remarkable feat, demonstrating that their lord was truly unparalleled. On the city gate tower, Zhang Zhao wore a satisfied expression and stroked his beard with a smile. Indeed, figures like Cao Cao and Liu Bei could not be compared to our king, merely a swarm of flies and dogs. Many ministers, witnessing the scene, praised the wisdom and martial prowess of our king, while seizing the opportunity to belittle Wei and Shu. Ma Hongjun could only shake his head helplessly and chose to ignore them. Each of these civil officials possesses an abundance of cunning, and while he may not harbor genuine affection for them, Ma Hongjun finds pleasure in the flattery of capable and principled individuals like Zhang Zhao. It is undeniable that although the majority of Huaxia people uphold national righteousness, there remains a segment that is deeply entrenched in corruption. This corruption transcends mere embezzlement. It embodies a broader malaise of moral decay and behavioral decline. Such individuals are solely driven by self-interest, lacking any ethical boundaries, and in some egregious cases, even the fundamental bonds of kinship are absent, leading them to betray even their own brothers, let alone their country. A monarch as innocent, kind-hearted, and principled as Ma Hongjun cannot fathom the origins of such people. From the intelligence provided by the reconnaissance system, Ma Hongjun learns that 1/3 of the officials in his court possess only a minimal degree of loyalty, teetering on the brink of betrayal. Some members of the aristocracy even fall below the passing mark, but fortunately, they occupy positions of little authority and pose no threat to the governance of Wuhan. As the soldiers lined up in formation, they knelt in unison, creating a grand spectacle. Rising to address them, Ma Hongjun proclaimed, "You are the foundation of our Wuhan nation. The stability of our realm amidst turbulent times relies on your steadfast vigilance. Your efforts are commendable." In response, the soldiers stood and shouted in unison, not arduous at all. From atop the city wall, Ma Hongjun stood resolutely. "Today, I have arranged for bathing tubs and fresh water. Those residing in Jinling may return home for a visit after bathing. I expect you all to return to your posts early tomorrow, for I shall ascend the throne at dawn. You may not fully grasp why I am to be crowned emperor while the Han emperor remains, but this is a matter of great significance for the safety of Wuhan and even the entire Han dynasty. Please await the outcome tomorrow." With a grand flourish of his sleeve, he spoke with a commanding presence. The preparations for bathing, including the tubs and hot water, required considerable effort. However, it was necessary. The soldiers bore heavy burdens of resentment, which could hinder the establishment of a prosperous dynasty. Every flourishing empire experiences a period of peace many years after its founding, a time when fortune is most concentrated. The recently retired Wu army, however, did not meet this criterion. Therefore, bathing and changing attire were essential for gathering favorable fortune. The soldiers could possess a fighting spirit, but must be free of malevolence. Long live our king! The soldiers exclaimed with excitement, grateful for the opportunity to visit their families and thrilled at the prospect of their monarch's imminent ascension. The honor of a nation's people has existed long before. It is akin to how, in the future, if our nation were to become the world's foremost power, our collective reaction would be the same. Soon, the army established its encampment outside the city, while the officials of higher rank dismounted to enter the city. Once they returned to the military camp and received their orders, the soldiers dispersed in a rush to find the bathing tubs and indulge in hot baths. Within the grand hall of the palace, the core military and civil officials gathered, with Ma Hongjun seated upon the throne. Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun occupied the prominent positions to his left and right, respectively, with others arranged according to their rank. Even the rebellious figures like Liu Bu and Ma Chao displayed a newfound respect in the presence of Ma Hongjun. I have already informed the allied nations of Wei and Shu about my ascension to the throne, and they have acknowledged it. Furthermore, under verifiable conditions, they are willing to become vassal states of the new nation, Ma Hongjun declared boldly. What is the reason for this? The officials queried, their expressions reflecting perplexity, knowing there was more to come. While the three kingdoms were allied, their unity arose from necessity against external threats, and once those threats were resolved, they would revert to being adversaries. The dynasty I will establish tomorrow is the ancient Yun dynasty, Ma Hongjun explained slowly. Pray tell, what is the ancient Yun dynasty? What benefits does it confer? Liu Bowen could no longer contain his curiosity. Despite his remarkable intelligence, he remained unclear about the concept of the Yun dynasty, though the mention of it elicited a contemplative expression. Unbeknownst to many, the Yun dynasty represents an ancient lineage of humanity that predates the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a vital tradition that enabled humanity to survive amidst the myriad races of antiquity. Ma Hongjun elaborated to the attentive assembly, as these military leaders and civil officials were his trusted confidants, genuinely loyal to him, with even the old officials of Dongwu displaying loyalty levels exceeding 85. The ancient human race? The officials inquired with expressions of astonishment. Even without knowledge of the ancient humans, the very name suggests a profound antiquity, reminiscent of the mythical tales passed down through generations. Indeed, in the distant past, humanity once basked in glory, only to be nearly extinguished by traitorous elements among their own kind, alongside foreign adversaries, resulting in a gradual severance of their lineage post the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Ma Hongjun reflected solemnly, recalling the secret records that spoke of these events. He lamented that, regardless of the era, the frailty of human nature must never be underestimated. He felt fortunate to possess the system that discerned loyalty. The reason for the severance of the ancient human lineage was due to betrayal from those seeking power, colluding with foreign entities, leading to the deaths of countless elite warriors. Ultimately, this left humanity vulnerable, reduced to sustenance for the more powerful races of undead and demons. Were it not for the emergence of extraordinary talents like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who safeguarded humanity, the race might have faced extinction, never to rise as the dominant force across the myriad realms. Such treachery, should such traitors arise in our time, I would not hesitate to eradicate them, Zhao Yun declared vehemently, rising in anger. Even Liu Bu's countenance darkened upon hearing Ma Hongjun's revelations, expressing his disdain for such individuals. Though Liu Bu had shifted allegiances twice, those were internal disputes. His stance against foreign threats had always been resolute, having once driven the Xiongnu into retreat. Indeed, the current plight of our descendants, the Yin Huang, is dire, particularly as the northern Wei Han not only faces harassment from foreign tribes, but must also remain vigilant against incursions from the sea. If our dynasty were to witness the emergence of such traitors again, it would spell calamity for the Yin Huang people. Moreover, I am aware that external forces are soon to be reshuffled, with divine-level warriors expected to appear. If we maintain our present state, we shall only face destruction. Hence, the urgency of establishing the Yun dynasty. Only then can we effectively mitigate the perils posed by traitorous factions. Those who belong to the Yun dynasty shall be enveloped by its auspicious fortune, but those with ulterior motives will surely face its backlash. Ma Hongjun articulated this with deliberate clarity. In this world, no one possesses the means to resist the backlash of the Yuan dynasty's fortune. Joining the Yuan dynasty is akin to being bound together in a single vessel. This particular aspect, however, Ma Hongjun chose not to disclose to the nations of Wei and Shu when the time comes. They shall be compelled to consider the interests of the Yuan dynasty without bloodshed. Although both individuals are rulers of vassal states, their status is only subordinate to Ma Hongjun. However, their interests are entirely intertwined, making betrayal an impossibility as they simultaneously bask in the auspices of the Yunchao's fortune. Meanwhile, the Tianluotuang faction on the Douluo continent has suffered a devastating blow from the Wuhuan Temple. Even the leader, Mei Anna, has been captured by the Wuhuan Temple due to the emergence of a traitor within their ranks. Following Ma Hongjun's explanation, the crowd was engulfed in indignation, unanimously expressing that the establishment of the Yunchao is imperative. Observing this from his seat, Zhou Yu could not restrain himself and rose to pierce through the atmosphere with a pointed inquiry that echoed the thoughts of many. Will the establishment of the Yunchao, with its fortuitous blessings, allow us to rapidly enhance our own strength? Zhou Yu boldly asked. Indeed, as long as the spiritual energy is abundant and the fortune is sufficient, one can swiftly elevate their prowess. The rate of cultivation will vary depending on one's official rank. Ma Hongjun candidly responded to Zhou Yu's question without any pretense. Upon hearing this, even the generals, who typically paid little heed to rank, turned their gazes with intrigue, particularly figures like Lu Bu and Ma Chao, whose eyes sparkled with desire. Dare I ask, my lord, could a higher title augment our cultivation speed? Lu Bu, unable to contain his excitement, promptly rose and inquired with a respectful bow. Yes, though the specifics of the enhancement remain unclear, it should be similar to the benefits conferred by official rank, and it will not be negligible. Titles and ranks both enjoy the blessings of fortune, and they do not conflict, Ma Hongjun affirmed. Upon hearing this, the ministers and military leaders below cast envious glances at Lu Bu. Thank you, my lord, for your gracious gift. I shall henceforth regard you as my foremost leader. Lu Bu expressed his gratitude with a bow, returning to his seat with a look of satisfaction, acknowledging the crowd with respectful gestures. Although he ranked lower than Zhao Yun and Shui Rengui due to his late allegiance, he could still enjoy the dual benefits of cultivation enhancement. It is worth noting that the title of Wenhou is a singular honor, and in ancient times, single-character titles were regarded with great esteem, surpassed only by a few exceptional double-character titles like Wu and Ho and Gong Jun Ho. The more fortune the Yunchao accumulates, the greater the enhancement of cultivation speed will be. Henceforth, all must endeavor to cultivate diligently for the establishment of the Wuhan and to vie for glory on behalf of our Lord. With Lu Bowen's declaration, the banquet reached a crescendo, and the attendees began to raise their glasses in celebration of the impending formation of the Yunchao. The following morning, the army commenced its assembly, and the entire city was under martial law, encircling Jinling with numerous troops in layered formations. Members of various prominent families trembled in fear, afraid to make any move. Wei Han and Emperor Xian of Han announced his abdication, prompting jubilations throughout Jinling as the news of the Wu Han dynasty's impending establishment spread across the entire Han realm. Cao Cao and Liu Bei, accompanied by their subordinates, hastened to Jinling. With their enhanced power, news traveled swiftly, and they arrived just in time for the establishment of the Yunchao. Although both were somewhat skeptical of Ma Hongjun's words, he assured them in the name of the entire Wuhan that he would not interfere in their national affairs, only requiring them to reap the benefits. Only Cao Cao needed to make private concessions to facilitate Emperor Xian's abdication, allowing the nation to enjoy the blessings of fortune and exponentially increase their cultivation speed. What more could they desire? Naturally, they all rushed to the capital. While those who did not come could still benefit from the fortune, the more who arrived, the greater their share of fortune and the more the Yunchao could consolidate. Consequently, even the military leaders from various factions, such as Sun Yu, Guijia, and Zhuge Liang, returned. Unfortunately, among the Peach Garden brothers, only Liu Bei arrived, whose presence would undoubtedly bring a significant share of fortune, rivaled perhaps only by Zhao Yun and Lu Bu. Meanwhile, upon hearing of Liu Bei and Cao Cao's arrival, Ma Hongjun felt a mix of excitement and regret. Nothing can be perfect. The bond of brotherhood among the three will surely allow Liu Bei, as the eldest, to bring forth a substantial share of their collective fortune. Lu Bowen remarked with a gentle smile, fanning himself. This is for the best. Zhang Fei must lead the Shu Han troops, and Guan Yu is assisting us in securing the borders. It is already a favorable outcome. Ma Hongjun consoled himself. Fortunately, the presence of representatives from Wei and Shu would not significantly impact Wu Han's interests. Rather, the more representatives that came, the more fortune they would take with them, despite it originally belonging to them. However, the overall volume of fortune does affect the hierarchy of a dynasty. If a dynasty is intended to be of a certain caliber but is stunted by a lack of fortune, the consequences could be dire. While Ma Hongjun pondered these matters, among those who accompanied Cao Cao was a seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man, whose keen intelligence became apparent upon closer inspection. At that moment, he discreetly detached himself from the group and stealthily followed someone into the palace. Your Majesty, Jiasu seeks an audience. Cheng Yaojin reported from outside the palace. Quickly. Admit him. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun, who had been engaged in a game of chess with Liu Bowen, sprang to his feet and hurried towards the door in excitement. Liu Bowen was left behind, bewildered, as he was on the verge of winning. However, seeing the eagerness on Ma Hongjun's face, he too felt compelled to follow, curious to discover who could elicit such enthusiasm from their lord. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Upon seeing the youthful visage of Ma Hongjun, Jiasu was taken aback but quickly composed himself, bowing respectfully. There is no need for such formalities, I have been eagerly awaiting your presence, and I hope you will assist me with all your might. I shall reward you with a high position, Ma Hongjun stated directly, recognizing Jiasu's respectful demeanor and inwardly chastising him as a cunning old fox. I, your humble servant, pay my respects to Your Majesty. Jiasu wishes to serve you wholeheartedly, Jiasu replied, his eyes gleaming with joy at Ma Hongjun's generosity. He directly addressed the yet-to-be-crowned Ma Hongjun as Your Majesty, indicating his intentions. Ma Hongjun's open offer of a high position was a clear sign of sincerity and value placed upon him. Jiasu, age 53. Strength, early innate stage, equivalent to a level 91 title Douluo. Potential, level 1 deity. Ma Hongjun quickly assessed Jiasu's abilities and was astonished to discover that he was indeed a powerful innate realm expert. This old fox had concealed his strength well. No prior rumors had suggested he was an innate stage expert. Ma Hongjun had grown indifferent to examining martial spirits, as they posed minimal limitations on the capabilities of the exceptional individuals from Huaxia. These talents were inherently gifted, compared to those from the Douluo continent. Their talents were exponentially superior, with nearly every historical figure possessing divine-level potential or higher. From the revelations within the secret of the world, Ma Hongjun understood why this world, despite its lower overall levels compared to the Douluo continent, exhibited such vastly superior talents. The innate gifts of the Huaxia people were inherited from the primordial Great World. While they might not match the overall power of those from the primordial realms, their top-tier talents were not far behind. Particularly, individuals like Zhao Yun, Shui Ringue, and Lu Bu, who were extraordinary geniuses, even surpassed the talents of most primordial human races. However, due to the limitations of this world, their true potential remained obscured. At this moment, Ma Hongjun strides step by step towards the sacrificial altar, poised to establish the ancient Yun dynasty, yet his heart is devoid of joy. This is due to the disheartening news he has received concerning the downfall of the Mei family and the capture of Mayana. The Mei family had been a crucial ally in his early endeavors to build influence, second only to the significant support he received from Shrek Academy. He has never forgotten this kindness, but regrettably, Mayana's fervent insistence to remain has led most of the Mei family to stay on the Douluo continent. Fortunately, the head of the Mei family, Mei Jin, has accompanied Ma Hongjun to the Three Kingdoms and survived. Otherwise, his debt to Mayana would be even greater. Anna, wait for me. I shall rescue you and bring you home, Ma Hongjun silently vows. Ascending the high platform, Ma Hongjun gazes down at the throngs of people below, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Drawing forth the innate spiritual treasure, the Shan He too, he raises it high above his head and proclaims loudly, the Wuhan dynasty shall establish its capital in Jinling City, with Lu Ning as its emperor. Founded upon the countless human tribes and anchored by the innate spiritual treasure, the Shan He too, to stabilize the dynasty as fortune. Wuhan dynasty, rise! With his command, a deafening roar echoes, resonating through the heavens and reaching the hearts of every Wuhan citizen. This marvel is no less impressive than a divine examination. Ma Hongjun's starry eyes widen as he releases waves of intangible fortune power, which, upon reaching the imperial palace, coalesces into a golden dragon of fortune above it. The golden dragon emits a resounding roar, drawing immense fortune from all directions into its maw. Witnessing this spectacle, both civil and military officials, as well as visitors from Wei and Shu, are struck with astonishment. However, under the leadership of Lu Bowen and Jiasu, they swiftly kneel and chant for the protection of the ancestral spirits of humanity, proclaiming, "Your Majesty is destined by heaven." Even Liu Bei and Cao Cao find themselves bending slightly, expressing their respect for the master of the dynasty. As fortune envelopes him, Ma Hongjun's cultivation rapidly ascends, nearing the threshold of half-step innate level before he comes to a halt. He then surveys the assembly below, recognizing this as an opportune moment to bolster the strength of his followers. Today's coronation is made possible by your unwavering support. Thus, I shall bestow titles upon my ministers. Cao Cao and Liu Bei, step forward to receive your orders. Ma Hongjun's voice booms with authority, showing no leniency. Cao Cao's expression is less than favorable, yet he reluctantly steps forward and bows slightly, while Liu Bei maintains a calm demeanor, bending slightly as he awaits Ma Hongjun's pronouncement. From this day forth, I hereby appoint you both as the sovereigns of the Wuhan dynasty's vassal kingdoms. From now on, we share glory and misfortune alike, and may partake in the fortune of the dynasty. Ma Hongjun states, his tone devoid of reluctance, unafraid of the two kingdoms surpassing his strength. In truth, he harbors a confidence that their strength can never exceed his own, for as vassal states, they are destined to remain subordinate. Wuhan not only absorbs their fortune, but also determines the extent of their shared fortunes, ensuring they're always one tier below the principal kingdom. Ma Hongjun proceeds to confer titles upon Zhao Yun and Shui Ren, elevating both to the rank of first-tier generals, akin to Lu Bowen, while others like Lu Bu and Ma Chao are designated as second-tier or lower. This is not due to any stinginess on Ma Hongjun's part, but rather a consequence of the hierarchical constraints of the dynasty. This individual is truly extraordinary. He has summoned a golden dragon of fortune. No wonder he could defy fate, overthrow Dongwu, and establish Wuhan. He undoubtedly harbors astonishing secrets. An elderly man among the common folk muses, eyeing Ma Hongjun with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. Unlike the throngs kneeling or bowing, he regards Ma Hongjun with a cold gaze. If I could grasp this secret, this world would be mine to command. Even the deity of this realm would be inconsequential in my presence. The elder's eyes gleam with ambition as he subtly shifts his stance, preparing to strike at Ma Hongjun. However, upon noticing the flourishing fortune above the palace from the corner of his eye, he hesitates, revealing a flicker of apprehension. Consider yourself fortunate, young man. Once you leave this world or venture into the Tongtian Sea, you shall fall into my grasp, the elder muses, casting one last penetrating glance at Ma Hongjun before vanishing from sight. Ma Hongjun, empowered by the influx of fortune, senses something amiss and gazes curiously toward the spot where the elder disappeared. How strange. I felt as if I were being stalked by a fierce tiger. Could a deity have come here to investigate? He ponders. Unless it were a being of divine strength, such sensations would not be evoked. With the blessing of fortune, Ma Hongjun's cultivation has surged, reaching a staggering level of 89. Relying solely on his own efforts, he has achieved the pinnacle of the soul, Douluo realm, by the age of 18. Such talent, if known, would surely astonish both realms and instill awe across the lands. It is not only Ma Hongjun who has experienced a breakthrough due to the infusion of fortune. Zhao Yun, close to the master realm, has also surpassed the barrier to reach level 95, the title of Douluo. Empowered by the essence of fortune, Shui Rengui has made a significant leap to the mid-master realm. Akin to Lu Bu's recent advancement, both achieving the status of mid-level Douluo at level 96, thus establishing themselves as the foremost martial cultivators of the Wu Kingdom. As for who excels among them, even Ma Hongjun cannot discern. Long live our emperor! As the voices of the kneeling masses rise like a chorus, Ma Hongjun awakens from his reverie and resumes bestowing rewards. Shui Rengui is appointed as the Grand Marshal of Wuhan, a meteoric rise indeed. Zhao Yun is named the foremost of the 5 Tiger Generals, honored with the title of Yunlong General, while Lu Bu also holds the title of a 5 Tiger General. Designated as the Ghostly God General, though constrained by the dynasty's hierarchy to a second-tier rank. Ma Chao, equally a 5 Tiger General, is granted the title of Tianwei General, also of second-tier rank. The remaining 2 positions among the 5 Tiger Generals are filled by Tai Shirtzi and Ganning. Ma Hongjun finds great satisfaction in these appointments, lamenting only that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei do not belong to the Wuhan faction. Otherwise, the standing of the 5 Tiger Generals might have required further deliberation. Additionally, he bestows titles upon 3rd and 4th tier generals, while those below 4th tier will receive their decrees after the assembly concludes. Liu Bowen is named the head of civil officials, appointed as the left chancellor with 1st tier status, also benefiting from the infusion of fortune, resulting in a breakthrough in his cultivation. Jia Su, being newly arrived, is appointed as the deputy minister of war, holding a 2nd tier rank, while the position of minister remains vacant. Zhang Zhao is named the deputy minister of personnel, also 2nd tier, with a vacancy for the minister position. Zhou Yu serves as Liu Bowen's deputy, appointed as the deputy minister of the central secretariat, holding a 2nd tier rank. To facilitate the establishment of the dynasty, Ma Hongjun had previously instituted a system of 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Thus, no one is surprised by these developments. Naturally, possessing modern knowledge, Ma Hongjun has made several improvements to the system. As for the remaining vacant positions, he does not rush to fill them, allowing subordinates to temporarily assume duties. As the Wuhan dynasty is established, the strength of the 3 kingdoms has ascended a notch, nearing the formidable power levels of the Douluo continent. Numerous warriors and scholars, once hindered by innate thresholds, have now triumphantly transcended their limitations. In the unknown realm, 2 immensely noble and profoundly mysterious currents of energy are devouring one another. The 3-colored energy flow, which was previously at an absolute disadvantage, has suddenly been nourished by a mysterious power, stabilizing the situation while becoming increasingly extraordinary, as if imbued with greater agility and intelligence. How infuriating! It appears the world has ascended in rank. A divine will, laden with astonishment and rage, emerges. This is the consciousness of the Tian Dao from the Douluo world. In contrast, the world consciousness of the Sangor realm is somewhat lacking, possessing only instinct and a faint flicker of infantile awareness. Typically, the Tian Dao consciousness does not articulate speech or provide answers. However, judging by the peculiarities of that energy flow, it can be surmised that its intelligence is approaching that of sentient beings, not inferior to that of an ordinary human child. Yet, due to the absence of a form resembling that of a human creature akin to the Tian Dao of Douluo, it evidently finds itself at a disadvantage in their mutual consumption battle. This reflects the true nature of the Tian Dao. Only in such a state can it be selfless, operating solely according to the world's trajectory without selfish desires. It is noteworthy that, aside from the 3,000 great worlds, few possess a world consciousness that births a Tian Dao. Thus, the emergence of the Tian Dao consciousness in the Sangor world can be regarded as a miracle, while the human-like Tian Dao of the Douluo world is even rarer. This particular Tian Dao is often referred to as the Destruction Tian Dao. Once it is born, it heralds a cataclysm. The birth of a human will from the Tian Dao is exceedingly rare, and the emergence of a selfish human consciousness would spell disaster for the surrounding world. Fortunately, the Sangor world is somewhat unique in possessing a Tian Dao consciousness, devoid of human selfishness, retaining only an instinctive intelligence akin to that of child. The Wuhan dynasty's rank is classified as Intermediate Dynasty, with the capacity to enhance cultivation speed by up to 10-fold. The monarch is Liu Ning, the left chancellor is Liu Bowen, the grand marshal is Shui Ringgui, and the 5 tiger generals are Zhao Yun, Liu Bu, Ma Chao, Tai Shirtzi, and Gan Ning. On the innate spiritual treasure, the Shan He Tu, lines of small characters appear, detailing the basic information and positions within the dynasty. Why does this seem so reminiscent of the legendary Feng Shenbang? Upon returning to his chamber, Ma Hongjun did not hastily stabilize his cultivation. Instead, he opened the Shan He Tu, astonished by its revelations. Meanwhile, other high-ranking generals and officials hurriedly departed after the establishment of the dynasty to solidify their own cultivation, leaving behind some minor officials and citizens still celebrating in the city. Even at night, Jinling City is ablaze with lights, vibrant and bustling. The Shan He Tu, as an innate spiritual treasure of the highest order, serves as a tool to suppress the fortune of the dynasty and naturally differs from other treasures of fate. In fact, apart from the human race in the Honghuang world, there are myriad dynasties across the realms that utilize innate spiritual treasures as their fortunes. A gentle voice from the system, rare in its clarity, resonates within Ma Hongjun's mind, addressing his confusion. Are there other human dynasties? Ma Hongjun inquired with delight. Clearly, after learning about the history of the Hong human race, Ma Hongjun's mood had soured, feeling as though burdened by an immense weight, eagerly seeking allies among his kind. Not only are there human dynasties, but also dynasties established by various beings across the realms. Though the Hong world is esteemed as the origin of all realms, its isolation and the flow of time have rendered its true strength not significantly superior to that of other great worlds. The system, seemingly in a particularly good mood today, patiently explains. I see. Ma Hongjun's expression shifts to one of contemplation. Having been exposed to the modern internet, he quickly grasps this concept, even speculating on other cosmologies based on his knowledge. Simply put, this is a world steeped in the myths of Hong and is also the origin of all realms. There are also 3,000 eternal great worlds, countless middle and minor worlds, each ranked in ascending order. The Douluo continent and the Sangwoo world fall within the category of minor worlds, yet they're unique in having birthed a Tian Dao consciousness, which has even developed intelligence. Returning to the main narrative, as Ma Hongjun pays homage to the ancestors of the human race and establishes the dynasty, the Sangwoo world ascends from a relatively ordinary status among minor worlds to a higher echelon. The sky is awash with clouds and radiant hues, the splendor of the dynasty casting a formidable shadow that dispels all malevolence. The entire Han dynasty appears to flourish, yet some individuals have begun to harbor nefarious thoughts. Due to Ma Hongjun's autocratic tendencies, those seeking power and profit, willing to betray their lord for personal gain, have commenced subtle machinations. Such individuals are not uncommon in any era. In the depths of night, within a lavishly expansive estate in Jinling City, a black-clad figure kneels before an elderly man adorned with a goat-like beard. Master, the net of the Wuhuan temple in the Douluo domain has been completely withdrawn. The Wu King will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation of the internal factions. What shall we do next? The black-clad figure reports. The Emperor Wu wields great power and has always looked down upon the aristocracy. Hence, we cannot be blamed for divulging information to the Wuhuan temple. With the talisman given by my second brother, the Chui family may not fear military oppression, yet we do fear the suppression of their great army. So we must proceed with caution, replies the figure. The Chui family is a prominent clan during the Sangwoo period and was the first to pledge allegiance to the Wu Han after its establishment. However, Ma Hongjun's attitude towards the aristocracy foretells that they will not be favored, as he promotes officials while excluding members of the Chui family, inciting a feeling of resentment within them. This leads to the current scene. The individual is named Chui Yi, the head of the Qinghe Chui clan. Though a scholar, his strength is not to be underestimated, having reached the level of a titled Douluo. His younger brother, Chui Zhouping, is a notably elusive figure within the Sangwoo world, known for his reclusive nature. Suddenly, a sinister wind sweeps through, causing the doors and windows of the Chui residence to creak ominously, as if hell itself had descended and demons had emerged. Ha! With me, Yu present, there's no need to fear a mere fledgling. A white-haired, white-bearded old man abruptly appears before Chui Yi, grinning menacingly. This man is the mysterious elder who had previously displayed murderous intent towards Ma Hongjun. As the laughter echoes, all strange phenomena dissipate as if they were mere illusions. Yu, the master of my second brother, Yu, Chui Yi inquires in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. Ah, you are the elder brother of Chui Zhouping. Kui, correct. Are you willing to heed my command? You shall reap great rewards upon the fulfillment of this task. Yu nods, speaking with satisfaction. I shall faithfully adhere to your wishes, esteemed master. Upon receiving a clear response and witnessing the profound strength of the elder, Chui Yi bows deeply in respect. Excellent. I had intended to waste time with pleasantries, but having overheard your conversation, it seems you both harbor grievances against your sovereign. It is thus fated that the Wu Emperor shall fall. Listen carefully to my instructions. Entice the Wu Emperor to the Tongtian Sea in this manner. The elder gradually reveals his plan. Chapter 213, A Foreboding Sense. Very well. Let it be so. The Wu Emperor has yet to bear an heir. Should anything happen to him, it will surely shock the world and incite chaos. As the foremost family of Wuhan, this will be our opportunity. Thank you, ancestor, for your guidance. Upon hearing Yuji's plan, Chui Yi slams his thigh and rises, applauding with enthusiasm. The venerable Yuji, seated majestically, presented a visage of benevolence. leisurely sipping tea and stroking his beard, a gentle smile gracing his countenance, exuding an air of tranquility. One would scarcely suspect him of harboring treacherous intentions against the sovereign. The scenery here is delightful. I have decided to reside here for a few days to expedite the realization of my plans, which shall undoubtedly benefit you all. And transcending the threshold of a grand master shall be but a trifling matter, Yu-Ji remarked with a hint of assurance. The notion of achieving the esteemed rank of a grand master appeared trivial in his eyes, and regardless of its authenticity. The mere audacity to proclaim it suggested that his prowess must lie beyond that of a grand master, perhaps even a great grandmaster. If Ma Hongjun were to encounter such a formidable entity, the preservation of his life would indeed be uncertain. Since his rebirth, Ma Hongjun had never faced a crisis of such magnitude, particularly unaware of a lurking peril. Presently, he was contemplating how to traverse to Douluo to rescue his elder sister, oblivious to the fact that a terrifying presence had already set its sights upon him. Fear not, ancestor. Even if we take no action, the Wu Emperor will inevitably venture to the Douluo realm, passing through the Tongtian Sea, and at that time, your intervention shall be effortless, Cui Yi remarked with a sinister confidence. Yu-Ji nodded slightly, harboring no objections to this assertion. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun remained unaware, furrowing his brow at the table, wearing a countenance of distress. Anna could not simply expose her whereabouts. Even if she did, there would be time for a response to relay messages. It was evident that someone had leaked secrets, and a thorough investigation would be necessary to rescue Anna. Should those noble families involve themselves, their existence would become redundant. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened as he silently vowed. Within the royal palace, all seemed routine. Yet it was currently a gathering place for numerous skilled individuals. Aside from Lu Bowen, who had already set out for the Tongtian Sea, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Lu Bu, Tai Shi Ci, Gan Ning, Shui Ringgui, and the 5 tiger generals had all assembled. Of course, there was also Cheng Yaojin, having been appointed as the commander of the 2nd-tier Imperial Guard, had successfully ascended to the rank of a titled Douluo, complemented by the formidable Tian Gang 36 axes. A legendary skill of suspected divine caliber, making his combat prowess formidable, despite having mastered only 3 axes. You few are my most crucial allies, and I shall not conceal my intentions from you. This time, I plan to lead you into the lion's den, journeying to Douluo to rescue individuals, which may pose significant threats to our lives. If you are unwilling, you may remain behind, Ma Hongjun stated with a grave demeanor. His words were heartfelt, devoid of any ulterior motives. The potential for them to face life-threatening dangers was substantial. It would be wiser to retain their valuable lives to guard the Yin Huang human race in the Tongtian Sea. Ma Hongjun, however, held confidence in preserving his own life. Were it not for the Soul Hall's coercion compelling him to personally attend, he would not embark on this journey at this moment. He could not act without compassion, nor could he remain indifferent to the plight of Mei Anna, even if it was a significant taboo for an emperor. Within 3 days, one must arrive at the Soul Hall, or else the traitor Mei Anna shall face certain death. Signed, Bibidon, on a parchment shimmering with golden soul power. Only these 2 lines were inscribed. Orphaned and unencumbered, I merely wish to follow my lord. What is a mountain of knives or a sea of flames to me? Cheng Yaojin was the first to kneel, pledging his loyalty. We are willing to serve our lord, undeterred by the prospect of death. The others, though not as overtly flattering as Cheng Yaojin, also willingly prostrated themselves. It is important to recognize that it was Ma Hongjun who bestowed upon them the opportunity to transcend their limitations. They vowed fealty to Ma Hongjun, for in ancient times, loyalty and righteousness were held in the highest regard. Whether motivated by loyalty or righteousness, they could not allow Ma Hongjun to venture into the Soul Hall alone. Aware that persuasion would be futile, they collectively resolved to accompany him. Very well. Have you harbored any fear of formidable foes? This may indeed be a trap laid against us, Ma Hongjun observed, yet he did not obstruct their willingness to follow him. He would not abandon any of them. Haha, the mere Soul Hall of Douluo shall not deter us. Lu Bu, wielding his Fong Tianhua-ji, stood first, laughing heartily, entirely unconcerned by the notion of a trap. As Feng Xian rightly stated, even if 10,000 foes arise, we shall carve a bloody path for our lord. Zhao Yun also rose slowly, the gleaming silver of his Longdan gun shimmering like a dragon lurking in the depths. The others followed suit, kneeling in loyalty, not to mention Shui Ringgui and Cheng Yaojin, who were summoned figures. The remaining 5 were all prodigies of this era, endowed with extraordinary talents. Yet without Ma Hongjuan's recognition and support, they would not have attained their current status and might. Thus, their loyalty to Ma Hongjun was unwavering, particularly Zhao Yun, who shared a brotherly bond with him. Lu Bu, too, felt indebted for his rescue of his daughter and wife, while Taisher Ci and Gan Ning were grateful for his patronage. Consequently, they all willingly followed Ma Hongjun to the Soul Hall. Though each was formidable in battle, their skills in warfare were equally formidable, each possessing their own means of self-preservation. Thus they were unafraid of perishing in a foreign land. In Jinling City, atop the Zijingcheng Palace, a night passed in silence as all bid farewell to their wives and children. Aside from Zhao Yun and Cheng Yaojin, the others had familial ties. Zhao Yun could still bid farewell to his siblings, while Cheng Yaojin stood unencumbered, gazing at the hazy night sky before the palace. The beauty of his homeland was intoxicating. He pondered if he would have the chance to enjoy it again. My lord has treated me well. I cannot decline. If I return, I must marry several esteemed ladies. He mused, sipping from the drunken flower brew generously bestowed by Ma Hongjun. Alas, you need not go, old Cheng. Among us, you are the weakest. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, Ma Hongjun suddenly appeared beside Cheng Yaojin, speaking with a hint of exasperation. When uttering these words, Ma Hongjun's heart did not race, nor did his cheeks flush, completely disregarding his own pinnacle strength as a soul Douluo. Indeed, his grass character sword technique had also attained minor perfection, capable of contending with titled Douluos, which justified his confidence. Haha, if the lord does not accompany the ladies, how could he find time to visit me? Old Cheng? Cheng Yaojin chuckled, evidently oblivious to the hierarchical distinction between sovereign and subject in their private conversation. Unable to sleep, I stepped out for a stroll and fortuitously found you alone here. To be honest, I have an unsettling feeling about this trip, Ma Hongjun confessed, his expression troubled as he took a swig from Cheng Yaojin's wine pouch. My lord, rest assured, we shall surely rescue the lady. Cheng Yaojin comforted him while producing another wine pouch from his spatial soul guide, toasting and drinking alongside Ma Hongjun. Chapter 214. The 7 Great Generals head to the Soul Hall. Why has the 9th trial transformed into the assassination of Ma Hongjun? What other relationships lie beneath this? It seems the so-called deity is not as selfless as it appears. A flicker of coldness crossed Bai Dong's eyes as she murmured to herself. Though she inherited the legacy of a deity formerly associated with evil, deities are generally perceived as selfless, profound, and exalted, untouched by the mortal realm. Now, with the alteration of the 9th trial's requirements, how could she not harbor ulterior thoughts? Although she still resolved to eliminate Ma Hongjun to ascend to divinity. Should alternative means to achieve godhood present themselves, she would unhesitatingly pursue those rather than submit to the manipulations of the so-called deity. I hope that this little girl from the Mei family can truly draw out Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, if he remains hidden in the realm of the 3 kingdoms, am I not destined to fail the divine examination? Bibi Nong contemplated silently. Your Holiness, I humbly report that the scouts have returned with news. Ma Hongjun, accompanied by several top-ranked titled Douluo, has journeyed to Tongtiansi and is expected to arrive at Wuhuan City shortly. A shadow, ghostly in nature, appeared and knelt to deliver the report. This individual is none other than Ghost Douluo, one of Bibi Dong's most trusted aides. Had Ma Hongjun been present, he would have noted that Ghost Douluo has already attained the impressive rank of level 95 titled Douluo. Not only have they progressed, but others have also made strides, particularly in the explosive manifestation of spiritual energy, as all have surpassed the soul power levels of the original narrative S timeline. Understood. Keep a close watch on that girl. Has Elder Ju not yet broken through level 95? Bibi Dong remarked, her demeanor regaining its authoritative presence as she nodded slightly. Still a little ways off, but the breakthrough should occur within a few days, Ghost Douluo replied earnestly. Once Elder Ju achieves her breakthrough, I will combine our martial souls. The power will undoubtedly rival that of the level 98 Elder in the Hall of Offerings. Bibi Dong seemed to mention this casually. Compared to your Holiness, we are still far from adequate. Regardless of our strength, I and Elder Ju remain your most loyal subordinates. Bibi Dong fell silent, slowly nodding without further comment. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Ghost Douluo said, bowing with humility. Meanwhile, after addressing all matters in Jinling City, Ma Hongjun quietly led Zhao Yun and others to Tongtiansi. Observing the ravaged roads and the bloodstains that had yet to be cleaned, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the war between the two realms rages on, with countless casualties on both sides. I cannot help but wonder if this is right or wrong. Being young and a ruler, Ma Hongjun had seen little of such scenes. Thus this visit to Tongtian Sea left a profound impact on him. The struggle between races and the conflict of worlds are indeed ruthless. There are no absolute right or wrongs. What is an enemy to one may be a hero to another. The others, however, appeared much more stoic, seemingly accustomed to the brutality of life and death. Only Zhao Yun, with his kind heart, felt compelled to offer explanations. Ma Hongjun understood that he had no right to stand on a moral high ground to condemn others. The path he chose was his own, and he must tread it onward. This road was destined to be fraught with life and death. It was a matter of survival. And if a choice had to be made, he would side with the Yin Huang over the Douluo. This inclination may seem selfish to his wife and friends, yet it is a responsibility he bears for countless Yin Huang compatriots. All he could do was ensure that their hands were less stained with the blood of Douluo citizens. Others would still fight as necessary. War is devoid of the option of non-fatality. If death is inevitable, it is better that the adversary perishes than he. He remained indifferent to accusations of selfishness or betrayal of the Douluo continent, particularly given his lack of parental figures. Numerous tales had circulated about him on the Douluo continent, with powerful factions identifying Ma Hongjun as a spy sent from the Three Kingdoms world through peculiar means. This was undoubtedly the work of Tianwei. And while he cared little for his reputation, securing power in the Three Kingdoms necessitated these actions. With a strategist of Liu Bowen's caliber behind him, Ma Hongjun was certain that his identity would pose no issues. He smiled gently, shaking his head as he addressed his companions. I understand. There is no need for comfort. You brothers are like my elder siblings. This journey to Douluo is fraught with peril, and I shall count on you to rescue Sister Anna. Ma Hongjun felt immensely powerful at this moment, perhaps even rivaling Zhao Yun. He had reached an extraordinary state, a half-step into the innate title Douluo realm, with the quality of his soul power having transformed. He anticipated a swift breakthrough to level 90, achieving the innate title Douluo status. Of course, this was merely his perception, and he remained oblivious to the true power of his subordinates. However, it was not surprising that he felt this way. The advantages bestowed upon him by his unique abilities provided him with numerous trump cards. In a genuine life-and-death confrontation, he might not be the strongest, yet he was likely to be the one who survived. He resembled an indomitable insect, though small, with an extraordinarily resilient vitality. Having integrated the life essence of meteor tears with the fortuitous spirit of nine-leaf swordgrass seeds, he was arguably one of the most tenacious beings beneath the divine tier. The others, witnessing this, chose to remain silent. They were individuals of exceptional caliber and would not regard Ma Hongjun with any special favor simply due to a few endearing words. Especially Lu Bu and Ma Chao. Their loyalty to Ma Hongjun was unquestionable, yet it had not yet reached the level of life-and-death camaraderie. In a true life-for-life situation, Ma Chao's stance was uncertain, while Lu Bu, being a self-interested individual, would surely not agree. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun had no intention of forcing this upon them. Their willingness to accompany him to Douluo to save others was already a personal bond. Although he was a sovereign, he had yet to attain omnipotence. This endeavor was undertaken in a personal capacity. Otherwise, as a ruler, such actions would be difficult to justify. While it may not lead to his downfall, it would certainly invite trouble. As they proceeded, Zhao Yun, scouting ahead, suddenly halted, his ears twitching, and his expression shifted dramatically. There are people. Zhao Yun raised his spear protectively in front of Ma Hongjun. The others immediately adopted a vigilant stance, trusting Zhao Yun's words without hesitation. For he possessed the sharpest senses among them. The stronger the perception, the better one can evade danger. Upon reaching a certain level, one can even foresee threats and avoid them in advance, which is why he seldom sustained injuries in battle. Seeing this, the others shielded Ma Hongjun, particularly Cheng Yaojin and Shui Rungu, who treated him as if he were their own progeny, anxiously observing their quiet surroundings and guarding him fiercely without uttering a word. Having just entered Tongtian Sea, it was evident that someone had been trailing them, someone likely intended for his demise. Cloaked figures, reveal yourselves, Ma Hongjun called out loudly, his expression unwavering as he scanned the open space around him. Though he sensed no one, he trusted Zhao Yun's judgment. Clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed. I never imagined that a mere mortal could detect my presence. Truly impressive. You are indeed the foremost among the 5 tiger generals. It was worth my while to pursue you personally, the silver-haired elder Yuji said, stepping forward with a smile. Internally, however, he cursed at how swiftly this young man had evaded him, arriving at Tongtian-si almost instantaneously. He was unaware of Ma Hongjun's ability to traverse Tongtian-si at will, or that within its confines, Ma Hongjun could disregard distances. Upon Yuji's appearance, the others braced themselves for conflict. You are Yuji, one of the 3 immortals? Did you not perish at the hands of Sunso? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, taken aback. Zhao Yun and the others remained motionless, clearly immobilized. Ah, merely a manifestation accompanying a child in his games. And do you truly believe that young man could be so easily assassinated? Yuji replied, laughing without concern for the predatory gazes from Lu Bu and the others. Uncertain of the immortal's purpose for coming. If there is any assistance I can provide, I shall not refuse. Ma Hongjun feigned politeness while secretly communicating with his abilities, preparing to lead the group over the transit point of Tongtian-si into Douluo continent. Yuji remained blissfully unaware of Ma Hongjun's intentions, firmly believing that he would not allow them to escape beneath his watchful eye. Surrender your treasures, the treasures that can consolidate fortune, and acknowledge me as the supreme emperor. I may consider sparing your lives. Yuji spoke with a deep gaze, his tone calm. Get lost, Ma Hongjun bellowed, attempting to pull everyone away from the scene. However, upon moving, he realized that the surrounding space was enveloped by a mysterious force, rendering escape impossible. You refuse the wine offered and choose the penalty instead. Then stay with me. Yuji's expression turned grim as he pointed at Ma Hongjun, causing Ma Hongjun's body to uncontrollably fly towards him. Stop! Protect our lord! Several voices cried out. With axes, arrows, halberds, spears, and swords drawn, they emitted a faint cold light aimed at Yuji. The weapons of the 7 exuded a terrifying red aura of slaughter, and their internal energy surged, instantly breaking through Yuji's spatial confinement, once again shielding Ma Hongjun. Overjoyed, Ma Hongjun quickly began to silently communicate, urging everyone to hold hands tightly. Suddenly, a yellow energy shield appeared around Yuji, blocking all attacks, his face displaying a look of astonishment. A few mere mortals could break my confinement? Truly, you are the pride of this era. You may leave. Killing you would hinder my cultivation. Yuji maintained his indifferent demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter. Dream on, if you wish to harm our lord. You must first step over my corpse, Zhao Yun declared, his face grim as he stepped forward again. The others also moved, breaking free from their confinement and holding hands. Yuji, oblivious to the anomaly, prepared to seize Ma Hongjun once more when he suddenly sensed a ripple in the spatial energy, causing him to be alarmed. Who? Let's go. Ma Hongjun grasped the nearest Chung Yaojin, preparing to vanish from the spot. Seeing this, Yuji swung his feather duster towards them, unleashing a yellow energy at incredible speed to disrupt the spatial fluctuations. BFF. The group, realizing the impending danger, swung their weapons to block, but they suffered severe injuries, spitting blood and collapsing. Fortunately, they managed to collectively fend off the attack, joining hands once more and disappearing from the scene. Outside of Tindo City, on Douluo, several figures materialized. Although they successfully escaped Yuji's confinement, they bore considerable injuries. How powerful! There was simply no opportunity to retaliate. Is this the might of a divine being? Lu Bu's face turned pale as he growled in frustration. The others were unfazed. Lu Bu's arrogant temperament was well known, and this incident had evidently dealt him a heavy blow. No matter how strong, it changes nothing. He couldn't stop us from leaving. Let's move. We'll regroup once we've healed, Ma Hongjun said, casting a glance at Lu Bu, his tone unperturbed. Ma Hongjun's composure provided some solace to the group, who grew curious about his abilities. How did our lord manage to bring so many of us here? Chung Yaojin asked, surveying the somewhat familiar surroundings with astonishment. Just a few minor tricks. It's nothing significant, Ma Hongjun replied, unwilling to elaborate, knowing that explanations would only complicate matters. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Could this be Douluo? Tai Shirtzi and Gan Ning, having regained their senses, inquired about their surroundings, neglecting to tend to their injuries first. Ma Hongjun, understanding their intentions, reluctantly summoned his martial spirits, distributing healing to each member. Yes, let us find a place to rest, Ma Hongjun, relatively unscathed but feeling mentally burdened, suggested. Chapter 215. A fortuitous encounter with Jianwei. The group, all formidable individuals, chose to remain discreet and not reveal their whereabouts, settling in a small town for respite. However, their intentions were not for leisure. Once settled, they began to scout the surrounding cities for information. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, spies from Hongjun'sLucky flitted about, and news spread rapidly across the two major domains. Naturally, the families of the three kingdoms received the news, their reactions complex regarding Ma Hongjun's escape. They wished for the strength of the Hua family, but preferred it to stem from their own lineage rather than the might of the dynasty. As the two were interdependent yet competitive, even if Ma Hongjun possessed the power to suppress all families, without reaching the divine level, he could not impose his will. The influence of these families was far more intricate than it appeared. Whether in terms of talent acquisition or knowledge monopolization, the feudal families had nearly reached their limits. If one family were to be threatened, the entire Hua family would feel the repercussions, uniting in fear and igniting war. War inevitably leads to casualties, which would weaken national strength and fortune. To mitigate losses, Ma Hongjun had exerted considerable effort within Hongjun'sLucky. The entire secret realm of Hongjun'sLucky was monitored at intervals by soul masters of the soul Douluo level or higher, forming a formidable intelligence network. This was also the reason for the rapid dissemination of information, as Douluo, being a mortal enemy, had implemented similar arrangements. At the Spear Hall, a mysterious powerhouse from the New Realm, they dare to assassinate King Wu. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, Pope Bibi Dong murmured in astonishment upon receiving reports from her subordinates. Her understanding of the Three Kingdoms world was limited, primarily derived from scattered reports. Except for a few individuals who had allied with the Three Kingdoms early on, most had never set foot in that realm, while many martial artists from the Three Kingdoms wandered in Douluo world. In the Sunset Forest, the spiritual energy in this world is indeed abundant. I, Dianwei, can live again in this world. I must thank the esteemed Giguzi for this. Had it not been for him, Mengda, do not blame me for leaving you. I have already sacrificed my life for your ambitions and cannot continue to fight for you. A robust and fierce-looking dark-skinned man, wielding a halberd in one hand and a tiger-type 10,000-year-old beast in the other, walked with a pensive expression. He noticed two approaching auras nearby, without a hint of awareness. There's a powerful aura approaching us. It seems to be passing by. Should we avoid it? Your Majesty? Gan Ning exclaimed, turning to Ma Hongjun. No need. Not everyone in this world is an enemy. Furthermore, someone with such potent energy may not necessarily be from Douluo. Ma Hongjun waved his hand, feeling curious about the approaching presence. After leaving their hideout, the two separated from the others to conceal their tracks, intentionally suppressing their own auras. Given the approaching individual's evident confidence, they had not conducted a thorough investigation, making their failure to notice normal. Ma Hongjun had not encountered particularly powerful soul masters or soul beasts in Douluo world, so he paused to observe. Although the Three Kingdoms world focused on internal energy cultivation, it trained chi and blood. Regardless of the cultivation method, as strength increased, so did the vitality. Of course, the spiritual power cultivated by scholars was not included, but that could be discussed later. The newcomer moved rapidly, and, as they drew near, Ma Hongjun called out, "Brave warrior, please hold." The figure halted in response, looking at Ma Hongjun and his companion with a puzzled expression. Who calls? A member of the Hua family? Ma Hongjun also paused, then inquired. Do not inquire how I came to know this. The manner of speech reminiscent of ancient flower cultivation is apparent to all. I am called Dianwei. May I ask your name? Dianwei, not truly a fool, retorted with curiosity. What? Is it not true that Dianwei has long since perished? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. You too are of Han descent? Dianwei, undeterred by the offense in Ma Hongjun's words, inquired with genuine interest. Indeed. Both of us are Han, haha. Brother Eli, what brings you here? Ma Hongjun, realizing his earlier folly, refrained from asking foolish questions and instead warmly voiced his curiosity. Alas, it is a long tale. You must be the person the elder mentioned we were to await. Let us depart from here and converse as we walk. Upon hearing the familiarity in Ma Hongjun's tone, Dianwei did not refuse but instead sighed softly and invited him with enthusiasm. The three of them made their way toward Dianwei's residence, while Ma Hongjun was not in a hurry to inspect the Binghua Liangyian. Ma Hongjun was genuinely eager to recruit Dianwei as a subordinate, and through Dianwei's explanations along the journey, he began to understand why Dianwei still lived and appeared here. It turned out that Dianwei had been rescued by Giguzi and had settled in the Douluo continent under his guidance. How astonishing that Giguzi could foresee the future. allowing you to wait here. Ma Hongjun marveled, gaining insight into Geguzi's existence. Simultaneously, the immense weight on his heart lightened slightly. The Three Kingdoms world also harbored a cadre of divine beings. It became evident that the Huaxiao people were remarkably talented and that a multitude of strong individuals existed among them. Through Jian Wei's words, Ma Hongjun gleaned much information, providing him with a clearer understanding of the current situation. The world continued to function in his absence. He had previously held himself in excessive regard, only to realize now that there exist individuals beyond his comprehension. His former strategies now seemed trivial, and while he was astonished, a sense of disorientation washed over him, as if his fate had been laid bare before him, stirring a deep reverence for Geguzi within. Jian Wei was part of Geguzi's plans, which had foreseen the present circumstances. This was a certainty for Ma Hongjun, yet it seemed that Jian Wei only possessed a general awareness. After being rescued by Geguzi, he had wandered for a time before being sent to the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, within the sealed spirit realm, Geguzi beckoned, causing the destructive seal at the boundary to vanish in an instant, and several figures emerged from the spirit realm, only to have the seal reappear at the portal moments later. Brother Eli, would you be willing to emerge from seclusion and assist Huaxia, lending aid to our homeland? With all things made clear, Ma Hongjun invited without hesitation. Such is my wish. I dare not decline. Jian Wei pledged with a bow. Chapter 216. Return to the Binghua Liangyi Yin. Jian Wei had already promised Geguzi's request, so he had no hesitation in acknowledging Ma Hongjun as his master. This brought great joy to Ma Hongjun, who had gained a fierce warrior, one whose strength rivaled that of Zhao Yun. At this moment, Geguzi's favor became evident, and Ma Hongjun could only comfort himself with this thought. My lord, I request permission to return briefly. There are some belongings I have yet to retrieve. Jian Wei expressed with some hesitation. However, since we have laid everything bare, I shall not accompany you back. I have matters to attend to here. Let us reconvene in 3 days at Wuhuan City. Ma Hongjun spoke plainly, not wishing to elaborate further, as he had already conveyed his purpose in coming here. His visit to the Sunset Forest was to assess the situation at the Binghua Liangyi Yin and see if any celestial herbs have been renewed in recent years. While celestial herbs may offer limited enhancement to the strength of a tidal Douluo, they are invaluable for restoring soul power or concocting healing elixirs. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the growth rate of celestial products at the Binghua Liangyi Yin has undoubtedly increased exponentially. Nowadays, not only renowned treasures like the Binghua Liangyi Yin, but even areas rich in spiritual energy may give rise to celestial products. Despite the countless casualties from the conflicts between realms in recent years, the number of strong warriors has only increased, attributed in no small part to the abundance of spiritual herbs. The world is on the brink of a breakthrough. Such a transformation has never been witnessed, representing the greatest opportunity for both realms. Consequently, the number of soul masters in the Douluo world has reached 1/10 of the total population. Even ordinary individuals lacking innate soul power may suddenly exhibit talent. This change is unpredictable, leaving one to wonder whether it is a boon or a bane for the world, especially since the Three Kingdoms world boasts even greater talents. With diligent training, anyone, regardless of innate ability, can become a soul master and a similar warrior. I hope to reap some rewards this time. Surely Tang San would not dare to pilfer celestial herb from my Binghua Liangyi Yin, would he? Ma Hongjun mused silently as he approached the Binghua Liangyi Yin. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. Not that Tang San had abandoned his intentions, but rather that the net of fate had only recently fallen, leaving him no time to act. At this moment, Tang San was at Sea God Island undergoing the Sea God 9 trials. Otherwise, given his character, it is uncertain whether he would refrain from such actions. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. Even a day of cultivation here surpasses 10 days, or even longer, in the outside world. Gan Ning exclaimed in astonishment as he surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, how did I not consider this? While it may not be suitable for cultivating soul power, it does not hinder the training of internal energy, which relies heavily on the abundance of external spiritual energy. The denser the external aura, the faster the cultivation. Ma Hongjun slapped his forehead, cursing his own foolishness. Of course, the speed of internal energy cultivation also greatly depends on the techniques employed. Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun's thoughts were stirred, yet he felt a pang of regret at the thought of needing to rescue someone from the Wuhuan temple. That could be addressed later. It is best to keep such a treasure in my possession. As for whether Tang San will come, It is of no concern to me. This belongs to me, and I shall defend it fiercely. Ma Hongjun grumbled in dissatisfaction. My lord, what are you saying? Gan Ning looked at Ma Hongjun with confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I simply remarked that this place is splendid. It shall henceforth be my private garden. Oh, wait, it already is. After coming to this realization, Ma Hongjun spoke shamelessly. Meanwhile, the poisoned Douluo stationed in Jinling City sneezed unexpectedly. Achoo, it must be that little monster missing me. By now, that brat is likely nearing Tiando City. I hear that Douluo continent has also benefited somewhat from the celestial upheaval, with spiritual energy surging. I wonder how my Binghuoliangyi Yin is faring. At this moment, Douluo was still preoccupied with thoughts of his precious land, entirely unaware that it had been shamelessly claimed by another. Is this not the Binghuoliangyi Yin? I have heard it belongs to the esteemed Douluo. Gan Ning stated uncertainly. Does he still dare to come here? With his notoriety, appearing in the Douluo continent would surely lead to immediate peril. Since he cannot show his face here, surely there is no issue with my claiming it. Besides, he had long promised to gift it to me. Ma Hongjun stated with conviction. Is that so? Regardless, it matters not. I cannot recall, so it belongs to me now. After experiencing the treachery of being attacked, Ma Hongjun had come to a deep realization of his own frailty. Had it not been for the system's assistance, he might have perished in the Tongtian Sea last time. Ma Hongjun, reflecting deeply upon his past, concluded that he must adopt a different approach to life. To become formidable, one must first cultivate inner strength. Only then can one take control of their own destiny and safeguard those they cherish. He reasoned that shedding one's sense of shame is the first and essential step towards this empowerment. This isn't really a matter of losing face, he mused. Let be, what does it matter? With such thoughts occupying his mind, he diligently began gathering celestial herbs. Are these herbs capable of altering one's innate talent? Gan Ning interjected, somewhat embarrassed by Hongjun's fervor. Well, to some extent, yes. However, their effects vary from person to person. If I wish to enhance my own abilities, consuming the celestial herbs here would yield minimal benefits at best, perhaps just a slight increase in soul power. Hongjun explained, continuing his task without pause. Have you exhausted all of them? Gan Ning inquired, astonished as he observed the energy contained within the celestial herbs Hongjun had collected. This is a Longsing KO. Unlike other celestial herbs, its effects are quite favorable for us, specifically designed to enhance soul power. Consider it a gift. Even a regular title Daw would likely see an increase of 2 or 3 levels in their soul power from consuming one, Hongjun casually remarked, tossing the herb to Gan Ning without a second thought. His understanding of celestial herbs surpassed even that of Tang San, as he had taken considerable time over the past 3 years to delve into the profound depths of Chinese culture. Gan Ning felt somewhat speechless. He questioned whether this was truly Hongjun's intent, whether he was the type to seek such things. Well, if title Douluo can also enhance their strength, that is quite advantageous. I shall accept it, he thought, carefully storing the herb in his spatial soul guide. Generally, celestial herbs with poor enhancement effects are deemed the least valuable among their kind. But this is only true for ordinary individuals. For those of us with divine-level talents, such herbs are still beneficial for augmenting soul power. Once Hongjun felt he had collected enough, he paused to elaborate on his findings. Who is he? The illustrious Emperor Wu of Han, engaging in such menial tasks? Only a fool would do so. This is my territory. If it weren't my domain, that would be a different matter altogether. Chapter 217. Outside the Spirit Hall Master. Do you truly have confidence in rescuing them from the Spirit Hall in 3 days? Gan Ning asked hesitantly, breaking his usual demeanor of courage. Yet, he could not resist Hongjun's straightforward nature. Once, Gan Ning had thrived in the Yundang Lake region not solely due to his bravery. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the Spirit Hall's capabilities. Even if unexpected changes arise, they will remain within certain limits. The personnel will be the same. And I have faith in your abilities, Hongjun reassured him nonchalantly. As a reincarnated individual, he possessed significant insight into the characters of Douluo and the secrets of the Spirit Hall. However, he was unaware that once a person becomes the target of the heavenly will, the concept of absolutes ceases to exist. At this moment, on Sea God Island, Tang San, the son of destiny, had reached the 9th trial of the sea god. Unlike the original tale, he had already obtained the sea god's legacy in advance and opened the door to the inheritance. Albeit he had yet to fully integrate it due to not completing the 9th trial. The 9th trial of the sea god, participate in repelling invaders from another realm and achieve certain results to earn the ability to merge with the entire sea god legacy. Could it be that Hongjun and the others are involved? Tang San pondered, his expression complex as he gazed at the sea god trial card in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he reassured himself. At least it's about repelling and not killing. It seems Hongjun has grown immensely powerful. Even with my strength, I can only play a role in repelling. Xiao San, thank you immensely. Had you not brought me here, I would not have ascended to the Soul Douluo realm. It's truly regrettable that Xiao Wu and Rong Rong could not join us, Dai Amubai remarked, his face alight with joy as he watched Tang San exit the Sea God Palace. Each person has their own fortune. Xiao Wu will at least not be scrutinized in the other world. I've heard that people there regard soul rings as somewhat superfluous. Tang San smiled gently as he put away the card. By the way, what is the content of the 9th trial? Given the rapidly changing situation on the continent, I fear I may not be able to leave with you, Dai Mubai said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Repelling some invaders from another realm doesn't necessarily require killing. There's considerable leeway. Tang San summarized briefly, his wisdom leading him to suspect that this had to do with Hongjun. Otherwise, the sea god would not be so focused on him. He had always believed that Hongjun's departure from Douluo continent was impulsive and irrational. With Hongjun's talent rivaling his own, acquiring divine inheritance would have been effortless. However, due to Hongjun's defection 3 years ago, he had incurred the enmity of all deities in the Douluo world, completely severing his hope of attaining godhood. Nevertheless, Hongjun felt no regret. He believed that the pinnacle of Huaxia martial arts would not end at the divine level, and that with the system, he need not worry about becoming a god. It was merely a matter of time. Outside the Spirit City, soldiers gathered in droves, forming a perimeter around the entire Spirit City, which was evidently on high alert. The Spirit Hall truly regards us with great importance. They have long been aware that some individuals are not to be trusted. Upon our return, we must surely purge our ranks, Hongjun remarked with a playful demeanor as he observed the Spirit City from a distance, hands clasped behind his back. Our movements were likely reported to the Spirit Hall 3 days ago. They deliberately leaked news of Miss Anna in these days to lure us into a trap. Shuirengue stated gravely. Everything has unfolded as I anticipated. Ever since the collapse of the Heavenly Net, I suspected there were internal issues. With our strength, as long as no divine beings intervene, no one within the Spirit City can stop us from rescuing Sister Anna. Hongjun replied confidently, aware that according to his conjectures, the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall would not easily take action, particularly as Qianrenxue was at a crucial juncture in acquiring her angelic legacy. As long as she was not intent on annihilating the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo would certainly ensure his peak state for the sake of his granddaughter's ascension. In contrast to the ease exhibited by other martial generals, only Shuirengue appeared solemn. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. I have heard that the high-ranking official of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo, possesses immense strength, capable of rivaling that of demigods in the air. Do not worry. He may not necessarily intervene to obstruct us this time, Hongjun replied with a gentle smile. At my utmost limit, I am invincible. Lu Bu scoffed disdainfully at the direction of Spirit City. Do not take it lightly. The Pope Bibi Dong is not one to be easily dealt with, Zhao Yin cautioned. I never imagined that the illustrious Zhao Zilong would also experience fear. I truly feel honored to have so many formidable experts gathered here. A voice, both gentle and authoritative, resonated as Bibi Dong appeared before Hongjun. Bibi Dong, release Sister Anna, or today shall mark the demise of the Spirit Hall, Hongjun declared passionately. Only he was aware that he was merely bluffing to annihilate the Spirit Hall. They would never return to Jinling City unscathed. I never expected that Emperor Wu himself would come in person. What a surprise. Bibi Dong commanded her entourage, bring her out. Before long, someone descended, leading a striking figure towards them. You may take her, but I require a promise from you on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong gazed at Ma Hongjun with a complex mixture of emotions swirling within her. The junior she once regarded with a sense of superiority now required her to treat him as an equal. Bring her back, Ma Hongjun declared without a moment's hesitation. In a flash, Zhao Yin swiftly darted through the crowd of the Wuhuan temple, unnoticed, and returned with Mei Na. This was Zhao Yun's secret technique, rarely employed due to its immense speed, which also demanded considerable energy. However, he was willing to expend it to save a life. Red Jun, what brings you here? It is my fault for not concealing my whereabouts, which has led you into this perilous situation, Mei Na said, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked gratefully at Ma Hongjun and his companions. Clearly, she had not anticipated that he would set aside his national duties to come in person. This was something even her adversary, Bai Dong, could perceive more acutely than she could. Do not worry. As long as I am here, you should stand back, Ma Hongjun replied, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Dong. He found it hard to believe that Bai Dong, with her formidable prowess, would be unable to stop Zhao Yun. What do you intend to do? You may speak freely now. To be honest, I do not relish conflict. Surely, this is not a preferable course of action. Ma Hongjun said, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill, as he recognized that Bai Dong had deliberately released Mei Na, and he felt compelled to reciprocate her courtesy. I require your assurance that during my time at the Wuhuan Temple, you will refrain from seizing the opportunity to meddle in the affairs of the Douluo continent. Bai Dong finally articulated her true intentions. Synopsis: the narrative intertwines elements from Douluo and historical figures from the Three Kingdoms, exploring whether Tang San can assert his dominance over the Douluo world in the presence of the illustrious heroes of the Three Kingdoms. The tale also follows Ma Hongjun, a modern soul who has traversed time, wielding a mysterious martial spirit resembling a delicate leaf, capable of obscuring vision and severing the stars. Coupled with the enhanced version of the evil fire phoenix, he thrives among the heroes of the Three Kingdoms, as they collectively strive to devour the essence of Douluo.